Sumu's father is a billionaire, but he wants to cut off ties with his father. It was because he was abused by his parents in his previous life. He was thrown into a factory to work, and all his hard-earned money was taken away by them. He could only sleep 4 hours a day. Later, when the factory collapsed and his legs were broken, they threw him into a dilapidated doghouse, where he had to eat leftovers every day. It was not until his death that Sumu realized that he was not their biological son at all. On New Year's Eve, they forced Sumu to draw blood to save his brother. The eldest sister slapped Sumu to his knees. The second sister sneered and poured the medicinal porridge he cooked into the dog bowl. And the third sister was even more cruel and kicked Sumu's knee directly. And the girl that Sumu had secretly loved for many years was snuggling in her brother's arms and laughing sweetly. "I only love you, not him." When he opened his eyes again, a sneer appeared on Sumu's lips. Chapter 1. Sumu knelt in the snow at -10 degrees Celsius, wearing only a thin shirt. His face is pale as paper and his eyes numb. He had been forced to donate blood 6 or 7 times and was so weak that he seemed like he would collapse at any time, but he was still kicked out of the villa and was not allowed to enter. The door of the villa slowly opened, and the eldest sister, Su Nanyang, came out wearing a mink coat and high heels, looking down at him coldly. She shouted at him without question and ordered him to kneel down and apologize to his brother Suze. Otherwise, he would never be allowed to enter the house again. After she finished speaking, she raised her hand and slapped him hard, causing his head to tilt and blood to seep from the corner of his mouth. Sumu gritted his teeth, anger burning in his eyes, and his hoarse voice echoed in the cold wind. He insisted that he did not push anyone, but his excuses were meaningless to his sister. Her eyes were filled with disgust, and she completely believed Suze's lies. Afterwards, the second sister, Su Wanlu, got out of the luxury car. She was wearing a white dress and gold-rimmed glasses. Her posture was elegant, but full of indifference. She casually threw the lunchbox in her hand into Sumu's arms, and the food and porridge splashed all over him. Sumu had cooked the porridge for 3 hours to nourish her body, but she threw it on the ground with a sentence, "It's too dirty to feed to a dog." Sumues austrembled. All his sincerity and dedication were not even as good as a dog in her eyes. He remembered that when he was brought back to the Su family at the age of 15, he thought he would finally have relatives and would no longer be an orphan. But 3 years later, all he got was humiliation and exploitation, and his hard work and dedication were never taken seriously. The elder sister took away the watch he worked hard for half a year, but gave it to Suze casually, just because of a word, "It looks good." The second sister drank countless of his medicinal porridges, but stepped on them into the mud as she turned around with disdain. His third sister loved playing games, so he stayed up all night with her and even used code to help her increase her winning rate. But in return, he got beaten up. In front of everyone, she pointed at him and mocked him as a dog, a servant. He told himself again and again that as long as he was patient, he would always be rewarded with recognition and affection. But the results proved him wrong. Sumu will never be as good as his younger brother, who is 1 year younger than him. Suze is the treasure of the family. He remembered his father's cold voice at the study door that day, which pierced his heart like a sharp knife. "My father said that if there were not enough blood packs from Xiaoza, he would use Sumu's. It'd be a waste to keep that bastard alive anyway." Suze had an innocent face, smiled, and acted coquettishly, saying that his brother had never liked him, which made his father more partial to him. It was this sentence that caused him to be beaten countless times and made all his sisters hate him even more. Now, he was once again charged with pushing his brother down the stairs, even though it was Suze who fell himself. In everyone's eyes, he is always wrong and Suze is always right. The third sister, Su Ying, came over with her school bag and saw him kneeling on the ground. She laughed maliciously. She raised her foot and kicked him directly on the cold knee, as if he were a lowly dog. Her mouth was full of humiliation, mocking him for being bad at gaming and having vicious thoughts. She might as well let the servants clean it for him. She lazily turned and went into the house, without a trace of mercy, leaving him with only humiliation and biting cold wind. The maid Aunt Zhang came out with a basin of cold water. There was a flash of pity in her eyes, but she still followed the order. The moment the water was poured, there was a brief warmth, and the next second it was icy cold that penetrated deep into the bone marrow. His thin shirt froze instantly, his body stiffened and trembled, and he fell heavily to his knees in the ice and snow. His eyes were empty, and his heart was completely cold. It turned out that the love he longed for was actually a knife stabbing into his heart. At this moment, he hated and regretted, and he no longer expected their warmth. But just as he was about to faint, he looked up and saw a scene on the second-floor balcony. Jiang Qingya, the girl he had secretly liked for a long time, was being held affectionately in the arms of his younger brother Suze. They whispered ambiguously, only looking at each other, completely ignoring Sumu, who was dying in the snow. Suze even asked Jiang Qingyao with a smile, provocatively, who she liked, himself or that useless brother. Jiang Qingyao said with a sweet smile that Sumu was nothing but a sticky piece of candy, disgusting and annoying, and she only liked Suze. At that moment, Sumu's heart was completely broken. The last ray of light went out, and he fell in the snow, losing consciousness. On the eve of the new year, he died at the doorstep of the home he longed for most, abandoned by his entire family. But when the darkness swallowed him, a sharp scolding sounded, pulling him back from death. Sumu, where's my meal? Hurry up. I'm going to be late. Chapter 2. Sumu opened his eyes in disbelief. He remembered that he had frozen to death in the snow, but found himself standing in the kitchen holding a spoon. The medicinal porridge in the pot was still bubbling and emitting hot steam, and the impatient, urging voice of my second sister, Su Wanlu, came from outside the door. Too slow, Sumu. If you don't take it out, I won't want it. She was wearing a white dress, holding a book, with a look of disgust on her face. Normally, this scolding would be enough to make Sumu panic. He would hand over the porridge he had cooked overnight with both hands and apologize carefully. But this time, his eyes were calm. A sneer appeared at the corner of his lips, and he poured the porridge into the bowl, but did not take it out. He picked up the bowl and drank the porridge mouthful by mouthful, his movements slow and firm, as if he was swallowing his own oath. He ran all over the herbal medicine market and saved money to buy the herbs for this porridge. He once devoted all his energy to nourishing his second sister. But now he is no longer willing to give his precious blood and sweat to these cold-blooded people. After taking the last sip, he raised his hand and smashed the pot hard on the ground, spilling the porridge all over the floor with a deafening sound. Su Wanlu, who was outside the door, was startled and pushed the door open quickly. Looking at the mess on the floor, she was furious. Sumu, are you crazy? How can you be so vulgar? Can't you learn to be more decent like Xiaoza? She frowned, her eyes full of disgust, but she was surprised to find that Su Mu did not bow his head to admit his mistake as usual. He wiped his mouth and spoke indifferently, his voice piercing her ears like a knife. It's just a pot. Why make such a fuss? You're really acting like a shrew. Su Wanlio's face flushed instantly. She was in disbelief. This boy, who had always been submissive, actually dared to talk back. She was so angry that she was shaking all over, gritting her teeth and threatening. Su Mu, are you spoiled? I'm going to be late, and you're making me miss class. From today on, I won't talk to you for half a month. In the past, this was the most severe punishment, and Sumu would definitely panic and try to please him, but this time he just sneered. Whatever, bitch. Just these few words made Su Wanlu almost faint. Just then, brisk footsteps were heard upstairs, and my younger brother Su Zhe came down with his school bag on his back and a gentle smile on his face. Second sister, did my brother make you angry? Brother, please apologize quickly and don't let me be late. He looked harmless, but there was a hypocritical glint in his eyes. Seeing the broken pot and leftover porridge on the ground, he pretended to be heartbroken and sighed. Brother, how could you ruin my second sister's porridge? My second sister is weak. What will she eat for lunch? Sumu smiled coldly and glanced at him. Since you care so much, then you can make porridge for her yourself tomorrow. Suze was stunned, then put on an aggrieved expression, his voice sounding fakely weak. Aren't there servants cooking for us at home? Are you looking down on me, brother? Yes, I just looked down on you. Sumu didn't waste any more words and simply reached out to push him away, preparing to go upstairs to change clothes. Suze fell to the ground and immediately revealed a pitiful expression, murmuring in a low voice, Brother has a grievance against me, but he shouldn't have hit me. As soon as the voice fell, a shrill scream came from the stairs, and the third sister, Su Ying, came down skipping with her school bag on her back. When she saw Su Mu pushing Suze down, she immediately became furious. Her eyes were fierce, as if she wanted to eat someone. Sumu, how dare you push Brother Xiaoza? I'm going to kill you. She raised her hands, her movements skillful and natural, as if she had long been accustomed to using him as a punching bag. In the past, Sumu would lower his head and endure it, but this time he suddenly raised his hand and grabbed her wrist. The force was so strong that Su Yingying was stunned for a moment. The next second, Sumu pushed her towards the railing. "Stay away from me." His voice was frighteningly cold. Su Yingying stumbled and hit the railing, covering her arm and screaming, "Sumu, you dare to push me?" Her eyes were filled with shock and anger. She had never seen her brother, who had always been submissive, dare to resist. Suze immediately got up, with calculation in his eyes and soothing words on his lips. "Third sister, don't be angry. Brother is probably in a bad mood. He bullies me a little, and then he feels better. It's my fault that I didn't do well and made brother dislike me." This look of pretending to be aggrieved and considerate made Su Yingying feel distressed immediately. She hugged Suze and glared at Sumu fiercely. "When we get to school, I will definitely vent my anger for my brother Xiao Zhe. You are such an uneducated person that you will be kicked out of the house sooner or later." Her words pierced Sumu's heart with deep pain. When he reached the second floor, he stopped and listened to the insult from his third sister. His eyes turned completely cold. In this life, he will never have any illusions again. These people have no heart and can never be warmed up. Su Wanlu was also furious at this moment. She straightened her skirt, pushed up her glasses to hide her panic, turned around, and left in a hurry. In her eyes, Su Mu was still just a waste, and she would deal with him when she got home. Su Yingying and Su Zhe got into the Audi Q7 side by side, chatting and laughing proudly. Su Yingying sneered, "It's embarrassing for that country bumpkin Su Mu to be so cautious when riding in a car for the first time." She rolled her eyes and snorted coldly. "Maybe he is not from our Su family at all, and he just came here because of the money." Su Zhe pretended to be surprised. "Impossible? Dad has done a paternity test. But my brother really doesn't look like one of our Su family members. You lowly thing, you're polluting the environment by riding in the car with us." After Su Yingying finished speaking, the two of them laughed. At this moment, in the attic upstairs, Su Mu was quietly tidying his room. The small and cramped space only had a table and a bed. It was cold in winter and hot in summer, and I was isolated and helpless. Chapter 3. The sticky notes were filled with densely packed plans. The price of the watch the eldest sister wanted, the medicinal porridge the second sister wanted, and the game and code modification for the third sister. The handwriting is clear and the content is detailed, like a servant arranging the master's preferences. Every line is the humble effort of Su Mu in the past 3 years. He stared at the words, humiliation and coldness surging in his heart. The next second, he tore off the sticky note abruptly. He clenched his fingers, crumpled the paper into a ball, and threw it into the trash can. Sumu's eyes no longer had the inferiority complex of the past. He had died once and understood that family affection was nothing but a joke. When he froze to death in the snow, did those so-called sisters and parents feel a bit heartbroken? The answer is clear, no. He was never important in their eyes. Sumu walked into the bathroom and looked at himself in the mirror. His hair covered his eyes and his face was gloomy. He grabbed the scissors and cut off the long hair with a few clicks. The boy in the mirror suddenly became neat and tidy, with sharp eyes, no longer the humble shadow with hunched shoulders. "I've already died once, so why should I be ashamed of myself?" He whispered to himself, a sneer on his face. The attic is cramped, there is no wardrobe, and the clothes are piled in cardboard boxes. It was the waste that the nanny was going to throw away, and he picked it up to pack his clothes. A few old school uniforms and some clothes bought by the elderly in the orphanage through crowdfunding are all his belongings. Memories flooded back, and he remembered the day when he was picked up by the Su family's car, and how the grandparents from the orphanage were reluctant to let him go. They laughed and said that he was going to live a good life with a father, mother, and sister, and could fly out of the poor mountain valley. At that time, his eyes were filled with tears, and he swore in his heart that when he became rich, he would take his elderly parents to a nursing home and take them to see the world. But before he could fulfill his promise, he died in the snow at Sue's house. Thinking of this, he clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. He rummaged through the corner of the cardboard box and found a recorder that the mobile phone shop owner had given him. The boss had taken care of him and given him a second-hand mobile phone. Today, he will carry a recorder with him for self-defense. After changing his clothes, he picked up his school bag and hurried downstairs. I happened to meet Zhang Yuding, who had just returned from shopping. She wore sunglasses and the latest dress, and the maid behind her was carrying a full bag of shopping bags. She looked so gorgeous that she didn't look like a woman in her 50s. Sumu stopped and called out with a cold face, "Mom." Zhang Yuding paused, her face hard and cold. She never actually acknowledged the child. Sumu was lost at the age of 1. She was heartbroken and adopted Su Zhe as her own son. More than 10 years have passed, and she has forgotten her lost son. Now that the paternity test proves that Sumu is her biological son, she still hates him. In her eyes, this son only brings trouble to the family. "Are you sleeping in again? Your sister and brother are already at school. Why are you still dawdling at home?" She started by blaming. Sumu had no expression on his face and just said, "I'm going to school. Turn around and leave." Zhang Yuding sneered and took off her sunglasses. "Why are you running? Your family didn't give you a car? Are you pretending to be pitiful and want to say that the Su family is abusing you?" Sumu paused, without even turning his head, and said, "I don't have a car, so I run there every day for a year and a half." His back was stern. He threw his school bag and pushed the door open. Zhang Yuding was stunned for a moment, unable to believe it. Running for half an hour, every day? She thought it was a lie made up by Su Zhe. But Aunt Zhang, the nanny next to her, whispered to her, "Madam, the young master does run to school every day." Zhang Yuding's face turned grim, and she complained through gritted teeth, "I've been merciful enough. Giving him the title of young master of the Su family is still not enough." As she spoke, she ordered the servants to send large and small bags of clothes to Su Zhe's room, all of which were newly bought. As for Sumu, she didn't even bother to look at him. At this moment, the disparity in treatment between heaven and earth couldn't be more obvious. Sumu ran out of the villa, sneering in his heart. From today on, he will train his body back to its peak. He will no longer cook porridge for anyone. He wants to live for himself. At the entrance of Haiqing College, the attendance point, Su Zhe and Jiang Qingya stood side by side. One was the vice president of the student union, and the other was the goddess recognized by the whole school. Sumu came running over panting and sweating profusely. Su Zhe raised his eyes, smiled hypocritically, and wrote in the attendance book, "Sumu late, 2 points deducted." Jiang Qingya was wearing a short skirt school uniform and stockings wrapped around her legs, looking stunning. She looked at him with disdain and sneered softly. "What a shame, Su Zhe. How could you have such a brother?" Sumu just looked at them coldly, turned around, and walked into the campus. This look made Jiang Qingya's face change, and she asked sharply, "Sumu, what are you looking at?" Chapter 4. Jiang Qingya felt unhappy because she had always known that Sumu had a crush on her. That time she helped pick up the books and even folded a small heart. She thought it was Su Zhe's, but unexpectedly it was Sumu's. One is a rich young master, the other is a lowly lackey. Although they both have the surname Su, they are world apart. Sumu's self-conceit made her feel sick. At school, Sumu always secretly watched her and ran errands for her to buy water and snacks. Whenever he saw himself with Su Zhe, he would look hurt. On weekdays, she also treated Sumu as a tool, helping him move books and do duty, and never refused any orders. But today, Sumu actually dared to look at her coldly, without even a word of flattery. Jiang Qingya shook her curly hair and repeated in a cold voice, "Sumu, why don't you come back and apologize?" Sumu didn't stop, just said, "I don't apologize to garbage." The former gentleness has completely disappeared. He sneered in his heart, thinking that he must have been blind to like such a person. Jiang Qingya's face suddenly turned gloomy. She had never been humiliated like this before. "Sumu, come back to me within 3 seconds." She shouted angrily and reached out to pull him. Sumu dodged easily and didn't bother to pay attention. Su Zhe came over with a gleam of inquiry in his eyes. He keenly noticed that Sumu seemed to have changed and was no longer the obedient dog. Su Zhe felt a little depressed. He knew that he was an adopted son, and from the moment Sumu returned home, crisis had been with him. At home, he always suppressed Sumu. He secretly threw away the gift that Sumu gave to his sister. Sumu wanted to be closer to his parents, so he pretended to be sick and successfully drew all the attention to himself. He was already adept at all of this. Today, he's going to step on Sumu's head again. "Sumu, put my school bag on the table, then go buy me some water and buy breakfast for Qingya." His tone was arrogant, as if he was ordering a servant. Sumu sneered and took the school bag, but his smile was bone-chillingly cold. "Okay, give it to me." Su Zhe thought he was still the timid brother, so he threw the school bag over to him. However, the next second, Sumu narrowed his eyes and said in a cold voice, You ran errands and bought things for half a year, but you didn't pay me a dime. Now I have to pay you back in full. Es war Stund. He didn't expect Sumu to ask for money. Developed this habit by squeezing sumac over the years. Sumu sneered. You don't really intend to not pay back the money, do you? Are you uncultured? Or is it that you have a mother who gave birth, but no mother who raised you? After saying that, he raised his middle finger arrogantly. The students around him gasped in shock. Sumu's attitude today was completely different. Suze's face turned pale, and he suppressed his anger. How much? I'm not as poor as you. I just forgot. Sumu spread his fingers, his tone calm but cold. Breakfast is 42. Errand fee is 100, a total of 18,000 for half a year. Cash or card? Suze's breathing stagnated and his face turned pale. He didn't expect the amount to be so large, and he didn't expect Sumu to force him in public. I'll let my eldest sister take care of it later, don't worry. He gritted his teeth, trying to save face. But the next second, he whispered provocatively, Anyway, my eldest sister loves me the most. If you give her a watch, she will still give it to me. Why bother? Sumu's heart like a knife. In his previous life, he personally delivered the watch to his eldest sister, and it finally fell into Suze's hands. And the eldest sister looked at him without even a trace of guilt. That scene was forever engraved in his bones. Sumu's fingertips trembled, but he soon sneered. Then asked her to transfer the money to me today. If she doesn't, I will post on the forum saying that you owe me money and don't pay it back. These words made Suze's expression change completely. What he cares about most is his reputation, and he is most afraid that his classmates will see through his hypocritical appearance. As soon as he finished speaking, Sumu swung his school bag and threw it out of the school gate. Carrying your school bag? Dream on. Get out and pick it up. The crowd was shocked. Suze froze in place, his face turning pale and blue. Jiang Qingyao was furious, her voice shaking with anger. Sumu, you're going too far. It's just a small amount of money, but you actually threatened your brother. Sumu folded his arms and sneered, his tone sharp. Small money? Then you pay it back for him. As soon as the words were spoken, the whole audience fell silent. Jiang Qingyao was stunned, and her face turned red. She wanted to protect Suze, but was exposed in public. It's not something I owe you. Her voice was weak, and her momentum was instantly lost. Sumu's eyes were cold and merciless. If you are a whore, don't pretend to be a saint. If you want to be a good person, either pay him back or shut up. This sentence was like a slap in her face in public. Jiang Qingyao was furious and raised her hand to slap Sumu. How dare you say that to me? Suze couldn't help but rush over and roared. Sumu, you are looking for death. Sumu clenched his fists, his eyes cold. Today, he had been waiting for this fight for a long time. The smell of gunpowder in the air gradually became stronger. Just as the two sides were about to start fighting, a clear female voice rang out. Whose school bag is it? The voice was filled with laughter, and then a bulging school bag came crashing back from the door. Bang! The heavy blow hit Suze's arms, knocking him back half a step. The crowd fell silent. At the door, a tall and slender figure slowly walked towards. She raised her eyebrows and said coldly, Are you bullying your classmates? Chapter 5. Sumu turned his head suddenly, and his eyes paused. At that moment, he recognized the person. Jiang Ruiying, 18 years old, is the student council president and the top student in the school. His black hair fell to his waist, his uniform was neat, and his bow tie was fastened tightly. Her smile was indifferent, but she carried an aura of arrogance, like a cool and elegant cat. Her family background is even more shocking. She is the only daughter of the Jiang family, the richest family in Beijing. She is at the top in terms of appearance, performance, and status. She is the dream girl of all boys, but no one dares to get close to her. Suze was hit by the school bag and took a half step back. When he looked back, greed flashed in his eyes. He immediately pretended to be wronged and shouted hurriedly, President, it wasn't me. It was Sumu who threw my school bag out. Jiang Qingya quickly added, That's right, President. It was Sumu who bullied us. She looked at the perfect Jiang Ruoying and felt sour in her heart. Why? She is obviously no worse than Jiang Ruoying, but she can only live under her light. After all, her father was just a driver for the Jiang family. Jiang Ruoying raised her eyes slightly and glanced at Sumu. His eyes were calm, yet sharp as a knife. Suze, don't lie. She sneered and said sharply, He is so thin that he can be blown away by the wind. How can he bully you? In one sentence, the hypocrisy is directly exposed. I've seen you ask him to run errands several times. Don't do that again. The whole audience was in an uproar. Sumo's heart suddenly shook. She was actually speaking for herself? But the only word that echoed in my ears was that word, thin. Yes, in her eyes, he was not even a real man. Sumu raised his head and said in a cold voice, I threw it away myself. Suze asked me to carry the school bag, but I didn't want to, so I threw it away. In just a few words, the truth is revealed. Suze's face turned pale, and he gritted his teeth. That's not the case. President, don't believe him. Jiang Ruoying paused and rarely looked at Sumu again. This boy used to be silent and submissive, but today he actually dared to stand up and explain. There was a glint of approval in her eyes. Not bad, she thought to herself. At least it's a bit manly. Jiang Ruoying reached out and gently patted Suze's shoulder. His voice was not loud, but every word was as powerful as a hammer. Put away your temper and don't act like a spoiled brat in front of me. Go back to the classroom. Suze looked embarrassed and left dejectedly, holding his school bag. Jiang Qingyao also stomped her feet and chased after him, her heart full of jealousy. Sumu looked at their backs quietly, then turned and walked towards the classroom. However, behind him, there were brisk footsteps and a girl humming softly. The scent is sweet, like peach. Sumu paused, and sure enough, a soft figure bumped into him. Oops. Jiang Ruoying rubbed her nose and glared at him with a frown. Why did you stop so suddenly? Sumu felt a little confused, and his eyes looked unnatural. You're following me? Jiang Ruoying snorted lightly, with a smile in her tone. Don't be so self-indulgent. We are in the same class. She raised her eyes. Her almond-shaped eyes were watery, but with helplessness. You're different today. Did you lose your memory? Sumu was stunned. Embarrassment spread across his cheeks. In the past, I only had my sister and Suze in my eyes and never cared about my classmates. Now I can't even recognize all the people in my class. He apologized sincerely. His ears turned red, and he was so embarrassed that he wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Jiang Ruoying smiled, with the corners of her lips slightly raised, like a cunning kitten. Okay, I forgive you. She turned and walked forward, her steps light as if nothing had happened. But a ripple appeared in my heart. She had noticed long ago that this boy was different from the others. He seems to live in his own world, clumsy but stubborn. This made her wonder, how would it feel if he cared about her? The two of them walked one after the other and finally arrived at the classroom door. At this point, I was already 15 minutes late. In the classroom, Suze and Jiang Qingyao had already sat down with calm expressions on their faces. Relying on their status and achievements, they never worry about punishment. The class teacher Wang Daji smiled as soon as he saw Jiang Ruoying. Ruoying, come in quickly. The teacher believes that you will be the first this time. However, the next second, his expression suddenly changed. Sumu with a cold and stern gaze. Sumu, you're late again. His voice was filled with disgust. That's already the 20th time this month. Your grades are at the bottom, and you still don't follow the rules. I will inform your parents tonight and ask them to take you back home and reflect on your actions. You are just a rat shit that spoils the whole pot of porridge. The whole class was in an uproar, with laughter breaking out one after another. Sumu's expression darkened, and he slowly raised his head. I'm sorry, teacher. His voice was low, but with a hint of hoarseness. I don't have any parents. I work late every night, and that's when I'm late. With just one sentence, the head teacher was completely stunned. The words got stuck in his throat, and his face turned pale and blue. Guilt and embarrassment quietly welled up in my heart. Isn't this child suffering too much? Wang Daji's eyes flickered, and he was speechless for a moment. Jiang Ruoying also stopped, with surprise in her eyes. This was the first time she heard this secret. It turned out that he was late not because he was lazy, but because he worked too hard. But before the atmosphere could ease, another English teacher sneered. An orphan still comes to school? How vain! The sound was sharp and piercing. Instead of embarrassing yourself, you might as well drop out of school and go work. You the last-ranked piece of trash. Are you worthy of sitting here? The whole audience was in an uproar, and the laughter started again. Sumu tightened his fingertips, and a cold look flashed in his eyes. Teacher, his voice was filled with suppressed anger. I just want to study. Is that wrong? In the pocket of the school uniform, the old recorder was quietly running. Tick-tock. Every word was recorded completely. Chapter 6. Lu Yun's voice was sharp and piercing. He pointed at Sumu, as if judging a criminal, and shouted, "You are not welcome here. What are you, an orphan? Drop out of school now, and don't embarrass me." The whole class was instantly quiet, and the students whispered to each other. Many people had long been accustomed to the teacher's prejudice. Suze lowered his head, but a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. He deliberately never clarified because he wanted everyone to believe that Sumu was just an adopted servant. But no one knew that Sumu was the true bloodline of the Su family. However, in his previous life, he had endured too much humiliation for too long. At this moment, he would not endure it anymore. He raised his head, his eyes cold, and uttered words as sharp as a knife. How can a sparrow understand the ambition of a swan? Heaven moves with vigor, and a gentleman strives to strengthen himself. I will not back down, and you'd better get out of the way. After saying this, he quietly turned off the recorder in his pocket. He had received enough information and didn't need to endure it any longer. Then he smiled coldly. A good dog doesn't block the road. Lu Yun's face flushed red, and he immediately rushed over and grabbed Sumu's collar. But he was just a thin scholar. How could he pull Sumu away? Instead, Sumu slapped him back, and he gasped in pain. "You don't even have the moral integrity of a teacher. How can you be a teacher?" Sumu's voice was like a bell, and the whole class was in an uproar. Some people couldn't help but laugh, and the students who were usually ignored by Lu Yun were particularly happy. Lu Yun was shocked and took a few steps back. He was about to explode, but was pulled away by the head teacher Wang Daji. Wang Daji sighed in his heart. Sumu had a hard time, but Lu Yun did go too far. Sumu shook off Lu Yun's hand, strode back to his seat, and said coldly, "Don't disturb me while I'm doing my homework." The whole class was silent, and everyone was staring at him. Lu Yun was furious and pointed at him and cursed. "You are a piece of trash. You are wasting paper, even on the test paper." Suze peeked at the side, his eyes flashing with gloating. To him, Sumu could only stay in the mud forever. But Sumu ignored him. He lowered his head and picked up the pen, his eyes determined. No one knew that he had an extremely strong memory and could remember a lot of knowledge at a glance. It was only because he was worried about Suze that he deliberately lowered the score to 60 points. He remembered his third sister, Su Yingying's warning. If you score higher than Xiaoza, you'll be beaten and kicked out of the Su family. In that life, he gritted his teeth and endured it. But in this life, he would never give in again. The math test paper was spread out, and he scanned the questions, reading 10 lines at a glance, calculating quickly in his head, and writing with flying pen. He had pretended to be dumb before, but now he wanted to show everyone his true strength. No matter how much you write, you won't pass." Lu Yun said sarcastically and deliberately made sarcastic remarks in the classroom. At this moment, a cold female voice sounded. "Teacher, please go out and don't disturb us during the exam." The whole class looked up. It was Student Union President Jiang Ruoying. Her tone was polite, yet it carried an undeniable sense of pressure. Lu Yun immediately shrank and nodded repeatedly. "Sorry, Jiang, I'll be out of here. I won't disturb you." Then he sulked out of the classroom. The class erupted in discussion, but soon quieted down. Jiang Ruoying couldn't help but secretly glance at Sumu. Seeing him absorbed in answering the questions, his pen scribbling rapidly, she was slightly startled. This boy was completely different today. Within a class, Sumu put down his pen. His chest heaved as he felt the joy of answering questions for the first time. Wang Daji came over and wanted to scold him, but he couldn't help but glance at the test paper. He got all the small questions correct, the steps for the big questions complete, and even the last question right. His heart was pounding. This kid, when did he become so powerful? "Teacher, can I hand in my paper early?" Sumu raised his head and asked calmly, causing the whole class to be shocked. Everyone was still racking their brains, and he actually wanted a hand in his paper. Many people thought that he handed in a blank paper, but Wang Daji knew that this test paper might shock the whole school. He nodded and whispered, "Okay, give me the paper." Sumu stood up, handed over the test paper, turned around, and walked out of the classroom. Envious eyes fell on his back. Suze gritted his teeth and snorted coldly. "Why are you pretending? Wait until the results come out and see how embarrassing you are." But just when he was feeling proud, Sumu took out his phone, edited the recording file, and sent it directly to the school forum and every teacher's email. In the last email, he left a cold message. "Principal, you don't want this recording to be made public by the Beijing media, right?" Sumu added a few more words to the principal's email, and then put away his phone. Luyan was too annoying to look at. Sumu still remembered that in his previous life, Luyan gave his English test a very low score on behalf of Suze. In the end, Suze took the test paper home. Chapter 7. That night, Sumu was punished to kneel on the cold floor, and his nominal father, Su Tianxi, personally whipped him with a whip, causing his skin to be torn and flesh to burst. The Su family doesn't keep useless people. These words pierced the eardrums like a knife. The irony is, if they really don't want to keep a waste, then why bring him back? It's just to let it be a blood bag for Suze. Sumu clenched his teeth and lowered his eyes to hide his surging anger. At this moment, he swore in his heart that he would completely break away from the Su family and climb up with his own strength. The next day, he still walked into the examination room on time. The test paper was distributed, and he finished and handed it in less than an hour. When the classmates saw this scene, there was only one answer in their minds. He had completely given up. At first, some people felt sorry for him, but now they just think he doesn't deserve any sympathy. But no one knew that his real choice was far more cold-blooded than these people imagined. After school, he first asked for leave from the mobile phone store and then decisively quit his job at the Chinese medicine shop. Since he no longer has to make medicinal porridge for others, he needs to free up time to plan for his future. Sumu counted his savings, 20,000 yuan. It wasn't much, but it was enough for him to leave the Su family and find a place to stay. The Su family has never been his home. When he returned to the villador, he happened to meet Su Wanlu. The girl remembered the conflict in the morning, covered her aching stomach, snorted coldly, and turned to walk into the house. She waited for Sumu to follow in like a dog and admit his mistake. But Sumu's expression was as calm as a pool of stagnant water. When I opened the door, I heard laughter coming from the living room. On the sofa, Su Ze was surrounded by his parents. Zhang Yuding fed him fruit, and Su Tianxi patted his shoulders affectionately. Su Wanlu and Su Yingying were also present, one serving water and the other smiling. All they talked about was Su Ze's upcoming birthday, discussing gifts and dreaming about studying abroad, with warmth written all over their faces. And all this has nothing to do with Sumu. Today is his birthday, but no one remembers it. When he was about to go upstairs, Su Tianxi suddenly shouted coldly, "Sumu, stop right there. You didn't say hello to your parents when you saw them? I heard you were late, talked back to the teacher, and bullied Xiaoza." Sumu stopped and a sneer appeared on his lips. "Parents? Are you worthy? You are Su Ze's parents, not mine. Sometimes I wonder if you're his real dad, not mine." As soon as the words fell, the atmosphere suddenly froze. On this side, there's a happy family. On the other side, he was all alone. Su Tianxi was so angry that he suddenly picked up the ashtray and threw it at Sumu. A cry of surprise was heard, and Sumu instinctively raised his hand to block it. Intense pain spread instantly, and blood gushed out from his arm, bright red and glaring. The shattered ashtray fell to the ground, breaking into pieces. Sumu's arm was very deep, with flesh and blood exposed, and the bones seemed to be broken. Su Tianxi was stunned, with cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Zhang Yuding was also stunned, her fingers trembling slightly. Su Wanlu stared at the bloody arm, feeling an inexplicable pain in her heart. For the past 6 months, Sumu made porridge and brought her medicine every day, and also went to the university to deliver information for her. At this moment, those scenes suddenly came to her mind, making her heart tighten. She bit her lip, quickly went to get the first aid kit, squatted in front of him, and said coldly, "I'll bandage you." But Sumu took a step back, his eyes cold, and took out his cell phone to dial 120. The voice was calm, yet made people's heart tremble. "You gonna call an ambulance for such a minor injury?" Su Wanlio's tone was sharp, and she was trying hard to maintain her pride. Su Tianxi's face turned pale, and he took the opportunity to scold. "You can't stand a little injury. Are you still a man?" Sumu raised his bleeding arm, blood splattering everywhere, and sneered. "A minor injury? Do you want to give it a try? Consider this blood as my repayment for your kindness in raising me." His voice was hoarse, but it was like a nail hammering into everyone's heart. Several people stepped back involuntarily, their eyes flickering. Zhang Yuding looked at him, feeling an inexplicable pain in her heart. She knew that she was the mother, but she had been avoiding the fact that she had been separated for many years. And the stubborn boy in front of her was very similar to her in his eyes and eyebrows. "Don't say such things." She choked out a sob, tears welling up in her eyes. "Mom, I feel bad." Chapter 8. Sumu heard Zhang Yuding say, "Mom is upset." His eyes remained calm. He raised his chin with a sneer, his tone colder than his blood. "The cat cries the mouse, and the cat cries the mouse. Fake mercy, stop pretending." Blood dripped from his arm, and he didn't even bother to look at these so-called family members. Zhang Yuding was stunned. She remembered that Sumu was not like this before. The child who had been smiling at everyone every day for the past 6 months seemed to have become a stranger overnight. Tears rolled down her face, and she wanted to get closer, but was kept at a distance. Suze immediately stepped forward, wiped his mother's tears with a tissue, and gently comforted her. "Mom, don't cry. Brother didn't mean it." Before he finished speaking, he turned his face away with a look of heartache. "Brother has never liked me. I'm leaving." His eyes looked sad, but actually they contained malice. "Brother, it's okay if you don't like me, but don't make Mom angry. She's really working hard." These words made Sumu feel nauseous. He slammed down coldly. "If you want to leave, then leave now. Stop pretending. Who are you trying to show off to?" Zhang Yuding protected Su Zhe in disbelief, tearfully accusing him. "Xiao Zhe, you don't have to leave. How could you treat your loved ones like this? I'm your mother. He is your brother. Can't you tolerate him?" Sumu hit back coldly. "Yes, I can't tolerate it. Either he leaves or I leave. You choose." He knew the outcome, but still forced them to give the answer in public. Let these so-called relatives say with their own mouths that they have abandoned him. The air froze, and there was a dead silence. Su Wanlu took a deep breath, her eyes full of disappointment. "Sumu, I really misjudged you. Were you pretending to be nice to me?" Sumu raised his head. His pale face was as cold as ice. "Yes, it's all fake." His voice was sonorous, like a knife cutting through his old disguise. "For the past 6 months, I gotten up at 6 every day to make porridge, cycled for 3 hours to deliver documents, fought someone until I broke a bone because I was harassed by you, and worked until the early morning to buy you the skirt you liked. All of this was just an act." The words were like thunder, which made Su Wanlio's mind confused. She opened her lips slightly, but couldn't utter a word in rebuttal. My throat felt like it was filled with lead, and it was blocked and uncomfortable. It turned out that all those subtle acts of tenderness were just a disguise that he thought he was doing. Su Yingying sneered. "Don't be so pretentious. Of course we choose Brother Xiaoza. Trash like you're not even worthy of carrying Xiaoza's shoes." She laughed shrilly and walked to Su Zhe with her little leather shoes on. Her sweet voice echoed through the hall. "Isn't it, Mom? Xiao Zhe is enough for our family." Zhang Yuding hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. Su Tianxi roared, his face ferocious. "Sumu, you are rebelling. If you want to leave, then leave. From now on, I will cut off all your living expenses. Let's see how you can survive in the capital without the Su family." The hall was silent. Sumu suddenly laughed. His laughter was hoarse, but soul-stirring. "Okay, I'll remember what you said, and I'll never forget it." His low laugh echoed like a bloody irony. A secret smile flashed across Suze's lips, and then he pretended to be sad. "Brother, I'm sorry. As long as you apologize, you can still stay at home." She pretended to try to reconcile, but in her heart she wished Sumu would just get out of here so that she could have all the love and property. Su Yingying took the opportunity to make up for it, hugged Suze's arm, and said in a soft voice, "Brother Xiaoza, you are too kind. You should let Sumu know what he means in this family." After she finished speaking, she turned around and gave him a provocative look, her eyes full of arrogance and mockery. At this moment, the medical staff pushed the door open and asked urgently, "Where's the 120 patient?" Several nurses walked over quickly, but were shocked by the scene before them. The family members surrounded the unharmed Su Zhe as if he was the injured one. The young nurse frowned. "Where's the wound?" Another nurse pointed awkwardly at the pale teenager in the corner. "The patient is here." Several people looked at each other and cursed in their hearts. What's wrong with this family? The nurse walked over to Su Mu and saw the deep wound on his arm that was so deep that the bone was visible. She couldn't help but gasp. It must be treated immediately and taken back to the hospital for stitches. Her voice was cold and hard, and there was pity in her eyes. Having such a family was a disaster. Sumu calmly followed the nurse out. When he passed the door, he suddenly turned around, a smile appeared on his lips, and he shook his phone. "Suze, don't forget the money you owe me. There's still 3 hours until tomorrow." Suze's heart trembled violently, and his fingertips clenched. "Sumu is threatening." Wanlu was stunned and asked, "What money?" Suze's face froze, and he forced an explanation. Nothing. My brother bought me breakfast this morning and said that if I didn't pay him back, he would expose me. His voice was slurred, and he was so guilty that he didn't dare to raise his eyes. Su Ying sneered. You dare to bring out the breakfast money? Brother Xiaoza, from now on, your third sister will have someone bring you food every day. There was contempt on her lips, as if she was deliberately humiliating Sumu. Su Wanlu looked at the bloodstains at the door and said hesitantly, Do you want to go to the hospital? She felt uneasy, and the blood-red marks made her chest tighten. Su Qianxi snorted coldly. Why go? He's not dead. Let him reflect on himself. After saying that, he hugged Zhang Yuding and turned to go upstairs. Zhang Yuding bit her lip and hesitated, but still chose to follow silently. The corridor was silent again, with only the smell of blood in the air. Sumu's back disappeared outside the door. His indifference and determination were like a blade that tore apart family affection. Suze returned to the room, and when he thought of that bloody smile, a chill ran down his spine. He understood that the money had to be paid back. Otherwise, Sumu would tear off his mask of disguise and expose all his ugliness to the public. He hurriedly took out his cell phone and made a call. Hey, big sister. Chapter 9. The night sky of Beijing CBD is brilliantly lit, and it is still bustling after 10 o'clock. Countless workers are running around between the high-rise buildings like worker bees. In the panoramic office on the 46th floor, Su Nanyang was sliding the mouse with a stern face, and the resumes on the screen were ruthlessly thrown into the recycle bin. She had a critical look and spoke in a cold tone. Either they look feminine or they are so ugly that they are unsightly. None of them are usable. At this moment, the cell phone rang suddenly, and the name Suze popped up on the screen. She frowned slightly, but her expression softened a little when she answered the call. Xiaoze, what's wrong? The voice was full of tenderness. Over the years, she has worked hard to start a business and made countless money, all for the purpose of protecting her family. Among all the people in the family, the one she loves the most is her youngest brother. When the company was in the most difficult time, Suze ordered flowers for her for 3 months, which were delivered to her office every morning, along with a small card filled with blessings. Those little bits of warmth helped her get through the darkest days. On the other end of the phone, Suze's voice was filled with tears. Sister, my brother wants money, but I don't have any. Can you help me call him? Otherwise, he will keep bothering me. In a word, all the dirty water was thrown on Sumu. Su Nanyang's face turned cold instantly. She had only met this so-called brother a few times. I heard that he doesn't follow the rules, often bullies Xiaoza, has poor grades, and is good for nothing. Half a year ago, she gave him a gift of 100,000 yuan, which should be enough for a child who grew up in a rural orphanage to spend for a long time. But I didn't expect that he would spend it all so quickly. He must have been dazzled by the glamorous world of the big city and learned to be extravagant and wasteful. Thinking of this, the disgust becomes even stronger. She said impatiently, How much does he want? Is he not studying hard and only thinking about spending money? Suze immediately added, It's 18,000, sister, you can call him. He is often late at school, and he was not punished because of the teacher's leniency. The tone of the complaint was full of exaggeration. He was secretly happy in his heart. His eldest sister believed his words the most. Sumu, there is no way he can get his hands on any of the Su family's property. Su Nanya responded coldly. I know, I will call him. A hint of coldness flashed in her eyes. This so-called younger brother must be disciplined someday. At the same time, Sumu had been helped into the ambulance by several young nurses. These young nurses were no more than 20 years old, with clear eyes full of sympathy. Don't worry, brother. An ambulance trip won't be a big deal. You'll be fine once your wound is stitched up. Sumu scratched his head slightly and smiled sheepishly. Thank you, sisters. The nurses chatted casually, but couldn't help asking, Are those people just now your family members? The boy's eyes dimmed. He nodded, then shook his head. We are just blood relatives. The nurses' hearts sank and anger flashed in their eyes. The cold-bloodedness of rich people is truly disgusting. They secretly criticized each other. Such a big villa cannot accommodate a real son. The car was quiet until Sumu's phone vibrated and Su Nanya popped up on the screen. When the call was connected, a cold voice came. 18,000 has been transferred to your card. Don't bother Xiaozu again in the future, and don't embarrass the Su family in public. The tone sounded like almsgiving. Sumu narrowed his eyes and murmured 2 words. Blackmail. His voice was filled with sarcasm. That bastard Suze. Is that what he said to you? What a joke. He owes me this money. Don't make it seem like you're giving me charity. Every word he uttered was like a bloody knife. Sunanya disdainfully said, Xiaoze only has 20,000 yuan a month for living expenses. How could he possibly ask you to borrow money? Don't lie, Sumu said coldly, but this is the fact. For half a year, I brought him breakfast every day, and he didn't give me a penny. You'd better ask your brother. His tone was extremely sharp. I accept this money with a clear conscience. You owe me this. Su Nanyang was stunned. It was the first time she heard such a counterattack, and she felt a sense of strangeness in her heart. But before he could finish his words, the phone was hung up. When the ambulance arrived at the hospital, Sumu registered, got a number, and found the department by himself. His movements were so skillful that it didn't seem like it was his first time. He has long been accustomed to bearing all of this alone. As the anesthesia took effect, his entire arm gradually lost sensation, and he stared quietly at the wound that was more than 10 centimeters long. Cold sweat broke out on the doctor's forehead. This was the first time he saw someone look directly at the wound he had sutured without even blinking. Thinking that the child was registering alone without any family members around, the doctor sighed inwardly and subconsciously slowed down his movements. After the stitches are done, eat less soy sauce to avoid scarring. The stitches will be removed in 2 weeks. The voice was unconsciously gentle. If you feel inconvenient after being discharged from the hospital, just take a taxi. Don't force yourself. A word of advice from a stranger is more sincere than the concern of family members. Sumu nodded quietly, but a sour feeling welled up in his heart. The so-called family love cannot compare to the kindness of a stranger. He was about to get up when he suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure outside the door. The girl's skirt lifted slightly, her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, and a silver chain swayed on her wrist, with a 4-leaf clover pendant hanging from it, and the emerald sparkled coldly under the light. The side profile is cold, and the temperament is aloof. Sumoy's pupils shrank slightly. Jiang Ruing, how did you get here? Chapter 10. Sumu just walked out the door. He saw Jiang Ruing's back flash by and disappear into a ward. The next second, a crisp slapping sound was heard from inside, making his fingertips tremble slightly. He hesitated for a moment, then walked closer. A woman's hysterical roar could be heard from inside the room. Do you know how you got on the math test this time? 140 points. Shame on you. Why wasn't it a perfect score? The voice was so sharp that it pierced her ears. If you're not good, your father will abandon us. My daughter must be the best. Kneel down. Jiang Ruoying's sobbing voice followed. Mom, can you take the medicine? You can hit me, but please take the medicine. Her voice was cautious, with a suppressed cry. But her mother still screamed, I'm not sick. I won't eat. Get down on your knees. The room was quiet for a moment, and Sumu frowned deeply. Jiang Ruoying wouldn't really kneel down, right? Her mother's condition clearly indicated that she had mental problems. Sumu was hesitating between retreating and advancing, feeling conflicted. He thought of Jiang Ruoying's usual arrogance at school, and how she was now forced into such a situation. After hesitating for a long time, he pushed the door open and went in. The scene before him made his heart tighten. Jiang Ring brought water and carefully fed her mother the medicine. The middle-aged woman lying on the bed was beautiful but pale, with a freshly used sedative next to her. Jiang Ruoying had tears on her face, and her eyes were red. Sumu was about to leave. Jiang Ruoying suddenly turned around and said in a low voice, Did you see everything? She was not wearing her school uniform today. She was wearing a light purple long skirt, a slender waist, white socks, and canvas shoes, which made her look extremely pure. I didn't mean to, I was just passing by. Sumu avoided her gaze, but saw the bright red palm print on her cheek. That was the mark left by the slap, just now. Jiang Ruoying pleaded in a low voice. Don't tell anyone about what happened today, okay? She took a step closer, her peach scent carrying her like a frightened kitten. His eyes were moist and his voice was trembling. Sumu tightened his palm, took a half step back, and turned his head. Don't worry, I'm not a gossipy person. His tone was cold but firm. He would never do such a thing as exposing someone's scars. Jiang Ring was obviously relieved. She gently closed the door and quickly caught up with him. She walked side by side with him, staring at his arm wrapped in gauze, and asked curiously, What's wrong with your arm? Same as your face. Sumu shrugged and spoke casually, but the atmosphere suddenly became quiet. He took out a tube of ointment from his pocket and handed it to her. It's for reducing swelling. Apply it here. Jiang Ruoying was stunned. She took the ointment with her fingertips and looked at the cold yet gentle boy in front of her. Her heart skipped a beat. She clutched the ointment tightly, concealing her emotions and pretending to laugh cheerfully. That's impossible. Were you also beaten by your family? Sumu just nodded lightly. This kind of indifferent attitude is more heartbreaking than anger. Jiang Ruoying subconsciously reached out and lightly touched his arm with her fingertips. Does it hurt? I'm used to it. Those two short words cut into her heart like a knife. In the darkness of the night, it was almost 11 o'clock. Sumu said casually, "Do you want me to take you back?" "It's too late." Jiang Ruoying shook her head. "No, my dad will send someone to pick me up. But before that, can you stay with me for a while? I'm a little scared." When she smiled, the corners of her eyes curved with dependence. She pulled out a small cake from the bag, chocolate covered with powdered sugar, which she had bought for her mother. "Eat cake with me." Sumu was stunned. Today was his birthday. He said inexplicably, "What a coincidence. Today is my birthday." Jiang Ruoying's eyes lit up. "That's even better. Happy birthday." She found a finger biscuit from the box and stuck it on the cake as a candle. "Blow out the candles, my dear birthday man." Jiang Ruoying held the cake in front of him and smiled sweetly. Under the dim light, the boy's heart felt soft. In the Su family, he is an abandoned child. Here, someone sincerely sends him blessings. He whispered, "Thank you." The two shared the small cake and tacitly imprinted this scene in their hearts. Soon, a Bentley stopped at the door. Jiang Ring said goodbye softly. "See you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow." Sumu waved his hand and watched her figure disappear. Suddenly, he felt a warmth in his heart that he had never felt before. But late at night, he still had to face reality. Where to live? For convenience, he found a hotel near the school gate. The room was tidy and the mattress was soft, even more comfortable than Sue's own room. The moment he lay down, he couldn't help but sigh. The life I lived before was not a human life at all. It is a waste to leave money to those cold-blooded people. He should live for himself. Just as I was about to take a break, a video call came in on my phone. On the screen are the smiling faces of the grandparents in the nursing home. "Happy birthday, AMU. Move aside. Let me see my eldest grandson. Doesn't he live in a big house and live a happy life?" Kind faces filled the small screen, full of concern. Sumu's heart ached, but he smiled and replied, "I'm doing well. They all love me very much, and my sisters are also very good to me. When I have a promising future, I will take you to live with me." The smile was high, but the moisture in the eyes could not be stopped. The old people all said in unison, "AMU is so lucky. We don't go out and can't get used to living in high-rise buildings. I hope you can make a difference." They refused because they were afraid of being a burden to him. Sumu's heart tightened. These old people were his real family. They were the ones who picked him up when he was still a baby and raised him little by little. Now, he cannot let their efforts go to waste. The video was hung up, the screen went out, and he was stunned for a long time. There was a cold light in his eyes. He was determined to climb up desperately. Not for the Su family, but for those who treat him sincerely. Fatigue overwhelmed him, and he fell into a deep sleep. Thousands of miles away in High City, in a studio dormitory, another story is unfolding. Su Qiaoyu clenched the charcoal pencil in her hand with a sad expression. On the drawing paper, there is a young man lying in the snow with a look of despair in his eyes, and in the distance is a gorgeous villa. She whispered painfully, "Brother." Su Lily came over, her perfect curves visible under her suspender nightgown. She stared at the painting curiously. "Qiaoyu, who is the person in this painting? They sound so desperate." Su Qiaoyu whispered, "It's my brother." Su Lily was stunned. "Is it that dubious Su Zhe? Didn't you say he often breaks your things?" Qiaoyu shook her head. "No, he's my biological brother, Sumu." Her eyes were sour and her voice was trembling. "I have never met him, but I've been sending him gifts. I always dream that he is living a miserable life, and even dream that he is dead." Having said that, the dimples under her eyes lost their luster. Su Lily's heart moved, and she reached out and pinched her face. "Then go meet him. Xiaoyu's younger brother must be very cute. Don't worry, after the exam tomorrow, I'll get the holiday for you." Chapter 12. At this moment, the lights in several rooms of the Su family were still on. Su Wanlu sat on the bed, tossing and turning, her heart in a mess. From time to time, she walked to the window and looked out at the dark street. There was no sign of a taxi, nor of Sumu. Late at night, he didn't come back. The bloody wound kept appearing in her mind, and her heart felt tight. But when she thought of his indifferent attitude, she felt so angry that her stomach ached. Is it so hard to apologize? She muttered softly and finally picked up the phone and dialed Sumu's number. But the phone was hung up quickly, and I didn't hear any sound. The phone fell on the bed, and Su Wanlu gritted her teeth. Okay, Sumu, oreosum. You want me to bow my head? Dream on. On the other side, Sumu slept until dawn. He opened his mobile phone, saw the missed call, sneered, and deleted it directly. He had already made up his mind, never to bow his head again. In the morning, he arrived at school early and was not late as usual. The 5-minute journey made him make up his mind to rent a house near the school. He sent a message to Brother Jiang at the mobile phone store. Is there a 1-bedroom apartment near the school? I want to rent a house. A reply came quickly. My house has 3 bedrooms and a living room, and 1 room is empty. Would you like to come? 850 including water and electricity. Come on, we brothers will follow each other. Sumu agreed immediately. He felt relieved. He didn't have to go back to that disgusting place. As he entered the classroom, his appearance immediately attracted attention. His arm was wrapped in bandages, as if it was broken. Amidst the whispers, mocking looks followed one after another. Luyan pushed the door open and stared at Sumu with unconcealed contempt in his eyes. He slammed the test paper down and sneered. Someone cheated on the quiz. It's really shameful. I've already informed the parents, so he just has to wait. His aggressive gaze fell on Sumu. The students in the audience immediately started talking. Luyan read out the scores one by one, his voice becoming increasingly sharp. Jiang Qingyao 100. Jiang Ruoying 147, not bad. Suze 136, not bad. Finally, there was only one paper left. He snorted coldly and threw the test paper to the ground. Sumu, 150 points. The first person in the school to get a perfect score in English? You are amazing. After he finished speaking, he stepped on it viciously again. Sumu stood up calmly and stared at him coldly. You graded the test paper, and you gave the full score to the essay. If you don't step on it, it will be 150. These words made the classroom boil. The classmates looked at him in surprise. Lu Yun's face turned pale, and he slammed the table and roared. How dare you quibble? Where did you get the answer? Sumu raised his hand and pointed at his head, his voice low and firm. Here's the answer. His cold aura made him as sharp as a knife. Lu Luck was shaking with fear and yelled, Did anyone see him cheating? The classroom was quiet and no one spoke. Everyone is busy answering questions. Who has time to look at him? But at this moment, a hand slowly raised. Suze stood up, his expression righteous. Teacher, I saw him cheating. Students should be honest. If he is willing to apologize, let it go. As soon as the words fell, the atmosphere suddenly turned cold. Jiang Ruoying stood up suddenly, frowning. I didn't see him cheating. But Lu Yun simply ignored her voice. Okay, Suze, you are very honest. Testify with me, and I will remove this cancer today. Honest. Sumu sneered, his eyes full of disdain. He said he was honest? He was just spewing shit. He approached Lu Yun step by step, his tone sharp. You said I cheated. Do you have evidence? If you don't have evidence, just rely on your mouth. Then I can also say that Suze cheated. You want to fire us? Fine, then fire both of us. By the way, teacher, I saw you harassing Suze last time. Do you want me to tell the principal now? The classroom suddenly exploded with laughter. The students, who had been suppressed for a long time, saw for the first time someone dare to confront Lu Yun head-on. Lu Yun's face turned pale, and he pointed at him and shouted, Sumu, get out here. Just then, the head teacher Wang Daji pushed the door open and walked in. He frowned, looked at the chaotic classroom, and said, Sumu, come with me to the principal's office. Teacher Lu, you come too. The principal is calling you. There was a flash of ecstasy in Lu Yun's eyes. He lowered his voice and sneered. It's over, you're dead this time. Sumu raised his eyebrows and said calmly, Teacher Lu, I'll give this to you as well. Suze hurried to catch up. He wanted to see Sumu being kicked out of the school with his own eyes. Jiang Ruoying followed closely, her heart full of worry. Why is everyone targeting him? The door of the principal's office was pushed open. Lu Yun was the first to rush in and complain. Principal, this student cheated on the exam. It has a very bad influence. He must be expelled. But the next second, his smile froze. The principal had a white beard and was standing in front of a computer. What was playing on the computer was a recording. Chapter 13. The principal turned around and stared at everyone in the room with a smile. Young man, don't be impatient. Listen to this first. Then, a shrill voice came from the speaker. It was the recording of Lu Yun cursing in the office. An orphan still goes to school? How vain. Isn't it better to move bricks at a construction site than to stay in school? As soon as the words fell, the air suddenly froze. Lu Yun's face turned pale and blue in an instant, and he felt as if he had fallen into an icy cave. Sumu, how dare you record? Sumu pushed the door open and walked in, his expression indifferent and his voice cold. You dare to say these things? Why shouldn't I dare to record it? After saying that, he nodded politely. Principal, good morning. The principal nodded slightly, but secretly made up his mind. Such teachers are like time bombs and must be dealt with. The most important thing about Haiqing School is its reputation. Lu Yun panicked and tried to argue. Principal, I was confused at the time and was just joking. But Sumu's casual words made him completely collapse. Don't worry, I have backups. I've collected them in the news agency's mailbox and will publish them on time. This sentence is more deadly than 1,000 words. The principal immediately interrupted. That's enough. Xiao Lu, go back and write your resignation. Although his expression was gentle, his eyes were cold and fierce. Lu Yun was dumbfounded, his voice trembling. Resign? Principal, he's clearly the one who's wrong. Students who cheat should be kicked out of school. The principal said in a stern voice, it's not expulsion, it's persuasion. We want equal education and no discrimination. These words sound very high-sounding. Sumu smiled secretly in his heart. He was indeed an old fox. He did a great job in saving face. But the ending is already determined. Okay, that's enough about Teacher Lu. Next, let's talk about cheating. The principal knocked on the table and glanced at Sumu and Suze. The atmosphere became tense again. Sumu looked calm and stretched out his hands. I am honest and have never cheated. Suze, you said I plagiarized. Then tell me, how did I plagiarize? Suze's eyes flashed, and he said with a stiff upper lip, I turned around to borrow the tape yesterday and saw you copying the answers. The lie was clumsily told, but it was told with conviction. Just then, the office door was pushed open. Su Nanyang came in wearing high heels, with a sharp aura. Sumu, aren't you ashamed? Cheating has brought shame to the Su family. Behind her were the angry Su Tianxi and the embarrassed Zhang Yuding. The group of people seemed to be family representatives who came to judge. When Lu Yun saw them, hope rekindled in his eyes. He quickly pointed at Sumu and said, Principal, look, he even lied about being an orphan. He's clearly full of lies. Su Nanya immediately took over, her tone sharp. Orphan? Sumu, you actually said you were an orphan in school. Sumu sneered and said calmly, Yes, I have no father or mother. My parents died early. According to the household registration book, I am the head of the household. If this is not an orphan, what is it? This sentence left the Su family completely speechless. Half a year has passed, and they still haven't registered his household registration. The so-called relatives are nothing but a joke. Su Tianxi was furious and pointed at him and roared, Rebellious son, I should have strangled you to death when you were born. Sumu raised his bandaged arm and spoke sarcastically. Then I have to thank you for not beating you to death. Otherwise, you would be a murderer today. Zhang Yuding burst into tears, clutching her chest and crying, Muer, when did you become so rebellious? How has our Su family wronged you? Suze immediately stepped forward and tried to comfort them hypocritically. Don't be angry, Mom and Dad. My brother was just caught cheating, and he's in a bad mood. When it comes to cheating, Su Nanyang completely explodes. She took a step forward and slapped him in the face. Shameful. However, this time, Sumu could no longer endure it. He suddenly grabbed her wrist, his eyes as cold as a knife. The force was so great that her arm instantly lost all color. Their eyes met, and there was a moment of stalemate. Su Nanyang gritted her teeth in pain, but her eyes were full of disbelief. Sumu of the past. Sumu stared at her, his voice cold and harsh. I've given you face, but what right do you have to control me? After saying that, he pushed hard. Su Nanyang staggered back. Her high heels slipped on the floor, and she almost fell. Fortunately, I was able to hold on to the corner of the table and steady myself. The whole office fell into silence. Chapter 14. Su Nanyang had never suffered such humiliation. In the company, she was an awe-inspiring female president, and at home, she was a role model for her younger siblings. But here, Sumu actually said, sarcastically. I have nothing to do with the Su family, Miss Su. Please don't touch porcelain. The three words Miss Su cut into Su Nanyang's heart like a knife. Her breath was choked, but Sumu ruthlessly ignored her on the spot. Sumu turned to the principal and said in a strong voice, if you cheat, you can retake the exam at any time. I definitely didn't cheat. He spoke with righteous indignation, without a trace of guilt. The principal has been observing people for many years and already has the answer in his mind. On the other hand, Suze looked flustered, but he forced himself to ask back. But my brother used to have the worst grades. How could he suddenly get a perfect score in just 1 month? What else could this be but cheating? As soon as these words were spoken, suspicious eyes were cast at Sumu. The same thought came to everyone's mind. Is it possible to achieve a comeback against all odds in just 1 month? Sumu sneered, his eyes as sharp as a knife. Are you really confused, or are you just pretending to be stupid? I got the top score in the class in my first month at school. Suze, you were suppressed by me and you were not convinced, so you asked your third sister to come forward to suppress me. She threatened me that I must be worse than you every time from now on. Are you happy? One sentence shocked the whole audience into silence. The entire Su family was stunned on the spot. They didn't expect that there was such a hidden story behind it. Especially Su Nanyang. Her face darkened, and for the first time she felt dissatisfied with Suze and her third sister. Suze felt a chill in his heart and quickly passed the blame on to others. This was done by my third sister. I didn't know it would turn out like this. As he spoke, he bit his lip and tears rolled down his cheeks. Zhang Yuding immediately protected Suze, patted his back, and said distressfully, Xiaoze didn't mean it. It's because Ying loves you so much that she did that. The whole family still revolved around Suze, as if what was exposed was not a conspiracy, but a small misunderstanding. Sumu watched this heartwarming scene coldly, with a sarcastic smile on his lips. They felt sorry for Suze, but no one felt sorry for him. This is what is called family. Principal, should I redo the test? He questioned bluntly, his voice clear. Suze suddenly stopped crying and looked panicked. Only those with a guilty conscience are afraid of the truth. The principal stroked his beard, his eyes fixed on Sumu, and he had already made a judgment in his heart. No need to retake the test. The results will be clear in next month's test. I believe in you. This trust made Sumu's heart tremble slightly. He didn't expect that an outsider could trust him more than his closest relatives. The principal looked at Suze with a sharp gaze. Did you really see it with your own eyes? Suze wiped his tears and whispered, maybe I was wrong. The air suddenly became heavy. Sumu sneered. Did you see it wrong? Or did you deliberately frame me? Suze, you apologize in public. Otherwise, I will let the whole school know your true face. Zhang Yuding hurriedly tried to dissuade him, her voice urgent. Sumu, don't push your brother. It would be so embarrassing to apologize in public. He's so fragile. As his brother, can't you just give in? In her eyes, Suze was never at fault. But Sumu's voice was colder than the knife. Ms. Zhang, make no mistake. He wronged me, and I demand an apology. It's only natural. Either apologize or pay 20,000 yuan in mental damages. Remember, I'm not his brother, let alone his father. These words exploded like thunder. Zhang Yuding stood there in a daze, tears welling up in her eyes. She finally realized that Sumu no longer recognized her as his mother. How could you talk to your mother like that? She cried and shouted, but found that Sumu's eyes were cold and ruthless. That is the despair of giving up hope. Su Tianzi roared, veins popping out. Sumo, are you obsessed with money? Money, money, money all the time? When has the Su family ever been short of money from you? Chapter 15, Sumu, your elder sister and your mother gave you so much money. Isn't it enough to feed you? Su Tianzi spoke coldly, his eyes full of contempt. In his opinion, Su Mu was an ungrateful person who had always coveted the Su family's property. Zhang Yuding froze, staring blankly at her husband, her voice trembling. Honey, I've never given him any money. I thought you arranged it. You've always been in charge of the family's money. I only have 300,000 yuan for pocket money every month, which is only enough to buy a bag for travel. Her words made the air around them freeze instantly. It turned out that for such a long time, Su Mu had not even seen a penny of pocket money, and she was busy attending banquets and dealing with wealthy wives, and had never thought about how her son would survive. Su Tianxi's face froze, and he coughed dryly. That's what Nanya gave it to me. Su Nanya frowned slightly, took out a card from her bag, and handed it to Sumu. There are 20,000 yuan in it, and the password is 6/8. You can take the money, but don't make trouble again. Also, I already gave you 100,000 yuan before, and you pretended to be dissatisfied and threatened Xiaoza to give you money. Her tone was accusatory, as if Sumu was an insatiable parasite. In her eyes, this incident was simply Xiao Zhe's mistake, but Sumu kept harping on it. This was clearly an opportunity to ask for money. Sumu stroked the card with his fingertips, his eyes full of amusement. I'll just treat this as compensation. As for the 100,000 yuan Miss Su mentioned, I haven't even seen a trace of it. The voice was cold and pierced Su Nanyang's heart. How dare you lie? Su Nanya's face darkened, and she said forcefully, I clearly asked Xiaoza to give it to you. There's 100,000 yuan in the card. If you confiscate it, how will you live this year? How can you survive in Jingshi without money? Sumu's eyes were sharp, and he sneered. I rely on working to support myself. I don't need your charity. After saying that, he stared straight at Su Zhe, who was huddled behind his mother, his eyes suddenly fixed. At that moment, he already had the answer in his heart. The money was indeed distributed, but it was swallowed by Su Zhe. He said in a cold voice, Su Zhe, where did the 100,000 yuan go? It is said that it was a bank card, and I have never even seen it. Do you want to explain it on the spot? The atmosphere in the venue suddenly turned cold. Su Nanya frowned and turned to ask, Xiao Zhe, tell me, did you give the money to him? Su Zhe's heart trembled, and cold sweat ran down his back. Sister, it's been so long, I can't remember clearly. He clenched his fists, his voice trembled, his eyes flickered, and he dared not look directly at her. He had thought that everyone had forgotten about this, but he didn't expect it to be exposed at this moment. Su Mu sneered, and that smile was filled with biting irony. What's there to forget? Just check the card transaction. You'll know if the money has been transferred or not. His tone was calm, but it cut into Su Zhe's heart like a knife. Under this sharp gaze, Su Zhe's breathing became rapid and his face turned pale. Finally, his eyes rolled back, his body fell straight back, and he fainted on the spot. Zhang Yuding screamed, rushed over and shook her son, tears streaming down her face. Xiao Zhe, Xiao Osha, wake up! She screamed at the top of her lungs, her face full of despair. Su Nanya also panicked and ran forward quickly. Mom, what happened to Xiaoza? Zhang Yuding burst into tears and accused him through gritted teeth. Isn't it just a few tens of thousands of dollars? Why did you have to force him? Look, Xiaoza has fainted now. Her cries were like sharp arrows, firmly pinning the blame on Su Mutu. In her eyes, Ozawa was always pushed too hard, and she never questioned what he did wrong. Su Tianxi's face turned ashen, and he was furious. He suddenly raised his head and stared at Su Mu, his eyes wanting to eat him alive. Su Mu, your brother has been forced into this state by you. Are you satisfied? Since you don't want to recognize us, then get out. From today on, never come back. After saying that, he lifted Su Zhe up on the spot and walked out quickly. Zhang Yuding followed behind with tears in her eyes. Su Nanyang had a complicated expression on her face, but she still caught up with him. Sumu watched them leave and smiled coldly. He did not miss Su Zhe's slightly trembling fingers. His acting skills were worthy of an Oscar. If you feel guilty, just pretend to be dead. This is Su Zhe's method. Cut. Su Mu shrugged, a hint of disdain hanging on the corner of his mouth. Hearing Su Tianxi's order to expel him, he snorted softly. That's exactly what I want. It will be better for this family not to disturb his life anymore. Seeing them every day, especially Su Zhe's face, is just irritating. Everyone had left, and only the principal and he were left in the office. The principal sighed, his eyes deep. Go, good boy. Study hard in the future. If you have any difficulties in life, you can come to me. In Sumu, he seemed to see himself back then, the young man who started from scratch. Sumu nodded solemnly, his voice low. Thank you. He turned and left, his back straight. While I returned to the classroom, it was time to discuss the test paper. The test papers were neatly arranged on his desk, and even the one that had been stepped on had been wiped clean. Sumu picked up the test paper, and his eyes moved slightly. He got full marks in mathematics and English, and performed exceptionally well in other subjects as well. This is his power, and no one could deny it. He casually opened the English test paper. There were faint footprints on it, but they had been carefully wiped away. He looked up and saw the tip of Jiang Ruoying's ears, which were slightly red. Who wiped it? He was stunned. The next second, A small note flew over and landed next to his hand. Unfolding the note, the handwriting was neat and clear. Are you okay? I'm sure you didn't cheat. I wiped the test clean, and I was keeping an eye on you the whole time. Just a few lines, but it carries the girl's sincerity and shyness. Sumu raised the corners of his lips slightly, and a complex emotion arose in his heart. The concern from a goddess-like figure made him feel a little overwhelmed for a moment. He replied with a few words, "Thank you, it's okay now." When the note was passed back, Jiang Ring curled her lips slightly, and a hint of loss flashed in her eyes after seeing it. The bell rang, and the whole classroom was in an uproar. The classmates' eyes all fell on Sumu. They all knew that this fake young master had shocked the entire school with his academic performance. Just as everyone was shocked, Jiang Qingyao walked to his table. She looked down at me, threw down a note, and said coldly, "This is the lunch and snacks I asked for. Go buy them for me." Chapter 16. Sumu picked up the sticky note, not even bothering to look at it, tore it in half on the spot, and threw it in Jiang Qingyao's face. He said coldly, "Go away and eat shit." The whole place was dead silent. Jiang Qingyao's pretty face was instantly filled with astonishment. She had never thought that one day she would be treated like this by Sumu. Her voice was sharp, and she gritted her teeth. "Sumu, look at who I am. Haven't you always wanted to pursue me? I gave you the opportunity to buy you food, and you didn't cherish it." Sumu frowned, feeling extremely annoyed. "If there's no mirror, go take a piss. Chasing you? Don't disgust me. I'm not interested in your kind. Get lost." His voice was cold and ruthless, and his hands were arranging the books neatly. "From today on, you will no longer be a bootlicker. All those humble attempts to please me in the past were met with nothing but humiliation and trampling. In the end, I was left with nothing. It was all just a fart." Jiang Roing didn't look back, but she listened attentively. When she heard Sumu decisively reject Jiang Qingya, she couldn't help but curl the corners of her mouth. Her eyes lit up slightly. It turned out that this was the boy in her heart who should not be trampled upon. Jiang Qingya's face flushed red. It was the first time she was humiliated in public, and tears welled up in her eyes. She covered her face and cried, "Sumu, just wait for me. You plagiarizing dog." All the students in the classroom witnessed this scene, and the air was filled with whispers and shock. Sumu stood up and said coldly, "The results will prove whether I plagiarized or not. As for the apology, I will give it to you when Su Zhe comes back." He glanced at me coldly and said in a voice as hard as stone, "Now, get out. Don't stand in front of me and pollute the air." After saying that, he lowered his head and opened the book for the next class, his expression focused as usual. No longer pay attention to anyone. Jiang Qingya stomped her feet in anger, then returned to her seat and lay down crying. In her heart, Sumu was completely finished today. She secretly vowed to force him to kneel down and apologize, and even took out 20,000 yuan to buy a bag to atone for his sins. She would never swallow this insult. On the other side, Su Nanyang took Su Tianxi and Zhang Yuding to send the unconscious Su Zhe to the hospital. As soon as she entered the hospital, she received a call from Su Wanlu. The voice on the other end of the phone was full of guilt and panic. "Sister, yesterday was Sumu's birthday. We completely forgot about it. Do you want to make up for it?" Her voice was filled with unease, as if she herself was hurt by the omission. As she spoke, her eyes fell on the huge picture frame that had just been taken apart on the wall of the living room. "That was a gift sent back by my fourth sister. The boy in the portrait has handsome features and is sunny and cheerful, completely different from the skinny Sumu in real life. The words 'Happy Birthday' are clearly written in the lower right corner of the painting, and the date is exactly yesterday." At that moment, Su Wanlio's heart tightened. The chaos, bloodshed, and expulsion of last night contrasted sharply with this gentle blessing. She suddenly felt her throat sore, as if someone was strangling her. Guilt and regret flooded my heart. Yesterday was supposed to be Su Mu's birthday, but they beat him to a pulp. Su Nanyang was also stunned on the other end of the phone. She suddenly realized that no one in the family remembered Su Mu's birthday yesterday. But everyone is keeping a close eye on Su Zhe's birthday, which is coming the day after tomorrow. She subconsciously glanced at the door of the ward. Her parents were waiting inside, anxiously waiting for Su Zhe's test results. All their eyes were on Su Zhe. No one remembers Sumu. "If we hold a make-up birthday party, what will happen to Xiaoza?" Su Nanyang spoke hesitantly, her heart still leaning towards her brother. She would rather believe that Suze had seen it wrong rather than deliberately framing him. Then let's have a family dinner. She made a decision in a deep voice. Don't invite anyone else, otherwise it will be difficult to explain your identity. On the other end of the phone, Su Wanlu could only sigh and nod. She knew in her heart that this was only the minimum compensation. But at this moment, the nanny brought down a cardboard box from upstairs. She smiled and said, "Second, miss. Master Sumu said that these things should be sent to his new address." As soon as the words fell, Su Wanlu was shocked, and her face turned pale instantly. New address. She stood up suddenly, extremely panicked. Sumu really wants to leave the Su family? The nanny didn't say anything else, just lowered her head and moved things. But she knew in her heart that anyone would feel disheartened if they were to live in a home like this. Su Wanlu was so anxious that she paced back and forth in the living room, her hands shaking and her heart pounding. This time, Sumu was not just talking. He was really ready to leave. Her eyes were red, and she gritted her teeth in anger. "Give me his address." Chapter 17. The nanny was silent for a few seconds, but ultimately could not withstand Su Wanlu's anger. She murmured in compromise and handed over the address. After getting the address, Su Wanlu felt even more uneasy and opened the box directly. But all that came into view were a few old books and some washed-out clothes. Nothing else. She was stunned. This was completely different from what she had imagined. Sumu didn't want to move out all the stuff in the house. He only took away some common daily necessities. Impossible. She gritted her teeth, breathing rapidly, turned and rushed upstairs. Where's his room? For a moment, she couldn't remember where her brother lived. The babysitter sighed and led the way, the attic. This one sentence made Su Wanlu's heart tremble violently. Attic? That place where the junk used to be piled up? She pushed the door open suddenly, and the air was filled with the smell of dust and cold air. The room was extremely small, with only a bed and an old desk. Apart from that, there is nothing. Her throat suddenly tightened, and her eyes felt hot. Suddenly, she noticed a sticky note in the trash can. Picking it up casually, it was filled with the wishes of each sister. From favorite restaurants to desired gifts, even small habits are recorded. The handwriting was clear, with a sense of clumsy effort. Sumu has been silently satisfying them. Tears broke through her defenses, and her heart ached violently. People often only realize what they once had after they lose it. But when they have it, they don't cherish it at all. But now, it's too late to remedy the situation. She clutched the sticky note tightly in her palm, feeling flustered and even having absurd thoughts. Is Sumu pretending to be so pitiful on purpose? Was it intentional to make her feel guilty? Be nicer to him next time, give him some expensive gifts, and he'll probably go back to the way he was before. She comforted herself. However, she knew better than anyone that those days were gone forever. The nanny quietly packed up and sent the picture frame and box to Sumu's new address. At this time, Sumu was standing at the door of a high-end villa area. He looked up at the neighborhood, frowning slightly. The house that Brother Jiang mentioned is actually here? 850 yuan a month? This doesn't seem like a place where ordinary people can live. The security guard is wearing a neat suit, and you need to swipe your card to enter. He was worried and decided to contact Jiang Tian to take him in. Soon, a voice message came from the phone. It was Jiang Tian's anxious voice. "Xiao Mu, I can't come today. I'll ask another tenant to pick you up. Her name is Jiang Jiao, my sister." Su Mu was stunned. He had never heard of someone living with him, let alone thought it was Jiang Tian's sister. I felt a little uncomfortable. Just as I was wondering, a loud roar suddenly arose. A heavy motorcycle roared over and suddenly skidded to a stop in front of him. The long-legged woman got out of the car swiftly, her red leather jacket outlining her perfect curves. She took off her helmet, letting down her long black hair, with fiery red lips and bright makeup. Jiang Jiao is gorgeous and flamboyant, with sharp eyes. She looked Sumu up and down, smiled frivolously, and whistled. "Hey, little brother. Jiang Tian asked me to pick you up." Sumu came up and nodded immediately. "Hello, sister." Jiang Jiao raised the corner of her lips, turned around, got on the bike, and hooked her finger. "Get on." He looked at the narrow back seat awkwardly and said hesitantly, "This is not good." "What's wrong with that? Jiang Tian is your brother, so you're my brother. I have to take good care of you." His tone was nonchalant, but when he mentioned Jiang Tianshi, a hint of impatience flashed in his eyes. Sumu's heart moved slightly, and he felt something was strange. In the end, he sat on it and tried to keep a distance from her. Fortunately, he was tall and could lean back by hooking his legs to avoid excessive contact. The motorcycle sped along at lightning speed and soon stopped in front of a luxurious villa. Looking at the scene in front of him, Sumu felt even heavier in his heart. This place is even more luxurious than the Su family's. Jiang Jiao turned off the engine and got out of the car. She turned her head and saw him in a daze. She chuckled. "What's wrong? Are you scared?" "Brother, you're still in a daze." "Kumin." Sumu was hesitant to go forward. Jiang Tian can already take care of himself. Why should he live in a place like this? He thought to himself that perhaps renting an ordinary cottage would be more appropriate. Seeing that he was about to leave, Jiang Jiao hurriedly grabbed him. But what she grabbed happened to be his injured left hand. "This." Sumu gasped in pain, and his face turned pale instantly. Jiang Jiao was stunned and immediately let go, with panic flashing in her eyes. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I was in such a hurry." Her eyes flickered and she spoke slowly. "If you feel embarrassed, just help with the cleaning or cooking." She looked him up and down with a complicated look in her eyes and finally shook her head. "You're too thin. There's a gym in the basement, so you can work out there." Sumu was silent for a moment and finally nodded. Cleaning and cooking were things he was used to doing in the Su family. Exchanging labor for accommodation makes me feel at ease. Moreover, he could see that Jiang Jiao's delicate makeup could not hide her fatigue. That is a sign of liver qi deficiency caused by staying up late for a long time. The same is true for Jiang Tian's body. His kidney energy is insufficient. He secretly made up his mind to make some medicinal food to nourish them in the future. Jiang Jiao led him for a walk. There's a dining room on the first floor and bedrooms on the second floor, 4 rooms in total. You can pick one. Sumu randomly picked the one on the far right. Pushing the door open, the room was spacious and bright, with all the necessary bed sheets and bedding available. There is also a separate bathroom and walk-in closet. The balcony is very large, and you can imagine the room being filled with sunshine on sunny days. Sumu took a deep breath, and a long-lost peace surged in his heart. Perhaps this can be his real new starting point. The night is dark. Very late at night, Jiang Tiankai rushed back. As soon as he pushed the door open, he went straight to Sumu's room. "Xiaomu, I did it. I discovered a new technology. This time, I'm sure I can succeed in starting a business." Chapter 18, Do You Want to Start a Company Together? Brother Jiang, come in first. Sumu was a little amused. He didn't know how many times he had heard him say that he had new ideas. Sumu put away the paper and pen on the table. What he wrote was a recipe for medicinal food, which was taught to him by a grandfather when he was in an orphanage. The grandfather's surname is Li. You can tell at a glance that he is a cultured man. He usually wears glasses and likes to read. Grandpa Li liked him very much and praised him for his intelligence. He taught him to read books, identify medicinal materials, and recite pharmacopoeia since he was a child. Sumu takes care of these elderly people in the orphanage and knows every one of them's illnesses well. In order to coax these old people into taking medicine, Sumu made many medicinal foods. Now these recipes are imprinted in his mind. Sumu planned to write a recipe for Jianggu and Jiangjiao first, so that after graduation, they could cook it themselves. Some prescriptions may also be sold to traditional Chinese medicine clinics. Sumu stood up and moved a chair for Brother Jiang while thinking. Sumu met Brother Jiang a year ago when he was looking for a job and doing odd jobs. The surrounding shops were unwilling to hire him because he was a student. Brother Jiang runs a mobile phone store that specializes in recycling and selling secondhand mobile phones and some computer parts. Jiang Tian is rather lazy and likes to tinker with other things, so he wants to hire someone who can look after the store from the evening to the night. The two people hit it off immediately. Jiang Tian always wanted to prove his ability. He started more than a dozen businesses within a year, but each one ended in failure. Sumu originally thought that Jiang Tian didn't have much money and that all his businesses were small. Looking at the villa where Brother Jiang lives now, he probably has some assets. Sumu never thought that Jiang Tian was a rich man. The main reason is that Brother Jiang's appearance is too confusing. His hair was messy, and he was wearing a work vest, shorts, and flip-flops. He was dancing around and looked a bit like a madman. Jiang Tianlai sat down on the chair and gulped down a bottle of water. Seeing the paper and pen that Sumu placed on the table, he felt a little embarrassed. "Xiao Mu, I won't disturb your studies, will I?" "No, This is the recipe, Brother Jiang. You take such good care of me. I'll make you something to eat when I have time to nourish your kidneys and blood. Sumu chakalt. My kidneys are fine. Your brother can fight a goblin for 180 minutes. Jiang Tian opened his mouth to refute and snorted, thinking that Sumu was joking. Come on, take a look at my new plan. Just invest 50,000 and you can get a return of 5 million. Jiang Tian took out his computer and found an investment plan of more than 10 pages. Sumu smiled unconsciously when he heard the familiar words. The profit rate is 100 times the principal. Brother Jiang is such a smart guy. What kind of pyramid scheme is this? It's outrageous. Brother Jiang, are you a rich second generation? I feel like you don't care about money at all when investing. To be more precise, it is investing without thinking. But Sumu didn't want to say it so bluntly. The words are too blunt and hurtful. I used to, but I'm not anymore. My parents have cut off my credit card. They also wanted me to arrange a marriage, saying that this was all I could do for the family. My entire asset now is just this house and a small amount of savings in my card, which I estimate is only enough for 2 or 3 more investments. Jiang Tian sighed, his tone very lost. Last year I invested 14 times, all of which failed, costing me about 30 million. Speaking of this, Jiang Tian was also very depressed. He had invested in so many companies, but none of them were successful. Instead, it was this shabby mobile phone store that made him some money. Sumu felt a little numb listening to it. As expected, we are not afraid of the rich second generation enjoying extravagance, but we are afraid that they want to start a business to prove themselves. No wonder Jiang Ji's parents stopped his credit card. If I invest for another 2 years, my family's investment might go bankrupt. Sumu inexplicably felt sorry for Jiang Ji's parents. Forget it. He should just take care of himself first. Sumu carefully read the investment book and took a few breaths unconsciously. The other side is so cruel. If Brother Jiang really invested in this company, it would be heading toward another failure. The investment contract also states that if the company goes bankrupt, all of its debts will be borne by Brother Jiang alone. In addition, Brother Jiang has to bear the company's annual losses. If the company makes a profit, 5% of the profit will be given to Brother Jiang. The company's new technology is grafting strawberries onto winter melon vines, which means grafting strawberry seeds onto winter melon vines to grow strawberries as big as winter melons. This is awesome. Only a really great botany postdoc could come up with this idea. Brother Jiang is not going there to invest. He is simply acting like a father saving his son. Sumu simply couldn't bear to watch it. Even people who have never studied business can see the problem. So why can't Brother Jiang see it? Brother Jiang, what major did you study in college? Sumu couldn't help but ask. If you had studied some business and finance, you wouldn't have been deceived to this extent. Jiang Tian scratched his messy hair and sighed deeply. I studied photography. Do you understand art? During my 4 years in college, the place I went to the most was comic conventions, and the place I stayed the longest was the anime club. I took the most beautiful photos of countless female cosplayers, and that was my highlight. Sumu understood immediately. Brother Jiang is an old master. He is also an otaku who likes to have wild ideas. Have you ever met the representative of the company you invested in? Sumu raised a soul-searching question. No, I'm a socially anxious person. How could I possibly negotiate with them face-to-face? They sent a girl with a lowly voice to negotiate with me, and I easily secured the highest profit for myself. That girl's voice is very similar to Kanna's. Do you understand? As Jiang Tian spoke, he felt something was wrong and looked at Sumu's expressionless face. He added to himself, maybe I should let Jiang Jiao listen too. She studied law. Sumu now understands why Brother Jiang always loses in battle. Jiang Tian closed his computer, feeling a little depressed. Xiaomu, I know I won't succeed, but sometimes I just wonder what if I'm a lucky one? I just wanted to prove myself so badly. My parents said I was useless, and I was planning to practice trumpet. Sumu remembered that Brother Jiang loved tinkering with computers and competing in the World Hacker Alliance's internet competition. Brother Jiang has a high level of hacking skills, and he also learned a few tricks from him. Brother Jiang is also very fond of high-tech products and has assembled many computers himself. Brother Jiang, have you ever thought about starting your own company? Artificial intelligence applications will be very popular soon. Sumu spoke with certainty. He remembered that half a year later, internet technology ushered in new developments. In addition, e-commerce live streaming on emerging networks has also become the most profitable industry. Perhaps you can take advantage of this seize the opportunity, and make a fortune for your future. When Jiang Tian heard this, he hesitated. He was a little tempted, but more worried about failing again. Is that okay? I have no experience in running a company. Jiang Tian actually thought about starting his own company, but he was afraid of being laughed at by people in the circle. If a company goes bankrupt, it is a real failure. Investment failure only means that you have poor vision. If you fail in starting a business, it means you are not capable enough. Sure, Brother Jiang, I'll be your investor this time. How about it? Let's do it together. Sumu wanted to persuade Jiang Tian that the investment money would be wasted and it would be better to use it to start a company. Jiang Tian laughed a little, but then he looked at Sumu's serious eyes and couldn't help but straighten his expression. Okay, we brothers are united and can break metal with our strength. Then he patted Sumu's shoulder and winked. Tell me the truth. How much do you want to invest? 1,000 or 2,000 is love. 3,000 or 4,000 is love. Chapter 19, the three sisters discuss together. Jiang Tian felt that Sumu probably couldn't come up with much money. Supporting brothers is a form of friendship. There's 50,000 yuan on this card. Brother Jiang, start a company specializing in developing AR software and AI games. Sumu took out a card from his pocket. He currently had a total savings of about 70,000 yuan. After investing 50,000 yuan, he had 20,000 yuan left. He planned to use the 20,000 yuan to go to the stock exchange and open a stock account. Use your memory, which is 6 months longer than others, to select some stocks with great growth potential. In order to talk to his elder sister, Sumu specially learned how to invest in stocks, but he had no money and could only watch at most. Now is the chance to try it out. He has an advantage over others. That is, he is not sure which stock will fall from the highest point, but he can confirm which stock will skyrocket within half a year. To sell it after half a year, it's a sure win deal. Jiang Tian looked at the card, turned his head, and wiped his eyes. At that moment, his eyes were filled with tears. This is trust from brothers. 50,000 yuan. This must be the money Sumu has saved for a long time. He wasn't going to mess around this time. For the sake of his brothers and his own future, he has to be serious. He solemnly took the bank card and said, Xiaomu, don't worry. I will definitely live up to your trust. I'm going to high-tech to hire some top students to develop software for our company. After saying this, Jiang Tian excitedly left the bedroom and said, I'm going to write a business plan now. Sumu looked at Brother Jiang's excited back as he left and couldn't help but smile. Brother Jiang really has strong execution ability. On the other side, at the Su family, the three sisters were sitting in the hall with grim expressions. Su Nanyang crossed her arms, her eyes cold. Sumu hasn't come back yet? He really is out having fun. What a petty person. I just scolded him a few times today, but he ended up running away from home. Su Wanlu was weighed down by something, and after hearing what her elder sister said, she couldn't help but complain a little. That's because you misunderstood Sumu. Yesterday was his birthday, and we all forgot about it. Even though we don't like him very much, he's still my younger brother after all. You're saying nice things here now? You've misunderstood him before. Su Nanyang retorted without any hesitation. So what do we do now? Look, this is a sticky note written by Sumu. Su Wanlu threw the sticky note on the coffee table, and both of them saw the words written on the sticky note. Sumu wants to save money to buy a watch for Su Nanyang. I want to make porridge for Su Wanlu. I also have to play games with Su Yingying and learn coding by myself. Su Nanya looked complicated, and after pondering for a long time, she spoke. If it really doesn't work, I'll go find him at school, but I won't apologize to him. I'm already giving him face by being able to go find him. Sumo asked us to choose between him and Xiaoza that night, so we would definitely choose Xiaoza. Who does he think he is? Su Jingjin spoke dissatisfiedly. You go find him. He thinks he's so important. Big sister, second sister, you're not allowed to find him. Su Yingying sneered and stood up. I have a way to get him back to the Su family. A disobedient dog can be taught a lesson. Su Wanlu originally said that she would also go to find Su Mu, but then she remembered what Su Mu said about choosing one of the two, and suddenly she didn't want to go anymore. Because she knew she would choose Ozawa. Su Mu's temper is like a stone in a pit, smelly and hard. Unlike Ozawa, who is considerate. If third sister could find a way to get Sumu back. Third sister, what do you have in mind? Su Nanyang asked. Sumu obviously hates the Su family very much. Can he come back so easily? Su Yingying's eyes flashed with malice. Don't worry about it. I have a way anyway. Sumu think that he could still survive outside if he left the Su family? Then break his legs too and see if he can still run. Su Ying curled her red lips and smiled, then turned and went upstairs. He should be grateful and come back home for his birthday. Instead of letting others treat him so many times, people who don't know him would think he's some rich young master. Su Nanyang was a little dissatisfied. There are already many things to consider at work, and now her father has handed over the cooperation between the Su and Jiang families to her. If she can accomplish this task, she can enter the Su group early. She also needs to collect information about the Jiang family. As a result, I still have to worry about Su Mu's affairs. Su Nanyang frowned and thought about the 100,000 yuan again. She didn't plan to check her bank statements. Maybe it was really Ozawa who forgot. After all, Ozawa has so many bank cards. And looking at bank statements means suspicion. She didn't want to doubt Ozawa. Leave this matter to third sister. I'm going to go upstairs to work. There are a lot of people invited to Xiao's birthday party, and I need someone to prepare the invitations. After saying that, Su Nanyang went upstairs. Su Wanlu sat in the living room, pressing her stomach, feeling inexplicably uncomfortable. Maybe she ate too much ice tonight, so she needs to drink some hot water. It would be great if Su Mu was at home. I could ask Su Mu to make medicinal porridge for myself, and I would feel better after eating it. After finishing the examination, Su Zhe and Su's parents also returned. Su Wanlu couldn't help but step forward and ask, "Is Xiaozi okay?" Su Zhe's face turned pale. "Thank you for your concern, second sister. I'm Yufine. I just made my brother unhappy again today. I wanted him to attend my birthday party." When the word birthday was mentioned, Su Wanliu's face became a little unnatural. She glanced at her parents and spoke softly. Yesterday was Sumu's birthday. Zhang Yuding was stunned, and Su Tianxi didn't expect it either. Zhang Yuding felt a splitting headache. Yesterday was his birthday? Why didn't he tell me? Su Tianxi waved his hand nonchalantly. It just so happens that the day after tomorrow is Xiao's birthday party. Let them celebrate together. Zhang Yuding also thought this was a good idea and said, "It's definitely possible. But Sumu doesn't recognize us anymore. He probably won't agree." Su Wanlu said the key point. Why would he be unhappy? Besides, there's no such thing as an overnight grudge among family members. Our Su family is powerful and influential. Sumu has lived in that kind of rubbish place since he was a child. He won't want to go back. We are willing to give him a way out, which is good enough for him. Don't worry, he will definitely come back crawling. He's just angry because he doesn't have enough pocket money or servants to run him around. I'll just make it up to him when the time comes. Su Tianxi is very proud of himself. Doesn't Su Mu want the wealth of the Su family? That's impossible. Su Mu is just throwing a tantrum now, and it won't be long before he comes to kowtow to the Su family. Su Zhe listened to the conversation between several people and pursed his lips. He must not let Su Mu come back. Su Mu will take his place when he comes back. Su Mu got up the next day and made 3 breakfasts. The portion he made for himself was to replenish his qi and blood. He would first take care of his body and then incorporate physical exercise. The body is the capital of revolution. Su Mu got dressed. He started to eat breakfast, and then he saw Jiang Jiao, who looked sleepy and was wearing a nightgown, coming out of Jiang Tian's room on the 2nd floor. Su Mu suspected that he had seen it wrong and couldn't help but look up again. Huh? Seeing Su Mu's surprised look, Jiang Jiao snorted and sat down at the dining table. What are you looking at, little brat? Chapter 20. Don't apologize? Cut off your tongue. It was your idea that kept me awake all night. That lunatic Jiang Tian kept doing it to me all night long. Jiang Jiao grabbed her hair madly. Su Mu lowered his head to eat porridge, not daring to look up. What kind of dangerous statement is this? Jiang Tian said it was your idea to start a technology company. I think the prospects are good, and it's much more reliable than his previous investments. You can give it a try. I'm your company's legal advisor. I spent the entire night working on a business plan with Jiang Tian. I'm so sleepy. Jiang Jiao yawned lazily. She didn't expect Su Mu to be so reliable. He actually has such a far-sighted vision and pattern. Su Mu thought to himself that he had been thinking in the wrong way. He couldn't help but slap himself twice in his heart. They were siblings. What was he thinking? Sister Jiang Jiao. Where is brother Jiang? Su Mu was about to finish his meal and was going to school, but he still hadn't seen brother Jiang come out. He's too sleepy and has fallen asleep. I will help you with this business plan. I will definitely not let Jiang Tian get married. Jiang Jiao finished the porridge in front of her, and there was a hint of melancholy in her words. Why? If brother Jiang doesn't like running a company, marriage is also a good option. Jiang Tian once told Sumu that if there was really no other way, they could find a beautiful young lady to marry. He liked strong women. Jiang Jiao gritted her teeth. Thinking about her life with Jiang Tian since childhood, she was silent for a moment, then said firmly, "He can't anyway." Sumu scratched his head. Could it be that Sister Jiang Jiao is a brother Khan? Forget it. Never mind. I'll go to school first. Sumu grabbed his school bag, said goodbye, and left. Jiang Tian slowly walked out of the room and saw Jiang Jiao eating breakfast downstairs. He sighed. Could you please not stay in my room at night? Xiaomu will misunderstand if he sees you. I don't care. We are not related by blood. This company must be a success. You can't get married anyway. Jiang Jiao slapped the table. The plates clattered, and she turned and went to the bathroom. Jiang Ruiying came very early, and the tube of ointment was still in her desk drawer. She used the ointment, and it worked very well. It wasn't until yesterday that she found out that the only person who scored better than her was Sumu. Sumu got full marks in almost every subject. Jiang Ruiying felt very complicated. On the one hand, she was happy for Sumu, but on the other hand, she was worried about herself. The Jiang family is one of the most wealthy and aristocratic families in Beijing. Ever since Mom suffered from depression and mania, Dad has increasingly neglected her and even sent her to a nursing home. Only when I have good grades would my father be willing to take my mother and me to visit my grandparents to take credit. So her mother pushed her hard to get good grades and win honors. Only when she became better and better would her father be willing to see her. She's been working so hard to get first place for so many years. But I'm really tired. Jiang Ruiying looked at Su Mu's desk, hesitated for a moment, and stood up. If Su Mu was willing to help her. Jiang Ruiying was holding an envelope in her hand, which contained a thick stack of things. She hesitated for a while before gradually approaching Su Mu's desk and stuffing the envelope into his drawer. Jiang Qingya and Su Zhe both saw her action. Su Zhe gritted his teeth. He had always wanted to get in touch with Jiang Ruiying, but Jiang Ruiying always acted aloof. No matter how he tried to show his affection, Jiang Ruiying ignored him. As a result, now she cares so much about this trash Sumu. Not only did he speak up for Sumu last time, but this time he also secretly stuffed something into his drawer. It's an envelope. Could it be a love letter? Su Zhe's eyes became more and more jealous. Why did Sumu deserve Jiang Ruiying's favor? And is Jiang Ruiying blind? She actually fell for Sumu, a lowly person. Jiang Qingya saw this scene and covered her mouth with her hands and laughed. Jiang Ruiying, you're not giving Sumu a love letter, are you? How can you bite him? You're really not picky at all. Jiang Qingya's sarcastic voice spread throughout the classroom. Jiang Qingya finally seized the opportunity to mock Jiang Ruiying. She always pretended to be a rich girl in school. In fact, her father was the driver of Jiang Ruiying's father, and her mother was the nanny of the Jiang family. She has been envious and jealous of Jiang Ruiying since she was a child, and she wished she could replace her. The students all stopped reciting silently and started to listen attentively. Jiang Ruiying paused for a moment and turned back calmly. It has nothing to do with you. This kind of disregard made Jiang Qingya feel insulted. She said something even more unpleasant. Sumu is the stuff I don't want, but you picked him up like a treasure. Only you are worthy of such a cheap thing as him. Jiang Ring silently put the book into the drawer, turned around, and stared at Jiang Qingya coldly, then walked up to her and slapped her twice. One left and one right, quick and decisive movements. Jiang Qingya covered her face and screamed, "You actually hit me! Suse, help me!" Sumu stepped into the classroom. He also happened to witness Jiang Ruiying's 2 slaps without hesitation. He secretly gave a thumbs up in his heart. Good job. Jiang Ruiying looked up and saw Sumu and immediately lowered her head shyly. Then she silently clenched her palms. Could it be that Sumu had seen her hitting someone just now? No, I heard boys like weak girls. Jiang Ruiying pursed her lips. Her hand was also in pain. Was this considered weak? Suze stood up and spoke for Jiang Qingya. Jiang Ruiying, how can you hit someone so casually? This is a school. Hey, do you still know this is a school? Did she hit a human? She didn't hit a human. She hit an animal. Don't forget, you have to apologize to me in front of the whole class. Master Su with poor eyesight. Instead of thinking about others, think about yourself. Sumu came in with a smile and directly controlled the whole class for 10 seconds. He is really good at insulting others. Sumu coldly. He didn't want to apologize. If he apologized at this time, he would probably be laughed at by the whole class. Brother Sumu, That matter is in the past. Can you please stop being so petty? Suze looked aggrieved, and he wanted his classmates to sympathize with him. There were two boys sitting next to Suze. One was Chi Fei, Su Yingying's little gangster and bootlicker, and the other was Lu Yiming, a follower who often spent Suze's money. Lu Yiming spoke first and said, "It's no big deal, Sumu. Why are you clinging to it like a woman? I think you are blind." Sumu shouted angrily and kicked Lu Yiming's desk with great force, pressing the desk hard against the board. He didn't want to endure it anymore. Everyone wanted to teach him a lesson without even considering whether they deserved it or not. Lu Yiming was fat and was squeezed by the desk, so he cried out in pain. "Do you think Suze clucks like a hen laying eggs? Calling him a sissy is an insult to girls. I think you're the guard dog next to him, barking all the time. If you bark again, I'll cut off your tongue." Sumu put one hand into his trouser pocket, and the pen he used to write the prescription last night was in his pocket. Lu Yiming was shaking with fear, thinking he was about to pull out a switchblade. After all, Sumu looked a little crazy, as if he really wanted to cut off his tongue. I don't dare anymore." Lu Yiming was so scared that he wanted to curl up into a ball. Apologize or not? Sumu turned to look at Suze. His eyes were a little red from staying up late last night, and coupled with his disgust for Suze, they looked ferocious, as if he wanted to eat him. Chapter 21 Belated Love is cheaper than grass. Suze's teeth were chattering with fear. Didn't Sumu allow himself to be beaten and scolded before? Seeing that Sumu was about to take action, Suze was also afraid and quickly stood up. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said you cheated yesterday. I was wrong." Sumu sneered. "You haven't eaten yet? Your voice is so soft. Speak louder." Then he kicked the table again. Suze closed his eyes and said loudly, "I'm sorry, I was wrong yesterday. I shouldn't have said you cheated." When his voice came out, all the students looked over here. Sumu was still sitting behind Suze. How did Suze find out that Sumu was cheating? It turns out that Sumu did not cheat. Besides, Sumu had the highest score in the whole class. Sumu cheated. Whose could he copy from? Now that I think about it carefully, Suze's actions were indeed unclear. Sumu put his feet down, looked at the cowardly looks of these people, and curled the corners of his mouth in disdain. Suze saw his disdainful look and clenched his fists in anger. He turned to look at Chi Fei and said, "Why don't you do anything? You just watch Sumu bully me. Third sister asked you to protect me." Chi Fei, a punk with dyed yellow hair, scratched his head when he heard this. "But he didn't hit me. Yingying asked me to protect you. I can only protect you if someone hits you. He is not a sucker. Sumu looks like someone who is not easy to deal with, so he won't go." Suze sat down angrily. Sumu returned to his seat and saw Jiang Ruoying's worried look. Jiang Ruoying pointed to the drawer of the desk again and motioned him to look. Sumu took out an envelope from the desk drawer, which felt very thick. "What is it?" Sumu opened it and immediately covered the bag. Inside was a stack of Mao Zedong's banknotes. Sumu looked at Jiang Ruoying in shock, wondering why she stuffed so much money into his drawer for no reason. Being too nice to someone without any reason is a sign of deception. Sumu held the envelope, thinking of returning it after class. Then he saw a note in the envelope. Sumu pulled out the note, his hands sweating. I wonder what Jiang Ruoying wants to do by giving so much money. Could it be that he sees that I'm talented and wants to keep me as his own? That won't work. He has moral principles. Or was it the hush money from the hospital that day? This is very likely. Sumu opened the note, read it quickly, and couldn't help laughing. As expected, this aloof and cool academic goddess only cares about grades. Jiang Ruoying, "Student Sumu, could you please help me with my lessons? I'd really like to know your secret to getting a perfect score. Please. This is a week's tuition fee. Please accept it." Sumu looked at the pile of money. There were at least 10,000 yuan. Jiang Ruoying is indeed generous and has no shortage of money. Sumu replied quickly and threw her a note. "Since we were classmates, I promise you." After all, she has some money. Jiang Ruoying's eyes lit up. In fact, she had some selfish motives. She noticed Sumu when Sumu surpassed her in the first exam. After more than a year of observation, she found that Sumu was very charismatic. He is always gentle, tolerant, and kind to everyone. Sometimes, Jiang Ruoying would selfishly think that it would be great if Sumu's kindness was only for her. Yes, she had some special feelings for Sumu. She might have been able to endure it before, but after what happened in the hospital, she couldn't bear it anymore. She wanted so badly to be by his side, even if it's just in the name of friends, because she knew that the two of them couldn't be together. Her parents wouldn't agree, and her family wouldn't allow it. And she doesn't deserve a true love. She is a puppet of the Jiang family and a tool for her father to climb to power. How could she be qualified to receive the love of Sumu? She couldn't bear to look at Sumu and lowered her head silently. Sumu took out a brand new 5-year high school X 3-year simulation book from the drawer. It was a thick book that could last for a long time. The knowledge points in each month's test are limited. Sumu needs more time to remember all of this. There's skills to learning. Mathematics is not difficult. As long as you remember the basic definitions, then explore the sea of questions, accurately find the knowledge points tested in each question, do a lot of training, and then chew on the wrong questions over and over again, you can become a god. The same is true for other science subjects. As for the liberal arts, that requires a bit of accumulation and routine. Recitation is essential, and of course this is very easy for Sumu. Sumu can basically remember everything he sees. In addition, summarize some rules and routines for answering questions. It's very easy to do these questions. Sumu spent a whole morning sorting out the key and difficult points of each subject. From now on, he just needs to study step by step to ensure that he does not fall behind. It was noon. Su Yingying came directly to the classroom door, attracting a lot of people's attention. Su Yingying wore 2 ponytails, a summer school uniform, and long stockings under a short skirt. At first glance, she looked like a beautiful, cute, and youthful girl. But only those who are familiar with her know that she has a domineering and evil personality. She wants the one she loves to live, and she wants the one she hates to die. Sumu, come out. Su Yingying spoke loudly, staring at Sumu in the classroom with dissatisfaction. Sumu hasn't been online to play the game these days, causing her to lose points. They have dropped from the glory rank to diamond. The 2 sisters also said that they would bring Sumu back to the Su family to hold a birthday party. According to her thoughts, Sumu should suffer outside, and it would be best if he was bullied miserably by others. In this way, Sumu can stay in the Su family obediently and not resist. When Su Yingying shouted, all the male classmates in the class looked at Sumu with envy. Sumu is cheating. Not only does he have good grades, but he is also approached by beautiful girls every now and then. So envious. Only Suze looked like he was enjoying the show. The 3rd sister must have come to teach Sumu a lesson. Sumu looked up and saw that it was Su Yingying, and he didn't want to pay any attention to her. Su Yingying refused to give in and kept knocking on the door, calling Sumu's name loudly. Seeing that he was disturbing his classmates' studies, Sumu had no choice but to stand up, walk to the door, and close it. Then he frowned and looked at Su Yingying with annoyance. What do you want me for? Su Yingying clenched her fists when she saw his impatient attitude. Sumu really didn't want to live anymore. He actually treated her like this. In the past, Sumu always smiled when he saw her. He looked so good-tempered that everyone wanted to bully him and would do whatever he asked them to do. Why has it suddenly become like this? It must be because he remembered his younger brother Ozawa that he was throwing a tantrum. Don't think that the whole family will tolerate him just because he throws a tantrum. My eldest and 2nd sisters asked you to come home tomorrow. They knew it was your birthday and wanted to hold a birthday party for you. Su Yingying rolled her eyes. She really didn't know why her elder and 2nd sisters called him over. What's good about a birthday? No one knew him. Everyone came to attend Ozawa's birthday party. Sumu is there at that time. Xiaoza will definitely be embarrassed. Su Yingying pouted and looked unhappy. Birthday party? Sumu thought it was ridiculous. His birthday had already passed, so why were they still holding a birthday party? They were just trying to cover up the fact that they were biased. Belated affection is cheaper than grass. I won't go. My birthday has already passed, and if I remember correctly, the day after tomorrow should be Su Zhe's birthday. Sumu felt sick at the thought. Do you want me to live with him? Chapter 22, 3rd Sister. Do you have any shame? Yeah, you're really lucky. You've never had such a good birthday in the past 10 years, right? Su Yingying smiled and stared at Sumu with contempt. You have such an opportunity, but you don't cherish it. This time, the eldest and 2nd sisters told you to come back. I don't know what tricks you used to make the 2nd sister treat you so well. But I tell you, don't be arrogant because of your favor. Understand your own status and position. Su Yingying pointed at Sumu and poked his shoulder again and again with an extremely arrogant look on her face. Funny maid paying. Sumu said the expression lastly. What do you mean? Su Yingying frowned angrily. Bullshit. Get out of here, as far away as you can. Sumu didn't even look at her. Don't bother me anymore, have some shame. Su Yingying stomped her feet in anger. Damn Sumu, How dare he insult her like this? Just wait for me, Sumu. Don't regret it. Don't think you can support yourself by working outside. If you leave the Su family, you'll be worse than a dog. Su Yingying was so angry that she started cursing, and her defense was obviously broken. Sumu dug his ears and said, "You are shouting too loudly. It's disturbing my ears. Get out of here now." Su Yingying's chest heaved up and down with anger, and she originally wanted to save some face for Sumu. If Sumu doesn't want it, then don't blame her for being rude. Sumu returned to the classroom leisurely. All the boys in the class gave him a thumbs up. Sumu is not moved by women. It looked like he had a quarrel with senior Su Yingying just now. Facing a beautiful girl like Su Yingying, they were willing to be slapped. Sumu is indeed a man among men. His grades improved so quickly. Is it because he has no woman in his heart and is naturally a god when he draws his sword? Chi Fei had been looking outside, and when he saw Sumu coming back, he stood up nonchalantly and knocked on Sumu's desk. "What is your relationship with Su Yingying?" Sumu was not familiar with him, but he heard that this yellow-haired gangster was Su Yingying's bootlicker. A relationship between strangers. Sumu answered without thinking. Chi Fei was ready to cause trouble, but he didn't expect Sumu to not play by the rules. The class bell happened to ring. He sat back with a gloomy look in his eyes. It was time to go home from school in the afternoon. Sumu was thinking about opening an account at the stock exchange. It should open in the morning, and he had to take a leave of absence tomorrow to go there. After he went back, he could sort out which stocks had better growth potential, and then he could buy them first. Jiang Ruoying hesitated and stopped him, not daring to look up at him. Her clear, girlish voice was mixed with a hint of shyness. "Student Sumu, how are the tutoring arrangements going?" Sumu then remembered this matter and thought about it quickly in his mind. Now he only had time after school. "We finish school at 6 o'clock. I can tutor you for an hour every day from 7 to 8 o'clock. Sumu came up with this time after thinking about it. They finish school at 6 o'clock and then go home to receive tutoring from a tutor hired by their family. For example, Su Zhe and Su Yingying both have dedicated one-on-one teachers to provide tutoring. But Sumu didn't. According to Su Tianxi, it would be a waste to hire a teacher for such a waste. It would be better to use the saved money to buy a few more sets of learning supplies for Su Zhe. The other people in the Su family also thought so. In their eyes, Sumu is good for nothing. However, none of them expected that Sumu's mediocrity and uselessness were all because they didn't want to see Sumu better than them. Sumu chose to bury his own talent with his own hands. But now, Sumu couldn't bear it anymore. But they couldn't bear to watch it anymore. It's ridiculous to think about it. Sumu thought about the tutor and asked a few more questions. "Your family should have hired a teacher for you, right? Will there be a conflict in schedule?" "No, this time is just right, I'm free." Jiang Ruoying smiled faintly and planned to fire the teacher during this period. "Okay, then we can start today. I have some other things to do. Let's meet in the school library at 7 o'clock. Sumu said this and reached out to pinch the thick stack of banknotes. Jiang Ruoying is a really beautiful and kind person. "What are you doing?" "I'll go with you. My driver can take you along the way." Jiang Ruoying blinked her big eyes, and a hint of uneasiness appeared on her pure and beautiful face. "Okay, then we'll hurry up and come back early to tutor you." Sumu is also quite efficient, so taking a ride is indeed faster. Sumu and Jiang Ruoying walked out of the classroom side by side. Lu Yiming looked at her with anger in his eyes and couldn't help but said sarcastically, "Is this kid Sumu really lucky? How come even Goddess Ruoying is talking to him? Why should he? He's just a poor boy." Suze looked at the backs of the two people and was extremely jealous. He inquired about Jiang Ruoying's identity. Jiang Ruoying was the only daughter in the family of the eldest son of the Jiang family. The Jiang family's company is one of the top 100 listed companies in the world, with industries spread across Europe and the United States, and focuses on the biopharmaceutical industry in China. The Su family only has assets worth tens of billions, not even 1/10 of the Jiang family. If I could be with Jiang Ruoying, it would be like reaching heaven in one step. At that time, he could naturally take over the Jiang family's business and become the rich and powerful. But now, Jiang Ruoying actually approached Sumu first. Sumu has always been stepped on by me, so why is he favored by Jiang Ruoying? Yeah, why should Sumu do that? Suze's eyes were filled with resentment, and now the Su family was unwilling to give up Sumu and wanted to bring him back for the birthday party. Is it only if Sumu dies that he won't compete with me for things? Sumu and Jiang Ruoying walked out of the school, and Jiang Ruoying kept staring at Sumu's big hands swinging back and forth. From time to time, I looked up at my white and tender hands. If we hold hands now, will Sumu hate himself? Jiang Ruoying was a little nervous, and some inexplicable fantasies appeared in her mind. Holding hands and stuff. Ah, so embarrassing. It's really hard to resist when the person you like is right next to you. Jiang Ruoying secretly encouraged herself in her heart and held on. Sumu turned around and saw Jiang Ruoying's mouth bulging like a little hamster. My hands are really itchy and I want to poke it, but he could bear it. The two walked to an alley outside the school. Jiang Ruoying took out her phone and said, "I'll call Uncle Zhang to drive over. There's a traffic jam over there." "Good," Sumu responded, his eyes fixed on a few thugs walking over from a distance. I don't know if it's an illusion, but it seems that these thugs are targeting them. Sumu frowned and took 2 steps forward to block Jiang Ruoying. These little hooligans all had their hair dyed in various colors, purple, green, and yellow, and there were 5 or 6 of them. They cursed, kicked the wall, and stared at Sumu and Jiang Ruoying with ill intentions. "Little punk, lend your woman to the brothers for some fun." The green-haired leader showed an obscene smile, and the people behind him also laughed. However, Sumu could see that their gazes were not just directed at Jiang Ruoying. While they said this, their eyes were fixed on him. Sumu pulled Jiang Ruoying's clothes and asked her to stand behind him. He saw a familiar yellow-haired man mixed in with them and said in a stern voice, "Chi Fei, what do you mean?" Chapter 23, Sumu's fist is so hard. Chi Fei originally wanted to hide, but now that he was discovered, he stood up without hesitation. "What's wrong with me and my brothers wanting to have some fun with the school beauty? Sumu, you're unlucky today." Chi Fei made a sound of poo and waved to the people behind him. "Beat him. Break his legs." Jiang Ruoying blurted out, "No, don't hit him." She was also scared, but she didn't want Sumu to be beaten because of her. Sumu pulled her back and spoke in a low voice. "This has nothing to do with you. They're coming for me. Run first. Run and call the police." Sumu pushed Jiang Ruoying. Jiang Ruoying was extremely worried. She turned around and ran into the alley without stopping. She knew that she was a burden if she stayed here. "We must find someone to rescue Sumu as soon as possible." Sumu turned around to look at these people, and sure enough, they saw Jiang Ruoying running away and did not chase her. "These people are coming for me." Several people rushed forward. Among them, the green-haired one had the most ferocious expression. His fists clenched and veins popped out on his face. He wished he could kill Sumu with one punch. The other 2 men held steel rods in their hands and stared at his legs. Sumu understood that he had to fight today. It's just that his hand hasn't fully healed yet, and the connections haven't been broken. Otherwise, he could still fight with these people. But now it's a bit difficult to fight with only one hand. Sumu aimed at Chi Fei, and when these people attacked him, he bumped into Chi Fei's nose and kicked directly into Chi Fei's lower body. Chi Fei screamed and squatted down. The others waved their sticks and hit Sumu. Sumu seemed to be insensitive to the pain. He held Chi Fei's neck tightly with his right hand and beat Chi Fei's head and stomach with his other hand. It looked like he wouldn't stop until he beat him to death. Sumu was also hit several times on the back. But compared to these, Chi Fei's situation is even more miserable. Chi Fei felt a splitting headache and was about to be beaten to death. His neck was stuck with one arm, and he couldn't breathe at all. He stretched out his hands and shouted loudly, "Help! Murder! Stop fighting! Stop fighting!" Sumu's men kept fighting because he knew that in a group fight he had to pick a leader to attack. Whoever organized this fight will be caught and beaten. Just beat him into submission and make him soft. Sumu beating people without caring about their lives. These people couldn't help but feel a little scared. The purple-haired man had a look of horror in his eyes and pulled the green-haired man next to him. "Second brother, why don't we go? It looks like someone's going to get killed. We're just doing this for a little money, not to go to jail. Chi Fei is going to be beaten to death. This man doesn't care about his life. I am scared." They were just teenagers, and when they saw this reckless fighting style, they immediately became a little scared. Sumu's Fadze. He pinched Chi Fei's neck with one hand and turned his head to look at them sinisterly. Sumu's back twice. He hesitated when he heard this. The next second, he was hit on the back of the head by a brick. Jiang Ruoying's voice was filled with tears, her eyes were red, and she was holding a bright red brick in her hand. "I've called the police. Stop hitting me." Green Hair felt the back of his head was wet, and when he touched it, his hands were covered in blood. The purple-haired guy next to him grabbed him and ran away. Upon hearing the alarm, the other gangsters fled in all directions. Only Chi Fei was beaten badly and lay on the ground dying. Jiang Ruing quickly threw the brick aside and reached out to help Sumo. Seeing the wound on Sumu's back, tears rolled down her eyes. Sumo, are you okay? Let's go to the hospital. Sumu stood up and stared down at Chi Fei. Who asked you to come? Chi Fei lay on the ground, still stubborn, and turned his head to the side. No one. My brothers, and I want to get to know Jiang Ruoying. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being so close to the school beauty. Sumu kicked him in the stomach. This excuse can't fool me. Who asked you to come? Chi Fei kept his mouth shut and said nothing. Sumu put force on his feet, and he quickly pried Sumu's legs apart with both hands, shouting, Someone just wait for me. I'm going to beat you to death, you son of a bitch. Jiang Ruing squatted down timidly and slapped him on the mouth. Shut up and don't talk about Sumu. At this time, several policemen arrived. Seeing two people fighting, he hurried forward and pulled them apart. Did you report a fight to the police? Everyone else is studying hard, but you're the ones fighting here. Then a policeman looked at Jiang Ruoying next to him and thought to himself, could this be another fight over love? The child is not a good student at such a young age and has to follow others' example of falling in love early. Why didn't he do such a good thing back then? The two people were pulled apart, and Chi Fei was helped to stand up. All of you come with me to the police station and make a statement. This is just a warning for you, but if we catch you again next time, you'll be detained. The police pushed the two men into the police car. Jiang Ruoying also went as a witness. Sumu touched his aching back and sighed. Okay, I'll have to take the tutoring class another day. Inside the police station, Jiang Ruoying was taken to a cubicle by a female police officer and handed a cup of hot tea. The female police officer smiled and said, Don't be afraid, little sister. Just tell me everything you just saw. Sumu and I were planning to run some errands and then come back to study. And then this group of thugs rushed up and beat him up. It was a group, not just one. Jiang Ruing emphasized that the group of people were beating up Sumu, not fighting each other. The female police officer immediately understood the meaning of her words. Little sister, you're really defending your boyfriend. Don't worry, we'll find out and release them. The female police officer spoke with a smile. Jiang Ruoying lowered her head in embarrassment, her ears turning red, and she did not refute the word boyfriend. Sumu and Chi Fei have finished their statements and are now waiting in the hall for their families to take them home. The police officer handed the phone to Sumu and said, Call your family and ask them to come and take you back. I have no family. I'm an orphan. Sumu's face was calm. Chi Fei looked at him in surprise. Su Yingying was obviously his third sister, so why didn't he call Su's parents mom and dad? Finally, he shook his head at the police officer and said, I only have one sister, who is currently sick and cannot come. The police thought they did it on purpose, probably because they were afraid of getting beaten and didn't want to call their parents. Hurry up, don't waste time. Let your parents come over and you can go back, otherwise you'll have to stay here all night. The policeman knocked on the chair next to him and urged him on. Children who fight like this need to be educated by their parents, otherwise they will not learn their lesson. Sumu said nothing. He really had no one to call. How about calling Brother Jiang? Sumu finally called Jiang Tian, and Jiang Tian agreed readily without any doubt as to why he had to go to the police station to pick him up. Chi Fei sat beside him, his yellow hair drooping, and curled his lips. There's really no one left at my house. If you don't believe me, you can check. Sumui now. He would never take such a tough order again. Damn, I almost beat him to death. Sumu's fist is so hard. Chapter 24 Sumu. Is this your girlfriend? The police officer took out 2 letters of guarantee and handed them to the 2 men, then signed these. Don't let me catch you fighting again in the future. Sumu took a look and signed quickly. Chi Fei also signed reluctantly. Sumu kicked Chi Fei next to him and asked, Did Su Yingying ask you to hit me? How could you? Stop talking nonsense. Chi Fei turned his head to the side, and his yellow hair now looked like a chicken coop. How could Sumu know? Absolutely can't say that. Who else could it be besides her? Or Su Zhe? It must be one of them. Sumu immediately thought of Su Yingying coming to cause trouble in the morning. They were probably the only 2 people who could do such a thing. I don't know anything. Chi Fei was extremely stubborn, and his attitude made Sumu even more convinced that it was those 2 people who were behind this. He had already left the Su family, but these people still wouldn't let him go. And Sumu looked up and saw Jiang Ruoying, who had just been let out by a female police officer. Jiang Ruoying was frightened today. Her originally fair face turned red, and her eyes were red, making her look like a pitiful and cute little rabbit. It also implicated Jiang Ruoying, making her afraid as well. Sumu felt a little guilty. These little hooligans were really good at finding excuses. It was obvious that she came to cause trouble for him, but she ended up putting the blame on Jiang Ruoying. Sumu quickly stood up and looked down at Jiang Ruoying, who was silent, feeling a little worried. Are you okay? Did they hit you too? Or are you hurt somewhere? Sumu's voice was a little softer than usual. He looked Jiang Ruoying up and down to see if she was injured anywhere. Jiang Ruoying wore a school uniform suit jacket with a white shirt underneath and a bow tie, and a black plaid skirt, revealing her slender white calves and knees. It doesn't look like there are any injuries. Jiang Ruoying covered her face and threw herself into his arms, and the tears she had been holding back soaked Sumu's shirt. She was really scared the moment she walked out of the alley with the brick, and she was also scared the moment she hit people with the brick. But what I fear most is that Sumu will be hurt. Sumu patted Jiang Ruoying's shoulder somewhat helplessly, and his hand touched her soft hair, patting it again and again. When he was a kid in the orphanage and cried, the grandparents comforted him like this. The policewoman next to him smiled and said, "Your girlfriend is really scared. Please comfort her." "Oh, we are not." Sumu opened his mouth and explained in vain. The policewoman went in with her hand, covering her mouth and laughing. Nowadays, children are shy about falling in love early. Jiang Ruoying raised her head and wiped away her tears embarrassedly. "I'm sorry, Sumu. I couldn't help crying just now. Do you need me to take your clothes back and wash them for you?" There was a hint of anticipation in Jiang Ruoying's big eyes. Sumu touched the wet area and said frankly, "It's okay. Just wash it with water when you get home. I just can't help you with your lessons today. It's okay. We can do it tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. There are plenty of opportunities." Jiang Ruoying's eyes were curved like crescent moons, and her usually cold face now looked sweet. Chi Fei kicked the stool beside him. Damn it, his whole body was numb with pain, and he still had to watch others show their affection. The police officer inside immediately came out to lecture him. "What are you doing, kid? Do you want to be detained?" Chi Fei nodded and bowed quickly. "I'm sorry, I was just careless." Sumu also looked at Chi Fei coldly and walked up to him in 2 or 3 steps. "Go back and tell them that if they want to cause trouble for me, they are welcome to come on their own. If they want to beat me up, let them do it on their own." Sumu looked at his injured hand and felt a little dissatisfied. If his hands were not injured, his fighting ability would be stronger. Now I have an injured hand to take care of, so fighting is not fun. Sumu remembered that he had learned boxing from a grandfather in the orphanage. He only learned the basics. The grandfather could break a 10-centimeter stone slab with 1 punch. He can't do that. He can only break 5 centimeters of wood at most. However, this year's malnutrition and long hours of staying up late have made him physically weak, and his current strength is probably only half of what it used to be. Keeping healthy is the top priority. Thinking of those thugs holding steel bars in their hands, Sumu narrowed his eyes and asked Chi Fei, "Do you want to hit my legs?" "I think you want to hit my legs." Chi Fei suddenly opened his eyes wide in shock. His eyes were so flustered that he didn't know where to look. Damn it, everyone knows all this. Su Yingying did say that it would be best to break his legs and make him lie down for 3 to 5 months. Could Sumu be Sherlock Holmes? Chi Fei was not confident enough to face Sumu's questioning. He did not dare to turn his eyes and forced himself to speak. "You're overthinking it. We just want to beat you up." When he turned around, he saw Sumu's bloody fist and immediately turned his head back. I've seen violent people, I've seen cruel people, but I've never seen someone who doesn't care about his life. Sumu didn't feel afraid of death at all, but he was afraid. Sumu understood when he saw how nervous he was. Haha, this group of people's target is really his legs. Since they want me to go to the birthday party, then go and let me see how strong their legs are. With an idea in mind, Sumu didn't plan to tell the Su family that he was going to the birthday party. He planned to give these people a surprise when the time came. Although everyone says that it is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge, but he believed in revenge. Holding it in would harm your health. Sumu saw Jiang Ruoying still standing there and pondered for a moment. "Where's your driver? Do you want him to pick you up?" "No, my parents don't know I'm at the police station yet. I can't let them know." Jiang Ruoying regained her composure and pursed her lips slightly. She didn't dare let her parents know about this. There can't be any stain on her body. If they find out, her mother might get sick, and Dad might threaten Sumu and that group of thugs so that they will never tell anyone about this. Just when Sumu was thinking about what to do, Jiang Jiao entered the police station wearing a sexy outfit. She wore a black tight tank top that covered her plump body and slender waist, and ultra-short jeans that revealed her plump long legs. He also wore a cycling jacket on the outside, which looked very cool. As soon as Jiang Jiao entered the police station, the young men inside were stunned. "Where is Sumo?" Jiang Jiao tapped the motorcycle helmet in her hand. "Sister Jiang Jiao, I'm here." Sumu waved his hand quickly, feeling ashamed. It seemed that Brother Jiang had assigned the job to Sister Jiang Jiao again. Jiang Jiao heard the voice, looked over, and raised her eyebrows. Sumu is a lucky guy. The pretty girl next to him doesn't look at him with kindness. Sumu hurriedly walked forward with a smile, a little embarrassed, scratching his head. "Sister Jiang Jiao, thank you for your help. It's okay. We live together, so it's convenient for us to go back." As soon as Jiang Jiao finished speaking, she saw the pretty little girl's eyes redden, and she looked aggrieved and unwilling. Jiang Ruoying took 2 steps forward and leaned next to Sumu. She glanced at Jiang Jiao calmly, forced a smile, felt a little sad in her heart, and said in a gloomy tone, "You two live together, Sumu. Is this your girlfriend?" Chapter 25. The fourth sister is back. "Little sister, don't think too much. I'm not interested in my brother. There are other people where we live." Jiang Jiao smiled and patted Jiang Ruoying's shoulder with a hint of a smile on her face. Jiang Ruoying lowered her head somewhat embarrassedly. Sumu thought that Jiang Ruoying could not stay in the police station. Thinking that Sister Jiang Jiao came by car, he shamelessly asked, "Sister Jiang Jiao, can you help me send Jiang Ruoying?" Then he turned to Jiang Ruoying and asked, "Is the school gate okay?" Jiang Ruoying nodded and said, "Okay, just in front of the school gate." Jiang Jiao brought the 2 people to the door. She was driving a heavy motorcycle today. The back seat was not very long, and it would be a bit crowded for 3 people. "Can I sit down here?" Sumu expressed his doubts, "Or I'll take a taxi back." Jiang Jiao took out 2 helmets from the back and handed them to the 2 people. "One more is fine. Stop talking nonsense and get up quickly. Jiang Tian wants to discuss something with you tonight. The company has been registered, and we're going to discuss the equity." Jiang Jiao blinked and put the helmet directly on his head. She turned to look at Jiang Ruoying with a smile and handed the helmet to her. "Sister, get in the car." Jiang Jiao turned around and got on the bike first. Jiang Ruoying glanced at Sumu and got on second. Now Sumu is ranked last, but he was happy with it. Being in the back can ensure Jiang Ruoying's safety. What if Jiang Ruoying falls down while sitting in the back? Sumu carefully held Jiang Ruoying's waist and felt the skin under his hand stiffen. Jiang Jiao started the car and did a very clean and neat drift. While waiting for the traffic light for dozens of seconds, a BMW also stopped on the side of the street, with Su Nanyang and Su Qiaoyu sitting inside. While driving, Su Nanya turned to look at Su Qiaoyu with a look of faint understanding on her face. "You haven't been home for almost a year. Why do you want to come back now? Is it because Xiao's birthday is coming up and you're here to celebrate his birthday?" Su Nanyang couldn't think of any other reason. "I came back to see my brother. I missed his birthday, so I want to make up for it." Su Qiaoyu spoke softly with a gentle look on her face. "Maybe I should come back earlier." But at that time, she was angry with her family and didn't want to compromise easily. Su Qiaoyu still remembers that a year ago, Su Zhe deliberately came to her studio and broke the charcoal pencil that Su Mu gave her and refused to admit it. That was a gift specially given to Su Mu when she was about to be taken back home. It was a charcoal pencil that was mailed to her. She treasured it very much. Even though she locked it in the cabinet, Su Zhe still found it. She gets angry and asks him to apologize. As a result, everyone in the family sided with Su Zhe, thinking that it was not a big deal at all. They also said that it was just a charcoal pencil, and she was really petty. She was determined not to let Su Zhe go and asked Su Zhe to write a humble letter. As a result, the whole family was furious. The eldest sister accused her of making a big deal out of nothing. The second sister said she was pretending, and the third sister even wanted to tear up all her paintings. Dad said she was so cold-blooded to treat her family like this. Mom said she was the older sister and should give in to her younger brother. For the first time, Su Qiaoyu felt that these family members were so unfamiliar. She fled Jing City in fear and missed the meeting with her brother Sumu. "I don't know how he is doing. Are you celebrating Sumu's birthday? Are you crazy? Do you know how much trouble Sumu has caused at home? He doesn't care about our Su family at all now. He openly resists my parents, insults me, and bullies Su Zhe at school." Su Nanya became more and more angry when she talked about this. I'm talking to him now, but he ignores me. Before, he always followed me and did whatever I said. Fourth sister, I advise you not to meet him. Otherwise, you will be extremely disappointed. Su Nanyang snorted coldly. Although I can sometimes remember how good he was to us, that's only temporary. He's just trying to please me because of the Su family's money and power. Later, when he realized he couldn't get any favors, his true colors were revealed. Su Nanyang has been thinking a lot these days. The more she thought about it, the more confused she became. Sumu used to obey his family members' orders and had no sense of existence at home. He never complained or felt tired. His parents didn't give him any pocket money. Even so, Sumu still worked to save money to buy her a watch. She was unwilling to admit that it was her fault. She felt that Sumu was nice to them because he was vain. Thinking of this, she felt much better. Su Qiaoyu listened silently, frowned, and then shook her head desperately. Brother Sumu is not like that. You misunderstood him. Su Nanya saw that nothing she said made sense, so she turned around and snorted coldly. Su Qiaoyu, you will definitely regret what you said today. When you see Sumu, he will definitely piss you off to death. As she spoke, she honked the horn. Then she turned around and saw a motorcycle parked next to her. She took a quick glance, and her eyes widened. There were 3 people sitting on the motorcycle, a hot, mature woman in front, and a cute and beautiful girl in the back. The person sitting behind was Sumu. Su Nanyang immediately rolled down the car window and took another look in disbelief. Su Qiaoyu, look, that's the good brother you've been thinking about. He was surrounded by women outside, looking very comfortable. Suze was right. Sumu was not a good student in school. Not only did he have poor grades, but he was also surrounded by women. Su Nanyang said sarcastically, it really ruins the reputation of our Su family. Little brother Xiaoza is very well behaved and never causes trouble in school. Su Qiaoyu opened her eyes wide and looked at Su Mu with some curiosity. Is this her younger brother? A glimmer of heartache flashed in her eyes. She studied fine arts and has very detailed observation skills. She soon noticed that one of Su Mu's arms was wrapped in gauze, and there was blood on the back of the white shirt he was wearing. The slightly bulging skin could not be anything else but a swollen and painful scar. There was blood on his fist, and I don't know if it was broken. The boy was also very thin, with his hands so thin that only bones were left, and the blue veins on the back of his hand were clearly visible. He was having a very bad time, as if suffering from malnutrition caused by long-term hunger. Su Qiaoyu couldn't help but feel a lump in her throat. She couldn't help but open her mouth and yell, "Brother." The red light turned green, and the heavy motorcycle roared away. He can't hear, but he's living happily now. Su Nanyang heard that and spoke sarcastically. Su Qiaoyu kept her mouth shut and sulked silently. Sumu is not that kind of person. This house is full of prejudice. No matter what Brother Sumu does, it's wrong. Because they love the other person more, and because Sumu's younger brother came later, they can't see whatever Sumu's younger brother does. But Brother Sumu has suffered for more than 10 years. Why can't we be nicer to him? Su Nanya turned to Su Qiaoyu and sighed. Okay, now that you're back, your family misses you. Go apologize to your brother Ozawa and pretend that what happened never happened. It's Xiao's birthday soon, so stop being so angry. Su Qiaoyu didn't say anything. She came back not for Suze, but for her younger brother Sumu. Anyway, I can see my brother Sumu when I go back. Chapter 26, that was a gift from my younger brother Sumu. Su Nanyang parked the car in front of the door of the Su family villa. Fourth sister, don't be so willful this time when you come back. You really hurt my parents and Xiao's feelings last time. Su Nanyang tried to persuade him. It's just a pen. The Su family will buy you as many as you want. Why get angry over such a small matter? In Su Nanyang's opinion, this is not worth it. If you disobey your parents, you will get nothing. Su Qiaoyu paused as she got out of the car. She had a big pigtail and a round face, which made her look very gentle. She had a dimple when she smiled. At this moment, she had a stern face and was very angry after hearing what her elder sister said. That's not an ordinary pen. It's a gift from my brother Sumu. You should have all received the gifts. Don't you have any heart? Why don't you care about brother Sumu at all? Su Qiaoyu really couldn't understand it. She had been very nice to Su Ze over the years, but she always knew in her heart that Sumu was her biological brother. Su Ze is also a younger brother, but he is a little inferior to Sumu after all. But that's not the case in the eyes of my sisters and parents. They prefer Suzy. Su Xiaoyu didn't know what happened during the year she was away, but she believed that the brother who gave her a gift before they even met was definitely not the kind of person they described. What gift? I didn't receive it. Maybe he only gave it to you. Su Nanyang's face was cold, and she felt inexplicably angry. Sumu actually gave fourth sister a gift. Why didn't I receive one? Su Xiaoyu didn't want to pay attention to her anymore, so she turned around and went into the villa. Sumu must have given it to you. When Su Wanlu and Su Yingying saw Su Xiaoyu, their expressions were also rather cold. The main reason is that they had a really bad relationship a year ago. Su Xiaoyu put all kinds of pressure on Xiao's brother for the sake of a younger brother whom she had never met. This made them all very unhappy. Now that the fourth sister is back, she should be celebrating her brother Ozawa's birthday. At least she has some conscience. Su Xiaoyu nodded and greeted them before going upstairs. She flew from High City to Jing City, which took 6 or 7 hours. She was exhausted and wanted to take a nap first. The other side, Jiang Jiao drove the car to the school gate and successfully sent Jiang Ruoying to the car to go home. She got home a little late today, but she could explain that she was studying at school. Sumu reluctantly and left reluctantly. Jiang Jiao teased Sumu, "You are so lucky." Sister Jiang Jiao, stop joking. She's just my classmate. We are from 2 different worlds. Sumu shook his head helplessly. He is not a narcissistic person. Jiang Ruoying often sticks to him like this, probably just wanting to know the answering skills. Take money from others and do things for them. He will teach Jiang Ruoying all the skills, and he doesn't ask for anything else. You are really unromantic. Jiang Jiao glanced at the naive Su Mu and lamented that the little girl had a bumpy love life after falling in love with the stone-like Su Mu. Su Mu returned to his residence. He was almost blinded by Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian had his hair cut, his beard trimmed, and he wore a suit, looking respectable. Su Mu, you're back. Come and take a look at this contract. Jiang Tian pushed the contract forward. Sumu put his school bag aside and looked down at the contract. The company had been successfully registered and was called Tianmu Technology Company, Limited. The shares were divided into 3 parts. Jiang Tian held 45% of the shares, Sumu held 40% of the shares, and Jiang Jiao invested in technology and held 15% of the shares. Sumu felt that brother Jiang really took care of him. It's only a 50,000 yuan investment, and it's already very good that brother Jiang is willing to give him so many shares. Sumu took a look and signed. Brother Jiang, this time will definitely succeed. Sumu was very confident that as long as there were no outrageous operations during the business operation, this business is a sure win. I also feel that I'm very confident this time, but developing these software is a bit expensive, and these technical talents are not cheap. Jiang Tian was a little distressed. Based on his experience of many failed investments, this business venture was likely to succeed. He excitedly went to find some technical talents and put forward the need to develop a smart app. The requirements of the app are to be able to imitate human chatting and generate customized boyfriends and girlfriends. At the same time, it can make friends in the community, and there's also a section for showing affection. This was a test. After putting forward these requirements, the quotes from the technical experts we contacted were higher than the last. Brother Jiang, I have an idea. I think I can invest in a competition at the university. We could put forward a request in the name of the company, recruit university students nationwide who can create this app, and then offer a 30,000 yuan bonus. Perhaps it would work wonders. Jiang Tian's eyes lit up. This idea was absolutely brilliant. It could accomplish great things with little money. As the saying goes, there are many talented people among the people, and there are many hidden talents in these universities. It's really not difficult to make an app that meets your needs. Sumu, you are simply a genius. Jiang Tian took out his computer and started writing the competition plan on the spot. Sumu shook his head. Brother Jiang was really too hardworking. He was truly a worker chosen by God. After discussing the company's matters, Sumu returned to the house to apply medicine to himself. The wound on my arm opened again, but fortunately, it didn't have much impact. Sumu applied the medicine to himself and wrapped himself with new gauze. Then he took out a pen and paper and began to think about which stocks had risen sharply in his previous life. Oriental Communications, which mainly produces 5G signals, has seen its stock price increase tenfold in half a year. Dream Technology, which engages in live streaming business, saw its stock price increase 5-fold within a year. It is said that AVC Electronics Technology Group Corporation is undergoing asset restructuring and is planning to list its national fighter jets through a backdoor listing. Its stock price has increased by about 4 times in half a year. Sumu wrote down one by one. His face was calm, but his heart was extremely passionate. If anyone sees this notebook, they will be very surprised. They would think that Sumu was a whimsical madman, or that he was a genius-level trader. Sumu wrote down about a dozen clues and began to look at them one by one, thinking in his mind whether to take the long or short view. Late at night, he fell asleep exhausted, but his heart was at peace. So what if I leave the Su family? He has the ability to be self-reliant. The next day, Sumu went to school in high spirits. Sumu gloomily. Why was Sumu fine? Didn't my third sister say that she would teach him a lesson? Suze lowered his eyes, thinking that he might have to do it himself. When he went back last night, his eldest sister came back with his fourth sister. They said that Sumu held a birthday party with him. Sumu worthy of being with me? Suze felt an incomparable sense of crisis in his heart. The fourth sister is still as annoying as ever, and every word she says is in Sumu's favor. Sumu felt Suze's gaze and turned to give him a provocative smile. Suze was so angry that he almost wanted to smash the table. Suze's eyes swept over Sumu and Jiang Qingya, and a brilliant idea formed in his mind. Chapter 27: The Calm Before the Storm. Since the sisters all want Sumu to hold a birthday party with them, then they will make Sumu lose his reputation at the birthday party so that he will never be able to get back on his feet. To ruin Sumu's reputation is right in front of us. The Su family would never allow a son who insulted and forced women in front of all partners to exist. Suze raised his lips to a sinister smile, and this time he would make sure that Sumu would never be able to turn over. Sumu had no idea how dirty Suze's thoughts were. He had already prepared his ID card and planned to go to the nearest securities company after school to open an account. He went to the nearby Gween Securities. After successfully opening an account, he first bought short-term stocks, that is, stocks that could rise sharply within 2 or 3 months. He only has 20,000 yuan in capital. By buying short-term stocks and selling them after the stock price rises sharply, he can turn 20,000 yuan into 100,000 yuan and accumulate capital. Then use half of the money to buy short-term stocks to ensure another profit within 2 or 3 months. Use the remaining half of the money to buy long-term stocks and sell them after a year, specifically buying stocks that have tripled to quintupled profits. Over time, the profits will be substantial. Maybe I could buy a house in Beijing and bring all my grandparents over. Even if they're unwilling to come, we can renovate the rural bungalows and buy some modern facilities to make their lives more comfortable. After opening the account, I also bought the stocks. Sumu felt much more at ease. The birthday party is just around the corner. Sunanya called again. This time, her tone was stern. Sumu, why didn't you go home? How long do you want to make trouble? Sumu heard this question. He sneered. I want to ask you. Go back and ask Su Yingying and Suze. Do they want to break my legs? Don't spit bloody words at me. Xiaoza and Yingying are not like that. Are you trying to frame them? Sunandian directly refuteth. Sumu was too lazy to waste words with her. No matter how much he tried to explain himself, it would be worse than beating Suze up at the birthday party. I will go to the birthday party, but I will attend as a guest. I don't like your Su family holding a birthday party for me. Sumu finished speaking. He hung up the phone, not caring how angry Su Nanyang was on the other end. He rushed back to school and went to the study room with Jiang Ruoying. Jiang Ruoying bound all the test papers together, one neatly arranged book and another book with wrong answers in beautiful handwriting. Jiang Ruoying took out the notebook and handed it to Sumu. Her tone was a little disappointed. I'm good at math, physics, and chemistry, but I'm always struggling with English and math. I've never gotten a perfect score in math. Sumu took it and looked through it and found that Jiang Ruoying was very rigorous in answering the questions, except for a few mistakes in the last question. These are minor issues that can be resolved through training. Sumu Confronting. The world is big, but the money sponsor is the biggest. Sumu began to explain the questions to Jiang Ruoying, and Jiang Ruoying listened carefully. The two people sat very close to each other, and from a distance, they seemed almost touching. This scene was photographed by someone behind the bookshelf. Sumu finished explaining a question. He would ask Jiang Ruoying to repeat it again and then ask her to do it again. Jiang Ruoying originally wanted to take this opportunity to warm up their relationship. As a result, I have now become a ruthless test-taking machine and have been exhausted. Sumu weakly. No wonder you got a perfect score. You got 150 points because the test paper was only worth 150 points. Your ability far exceeds the score on the test paper. Jiang Ruoying no longer had any hope of surpassing Sumu, but it would be good if I could get full marks. Such a classmate Sumu is also very charming. Student Sumu, where do you want to go next? Jiang Ruoying felt that her life was boring and everything was arranged for her. But this time, she suddenly wanted to rebel against her family for one person. If possible, she would rather not be the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. Maybe he'll stay in the capital. Sumu smiled and said, "We'll have to wait and see. I will go to Su's house to attend Su Zhe's birthday party tomorrow. Is Sumu there?" At first, Jiang Ruoying thought Sumu was an orphan. But after observing for a few days, she soon discovered that Sumu was also a child of the Su family. They are both children of the Su family. Why is there such a big difference between them? Jiang Ruoying couldn't understand. Sumu was stunned for a moment, then thought that with the Su family's background, this was not just a birthday party. Many partners and wealthy families should also have been invited. This shows that the Su family has been conveying a message to the outside world for so many years that Su Zhe is the child of their Su family. And I am nothing. Sumu thought about everything that had happened. He found it a little ridiculous. He worked so hard for so long, but was just trying to please some ruthless people. "Yes, I will also go to that banquet." Sumu said, "Can I ask you to be my dance partner?" Jiang Ring curled her eyes, afraid that Sumu would not agree, and sighed. "I never have a suitable dance partner, so every year I'm alone. Can you help me?" There was some trepidation in Jiang Ruoying's tone, and her mood was like a roller coaster, up and down. She knew that Sumu was kind and soft-hearted. Sumu pondered for a moment, then nodded. "Of course. Perhaps being too popular is also a kind of distress. Otherwise, why would Jiang Ruoying, who has so many suitors, choose me as her dance partner? Maybe there are too many to choose from." Soon the day of the birthday party arrived. Sumu dressed up specially. After all, when attending such an occasion, he couldn't look too shabby. He went to the barber shop to get a haircut and then bought a nice casual suit. He is still thin now, but he looks much more energetic. In addition, he has grown taller, and when he wears a casual suit, he looks sunny and handsome. Sumu took a taxi to the birthday party venue. Outside the door were rows of luxury cars, and various politicians and business people were all dressed in neat clothes and greeting each other. The banquet venue was on the lawn of the Su family's villa. The servants who came and went set out a buffet of delicious food and fine wine on the long table, covered with a white tablecloth. On the white stage, the chief music group of Beijing was hired and was playing elegant music. Su Zhe has someone in the villa to style his hair for him. The four sisters of the Su family were right next to them. Soon Anya looked at Su Zhe's look with satisfaction and couldn't help but praise him. "Ozawa is definitely the star here today." Su Wanlu also nodded, obviously agreeing with her elder sister's words. Indeed, Xiao's outfit costs 7 figures, and the suit is custom-made by a master. Su Yingying stood by, feeling depressed. Qi Fei is a guy who is more likely to cause trouble than to accomplish anything. He was asked to break Sumu's legs, but Sumu broke his nose instead. What a useless guy. I even gave him $10,000. In the end, it was the eldest sister who persuaded Sumu to come to the birthday party. She wanted to seize this opportunity to teach Sumu a lesson. Now, hearing both sisters praising Xiaoza, she suppressed her anger and echoed. Indeed, Xiaoza is still suitable for wearing a suit. He looks handsome. Unlike Sumu, no matter how good his clothes are, he still looks poor. Third sister, how can you say that about brother Sumu? Su Xiaoyu clenched her fists in dissatisfaction. Chapter 28, Sumu meets his fourth sister. Su Yingying looked at the angry Su Xiaoyu, very puzzled. "Why are you so angry?" "I'm telling the truth. Sumu and we are not from the same world. Do you know that when Sumu first arrived at the Su family, his flattering look was really disgusting. Later, I showed mercy and let him play games with me. He couldn't even turn on the computer. What a bumpkin, huh?" Su Yingying recalled the past with a hint of pride in her eyes. "If I don't like something to eat, I can just throw it to him. He will eat it up like a dog anyway. He is a complete inferior, and we are superior people." Su Xiaoyu's eyes were red with heartache. "You're too much. Xiaomu was kind, and you treated him like this." Su Yingying lifted her hair nonchalantly, obviously disdaining what her fourth sister said. Su Nanyang stood by, without saying a word. She suddenly thought of when Sumu first arrived at the Su family. He was timid and afraid of people, and didn't like to talk. He was not as lively, generous, and lovable as Su Zhe. She also disliked her younger brother. For her, Having one more brother means one more person to share the family property and resources with. Sumu's younger brother doesn't seem to pose any threat, but I still don't like him because he often stirs up trouble and seems to be afraid to do anything. He actually often bullies Xiaoza. Sumu at the Su family's dinner table. Now hearing Su Yingying's words, a trace of disbelief flashed through her mind. Sumu has never eaten with us, right? Su Nanyang asked. For a moment, the scene froze. Su Wanlu thought about it carefully and realized that Su Mu had never eaten with them. Su Zhe forced a somewhat lonely smile. Yeah, I guess Brother Su Mu doesn't like me, so he doesn't want to eat at the same table with me. Xiao Zhe, it's not your fault. He eats leftovers every day and is full. I think he talks too much when he eats with us. Su Yingying said indifferently. I told him not to eat with us. Every time at the dinner table, Su Mu would talk about which dishes are good for the body and which are bad for the body. It was so annoying to listen to him. Su Mu sometimes wanted to pick up some food for her, but the thought of it made him feel sick. Later, she stopped Su Mu from eating at the table. You can only wait until they have all finished eating before you can eat. If you don't want to, then starve. Su Mu is really tough. I would rather starve than eat their leftovers. Su Yingying has always been dissatisfied with this. It's good enough that I can give him something to eat, but he doesn't even appreciate it. He's such a jerk and still wants to act like a young master. Su Qiaoyu was trembling all over as she listened, and her fair face turned pale. Is this how they treat Brother Su Mu? Is this still home? This is simply a horrible hell. It's simply abuse. Su Qiaoyu pursed her lips angrily, looked at Su Yingying's smug face, and pushed her hard. You're really going too far? He's our biological brother. Su Yingying looked puzzled and said to Su Qiaoyu unhappily, Su Qiaoyu, don't think I won't beat you just because you're my sister. You're even speaking up for him? Are you as inferior as he is? People like Su Mu are just mean bones. You can do whatever you want to him. Don't meddle in other people's business. Su Wanlu heard this and felt extremely uncomfortable. She recalled that night when Su Mu left home with his arms covered in blood and a determined look on his face. Will disappointment turn into despair if it accumulates for a long time? Su Mu leaving home because he is desperate? Su Wanlu had never thought that Su Mu's life in the Su family was so difficult that he couldn't even get enough food. No, maybe she thought about it, but she just didn't want to care, didn't want to concern herself, and didn't want to pay attention. I just want to enjoy Su Mu's flattery and don't care about his current situation. She is also a hypocrite, but she didn't want to be ridiculed and targeted like her fourth sister, so she could only remain silent in the end. When Su Zhe heard the word brother, he clenched his fists in an instant. I didn't expect that the fourth sister really loved Sumu, a boy from the countryside. She had never even met him, but she still spoke for him. Brother? Su Zhe sneered in his heart, rubbed his eyes, sighed deeply, and stared at Su Qiaoyu with great grievance. Does fourth sister dislike me? But I already treat everyone as my own sister. It's all my fault. If I leave, will fourth sister not be so angry? Su Nanyang heard Su Zhe's sad voice and quickly comforted him. Xiao Zhe, don't think too much. It has nothing to do with you. Then, she turned and looked at Su Qiaoyu sternly. Fourth sister, today is Xiaoza's birthday. Can you please not say such things? In our hearts, Brother Xiaoza is our real brother. Su Yingying snorted. Su Qiaoyu, I think you have also been brainwashed by that lowly person and have become brainless. Next time you really should sew his mouth shut. Su Qiaoyu was shaking with anger and turned away. If she stayed any longer, she would be pissed to death. On the lawn downstairs, Su Mu stood on the side of the table, observing the people coming and going. Maybe there are future partners here. Su Mu thought that Brother Jiang had already opened the competition to universities across the country in the name of the company, and the app should be online in 2 months. At that time, we will need to find another investment partner. Turning around, he saw a girl with red eyes standing not far away, staring at him with eyes full of heartache. Sumu was a little confused. This person looked familiar, but he didn't know him. Su Qiaoyu ran out of the house and saw Su Mu at a glance. Thinking of what Su Yingying had just said, she felt a sharp pain in her heart. She shouldn't be so selfish as to leave home just because she was angry. She should insist on staying at home and waiting for Su Mu to come back. In this way, Su Mu might not have to suffer so much. Su Yaoyu felt guilty. Perhaps because she was close to her hometown, she was a little afraid to meet Su Mu even when he was standing in front of her. Su Mu looked at the girl's face and thought carefully, and a look of understanding appeared on his face. Before being taken back to the Su family, he had a photo sent by the Su family. This should be the fourth sister whom I have never met. Sumu couldn't describe the feeling in his heart. He thought that all the members of the Su family were birds of a feather, but this fourth sister seemed a little different. Su Qiaoyu stepped forward hesitantly, looking at the very thin Sumu, her tone full of heartache. Brother, this year must have been very hard. I'm sorry I'm late. She stared at Sumu's somewhat indifferent face, his body covered with wounds, and his somewhat unfamiliar eyes, feeling extremely sad. She still remembered the first gift and letter Sumu gave her. The tone of the letter was full of tenderness, sunshine, and trust in her sister. And now, Sumu's younger brother's eyes were full of vigilance and fatigue, and even more of a sense of despair. On earth did the Su family do to Sumu's younger brother? I shouldn't have left Jing City. I should have stayed here and waited for you to come back. They all bullied you. Regret and guilt filled her heart. Su Qiaoyu could no longer bear the pain and heartache for Sumu and broke down crying. Sumu looked at his fourth sister, crying in some surprise. His rock-hard heart loosened a little, and he felt helpless at being cared for. He took a tissue from the side, took 2 steps forward, and handed it to Su Qiaoyu, saying helplessly, "Don't cry. Wipe your tears first." Chapter 29, Su Zhe, the Thief. Su Qiaoyu took the tissue and wiped her tears a little embarrassedly. Sumu with red eyes. This was the first time she met her brother. "Brother, did you receive the gift I gave you? Do you like it?" Su Qiaoyu lowered her head and spoke in a low voice, starting to find topics to talk to Sumu. "Gift? No. Sumu has never accepted any gifts from anyone in the Su family." "Huh, I gave you a gift every month this year. A few days ago, on your birthday, I even gave you a painting. Did they not get it to you?" Su Qiaoyu was very surprised. She missed her younger brother so much that she would give Sumu a small gift almost every month. Sometimes it's a few sets of casual clothes, sometimes it's a few pairs of nice sneakers. She heard that boys of this age especially love playing games, so she did some research online and bought him a Switch game console, which boys were said to like. I didn't know which version to give, so I bought the most expensive one. She also picked out a limited edition smartwatch. She was also wondering if her brother would like it. But now, my brother actually said he didn't receive any gifts? Sumu heard that his fourth sister remembered his birthday. His expression softened a little. I thought she was insincere, but I didn't expect that she really cared about me. Sumu was very disappointed with the Su family, but not with human nature. "I didn't receive any gifts, but the nanny sent me a package some time ago. Maybe there's something in it from you." Sumu remembered that when the nanny sent something 2 days ago, she said someone gave him a painting. "It should have been given by the fourth sister in front of me. The things I give you are all carefully selected. No, I will definitely find them for you." Su Qiaoyu's face was red with anger. She usually spoke gently, but now her voice was filled with anger. Sumu felt cared for the first time and was stunned for a moment. Then, looking at his fourth sister running away, he felt inexplicably complicated. If he had met this sister earlier, perhaps he would still have some attachment to this family. Su Qiaoyu rushed into the Su family's villa. At this moment, everyone else had already left, leaving only Su Wanlu sitting in the living room in a daze. Su Wanliu's stomach felt more and more uncomfortable, and no matter how many stomach medicines she took, they didn't help. Before, whenever her stomach felt uncomfortable, Su Mu would bring her a bowl of hot medicinal porridge. "I feel much better every time I eat it." Now, after just a few days of not eating, her old problem has recurred. She unconsciously thought of the time when Su Mu was still in the Su family. At most, she ignored her younger brother and always turned a blind eye to him. She doesn't like to have excessive contact with others. Over the years, the only brother she loves is Su Zhe. Sumu bullied Xiaoze as soon as he came home, which made her very unhappy and even disgusted. For this reason, over the past year, even though Su Mu did a lot for her, she chose to ignore it. But these days, she was not used to Su Mu being away from home. Moreover, she asked the nanny to clean up the clutter in the house today and found a lot of medicinal herbs in the storage room. She also studied medicine and soon discovered that some medicinal herbs were extremely precious. Some medicinal herbs cannot be bought with money. She couldn't imagine how Su Mu found and obtained these medicinal herbs. Su Mu was all alone. He had no money and no power. It must have taken a lot of thought to get these things. Su Wanlu thought that today was Xiaoze's birthday, so everyone was with Xiaoze. No one in the family went to look for Sumu, and no one asked about Sumu. Sumu still has such serious injuries on his body. For the first time, Su Wanlu fell into anxiety. When Su Qiaoyu walked in, she saw Su Wanlu sitting on the sofa with a dazed look on her face. Second sister, it's a good thing you're here. Have you seen the gift I gave to Sumu before? Su Qiaoyu said, her eyes searching the hall. I don't know. Su Wanlu felt a little uncomfortable. She rarely paid attention to Su Mu and had no idea whether he had received the gift. However, Xiaoza once said in front of himself and Su Mu that his fourth sister sent him a lot of gifts, all of which he liked. At that time, Sumu's expression seemed very lost. Sumu also had a gift. Why was he disappointed? But you sent a gift to Xiaoza before, right? Did you send the same gift to both of them? Su Wanlu stood up, and the next second, she heard Su Qiaoyu's hurried and angry voice. I've never sent a gift to Su Zhe. How could I possibly send him a gift? It was because of him that I left home. Su Qiaoyu was so angry that she almost died. Did Su Zhe take away all the gifts I sent to my brother Su Mu? Su Wanlu widened her eyes and muttered to herself. Impossible. Xiaoza is not that kind of person. I don't care if he is such a person or not. If he steals brother Su Mu's gift, I will not forgive him. Su Qiaoyu was very angry and felt suffocated and uncomfortable. No wonder there was no reply from brother Su Mu. It turned out that all the gifts I gave him were taken away by Su Zhe. Su Qiaoyu ran upstairs quickly. She wanted to check on Su Zhe's room. Su Wanlu hurriedly followed. Fourth sister, don't be impulsive. Maybe it wasn't Xiaoza who took it. Su Qiaoyu directly pushed open Su's door. Su Zhe's room is very luxurious. There are 3 desktop computers on the table, surrounded by many airplane models. In addition, there is a special shoe cabinet that takes up an entire wall. Su Qiaoyu looked around the room with a cold face and soon found the gift she had given. In the transparent shoe cabinet are the shoes I gave her as a gift. On the table is the game console I gave her as a gift, and on the bookshelf next to it is the crystal globe I gave her as a gift. Su Qiaoyu was extremely angry. Su Zhe was such a shameless guy. He actually stole Su Mu's brother's gift. Damn it. Su Qiaoyu stepped forward and took out all these things, smashing whatever could be smashed and throwing whatever could be thrown. These things have been used by Suzy, disgusting. Su Qiaoyu made up her mind to buy a new one for her brother Su Mu. As for those that have been used, I will smash them and not give them to Su Zhe. Su Wanlu was also shocked when she came in. She had seen the house where Su Mu lived, a small space with simple decorations. Even the clothes are packed in cardboard boxes. There is a huge difference when compared like this. This is really a bit unfair to Su Mu, but why doesn't Su Mu say it? Ish how thief. He stole the gift I bought for Su Mu. After Su Qiaoyu had thrown everything, she sobbed and felt extremely uncomfortable. Su Wanlu didn't know what to say. Brother Xiaoza, did you really take Su Mu's things? Is there any misunderstanding here? Su Wanlu asked hesitantly, unwilling to believe it in her heart. I don't care what misunderstandings he has. Anyway, the gift I gave to my brother Su Mu appeared in his room. So he is a thief. Su Qiaoyu clenched her fists. She was so angry that she wanted to punch Su Zhe to death. Brother Xiaoza is not that kind of person. Today is his birthday. Let's wait until after the birthday party to ask him about it. There must be some misunderstanding. Su Wanlu frowned and said, today is a birthday party, and it would really spoil the fun if this matter was brought up. Su Qiaoyu glanced at her coldly and snorted, I must make him apologize to brother Su Mu. Su Wanlu held her uncomfortable stomach, thinking that her elder sister would definitely not be willing to hear brother Xiaoza apologize. Not only the eldest sister, but the third sister would not agree. On the lawn downstairs, Su Zhe walked out surrounded by the Su family. At this moment, it was already evening and lights suddenly appeared on the lawn. Su Zhe was wearing a white suit, and next to him were Su Nanyang and Su Yingying. Su Nanyang was wearing a suit and petticoat and high heels. She was socializing with people around her in a very familiar manner, while looking for people from the Jiang family. Su Tianxi held Zhang Yuding's arm, looking very satisfied, and boasted to his business partner next to him. We recently produced a batch of medical equipment. Now, as long as we can cooperate with the Jiang family, the company's market value will rise to a higher level. I'll leave this matter to Nanya. When Su Tianxi mentioned Su Nanyang, there was a hint of pride on his face. Among these younger generations, Su Nanyang was the most promising. It's true that a tiger father has a dog daughter. Boss Su will be blessed in the future. But I heard that you recently adopted a son. Listen to my elder brother's advice. With so many children, it's hard to divide the family property. Chapter 30, the fake young master was beaten to a bloody pulp. The middle-aged man next to him patted Su Tianxi on the shoulder, looking like an experienced person. Sumu, who was mixed in the crowd. I adopted child. I plan to train Xiaoza to be the heir to the Su group in the future. To be a qualified heir, he must have a whetstone to help him hone his skills. As soon as Su Tianxi said this, people around him praised him for his good parenting skills. This is the truth. If no one competes with the heir for the inheritance, how can the heir make progress? Su Tianxi was still far ahead of them, and actually adopted a child as an obstacle to his heir. Zhang Yuding's eyes wavered when she heard this, and she pulled Su Tianxi and spoke quietly. Why don't you tell them that Sumo is also our child? What do you know? I'm doing this to train them. Sumu is lazy and vain. If we claim to be our biological son, he'll be so proud of himself. Su Tianxi said with a serious face that Zhang Yuding didn't understand anything, and then he spoke again. If we hold a reunion meeting, what do you think Xiaoza will think? He is afraid of being abandoned because of Sumu. You're chilling his heart by doing this. When Zhang Yuding heard this, she fell silent. What Su Tianxi said makes sense. Sumu is their biological child, but Xiaoza is not their biological child, but is better than their biological child. They're all flesh and blood. However, Sumu grew up in an orphanage and had little knowledge and no business skills. In the future, the Su family's assets will definitely be managed and inherited by the daughters and Xiaoza. Zhang Yuding is the youngest daughter in the Zhang family. She was raised in the palm of her hand and was well protected by her brothers. She only needs to enjoy herself every day without having to worry about the family business or the ways of the world. After a long time, she hardly had to think. She just thought that Su Mu was ungrateful, incompetent, and rebellious. Whatever Su Tianxi says is what it is. Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. As a father, Su Tianxi is definitely doing this for Su Mu's good. Suze smiled and accepted everyone's blessings. He turned around and saw Su Mu standing not far away. He was very proud in his heart. Although today was a birthday party for two people, Su Mu was always the supporting role. Brother Sumo, I wish you a happy birthday too. I'm probably the only one in this family who cares about you. Suzy approached Sumu, speaking sarcastic words. It seems like every sister doesn't want to pay attention to you. The way you tried to please them before was really ridiculous. By the way, Dad also said that I will be the future heir of the Su family, and you are just my foil. Esh Ushishton Vashmuk. Sumu raised his eyebrows, moved his wrist, and glanced at Suze's legs. It would be a shame not to break such a good leg. Suze only felt that there was murderous intent in that look, and for a moment, he was actually a little scared. Then he became angry. How could he be afraid of this loser Sumu? Suze took a glass of wine from the side and looked at Sumu with a smile. If you know what's good for you, you should get out of here. Otherwise, I will make you live a life worse than death. As he said this, he poured the glass of wine on his head. Sumu looked at his actions and found them ridiculous. In the past year, Suze has used this method no less than dozens of times. Every time he would lie by self-harming and tell the Su family that Sumu bullied him. Then, all the sisters and parents came to teach Sumu a lesson. They all thought that Sumu was jealous of Suze, so he bullied Suze. Sumu was punished by being made to kneel, beaten, and even locked in a cellar for solitary confinement. The most serious incident was when Suze falsely accused Sumu of stealing a pen worth more than 1 million yuan given to him by his eldest sister's partner. This pen is very important to Su Nanyang. She wants to place the pen in her office to show the strength of the company's partners and thus increase the company's credibility. Sumo stole a pen. Su Nanyang was furious and rushed home directly from the company. She slapped Sumu twice without saying a word and asked him to hand over the pen. Sumu had no idea what was going on. Suze said hypocritically, "Sister, please don't blame me. I'm in love at school, and the pen should be given to that girl." Sumu tried his best to argue that he didn't have it, but no one in the family believed him. Sumu was locked in the cellar for 2 days. During these 2 days, the Su family did not allow Sumu to eat anything. Sumu was released. He almost starved to death and fell into a coma due to hypoglycemia. Sumu will never forget the cold looks of his sisters, the disappointed looks of his parents, and the smug look of Suze when he was defending himself. They're always like this, unwilling to believe him and unwilling to listen to his explanations. They strangled all the truth in his weak throat and then angrily told him to die. Sumu has experienced too many such moments. This is also one of Suze's proud methods. Like now, Suze poured the wine on his head and started screaming, "Brother, why did you do this to me? I'll give you this birthday party. As long as you're happy, that's all." Suze's voice attracted everyone's attention, and some people looked over here with frowns. Su Nanyang was even more angry. She walked over from the other side in high heels. Sumu looked at Suze acting like a clown and sneered. Since Suze likes to play the victim so much, let's satisfy him. Sumu picked up an unopened bottle of champagne from the table next to him and shook it in his hand. Then, the champagne cap was opened, and the gushing champagne sprayed straight into Suze's eyes like a water gun. Sumu still felt unsatisfied, so he picked up the beer barrel next to him and poured it over Suze's head. Suze covered his head and screamed. His original hypocritical look turned into panic. Sumu grabbed his hair with one hand and poured wine on Suze's head with the other. Sumu looked at Suze's embarrassed dodging and smiled cruelly. "Those were just minor fights. I'm going to teach you what real bullying is." After saying that, he picked up the wine bottle on the table and smashed it hard on Suze's head. There was only a bang and the bottle shattered. Suze's head was bleeding, and his pig-slaughtering screams cut through the night sky. Sumo anger dissipated a lot. He grabbed Suze's neck and said, "Don't you always say that I bully you? Now I satisfy you. Are you satisfied? My dear brother." In Suze's ears, Sumu's voice now sounded like the whisper of a devil. He cursed Sumo. "Just wait. The sisters won't let you go." Sumu grabbed his hair and pushed him back, scorning what he said. What sister? He once thought about being a stranger to the people of the Su family, but they were unwilling to let him go. They also wanted to break his legs and humiliate him in front of everyone. Since you don't want to be strangers, then let's be enemies. They were his enemies who had killed him once. Who cares what their enemies think? Sumu looked down at Suze and said, "You are wrong. It's not that they won't let me go. It's that I won't let them go." Chapter 31, He's Crazy. Su Nanya strode over and saw Xiaoza's miserable condition. She clenched her fists and said, "Sumu, let your brother go." Sumu is indeed not presentable. He actually caused such a thing in such an important occasion. When Suze saw his elder sister coming, he rushed over crying, "Eldest sister, my brother is crazy. Hurry up and save me." Su Nanyang looked at Suze's head full of wounds with heartache and quickly asked the servant next to her to call the family doctor. "Sumu, do you know what kind of occasion we are in now? I am so disappointed that you have done something that brings shame to the Su family." Su Nanyang thought that Sumu must be jealous of the birthday party his family threw for Xiaoza, so he wanted to ruin everything. Sumu shook his sleeves and looked at Su Nanyang's arrogant look, which he found ridiculous. "Miss Su, if Suze hadn't made the first move, I wouldn't have touched him. He asked for this." Sumu looked at Su Nanya, who was full of anger, and said softly, "Don't you always think that I bully him? Today I really bullied him. What's wrong?" Sumu was so strange and scary now. Su Ying also came over and looked at Suze with heartache. The family doctor had already bandaged Suze's wound. Suze looked aggrieved over there. Sister, I don't know how I offended Brother Sumu. If he wants this birthday party, I will give it to him." "Brother, why did you hit me? Is it because I'm not your brother?" When Su Ying heard this, she felt extremely distressed. She turned around and looked at Sumu with gritted teeth. "Sumu, why don't you roll over here and kowtow to Xiaoza and apologize? You damn thing. You have been snatching things from Xiaoza since you came to this family." Su Ying took a few steps forward, thinking that her brother Xiaoza was always wronged, and raised her hand to slap him. "I'm going to teach you a lesson today on behalf of my brother Ozawa." Sumu had anticipated such an outcome a long time ago. Looking at Su Ying's hateful eyes, he pursed his lips. "The Sumu who allowed myself to be beaten or scolded. Get out." Sumu grabbed Su Ying's wrist with his backhand and stared at her coldly, his eyes filled with icy hatred. Su Ying was stunned. She had never thought that one day she would see this kind of expression in Sumu's eyes. Sumu's eyes are always cautious, flattering, and warm. But this time, it's completely different. The strength in Su Ying's hand was immediately controlled, and Sumu shook her hand off. Then came a backhand slap, the crisp sound echoing throughout the sky. Sumu said with hatred, "It's just a matter of convenience for me to hit you." Su Ying was beaten and thrown to the ground, her face full of humiliation. Su Nanya looked on in disbelief. "Sumu, you actually dare to hit your third sister." At this moment, she completely realized that Sumu was no longer the same Sumu as before. Sumu used to want Su Yingying's approval the most. Su Yingying beat and scolded him, often slapping him several times, but he never fought back. And this time, he slapped her without hesitation, and it was still a hard slap. The commotion here also attracted the attention of many guests. Jiang Ruoying looked at the crowd with a worried look on her face. She seemed to have heard Su Mu's voice just now. Jiang Tian and Jiang Jiao were chatting with Jiang Ruoying, and the three of them were standing together. They have similar family backgrounds, but have never met each other before. This is the first time they meet, and they were introduced by their elders. Jiang Jiao saw Jiang Ruoying's worried look and understood. I didn't expect that the pretty little girl who was with Sumu last time was actually the daughter of the Jiang family. Sumu didn't know whether it was a blessing or a curse to meet this girl. After all, Jiang Ruoying's father was a difficult old man. Let's go and see what's going on. Jiang Jiao, wearing a black long dress, put her arm around Jiang Tian's shoulders and raised her chin. That seems to be our little friend Sumu. When Jiang Tian heard Sumu's name, he quickly looked up and said, "Is brother Sumu over there?" I just heard a man crying. His crying was disgusting. Jiang Ruoying chatted nearby, looking anxiously over there. It's definitely not Sumu. Jiang Jiao smiled lightly and jokingly said, "You know your boyfriend so well." "Not my boyfriend," Jiang Ruoying said softly, a few blushes appearing on her pure and charming face. "You haven't gotten her yet. I have experience and can give you some advice." Jiang Jiao likes to tease this kind of pure little girl. Jiang Tian glanced at Jiang Jiao unhappily. "That's enough. What experience do you have? Don't lie to the kids." Jiang Jiao didn't say anything and rested her chin on Jiang Tian's shoulder. Jiang Ruoying saw Sumu's face, which was full of coldness, through the layers of people. She said anxiously, "I'll go over there and take a look." Jiang Tian pulled Jiang Jiao and said, "Let's go together." The three of them squeezed in the crowd and found Sumu standing there. Sumu was standing alone, with three people opposite him. There seemed to be a chasm between them, separating them from each other. Jiang Ruoying squeezed in, holding up the hem of her skirt. "Make way! Make way!" She was wearing a silver fishtail dress today and diamond-studded high heels. Her hair was neatly styled and wavy, hanging on her fair shoulders. She had light makeup on her face, and she looked beautiful and pure. She walked into the center of the crowd and stood firmly beside Sumu. Sumu in a cold voice. "Sumu, do you know what you're doing? You attacked your brother and sister. Do you still have any humanity?" Sumu raised his eyebrows and looked at Su Nanyang. "What about you? Do you have any humanity? You locked me in the basement for a pen and almost starved me to death. I was once your brother. What you did to me, is that humane?" When Jiang Ruoying heard this, she turned around and looked at Sumu with heartache. It turned out that he had suffered such an injury before. Su Nanyang didn't expect him to bring up the old matter again, and she also thought of the pen. "You made the mistake first. You stole my pen, so you should be punished." Su Nanyang didn't think she did anything wrong, and even felt that she was doing very well. She was helping Su Mu correct his mistakes and get rid of his habit of stealing. "Steal your pen? Miss Su, have you forgotten that I don't have any keys to the Su family's door, and your house is always locked? Stealing? Do you think it's possible?" Su Mu spoke calmly, no longer angry about the matter, because he knew that no matter how he explained, Su Nanyang would determine that he was a thief, because she always thinks she is right. Su Nanyang's expression changed again and again. This was also what she had always been curious about, but she would not admit that she was wrong. "Don't change the subject, Sumo. Look at what you did to Xiaoza. Maybe I should call the police and make you undergo a proper reform." "Are you sure?" Sumu turned his head and stared at Su Yingying and Su Zhe and smiled slowly. "Su Yingying, Su Zhe, you were the ones who want to find Chi Fei to break my legs, right?" Su Zhe didn't say anything, but Su Yingying sneered. "That's right, you don't want to come back? Break your legs, and you'll know where to stay." Su Nanyang turned to look at her third sister and was shocked. She always knew that her third sister was extreme, but she didn't know she was so cruel. Su Nanya turned to face Sumu. "What do you want to say?" "I want to say if you call the police, then we can all go in." Sumu silently took out his cell phone, which contained a recording of Su Yingying admitting to beating someone. Chapter 32 Big Sister Wants to Meet Your Friends. Su Nanyang looked at Su Yingying with disappointment and gave up the idea of calling the police. Su Nanyang turned around and found that many people had come to watch, and some people even took out their mobile phones to take pictures. If the situation continues to escalate, It will be detrimental to the Su family's reputation. Third sister, help Xiaoza in and take him to change his clothes. Xiaoza will come out to cut the cake later. Su Nanyang pointed at the two waiters next to her and asked them to help. Su Yingying also knew that she couldn't be willful today. She stared at Su Mu with resentment, then took Su Zhe into the house. Sumu was very difficult to deal with now. Sumu now made her feel like she was facing a very difficult partner. But she thought it was another illusion. Sumu must have taken the wrong medicine, which is why he became like this. Or maybe he drank too much and got drunk. When he wakes up, he will definitely come back to apologize. Su Nanyang is still used to the cowardly Su Mu from before. Su Nanya asked the waiter to clear the table, then turned to face the crowd of people who came to watch the fun with a smile and spoke loudly. Everyone, there was a small accident just now. Don't take it to heart. Let our chief dancer lead everyone in the dance. Please enjoy this banquet. As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of light shone in the center of the lawn, and 3 pairs of beautiful dancers began to lead the dance. The crowd gradually dispersed, but today's incident would probably spread among the circle soon. Generally speaking, it's not a big deal. After all, everyone has some troubles. It's just that the Su family situation is particularly ugly. Only after seeing the crowd disperse did Su Nanyang breathe a sigh of relief. Sumu just stood there watching Su Nanyang busying around, and had to admit that Su Nanyang had some business acumen, high emotional intelligence, decisiveness in killing, and cold-blooded and selfish. He used to admire this elder sister very much, but now he felt only disgust toward her. Jiang Tian came over and put his hand on Su Mu's left shoulder, patting it gently. I thought you were such a poor boy, but I didn't expect you to be the young master of the Su family. Su Mu sighed, and he was very disgusted with the Su family. Brother Jiang, please stop joking with me. You know, I have nothing to do with them now. Jiang Tian nodded after listening to this. He certainly knew that Su Mu had been working in his mobile phone store for more than a year. If he really is a young master, why would he need to work? What the Su family did was really inhumane. People's hearts are too biased, and things are likely to go wrong. I'm not going to stay in a place like this anymore. I believe in you, and our project will definitely succeed. Jiang Tian felt that Su Mu was not an ordinary person, and the Su family would regret treating Su Mu like this sooner or later. Treating a fake as a treasure and pushing a genius away. How blind you are. Jiang Ruoying listened quietly beside him, and the more she listened, the more she felt that Su Mu was very powerful. She felt sorry for Su Mu and admired him at the same time. Both of their homes were like a swamp, and she was stuck in it and about to be drowned. But Su Mu can climb out of the mud and stride forward. She envied him so much and liked him so much. It seems that by following him, you can become someone like him. She tugged at Su Mu's sleeve, wanting to do something for him. I have some pocket money. Can I invest it in you guys? Su Mu lowered his head and smiled, thinking that Jiang Ruoying's way of speaking was quite cute. Jiang Ruoying usually looks cold and rational, but why does she always sound silly and cute when she talks to me? Moreover, Jiang Ruoying was particularly beautiful today, making people unable to take their eyes off her. Many boys at the banquet kept following her. Her skin is so white and tender that if you pinch it, a red mark will appear. It is fragile and beautiful. She was like a beautiful princess, and Su Mu couldn't help but be more patient with her. How much pocket money do you have? Let me think about it. Sumu deliberately spoke to Shizhe. More than 6 million. Jiang Ruoying calculated silently and said a number hesitantly. Su Mu was silent. Well, he should have thought of it earlier. Jiang Ruoying's pocket money was not on the same level as that of normal people. Jiang Jiao beside her couldn't help laughing. She reached out and pinched Jiang Ruoying's cheek. Little rich woman, it's up to you to support Su Mu. Su Mu laughed and said, Sister Jiang Jiao, please forgive me. Su Nanyang noticed that these people were talking next to Su Mu. She was a little disdainful, thinking that these people must be Su Mu's friends. She squinted her eyes and was suddenly stunned. She saw that 2 of them looked familiar. They were exactly the Jiang family members she was looking for. The man was Jiang Tian, the only son of the Jiang family, and the woman was Jiang Jiao, the head of the legal department of the Jiang group. Jiang Tian, the only son of the Jiang family, is not very capable. It is said that the Jiang family plans to hire a professional manager to help him manage the family property. Even if he doesn't have the ability, as the only child of the Jiang family, he should have a say in the Jiang family's cooperation. Jiang Jiao is a female legal expert trained by the Jiang family since she was a child. She is loyal to the Jiang family and has never lost a single case in 173 lawsuits. At the same time, Jiang Jiao is also responsible for the operation of several hospitals of the Jiang Group. Jiang Jiao has absolute say in the procurement of medical equipment. And there's that girl in the fishtail skirt, who's a little too pretty. I just heard someone introduce her as the only daughter of the Jiang family. When did Sumu climb to such a high branch? And the way Sumu spoke seemed like he was very familiar with them. If I remember correctly, the last time I saw Sumu riding a motorcycle while sitting in the car, it was Jiang Jiao who was driving with Sumu and Jiang rowing. Su Nanyang's heart began to beat wildly. Sumu had a close relationship with these people. That is to say, perhaps we can establish cooperation with these people through Sumu's relationship. When Su Nanyang thought about what had just happened, she suddenly felt a surge of regret. I shouldn't have scolded Sumu like that just now. I should have left him some leeway. This way, I could use his connections to develop the company's business. Su Nanyang picked up the wine next to her and drank it all in one gulp. Then she thought again. Sumu is a member of the Su family, and it is his duty to contribute to the Su family's business. Sumu eats and lives in the Su family, and the blood of the Su family flows in his bones. What's wrong with using his connections to attract cooperation? Su Nanyang breathed a sigh of relief, and her expression became a little more relaxed. She walked forward, glanced at Sumu, then turned to Jiang Tian with a big smile on her face. Is this Mr. Jiang? He's quite handsome. I didn't expect you to know my brother. What a coincidence. Su Nanya's voice was extremely gentle. Mr. Jiang, Miss Jiang, my brother has a bad temper. If I have offended you in any way, please forgive me. My friend recently brought some coffee from Vietnam. I heard Miss Jiang really likes coffee. Would you like to try it together? Su Nanya extended an invitation. Sumu was surprised to see the change in Su Nanyang's expression. I have been in the Su family for nearly 2 years, and I have never heard Su Nanyang have such a gentle voice, nor have I seen her with such a gentle face. Sumu sneered. Miss Su, it's not good for you to invite my friends in front of me, right? Chapter 33, the show, is about to begin. Su Nanya's face froze, then she smiled again. Brother, your friend of my friends, don't be so formal. Sumulvan sagin vitnis su nanenges shamelessness. When there was no benefit, he kicked me away, but now, when there is benefit, he calls me his brother affectionately. Su Nanyang is really a realistic woman. Miss Su, we are not familiar with each other. I'm not your brother. Your brother is waiting for your comfort in the villa. Sumu smiled faintly, and there was no previous flattery and caution in his expression, only coldness and indifference. Su Nanyang couldn't help but frown. How long does Sumu want to continue making trouble? Isn't he just trying to gain his family's attention through this method? Then congratulations to him. He succeeded. Su Nanyang glanced at Jiang Tian and Jiang Jiao, who were silent beside her, and pulled Sumu to the other side. Her voice softened a bit, but her tone was still a bit like charity. Is that enough of a fuss? Sumu, I know what your purpose is. As long as you introduce those 2 Jiang family friends to me, I will let you live comfortably in the Su family. Seeing that Sumu didn't say a word, Su Nanya thought that he was dissatisfied, so she couldn't help but tut a sound and continued to speak. You get the same pocket money as Xiaoza, and your family will also assign you a special driver to go to school. Also, I will ask your 3rd sister to stop beating you, and your 2nd sister to stop using cold violence against you. If you behave better, your parents will treat you better. Su Nanyang didn't believe that such conditions could not impress Sumu. But when she looked into Sumu's dark eyes, she had a bad feeling. Sumu listened to her, making one generous offer after another, as if it were a gift to him. Sumu waited for her to finish, and couldn't help but say, Su Nanyang, it turns out you know everything. You know my situation, but you don't care at all. Su Nanya, you are so cruel. Sumu still had an illusion, which was his own pain. His sisters didn't know about it, so they did nothing. It was not until he heard what Su Nanyang said today that Sumu finally understood that she knew everything. I know every bit of hunger he has endured, every time he is exhausted going to school, and I know that he has been bullied in this family. Su Nanyang just looked at him from a high position, enjoying his flattery. When he was in unbearable pain, she kicked him away because Sumu's painful groans disturbed her ears. When Su Nanyang heard what Sumu said, her whole body trembled and her heart tightened. Sumu with a sneer on his face, Su Nanyang spoke without thinking. Yes, I know, so what? It's because of your bad behavior that everyone hates you. I'm helping you this time out of respect. I don't know how you met the Jiang family, but you only need to know that this is your only chance to gain a foothold in the Su family. Since you are so powerful, then you should figure it out on your own. Miss Su, please stop putting the blame on me. I really don't care about the Su family where a bunch of scum like you live. Sumu turned around and walked to Jiang Ruoying's side. He didn't want to stay there for a second. Jiang Tian came over and asked, Sumu, what does your elder sister want to do? Jiang Jiao raised her champagne glass and looked at Sumu with a smile. I guess your eldest sister must be looking for us to cooperate, right? Sumu nodded, his tone somewhat nonchalant. Yes, Su Nanyang wanted to cooperate with your Jiang family and wanted to get to know you through me, but I refused. That is, the two of them had just had a very unpleasant conversation, and Jiang Tan labeled Su Nanyang as short-sighted in his mind. Jiang Jiao looked at Su Nanyang thoughtfully, with a glimmer in her eyes. Jiang Ruoying has no good feelings towards the Su family. For people like them, family warmth must be hard to come by. Let's not talk about their disappointing things. Everyone is dancing. Why don't we go dancing too? Jiang Ruoying spoke with a smile, then stretched out her hand and grabbed Sumu's hand. She didn't seem to be moving at all, but her heart was beating faster and faster, almost jumping out of her chest. This is a trick she learned from a romance anime a few days ago. I wonder if it will be useful. Unintentionally creating physical contact will enhance the intimacy between two people. Jiang Ruoying recalled that an unintentional touch would make a boy's heart beat. Spraying sweet perfume on the neck and behind the ears will make the other person salivate and want to kiss. The more Jiang Ruoying thought about it, the more confused her eyes became. Sumu was holding Jiang Ruoying's hand, and only one thought flashed through his mind. Her hands were so small and soft. Sumu grabbed Jiang Ruoying's wrist with his backhand. The two looked at each other and slowly slid into the dance floor. Sumu is not very good at dancing, and his movements are a bit clumsy. Jiang Ruoying had taken special dance classes. She taught Sumu the dance step seriously. Accompanied by the piano sound of Winter Sonata, Jiang Ruoying showed a sweet smile on her face. Sumu also looked down at Jiang Ruoying. Her skin was fair and her eyes were slightly narrowed. She looked as proud and satisfied as a cat that had eaten dried fish. She also had the scent of sweet peaches on her body, which made Sumu inexplicably want to eat the fruit or touch her fair skin with his lips. Jiang Ruoying looks delicious. Sumu quickly shook his head, got rid of the dangerous thought, and began to dance seriously. At an unknown moment, a trace of throbbing remained in my heart. Sumu and Jiang Ruoying on the dance floor, with a hint of envy in her eyes. She turned around and patted Jiang Tian's shoulder, her red lips curled slightly. Brother Jiang Tian, do you want to dance with me? Jiang Tian slapped her arm away. Stop calling me that with double characters, okay? Listen to me, you're not suited to being a sweet girl. It makes me feel weird. The corners of Jiang Jiao's mouth twitched, and she snorted softly. She hooked her hands around his neck and pulled hard. The other finger with red manicure circled his chest. Dear brother Jiang Tian, I just love calling you that. Come on, you have to dance today, even if you don't want to. As she spoke, she grabbed his tie and led him onto the dance floor. Jiang Tian looked helpless. Su Nanyang watched them dancing with a gloomy face, then reached out and pressed her forehead. It's okay, there's still a long way to go. She would definitely be able to find a way to make the Jiang family accept and cooperate with her. At least today I know that Sumu knows someone from the Jiang family. After that, as long as you find Sumu, you'll be able to contact the Jiang family. Sumu was probably just being stubborn because he longed for the warmth of family so much. Su Nanyang believed that it would not be long before Sumu would change his attitude. Su Zhe, whose head had been bandaged, stared at Sumu and Jiang Ruoying, who were dancing, with jealousy and murderous intent in his eyes. Sumu was becoming more and more out of control. He even dared to hit himself. Not only that, Jiang Ruoying, who was usually cold to him, actually smiled so sweetly at Sumu. Dame Sumu. Jiang Qingya stood beside him, pouting, holding Su Zhe's arm with her arm, rubbing her chest against his arm, her tone very unhappy. Sumu, that bootlicker, is now actually sticking with that bitch Jiang Ruoying. How disgusting. Jiang Qingya's heart was filled with resentment and dissatisfaction, as well as a sense of loss. Sumu's original focus had always been on himself, but now, Sumu kept staring at Jiang Ruoying. Su Zhe turned his head and glanced at Jiang Qingya. Seeing the tight black dress she was wearing, and most of her white breasts exposed, a trace of contempt flashed across his eyes. Qingya, do you remember what I asked you to do? If you succeed, I will get engaged to you. A hint of excitement and greed flashed across Jiang Qingya's eyes. Engagement? Then I can also become the rich wife of the Su family. Jiang Qingya laughed sweetly. Xiao Zhe, don't worry, Sumu. That lecher will definitely fall at my feet. You know, he used to be my bootlicker. It's easy to ruin his reputation. It happened that the dancing time was over at this time. Sumu went to the bathroom, and Jiang Qingya's eyes lit up, and she followed him closely. Sumu finished running the water and washing his hands. He thought to himself that it was almost time to leave. This banquet was quite boring, but it was really satisfying to beat up Su Zhe. He had just taken 2 steps when Jiang Qingya ran over from the front, pressing her chest tightly against his. Sumu, I know you like me, and I promise you today. Not far away, a camera flashed a red dot. Chapter 34, The Fake Young Master is a Coward. Sumu was startled. After all, the light was a little dim. Suddenly, an unknown thing jumped out from the front. This thing suddenly flew into his arms. Anyone would be scared to death. Sumu didn't even think about it and pushed it away. What the hell? How dare you hurt me? Jiang Qingya only let out a scream and fell to the ground in a mess. Jiang Qingya didn't react. Her hair was loose, and she stared at Sumu angrily. Sumu, take a good look at who is in front of you. Jiang Qingya stood up, straightened her clothes, and squeezed her chest deliberately. She looked at Sumu with a charming smile. Weren't you pursuing me before? Now I promise you. Sumu, the bootlicker, must be so happy. Sumu just looked at her expressionlessly and thought she was an eyesore. Sumu was nice to her before because Jiang Qingya had helped him, but later he found out that Jiang Qingya had accidentally helped the wrong person. Jiang Qingya then humiliated him in every way. Sumu wouldn't like such a person. Please respect yourself. I have no interest in you at all. Sumu walked around her and wanted to leave. Jiang Qingya was anxious. She grabbed his hand and tried to put on her chest. Sumu, don't go. After she finished speaking, she screamed, Help! Someone, there's a pervert here. Sumu yelled in his heart, quickly pulled his hand back, and kicked her away. Don't get involved. Jiang Qingya was full of bad intentions. I thought she had some ulterior motive, but it turned out she was here to frame me for molesting her. Sumu really didn't expect Jiang Qingya to be able to do this. Now the Su family has so many celebrities and upper-class people coming to attend a banquet. If she succeeds in framing me, my reputation will definitely be ruined. Jiang Qingya was kicked and fell directly onto the grass. She was extremely angry. Why did Sumu become like this? No, she must succeed. After success, she will be able to get engaged to Su Zhe and become a superior person. She gritted her teeth and fought hard. She rushed directly towards Sumu. Then with her other hand, she fumbled for the zipper on the back of her skirt and pulled it open. Sumu turned around and ran. Damn, he was crazy. In order to frame him, they used almost every means possible. However, at this time, Su Zhe came over with a large group of people, and they all saw the 2 people arguing over there. Su Zhe immediately showed a shocked expression. Brother Sumu and Jiang Qingya, why are they there? Su Tianxi and Zhang Yuding stood behind, their faces dark. The 4 sisters of the Su family were also there. Su Wanlu kept pulling Su Qiaoyu, asking her to be patient and wait until the banquet was over before talking about the gifts. Su Qiaoyu knew that family disgrace should not be made public, so she endured it for the time being. Now, they all saw Sumu running, and Jiang Qingya chasing after him was simply unbearable to watch. Most of Jiang Qingya's original black skirt had fallen off, revealing a large area of skin on her chest. Fortunately, she had breast stickers on her chest, so no nipples were exposed. Even it makes people who see it want to poke their own eyes out. When Jiang Qingya saw the people here, her eyes lit up. She immediately pulled up her clothes, pinched her thigh fiercely, and tears flowed down her face. Sumu, you are not a human. You actually wanted to do that to me here. You are so disgusting. I will sue you. When everyone heard this, their expressions varied. Sumu sneered. Okay, go ahead and sue me. Bitch will get his due. I think you and Su Zhe are the same kind of people. Did he ask you to frame me? You're a bunch of bastards. When Jiang Qingya heard this, she felt guilty and dare not look up. Su Zhe was surprised. Brother, why do you say that? You should apologize first. There are so many people here. If this gets out, it will be so embarrassing. When Su Tianxi heard this, he was so angry that he trembled all over, and he looked like he wanted to kill Sumu directly. Being embarrassed in front of so many people is more painful than killing him. Su Tianxi has always valued his reputation, but he didn't expect that it would be ruined by this stupid son he adopted. Sumu kneeled down, Sumu trembling all over. Sumu's expression did not change. He turned around and saw Su Zhe confusing right and wrong. He ignored Su Tianxi. Seeing some empty beer bottles on the grass next to him, he picked up a few bottles and then looked at Su Zhe with a cold expression. He picked up the beer bottle and smashed it, just like before. Su Zhe screamed and dodged everywhere. Sumu is crazy. Sumu snorted coldly and pointed at Jiang Qingya's skirt with his backhand. You took off your clothes and rushed over. If I hadn't run fast, you would have succeeded. Jiang Qingya's face turned pale. She never expected Sumu to be so powerful in combat. Jiang Qingya immediately covered her chest and cried. You're talking nonsense. Everyone in school knows that you're pursuing me. I don't agree, but you're trying to force me. Su Nanyang's face was full of disgust. She knew that Su Mu was a corrupt person. Su Wanlu was half believing and half doubting, with a cold face, looking at Su Mu with eyes full of suspicion. Su Yingying echoed. I knew Su Mu was not a good person. Brother Xiaomu would definitely not do such a thing. Su Qiaoyu was anxious and angry. There was obviously ill intention in Jiang Qingya's eyes. Couldn't these people see it? Some of the Su family's partners were already embarrassed. They said to Su Tianxi, Brother Su, you still need to keep up with this child's education. To be honest, some of our children are naughty, but they wouldn't do something like this in front of so many people. Although they said this, they actually admired Su Mu's courage in their hearts. They had experienced this kind of routine of being relied on by women in their early years. On the other hand, the youngest son who was held in the palm of Su Tianxi's hand was not so good. He cried all the time and looked so cowardly, not at all like someone who could handle anything. They would rather their children be as brave as Su Mu than be as incompetent as Su Zhe. Su Mu looked at the people around him with a very calm expression, not panicked at all. This was a game set against him. If he panicked and said he didn't do it, no one would believe him. Because many people only believe what they see with their own eyes and do not seek to find out the truth. Even if the truth comes out later, some of them are unwilling to believe it. So once this kind of thing happens, it must be resolved on the spot without any delay. Sumu took a look at the surrounding environment. Logically, there should be some cameras or video cameras here. This is the Su family's lawn. A camera will be installed in the corner of the courtyard wall. You can check the surveillance footage. I wouldn't do such a thing. Su Mu was frank, and the way he spoke made people believe him. Su Tianxi had a gloomy face and asked the servant to retrieve the surveillance footage. Jiang Qingya, I don't know who gave you the idea to frame me. Sumu looked back at Jiang Qingya and chuckled softly. But the method you chose also destroyed yourself. Jiang Qingya couldn't believe that he could still laugh. But when I heard this, my heart still skipped a beat. A woman's reputation is indeed very important. She subconsciously turned her gaze to Su Zhe. Su Zhe had agreed, and he was such a good person that he would definitely not go back on his word. Su Zhe gave her a reassuring look. The interaction between the two people did not escape Su Mu's eyes. Chapter 35, Covering My Face in Shame and Running Away. Sure enough, this matter was related to Su Zhe again. The maid who had gone to retrieve the surveillance footage returned, looking somewhat embarrassed. Sir, madam, the security office said someone cut the wires to the surveillance cameras here. After saying this, Sumu immediately turned his attention to Su Zhe. A familiar figure appeared next to Su Zhe. It was Lu Yiming holding a camera. Sumu with a sharp sword. Sumu, what else do you have to say? Did you cut the wires? My Su family is clean, upright, and has a clear family tradition. How could it be defeated by a rebellious son like you? Don't worry, I will teach Sumu a lesson this time, and then call the police to have him arrested and put in for rehabilitation. Su Tianxi had almost no hesitation and chose to give up Su Mu to save the Su family's reputation. Hearing this, several people looked up in disbelief. Su Qiaoyu stepped forward and stood in front of Su Mu. Looking at her strange father, she felt a chill in her heart. Dad, how could you do this to Xiaomu? I believe he wouldn't do such a thing. You didn't investigate, so why put the blame on him? Su Qiaoyu was very puzzled. Just based on a few words from that woman, her father was going to send Su Mu to the police station. If he has a criminal record, Brother Sumu's life will be ruined. Shut up. Having a son like him is a shame to my Su family. Sumu coldly. Sumu was very confused. Wasn't he his biological son? But he never felt a trace of kindness from Su Tianxi. Sometimes you can even feel boundless hatred. Why? But now is not the time to think about these things. Sumu saw Su Zhe whispering with Lu Yiming next to him. Lu Yiming was holding a camera in his hand with a look of regret on his face. They definitely have a ghost. Sumu began to imagine that based on Su Zhe's character, he must have made thorough preparations to devise such a trick of framing others. He wished he could be pinned on the pillar of shame and never be able to get up again. Then he must have evidence. He must have had someone filming there a long time ago. It would be best if he could capture a video of him forcing Jiang Qingya so that it would be a done deal. So take a gamble. Sumu strode over and snatched Lu Yiming's camera. The two of them exclaimed in surprise. Su Zhe reached out to grab it, and Lu Yiming shouted, "My camera!" Just now, Su Zhe asked him to hide here and film the video of Sumu harassing Jiang Qingya, who knew that Jiang Qingya was so useless and kept pestering Sumu and even climbed up to let him touch her. He was just about to share these videos with Su Zhe when Sumu appeared and snatched the camera away. Su Zhe immediately stood up and tried to snatch the camera from Sumu's hand. Can't let him take this away. That video hasn't been completely deleted yet. Brother Sumu, not only do you want to bully girls, but you also want to snatch my friend's camera in public? Su Zhe spoke angrily, looking anxious and panicked. Su Nanyang immediately stopped him. Sumu, give back what you have in your hand. There's evidence in here. I just saw Lu Yiming crawling out from that bush. You must have taken some photos, right? Sumu hid behind the camera and quickly called up the video to watch. Give it back to me. Lu Yiming wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Sumu had already played the video, which contained the sound of two people talking. Thank you, Lu Yiming. It's all thanks to you for taking the photos of the evidence. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to clear my name even if I jumped into the Yellow River. Sumu raised the corner of his mouth and smiled at them. Su Zhe stared at Lu Yiming with a look of disappointment. Damn it, it was all his fault that he ruined his plan. Lu Yiming also wanted to step forward and grab his camera. Jiang Ruoying and Jiang Tian, who had gathered around, couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Jiang Tian quickly stepped forward to stop them, holding Lu Yiming with his hands. What are you doing? You're filming and not letting people see it. Do you have something to hide? That's right. Did you guys team up to deliberately frame Sumu? I saw Sumu reject Jiang Qingya at school that day. How could he force Jiang Qingya? Jiang Ruoying also stood up. The girl's voice was clear, and everyone present could hear it very clearly. This is the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. She is well known in the circle for her good character and academic performance. She should not lie. Then this matter is worth pondering. Sumu pulled out the memory card of the camera and threw the camera to Lu Yiming. Lu Yiming hurriedly reached out to take it. This camera was not cheap, costing 20 or 30,000 yuan. Sumu took the memory card and walked to the big screen, playing the MV, and inserted the card in. There was a sizzling sound. The content of the video was displayed on the screen. Everyone saw clearly that Sumu came out of the toilet in a relaxed manner, and then Jiang Qingya pounced on him like a hungry wolf. Sumu tried to stop her 2 or 3 times, but Jiang Qingya just started taking off her clothes. After taking off his clothes, he started shouting for help. There was an uproar at the scene. If it weren't for this video, Sumu would never be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Anyone would fall for this kind of false accusation, right? Many people present had changed their eyes when looking at Jiang Qingya. They're also afraid of such difficult people. Maybe this woman is crazy about money and wants to marry into a wealthy family in this way. Or maybe this woman was sent by Sumu's competitor to mess with him. Who was messing with him? Everyone's eyes unconsciously fell on Su Zhe. However, no one spoke, but in their hearts they already believed that Sumu was innocent and that Sumu was being wronged. Sumu waited until the video was finished playing, then pressed the replay button again. Not only did he replay it, but he replayed it infinitely. Jiang Qingya's ugly appearance repeats itself again and again. Jiang Qingya was going crazy. She subconsciously looked at Su Zhe, wanting him to think of a solution. As a result, Su Zhe didn't even look at her, but just clenched his fists in hatred. Sumu clapped his hands and spoke to everyone. Thank you so much, Ms. Jiang Qingya, for the wonderful performance. What good will it be for you to frame me? What promise did Su Zhe make to you that would allow you to do such a thing? Jiang Qingya looked unhappy and went forward to delete the video, but many people surrounded her and took out their cell phones to film her. Jiang Qingya screamed and rushed over to turn off the video. Sumu grabbed her arm and slapped her twice. You F*** king framed me. You deserve a beating. As he said that, he slapped him twice in the face. Jiang Qingya's face was beaten so hard that it became extremely red and swollen. She covered her face with her hands and turned around and ran away. The whispers and contemptuous looks from the people around her pierced her like needles, and she simply couldn't bear it. She hadn't anticipated this outcome when she made the decision. Now she just wanted to escape and find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Anyway, Suze had promised to get engaged to her, and Suze would never go back on his word. If Suze wanted to go back on his word, she would not let him go. When Suze heard Sumu's words, his heart skipped a beat. How could Sumu guess that it was related to him? Sumu is indeed different from before. He definitely has the ambition to compete with me for the family property. He ignored Jiang Qingya, who ran away. She was no longer useful. Suze hurriedly defended himself. Brother Sumu, what are you talking about? This matter has nothing to do with me. Are you saying this just to get rid of me? Suze showed a sad expression and turned to look at his sisters and parents with a look of reluctance to leave. Brother Sumu, if I leave, you will come back, right? Suze is being hypocritical there. Zhang Yuding immediately felt distressed. She had raised Suze since he was a child. She knew that Suze was a kind person and would not do such a thing. Sumu was wrong today. The truth is now revealed. He even wants to frame Ozawa, which is too much. Sumu, this is your brother. What nonsense are you talking about? Zhang Yuding frowned at him. Why are you so cold-blooded? If you treat your family like this, no wonder the whole family dislikes you. Zhang Yuding didn't know how many times her unintentional words had hurt Sumu. Sumu just thought it was ridiculous. Cold-blooded? He was really fucking against Tiangang. Who is cold-blooded? Ms. Zhang, I don't need you to like me. Sumu had already drawn a line between himself and them. Zhang Yuding's heart choked. Why don't you call me mom? Chapter 36, She Gave Too Much. Sumu just looked at her with contempt, because you don't deserve it. When he first arrived at the Su family, Sumu also longed for the love of his father and mother. He had only experienced fatherly and motherly love in books before. Father's love is like a mountain, mother's love is like the sea. The writer used delicate brushstrokes to concretize fatherly and motherly love, which he yearned for in his heart. In countless dreams, he had dreamed of his father and mother, giving him careful instructions and loving him in every way. His father would carry him on his shoulders and teach him how to be a good person and do things. His mother would prepare hot meals for him, gently stroke his head, and send him to school. Every child in the village was like this at that time. Sumu once longed for this kind of warmth. But later he found out that this kind of thing was out of reach for him, and he might never get in his lifetime. He came to the Su family and saw the gentle and beautiful Zhang Yuding, who looked like the mother he imagined. So Suze tried his best to satisfy her, and Zhang Yuding asked him to give in to his younger brother Xiaoze. He was asked to serve tea and water while Suze was practicing piano and studying, and he did so. He envied Suze very much, but he hoped even more to get a compliment from his mother. Suze could easily get praise from Zhang Yuding. Zhang Yuding would hug him, pat his head, and say that Suze was her most beloved son. Said Suze was her pride. Every time this happened, Sumu would just watch silently from the side. Their happiness had nothing to do with him. He was like a mouse that suddenly broke in, peeking at warmth in a dark corner. Sumu worked hard to show himself and did everything at home. Only then did he get a good from Zhang Yuding. Another time, Sumu was so envious of Suze playing the piano that he couldn't help but secretly press 2 keys. As a result, Suze found out and got angry on the spot. He turned around and told Zhang Yuding that Sumu deliberately wanted to dirty his piano. Without saying a word, Zhang Yuding picked up the rattan stick and hit Sumu's palm more than 40 times. At night, Sumu held his swollen and painful palms in the small attic and blew on them again and again, hoping that the coolness could take away some of the pain. His hands hurt so much, but what hurt more than his palms was his heart. He huddled in the quilt, enduring it tightly. He never cries, no matter how much pain he is in, because no one feels sorry for him. He didn't understand what he should do to make his mother happy. But now he's figured it out. He doesn't want it anymore, and if he doesn't want it, he won't feel pain. When Zhang Yuding heard his disgusted words, her eyes became sore and tears rolled down. She didn't know why this child was always unwilling to accept her and Xiaoze. She just wanted the 2 children to get along well. Are you blaming me for accidentally losing you? Zhang Yuding said this softly. Sumu looked at her in surprise and said, I didn't know you lost me, and I never blamed you. Sumu was telling the truth. He had always thought that he was abducted, but he didn't know why he woke up in the woods in the village. Zhang Yuding felt even more upset when she heard this. Sumu said he didn't blame her. Then why don't you want to come back? Why don't you want to live with us? Why do you keep targeting Xiaoza? I know you're having a hard time, but Xiaoza is suffering just as well. I can't just abandon him because of you. Zhang Yuding felt really wronged. Why did she have to choose between the two children? Sumu was speechless. Looking at Zhang Yuding, who looked very puzzled, he smiled with a sarcastic tone. Because of your partiality, cold-bloodedness, and selfishness. Sumu didn't want to say anything more. He looked up and looked around. I don't know why you invited me to the birthday party. Is it to frame me or to mock me? In short, don't bother me anymore. After saying that, Sumu turned and left. Suyaoyu hididly followed. Brother, don't go. Suing grabbed her arm and said, What are you doing? Come back quickly. If he wants to leave, then leave. Don't think that our Su family really needs him. Su Qiaoyu clapped her hands vigorously. Su Yinging, let me go. You all protect that two-faced Su Zhe. Hearing this, Sumu paused and looked at Su Qiaoyu in surprise. It's rare for the Su family to have someone who understands, so let's listen to what she has to say. Su Qiaoyu shook off Su Yingying's hand and ran to Sumu, her eyes full of heartache and helplessness. Sumu had never been looked at in such a way before, and he couldn't help feeling a little uncomfortable, so he silently avoided the gaze. Su Qiaoyu didn't care at all and angrily told what had just happened in the villa. Brother Sumu, I'm sorry I came back late, and all the gifts I gave you were taken away by Su Zhe. But don't worry, fourth sister will definitely give you a new gift that's even better than the previous one. Su Qiaoyu took out her cell phone, but she was afraid that Sumu would refuse, so she lowered her voice. Brother, can you add me on contact? I'm really sorry. Sumu looked at his fourth sister, who lowered her head with red eyes and couldn't help but sigh. You're not the one who should apologize, fourth sister. I'll add you. Su Qiaoyu was very happy, as this meant that her younger brother Sumu was willing to acknowledge her as his older sister. Look at the two people getting along harmoniously. Su Ninying, Suanu all felt inexplicably uncomfortable. After all, Sumu had always been around them. Now Sumu either sneers at them or turns a blind eye to them, and in serious cases he even resorts to violence. But Sumu is still as gentle to his fourth sister as ever. Just like when Sumu first came to the Su family and was very nice to them. Sunanya heard the latter sentence and turned to ask Su Zhe, What's going on? Xiaoza, did you really take the gift that fourth sister gave him? She didn't quite trust Sumu in her heart, but her fourth sister had always been well-behaved and never told lies. Since these words came from the fourth sister's mouth, it means that the fourth sister has discovered something. Su Zhe was scared out of his wits. One thing after another happened today, all of them were against him. Sister, I don't know anything. I have too many things in my room. Maybe he accidentally brought them up when he received a package. Su Zhe defended himself with an innocent look on his face. Maybe I took it by mistake. I'll go back and give it back to fourth sister. After all, when the servants brought the gifts, they all said they were from fourth sister to my brother, so I thought they were from fourth sister to me. Seeing him like this, Su Nanyang didn't want to blame him. The express deliveries were brought by the servants, so it was normal for them to take the wrong one. Su Wanlu felt uncomfortable listening to this. Did Su Zhe really take the wrong package? She knew her fourth sister and knew that she would always write the recipient's name on the express delivery. Sumu and Su Zhe don't look alike at all, right? Su Wanlu didn't want to doubt brother Xiaoza, but a seed of discomfort was planted in her heart. Sumu added fourth sister's contact information and left. Su Qiaoyu turned her head to look at Su Zhe, who was protected by his family, snorted in dissatisfaction, and then ran into the villa. After Su Qiaoyu ran upstairs, she found several of her bank cards, and without thinking, she transferred 100,000 yuan to Sumu. Brother, I don't have anything to give you, so I'll just give you some pocket money. She was worried that Sumu would have nowhere to live after leaving home, so she gave him some money as an emergency measure. After she left home, her family stopped providing her with living expenses, but she usually took orders to paint for others, and she made a lot of money over time. She has hundreds of thousands of fans on the internet waiting to be fed. She is a famous artist and usually draws some fan art. When I feel like it, I will also draw some unspeakable books. There are countless pornographic people surfing the internet now. Of course, her main source of income is serializing comics and taking on some drawing commissions. Su Qiaoyu saved up a small fortune of her own. In addition to supporting myself, it is also enough to support my younger brother. Fourth sister, this is too much. Sumu was a little amused when he saw the transfer. It's not much, brother, just accept it. I will feel guilty if you don't accept it. Su Qiaoyu felt very distressed when she saw Su Mu's younger brother. I wish I could give my brother all the best, but a mere 100,000 yuan is nothing. Sumu hesitated for a moment and then accepted it. He wanted to use the money to buy some stocks, and when he made money, he would give more to his fourth sister. Chapter 37. Su Mu likes this kind of life. Seeing Su Mu accept the money, Su Qiaoyu smiled happily. This means that my younger brother will not treat me badly outside. Su Qiaoyu couldn't imagine how her brother had been living in the past year. Su Zhe is still as hypocritical as ever, and his family members are all protecting him. My eldest, second, and third sisters all protected this fake. Even my parents did the same. Su Qiaoyu really didn't want to stay with these people. She didn't know whether she should go back to High City to study painting. She went there because she wanted to escape from home. But now after seeing her brother, she doesn't want to go anymore. She should spend more time with her brother. Su Qiaoyu thought about it and decided to withdraw from all the courses there and then sign up for new classes in Beijing. Su Mu returned to his resting place and took a quick shower. He had drunk a lot of alcohol tonight. Su Mu first invested the money given by his fourth sister in a short-term stock and then took out a pen and paper to plan the project he had discussed with Brother Jiang last time. In addition to the Love Conversation app project initiated by Brother Jiang in the college student entrepreneurship competition, Su Mu had a new idea. Since artificial intelligence can retrieve big data and automatically generate love conversations, it can create perfect lovers for them. Then, artificial intelligence will be able to automatically meet people's writing needs by inputting big data text. Speech manuscripts, meeting minutes, university papers, leave requests, resignation reports, etc. There will definitely be a market for these things that everyone needs. Where there is demand, there is money to be made. Sumu used to do some part-time ghostwriting work, helping others write speeches and papers. I believe these people really need this thing. If this can be made and then charged for, I guess many people will be willing to pay for it. Sumu excitedly wrote down this inspiration. After being busy for half a day, he fell into a deep sleep and decided to discuss it with Brother Jiang tomorrow. The next day, Sumu excitedly went to find Jiang Tian. After hearing his ideas, Jiang Tian was also amazed. I'll try this thing and see if I can make it. I think it has great potential. Sumu tightly, then turned around and went back to his laboratory to work. With a partner like Brother Jiang, Sumu feels at ease. During these 2 weeks, Sumu's life was peaceful and he was very content. Suze must have taken leave to recuperate from his injury and hasn't been to school for the past 2 weeks. Sumu now, she was like a mouse seeing a cat, and she wanted to stay away from him. She was also very afraid that Sumu would tell these things at school. As a result, Sumu did not tell the school, but some people who were at the party that day released some videos. It was dark and her face was not very clear, but some classmates still recognized her. Now many people in the school are pointing fingers at her, and even some people from outside the school are blocking her and asking her how much it costs per session. During this period, she contacted Suze frantically, but Suze did not respond at all. She was going crazy and kept trying to find Suze. Suze promised to be with her, but this has nothing to do with Sumu. Sumu lives a fulfilling life every day. He studies with Jiang Ruoying at school, and when he gets home, he works with Brother Jiang on software and writes project plans. In the evening, I have regular training in the gym and practice boxing at the same time. After this period of time, Sumu felt that he had become much stronger and his weight had increased, which was a good sign. Today, Sumu received a message from his fourth sister. Brother Xiaomu, are you free tonight? Fourth sister will treat you to a big dinner. I've also moved out of the Su family. Su Qiaoyu sent this message to her brother with some trepidation. During this period, she felt extremely depressed at home. Su Zhe was injured and became the baby of the whole family. His mother took care of Su Zhe from morning to night and kept muttering to him from time to time. It's okay if Sumu doesn't want to come back. Who the hell is he? I still have a son anyway. Xiao Zhe is better than Sumu. His grades are better than Sumu, and his upbringing is better than his. This is the child of our Su family. The same goes for the other sisters, especially the eldest and third sisters. The eldest sister is busy with work, but when she comes back, she buys flowers for Su Zhe and teaches him how to manage the company. The third sister was the same. When she came back, she asked Su Zhe about his well-being and never mentioned Sumu at all. Su Qiaoyu would be ridiculed for anything she said at home. Just because Su Zhe said something last time, that fourth sister misunderstood him as stealing something, stealing Su Mu's gift, the whole family attacked her together. He also said that Su Zhe would never do such a thing, and it was all a misunderstanding. People say she is so narrow-minded. Why can't she give in to her brother? When she thought that her younger brother Sumu was living an even more miserable life than her own. Su Qiaoyu endured it for a few days, but she couldn't bear it anymore, so she rented a hotel near the studio she had signed up for. Staying in a hotel is better than staying at the Su family's house. Sumu especially. I haven't given my younger brother a compensation gift yet, so this time I'll treat him to a meal and take him shopping for a gift. I just don't know if my brother will agree. Sumu had a very good impression of his fourth sister, and to be honest, he felt the warmth of family love from her. This is something he has always longed for, but could never reach. He was still a little hesitant to accept it. I'm afraid this is a different kind of bullying. After all, the third sister had done something like this before. She treated him gently at first, letting him let down his guard and be willing to give everything. Then they abused him severely, humiliated him, and stepped on and rubbed his heart to death. The third sister said, "This is called a game." Sumu didn't want to think about the past, so he shook his head and got rid of the memory. "Okay, fourth sister, see you this afternoon." Sumu still agreed. Fourth sister should not be that kind of person. He cannot be hostile to everyone just because he was hurt once. Don't stop eating because of choking. Sumu held the phone and breathed a sigh of relief, hoping that he had made the right choice this time. In the evening, the two met at a hot pot restaurant. Su Qiaoyu tied her hair into a bun and wore an ordinary t-shirt and jeans. She looked gentle and energetic. Seeing Sumu, she couldn't help but waved. "Brother, I'm here." Sumu walked over with a smile and took the school bag from Su Qiaoyu. Fourth sister. Su Qiaoyu felt warm in her heart, and she smiled, revealing two dimples at the corners of her mouth. "My sister is treating us today, so eat as much as you can." Su Qiaoyu took Sumu into the hot pot restaurant. She decided that after eating hot pot, she would take her brother to go shopping. Su Qiaoyu can eat spicy food very well, so in order to consider Sumu, she ordered a Shuangyuan hot pot. Sumu also likes hot pot, but he can't eat anything too spicy. I ordered the hot pot base and chose the dishes. Sumu went to get a small dish of condiments, including chili peppers, minced garlic, beef sauce, a little vinegar, oyster sauce, and then filled it up with sesame oil. Su Qiaoyu didn't like oily dishes, so she made a dry dish with chili powder. Sumu passed by a private room after getting the snacks. He accidentally glanced at the people in the room. He frowned slightly. The person inside seemed familiar. It was Su Tianxi, and there was a woman with a beautiful figure sitting next to him, and the two of them were very close to each other. That woman is not Zhang Yuding, but she looks a bit like Zhang Yuding. Chapter 38, What is the relationship between dad and aunt? Sumu took out his cell phone and took a picture, capturing Su Tianxi's face and the woman's profile. No matter whether it is useful or not, just take the picture first. It seems abnormal, no matter how you look at it, that Su Tianxi is having dinner alone with a woman. Sumu returned to his seat and saw Su Qiaoyu. He handed her his phone and said, "Fourth sister, I just saw Su Tianxi. Who is this person? She looks a bit like Zhang Yuding." Sumu directly said his parents' names, and Su Qiaoyu was a little slow to react. After I took the phone, I realized that the people in the photo were my father and aunt. Su Qiaoyu looked at the photo, somewhat puzzled. Could it be that they all came to this hot pot restaurant to eat? The person next to you is my aunt. Xiaomu, you just came back, so you probably don't know her. She works as the general manager's secretary at the Zhang Group in Beijing. She was on a business trip to Dubai with her uncle last year and should have just returned. I only saw two of them. Sumu was also a little puzzled. There were only two people in the private room. Su Qiaoyu was also a little confused. Maybe there is something to discuss. Forget it. I want to go over and say hello. Su Qiaoyu has been exhausted from living at home these days, and now she feels a little uncomfortable when she sees the Su family. Sumu didn't delve into it further and started eating hot pot with his fourth sister. It is very rare to have a meal with family like this. In the past year or so, Sumu had never experienced such peaceful time. He was looking forward to having dinner with his sisters, but was rejected every time. Su Qiaoyu was busy adding more dishes to Sumu's meal, and then asked the waiter for drinks. "Xiaomu, would you like some ice in your drink? I like it on the rocks." Su Qiaoyu turned around and smiled, her smile as bright as a flower. Sumu nodded. Fourth sister, I want ice. Okay, this kumquat lemon tea is delicious. I ordered 2 extra large cups. Su Xiaoyu was always cheerful and shared interesting things that happened in the studio with Sumu while eating. Sumu laughed from time to time as he listened. Fourth sister was really so cute. Cute and humorous. This is what he imagined his sister to look like. I just came a little late. Sumu felt a little regretful that he never saw his fourth sister until his death in his previous life. If I had met my fourth sister earlier, I wouldn't have frozen to death in front of the Su family's door in my previous life. The two of them finished their hot pot. Su Xiaoyu took Sumu to do some shopping again, and the place they went to was a large supermarket with 6 or 7 floors. The first and second floors sell luxury goods, the third and fourth floors sell clothes, and the fifth and sixth floors are restaurants and cinemas. After the two of them had dinner, Su Xiaoyu pulled Sumu's arm and insisted that he go pick out a gift. Brother, I'll be angry if you don't go. That ugly guy Su Zhe took all your gift away. It really pissed me off. I'm going to buy you new ones. Su Xiaoyu held his arm tightly, pouted and pretended to cry, rubbed her eyes with her hands, and glanced at Sumu from time to time. After spending some time together, Su Xiaoyu was no longer unfamiliar with her younger brother. What does your younger brother do? My younger brother is a human clothes hanger, a model for dress-up games, and a perfect male servant who can act like a spoiled child and be ordered around. Of course, I also share the delicious food and fun things with my younger brother. Su Xiaoyu immediately resorted to the method of acting like a spoiled child. Sumu really couldn't handle it. He had never experienced such a feeling of being treated so softly and coquettishly by his sister in his life. He was directly pulled by Su Xiaoyu to the men's clothing area. Well, he just responds to soft tactics and doesn't respond to hard ones. Su Xiaoyu used her aesthetic sense as an art student to pick out more than a dozen sets of clothes for Sumu and asked him to change into the fitting room for her see. Sumu was old enough to pick out a few sets from them and put the others aside. Fourth sister, this is enough. Okay, then go and try them on. Su Xiaoyu nodded reluctantly, wanting to let her brother try all the clothes. Seeing Sumu walk into the fitting room, Su Xiaoyu called the shopping guide. Please help me pack all these clothes. Su Xiaoyu, you're amazing. Who did you buy the clothes for? When Su Yingying brought Su Zhe in from the door, she heard what Su Xiaoyu said and couldn't help but sneered. This fourth sister has been restless at home recently. She even said that Su Zhe stole Sumu's gift. It's ridiculous. Sumu would do such petty theft. How could Brother Ozawa do such a thing? I guess I just took it by mistake. Su Xiaoyu was still not giving in and insisted that Xiaoza apologize to Sumu in person. Last time at the banquet, Brother Ozawa's head was broken by the violent Sumu, and there is still a scar. It's really unreasonable that Su Xiaoyu actually wants Xiaoza's brother to apologize to him. Su Xiaoyu finally moved out, saying that everyone in the family was sick. She had caused such a big fuss with her family just for a piece of trash named Sumu. Who I buy clothes for is none of your business. When Su Xiaoyu saw Su Yingying, she rolled her eyes in her heart and spoke unhappily. Is fourth sister buying this for Brother Sumo? Fourth sister has never bought me clothes before. Su Zhe interrupted from the side with a very disappointed tone. He hated Sumu for stealing his fourth sister's love. Yes, I'm happy to buy it for him. I buy it for my younger brother. What's the problem? Why should I buy it for you? Anyway, the eldest sister, the second sister, and the third sister will buy it for you. Just ask them. Su Xiaoyu was very disdainful. She always hated Su Zhe. Don't be so harsh. Xiaoza is also our brother. Who is Sumo? We and Xiaoza have been siblings for more than 10 years. This is a fact. Su Yingying curled her lips, and she hated Su Xiaoyu talking about Brother Xiaoza like that. That's you, not me. I only have one biological brother. Su Xiaoyu didn't want to say more. She turned around and saw 2 nice hooded t-shirts, which were a collaboration with Tom and Jerry. They were handsome and interesting. Pack those 2 too. I want them in size L. Su Xiaoyu said that her brother seemed to have become a little stronger recently. He still looked very thin, but much better than before. I'm about 1.8 meters tall and wear size L, which is perfect for me. Seeing that Su Xiaoyu ignored her, Su Yingying stepped forward and pulled her arm. Su Xiaoyu, you have to go against me, right? Su Mu changed his clothes and came out. He saw Su Yingying pulling Su Xiaoyu with an ugly expression on her face. He quickly stepped forward, slapped Su Yingying's hand away, and stood in front of the fourth sister as a protector. He looked at Su Yingying warily, his tone disgusted. What are you doing? Don't get close to fourth sister. He knew Su Yingying best. Su Ying would hit people if she disagreed with something and had a serious tendency towards violence. Su Ying looked at her red arm in disbelief. She raised her head and looked at Sumu with astonishment in her eyes, and her tone became sharp. Sumu, you hit me? You hit me for Su Xiaoyu. Chapter 39, The Third Sister is a Pervert. Su Ying had never been treated like this in Sumu. Sumu is always available at any time, and she will ask him to do whatever she wants. Sometimes when she was in a good mood, she would be nicer to Sumu, and when she saw Sumu's moved and admiring eyes, she couldn't help but want to laugh. Anyway, Sumu is a servile person. If you treat him nicely, he will be like a dog and listen to everything you say. Sumu first arrived, he was skinny and small, looking like a malnourished pug. Su Ying despised Sumu at that time, and when she lowered her head, she could see Sumu's admiring and expectant eyes. Su Ying likes to play with other people's feelings the most. She first pretended to be nice to Sumu. She bought fruits for Sumu twice and expressed her concern for him with words. Sometimes she would ask the driver to take Sumu with her and then find people to bully Sumu at school, and she would show up and drive those people away. After this happens several times, Sumu will feel that he is ungrateful. Su Ying asked Sumu to play with her pet dog. Sumu was afraid of dogs because he had been bitten before. He played with the pet dog carefully, but still angered the dog and was bitten twice by the dog. The dog screamed in stress. Su Ying was unhappy at the time and slapped Sumu twice, saying that Sumu was worse than a dog. Then she confidently asked Sumu to do his homework despite his injuries. Later, there was a period of time when Su Ying suddenly wanted to practice Taekwondo. Her hands were so painful from hitting the sandbags. Later, she thought of a way and asked Sumu to be her human sandbag. Sumu is sometimes disobedient and responds negatively. Every time this happened, Su Ying would bandage his wounds with a friendly smile and care about his life, just like a real sister. Sumu will soften his heart again, and once Sumu softens his heart, Su Ying will become that devil again and bully Sumu wantonly. Su Ying often boasted at school that she had a younger brother who could be beaten and scolded at will. Sumu even more severely, but Sumu did not resist at all. Su Ying naturally thought that Sumu should always praise her and treat her like a god. Sumu at that time, when he first came to the Su family, his third sister was the best person to him and the first person to show kindness to him. He always thought that he had a sister and relatives. The third sister is so beautiful and will protect him at school. For this little bit of love and warmth, the wounds don't seem to hurt anymore. He was willing to endure the harm caused by his third sister because he thought he also had a sister. He also thought about his childhood and showing off to the kids who bullied him. Look, his sister will protect him too. Even if this is a lie, the occasional warmth will make his frozen heart rise with a trace of desire. Maybe the lie can come true. But the final result proved that he was just deceiving himself. He paid the price of his life to understand that some people's hearts are born cold, or perhaps they give all their warmth to another person. This time, he didn't want to please her by trampling on himself anymore. She didn't deserve it. Sumu's abnormal attitude made Su Ying very uncomfortable. Now Sumu is not in a good mood towards her, often looking down on her and pushing and hitting her. Su Ying felt very upset, seeing Sumu protecting Su Xiaoyu just like he had protected herself in the past. But now the look in his eyes when he looked at her was full of indifference and strangeness, even a hint of hatred. Su Ying really couldn't accept it in her heart. She felt anxious and uncomfortable, as if her heart was on fire. Sumu become like this? Sumu, get out of here! Su Ying didn't know how to relieve the discomfort in her heart, so she spoke with gritted teeth. Why should I listen to you? Su Ying, you should get out and stop disturbing me and my sister shopping. Sumu protected his sister tightly behind him and stared at Su Ying with annoyance. Su Ying's chest heaved violently. She was even a little jealous of Su Xiaoyu, who was now protected by Sumu. At the same time, she hated Sumu for not listening to her like before. Su Ying thought of her previous methods again. As long as she showed a few good faces to Sumu, Sumu would become her dog again. So, Su Ying forced a smile and pretended to be gentle. I am your sister too, Brother Sumu. I didn't mean it just now. Do you like these clothes? I will buy you two too. Su Ying's attitude sarpravo el Suzy. Su Xiaoyu looked at her in surprise and doubt. Suze clenched his hands in anger, feeling like he was about to explode. Sumu has snatched away another sister from him. Why is the third sister so nice to Sumu? Is it only when Sumu dies that I can truly enjoy everything in the Su family? Sumu was the only one present who remained calm. He watched Su Yingying repeat her old tricks and couldn't help but reveal a mocking smile. He shook his head slightly at Su Yingying, who was still pretending to be kind. Su Yingying, do you know that your acting is terrible? Your smile is so ugly, even worse than a dog's. Su Yingying covered her chest and took 2 steps back in shock, tears streaming down her face from anger. Sumu say such vicious words? Obviously, Sumu was not like this before. Sumu ignored Su Yingying, took out 2 sets of clothes from the fitting room next to him, and only spoke to Su Qiaoyu. Sister, just take these 2. They fit me perfectly. I don't need the others. Su Qiaoyu nodded quickly and handed the clothes to the shopping guide next to her. Pack these 2 pieces together with the previous ones and check out together. After Su Qiaoyu swiped the card, Sumu took the bag of clothes on his own initiative. The 2 of them walked out without even looking at Su Yingying and Su Zhe, who was standing next to them. Looking at the backs of the 2 people loving each other, Su Yingying stomped her feet vigorously. Sumu, just wait for me. Su Zi pulled Su Yingying's sleeve. Third sister. I feel like fourth sister was deceived by Brother Sumo. She bought so many things for Brother Sumo. I remember my family cut off fourth sister's bank card, right? Fourth sister's money is almost being spent by Brother Sumo. Su Yingying reacted but didn't take it too seriously. She grabbed her ponytail behind her in annoyance. When she thought about Su Mu's indifference to her. Su Mu is really cheap. He looks so good just by wearing a few clothes. He really has never seen good things. I have plenty of money. Su Yingying was very disdainful. Su Mu was really short-sighted. He was probably so nice to Su Qiaoyu just for money. Next time she will throw money at Su Mu and make him become the person who allows himself to be beaten and scolded again. Su Yingying was really unhappy and had no mood to go shopping. Just pick out some clothes, I'll pay for them, and then you can go home. What bad luck meeting those 2. Seeing his third sister looking listless, Su Zhe couldn't help but frown, and a sense of crisis arose in his heart. Why do I feel like so many things have changed? Su Mu followed Su Qiaoyu to visit one store after another. Su Qiaoyu was smug in front. I'm also someone who has a brother to protect me. Humph, let her be smug again. Su Yaoyu Chakith. Su Mu's eyes were gentle. He knew in his heart who was good to him. He didn't know people well before, but he will open his eyes in the future. Others treat him with sincerity, and he also treats others with sincerity. He returns good for good and evil for evil. Su Qiaoyu also bought Su Mu a brand-name watch, several pairs of limited edition shoes, and the latest mobile phone and computer today. If Su Mu hadn't stopped Su Qiaoyu from buying more, Su Qiaoyu would probably have spent money in every store. Su Mu experienced the horror of girl shopping. Every time I leave the shopping mall, my steps are almost 30,000. The 2 hours of fitness every day are not even half as intense as this shopping trip. No wonder fourth sister loves to eat so much and isn't fat at all. Both of them returned home with a lot of gains. When Su Mu returned, he saw that Su Nanyang had sent him messages and called him again. All the information was for me to contact the Jiang family. Su Nanyang basically used all means of coercion and inducement. She used all the business negotiation skills, but the information fell on deaf ears and was of no use at all. Su Mu always pretended not to see it and hung up directly if someone called. Su Nanyang was furious, but there was nothing she could do. A few days later, Jiang Tian told Su Mu the good news. The results of the college student entrepreneurship competition are out. A team from a top university in Beijing created the perfect lover app. Chapter 40. My second sister has stomach cancer. Su Mu and Jiang Tian rewarded them with 20,000 yuan in the name of Tianmu Company. This software belonged to Tianmu Company when it was designed. Su Mu tested this software in the house. This software can search and retrieve the user's preferences and personality to create a perfect lover for the user. This perfect lover can also have real conversations, and the various voices are synthesized by professional voice actors. There are all kinds of lowly voices, girl voices, and mature woman voices. There are female lovers as well as male lovers, which can be said to be very comprehensive. Sumu thinks that this software should be promoted in schools first, especially universities with serious gender disparity. For example, there are many single men and women in universities of science and technology, or normal universities, which is a huge user group. Sumu and Jiang Tian held many press conferences in different schools to promote their product. Your perfect lover. The Perfect Lover app had over 1 million downloads on the day it was launched, and the number of downloads is continuing to soar. Perfect Lover has a 7-day trial period, and a periodic fee will be charged after the trial period. There are also some hidden paid services. For example, if you want a perfect morning kiss from your lover, you need to pay 1 yuan to unlock it. The net profit of this project is about 3 million yuan, and Sumu can get more than 1 million yuan. This is just a small attempt. Sumu plans to use this as a springboard to start developing new projects. Sumu sold his short-term stocks. The stocks he originally bought for 120,000 yuan have now tripled in value. Sumu used all of his 1.3 million to buy short-term stocks for a period of 3 months. The stock would at least double in value, perhaps even more. After doing all this, several months have passed. Sumu no longer needs tutoring. He came to the top in these 2 quizzes. Everyone was surprised that Sumu did not hide his shortcomings. No one ever mentioned the cheating incident again. Sumu became a true academic god. Sumu made a plan for his summer vacation, mainly focusing on his health and making money. After this period of exercise, Sumu has developed a thin layer of muscle and looks very healthy. Sumu also picked up the boxing skills that his grandfather taught him. He now felt that he could easily beat 2 people alone. It's the last day of summer vacation and classes are about to end. Sumu hesitantly and lifted her hair a little embarrassedly, revealing her perfect and pure profile. Sumu, can I invite you to watch a movie together tomorrow? After spending some time together, Jiang Ruoying's affection for Sumu grew day by day, and she could hardly suppress the obsession in her eyes. Sumu could only pretend not to see it every time. He didn't want to get involved in a relationship at the moment. He has more important things to do than feelings. Having died once, he became more rational and calm. Even if I am moved, I can suppress it. Sumu was thinking about how to refuse politely, but Jiang Ruoying grabbed his hand with a hint of pleading in her eyes. Classmate Sumu, please, tomorrow is my birthday. I just want a birthday present. Sumu looked at Jiang Ruoying and softened his heart. He recalled his birthday. Jiang Ruoying was with him that time. Sumu couldn't help but nodded and agreed. Okay, classmate Jiang, see you tomorrow. Just this once. He didn't want to delay Jiang Ruoying. At this time, the phone screen lights up. Sumu took a look and saw that the call was from Su Nanyang, so he hung up the phone decisively. Su Nanyang looked at the hung-up phone and couldn't help but curse. She is now very anxious and angry. During this period, she has been unable to contact Sumu or the Jiang family. She desperately wanted to cooperate with the Jiang family. If she could get this huge order worth tens of millions, it would prove her ability. If she gets this cooperation, she can join the management of Su's company. This is Su Tianxi's request. I originally thought it would be easy to do, but now, because of Sumu, the 2 people from the Jiang family simply ignored me. When she called Sumu, he seemed to be deliberately playing a trick on her. He would hang up directly every time and never answer the call. Su Nanyang slammed the steering wheel in annoyance. At this time, Su Wanlu called. Su Nanya picked up the phone tiredly. Second sister, what's wrong? Sister, I'm in the hospital now. Please come over quickly. I'm sick. Su Wanliu's voice was filled with panic and pain, as well as unsuppressible fear. Su Nanya was in a bad mood. When she heard that Su Wanlu was sick, she spoke impatiently. Aren't you a doctor at the medical school? I remember your school has an affiliated hospital. Go find the doctor first. Su Nanyang didn't take it seriously. It should be just a minor illness, so why make such a fuss? My second sister is a doctor herself, so she doesn't need anyone to accompany her when she goes to the hospital for treatment. Su Nanyang is still worried about her own affairs. Su Wanlu looked at the hung-up phone, covered her face, and burst into tears. She had a particularly painful stomach these past few days, and today, right after finishing her meal, she vomited everything out. Not only that, she was often woken up by pain in the middle of the night. She thought it might be severe gastritis. Su Wanlu is now sitting in the doctor's office, waiting for the results of the examination. Next to her is her friend, Wang Ying, who studies clinical Chinese medicine. The 2 have a very good relationship and often stay together. Wanlu, don't worry. The results haven't come out yet. I'm sure everything will be fine. Wang Ying patted her shoulder and said, Is your elder sister in trouble? Why don't you ask that Sumu to accompany you? Didn't you say he would come whenever you call? And he is so nice to you, bringing you porridge every day. To be honest, I'm quite envious. If you hadn't told me that he was your brother, I would have thought he was your suitor. I don't think any of your suitors would do this. As an outsider, Wang Ying felt that Su Wanlu was blessed to have such a brother in her previous life. Sumu basically brings medicinal porridge to Su Wanlu every day and has never stopped for more than a year. In addition, he also saved money to buy Su Wanlu a lot of clothes and jewelry, such as necklaces. Even if someone verbally harassed Su Wanlu, Sumu would fight them to the death. As a result, Su Wanlu was very indifferent to her younger brother and usually ignored him. Su Wanlu sometimes ate the porridge, sometimes poured it into the trash can in front of Sumu, and later just threw it on the table. Sometimes Wang Ying was too hungry, so she tried it once. The porridge was particularly fragrant and very nourishing to the blood. The medicinal ingredients in it were definitely very expensive. Su Wanlu also thought of the past and couldn't help feeling a little dazed. She rarely thought about Sumu carefully, and she was prejudiced against him. She was really mean to Sumu at that time, mainly because Sumu was too rustic and she felt ashamed to have such a brother. Sumu, however, likes to go to school very much. He says that he admires his second sister for her good grades and is envious of her for being able to go to such a good school. He said he wanted to be a good doctor like his second sister in the future. Sumu also said that although his second sister was very strong, she looked too weak, and he would take good care of her and help her get better soon. Su Wanlu found it ridiculous and thought he was ignorant. Sumu was short when he first came. He was not thin. I don't know when Sumu became thinner and smaller. It seems like it's when he takes care of himself. In order to buy those medicinal herbs, he seemed to be working every day. How young he was then. Su Wanlio's heart suddenly ached for no apparent reason. Sumu was very nice to her. If he doesn't bully Xiaozo at home, he can still be nice to him. At this time, the doctor came in with a medical record. His face looked serious and complicated. Patient Su Wanlu, your results are out. The preliminary diagnosis is gastric cancer. Chapter 41 wrong. All wrong. What? Su Wanlu couldn't believe her ears. She must have heard it wrong. How could she get stomach cancer at such a young age? Seeing her dazed look, the doctor spoke in confusion. You should have received treatment yourself. I noticed that your early symptoms were somewhat alleviated and suppressed, but they relapsed recently. What medication did you take before? The doctor looked at the x-ray and found that the cancer cells had existed a year ago. The patient took some medicine and the cancer was well suppressed. Logically speaking, the patient should know that he has this problem. So why does he look confused? Su Wanlu recovered, but was still a little dazed. She shook her head and said, Doctor, I haven't taken any medicine. No, wait. She had taken medicine before, and all the porridges Su Mu had made for her before were medicinal porridges. Could it be these porridges? Su Wanlu held her head in great pain. Her eyes were extremely sore, and tears flowed down like a torrential rain. Impossible, absolutely impossible. If the medicinal porridge made by Su Mu can suppress my stomach cancer, why would I throw it away or give it to others? Didn't she throw away the life-saving medicine with her own hands and harm herself? No, impossible. Su Wanlu screamed wildly in her mind, unwilling to believe this fact. Seeing her collapse, the doctor shook his head slightly. To be honest, many patients cannot accept the news that they have cancer. But the patient in front of me has obviously been suffering from the disease for more than a year. Why does he still have an incredible expression now? I've only eaten the medicinal porridge my brother made for me before. Su Wanlu choked up and spoke, and when she heard the word brother, her heart ached again. She had never even acknowledged that Su Mu was her younger brother. She usually only called Su Mu by his name. So many classmates in school don't even know that Su Mu is their younger brother. Some people even thought that Su Mu was their suitor, which led to Su Mu being beaten up by other suitors. When Su Wanlu heard the news, she just smiled. But now that I think about it, what she did was really stupid. Her brother, whom she was unwilling to accept and acknowledge, had been silently treating her illness for more than a year. Su Wanlu was heartbroken. Her mind was dark, and she wished she could pass out on the spot. The doctor was surprised to hear what she said. This is the Capital Medical Hospital. All the doctors here are elite, and the doctor himself is a chief physician. He just analyzed the cancer cells and found that they had not spread at all when he took the medicine before and had been in a very stable state. This is very difficult. Your brother made you some medicinal porridge? Is your brother also a medical student? The doctor couldn't help but ask Su Wanlu. I don't know. He worked at a pharmacy. He worked there for over a year and bought me a lot of medicine. Su Wanlu was crying so hard that she was out of breath. She managed to piece together her words. Doctor, can I still be saved? Su Wanlu raised her tearful face, and in an instant, Many thoughts came to her mind. It was strange that among all the people she thought of, the one that came to her mind the most was Sumu. You are in the early stages of stomach cancer. With proper care and treatment, you should be fine. The doctor comforted her, then remembered her brother and said in a more relaxed tone, continue taking the medicine your brother bought for you before. It's very helpful. Next time you come for a checkup, bring your brother along so I can talk to him. The doctor was attracted by the talent. According to the patient's description, her brother works in a pharmacy and prepares medicine for her. His medical skills must be very advanced. Sounds like a wild way. I am still young, so it would be nice to have an apprentice to support me in my old age. Su Wanlu opened her mouth but couldn't say anything. She hadn't contacted Sumu for a long time. Doctor, please prescribe some medicine for me. My brother is ignoring me. Su Wanlu didn't know how to talk to Sumu. You need to have the tumor removed. You need to recuperate for a while. Eat 3 meals a day and eat foods that are not harmful to your stomach. The doctor began to prescribe medicine. Su Wanlu smiled bitterly. She used to often forget the time when studying, and it was Sumu who brought her lunch and reminded her to eat. Su Wanlu took out her cell phone, and after much hesitation, she sent a message to Sumu. Sumu, let's meet. I'm your second sister, and I have cancer. The message was sent, and a large red exclamation point appeared to the left of the message. This means that Sumu has blocked her. Su Wanlu rubbed her eyes in disbelief. The message was really rejected. Sumu bloqué her. Impossible. Su Wanlu's chest heaved violently with anger. She never imagined that one day, Sumu would block her. Su Wanlu called Su Qiaoyu and asked her why her fourth sister often posted on WeChat moments since she left home. Posted on the moments are all of Sumu and he eating out, shopping, or having fun. Every time Su Wanlu saw these photos, she felt sad. Sumu withdrew his gentleness towards her, but still obeyed his fourth sister's words. Su Qiaoyu saw her second sister calling, pouted unhappily, and then answered, Second sister, what do you want to talk to me about? I'm on my graduation trip recently. Su Qiaoyu had just finished the school entrance examination for art students some time ago and had received an admission notice. I'm currently traveling in Dali with Su Lily, and I originally wanted to bring Su Mu's younger brother along. As a result, Su Mu's younger brother said that he wanted to start his own business. As an older sister, of course I give you my full support. Su Mu, is he with you? Su Wanlu asked directly. You mean your brother? What are you looking for him for? He has no time for you. Su Qiaoyu didn't want her to affect her brother's mood. I have cancer and I want to see him. Su Wanlu suppressed her emotions for a long time, but still said this. Su Qiaoyu was silent for a moment, a little suspicious. Second sister, you didn't lie to me, did you? How did he suddenly get cancer? Su Wanlu smiled bitterly. There's no benefit in lying to you. I just want to see Su Mu. But even if you meet brother Su Mu, nothing will change. You should get treatment. You only have Su Zhe in your heart, so you might as well go see him. Su Qiaoyu did not intend to let her younger brother Su Mu be exposed to these things again, even though her second sister had cancer. Su Qiaoyu was very afraid that her younger brother Su Mu would try to please these so-called family members like before. Let her make a selfish decision for once. I hope brother Su Mu won't blame her. Su Wanlu can receive good treatment in the Su family, and they can't help much. After hearing what Su Qiaoyu said, Su Wanlu was filled with anger. Fourth sister, what do you mean? Su Mu is our common brother, not just your brother. Also, you're prejudiced against brother Ozawa. How could you do this? I also want to ask you, Su Wanlu, please feel your own heart and ask yourself, in your heart, are your brother Su Mu and Su Zhe of equal weight? Don't be a double standard dog. I admit that in my heart, my younger brother Su Mu is more important. Do you think Su Zhe is a good person? He has framed Su Mu many times. Do you know that? Su Qiaoyu also retorted without any hesitation, and Su Wanlu still had the nerve to say this. Su Wanlu didn't want to believe it. You're talking nonsense. Xiaoza is not that kind of person. Su Qiaoyu was speechless and began to list Su Zhe's crimes one by one. He stole my eldest sister's pen. He and that woman also framed my younger brother Su Mu at the last banquet. He also took the gift I bought for him on purpose. I think you're the one who is biased and confused. You are the one who has always been prejudiced against Su Mu's brother. Chapter 42, Second Sister Regrets. Su Wanlu was silent. Since no one pointed out these things, she pretended not to know. She was unwilling to delve into the matter, fearing that she would get the answer that would be most difficult for her to accept. As long as she doesn't pursue the matter, she can feel at ease and say that what she did to Su Mu was right. Stop talking. Su Wanlu couldn't stop crying, then stretched out her sleeves and kept wiping them. In fact, with just a little investigation, the truth behind what Su Zhe did will be revealed. But no one in the Su family was willing to investigate for Sumu. They all subconsciously thought that Su Zhe would not do such a thing. Only then did Su Wanlu realize how serious her prejudice was. If these things are true, how much misunderstanding and grievance has Sumu suffered? Guilt washed over her like a wave. Su Wanlu was eager to see Sumu at this moment. Can you tell Sumu that I want to see him? Su Wanlu veg suyaoyu. Su Chiu heard the pleading in her second sister's words, bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, and then said firmly, no. The second sister has cancer. If she meets Su Mu's younger brother, she will definitely ask Su Mu to return to the Su family. Su Mu will not go back. Instead of letting Su Mu be the bad guy, it is better for him to refuse it himself. Second sister, I know you are sick and feeling very uncomfortable. Please cooperate with the doctor and get treated well. I don't think brother Su Mu will want to see you. After finishing speaking, Su Qiaoyu also hung up the phone. Su Wanlu stared blankly at the phone in her hand, her heart aching beyond control. If she really died of cancer, the person she owed the most in this world would be Su Mu. Wang Ying saw Su Wanlu like this, sighed, took the prescription from the doctor, and supported Su Wanlu. Wanlu, let me go with you to get the medicine first. Su Wanlu went to get the medicine, looking depressed. Wang Ying, do you think I was really wrong? What does it take for Su Mu to forgive me? Wang Ying was a little embarrassed. If she were Su Mu, it would be difficult for her to forgive Su Wanlu. You still need to talk about this in person. You share the same blood, so you're family after all. Su Wanlu reluctantly hummed. The successive blows left her feeling depressed. She wanted to go back to her elder sister and beg her to let Su Mu come back. At this time, Su Mu was observing the changes in the stock market, and the stocks he bought were still fluctuating like in his previous life. This means that he will not lose money on the stocks he buys. Then, Su Mu remembered that today was his date with Jiang Ruoying. He quickly raised his head from the computer and rushed into the bathroom to take a quick shower. He found the clothes that his fourth sister had bought for him 2 days ago, and he wore them simply and cleanly. This is my first date since I was a child. Su Mu stood in front of the dressing mirror and showed the results of his training. With a thin layer of muscle, he looked a little stronger. If that little guy, Su Zhe, dares to provoke me again, I can kill him with one punch. Su Mu went downstairs and found Jiang Jiao sitting in the living room in her pajamas, bored, with 6 or 7 bottles of wine on the coffee table in front of her. Jiang Jiao would pour a glass of liquor from time to time and drink it all in one gulp. Sumu quickly closed his eyes and refused to look at anything inappropriate. Jiang Jiao's clothes are very sexy, and her pajamas are even thinner, which can't hide her proud figure at all. Sumu, are you that shy? Jiang Jiao couldn't help but laugh. Sumu was indeed too naive. Sumu turned his face away, scratched his head embarrassedly, and said nothing. He now knew that Brother Jiang and Jiang Jiao were not siblings at all. Jiang Jiao's parents had died long ago, and the Jiang family had sponsored Jiang Jiao to grow up. Jiang Jiao has been working in the Jiang group since graduating from university. Jiang Jiao seems to have some special feelings towards Jiang Ge, but I don't know what Jiang Ji's attitude is. Sister Jiang Jiao, Brother Jiang is not at home today. Sumu meant that Brother Jiang was not at home, so there's no need to dress like that. I don't care if he's home or not. I hate unromantic men the most. Jiang Jiao stood up staggeringly holding the bottle of wine. She was very frustrated by Jiang Tian's repeated rejections. Sumu felt that she was being stubborn. Jiang Jiao slowly approached Sumu, and Sumu stepped back step by step with a panicked expression on his face. Sister Jiang Jiao, seeing Sumu's face as red as a monkey's, but Jiang Jiao couldn't help but burst out laughing. Forget it, I won't tease you anymore. I've been waiting for you. How about doing me a favor? Jiang Jiao approached Sumu, and the scent of a mature woman hit her face. Sumu had nowhere to retreat and had already retreated to the edge of the wall, so he could only turn his face to the side. Sister Jiang Jiao, please let's talk nicely. How can I help you? Sumu spoke with difficulty, wanting to reach out and push it away, but was afraid of touching something that he shouldn't touch. Pretend to be my boyfriend and help me test Jiang Tian's true feelings. If he remains indifferent, I will completely give up. Jiang Jiao turned around and sat back on the sofa, looking a little lonely. Sumu heard this request, his eyes widened. Is this not possible? Even if we finally find out Brother Zhang's true feelings, it will still be very embarrassing. Do we still want to live under the same roof in the future? What's more, if the two of them really become together, can Brother Jiang and I still be friends? That friend's wife should not be bullied. Sister Jiang Jiao, I can't promise you that. I can help you ask Brother Jiang about his feelings. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Sumu turned around and ran out of the villa at a lightning speed, as if there was a ghost chasing him. Jiang Jiao sighed as she looked at Sumu's back. He had taken a shower today and was obviously paying attention to his outfit. She thought he must have gone out on a date. What a pure-hearted child. If I were 4 or 5 years younger, I would probably fall in love with a boy like this. I was really confused today and actually said such words to Sumu. Sumu was still frightened after running out of the villa and couldn't help patting his chest. It's a man's nature, but he can endure it. Sumu arrived at the entrance of the movie where he had agreed to meet Jiang Ruoying. Not far away, I saw Jiang Ruoying wearing a light blue suspender skirt and a thin white sun protection jacket. Her skin was as white as snow. Her long hair was draped to her waist, and underneath she revealed a pair of long legs, white and straight. Jiang Ruoying turned around and saw Sumu and waved her hand, Sumu here. Sumu like a light bird and gave him a big hug. Sumu felt Jiang Ruoying's soft and fragrant body against his face and couldn't help holding his breath and gave Jiang Ruoying a big hug. Now when he saw Jiang Ruoying, he still felt like he had survived a disaster. Jiang Ruoying directly took Sumu's hand and shook it. Would you like some popcorn and Coke? There was a hint of longing in Jiang Ruoying's eyes, as if saying, "Today is my birthday. Please don't reject me." Sumu looked at the two people holding hands and was too embarrassed to shake them off. He could only turn around and hurry to the counter. "Let me buy it. 1 popcorn and 2 Cokes." Chapter 43. Evidence that the fake young master is an illegitimate child has been found. Sumu finished shopping. He turned around and found that most of the people queuing for ticket checking were couples. The movie being shown tonight is a romance. Jiang Ruoying also dressed very beautifully. Jiang Ruoying held Sumu's hand all the time and never let go. She cherished this moment very much. After tonight, the two of them might not have the chance to get close again. Jiang Ruoying is also rational. She knows that her likes cannot go against her family. Let her be willful for once. Sumu knew her secret, but didn't say anything. Sumu suffered the same pain as himself, but he climbed out on his own. Sumu is so good, so good. Jiang Ruoying smiled bitterly in her heart. If possible, she really didn't want to be the only daughter of the Jiang family, so that she could choose her lover freely, right? The two of them entered the cinema. Sumu turned around and glanced at Jiang Ruoying. She was particularly happy today, her eyes sparkling. Sumu smiled and said, "Happy birthday." He took out the gift he had prepared, which was a silver bracelet with a star-shaped pendant with a small cherry blossom engraved on it. This cherry blossom was carved by Sumu himself. Jiang Ruoying took the gift, her heart pounding. She immediately untied the bracelet in her hand and put on this bracelet. "Thank you for the gift. I like it very much. It would be even better if you could give yourself to me." Sumu seriously, getting closer and closer, with a determined expression on her beautiful face. Sumu skinned tightly. With a flushed face and determination, he closed his eyes and touched Sumu's lips. Sumu was so frightened that he didn't move until the person in front of him left. Soft and sweet, like marshmallow like jelly. Sumu also blushed. Jiang Ruoying was extremely shy. She immediately stood up and uttered a meow in a low voice. "I'm going to the bathroom." Sumu nodded, his voice also hoarse. Okay. His mind is in a mess now. Sometimes I feel that I shouldn't have a relationship right now. Sometimes he imagined what it would be like to fall in love with Jiang Ruoying. But in the end, he looked down, stood up in annoyance, and walked towards the bathroom awkwardly. Damn, I still can't control it. Kissing the girl you like really feels good. Fortunately, the cinema was dark and no one noticed anything unusual about him. Otherwise, he would have really had to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Sumu rushed into the bathroom and started splashing cold water on his face. When he calmed down completely, he suspiciously heard some unusual noises coming from the innermost cubicle of the bathroom. There was the sound of doors banging and some other sounds you'd hear in action movies. Sumu frowned, then immediately understood what was going on. This guy really doesn't pick places. Sumu had no intention of joining the crowd and was about to turn around and leave. But I heard 2 people inside start to talk. It started with a woman's voice, delicate and sweet. "When can I come to your house?" The man paused for a few seconds, then spoke soothingly. "Yuning, now is not a good time." Your sister has been serving Su at home recently, and she is very nervous. Sumu heard a familiar name. Suze. The man's voice also sounded particularly familiar. It was Su Tianxi. Sumu was so shocked that he stood there without moving, and then immediately calmed down. That person is Zhang Yuding's sister. Sumu quickly figured out the relationship in his mind. Then he held his breath and began to listen to the conversation between the two people. At the same time, he turned on the recording software on his mobile phone. There is something wrong with Su Zhe's identity. You know, your sister is a fussy person, and she's been very concerned about Su Zhe recently. Don't worry, Su Zhe is living well in the Su family. What I love most is you and your children. The Su family's property belongs to our family of 3. Su Tianxi made a promise casually and worked very hard. Then I'm relieved. You're so annoying. I haven't seen you and your son in months. Why did I hear that you were planning to let Su Nanya join the Su group? Zhang Yuning was a little angry. My eldest daughter is quite capable, and it took Xiaoza 4 years to go to college. Let his eldest sister help him make some money first. When he graduates, I will immediately transfer all the shares of my daughters to Xiaoza. Su Tianxi finished, and the sound of a lighter clicking came from inside. Probably someone was smoking. What if they don't agree? And your biological son, Sumo, I don't think that kid is going to be a worry-free person. Zhang Yuning was somewhat dissatisfied. As soon as I returned home, I saw gossip sent from other companies. He actually dared to show off at Ozawa's birthday party. I heard that many bosses of listed companies admire him, saying that he is rational and calm and has great potential. Zhang Yuning was testing Su Tianxi's attitude. Although Su Mu was kicked out, Su Tianxi's blood was flowing in Su Mu's body. And he is a son admired by many bosses. Ozawa hasn't grown up yet. Zhang Yuning doesn't want his son to have more competitors. He's just an unfilial son who disobeyed me. Yuning, don't worry. Su Mu might not even live to see Xiaoza inherit the Su family. There was a sinister tone in Su Tianxi's voice. Zhang Yuning smiled with satisfaction and chuckled a few times. You are so annoying. You don't love your son at all? After all, Su Mu was born to you and your sister. Yuning, if it weren't for your sister's dowry, I wouldn't have married a fool like your sister. I like smart people like you. It's a pity that you can only be a secretary in the Zhang family for so many years. If you were the legitimate daughter of the Zhang family, I would definitely marry you first. It's really a pity for Su Tianxi. He liked a smart and capable woman like Zhang Yuning back then, and she was also very charming. It's a pity that Zhang Yuning is the illegitimate daughter of the Zhang family. She has neither property nor status. After working for the Zhang family for so many years, in the end, he could only be a secretary for the eldest brother of the Zhang family. Zhang Yuding is the only daughter of the Zhang family. When she got married, her dowry was more than 5 million yuan, and she also came with 5% of the Zhang family shares. It took Su Tianxi a long time to win over Zhang Yuding. Zhang Yuding is really stupid. She doesn't understand business, stocks, or even men. Apart from getting beauty treatments, going shopping, and socializing with rich ladies, there's nothing else I do. When my plan succeeds, even the Zhang family will be mine. Don't say that. I know you love me, Tianxi. I'm waiting for you to marry me. Su Tianxi paused and asked in a somewhat skeptical tone, Is there anyone outside? Chapter 44. Set a trap for the big sister. It's good to have talented people. Zhang Yuning said with a sweet smile. You little devil. Su Tianxi's tone was impatient. Sumu held the phone and left the bathroom calmly. At this moment, he just felt that he had figured it out. All the things that I couldn't understand before suddenly became clear. No wonder Su Tianxi treated me like this. It turned out that Su Tianxi wanted to kill himself. There really was a father in this world who wanted to kill his own son. A surge of anger and hatred surged in Su Mu's heart. The home I dedicated my life to turned out to be such a mess. He won't let Su Tianxi have an easy time. What does Su Tianxi care about most? It's money. It's power. It's his company and his reputation. If Su Tianxi wants his life, then he will lose everything. Su Mu's fighting spirit burned in his heart. He will definitely take over the Su group in the future and leave Su Tianxi with nothing. Sumu held his cell phone tightly all the way. There was a recording in it, and he had not yet figured out how to use it. Maybe I can give these recordings to my dear elder sister Sananya, which would be an unexpected surprise. Sumu just thought it was ridiculous. Su Nanyang tried so hard to get a job in Su Group, but she never thought that her labor would become someone else's wedding dress, right? Transfer all daughters' shares to Suze. It turns out that those sisters were all stepping stones for Suze. But they were completely unaware of it and still treated the fake young master like a baby and doted on him. Ha, this is so funny. Sumu thought of the first-class love those so-called sisters had for Suze and couldn't help but feel ironic. I wonder what expression Su Nanyang would have if she knew that her brother Suze, whom she had always trusted, would replace her. There is also the second sister, Su Wanlu, who is as cold and aloof as a goddess. Only Suze and the family can make her smile. I wonder if she will still laugh after knowing the truth. And there is that perverted third sister, Su Yingying. Maybe if she knew the truth, she would choose to protect Suze. After all, she is a psychopath. Su Mu took a deep breath and sent the original recording to Su Nanyang. Except for Su Nanyang, he has deleted all contact information of the Su family. Only Su Nanyang was left behind because Su Mu planned to use Su Nanyang to deal with the Su family. Su Mu learned from Jiang Tian that Su Nanyang was cooperating with the Jiang family to produce medical equipment and sell it to the Jiang family's hospital. Although this was just a small order, it was Su Nanyang's stepping stone to enter the Su group. In addition, this was also the beginning of cooperation with the Jiang family. For an old company like the Jiang family, as long as they can get the first piece of the pie, there will be subsequent cooperation. Su Nanyang must have been so anxious these days that her eyes have turned red. Su Mu saw that Su Nanyang made more and more calls and sent more and more messages, but he never paid any attention to them. When fishing, don't be impatient. The more anxious a person is, the more likely he is to lose his judgment. Sumu knew that Su Nanyang wanted to leverage the Jiang family by lowering profits. Sumu took advantage of her anxious mood to make her lower her bottom line. If Su Nanyang is willing to sell these equipment to the Jiang family at a price 20% lower than the market price, then the goal is achieved. After that, as long as the bottom price is revealed to other partners of the Su group, they will naturally cause trouble for the Su family. After all, everyone wants to save costs. Jiang Tian and Jiang Jiao were naturally willing to cooperate with Su Mu's plan. After all, it would not harm their Jiang group, but would instead allow them to make a fortune. Anyway, the Jiang family has many partners, so the Su family won't make a difference. Of course, this plan is still in progress. I originally planned to ignore Su Nanyang for 2 more days before contacting her. Now things have changed. Su Muxin wanted to share the news he just saw with Su Nanyang. After Su Nanyang knew Su Tianxi's plan, she would probably be more eager to cooperate with the Jiang family and then join the Su group. After all, what Su Nanyang cares about most is power and money. Sumu lowered his eyes and thought for a while. He sent another message to Su Nanyang. The person in charge of the Jiang family is willing to meet you. I will connect you too. Give me a commission of 1 million. If you don't take advantage of the opportunity to make money, you will miss it. Sumu then put away his phone. Sumu saw Jiang Ruoying standing in the corridor. Jiang Ruoying's skin was pink all over, and she looked like a cooked shrimp. She looked up and saw Sumu and wanted to curl up. She did this today, not on impulse, but had planned it for a long time. She didn't know if Sumu would hate her. Have some sweet memories with Sumu before leaving school. Sumu in the hospital that night. She had secretly fallen in love with him. A secret love in youth is like an endless drizzle, dark, damp, and unknown. Jiang Ruoying never thought that there would be a day when she would have a crush on someone. But since that person is Sumu, it's not surprising. Jiang Ruoying pretended to be relaxed. She just wanted to satisfy her own selfish desires. Regardless of whether Sumu would respond or not, she decided to treat Sumu well according to her heart. Sumo, I'm sorry, I accidentally touched your mouth just now. Jiang Ruoying apologized poorly, lowering her head pitifully, trying to get away with it. Seeing her like this, Sumu certainly couldn't blame her. After all, he was not innocent either. Jiang Ruoying, you can't do this kind of thing again in the future. Sumo sighed helplessly. There was no future for the two of them together. Jiang Ruoying's eyes instantly turned red. Although she knew it in her heart, she still felt very hurt when Sumu said it. She understood that this was Sumu's tactful rejection. I won't bother you anymore. Jiang Ring said this while crying. Her big eyes filled with tears. She looked as pitiful as Bambi. Her nose was red from crying, and her white teeth were biting her rosy lips. Then she turned around and ran out. Sumu is a bastard. Sumu stood there for a long time without chasing after him. The ticket seller next to him couldn't stand it anymore. Hey, your girlfriend ran away. If you don't chase her, she will become someone else's girlfriend. Don't regret it later. Sumu subconsciously raised his foot to chase and then slowly stopped. It was really the muscles controlling the brain. He clearly didn't want to chase after her, but why were his legs not listening to him? You must hold it in. Someone as strong and self-controlled as Jiang Ruoying should be able to get over the relationship soon. Su Wanlu returned to the Su family with a medical record. She knocked on Su Nanyang's bedroom door in a daze. Su Nanya had just finished the company's video conference. When she opened the door and saw Su Wanliu's distraught look, she couldn't help but frown. I remember you had evening classes tonight. Why are you back now? Sister, do you think Su Mu's life in this family is really miserable? If I apologize to him, will he forgive me? Su Wanliu's face was pale as she muttered to herself. Then she covered her face with her hands, her tears soaking the medical record. I'm sick. Very sick. I never thought Su Mu was so serious. He endured my scolding all the time in order to cure my illness, and he used all kinds of means to make me take medicine. What nonsense are you talking about? Come in and tell me. Don't let the servants laugh at you. Su Nanyang opened the door and heard Su Wanlu mention Su Mu. She checked her phone with some dissatisfaction. Su Mu these days, etc. Su Mu sent me a message. Dear readers, thank you for your support. The book has started to be recommended. Please click the yellow button to make it smaller or leave more comments to get a free gift. This is very important to the author. After the recommendation period, I will update 5 chapters for you every day. I sincerely ask you. I have read all your corrections and comments and have corrected them. Chapter 45. Regret after losing something is just a shame. Su Nanyang just glanced at it quickly and frowned. He actually asked me for 1 million? Now he has learned how to blackmail me. Su Nanya pulled Su Wanlu into the house and threw the phone in front of her. Look, I asked him for a favor, and he asked me for 1 million. Su Wanlu saw what Su Mu said on the phone and just gave Su Nanyang a complicated look. Sister, you still have his contact information. I don't have his contact information. He has blocked me. I'll talk to him in detail later. What's wrong with you? Only then did Su Nanyang remember to ask her second sister what illness she had. My second sister studied medicine. If it was just a common minor illness, she wouldn't cry so miserably. Su Wanlu handed the medical record to Su Nanyang. Her eyes dim. Sister, I have stomach cancer. What? Cancer? Su Nanyang was shocked by the news and was unable to recover. She subconsciously grabbed the medical record and took a closer look. Seeing that it was really stomach cancer, her expression changed. How could this happen? When Su Wanlu saw her elder sister like this, she couldn't help crying again. Sister, I didn't expect it to be like this. And when I went for treatment, the doctor said that I had taken drugs to suppress stomach cancer before, so I had no symptoms for so long. Now that the medication has stopped, I have relapsed. As Su Wanlu spoke, a few bitter smiles appeared at the corners of her mouth. Those medicines before were the medicinal porridges that Su Mu made for me. I was such a bad person. I thought the porridge was unpalatable at that time, so I poured the hot porridge on him. Later, when his cooking became delicious, I only ate it sometimes, and most of the time I ignored him. Su Wanlu covered her face with her hands. Her face, which had always been perfect, now looked haggard and her hair was even more messy. Fourth sister also said that I misunderstood him. Su Mu had never done anything bad. It was all Su Zhe who framed Su Mu. I don't know whether it's true or not. I feel so bad. Sister, I feel so bad. Su Wanlu had no one to confide in about her inner pain, so she told it all to Su Nanyang. Thinking of her illness, she couldn't help but tremble all over. The doctor said that early-stage stomach cancer can be cured. It is true, but the difficulty is hellish. One must be careful at all times. Su Mu's medicinal porridge was the only life-saving straw. Su Mu, who has already left home and is extremely disappointed in her, choose to save her? Su Nanya's face has always been solemn. When she heard Su Wanlu say this, she was still a little unhappy. Su Mu did these things at home voluntarily. We didn't force him. You don't have to feel sorry. Why did you drag Xiaoza into this? I think fourth sister said that because she doesn't like Xiaoza. Don't let her influence you. Su Nanyang looked at the uneasy Su Wanlu and didn't know how to say anything harsh. Su Mu wholeheartedly, and will definitely put all the blame on Xiaoza. The second sister is so confused that she actually believes what the fourth sister says. When Su Wanlu heard her elder sister say this, a chill ran through her body. She used to think so too, but now after hearing these words, she realized how ridiculous these ideas were. They actually thought that all of Sumu's efforts were taken for granted. It didn't matter how they bullied Sumu. It turns out that their whole family is so cold-blooded and cruel. And I am one of them. Su Wanlu couldn't help but hug her shoulders with both hands, wishing she could shrink down. No wonder Sumu hates him so much. Su Wanlu couldn't imagine whether she would collapse if she had to endure all this in this family. His family members, who were full of desire to please him, enjoy his efforts with peace of mind, beat and scold him, and even insult and punish him from time to time. What's the difference between this and abuse? Sister, please stop talking. Su Wanlu didn't dare to listen any further. Sumu now, big sister, do you have any solution? Su Wanlu pleaded. Now only the eldest sister can contact Sumo. Su Nanyang sighed and tidied Su Wanliu's hair. Don't think too much. Stay in the hospital and get good treatment. If you want to see him, then come with me to see him next time. Su Nanyang was also very worried about her second sister's health. The second sister is a smart person and has been a top student since she was a child. When I went to college, I chose medicine and studied neurology. I was admitted to graduate school in my junior year. I will also take the doctoral exam and then work as a doctor in the best hospital in Beijing. Su Wanliu's future has been planned. Su Wanlu works as a doctor in Beijing No. 1 Hospital, which is also a good thing for the Su family. There was no way Su Nanyang would let her sister remain immersed in sadness and unable to wake up. And it was for someone as incompetent as Sumu. Sumu asked me for 1 million, which is really a lot. I will give him the money. When the time comes, you and I will go to see him together, and after we have discussed the matter, you can talk to him. Su Nanyang calculated the pros and cons in her mind. 1 million in exchange for the opportunity to cooperate with the Jiang family was still worth it. Sumu is really greedy for money. Xiaoza is right. Sumu is so nice to the Su family just for money. Now he can't pretend anymore, and his true colors are revealed. Su Nanyang was very disdainful. In the end, Su Nanyang clicked on a long recording, and she didn't know why Sumu sent it. More than 20 minutes of recording, I don't know what it is. After hearing what her elder sister said, Su Wanlu finally relaxed a little. Sister, I want my brother Sumu to come back. Su Nanya understood her thoughts. I know your illness requires Sumu. Sumu loves money so much. When the time comes, we could spend money to buy the prescription and make medicinal porridge at home. If Sumu comes back, Xiaoza will be unhappy, and he doesn't want to come back because he doesn't want to pretend anymore. Do you want him to cook porridge and take care of you every day after he comes back? Su Nanyang opened a recording file and spoke casually. Sumu a lot, and now the second sister only cares about Sumu for her own health. Su Wanliu's face turned pale, and she defended herself. No, I just want to treat him well now. Fourth sister is right. He is our biological brother. Why didn't I care about these things before? You didn't cherish it when you had it, and only felt pain after you lost it. You're really a loser. When a person habitually enjoys the efforts of another person, he will take the efforts of others for granted. The recording starts with a conversation between a man and a woman. The voices of the two people sound a little vague, but very familiar. There's also a banging sound on the door, which sounded very strange. Su Nanya crossed her arms and complained, "What on earth is that Sumu scent? It's a waste of my time." Su Wanlu also listened carefully to the recording, and her expression suddenly became terrified. Sister, the voices in this recording seem to be Dad and Auntie. Chapter 46. My sister regrets and wants to die. Su Nanyang looked at her. Her expression became serious, and she turned up the volume to the maximum. Dad and Aunt? How so? Su Nanyang's face looked ugly. Listening to the intermittent conversation and the sound of banging on the door in the recording, she blushed and was in disbelief. Dad cheated on me, or with their aunt. Later, when she heard her father's promise to her aunt, Su Nanyang stood up directly, and her movement was so big that she knocked over the teacup on the table. Impossible. Su Nanyang's eyes were red, and she slammed the table hard, with no place to vent her anger. Suze is actually the child of my father and my aunt. Dad also wants to give all his property to Suze, including the equity held by several sisters. The Su group was supported by the Zhang family and has benefited from a lot of resources provided by the Zhang family. In addition, Su Tianxi used everything for resources and connections, which allowed the Su family to gain a firm foothold in Beijing, where many bigwigs gathered. When the Zhang family helped Su Tianxi, the second brother of the Zhang family demanded that the Zhang family shares must be divided among Zhang Yuding and their children. The Zhang family has been engaged in business since the Republic of China period, and their industries involve food, beauty, and clothing. The family has a long history. By this generation, although the industry has shrunk a lot, it is still unattainable compared with its peers. Zhang Yuding has 3 older brothers, each of whom runs a company in a different industry. They certainly understand that men are more likely to become bad when they have money. For Zhang Yuding, they propose to dilute Su Tianxi's equity in the company in order to restrain Su Tianxi. At that time, Su Tianxi also readily agreed. Su Tianxi holds 40% of the Su Group's shares. Zhang Yuding holds 15%, and each daughter holds 3%. Of course, if the daughter of the Su family wants to join the company later, she will get more shares. Su Nanyang felt like her head was about to explode as she listened to the recording. She always thought that she would inherit the Su Group in the future. After all, she was the most talented business person of this generation. To this end, she started her own business when she was in college, almost forcing herself to become a workaholic. She has been working day and night for years, reducing her sleep time, never going out to play, and has dated 2 boyfriends, but both ended in divorce because she was always working and had no time for dating. She paid so much just to inherit the Su Group. But now that this recording has appeared, everything he has done has become a joke. Her eyes went dark, and she almost fainted. Su Wanlu hurriedly supported Su Nanyang, unable to believe it. Big sister, is this true? Su Zhe is the child of my father and my aunt. He is an illegitimate child. Su Wanlu is also unwilling to believe it. Her parents were so loving. How could such a thing happen? My mom told me that my dad was extremely romantic when he was pursuing her. Since she loved flowers, he wanted to bring all the most expensive flowers in the world to her. When my mother was sick, my father stayed by her bedside until she fell asleep. How could this happen now? Dad also said that his favorite is Zhang Yuning. Su Nanya panted and sat on the sofa, holding her dizzy forehead. Her eyes gradually cleared. This must be a fake audio clip Sumu deliberately made. He's trying to piss me off. Looking at the self-deceiving elder sister, Su Wanlu also sat down, her tone a little dazed. This audio doesn't seem fake. Elder sister, do you still remember? Every Chinese New Year, my aunt always takes extra care of Su Zhe. Not only does she buy all kinds of clothes for Su Zhe, gives him large red envelopes, but she even takes him on a solo trip abroad. The more Su Wanlu thought about it, the more horrified she became. Su Zhe is our adopted child. Why is my aunt so nice to him? Besides, my aunt hates my mom, and she also hates us. In order to take Su Zhe out to play, she even helped her mother carry bags when she went shopping. You know, this was absolutely impossible before. My aunt Zhang Yuning has always hated my mother and them. They had never met Zhang Yuning before Su Zhe was adopted. Su Nanyang knew the truth. Zhang Yuning had this attitude because she was an illegitimate daughter. Su Nanyang once heard from her second uncle that he hated Zhang Yuning and thought she had bad intentions. But my uncle felt that it was not Zhang Yuning's fault that she was born, but it was her mother who wanted to get rich overnight. After Zhang Yuning's mother died, his uncle took Zhang Yuning back to the Zhang family. Sananya still didn't want to believe that her father would say such a thing. I still don't trust Sumu. This audio may not be real. I will ask the technicians to help test whether it is synthesized. This incident had a huge impact on her. She subconsciously chose to question Sumu. Su Wanlu was silent. Looking at her elder sister, who was devastated, she didn't know what to say. The 2 sisters sat like this quietly for a while. Su Wanlu thought of her illness again and finally couldn't help but burst into tears. She had cried too much in the past few days and wished she could cry herself to death. She has never had a good life since Sumu left home. Sister, I have an idea. Maybe we can do a paternity test for Su Zhe and his father. Our school has paternity testing equipment. I can ask the senior to help me with the test. Su Wanlu spoke with sobs, her heart aching when she said this. But she had to tell it. Only by doing so could she find the truth. If Su Zhe is really an illegitimate child, then their previous behavior of ignoring Su Mu and even bullying Su Mu for Su Zhe is simply a huge joke. Su Wanlu wished she could just bang her head against the wall and die. Su Mu was first brought back. He was dark and thin, and his family looked down on him. That night, Su Zhe went on a hunger strike in the house and even took out a bottle of sleeping pills from somewhere. Su Zhe said, "If your real brother comes back, you sisters will definitely not love me anymore. If that happens, I might as well die." This sentence scared them to death. They quickly promised that even if their biological brother was brought back, they would not ignore Suze. Su Wanlu chose to deliberately be cold to Sumu, and even said vicious words to Sumu in front of Suze, just because she was afraid that Suze would think too much. Su Wanlu wished she could slap herself to death at that time. Sumu came from the countryside and would definitely be at a loss when he first arrived in this environment. Sumu would smile shyly at that time, mustering up the courage to approach the sisters. The words he said most often were, "Sister, is there anything I can help you with?" And she would often show him a look of disgust and then reply indifferently, "No, just get out of here. That's the biggest help you can give." At this time, Su Mu's face would reveal a complex expression of hurt and discomfort. Su Wanlu had seen the words carved by Su Mu on the wall of Su Mu's house last time. The handwriting is crooked and deep, probably because it was repeated many times. That sentence is, Chapter 47, I love watching dogs fight each other. I'm not welcome. The teenage boy repeatedly fell in his self-doubt late at night, leaving deep scratches on the wall. Then he still greeted them with a smile the next day. Subanyu slapped herself hard. It's so uncomfortable. It's really uncomfortable. The pain in my heart is worse than when I had stomach cancer. Is this what regret feels like? Su Wanlu looked at Su Nanyang with tears in her eyes. Sister, I want to see Su Mu today. If she kneels down and begs, will Su Mu forgive her? Su Nanyang pressed her still violently beating heart and took a deep breath. Not today. We must find out Su Zhe's true identity before we can go see Su Mu. I want to make sure that Su Mu didn't lie to me. Su Mu until she found out Su Zhe's true identity. If Su Zhe is not an illegitimate child, he is really an adopted child. This means that Su Mu lied and deliberately synthesized the audio to deceive them. She would not trust such a person, nor would she contact anyone from the Jiang family through Su Mu. If Su Zhe is really his father's illegitimate son, then she must cooperate with the Jiang family as soon as possible, and through this cooperation, successfully enter the Su family company and take charge of the core business. Only in this way can it be guaranteed that the Su family's property belongs to her. After Su Nanya figured it out, she turned to look at Su Wanlu, who was still crying, and couldn't help but say, I will go to a private hospital to find a doctor to give the whole family a physical examination. I will then collect blood from Dad and Su Zhe, and you can take it for testing. Sister, I understand, but you must let me see my brother Su Mu. Su Wanlu slowly stood up. She wanted to apologize to her brother Su Mu in person. Su Mu was so good to me before. As long as I apologize, they will definitely be able to go back to the way they were before. Next time we meet, I will definitely bring you with me. Su Ninying South and Beti Su Wanlu is Sholv. You will stay in the hospital for treatment for the next few days. Afterwards, I will go to Su Mu to buy a prescription. Su Nanyang still didn't quite believe that Su Mu could cure the disease. Her second sister was desperate and was trying every possible means to cure the disease. Sumu is a country bumpkin from the countryside, and he probably has never been to a grade A hospital since he was a child. Treatment? It was just that my second sister was seeking psychological comfort. Sunanyang Julit Herlips. Sumu sent the message. He did not take any other action. Based on my understanding of Su Nanyang should verify this matter. Once she verifies it, she will probably be anxious. Sumu walked back from the cinema alone. The cinema was only about 3 kilometers away from where he lived, and he planned to walk back. Sumu's mind rarely clears up. After his rebirth, he thinks about how to survive every day. As I passed by a dark alley, a black shadow rushed out from it. Sumu quickly took a few steps back and squinted his eyes to see that it was Jiang Qingya. Jiang Qingya was in a very miserable state at this moment. She didn't wear any makeup today and looked very haggard. She wasn't dressed as boldly as usual. Instead, she just wore a plain t-shirt and jeans. When she saw Su Mu, she rushed over and started crying. Su Mu dodged backwards. What are you doing? If you move again, I'll beat you. Su Mu, please, can you go online and tell those people that you are the one harassing me? Jiang Qingyao was going crazy. Ever since the last video went viral, she was harassed every day. She also went to find Su Zhe, but Su Zhe turned against her and said that it was not true at all. She didn't dare go to school or go out and could only stay at home every day. She really couldn't stand this kind of life. She thought of a good idea, which was to make Su Mu admit that he harassed her so that other people would not scold her. Su Mu listened to Jiang Qingya's blurred out words and looked at her as if she were mentally retarded. Jiang Qingya, Has your brain been eaten by a dog? Don't you like me? As long as you do this, I will agree to be your girlfriend. When Jiang Qingya said this, there was a hint of arrogance in her eyes. After all, in her eyes, Sumu was just a bootlicker. Now that I am willing to be his girlfriend, he will definitely be happy to send me a message. At that time, all these people will go and scold Sumu, and he will be free. Anyway, just be Sumu's boyfriend and girlfriend for a while, then kick Sumu out and find another rich second-generation guy. Jiang Qingya, do I look stupid? Or do you think your charm is unmatched? Sumu smiled sarcastically. You shouldn't come to me. You should go to Su Zhe and ask him to fulfill his promise. I was blind before, so I fell in love with a piece of shit like you. Let me tell you one more thing. This video was posted by Su Zhe. No one else has this video except me and Su Zhe. Sumu folded his arms and stared down at Jiang Qingya with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. When you did this, Su Zhe sent his henchmen to film you. I'm not interested in letting others see my private affairs, but Su Zhe might be interested. After all, he's always trying to climb up the social ladder. Do you think he'd be interested in you? He'd be dying to get rid of you. Jiang Qingya's face was pale. She had doubted everyone except Su Zhe. She thought that Su Zhe would just deny it, so she tried to persuade him and even got pregnant with Su Zhe's child, which would surely allow her to succeed. Unexpectedly, Su Zhe sent out these videos to destroy her. Impossible. Jiang Qingya screamed. Sumu walked over and patted her face, sneering. Your reputation is ruined. Who will benefit from it? Let me guess. Did he promise to make you his girlfriend after you become successful? Or, in other words, marry you and make you a wealthy wife? How do you know? Jiang Qingya was incredulous. Don't insult my intelligence with such questions, as I can figure it out with my toes. Sumu has seen stupid people, but he has never seen anyone as stupid as this. Do you think the young master of the Su family would marry a driver's daughter? He wouldn't even bother to deal with you. He'd just ruin your reputation. If you don't believe me, go ask Liu Yiming. After all, he's a photographer. Sumu finished speaking. He turned and left. If he stayed in the same space with a stupid person, he might get infected. Jiang Qingya's eyes were wide open, her fists were clenched, and her nails were digging into her palms until they bled. She screamed heartbreakingly, Su Zhe, if it were you, I would kill you. Sumu heard her voice. He curled his lips and smiled slightly. Dog bites dog. It's also a wonderful drama. Sumu returned to the villa and found Jiang Gu and Jiang Jiao sitting in the living room. They were playing games. Judging from the sound effects, it should be a game called Honor of Kings. Jiang Jiao heard the noise and saw that it was Sumu who came back, and she felt a little embarrassed. After all, she made such an excessive request while drunk. Sumu approached the two people with a normal expression and said hello. Brother Jiang, Sister Jiang Jiao were playing games. Do you want some midnight snack? I'll order some takeout. Seeing Sumu's indifferent look, he probably didn't take it to heart. Jiang Jiao breathed a sigh of relief. Eat barbecue. After we finish eating, let's play 2 more games. I see you're a master at this game, so take us 2 noobs with you. Sumu's high level of gaming skills was developed when he played games with Su Yingying. Okay, I'll order some takeout first. Sumu took out his mobile phone and started ordering barbecue. Jiang Tian threw his phone on the table and scratched his head. By the way, Xiaomu, your elder sister got my number from somewhere these days and has been messaging me every day. I've been ignoring her. How long will it take for me to catch her? Chapter 48, Paternity Test 1. The last time Jiang Tian heard Sumu and Jiang Jiao discussing the plan, he was stunned listening to them. These 2 people are more cunning than the other. Using this method, they can not only purchase medical equipment at a low price, but also severely hit the Su family. It turns out that I am suitable for technical work, not for playing tricks. People who play tricks have dirty hearts. At least a week. Su Nanya is very impatient. It won't be long before she comes to my house. Sumu found the nearest barbecue restaurant and spoke while ordering takeout. Send a recording to Su Nanyang. She will definitely take action immediately. Brother Jiang, if you find it annoying, just block her. Sumu said indifferently that this would make Su Nanyang even more anxious. Okay. Jiang Tian blocked her without hesitation. Jiang Jiao looked at Sumu and saw that his expression was not right. He had a date when he went out, but when he came back, he didn't talk about anything else except business. I guess the date was frustrated. Sumu, where's your girlfriend? Didn't your date work out? Jiang Jiao asked curiously. We're just celebrating a classmate's birthday, Sister Jiang Jiao. Stop teasing us. Sumu raised the corner of his mouth and smiled, feeling helpless. How could he bring happiness to Jiang Ruoying with his sleeves full of innocence? What's more, there's a Su family next to him who is eyeing him covetously. Su Tianxi wants to sacrifice his life to pave the way for Su Zhe. Being around him is fraught with danger. Rather than enjoying a moment of happiness, it is better to give each other a sense of eternal security. After dealing with the Su family, if Jiang Ruoying is still around, he will definitely hold on to her. Seeing him like this, Jiang Jiao didn't say anything more. Young people only turn back when they hit a wall, and they never understand the importance of living in the present. Things like feelings cannot be broken off just like that. Jiang Jiao saw that the two of them would definitely not break up. Jiang Ruoying was clingy by nature, and Su Mu couldn't escape. While waiting for the takeaway, the three of them played a few games. Su Mu hadn't been online for a long time. After going online, he found that in the new season of the game, his rank had dropped to Star Glory. But it's okay. At this level, he can kill people with just 2 people. Su Mu is good at playing jungle, Jiang Jiao likes to play mid, and Jiang Tian likes to play support the most. Su Mu was not around. The two of them were always scolded during the ranking match. After all, there's only one mid laner and one support, and Gaga is not good at any other position. Fortunately, they have money and often use the method of giving skins to shut up their teammates. Su Mu led the two of them in the ranking and basically finished the game in less than 20 minutes and ended with an absolute crushing victory. Su Mu saw invitations popping up in the screen frame all the time. It's Su Yingying. While he was playing games, Su Yingying invited him more than a dozen times without getting tired of it. Su Mu clicked reject every time, and the last time, he deleted it directly. The three of them played games for a while, and then had a midnight snack. Su Mu still remembered his exercise and went to the underground gym to exercise. Su Mu started with warm-up, followed by half an hour of strength training, and finally an hour of martial arts practice. He practiced like this for more than a month without fail, and his body became much stronger and more powerful than before. The body is the capital of revolution, and he will never degrade himself again. I just need to live a normal life these few days and wait for Su Nanyang to fall into the trap. Su family. Su Yingying was so angry that she yelled in the bedroom, "Su Mu, you're really getting cocky. You actually rejected me time and time again. You're done, you're done, you're absolutely done." She screamed in helplessness and rage, then threw her phone against the wall. Looking at the shattered pieces, her anger eased a little. Suze walked directly into Su Yingying's room without knocking, carrying a plate of fruit. "Third sister, eat some fruit and don't be angry." Su Yingying threw the bedside lamp down and said, "Get out." Suze was startled standing at the door, and the plate fell to the ground. The bright and big strawberries rolled to the bed. "Third sister." Su Yingying then realized that the person standing at the door was Suze, not Su Mu. She was a little dazed. She was used to Su Mu bringing her fruit in the evening. Thinking of Su Mu's current attitude, she felt very uncomfortable. "Sumu ignored me. Why did he have to ignore me?" Su Yingying patted her chest, and seeing Su Zhe standing still at the door, she quickly put on a gentle expression. "Brother Xiaoza, I'm sorry for scaring you. I didn't mean to. I thought you were Su Mu." Su Yingying got off the bed barefoot and stepped on the strawberries. The sticky feeling made her subconsciously want to get angry again. She took a few deep breaths and held it in. "Brother Ozawa saved my life. I can hate anyone, but I must never hate Brother Ozawa." Su Yingying still remembers that it was a cold winter. She was afraid of the cold, so she specially wore an extreme cold series down jacket to school. There's a reservoir not far from the school. She rejected a boy's confession there that day and was pushed into the reservoir by the boy in anger. The water in the reservoir is so cold, it's bone-chilling. The down jacket provided some buoyancy, but because she struggled too much, she fell into the water and choked on water. She felt like she was suffocating, and in her blurred consciousness, she saw a figure swimming towards her. When she woke up again, she was in the hospital. On the bed next to her was Su Zhe, who was unconscious due to the cold. Su Wanlu said that Su Zhe was lying next to Su Yingying that day, and both of them were lying on the shore, looking very weak. Passers-by called 110 and contacted Su's family to send them to the hospital. It turns out that the figure who desperately came to save her was Su Zhe. Before that, Su Yingying's love for Su Zhe was simply the love of an older sister for her younger brother. From then on, her state of mind changed. She must protect her best brother and not let anyone hurt him. After all, Brother Ozawa is willing to give his life for her. Su Ying came back to her senses, looked at the mess in the room, and curled her lips. I'll ask the servants to clean it up. Brother Xiaoza, let's go and watch a movie downstairs. Okay. Third sister, are you missing your brother? That's why you mistook me for him. Suze looked at his third sister, who loved him the most, and couldn't help but confirm. I'm not used to being without him. I usually order him around, and he's always there, but now he's ignoring me and even deleted me as a friend in the game. Damn it. After Su Ying washed her feet and put on her slippers, she kicked the wall next to her in anger, as if she was kicking Sumu. The two went downstairs and saw Su Nanyang sitting alone on the sofa. Su Ying called out lazily, a little surprised, Sister, you are not in the company? These days, my eldest sister has been running to the Su family's company and is basically not seen at night. Su Nanya glanced at Suze with a strange look in her eyes, then picked up the teacup in front of her and took a sip in a disguised manner. Yes, let me tell you, I've asked my family doctor to come to my house for a physical examination tomorrow morning. Remember to eat on an empty stomach. As soon as Su Nanya finished speaking, Suze spoke in confusion. Sister, we just went to the hospital for a physical examination last month. Why do we need another one? Chapter 49, Paternity Test 2. Some items were not fully examined during the physical examination. It is always good to have more checks and preventative measures. Su Nanya regained her composure, looked at the two people, and made the decision. It's settled. I've already told my parents. Su Ying said, oh, and sat cross-legged on the sofa to watch the movie, eating an apple in her hand. It was obvious that she didn't care much about this matter. Suze felt strange, but didn't take it to heart. Su Nanyang did not sleep well all night, tossing and turning in the house until dawn, and until the morning the family doctor called to say that he was at the door. She finally breathed a sigh of relief. Was she afraid that something unexpected might happen? Everyone in the Su family gathered in the living room. Su Nanyang packed up briefly and brought in the family doctor. Zhang Yuding was still wearing her cotton pajamas, and next to her was Su Tianxi. Both of them were obviously unhappy about the whole mess they had to make so early in the morning. Su Nanya introduced calmly, Mom and Dad, I made an appointment with a very famous general practitioner who took a long time to make. He will give us a more comprehensive physical examination. She had originally hired a team that specialized in providing physical examinations for the wealthy, and they had a huge medical examination vehicle parked at the entrance of the villa. Su's parents got in the car, first for a physical examination. When it was Suze's turn, Su Nanyang's palms were slightly sweaty, and she was nervous and anxious. The others also yawned and completed the physical examination step by step. After the physical examination, they had breakfast and went back to sleep. Only Su Nanyang and Su Wanlu were left in the living room. Su Nanyang saw that Su Wanlu looked haggard, and she probably didn't sleep well last night. Su Wanlu took a step forward and nervously pinched Su Nanya's arm. Sister, did you get it? Su Nanyang did not look as glamorous as she used to be when she wore high heels. She walked directly to the medical examination car outside the door, wearing sneakers and a ponytail. The doctor glanced at Su Nanya and handed her 2 blood bottles. These are the blood samples of Mr. Su and young Master Su. Please keep them. Are you sure these belong to both of them? Are you sure you took them by mistake? Su Nanyang asked again. There's no mistake. I asked the nurse to draw blood from both of them separately. The doctor answered in the affirmative. Okay, the balance will be sent to you before tonight. Su Nanya nodded, took the 2 bottles, and dragged Su Wanlu upstairs. Let's talk in the bedroom. I'll give this to you. Take it and test it. No matter what the result is, don't alert anyone. Su Nandian instructed Su Wanlu. Su Wanlu was puzzled. Why? Don't you tell Mom. She couldn't accept it. Are you stupid? If you tell Mom, it will be the end of us. Our family will be finished. Su Nanyang was so disappointed that she said, if Suze is really the child of Dad and Zhang Yuning, who knows whether the uncles will side with Mom or that woman? And Dad, he said that in the recording, which shows he doesn't love us at all. If we expose in advance, we will just be kicked out. Who will cure your illness? There was another sentence that Su Nanyang did not say, which was, how could she inherit the Su family's company? In short, this matter cannot be told to anyone except the 2 of them for the time being. When Su Wanlu heard what her elder sister said, her heart trembled. She didn't think so much. She just wanted to tell her mother the truth. Then I'll take it for identification. If it's not, that's good. At this moment, Su Wanlu also had a fantasy in her heart. If the recording sent by Sumu was synthesized, Su Wanlu took 2 bottles of blood and went to find her senior. If a paternity test is done according to the formal process, the results will generally be available in 1 to 2 weeks, and the process will also include collecting fingerprint information and confirming identity. But in the laboratory, the results report can be produced in 3 to 6 hours. The senior student wearing a mask looked at Su Wanlu with some love in his eyes. Schoolgirl, I'm doing this for you on an exceptional basis. I'm applying for testing equipment from a laboratory so I could do a paternity test. You have to treat me to a meal. Su Wanlu forced a smile and nodded. Don't worry, senior. You've helped me so much. I will definitely treat you to a meal. That afternoon, the report is out. Su Wanlu held the report, too nervous to look at it. She swallowed hard, picked up the report, and focused her eyes on the text on it. The DNA points of Su Tianxi and Su Zhe are 99.99% consistent, making them biological father and son. Chapter 50, he is really an illegitimate child. Su Wanlu felt dizzy all over and couldn't even stand. This is actually the result. Su Zhe is really the child of his father and aunt. Then what about all the kindness she had shown to Su Zhe before? Su Zhe was not adopted, but his father's biological child. They are indeed siblings, but they are half-siblings with the same father. This relationship made her sick to her stomach. Su Zhe is a complete illegitimate child. They placed their illegitimate children in high positions and held them in their hands for more than 10 years, but ignored their biological brothers and tortured them in every way. Irony. How ironic. Ridiculous. Su Wanlu felt that she was really ridiculous. She deliberately ignored the cold Sumu because she was afraid that Su Zhe would be upset. Now that I think about it, I was such an idiot. Remorse. Su Wanlu pushed the senior student in front of her away, covered her face, and ran away quickly. She wanted to go back and tell her elder sister about this. At the gate of Capital Medical University, Su Nanyang was already waiting there. Seeing Su Wanlu running out, Su Nanyang immediately got out of the car and pulled her into it. Su Wanlu's teeth were trembling. Sister, it's true. The audio that Su Mu sent is true. Su Zhe is the child of my father and my aunt. Don't panic. Su Nanyang saw that Su Wanlu was a little abnormal, so she patted her to help her calm down. Having said that, she looked at the crumpled list and felt a little flustered. The audio is real, which means Su Zhe will inherit the Su family in the future. Su Tianxi had thought of everything and wanted all of them to be stepping stones for Su Zhe. Su Nanyang couldn't accept it for a moment. For so many years, she felt that her father had taken a fancy to her and wanted to train her to be the successor. We can't wait any longer. There's still a year before Su Zhe joins the company. She must join the Su family's company as soon as possible. Su Nanyang's chest heaved violently. She took out her cell phone, found Su Mu's number, and called without hesitation. Su Mu and Jiang Tian were sitting in the computer room maintaining the background of the Perfect Lover app. Some users complained about several bugs, and they got up in the morning and planned to fix the bug. Su Mu typed the last line of code and pressed F5. The code ran smoothly and the bug was solved. Xiao Mu, you are so good at this technique. Did you study secretly at night? I just saw you typing on the keyboard. Your hand speed is faster than mine, you single dog. You must have practiced a lot. Jiang Tian couldn't help but sigh that Su Mu had a strong learning ability and was very energetic. Being exhausted during the day and still being able to stick to fitness at night requires this kind of perseverance that not everyone can achieve. Sumu looked at his right hand and felt that there was something else behind Brother Zhang's words. Sumu was just about to make a joke when he saw the call from Su Nanyang. Sumu understood that Su Nanyang had gone to verify the truth. Now, all we have to do is wait for the fish to be caught in the net. Su Nanya waited anxiously for the call to be connected. Once it was connected, she immediately spoke. Sumu, let's meet. Hearing her anxious voice, Sumu spoke slowly. Okay, but you have to prepare the money. The introduction fee is 1 million. Do you want Su Zhe to pass it to me? There was a hint of laughter and contempt in Su Mu's words. Su Nanyang knew that he was talking about the 100,000 yuan. Su Nanyang was a little embarrassed. Sumu really didn't know what was good for him. He just happened to know an audio and happened to know the child of the Jiang family. It turns out that he has no vision or knowledge and regards these as his capital. I will transfer the money to you, but the result must satisfy me. Otherwise, you just wait. Su Nanyang said viciously and threatened casually. She said these words many times. Su Wanlu was anxious on the side. Sister, how can you say that? What if Brother Sumu doesn't want to see us? Brother, I'm the second sister. I went to see you with my eldest sister. Brother, I am sorry. I was really wrong. Before Su Wanlu could finish her words, the call was hung up. Su Nanyang was also panicked at this moment. She admitted that she still looked down on Sumu in her heart. But now she has to rely on Sumu. She had just sent a message to Jiang Tian, but found that she had been blocked. Now the Jiang family can only be contacted through Sumu. Sumu in great humiliation. Sumu, I'm sorry, I spoke too quickly. I'll prepare the money. I'll meet you at the Cold Stone Cafe this afternoon. There are private rooms there, so it's more private. Su Nanyang sent the message and waited anxiously for a response. More than an hour passed. Su Mutsai slowly replied with one word. Okay. Su Nanyang now feels the feeling of being neglected and ignored by others. She remembered that Sumu also liked to send messages to his family before, but his family members were very annoyed and no one responded. At that time, he was like a clown, making people feel ridiculous. Now that she had experienced this, Su Nanyang didn't think it was funny at all. This feeling of being ignored and neglected is so uncomfortable. Sumu must have done it on purpose, deliberately taking revenge on her for her previous neglect. But she was helpless. Su Nanyang and Su Wanlu did not go home at noon, but went directly to a restaurant near the cafe to eat. The street is home to many luxury stores, as well as high-end florists, wineries, chocolate shops, and jewelry stores. Generally, only wealthy people come here to shop. After they finish their meal, they plan to go to a coffee shop and wait. Next to the Cold Stone Cafe, there's a flower shop specializing in high-end flowers. The flower shop owner was a sexy girl in her 20s, wearing a bohemian-style dress and with her hair permed into big waves. Su Nanyang likes the flowers from this flower shop very much and basically brings a bouquet home every month. The flowers Suze ordered for her were also from this flower shop. Flowers here are not cheap. Ordering fresh flowers for the morning for a month will cost an average person 1 or 2 months' salary, and that's the smallest bouquet. When Su Nanyang saw the flower, she felt an inexplicable pain in her heart. Brother Suze is still nice to me. Maybe Brother Suze doesn't know that he is an illegitimate child. If younger Brother Suze doesn't know about this, I can still give him a position after I inherit the company. After all, their brother-sister bond is real. Sumu came to the door of the coffee shop and saw Su Nanyanga and Su Wanlu standing at the flower shop next to it. Sumu looked at the beautiful flowers blooming in front of the flower shop, his eyes dimmed slightly. He had ordered flowers from here before for Sun Yang, and Sun Yang liked the flowers here very much. But he sent flowers for a long time, but didn't even get a thank you or a glance. Sumu now wishes he could travel back in time and slap his past self to death. Why buy something else with that little money? Why buy things for these heartless people? Or maybe you are too young, lack experience, and don't know people well. The lady boss of the flower shop looked up and saw Sumu and smiled. Wow, handsome boy, you are really different from before. Men change a lot when they grow up. You have become much more handsome. You ordered flowers from me before, saying they were for your sister. Did your sister like them? Chapter 51, This money is not enough. This sentence made the two sisters turn around, and when they saw Sumu, they were a little hesitant to recognize him. Sumu is completely different now than it was before. In the past, Sumu was malnourished, thin, with long bangs on his forehead, and looked timid and gloomy. Now Sumu looks fresh and clean, with his hair cut very short, revealing his handsome facial features. His originally thin body has now become a little broader, his shoulders are thicker, and his figure is upright. He is the kind of handsome man who will attract a few more glances when he walks on the street. Just haven't seen each other for a while. Sumu has changed so much. What they found hard to accept was that Sumu had been getting better and better since he left the Su family. Sumu glanced at the owner of the flower shop and said nonchalantly, "If she doesn't like it, I won't send it to her again. But the flowers in your house are so beautiful. That kind of person is not worthy of them." The lady boss of the flower shop was stunned for a moment, then took out a sunflower and handed it to Sumu, her red lips slightly curled. "Thank you, handsome boy, for praising my flowers. I hope you can meet someone worthy of these flowers. Then come back to me to order flowers." Winked at Sumu. "Yes, I will." Sumu also smiled. Su Nanyang next to her was a little confused. What do these two people mean by talking? Sumu once ordered flowers here, and the proprietress said they were for her sister. It seemed that no one else had ever received flowers except myself. "Did you give me these flowers?" Su Nanyang could hardly believe this fact, and her voice cracked when she spoke. Sumu looked back at her with sarcasm in his eyes. You've been receiving flowers for months, and you still don't know who sent them? You're really stupid. You. Su Nanyang felt despised when she heard the sarcastic words. These flowers were clearly sent by Xiaoza, and I asked him about it the other day. He said he knew I liked these flowers and ordered them especially for me, just to put me in a good mood. Su Nanyang held the bag in her hand and spoke softly, but her heart was already filled with turmoil. Su Zhe lied to himself? Su Nanyang bit her lips and looked at Su Mu with a very complicated look. It turned out that these flowers were given to him by Su Mu. Su Mu walked in front, looking at them in a daze. His face was extremely indifferent. Come in. Don't you want to talk about something? You should have brought enough money, right? If not, I'll just leave. Su Nanyang was really not used to Su Mu saying these words. Original Su Mu would not be so cold and heartless to the sisters, nor would he measure the relationship between them only by money. Su Wanlu nodded quickly. We've brought enough money. Brother, don't leave. Let's go in now. Su Wanlu pulled Su Nanyang in a coffee shop. The first floor of this cafe is the lobby, and the second floor has some private rooms with different decoration styles. Because Su Nanyang had already made a reservation, the waiter led them directly to the second floor. The three of them sat down, and Su Nanya got straight to the point and put the appraisal report on the table. Su Mu, this is the identification report of Su Tianxi and Su Zhe. They are indeed biological father and son. When Su Nanyang said this, she felt very sad. She looked up at Su Mu, who was their biological brother from the same mother. Maybe we can let Su Mu go home, so that we can restrain Su Zhe. I knew about this a long time ago, and I was the one who made the recording. Miss Su, let me be frank. I can introduce you to someone from the Jiang family, but they require the Su family to sell them products at a lower price than the market price. Su Mu finished speaking. He took a sip of the latte and frowned slightly. He didn't like the bitter taste of milk. He prefers tea to coffee. Only then did Su Nanyang recover from her daze. She was surprised by Su Mu's skillful negotiation. She always thought that Su Mu was just an ignorant poor kid with bad looks and temperament, and he was not a good person. Now it seems that is not the case. Su Nanyang nodded. She was prepared for such a request. She could accept selling the equipment to the Jiang family at 10% less than the market price. By prying open the iron door of the Jiang family, she can enter the Su family's company. Afterwards, you can also develop new businesses as a partner of the Jiang family. It's worth paying the money. I can agree to this. This is the money you asked for, a total of 1.3 million. The 300,000 is your hush money. Su Nanya took out a card and handed it to Su Mu. I hope you won't tell other people in the family about Su Zhe's true identity. At least she has to wait until she has complete control of the Su family's company before letting other people know about this. Su Mu looked up. He saw the ambition in Su Nanyang's eyes, which was exactly what he wanted to see. It would be exciting to let them fight among themselves, wouldn't it? However, this amount of money is not enough. Su Nanyang owns an entertainment company, a cosmetics company, and has also made some investments in stocks and finance, so she should have quite a few assets. Su Mu's hand, which was about to take the card, paused slightly, looked up at Su Nanyang, raised his eyebrows. No, I can't. How can I bear to let Mom and my third sister be deceived? After all, the person Dad cheated with is Mom's sister. It's not a good idea to hide this from Mom, right? Su Mu withdrew his hand and sighed, as if he was very filial. The subtext is that if you want me to keep it a secret and deceive my beloved family, I have to pay more. Su Nanyang's face turned pale. How could she not hear the sarcasm in Su Mu's words? Su Mu already calls his mother Ms. Zhang. So, is there any mother-son relationship left? Saying this simply means that he feels the money is not enough and wants to cheat her out of more money. Su Nanyang angrily clutched the bag in her hand. She was being fooled by Su Mu. Su Mu was not easy to fool now. Then how much do you want? I'm warning you, if you eat too much, you could easily die from overeating. Su Nanyang threw her bag aside and looked at Su Mu coldly. Just eat until you're full. If you're too full, I'll exercise. Miss Su doesn't have to worry about that. Su Mu smiled lightly. Just add another 2 million. It shouldn't be a problem for you. After all, you are our family's business genius. Su Nanyang's face looked grim. She didn't have that much money, but it is also a considerable expense to pay it out all at once. Moreover, she recently had to discuss cooperation with the Jiang family, and the profit reduction was too much, so she had to pay some of it out of her own pocket. Okay, I promise. Su Nanyang said this through gritted teeth. This money must be paid, and the father-son relationship between the two cannot be known to anyone in the family. If Su Tianxi knew about this, he would have taken action in advance. Su Nanyang didn't want to see such a scene. Thank you very much. Sumu accepted the 3 million without hesitation. Suan Liu Tag Da Su Nanange Sleeve. Chapter 52, The Prescription Will Not Be Given to You. Su Nanyang looked up at Su Mu with complicated eyes. It turns out that the good-for-nothing brother she thought of was not so good-for-nothing after all. But he is still greedy for money. Even if he had just ordered flowers for himself a few months ago when he got home, it was just to please himself. Su Nanya took a breath and said, Su Mu, your second sister has stomach cancer. If you still have a conscience, write down the recipe you made for your second sister. Su Wanlu also cried and said, Brother, I was really wrong. I shouldn't have treated you like this. She looked at the unfamiliar Su Mu and felt heartbroken. The Su Mu in her memory was not so cold and heartless. Su Mu would call her second sister, bring her heart-warming and stomach-warming porridge, and would be there whenever she was helpless. These memories have become a little fuzzy. Sumu hasn't called her sister for a long time. Sumu heard what Su Nanya said. He couldn't help laughing. Stomach cancer? Ha ha, so that's how it is. You deserve it. Sumu got home. He noticed that Su Wanlu was in poor health, especially with weak stomach and spleen, and needed warming and nourishing care. At that time, the person he admired most was his second sister who was studying medicine. He had studied some medicine before, but they were all unconventional. The grandfather who knew medicine was a barefoot doctor who traveled around practicing medicine in his early years. He taught him some unique prescriptions. Sumu also thought about becoming a doctor. At that time, he naively thought that maybe he could discuss with his second sister how to treat illnesses and practice medicine. Sumu took care of her health every day and wanted to come over and talk to her from time to time. The result was always looks of disgust. Su Wanlu still thought he was doing nothing and was just pretending. Sometimes when she was in a bad mood, she would just pour the hot porridge on him and say that he was useless. Sumu still remembers the burning feeling of the boiling porridge on his skin. The burn hurts so much, even more than cutting your finger while cutting vegetables. Sumu sometimes went to her school. Su Wanlu felt embarrassed and pretended not to know Sumu. Sometimes she even said that Sumu was deliberately harassing her. So some flower protectors rushed out and beat Sumu up. During that period, Sumu was injured every day. Later, Sumu found out that he was beaten for no reason because of Su Wanlu. Gradually, Sumu never went there again. Su Wanlu had always been dismissive of his kindness, and now that she had stomach cancer, she actually came to him to confess. Sumu looked at Su Wanlu, who was crying with tears in her eyes, and no longer felt any heartache. He felt an indescribable joy in his heart. Maybe this is retribution. Su Wanlu, stop saying you're my second sister and that I'm related by blood. It makes me feel sick. When Su Wanlu heard this, her heart ached, and she reached out to pull Su Mu's arm. Brother, please don't say such things. It makes me sad. Can you please come home? I will never treat you like that again. Su Wanlu thought that as long as she showed weakness this time, Su Mu would become the same as before. After all, Su Mu chose to forgive himself many times. Su Mu stood up and dodged her outstretched hand, showing a bit of sarcasm. Su Wanlu, did I hear you correctly? You want me to go home? Is that still home? Do I even have a home? Except for my fourth sister, all my family members are dead. I have no family now, so where can I find a home? I'm an orphan. I am, and I will be an orphan in the future. Your so-called home has brought me nothing but torture and pain. When I got there, I was abused and insulted by you. I've had enough. Su Wanlu, this disease is your retribution. Su Mu's powerful words made Su Wanlu sway. She didn't expect that what happened in the past would cause such great harm to Su Mu. She was just like everyone else. She covered her face in dismay. Su Nanya slammed the table and said, Su Mu, you are really going too far. By bringing you here, haven't you experienced the prosperity and wealth of this big city? Haven't you also enjoyed the power and money that the Su family has brought you? What right do you have to hate us? You should thank us. If it weren't for us, would you be able to come from that remote and shabby village to live in such a prosperous city? Sumu looked at the arrogant Su Nanyang and sneered. If I hadn't gotten lost, all of this would have belonged to me. Su Nanyang, you are too arrogant. I tell you, I look down on the Su family. I would rather stay in that small mountain village forever than meet a bunch of cold-blooded and selfish people like you. Su Nanyang was speechless. She couldn't refute what Sumu said. She couldn't figure out why Sumu would say that he would rather stay in the small mountain village than come here. I know you're resentful, but Wanlu is your second sister after all. How much is your recipe? I'll buy it. Su Nanyang crossed her arms over her chest, a look of determination on her face. After saying so much, it's all for money. Sumu will definitely sell the recipe to himself. I won't sell my recipe to ruthless people. Since I've lost it before, don't want it again. Sumu was firm in his attitude. He had already drawn a clear line with the Su family and would never be soft-hearted again. He has given enough to this family before. Because he longed for the so-called family affection, longed for a warm home, longed for loving parents and a sister. But all of these became knives stabbing him, over and over again, until he was tortured to death. In his dreams, Sumu often dreamed of that cold night, the bitter snow, and those mocking, indifferent, and ruthless faces. Sumu remembered it clearly. He didn't want to experience the feeling of losing blood due to being frozen again. His heart was as hard as the ice that had frozen that day. Sometimes he wondered if these people would just throw his body away after he died. This is the family I long for. Sumu clenched his fists. He no longer dared to ask for anything, and no longer wanted to ask for anything. He wants to live well. You are taking revenge. Su Nanyang couldn't help but shout out. You can think whatever you want. Sumu didn't want to waste any more words, so he took the card and walked out of the coffee shop. Su Wanlu looked at his back and murmured to herself, he deserves to retaliate against me. It's our fault. If she hadn't had stomach cancer, she might have continued to make mistakes. She had never thought that treating Sumu the way she did before was abuse to him. Now that she thought about it, it was really horrifying. It's their whole family bullying one person. Bullying a younger brother who just came here from the countryside and knows nothing. Not only did they abuse him physically, they also used cold violence against him and tortured him psychologically. If it were her, she would have committed suicide long ago. What do you mean it's our fault? Second sister, you're just too soft-hearted. I think he's deliberately seeking revenge. He doesn't listen to anyone now. What about the prescription? Su Nanyang somewhat hated the feeling that things were out of control. Chapter 53, Beating Up the Fake Young Master. Su Wanlio's face was full of pain. Sister, maybe if we treat Sumu better, he will change his attitude? After all, what Sumu wanted was their love. Su Nanyang pressed her eyebrows together and said, stop talking. I think he is very determined, otherwise he wouldn't have played tricks on me for so long. Su Wanlio's eyes dimmed for a moment, but she had already made up her mind to change her attitude towards Sumu from now on. Maybe one day, Sumu will change his mind. But she didn't know that the spilled water could not be reversed and the broken mirror could not be mended. People who have died once have hard hearts, and no matter how hard they try, they can't soften them. My disease is fine. It's just the early symptoms now. If it's well controlled, I should be able to live for a few more years. Su Wanlu spoke to comfort her elder sister and also to comfort herself. When Sumu's brother changes his attitude, her illness may be cured. Sumu walked out of the coffee shop, and before he had taken 2 steps, he was grabbed by Lu Yiming and dragged directly into the alley. Sumu grabbed him with his backhand, pinched his arms and shoulders, and pushed him against the wall. Fuck, be gentle, Lu Yiming screamed. It's not me who's looking for you, it's Suze. Suze is looking for you. Sumu remained unmoved. His men squeezed harder, making him speechless. Are you following me? Sumu finished speaking. He turned him around, grabbed his neck, and looked at him coldly. Fuck, who are you fucking? Keep your mouth shut, you bastard. Lu Yiming was unable to refute his double standards, and Sumu's hands were like iron hands that could not be moved. Fuck me, please let me go. Lu Yiming had no choice but to back down. Sumu loosened his hand, looked at the SLR camera in front of him, and reached out to pull it. What the hell did you film again? You're following me, right? I'll smash your camera. Sumu grabbed his camera and started looking through the pictures he had taken before. Lu Yiming could no longer care about anything else and knelt down to grab his thighs. Brother, please, this is my bread and butter. Please don't smash it. Sumu looked, the more he frowned. Lu Yiming took a picture of himself, Su Nanyang, and Su Wanlu entering the cafe together. In addition, he also took pictures of himself and Jiang Ruoying on a date. Fortunately, they were not captured in the cinema, only outside. In addition, Lu Yiming is also a pervert who takes secret photos of girls, and there are many thighs in white and black stockings. This guy is a leg maniac. Sumu saw many photos of Jiang Qingya in his camera from all kinds of angles. He was simply a complete perverted voyeur. Sumu couldn't bear to watch it and deleted all the photos. Liu Yiming knew from the movements of his hands that he was deleting photos, and he immediately wailed. I beg you, please don't delete my work. This is great art. This is my spiritual food. I beg you, fuck your art. Did you go to a small town to learn these skills? Sumu was speechless. Sumu then spoke. What's your purpose in holding me? Liu Yiming snatched back his camera and found that all the photos in it had been deleted. He felt as if he had been struck by lightning and wished he could just bang his head against the wall and die. He slowly came back to his senses after hearing the question, and he was not motivated at all. Fortunately, he had already sent the photos he took of Sumu and his two sisters having coffee to Suze. Otherwise, I would have been beaten for nothing today. Suze was generous with money. Every time he asked him to do something, he would give him 1 or 2,000 yuan in labor fees. Suze asked me to come find you. He'll be here soon. Liu Yiming said dejectedly. Sumu heard this. He immediately lost interest and turned to leave. Sumu, don't you want to know about Jiang Qingya? Seeing people about to leave, Liu Yiming became anxious. He quickly brought out Sumu's goddess. It was obvious to everyone that Sumu pursued Jiang Qingya before. Although he also likes Jiang Qingya, it is only physical love, and it would be best if he could sleep with her. If I really have a girlfriend like this, I will be cuckolded every day. Only a fool like Sumu truly likes her. Not interested. Sumu felt a little nauseous when he heard the name. Moreover, Jiang Qingya's fighting ability is really a bit poor. Even after she was told Suze's purpose, there has been no movement for so many days. Just after Sumu took a few steps, Suze also arrived. When he saw the photos of Sumu with his eldest and second sisters, he suddenly felt a sense of crisis. The whole family is on his side. And now, the eldest sister and the second sister actually met Sumu alone, which was very abnormal. He couldn't let this happen. If they really have a brother-sister relationship, then what am I? The person Suze hated the most was his fourth sister, Su Qiaoyu. Su Qiaoyu was the first person in this house to discover that he was hiding, and now she is moving out for Sumu. This made Suze very dissatisfied. These sisters should continue to treat him well. He will be a senior in high school next year. If his grades are good, he can study management in the country. If your grades are not good, go study abroad. After returning from further studies, he wants to directly enter the core department of the Su family company. By then, these sisters will all be resources. After all, the Su family's daughters are all beautiful. They've been painting, learning dance, and practicing yoga since childhood to stay in shape. Suze has seen many rich young men pursuing these sisters. They're the daughters-in-law of wealthy families who have been carefully cultivated. Suze had long regarded these sisters as exchange resources for his future advancement. Now these sisters have all changed. He would never allow it. The two faced each other. Sumu raised his eyebrows and looked at Suze. He had previously thought that Suze was good at disguising himself and looked like a young man from a wealthy family. It doesn't look like that now. The viciousness and calculation in his eyes are about to overflow. Sumu, long time no see. I wonder if you're doing well out there? I heard from my sisters that you can barely afford to eat. If you beg me, I might even let you return to the Su family. Suze spoke provocatively, his words becoming more and more hurtful. You've been away from home for so long, and Mom hasn't asked you a single question. My third sister said she'll beat you to death the next time she sees you. The purpose of Suze's visit was to provoke Sumu. When Sumu took action, these sisters would feel sorry for him. This trick has been proven to work. Sumu kept a calm expression and looked at Suze like a clown. Oh, there's one more thing I want to tell you. Do you know why Big Sister misunderstood you for stealing the pen? I said it. I said I saw you steal a pen and sell it. Big Sister didn't even ask for confirmation and just believed me. The time you really begged us like a dog and said it wasn't you. I still remember your embarrassed look. Suze smiled triumphantly. Sumu, you are just a servant at home. You try to please the sisters every day, but they're only nice to me. So what if fourth sister is the only one who cares about you? Sooner or later, she will end up like you. Sumu raised his head, moved his hands, and chuckled. Suze, I know you wanted to irritate me, and you achieved your goal. If you can take action, don't talk too much. Sumu punched Suze in the face. With a bang, Suze almost flew out and hit the wall, and blood spurted out of his mouth. Sumu grabbed his hair, exerted force on his hands, and lifted him up. I also forgot to tell you, my hand is almost healed. Then another heavy punch hit him in the stomach. Please urge for more updates, please like, and please give me a free gift. Thank you all readers. Chapter 54. There is no door to hell. You throw yourself into it. Sumu didn't hold back this time. He had been annoyed with Suze for a long time, but he didn't expect that he would bump into the door himself this time. There's a door in the world, but you don't go through it. There is no door in hell, but you will fall into it yourself. After one punch, Suze fell to the ground, holding his stomach, and couldn't even get up like a drowned dog. He didn't know Sumu was so strong now. He thought Sumu was still as weak and incompetent as before, so thin that even a gust of wind could blow him away. He thought Sumu would at most slap him once. But unexpectedly, Sumu wanted to beat him to death. Suze raised his face covered in cold sweat, looked at Sumu in fear, turned around, covered his stomach, and ran into the alley. Sumu will beat himself to death. At that moment, he was deeply frightened. Lu Yiming, come and help me quickly, Suze said weakly. Sumu flexed his wrist and stood in the alley, blocking him inside. Sumu turned his head to look at Lu Yiming next to him and hooked his finger. What? You two come together. Lu Yiming hurriedly shook his head, his body shaking like a sieve. He rolled and crawled while holding his camera, turned around and ran. Damn, Sumu is crazy. Suze was beaten like that, so he didn't want to stay. If he stayed, he would just be a punching bag for Sumu. Sumogen. Sumu is no longer the coward he used to be. He is now terrifying. Suze didn't expect Lu Yiming to abandon him. He felt like his ribs were about to be broken. Sumu, stop. Don't come over here. Aren't you afraid that the sisters will hate you? Suze threatened Sumu with his family members. And Mom and Dad won't let you go. Aw. Sumu was too lazy to listen to his nonsense. He stepped on his left hand, grabbed his hair, and punched him in the face. Suze made a poo sound and spat out a tooth after being hit. Suze's handsome face suddenly swelled up like a steamed bun that had been soaked in water. Suze, don't you love to say that I bully you? Let me count. From the time I came to this family until now, you have probably said that more than a dozen times. Sumu stared at his face playfully, then slowly smiled. You said I bullied you, then I will do as you wish. Suze shook his head incoherently. No. Sumu, you wait. In Suze's eyes, Sumu has become a devil who specifically targets his sore spots. He was in excruciating pain. He hated it so much. He hated it and felt so painful. Sumu treated it as a human sandbag and attacked it with great force, as if he wanted to vent all the grievances he had suffered over the years on him. In the end, Sumu's face was no longer recognizable as his former self. Suze was originally wearing a white shirt, but now it was all stained with blood. Later on, Suze kept begging for mercy. He really regretted it. He shouldn't have come to provoke Sumu. He should have brought more people with him. Sooner or later, he will repay all the pain he suffered today. Sumu saw the hatred in his eyes, but didn't care. A sinister person like Suze will be targeted no matter what he does. It's better to seize the opportunity and have a good fight. If you dare to come again next time, I will continue to beat you. Sumu finally took a break with a slap in the face, almost crooked Suze's mouth. As your older brother, I have to teach you a lesson about the dangers of the mouth. From now on, be more careful with your words. Not everyone is as good-tempered as me. Sumu let go of Suze and watched him slide to the ground like a dead dog. Sumu kicked him with his toes and gave him a friendly advice. Suze opened his swollen eyes and couldn't say a word. Suze struggled to crawl towards the alley entrance. He felt that Sumu wanted to kill him. He just wanted to frame Sumu and didn't want to die here. Sumu leaned against the wall and watched quietly. When he was about to crawl out, he grabbed one of his legs and threw him into the alley. Brother Suze, you chose this position. Play with me for a while. Sumu rolled up his sleeves. There was another scream in the alley. Sumu heard footsteps coming from the entrance of the alley. Then I heard Zhang Yuding scream. Sumu, what are you doing? Ozawa. Zhang Yuding ran in wearing high heels. She was wearing a cheongsam today, had some gentle makeup on, and was carrying a bag in her hand. She looked like she was out shopping. She looked anxious and didn't even care that she had dropped her bag at the alley entrance. She ran directly to Suze's side and looked at Suze, who no longer looked like a human being, at a loss. Tears began to fall. Xiaoze, what's wrong with you? What happened? My poor son. Why were you beaten like this? Woo-woo. Zhang Yuding almost got a stitch in her side from crying, and she didn't know where to start looking at Suze's body covered in wounds. She was heartbroken. This was her youngest son, whom she had held in the palm of her hand since he was a child. He was usually tender and delicate and had never suffered any hardship. Sumu hit me at the birthday party last time. She felt heartbroken for a long time that time. The scar hasn't healed yet, and he was beaten again. Zhang Yuding was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. She saw that Su Zhe's face was swollen beyond recognition, and his eyes were almost closed. Xiao Zhe, don't scare your mother. She has been placing her spiritual hopes on this youngest son for so many years. She raised a little child to this age, accompanied him in crying, laughing, and making noises. Accompany him from a young child to the handsome man he is today. The child is hurt, and the mother is heartbroken. Zhang Yuding was truly distressed and immediately called a doctor. Xiao Zhe, don't worry. Mom will call someone to save you. Seeing the harmonious scene of loving mother and filial son, Sumu felt no more disturbance in his heart. He had seen this kind of scene many times. The first few times he felt heartbroken and helpless. He wanted to show himself in front of his mother and let her see him. Later, after seeing Zhang Yuding's perfunctory and partial attitude more and more, I had such thoughts less and less. When doing the same thing, such as making tea for his mother, Su Zhe becomes sensible and knows how to care for others. And he just gets a cold on. After this kind of thing happens so many times, Su Mu realized that human love is limited. If you give more to one person, there will be less for another. The same goes for relatives. Even parents cannot treat their children equally. They favor Su Zhe and ignore him. It's not that they don't know that they are biased, but they just don't want to change. Because they know that if they praise the silent child for being sensible, they can ignore all his resentment and grievances. Just like at the dinner table, Su Zhe is always the first to eat all the brain supplements and abalone. No one asked Su Mu whether he liked to eat it, and no one asked Su Mu whether he wanted to eat it. It is said that the crying child gets the milk. Even if an unfavored child cries, all he gets is a scolding to shut up. They took him back and ignored him again. Let it be the wrong child, and he cannot resist. Once you reveal your grievances, you are immature. But fuck your sensibility. Sumu thought that there was no need to take this so-called love to heart. It's lost, not worth mentioning. Suze stretched out a finger with difficulty and pointed at Sumu next to him. Mom, brother, hit me. Chapter 55, he is also a person who is loved by his sister. Zhang Yuding's eyes widened immediately, her heart aching. All the wounds on Xiao's body were actually caused by Sumu. Sumu is indeed a barbarian, and there is no way to change the evil in his bones. Sumu, why did you hit Xiaoza? How could I have a son like you? Zhang Yuding stood up angrily and glared at Sumu. Seeing Su Zhe covered in wounds, she stepped forward angrily and raised her hands. Sumu looked at his so-called mother, who was completely on Su Zhe's side. He chuckled and grabbed Zhang Yuding's hand. Ms. Zhang, if I could choose to reincarnate, I would definitely not be in your belly. Because you're not worthy of being a mother. Zhang Yuding was a delicate lady with little strength, and she almost fell down when Sumu pushed her. Why am I not worthy? Zhang Yuding clenched her fists in anger. She cared about other people's opinions of her. Zhang Yuding looked at the unfamiliar Sumu in front of her, not knowing what to do. I originally thought that since you were brought back from a small place, you would be at most rude and ignorant of etiquette. I didn't expect you to be so violent and rebellious. You're not sensible at all. If you could have 1/3 of Ozawa's talent, I wouldn't do this to you. Sumu was amused by her words. Ms. Zhang, is it so difficult to admit that you are biased? Remember, you have no right to scold me now. Zhang Yuding's face turned pale, and she didn't dare to look Sumu in the eye. Sumu is very dangerous now. If I make him angry, I might get beaten. Zhang Yuding stopped talking and just took out her cell phone to call Su Nanyang. She cried very quietly and asked her eldest daughter to help her while she cried. Sumu was not interested in dealing with the follow-up and turned around and left. He was in a hurry to go back and use the 3 million he had just obtained. Seeing Sumu leaving, Zhang Yuding didn't have the courage to hold him back. They were just anxiously circling around the seriously injured Su Zhe. Su Nanyang and Su Wanlu didn't walk far at all. After receiving a call from their mother, they quickly came over. Su Nanyang was in a complicated mood since she found out that Su Zhe was the child of her father and aunt, the product of her father's infidelity, and an illegitimate child. She could no longer treat Su Zhe with the same doting attitude as before. When Zhang Yuding saw her 2 daughters coming, she immediately felt more confident. Come and see Xiaoza quickly. That damn Sumo actually beat Xiaoza into this state. Su Nanyang stood there without moving. She was really frightened when she saw Su Zhe's miserable condition. Sumu becomes so cruel? Su Zhe's face was so swollen that he looked unrecognizable. His body was covered in blood, and he was curled up there, unable to get up. I guess all the bones in his body are broken. Su Nanyang was worried. Did Su Zhe know her identity? If Su Zhe didn't know her identity, she could still show some mercy to him. After all, he was her younger brother who grew up with her, and she felt bad seeing Su Zhe like this. If Su Zhe knew his identity and had known my aunt, he must not be kept. Su Nanyang's eyes flickered. She must find a way to find out the truth about this matter. In her heart, she still doesn't want to treat her brother Su Zhe as an enemy. After all, brother Su Zhe is much better than Sumu. Su Wanlu walked forward, biting her lip. Seeing Su Zhe half dead, she felt very sorry. Mom, let's send him to the hospital first. Su Zhe's injuries are very serious. Su Wanlu also studied medicine, and she could tell at a glance that Su Zhe had been seriously injured. This damn Sumu must not be let off. Xiaozi will be in his 3rd year of high school soon. If this continues, he will definitely need to be hospitalized, which will affect his studies. My poor son. If he had known earlier, he would not have brought Sumu back. It would be better to just let him live there and give him some money. Zhang Yuding is still terrified when she thinks of the look in Sumu's eyes when he left. It seems that only by cursing loudly can she eliminate the panic in her heart. It's so shameful that she, as a mother, is afraid of her son. Mom, you can't say that. Sumu is also your son. If we had gotten him back sooner, maybe he wouldn't be like this now. Su Wanlu felt very uncomfortable when she heard what her mother said. I didn't think anything of these words before, but now when I hear them, I feel that my mother is too partial. Besides, it wasn't Sumu's fault that he got lost. The more Su Wanlu thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt. She had treated Sumu in the same way before. No wonder he has no feelings for this family. Wanlu, you're speaking for him, right? Your brother Xiaozi has been beaten like this, and you are still speaking for a murderer. Zhang Yuding frowned, looking unhappy. Mom, I didn't... Su Wanlu really didn't know what to say. Zhang Yuding waved her hand. Okay, stop talking. I'm really pissed off today. Let's get Xiaozi to the hospital right away. Also, it's summer vacation now, so you can take care of Xiaozi in the hospital. Those private tutors were also asked to go to the hospital to teach Ozawa. Zhang Yuding thought that her second daughter was studying medicine and could take care of Xiaozi. Su Wanlu showed a bitter look on her face. Mom, I can't take care of Xiaozi. She didn't tell the rest of her family about her cancer. She plans to undergo resection surgery this summer. In theory, early-stage gastric cancer has a very high chance of being cured, but she felt that her symptoms did not seem to be in the early stages and might have worsened. She still really wanted Sumu to come and take care of her. Why can't you take care of Xiaozi? Your brother has been beaten like this. Can't you feel sorry for him? Zhang Yuding felt that her 2 daughters were a little strange today. Normally, whenever Xiaozi was hurt or bruised, they would come over to ask about his well-being. Today, Xiaozi was almost beaten to death by Sumu, that rebellious son. Her 2 daughters were as stiff as pieces of wood. Mom, stop talking. My second sister is busy and can't take care of Xiaozi for the time being. I will hire a special nurse to take care of Xiaozi. Sananya made the decision out loud. I called the emergency number, and the ambulance will be here soon. Let's check Xiaozi first. Su Nanyang turned and spoke to Zhang Yuding. Zhang Yuding nodded quickly and muttered, Sumu beat Xiaozi like this. Are you going to let him go so easily? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. Su Nanyang didn't want to cause trouble for Sumu for the time being. After all, the cooperation with the Jiang family had not been finalized yet. Su Wanlu already felt very guilty towards Sumu, and she couldn't bring herself to cause trouble for Sumu again. Sumu's prescription for her illness, and she also wants to return to her previous relationship with Sumu. Faced with their mother's words, they didn't want to answer. Zhang Yuding didn't care about the 2 of them. After she finished speaking, she helped Su Zhe to stand up with a distressed look on her face, intending to go back and tell her whole family about this matter. Sumu was not afraid that the Su family would cause trouble for him. He divided the 3 million he had just received today into 3 parts. He plans to donate the first 1 million anonymously to the orphanage where he once lived and use the money to improve the lives of his grandparents. The second 1 million is intended to be invested in the stock market. He only knows the stock market growth trend in the next year. As long as you continue to increase the capital in your hands, you can use the information gap to make more money. The third 1 million yuan will be invested in Tianmu Company's new project to increase its stake in the project so that it can receive more dividends when the project is completed. Sumu did all these things one by one. Not long after, I received a message from my sister Su Qiaoyu. This is also his only family now. Su Qiaoyu is a gentle and lively sister. During this trip to Dali, she sent a lot of photos to Sumu. She also brought many small gifts for Sumu. Brother, I'm back. Dali is super beautiful. I'll take you there after you graduate from high school. I'll also introduce you to a good friend today. See you tonight. Su Qiaoyu sent a long message, along with a cat emoticon. Okay, sister. Sumu shoda gintal smile. It felt so good to be pampered by her sister. Chapter 56, The future with my sister will be bright. In the evening, Su Qiaoyu sent Su Mu her location. Su Mu went back, took a shower, and went to the appointment. After all, it's not a good idea to go see my sister covered in blood. The place Su Qiaoyu booked was a tea house, which served wine and tea, and guests could choose from them. The location is by the river. You can drink tea while enjoying the river view. Su Lily was wearing a halter dress, with her long hair loose and a smile on her beautiful face. Qiaoyu, you finally introduced your brother to me. I've been playing in Dali these days, and you've been talking about your brother Sumu every day. I'm almost dying of your noise. Su Qiaoyu smiled shyly, playing with the braid that hung down to her waist. Lily, please stop making fun of me. My brother is so pitiful. Of course I have to care about him. My family is too partial. My brother could have had a better future. The result is that in order to take care of the adopted Su Zhe, they had to arrange for their younger brother to live with him. I am speechless. Su Qiaoyu started making tea and was very dissatisfied with her family. And my third sister is simply a devil. Last time I saw her beating up Sumu's brother, no one in the family thought it was wrong. Su Lily sighed. Now that you've all moved out, what will you do in the future? Or I'll buy a house, and you guys can live in it. Su Lily felt sorry for her best friend. She had never encountered a situation like the Su family in her life. Oh, no need, I have a way. Su Yaoyu blinked playfully. Then he turned around and saw his younger brother Su Mu coming over and quickly stretched out his hand. Brother here. Sumu also saw two beautiful girls who stood out in the crowd. It's my sister and her friends. He also raised his hand to greet. I'm here. Su Lily looked at her good friend's younger brother and originally thought that Su Mu was a skinny, malnourished boy. Unexpectedly, Su Mu doesn't look thin. He can't be called a stunningly handsome guy, but he is clean, refreshing, handsome, and stylish, which makes people feel good about him. He looks about 60% similar to Su Qiaoyu, and one can tell at a glance that they are twins. Su Qiaoyu saw her brother's bright smile, so she stood up, walked over to him, and gave him a big hug. Su Mu was a little at a loss in the face of such a warm hug. Faced with malice, he accepts it calmly and is used to dealing with it. Faced with this kind of warm love, he felt a little unfamiliar. He hugged his sister back hard. Sister, please sit down first. As soon as Su Qiaoyu sat down, she took out some things from her canvas bag. There are different types of pencil sketch pens, some small paint boxes, and some small snails I picked up at the beach. After searching for a while, Su Qiaoyu took out a red book. Brother, this is a gift from me to you. Su Mu was stunned. Su Qiaoyu pushed the red book towards him a little embarrassedly. I didn't buy it in the central area. It's a bit far away, about 5 kilometers from your school. The house isn't big, just a small 3-bedroom, 1 living room apartment. I think this should be enough for my sister and me, right? Su Qiaoyu spent all her savings to buy this small house and wrote her brothers and her own names on it. Su Qiaoyu thought that her younger brother must have been living under someone else's roof. He used to live in an orphanage and was later taken home, but was also ostracized by his family. Now he has left home, and I heard that he lives with friends. But living with friends is not as comfortable as living alone. At this moment, Sumu really couldn't hold it back anymore, and his heart was filled with love. It's more touching. Thank you, sister, but I can't take this house. This house belongs to you. I will live with you. When I make money, I will buy you a bigger house, bigger than the Su family's house. Sumu raised his head and made a solemn promise. Su Qiaoyu covered her mouth and laughed, very happily. My younger brother is still young and doesn't know how difficult it is to buy the Su family's villa, but it's good that he has the intention. Okay, sister believes you. Su Qiaoyu smiled and touched Sumu's head. Anyway, the comics she draws now have been published, and she will be able to make money in the future to support herself and her brother. Su Qiaoyu, come on. Su Lily was a little surprised watching from the side, but she also approved of Sumu in her heart. At least I know how to be grateful. Xiaoyu is a good younger brother. Su Xiaoyu. All right, you bought a house without telling me, and I was so worried about you. Su Lily pinched Su Xiaoyu's face angrily. Su Xiaoyu chuckled. Oh, Lily, please forgive me. Let me formally introduce you. This is my brother Su Mu, and this is my best friend Su Lily. Su Xiaoyu introduced the two to each other. Su Mu was the first to greet. Hello. Su Lily lifted her hair, revealing her fair skin, curled her red lips, and reached out to touch it. Hello, brother. I heard from your sister that you're currently starting a business project. In a week, there will be an internet industry association with many investors. Thanks to your sister, this invitation letter is a gift for meeting you. Su Lily took out an invitation letter and handed it to Su Mu. This was the gift she had prepared long ago, but you still have to see the real person before considering whether to give it. Su Mu has temporarily passed the meeting assessment. He is grateful and courageous, and is a potential stock. She only gave him an admission ticket, and the outcome would depend on Su Mu's own strength. Su Mu was surprised by this gift. Thank you, Sister Lily. Su Xiaoyu laughed and said, take it. Lily's father is the chairman of the Tianlong Group and a very famous investor. This is organized by her father. You can give it a try and see for yourself. Okay, I'll try. Su Mu cherishes this opportunity very much. The house has been renovated a long time ago. I'll spend the next 2 months removing the formaldehyde. You can move in when school starts. When school starts for me, I'll also apply to live off campus. Su Xiaoyu and her brother discussed what to buy to decorate their new home. Su Lily listened quietly beside him, expressing her opinions from time to time. At this time, the Su family was in an uproar. In the hospital, Su Zhe was diagnosed with multiple fractures throughout his body, especially in his arms and ribs. Dislocated arm, 2 broken ribs, broken nose, broken calf. It looks like I'll have to stay in the hospital for at least a month. After Zhang Yuding heard the news, she could no longer control her expression and started cursing at Sumu. Sumu, you are so cruel. You are so cruel to your brother. Damn you, damn you. I shouldn't have given birth to you. Zhang Yuding cried and cursed. Then he told Su Tianxi the news. When Su Tianxi heard this, he immediately put down the work at hand and rushed to the hospital impatiently. He came to the hospital and saw Zhang Yuding crying outside the ward. He couldn't control his anger and glared at her. How did you take care of your son? You let him get beaten like this by that little beast. Chapter 57, Let Him Go Home. Zhang Yuding didn't expect her husband to blame her as soon as he arrived. She couldn't help but stand up, her tone aggrieved. Today, Xiaoza sent me a message saying he was going shopping over there and asked me to go find him. But when I got to the alley, I saw Xiaoza beaten like this by Sumu. Hubby, this is not my fault. I feel more distressed than anyone else when Xiaoza is like this. Zhang Yuding held Su Tianxi and cried out loud. Sister, brother-in-law, I heard that Xiaoza was beaten. You can't just let it go like this. Zhang Yuding came from the other side with an anxious look on her face. She came with Su Tianxi. When she heard that Su Zhe was beaten, she insisted on coming over. Zhang Yuding loves plastic surgery. Her face is full of high-tech features, including double eyelids, big eyes, a high nose bridge, and a pouty mouth. Even her figure is extremely exaggerated, with a curvy S shape, and when she wears a skirt, her figure is exquisite and well-proportioned. Su Tianxi felt a little uncomfortable when he heard Zhang Yuding's voice. He calmly let go of Zhang Yuding's hand that was holding his arm. Yuning, why are you here? This is our family matter. You don't have to worry about it. Zhang Yuding said that she didn't like her younger sister very much. Zhang Yuding was the illegitimate daughter born from her father's infidelity. After Zhang Yuning's mother died, his eldest brother took the initiative to bring Zhang Yuning back to the Zhang family and raised him by his side. Zhang Yuning is sweet-spoken and has high emotional intelligence. He lives a good life in the Zhang family. I'm still working as a secretary in my eldest brother's company. Zhang Yuning feels uncomfortable every time she sees Zhang Yuning. Sister, we are all family. Don't be so formal. Xiaoza is also my nephew. Of course I care about him. Zhang Yuning smiled and approached the 2 people standing between them. Su Tianxi also spoke up. Yuding, well, so don't be so polite. Xiaoza was beaten by that beast Su Mu this time. It's my fault. I don't believe he will never come home. When he comes back, I will definitely educate him well. Su Tianxi spoke with gritted teeth, as if he wanted to eat Su Mu raw. He felt that Sumu would not be able to survive long outside alone. Eventually, you have to go home. The Su family is Sumu's only support in Beijing. If he doesn't come back, he will just starve to death outside. When he comes back, I will break his legs. Su Tianxi gritted his teeth in anger. In his heart, the child he had with Zhang Yuning was his most beloved child. As for Zhang Yuning, he was with her for money and power. He didn't like Zhang Yuning's crying, nor did he like her constant mention of luxury jewelry brands, nor did he like her wealthy friends. Su Nanyang, who had just arrived, happened to hear these words. She had just finalized a cooperation agreement with Jiang Jiao, the head of the Jiang family. She was willing to reduce the price by 20% just to allow the Jiang family to purchase medical equipment. Agreed for Su Mu's sake. Only then did Su Nanyang breathe a sigh of relief. If she gets this order, she will soon be able to join the management of the Su family enterprise. After the negotiation, she rushed to the hospital without stopping. She saw her Aunt Zhang Yuning's car downstairs. When I got here, I actually found Zhang Yuning there. Su Nanyang can no longer face her father and aunt. The two of them stood together, and Su Nanyang felt nauseous no matter how she looked at them. At this time, the nurse in the ward came out and asked, "Is the patient's family here?" "The patient has woken up. You can go in and visit him. Pay attention. The patient has multiple fractures and a moderate concussion. Speak softly and try not to disturb the patient." Everyone nodded. Then I entered the ward. Suze had been in a coma for a day and a half and had just woken up. He was scared when he thought of Sumu's appearance. Sumu was really crazy. "Ozawa, how do you feel?" Zhang Yuning sat beside the bed with concern and asked softly. Zhang Yuning was also extremely distressed. Seeing his son being beaten like this by that little beast, he felt murderous in his heart. "Mom, it hurts so much. Xiao's body hurts so much. Does my brother hate me? I thought he was going to beat me to death." Suze's eyes were red, and he put his face on Zhang Yuning's arms and cried miserably. He wasn't pretending this time. His whole body was in excruciating pain. He looked up and saw Su Tianxi and Zhang Yuning, and there was a flash of surprise in his eyes. Then he cried even more miserably, "Dad, Aunt, you are here too. Please send me away. As long as I am here, my brother will not let me go." While crying, he opened his arms and wanted to hug Su Tianxi. As a result, I had to give up because my hands were broken. "Xiaoze, Dad will take care of it for you. I won't forgive him." Su Tianxi hurriedly touched Su Zhe's head with heartache. Su Nanyang was not as worried about Su Mu as before and was carefully observing the people in the ward. The pain in Zhang Yuning's eyes was not fake. Su Zhe was her son, and she was really worried. What made Su Nanyang heartbroken was Su Tianxi. When her sisters and brothers were injured, she had never seen her father look so anxious and distressed. Su Zhe was indeed the heir he had chosen. Does Su Zhe know that he is an illegitimate child? Does Su Zhe know that he is Zhang Yuning's child? So Nandian Bandiv. "Dad, I just reached a cooperation agreement with the Jiang family. The cooperation was successful." Su Nanyang spoke, observing Kuziasi cooperation. Su Tianxi calmed down a little, and his expression eased a lot after hearing Su Nanyang's words. "You've done a great job. You're worthy of being my proudest daughter. Starting tomorrow, you'll be assigned to the headquarters as a sales manager." Suze also stopped crying and said admiringly, "Sister, you are so amazing." Sunanjan Nadif. It seemed that Suze didn't know his identity. Zhang Yuning was very unhappy and gave Su Nanyang a vicious look. She was still furious that her son had been beaten like this. Why not call the police? Sumu is a bad kid from the very beginning. It's better to let the police reform him. Zhang Yuning was stunned for a moment and didn't say anything. This sentence made some sense. Su Tianxi also hesitated. If he really called the police, it would be too embarrassing if the matter got out. If I don't call the police, I don't know when I can teach Sumu a lesson. "You can't call the police, Andy. This is our family matter. Please stay out of it." Su Nanyang stared at Zhang Yuning with a cold face. Last birthday party, Sumu had other evidence in his hands. If we call the police, it will be difficult to clear the case, and it will be a disgrace to our Su family. Did Xiaozi get beaten for nothing? Zhang Yuning raised his voice in anger. "We can let Sumu go home. Sumu is very familiar with the Jiang family. Letting him go home can also help him get closer to the Jiang family." Su Nanya said, "And when he gets home, we can teach him a lesson. Then we can just let brother Xiaozi fight back." Su Zhe's eyes lit up. "Eldest sister is right. Let brother go home. I can't bear to see him wandering outside." "Xiaozi, you are so kind-hearted. Don't worry. When he comes home, Mom will let you beat him up. Zhang Yuding looked at Su Zhe with heartache. Su Tianxi also thought this method was very good. Sumu just wants money. Give him some money and let him go home. It's very simple. Now that Su Nanyang saw her mother feeling sorry for Su Zhe, she felt as uncomfortable as if she had eaten a fly. But she couldn't tell her mother the truth. Once I tell my mother, given her temper, she will definitely make a scene at home. By then, Dad will know too. If that happens, my father will definitely take action, and I will not be able to gain a foothold in the company or inherit the Su family's property. Is this the reason why Su Mu told her this? Deliberately forcing her to make a choice and making her uncomfortable. Ever since she found out about this, she has been unable to sleep or eat. Su Nanyang turned and left, out of sight, out of mind. Wait a little longer until she has gained control of most of the power in the Su family company. Then tell her mother about this. Thank you all readers for your kind reminders and small gifts. I'm so grateful. Chapter 58, Everyone Keeps a Hand. Su Nanya sent a message to someone. Yunling Villa will be there in an hour. She has been too irritable these days and needs to relax. Yunling Villa is a high-end villa area in Beijing with extremely high privacy. Many celebrities and wealthy people live there. Su Mu, Jiang Tian, and Jiang Jiao live here. Su Mu returned. He told them that he was going to move out. Jiang Tian felt a little reluctant after hearing this. He had become accustomed to Su Mu living here for so many days. No, Xiaomu, just live here. We have another floor upstairs. Let your sister move in with us. Jiang Tian advised. Besides, you just bought that house and renovated it not long ago. It will take a year for the formaldehyde smell to dissipate. Persuade your sister to live with you. The main thing is that Sumu cooks delicious food and plays games awesomely. It is convenient for two people to run a company together and discuss things on a daily basis. They had long established a deep revolutionary friendship. He really treated Su Mu as a brother. Jiang Tian was reluctant to let Su Mu go. Then I'll ask my sister. Su Mu was also a little hesitant. It didn't matter where they lived as long as they could live together. That's perfect. Invite your sister to dinner tonight, and we could discuss this together. Jiang Jiao also came down from upstairs. She sat next to Jiang Tian very naturally and hugged his waist as if no one was around. Jiang Tian struggled a little awkwardly, then accepted it. He was impressed by Jiang Jiao. If you can't resist, you can only lie down and enjoy it. Sumu chuckled and turned his face away. Sumu took out the invitation letter Su Lily gave him and said, Brother Jiang, there will be an internet summit in a week, and there will be many investors there. Our project is almost complete, and we can look for suitable investors then. Jiang Tian became serious, took the invitation, looked at it, and nodded. I've heard of this summit. It's quite valuable. I could try my luck there. If I hadn't been kicked out by the Jiang family, I would have directly invested the family's money. Jiang Tian wailed. He had a feeling that their project would be a huge hit. What they're doing is AI, artificial intelligence, and its level of advancement is definitely among the best in the world. He and Xiaomu developed this artificial intelligence-driven language processing tool and named it GPT. They trained the tool on large amounts of text. Currently, GPT can already meet most usage scenarios. Unfortunately, after he told his family about his business venture, they cut off all his living expenses. They said he was a hopeless case and couldn't even make a profit from his business ventures, and ordered him to return home and get married next year. If Jiang Jiao hadn't helped him, he would probably have eaten instant noodles. Sumu also knew Jiang Ji's situation, so he stepped forward and patted his shoulder. We will definitely succeed this time. Sumu is very confident. Then, a call came from an unfamiliar number. Sumu answered the phone, and immediately Su Yingying's curses were heard from the other end. Sumu, get back home right now. You're really itching to hit Brother Xiaoza. You're done for. I'm going to beat you to death. Sumu, why don't you die outside? No, I want to avenge my brother Xiaoza with my own hands. I want to kill you with my own hands. Sumu knew that Su Yingying had always been a lunatic, but he didn't expect her to be so crazy. Su Jingjing, welcome. Sumu snorted and laughed. He had been giving in to her before, and she really thought she was capable. If Su Yingying really dared to come, he wouldn't mind teaching her a lesson. But what surprised him was that, apart from Su Yingying, no one else came to cause trouble. Su Yingying was furious at his light words. Su Mu, before he could finish his words, Su Mu hung up the phone and blocked the number. Su Yingying was so angry that she threw her phone again. She couldn't find Su Mu at all, and since Su Mu didn't come home, she was helpless. Your sisters are really scary. And how charming is your adopted son? Why is everyone in your family so supportive of him? Jiang Tian was also puzzled. He's a good actor, and his acting skills are even better than some celebrities in the entertainment industry. Sumu smiled and spoke, recalling the past, with a disdainful tone. They're just partial, but I don't care. I went out to pick up my sister, and she said she was outside and needed a car to come in. Sumu looked down at the message sent by his sister and spoke while changing his shoes. Okay, then I'll bring out the dishes. Jiang Jiao ran into the kitchen to bring out the dishes. In fact, it was seafood takeout that they had ordered long ago. Passing by one of the villas, Sumu saw a familiar car downstairs. Isn't that Su Nanyang's car? Sumu took a picture of the license plate number and confirmed again and again that it was indeed Su Nanyang's car. She lives here? Sumu passed by a man wearing a black baseball cap and felt that the man looked familiar. He seems to be a popular actor in a recent TV series. Sumu turned around and saw the actor walking into the villa where Su Nanyang parked her car. The door of the villa opened, and Su Nanyang in her nightgown flashed by. Sumu was sure that he was not mistaken. Is Su Nanya supporting a young celebrity? Or are they in a relationship? Sumu guessed and secretly wrote down the name of the villa. Inside the villa, Su Nanyang looked at the little star who came in and took him directly to the bedroom on the second floor. Sister Ya, is it still like before? We already agreed that I want to be the male lead in the TV series. Su Nanyang tied her hair up high. She was a little impatient. Lumingza, you know I never treat those who follow me unfairly. Everything in the house was out of control. She was extremely upset. Only in this way can you relieve stress. Lumingza is a little star under her company who has just become popular for 2 days. She maintains this relationship with her for resources. Su Nanyang was tired from fighting, so she turned around and sat back on the sofa, poured a glass of red wine, and drank it slowly. Come over. She waved. Lumingza hesitated, and under the balcony, an inconspicuous pinhole camera recorded everything. Lumingza turned his back to the camera. He has to leave some way out for himself. Su Nanyang has money and resources, so she shouldn't regret it. What he was afraid of was that Su Nanyang would kick him away after she found new love. Sumu went to the door to pick up his sister and unexpectedly found 2 people standing at the door. In addition to my sister, there's another person who is also very familiar. Chapter 59, Party After Beating Someone. Sumu didn't expect to see Jiang Ruoying here. The two have had no contact since they parted at the cinema. Jiang Ruoying was holding flowers in her arms and a cake in her hand. She glanced at Sumu and tried to pretend not to see her, but her sight was still drawn to his face. Sister Qiaoyu, what a coincidence. I'm also going to see Sister Jiang Jiao. Hian Ruoyin Nusuyaoyu. Su Qiaoyu smiled and always felt that her brother's eyes were always on this sister. The circle of rich people is so small. I know them all more or less. That's right, me too. My brother is here to pick us up. Do you know him? Su Qiaoyu winked at her brother. Sumu lowered his head and swiped the card to open the door. Sister, we are classmates and friends. Jiang Ruoying walked in and snorted. Yeah, we're good friends. A good friend who can kiss. Sumu touched his nose and felt a little guilty. Now I think that what I did was indeed irresponsible. He honestly stepped forward to help Jiang Ruoying carry the things in her hands and whispered in her ear, I was wrong. Don't be angry. Jiang Ruoying handed the things to him. She was sad for a long time after being implicitly rejected last time. Later, I thought that Sumu was not that kind of person. Sumu was ruthless towards those so-called family members. When he rejected them, his words were as poisonous as if he had eaten arsenic. Sumu and I have been together for so long. They know each other's secrets and have experienced each other's emotions. Jiang Ruoying was sure that Sumu had never been in love before. I am definitely the first girl he has come into contact with. He doesn't object to confession. That's tacit agreement. Tacit agreement means liking. Liking means love, and love means love beyond measure. Sumu loves her very much. There must be something unspeakable that forces him to remain silent. Jiang Ruoying is not someone who gives up so easily. What's more, Sumu is not without feelings. Sumu saw Jiang Ruoying again. He actually felt a little regretful that he had not made it clear that day. Okay, he admitted. He really likes Jiang Ruoying. Since he arrived in Beijing, he hasn't met many good people. Everyone hid his efforts under their feet and felt that his love was not worth mentioning. So he took Jiang Qingya's small help to heart. But that is also fake a scam. Jiang Ruoying is not like that. She was pure and sincere, and she stood firmly on his side, never wavering. Sumu, who is always suspected and questioned, it is undoubtedly a ray of salvation. How could he not be moved when such a person appeared in front of him? Being firmly chosen is what he has always longed for. I don't know if she is willing to give herself time to grow. Su Qiaoyu walked behind and saw the two of them squeeze together, so she immediately took out her mobile phone to take pictures. She doesn't believe that there is nothing fishy going on between these two people. The two of them standing together are sweeter than the comic protagonist she wrote. My younger brother is still pretending to be serious. His eyes are almost thready. The three of them arrived at the villa. Jiang Jiao opened the door and saw Jiang Ruoying with a happy expression. Come on, come on. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Let's get together today. It's rare to be so relaxed. Jiang Jiao had actually received news about the little girl Jiang Ruoying a long time ago. It's not like she hasn't pursued someone before, and she knows Jiang Ruoying's little thoughts very well. Let her be the assist. It's such a pity for two people who love each other to miss each other. Su Qiaoyu and Jiang Ruoying looked at the decoration in the house with some curiosity. Sumu's living place was not bad. It could be said that it was better here than living in the Su family. Jiang Tian's style is very minimalist. It looks a bit like a model commercial villa on display. It doesn't have any special features, but it is very standard and neat. There's a small dining table in the living room, which is filled with seafood. Sumu is the best cook among them. Sumu can cook various medicinal foods, but making these dishes is still a bit difficult for him. Jiang Jiao took out some beer, fruit wine, and drinks from the refrigerator. The table was packed. Sumu pulled out a chair for them and sat between his sister and Jiang Ruoying. Jiang Tian and Jiang Jiao sat opposite each other. Jiang Jiao gestured for them to get some drinks. We're all friends, don't be polite. Jiang Ruoying looked up at the fruit wine, then turned to look at Sumu and pointed with her finger. I want to drink that. Sumu took it and filled her glass. Drink less, don't get drunk. He himself didn't realize that there was a hint of pampering in his words. Su Qiaoyu covered her mouth and smiled, then took a can of milk beer from the side. She liked to drink this. When everyone had almost finished eating, Sumu took out a tissue to wipe his hands and talked about business. Sister, Brother Jiang, and Sister Jiang Jiao want you to live here too. They have rooms upstairs. Su Qiaoyu didn't care. She just felt that living here was a bit too much trouble for others. Is it okay? Su Qiaoyu scratched her head. Just stay here. Sumu and I sometimes have to work overtime at night, so it's convenient for us to stay together. Jiang Tian said no problem. Jiang Jiao also liked the crowds, and she squinted her eyes and smiled. Ruoying, come and stay here too. Stay until the end of summer vacation. Sumu was a little surprised. My dad went abroad to inspect a project, and I told him I'd go study abroad during the summer vacation. Jiang Ruoying spoke calmly, but her cheeks and ears were red. This was a decision she made on impulse. The incident at the cinema last time made her very anxious. Finally, on a whim, I contacted Jiang Jiao and asked her if she had any vacant rooms. She had already prepared many exercise books and planned to move in under the pretext of studying with Sumu. Unexpectedly, Jiang Jiao agreed immediately. Su Qiaoyu was quite happy. She had lived alone for a while and felt a little lonely. That's great. Let's take a photo together. I'll post on my social media platform. Su Qiaoyu smiled and pulled Sumu over, then gestured for them to stand together and took a photo. Sumu also followed his sister's social media platform. Because of her comics, my sister has more than 1 million fans on various platforms, making her a big internet celebrity in the comics industry. Su Qiaoyu posted this photo on all platforms. This immediately attracted many fans to lick the screen. It turns out that beautiful women only play with beautiful women. Madam, update quickly. All the characters in it are handsome men and beautiful women. Su Qiaoyu is a sweet girl next door, Jiang Ruoying is cool and noble, and Jiang Jiao is sexy and domineering. Sumu can be considered a sunny and handsome boy, and he can look like a decent person after Jiang Tian tidies him up. Su Yingying was taking care of Su Zhe in the hospital. She was bored and scrolling through her phone. She soon found the photo sent by Su Qiaoyu. Sumu and Su Qiaoyu smiled brightly at the camera, with a few friends beside them and food behind them. They looked very happy. Sumu and Su Qiaoyu are having dinner together outside, and the food is so delicious. Su Yingying gesprochen in dies belief. Sumu actually held a party to celebrate after beating someone up. It's so abominable. Hearing this, Zhang Yuding walked in with the fruit she had just bought. Have you found where Sumu is? Let him go home first. Chapter 60. Father Su beats up his eldest daughter. Su Ying handed the phone to Zhang Yuding unhappily. Mom, take a look for yourself. He and fourth sister are having a great time outside. Su Ying still couldn't swallow this breath. Sumu used to revolve around him, but now he can't see anyone except his fourth sister. Zhang Yuding handed the fruit to Su Zhe. Son, eat some fruit to supplement your vitamins. She took the phone and took a look and immediately became furious. Sumu is so happy outside. His brother was almost beaten to death by him. What a heartless person. Su Zhe leaned over to take a look and saw at a glance that Sumu and Zhang Ruing were very close to each other, as if there were little pink bubbles floating between them. He got anxious and thought he deserved to die. Jiang Ruoying was his prey. He had long had his eyes on Jiang Ruoying, and he knew that Jiang Ruing was the only daughter of the Jiang family. If he could be with her, he could even become a live-in son-in-law. The Jiang family's assets are not comparable to those of the Su family. Before he could make a move, Sumu got there first. Yes, third sister, can you please let my brother come back? I would feel bad if he wandered around because of me. Su Zhe's face was pale, and he didn't care about the fractures all over his body. He couldn't let Su Mu and Jiang Ruoying continue their relationship. The Su family is his home. As long as we bring Su Mu back to the Su family, we can deal with him. Su Ying was helpless. Brother Xiaoza, you are too nice and easy to be bullied. I can't contact Sumu at all now. He blocked me on his phone. I guess you guys have been blocked too. The only way to catch him is at school. Su Yingying Julit Herips. Let me ask my eldest and second sisters. My second sister should know his address. Su Yingying muttered something and sent a message to her second sister. Coincidentally, Su Wanlu was hospitalized in this hospital and planned to have the cancer cells removed. The attending physician told her that her cancer cells spread rapidly and her body was highly immune to the drugs. Even if they were removed, the recurrence rate would be very high. Su Wanlu felt like she was struck by lightning. Perhaps only Su Mu could save her. Seeing the message sent by her third sister, Su Wanlu didn't know what to say. She did know Su Mu's address, but not sure whether to give it to her. Su Ying went directly to the inpatient department to find Su Wanlu. When she saw Su Wanlu lying on the bed, she spoke directly. Second sister, you got Su Mu's address from the nanny last time. Give it to me quickly. Brother Xiaoza was bullied by him this time, and he is still hiding outside. I must go and deal with him. Su Wanlu looked up at her third sister with a malicious look on her face and was a little frightened. Third sister, Brother Su Mu didn't offend you. Why do you always want to deal with him? Su Wanlu has been thinking a lot these days, and what she thinks about most is how Su Mu is treated at home. When I think about it carefully, there is actually no one in the family who loves Su Mu. The ones who did the most excessive things were myself and my third sister. Not only did she stab him in the heart, but her third sister also beat and scolded him. Second sister, why did you become so weird? Do you need a reason to bully him? He was originally a country bumpkin, and now he comes here to bully his brother Ozawa. Su Wanlu couldn't help but argue. Have you never doubted Su Zhe? Sumu worked for over a year just to buy a watch for his elder sister. How could such a person steal a pen? Also, every time Su Mu bullied Su Zhe, there were only the two of them present. No one else saw it, and all the words were said by Xiao Zhe. The more Su Wanlu spoke, the more upset she felt. Her eyes turned red and tears began to fall. Why hadn't she thought of these things being wrong before? It's because Su Mu is inconspicuous, and they can see Su Mu as soon as they turn their heads. Su Mu's love is so full that they can get it easily. No one cherishes things that can be easily obtained. Su Wanlu thought back to the last birthday party, when all the things in Su Zhe's room were gifts from her fourth sister to Su Mu. They were actually toyed around by an illegitimate child. Su Zhe is the one who has been lying. She misunderstood Sumu. The damage has been done, and it is impossible to undo what has been done. Su Wanlu doesn't know how to make Su Mu forgive her. At least now, we can't let our third sister make any more mistakes. If the third sister knew that the little brother Ozawa she had always doted on was the illegitimate son of her father's infidelity, the third sister would probably collapse too. Brother Ozawa saved my life. Whatever he did was right. Su Jinjin spoke coldly. She turned around and saw Su Wanlio's disapproving look and immediately curled her lips, looking a little regretful. Second sister, what you said makes sense. Please give me Su Mu's address and I will talk to him face to face. I gave him a chance to explain, and if he could explain it clearly, I would forgive him. After saying that, Su Yingying rubbed her eyes, looking a little pitiful. Su Yingying has a baby face, big eyes, and a small mouth. She likes to wear various lace skirts and tie her hair into 2 ponytails. If someone doesn't know her, they would definitely think she is a lovely angel girl. Su Wanlu hesitated for a moment and told her the address. If the relationship between the third sister and Su Mu's brother could be reconciled, it meant that Su Mu's brother might also forgive her. That you should talk to him properly and don't act like before. After all, we are the ones who let him down. If we were nicer to him, maybe Brother Sumo wouldn't have left home. Su Wanlu sighed and spoke. Su Yingying got the address, turned around and left, a hint of sarcasm flashing in her eyes. Asking her to apologize to Su Mu? Dream on. Su Qiaoyu and Jiang Ruoying also moved into Jiang Tian's villa smoothly. The villa has 3 floors, with 4 rooms on each floor. Sumu also moved to the 3rd floor and lived with his sister and Jiang Ruoying. Jiang Tian and Jiang Jiao live on the 2nd floor. Su Mu and Jiang Tian have improved the GPT they produced in the past few days. They have made this software into a plugin. They want to attract some investment at this internet summit. In addition to excellent technology and products, segmentation of market population is also crucial. Jiang Tianlai made the PPT and Su Mu prepared the business plan. Both of them have been very busy these past 2 days. Su Mu also revealed that Su's enterprise sold medical equipment to the Jiang family at a price 20% lower than the market order price. Of course, the Jiang family was not directly exposed. Su Mu forged some chat records and posted them online. The chat records provide several accurate pieces of information. Su's enterprise's medical equipment has a very low cost price and is willing to offer lower prices to its partners. The price of each medical device was also accurately indicated in the chat records between the two. They're all lower than the usual selling prices. These chat records were quickly captured by some companies that pay attention to medical equipment information. At first they thought someone was joking or the chat records were fake. Some purchasing representatives jokingly tried to test the employees of Su Group, as they also had some internal informants there. People who work in sales and procurement always have some connections. You won't know the result until you try it, and you'll be surprised when you do. Damn, the Su family actually sold a large batch of medical equipment at this price. It turns out that over the years, everything the Su Group sold to them was expensive. They were all unhappy and started to make trouble for the Su Group. Some of them were very angry and questioned them directly. Those with a gentle temper said in a subtle way that they would never buy equipment from the Su Group again. The price difference is too big and the people above don't agree. These days, the Su Group has been very busy and orders have been decreasing. Some senior staff immediately reported this to Su Tianxi. After all, this batch of equipment was bought by the chairman's daughter. The low price was also decided by the top management. They ran around so hard that they didn't know how to explain it to their partners. When Su Tianxi heard news, he was so angry that he ordered Su Nanyang to come to the office. Su Nanyang has also caught some news these days. Before she had 2 days of rest, problems arose again. Su Nanyang arrived at the top floor office and was about to explain when Su Tianxi slapped her in the face. Su Nanyang, look at what you've done. Chapter 61, no one can be left behind. Su Nanyang's pupils widened instantly, and she covered her face. Dad actually hit her. I shouldn't have let you into the company in the first place. You've completely embarrassed me. Do you know how many orders our company has lost this time? Su Tianxi slammed the table fiercely. This time we have lost at least 70 million. More importantly, the reputation of our Su Group has been destroyed. Now my old friends are coming to me and saying I'm not doing things right and not giving them the lowest price. Su Nanyang did not expect that this matter would become so serious. This kind of thing is generally kept confidential in the industry. I'll contact the Jiang family. Su Nanyang called Jiang Jiao, and Jiang Jiao answered immediately. Jiang Jiao had already discussed it with Su Mu, and now, when she received Su Nanyang's call, she said with a smile, "Oh, Miss Su, you must be calling about the reserve price. We haven't revealed anything yet. After all, we still want to buy more equipment at this price. Miss Su, you should check the people around you." Jiang Jiao hung up the phone after she finished speaking. Su Nanyang's face looked grim. She had never expected that the Jiang family would turn the tables and actually say that they were the ones who leaked the matter. Su Nanyang's brain was working rapidly. For some reason, she thought of Su Mu's face in the coffee shop that day. That face filled with cold hatred. That face that seemed to have died once and come back for revenge. Su Nanyang suddenly shuddered all over. Was this a trap set by Sumu? Does he have such ability? Su Nanyang was a little frightened for a moment. Maybe I'm overthinking it. How could the Jiang family possibly joke about this? Dad, there's nothing we can do about this. All we can do now is cut our losses in time. Su Nanyang touched her face, her eyes deep. Dad really doesn't care about her at all. Just slap her in the face for 70 million. Su Tianzi said angrily. You are the one who will solve the mess you caused. If you can't solve it, get out of the company. Sonana nodded. I understand. She must speed up the placement of her own people in the company and take charge of the company's core business as soon as possible. She wants to get more shares before Suze graduates. And Sumu. She used to think that Sumu posed no threat. But just now she remembered Sumu's hatred for the Su family. No one can stay. No one can stay. Tomorrow is the day of the Internet Summit. Sumu and Jiang Tian stayed up all night yesterday and prepared all the ingredients. Jiang Ruoying and Su Qiaoyu had become a pair of good friends. At noon, Su Qiaoyu knocked on the door and called Sumu to get up. Jiang Ruoying pulled Su Qiaoyu's arm and looked into the room curiously. Sumu was wearing pajamas with messy hair and opened the door like a sleepwalker. He overslept and was like this, feeling dizzy. When he opened the door and saw his sister and Jiang Ruoying, he finally came to his senses. He touched his head a little embarrassedly. I stayed up late last night and slept too deeply today. Jiang Ruoying felt that the day's Sumu was like a big Russian bear, making people want to hug him. She chuckled, her voice sweet. Sister Qiaoyu asked you to get up and eat because she was afraid you would be hungry until night. Good. Sumu went back and quickly tidied himself up. After hesitating for a moment, he shaved off the short stubble that had just grown yesterday. My nutrition has improved recently, and my beard is growing longer every day. There were only 3 people at the table. Brother Jiang and Sister Jiao are out, maybe on a date. Jiang Ring brought the plate to the table and casually explained that she had been very relaxing here these past few days. If I could, I really want to live like this forever. The 3 of them had just finished their meal when they heard the doorbell ringing like crazy. Someone was ringing the doorbell frantically. Chapter 62. Playing with the 3rd sister and slapping her. Sumu stood up hesitantly, walked to the door, and turned on the video doorbell. Then I saw the empty doorway. Su Yingying, pursing her lips and wearing a skirt, was ringing the doorbell frantically. Then, Su Yingying suddenly looked up and met Sumu's eyes. I know you are at home. Open the door quickly. She spoke to the camera. Sumu was very disgusted. What are you doing here? You are not welcome here, get out. Sumu's voice came through the camera. Su Yingying immediately showed an offended expression. She thought of the purpose of coming today and immediately put away her expression. She spoke pitifully. Brother Sumo, I came here today to apologize to you. I'm sorry. I just chatted with my 2nd sister and realized that I misunderstood you before. Would you please open the door? Let me apologize to you. I also brought you a lot of gifts, which I left behind. Sumu snorted in his heart, thinking that the weasel was paying a New Year's visit to the chicken with ulterior motives. Su Yingying started playing her tricks again like before. First, she pretended to be harmless, gained his trust, and then pushed him into the deep woods. Sumu remembered that Su Yingying bullied him severely once. The manicure done by Su Yingying scratched his eyes and almost made them bleed. He was so tired that he didn't want to pay any more attention to Su Yingying. Su Yingying pretended to be pitiful and said that all the girls in school excluded her, and she broke Sumu's eyes because she was angry. If Sumu is really angry, just fight back. He was too naive at that time and chose to believe Su Yingying. Su Yingying said she would take him to Disneyland as an apology. Sumu had never been to an amusement park before, and at that time he was full of gratitude to Su Yingying. When they arrived at the amusement park, Su Yingying threw him a set of doll clothes and said that wearing them would give him a better experience in the amusement park. Sumu put on his clothes without any doubt. As a result, the clothes were heavy and hot. As soon as Sumu put them on, Su Yingying immediately sealed the middle part of the doll. If no one helps Sumu unzip the zipper, Sumu will never be able to take off this outfit. Su Yingying took Sumu to run around the amusement park, and she was particularly happy to see Sumu's miserable appearance. He also brought Su Zhe and other friends to make fun of Sumu. Sumu will always remember the feeling of being dehydrated in the doll costume. Later, Su Yingying felt unsatisfied and even kicked Sumu directly and asked others to do it together. In the end, Sumu was beaten to the ground and spent the day in excruciating pain. It was not until the evening that Su Yingying mercifully took off his doll costume. Sumu, remember, this is what happens if you make me angry. Su Yingying's playful later made Sumu extremely disgusted. Sumu thought about what happened before, and when he looked at Su Yingying outside the door, her expression was exactly the same as before. He didn't have time to look for Su Yingying, but Su Yingying came to him on her own initiative. He can also act. Sumu showed an embarrassed expression, which was one of hesitation, exactly the same as when he was soft-hearted before. Can I still trust you? You've lied to me so many times. I can't believe it anymore. Su Yingying looked happy. Sumu was still as stupid as before. Brother Sumo, of course you can trust me. I really know I was wrong. I am sorry, vuvuvu. Please open the door and let me in to give you the gift. Su Yingying covered her face and cried. Her fair and tender hands were red from being pinched by herself, and her hair was shaking in a mess. If her suitor saw this, they would definitely be heartbroken. Unfortunately, Sumu doesn't buy it. Sumu looked at Su Yingying coldly, showing an even more hesitant expression, and raised a faint smile. Then to show your sincerity, hit yourself twice and let me vent my anger. Dear third sister, if you slap yourself twice, I will believe what you said is true. After all, I've been deceived by you so many times. Su Yingying gritted her teeth and almost cursed it out loud. Then she thought that if Sumu didn't open the door, she would have no way to do anything to him. This time I must break Sumu's legs and drag him back to the Su family. In order to make her brother Ozawa happy and to make Sumu work hard, she endured. Su Yingying stretched out her hand in shame, then gently patted her face twice. Brother Sumu, is it okay? Su Yingying almost squeezed out these words from between her teeth. Not enough. I don't think you're apologizing sincerely. You're probably just teasing me. Get out of here now. I won't send you off. Sumu turned around and wanted to leave. Su Yingying was anxious. Don't leave. After saying that, she slapped herself twice. The sound is loud and clear. Sumu then raised his eyebrows and turned around. Seeing the palm print on Su Yingying's face and the hateful expression on her face, he smiled with satisfaction. Okay, then I'll trust you again. If they continue playing, Su Yingying probably won't be able to bear it and will leave. If I open the door now, I can beat her up. Su Yingying's eyes lit up, and she gestured to the people behind her. When the door opened, they rushed in and beat him to death. Sumu is really damnable. He actually let her slap herself. She wants revenge, both last time and this time. She wanted to beat Sumu until he was paralyzed and unable to even crawl. At that time, Sumu could only lie on the ground and beg himself. Su Qiaoyu and Jiang Ruoying also left. They heard the conversation between the two just now. Or don't open the door. I know her. She's not a good person. Su Yaoyu spoke wittingly. Jiang Ruoying didn't say anything. She stood beside Sumu and watched the door slowly open. The door opened and several hooligans with colorfully dyed hair rushed in. They were holding steel bars in their hands and looked like scoundrels. Sumu saw these familiar people and couldn't help but sneered. You guys again? What? You want to attack together? A few hooligans were also confused. They just followed Su Yingying to support the scene and beat people. I didn't expect that the person they hit was the one who almost beat them to death last time. Su Yingying didn't say it was Sumu. Sumu beat people to death. Jiang Ruoying stared at the green-haired guy and curled the corners of her mouth downwards. Green hair trembled all over. Damn, it was this woman who used a brick to split her own head last time. He had more than a dozen stitches on the back of his head, and it hasn't healed yet. He began to think of retreating and pretended to wave the stick in his hand a few times, intending to do nothing and just take it easy when he rushed forward. Unfortunately, several of his good brothers thought the same way. For a moment, several people took a few steps back. The same goes for the yellow-haired Chi Fei. He was the one who was beaten the hardest last time. He wandered outside for several days and only dared to go to the hospital to see his sister after his wounds healed. Yingying, you and your family should talk it out nicely. Don't do anything violent. Chi Fei immediately backed down, glanced at Su Mu's cold expression, and wanted to shrink back down. Su Yingying didn't expect this result. She stomped her feet in anger. Chi Fei, are you a man? And you, if you took my money, you have to do the job. Beat him up. No one said anything. The worst that could happen was that they would just return the money to her. The money she gave was not enough to cover the medical expenses. Third sister, I know you hate Brother Sumu, but I didn't expect you to do such a thing. You actually hired someone to beat up your brother. Su Qiaoyu also understood what was going on and was so angry that she wanted to rush up and fight her to the death. Are they still a family? Does Su Yingying still have a heart? She actually treats her own brother like this. It's crazy. What's it to you, Su Qiaoyu? Stop pretending to be a good person. You just want a servant like me. Su Yingying smiled maliciously. Now you have achieved your goal. Sumu only has eyes for you now, and he doesn't even care about me, his third sister. Bang! Su Qiaoyu really couldn't stand her feelings for her brother, Su Mu, being misinterpreted like this. He rushed forward and slapped Su Yingying. It was crisp and loud, and Su Yingying's face swelled up. Thank you all for your kind words and small gifts. I'll quit my part-time job tomorrow and go back to school to work on my thesis. I'll have more time to write the book. I'll start 5 updates tomorrow. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 63, Kick Her Away. Su Yingying's face was hit and tilted to one side. She turned back and stared at Su Qiaoyu in disbelief. Su Qiaoyu, you are so brave. You actually dared to hit me. Su Yingying's teeth were chattering. She had never suffered any hardship in her life and was always praised by the people around her. As a result, he was beaten 2 or 3 times in just a few months. Su Mu, the guy she bullied in the past, is now bullying her. And this useless Su Qiaoyu now dares to hit her. Su Yingying reached out and pushed Su Qiaoyu. Her nails, which had been decorated with diamonds, were long, and she went straight to grab Su Qiaoyu. You dare to hit me, bitch? I'll tear your face off. Su Qiaoyu was stunned. She never thought that Su Yingying would become such a shrew. The young ladies from wealthy families she had met had never been like this. Su Yingying usually bullies others at school. She is used to bullying others and sometimes even beats other girls. Su Yingying is good at beating people. Seeing that his nails were about to scratch Su Qiaoyu's face, Su Mu reached out and grabbed his sister behind him. He kicked Su Yingying in the heart and sent her flying several meters away. Su Yingying is seeking death. If she bullies my sister, I won't let her go. Su Yingying covered her chest and coughed desperately. That kick was merciless. Su Mu hatefully. She hated him so much. Su Mu hit her again. Sumu hite? A lowly person like him is only fit to follow behind him and beg for mercy. Su Mu actually beat her for Su Qiaoyu. You know, in the past, Su Mu cared a lot if she lost a hair. Su Yingying not only felt physical pain, but also some pain in her heart. Mixed with this pain was a trace of regret. She should be more patient. With more patience, she would be able to deceive Su Mu. Su Mu pulled his sister up and down to check her. His tone was full of concern. Sister, did that crazy woman just now catch you? I was afraid she had rabies. Su Qiaoyu tidied her hair, a little scared. I'm fine. Why did Su Yingying become like this? This was the first time that Su Qiaoyu faced Su Yingying's true face. Su Yingying pretended to be very well behaved at home. Su Mu looked at Su Yingying, who was still lying on the ground, and said in a bad tone, She has always been like this. She just knows how to pretend. Su Mu walked forward and kicked Su Yingying. If you dare to touch my sister again, I will kill you directly. In his previous life, he was kind to these people, but they treated him like a piece of trash. Now he doesn't care. He has his own sister and his own warmth. If anyone dares to hurt this hard-earned warmth, Su Mu will fight her to the death. Su Yingying covered her chest and crawled out, furious. Su Mu, I'm your sister too. Why do you treat me like this? Why are you so nice to her? After Su Yingying finished speaking, she continued to curse dirty words. You deserve to die outside. I tell you, you are redundant in this family, and everyone hates you. You are not worthy of being a member of the Su family. Brother Xiaoze is our closest brother. You are just a fool who has been fooled by us. You want to kill me? I will kill you first, ha ha. Su Yingying's defense was completely broken. Her eyes flashed with malice, and she deliberately said words that poked his heart. She wished she could see an expression of pain and discomfort on Su Mu's face. Su Mu was, the happier she was. Su Mu's face were twitching, and he also despised his previous self. He died once. He was killed by these so-called family members. None of them is innocent. Su Mu grabbed her hair and dragged her outside. The other hand was gesturing at her neck, as if to strangle her. Su Mu's crazy look was a bit frightening. Su Yingying screamed in pain. Let me go. Sumu, let me go. Su Qiaoyu was also a little hesitant and looked at Jiang Ruoying next to her. I always feel that Su Mu will do something uncontrollable. Jiang Ruing trotted over and hugged Sumu's arm. Sumu, calm down. Don't take what she said to heart. Su Ying, shut up too. Sumu has nothing to do with you anymore. You're the one who keeps coming up to him like a clown. Jiang Ruing angrily scolded Su Ying. Sumu doesn't care about you. Since you think your adopted son is your biological brother, then get out and don't harass Sumu. Su Ying grimaced in pain and struggled in Sumu's hands. Sumu smiled faintly when he heard Jiang Ruoying's words. I'm fine. I'm very calm. Sumu stretched out his hand and threw Su Ying out of the door. Su Ying hit the steps and stumbled down. Sumu realized that he had just gotten a little carried away. The death in his previous life is a shadow in his heart and a hurdle that he cannot overcome. Whenever I think about it, I get furious. He almost lost his mind and wanted to strangle Su Ying to death. If they know what's good for them, they won't mess with him again. Su Ying was in pain all over and didn't have the energy to scream or curse. Su Qiaoyu came up and patted her brother on the back. Let's go. Don't argue with a madman. It's lowering your status. Aren't you going to give a PPT presentation tomorrow? Why don't you rehearse it first, and I'll be your audience. Su Qiaoyu pulled Sumu's arm and walked into the house. Sumu calmed down and nodded slowly. Jiang Ruoying curled her lips and smiled. I'll close the door. You guys go up first. I'll leave later. When the two of them went upstairs, the smile on Jiang Ruoying's lips suddenly collapsed. She knew that Sumu's life was hard, but she didn't know that Sumu's life was so hard. Sumu's sisters behaved worse than animals. Su Ying actually brought thugs to beat Sumu up. It's too much, it's really too much. In such an environment, Sumu can still maintain a gentle yet motivated character. It really makes people feel sad. Jiang Ruoying's eyes were filled with tears. The last time they fought, these people wanted to break Sumu's legs. It should have been Su Ying who ordered it. It's really too much. It is hard to imagine that someone would do such a cruel thing to his own blood relatives. Sumu was obviously affected. How could he let Sumu hit his own sister? This would be talked about by others, and it would be a cause of gossip if it got out. In order to prevent Sumu's reputation from being damaged, I should take action myself. Jiang Ruoying smiled faintly, her soft and fair chin slightly raised, with a hint of pride. How much did you charge her? Jiang Ruoying pointed at Su Ying at the bottom of the stairs and asked the gangsters next to her. Huh? Several thugs were stunned. Green Hair uttered an ah and said weakly, 2,000 each. After the job is done, each of you will get another 3,000. What does this young lady want to do? Then can you please help me break her legs? I'll give you double the money. Jiang Ruoying took out a card from her pocket and said calmly, I'll transfer the money to you directly after the call. Chapter 64. He who breaks another's legs will always have his legs broken. Ah! This time they cried out in surprise. I thought this farce was over today. It turns out this woman is really cruel. Green Hair hesitated for a moment. Then you can't deny your debt. It's profit no matter whose money you make. Jiang Ruoying went back into the house and unplugged the surveillance camera outside the door, then walked out leisurely and pointed to the corner of the small garden. There are a lot of green plants there and no surveillance. I keep my word. A few hooligans looked at each other and walked towards Su Ying with sticks. Su Ying only felt scared at this moment. She had been so arrogant just now, completely fearless. She felt that Sumu would not hit her. But this may not be the case for these little thugs. What do you want to do? Do you dare? Aren't you afraid that I will call the police? Aren't you afraid that my Su family will kill you? Su Ying screamed and stumbled back. Jiang Ruoying said softly, Su Ying, be quiet and don't scream. I'm just breaking one of your legs. It won't hurt much. The pain you endured is not even 1/10 of Sumu's pain. You guys can fight without worry. I'll take care of anything that goes wrong. Jiang Ruoying was standing in front of the gate, watching those thugs drag Su Ying to the corner and beat her. One stick after another hit her legs. Su Ying's mouth was stuffed with a cloth strip, so she couldn't even scream. The evening sun gradually sets, and the red sunset fills the sky. Jiang Ruoying looked up quietly, with a smile on her peaceful face. It turns out that protecting the people you care about will make you feel fulfilled and happy. Sumu, don't be afraid. Go forward. I will protect you, just like you once protected my secret. Even a bird trapped in a cage has something it wants to protect. Jiang Ruoying didn't stop until Su Ying's legs were beaten to a bloody mess. Jiang Ruoying didn't hesitate and directly transferred the money to them. Then he called the security guard and told him that a thief had entered the villa area to steal things. The thief was beaten up by someone and left at their doorstep, so they asked the security guard to kick the thief out quickly. When the security arrived, Su Yingying was already unconscious and lying there unconscious. A few hooligans had already found a dog hole and escaped. The security guard was confused when he saw Su Yingying's miserable state. "Miss, is this the thief?" Jiang Ruoying nodded, looking innocent. "Yes, such a nice little girl. But she had to go to the villa area to steal things. I don't know who gave her such a bad lesson, but she was left here. Don't call the police, just drag her out." The security guard in wealthy areas are very perceptive. After hearing Jiang Ruoying say this, he didn't ask any more questions. It's none of his business anyway. Just get the person out, so as not to affect your job. Jiang Ruoying turned around and went back to the villa. From the study came the sound of Sumu explaining the PPT in an orderly manner. Jiang Ruoying brought in a few cups of tea and listened to Sumu's explanation with a smile. Sumu regained his composure only after he finished speaking and saw that his sister and Jiang Ruoying were serious. He smiled and asked, "What do you think of this product?" Su Qiaoyu didn't quite understand any of this, but according to her brother, this artificial intelligence GPT can automatically generate the text people need. The availability is very high. For example, her paintings need to be accompanied by some text or stories and sent to social platforms. She can upload the painting to the software, and GPT will automatically generate a story and a text for her. As long as you change the word order of the paragraph, you can copy and send it directly. Very convenient. Su Qiaoyu nodded. "I will pay for such a product." Jiang Ruoying thinks more long-term. This software has a very wide range of applications. Students need this software for writing assignments and papers. Office teams need it for writing meeting reports and work logs, and business people need it for writing speeches and planning. It will definitely be a big hit. Jiang Ruoying was very excited. This software was definitely at the forefront of current artificial intelligence. Sumu, it will succeed. Jiang Ruoying was happy for him. Sumu actually knew that this software would definitely sell out once it was launched. But now there are only 3 people in their studio. Some investment is needed to expand into other parts of the company. It depends on whether there is anyone who knows the value of it tomorrow. Su Yingying was left outside, and it took a long time for her to slowly wake up. Chapter 65, Do You Still Want This Family? When Su Yingying woke up, there was a piece of cloth stuffed in her mouth. She reached out to tear it free, and only then did she feel pain all over her body. My legs seem to have no feeling. She gradually remembered what happened before she fell into a coma. Sumu refused to admit his mistake. He also kicked her. Then, that bitch Jiang Ruoying let those thugs break her legs. Su Yingying quickly sat up and reached out to touch her legs. She had no feeling at all, really no feeling at all. Her leg seemed broken. Su Yingying couldn't hold back any longer and burst into tears. Her grades are out, and she applied to Yenching University, majoring in directing. She actually wants to enter the acting department. She is so beautiful and wants to be a star. But now her leg is broken. How can she go to school? How can she appear beautiful in front of everyone? She also signed up for the welcome event, and as the most beautiful junior, she was going to perform a dance on stage. Damn, it's all ruined. Her legs hurt. Su Yingying cried out of breath and called Zhang Yuding to ask her to pick her up. Zhang Yuding has been taking care of Su Zhe in the hospital these days and is worried about others taking care of her. Those caregivers are clumsy and can't take care of their son as carefully as I do. Zhang Yuding sat in front of Su Zhe's hospital bed again. It is said that it takes 100 days to heal a broken bone, but Su Zhe's fracture has not healed yet. It looks fine on the surface, but actually it hurts when I move. It's better to stay in hospital for a few more days for observation to avoid walking around and getting bumped and falling again. Mom, your phone is ringing. Su Zhe's been feeling a bit bored these days. The main reason is that he doesn't know how Sumu and Jiang Ruoying are progressing. He sent many messages to Jiang Ruoying, saying that Sumu was a violent person and had beaten him into the hospital. In the end, Jiang Ruoying didn't reply a single word. Zhang Yuding put down the fruit she was peeling for Su Zhe and answered the phone. Su Yingying, where have you been these 2 days? Do you know that Xiaoza is very bored staying in the hospital alone? Can you come and keep him company? Zhang Yuding has a bad temper and doesn't know how to take care of others. She has been in a hurry these days. Sumu no longer recognizes her as his mother. Then she must treat Su Zhe well and make Sumu regret it when he comes back. If you don't recognize her as your mother, you won't be able to enjoy these cares. Moreover, Su Tianxi has been going out early and coming back late these days. He is very busy and has a bad temper. Zhang Yuding felt a sense of crisis. I don't know if Su Tianxi is fooling around outside. She took good care of Su Zhe just to let them see how much she had contributed to this family. Of course, she also truly loves her son. When Su Yingying heard her mother's words, she curled her lips and cried breathlessly. Mom, Sumu is crazy. Do you know what he did? He broke my legs. Now I can't feel them anymore. What should I do? Mom. When Zhang Yuding heard the news, she felt dizzy. Yingying, are you kidding me? Does Sumu have the guts to do this? Zhang Yuding thought this was simply alarmist. Sumu is such a coward. How dare he break his sister's legs? Moreover, Sumu had always been timid and followed his sisters around every day. Su Yingying howled angrily. Mom, you still don't believe me. Hurry up and ask the driver to pick me up. I'm dying of pain. Okay, I'll ask the driver to pick you up now. Zhang Yuding spoke quickly. Su Yingying was carried into the hospital. Her legs were covered in blood, and she was still cursing. When Zhang Yuding went down to pick her up, she didn't dare to recognize her as her own daughter. Su Yingying burst into tears. Mom, we must not let Sumu off so easily. Where's Dad? And where's Big Sister? Hurry and catch him back. Zhang Yuding looked embarrassed. Your eldest sister said there's an important summit tomorrow. Let the doctor check your leg first. I'm calling your dad now. Zhang Yuding didn't know how things turned out like this. She took out her phone and started accusing Zhang Tianxi. Su Tianxi, do you still want this family? Chapter 66, you are a bit of scoundrel. Su Tianxi was dating Zhang Yuding. When he heard Zhang Yuding's voice, he quickly stood up and went to the bathroom to answer the call. What are you talking about? Su Tianxi answered impaciently. Do you know that all the children are in the hospital? Xiaoza is still not well. Yingying went to see Sumu today and was beaten and broke her leg. Can you take care of him? The boss is following you now and has no time to go home. What do you want me to do on my own? Zhang Yuding covered her face and cried out loud. The family had been a mess these days. She really couldn't bear it anymore. She had never dealt with something like this before. Every day, she just goes out traveling and shopping with her sisters. Each of her children is more sensible than the other. The eldest daughter has always been an elite. The second daughter had excellent grades and was admitted to medical school. The third daughter is pretty and has good grades. The fourth daughter is gentle and kind, but has been a little rebellious recently. Her son Suze also made her proud. He had good grades, was filial, and was polite to others. The only change in this family is Sumu. At this moment, she actually felt a little regretful about recognizing Sumu. Sumu is her biological son, but she was blamed for Sumu's disappearance for a long time. This is her first son after giving birth to so many daughters. Su Tianxi's parents paid more attention to continuing the family line. After she lost her son, they flew from their hometown of Hui City to Beijing City to scold her. Su Tianxi was also anxious and angry. Every day, he either yelled at her or blamed her for everything. Sometimes he even wanted to hit her. At that time, Zhang Yuding couldn't sleep and cried every day. Under the accusations of those around her, her initial guilt and anxiety turned into resentment and complaints. She resented that all the pain was caused by Sumu. If Sumu hadn't run away, he wouldn't have to bear everyone's blame. During that time, even her brothers who loved her deeply sighed. She said she shouldn't be so careless when she went out shopping, and that the child was not like an ordinary pet that she could just leave to the servants. The mother should take good care of the child after giving birth. During those years, Zhang Yuding wished Sumu had never been born. Fortunately, Su Tianxi adopted a child from an orphanage. Suze's her son, her biological son. With Suze, no one will blame her anymore. Sumu has now been found and taken home. As soon as Zhang Yuding saw him, she remembered the painful past. At first, she also wanted to accept Sumu, but Sumu was incompatible with his family. He always bullies Xiaoza, is not clean, and has poor grades. That was even more like bullying brothers and sisters and beating them until they were hospitalized. Sumu doesn't look like a member of the Su family at all. All of this was caused by Sumu. Zhang Yuding cried louder and louder. Su Tianxi was in a real headache. That unfilial son is causing trouble for me again. Yuding, don't cry anymore. Just take care of the child in the hospital first. When I'm done here, I'll go back and settle the score with this unfilial son. A hint of annoyance flashed in Su Tianxi's eyes. All he did was cry every day, and it was useless. Zhang Yuding was not appeased, but instead felt like a powder keg that had exploded. Su Tianxi, when I married you, You said you would let me enjoy a happy life. How did it become like this now? Yuding, don't worry. Nanya will attend the Internet Investment Summit tomorrow. After that, I'll let her go home and help you. Su Qianxi quickly comforted her and hung up the phone. He really didn't want to take care of these trivial matters at home. Su Qianxi returned to the table, and Zhang Yuning's eyes flickered. Did your sister call you? You've been so busy lately, and your sister doesn't understand you at all. Zhang Yuning sighed and picked up a piece of food for him with chopsticks. This is your favorite sashimi. Don't think about those troubles. You've worked so hard, you should relax. Su Tianxi ate the fish fillet with her chopsticks. Yuning, you still understand me. Early the next morning, Sumu got up, washed his hair, took a shower, and did a simple hairdo. A few days ago, my sister went to the mall and ordered a suit for him. He put on a chest sticker. His white shirt was crisp and stylish. Buttons were fastened to the top, and he wore a dark blue tie with dark patterns and an elegant Windsor knot. Wearing cufflinks, a suit jacket, trousers, and shoes, Sumu looked a bit more like an adult. He was a young man, but his eyes were already very deep. Jiang Tian was waiting downstairs with a briefcase. Sumu came down. Jiang Tian sighed. You kid, even in a suit you look a bit like a rising star in business. A gentlemanly villain. Chapter 67, give me 10 minutes, and you can earn 1 billion. Sumu came down and patted his shoulder. Brother Jiang, it's the same for you. Although Jiang Tian usually likes to wear a vest, shorts, and slippers, he is now serious and looks good in a gray suit. The two got into the Bentley. Jiang Tian was driving in the front, and Sumu was sitting in the passenger seat. Xiaomu, are you confident this time? Jiang Tian was still a little nervous. He had some social anxiety. Brother Jiang, no problem. We've been working on this project for so long, and we've taken care of every detail. Sumu held the computer in his hand with a confident look in his eyes. With these words, Jiang Tian felt much more at ease. After an hour's drive, the two arrived at the Internet Summit early. The summit began with a speech by a local political leader in charge of business development, who analyzed the current situation of the Internet economy. Afterwards, some bigwigs from the local Chamber of Commerce gave reports. Finally, some emerging Internet companies communicate with each other. In this process of mutual communication, you can put forward your own ideas, concepts, and products to attract investment from bigwigs. Sumu officially participated in such a business activity. Everyone inside was dressed neatly, making it difficult to tell their true identity. Sumu and Jiang Tian were in the back, and they also observed these people first to lock in investors. The first is Su Lily's father, Su Tianlong, who works in the photovoltaic solar energy industry. Su Tianlong is not only the chairman of Tianlong Group, but also a well-known investor. He has invested in more than a dozen companies of all sizes. Most of the industries he invested in were related to photovoltaic power, and he also dabbled in some pharmaceutical and internet industries. According to conservative estimates, his investment revenue could reach 1 billion yuan. Sitting next to Su Tianlong was Chao Defa, a Beijing-based businessman specializing in internet games. He had invested in more than a dozen internet companies specializing in gaming. There is also a strong woman named Lu Jinfeng, who specializes in mobile phone brands and home appliance brands and is the founder of Yuanhong Home Appliances. In addition, there are many chairmen of companies large and small present. I think the most suitable investors are Su Tianlong and Chao Defa. If we can win their favor, the company's future operations should be very smooth. Sumu had done his homework before. The photovoltaic industry where Mr. Su works has declined slightly in recent years, and he has been looking for new investment opportunities. He values industries that can occupy a large market share more than high-end industries, and he has recently been learning about artificial intelligence. Sumu then turned to Chao Defa and said, Boss Chao has always been at the forefront of the internet. I heard his team is developing AI games similar to 3D games. Maybe you would like our product. Jiang Tian nodded. Then we will go find these two bosses during the exchange meeting later. Okay. Sumu understood that many people would go to see these two bosses at that time. Fortunately, I have the introduction of my sister's friend, so I should be able to get a chance to talk face to face. Soon, all the previous speeches were over. Sumu pulled Jiang Tian up, and the two of them went to find Su Tianlong. Sure enough, there were a few people surrounding Su Tianlong and chatting. Sumu also saw a familiar person among them. Sunanya. She's here too. Sumu approached the group of people, and Su Nanyang also noticed him and immediately showed a surprised expression. This is not a place where just anyone can come. Those who are invited are founders who have established companies in Beijing and have certain revenue and contributions. Sumu, a loser, be here? Sumu pretended not to see Su Nanya, walked into the center of the crowd, and spoke to Su Tianlong with a smile. Mr. Su, can I take 10 minutes of your time? Everyone around had a somewhat presumptuous expression. This kid is so ignorant. Didn't he see that they were still talking? Su Nanyang had an even colder face. Su Mu's behavior here was simply a disgrace to the Su family. If his identity were known, the Su family is really going to become a laughingstock. Su Nanyang wanted to reach out and pull Su Mu. Su Tianlong turned around and looked at the inexperienced child, revealing a kind smile. Little friend, my time is very precious. Give me 10 minutes, and I can make you 1 billion. Sumu spoke. Chapter 68 successfully attracted investment. When others heard this, they showed an incredible expression on their faces, and some are full of disdain. Kids nowadays are really good at bragging. Maybe he has gone insane and is daydreaming. Several other people showed interested expressions, like newborn calves who are not afraid of tigers. Anyone who can say this is either extremely arrogant or absolutely sure. This kid looks quite steady and doesn't seem like the kind of person who would brag. Su Nanyang wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. She originally wanted to stop Su Mu from getting close, but now after hearing these words, she didn't want to have anything to do with Su Mu. Su Mu to say such things. Mr. Su probably won't care about him. Others thought so too. When Su Tianlong heard Su Mu's words, he raised his eyebrows, looked at Su Mu, and finally showed a hearty smile. Then I will give you 10 minutes. Su Tianlong knew that the child in front of him was invited by his daughter. After all, as an old father, he still cares about his daughter's emotional life. I originally thought that my daughter was having an affair outside and sent her boyfriend here to see the world. That doesn't seem to be the case now. Su Mu smiled and said, "Thank you, Mr. Su. There's a small conference room next to it. I will tell you about our products." Su Tianlong followed them. The others were left looking at each other in bewilderment. Is Mr. Su so easily persuaded? A few smart ones followed suit. The projects that can interest Mr. Su must be different. Find a way to squeeze in so that while others eat meat, they can also have some soup. Su Nanyang hesitated for a while, but finally decided to follow. Let's see what Su Mu can say. It's best not to do anything that will embarrass the Su family. Su Mu was not at all nervous and turned on the computer and PPT. The entire computer interface is clean and tidy, and a plug-in with a simple icon appears on the computer screen. Su Tianlong became interested. Did you make this yourself? Su Mu nodded, feeling very confident. Yes, this is a plug-in we made ourselves. From the back-end code to the front-end design, we completed it all independently. Next, I will introduce this product to you. It is called GPT, an artificial intelligence software. Its main function is to help people free their hands. You can make requests for the software, and it will talk to us to meet your needs. Su Mu finished speaking concisely and clearly and opened the software interface. On the left is a small robot head. Su Mu input. Please help me make a market analysis report on the top 3 domestic photovoltaic industries in the past year. Many people still had an expression of anticipation for a good show in their eyes. If they were to do this kind of report, it would take at least a week for the initial search, midterm integration, and final completion. It works just by typing a sentence. Are you here to make fun of me? Then something shocking happened to them. Just a minute passed. Small words began to appear under the robot's avatar. A rigorous analysis report appeared in just 5 minutes. The installment report not only includes comparisons between industries, but also analysis of output value. It contains tabular data, summary, and analysis, making it a meaningful report. At this point, some people's faces began to look serious. Su Mu typed the next line with ease. Please write a speech report on the topic of gratitude. Soon, a freshly prepared speech report was presented to everyone. Someone questioned, isn't this just like a search engine? Like Baidu? Su Mu smiled and said, the reports generated here are only 50% similar to those on the internet at best. Just make some changes and it becomes an original work. This statement was true and shocked the people below. Su Mu remembers who his investor is. Mr. Su, what do you think of this product? It's mature and ready for market. Su Mu stared at Su Tianlong with burning eyes. Su Tianlong lauget lao li. It's true that heroes emerge from youth. I'm investing in this project. I would like to be your angel investor. Su Tianlong has also recently invested in other technology companies, but none of the products made by those companies are as amazing as the one made by Sumu. I'm willing to invest $10 million in the first angel round and look forward to your company's growth. Su Tianlong stood up and patted Sumu on the shoulder, with undisguised appreciation in his eyes. Jiang Tian smiled with a look of relief. Great, they finally took the first step. They finally signed the contract, and the shares of the three of them were diluted by 10% in proportion to exchange for the investment of 10 million yuan. In other words, the current valuation of their company's product is 100 million. Su Nanyang did not squeeze in and could only listen to Su Mu's speech through the crack of the door. Because Su Mu had just started to demonstrate the effects of GPT, the room was already packed. Now many people are chatting with Su Mu and handing him their business cards. Their business acumen is very sharp, and perhaps this is a rising star in the business world. Su Nanyang was a little distraught. This software, which sounded very valuable, was actually made by Su Mu. And he actually dared to bring this software to this kind of summit to solicit investment. Su Mu have such courage. Maybe Su Mu is just a screw in someone else's company. This idea was not proposed by Su Mu. Su Nanyang thought so, but she was shocked by Su Mu's high-spirited look just now. Su Mu is not as useless as his family says. On the contrary, Su Mu's confidence is so dazzling that it even makes others want to admire him. Su Nanyang couldn't help but hold on to the wall next to her. Wasn't she wrong? This brother is not as useless as she imagined. If he could be taught well, perhaps he would become someone who surpasses Su Zhe. This year, the whole family ignored Su Mu. Su Nanyang even despised Su Mu for knowing nothing and being a waste instead of an elite. But now, Su Mu left the Su family and became so outstanding. Who is wrong? Su Nanyang didn't dare to look anymore, turned around, and left in a hurry. She was extremely confused at the moment. Su Zhe was his father's illegitimate son born out of infidelity, and his father wanted to give all the family property to Su Zhe. Mom and her sisters are all stepping stones for Su Zhe. Sumu is their biological brother from the same mother, and now Sumu has become so outstanding. Maybe I can get Su Mu to stand on my side. Su Nanyang thought blankly. Then she remembered how she had treated Su Mu. She misunderstood him, ignored him, and accused him of stealing for Su Zhe. He was even punished to kneel more than once. Sananya deliberately turned a blind eye to Sumu's suffering. In her mind, the weak are the ones to be bullied. During that year and more, Sumu, who was treated like that, still called her big sister with a sincere heart. Sumu may be the only person in this family who is truly kind to her. Su Nanyang held back her aching heart. Can't think about it anymore. Sumu successfully attracted investment and exchanged business cards and contact information with some business elites present. Sumu patted Jiang Tian's shoulder and said, "Brother Jiang, I told you we will succeed." "Yes, that's great. We can prepare for the product launch." Jiang Tian also smiled. This was the first time he felt such a sense of accomplishment. "Then let's call your sisters up and have a good meal," Jiang Tian said happily. "Okay." Sumu looked quite relaxed. This was a good start. The two just arrived at the door. Sumu with complicated eyes. "Sumu, I want to talk to you." Chapter 69, A Good Dog Doesn't Block the Road. Sumu's face, which was originally smiling, suddenly turned cold. Sumu looked up at Su Nanyang. It was the first time that this so-called elder sister showed such a kind look. "Miss Su, I don't think there's anything good to talk about between us." Sumu spoke coldly, ignoring Su Nanyang and striding forward. Su Nanyang was anxious and grabbed his arm. "Sumu, I really have something to tell you. Don't you want the Su family's property?" Sumu turned around and waved her hand away. When he heard her talking about the Su family's property, he couldn't help but smile sarcastically. "Su Nanyang, the Su family means nothing to me. I don't believe it. So what if you get the investment? It's just a mere 10 million. The Su family has more resources. We all know that Su Zhe is the child of his father's infidelity, and the Su family must not fall into his hands. How about you cooperate with me?" Su Nanyang followed, her voice somewhat bewitching. Sumu stopped and raised his eyebrows. "How do we cooperate?" From the report just now, Su Nanyang has concluded that the software made by Su Mu has great potential in the domestic market. "How about I buy out your software for 50 million yuan and let you join the Su family's company?" Su Nanyang was full of complacency when she said this. "I remember when you first arrived at the Su family, didn't you want to visit the company? As long as you agree, after you graduate, I will let you join my department and appoint you as the team leader." Su Nanyang still remembers the surprised expression on Su Mu's face when he first arrived in Beijing and heard that the industry was spread all over the country, and Su Mu's yearning and desire for his family's career. Su Mu also said that he would study medicine in the future and become a doctor like Su Wanlu. Then he entered the Su family's medical industry and worked in the Su family's company. At that time, none of them looked down on Su Mu, a poor boy. They thought it was a fantasy for him to want to join the Su family's company, a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Now the opportunity to enter the Su family is right in front of you. Su Mu should be eager to agree. No matter how capable you are, you have never experienced the ups and downs of society. The price of 50 million offered by me and the qualification to join the Su family company should make Su Mu extremely excited. Su Nanyang continued, "How is it? I treat you so well because you're my brother." Su Mu couldn't help laughing. "Su Nanya, do you think you're the only smart person in the world and everyone else is stupid? 50 million for your life. Do you feel guilty about giving such a price? Or do you really think I'm at your mercy like before? Su Nanya, a good dog doesn't block the road. Get out of the way." Su Mu pushed Su Nanyang away in annoyance and did not stay this time. Jiang Tian was also speechless listening to this. "Miss Su, to be honest, the price you offered is really humiliating. The current market value of our software is estimated at 100 million yuan, and I'm sure it will increase tenfold in the near future." Jiang Tian shook his head and sighed. "You are looking down on us by offering this price. Miss Su is indeed a young business prodigy. She's quite skilled at profiting from others." After saying that, Jiang Tian also followed. Su Nanya's face turned pale. "You guys." She recognized who was in front of her. Jiang Tian, the only son of the Jiang family, actually created this software together with Su Mu. The two of them have collaborated. That time when the reserve price was revealed, Su Nanyang clenched her fists immediately. It was indeed Su Mu who did it. Su Mu deliberately retaliated against them. Su Nanyang was so angry that she threw her bag against the wall next to her. Finally, she took a deep breath and calmed down. She was really upset and hateful. The sad thing is that she finally realized that she had lost someone who was sincere to her. Sumu really doesn't listen to everything he says like he used to. Sumu no longer looked at her with admiration and respect. Now his eyes were full of disgust and boredom. Su Nanyang had been hurt by that kind of gaze more than once. How had her brother become like this? He became so strange and unrecognizable. Sumu will take revenge on her. This was something he would never have done before. Su Nanyang's eyes felt sore, and she turned her head to wipe away the tears that were about to overflow. At this moment, she finally realized. She lost Su Mu's love. Su Nanyang had no intention of chatting with other business people. She left the summit somewhat distraught. Zhang Yuding called her many times and asked her to go to the hospital. And Su Qianxi also called her many times. When Su Nanyang rushed to the hospital, she found that her third sister's leg was broken and her calf was comminuted. She would have to use a wheelchair for at least 3 months. When Su Yingying saw her elder sister, she felt like she had seen a life-saving straw and gritted her teeth and said, "Sister, it's all his fault. It's all Sumu's fault. He had my legs broken. I'm going to kill him." Su Nanyang rubbed her brows with a headache. "Su Yingying, you'd better treat him honestly now. We can't do anything to Sumu now. He doesn't plan to go home anymore. He's now involved with the Jiang family." Su Yingying refused to give in. "Then let Xiaoza and I forget about our injuries. Brother Ozawa was beaten by Sumu and was hospitalized. Even my legs were broken by them. If we let it go like this, Su Mu will definitely do something even more extreme." Su Nanya pursed her lips. "Then what do you want to do?" "I'm going to make him lose all reputation in school, and I'm going to find someone to beat him until he's crippled." Su Yingying did not hide her viciousness at all. "That's simply impossible. You've already graduated and basically said goodbye to campus. Beating him to a disability is even more unrealistic." Su Nanya looked at her third sister, who only knew how to use violence and couldn't help but pour cold water on her. "If I'm not mistaken, you should be the one who caused trouble for him first. If things get out of hand, it won't do you any good." Su Yingying twisted her face. "Anyway, I won't suffer this loss in silence. I want to avenge my brother Xiaoza." Listening to her brother Ozawa's constant chatter, Su Nanyang felt very annoyed. She also didn't dare to tell Su Yingying about Su Zai's true identity. With Su Yingying's violent temper, she couldn't hide anything. She could only persuade him tactfully. "Third sister, Su Zai was adopted by our family after all. He is not our biological brother, so you should not think too much about him sometimes. Su Yingying was immediately unhappy. Sister, what do you mean by this? You actually said that Brother Ozawa is an adopted son, right? I don't care about his identity. I've recognized him. He saved my life, and I have to protect him. Su Nanyang felt that she couldn't make any sense at all and felt very upset. Seeing Su Yingying so stubborn, Su Nanyang struggled for a while and decided to tell Su Yingying the truth. Third sister, I want to tell you something. Please don't get excited. So Nandian spoke softly. There was a knock at the door and someone said, I'm coming in. I'm a bit busy today, so I will update 2 chapters. Starting tomorrow at 7 p.m., I will update 3 chapters. I will ask for leave in advance if I have something to do, and occasionally update more. Thank you all for the flowers, likes, and bubble tea sent by Big Brothers. It is the first time I receive these gifts. I am flattered. There are also many Big Brothers who send me love. Thank you. Chapter 70 Zhang Yuning is just a chess piece. Su Nanyang immediately fell silent. Zhang Yuning pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing the sisters coming, his eyes turned slightly. What happened to Yingying? Why is she in the hospital too? Su Yingying complained. It's all because of Sumu. He's lawless now. Sister, what did you want to tell me just now? Su Yingying turned around and asked. Su Nanya shook her head. It's nothing. When school starts, you can apply for a delayed enrollment. You won't be able to go to school with your leg. Su Nanyang saut, Sumu vas tu cruel. He treats his own family like this. It seems that he really doesn't care about family ties. I can't even go to the orientation party. Su Yingying was angry that she had missed a great opportunity to show off. Your younger brother is not a good guy. Xiaoza is more sensible and well-behaved. I think Xiaoza is more like your younger brother. That guy named Sumu doesn't have any temperament at all. Zhang Yuning fanned the flames. Yingying, you and Xiaoza have both suffered so much injustice. You can't let him off so easily. Su Nanyang frowned. This is our family matter. It has nothing to do with you. Ever since I found out that this woman was the one my father had an affair with. Every time Su Nanyang looked at her, she felt disgusted. Zhang Yuning choked for a moment, then smiled and said, My dear niece, you will need me in the future, so don't be so harsh. After saying that, she turned and left. Sumu beat her son like this. It was impossible for her to let him go easily. Sumu and Jiang Tian went back with the good news to share with their sisters and Jiang Ruoying. Sumu rushed into the villa and saw Jiang Ruoying standing there. He couldn't help but feel excited and hugged her. Ruoying, great. We've successfully taken the first step. Sumu hugged Jiang Ruoying tightly, his eyes sparkling, confident and energetic. This kind of vigorous vitality is really fascinating. Jiang Ruoying couldn't help but hug him. I knew you would succeed. Sumu let go of Jiang Ruoying, put his arms around her shoulders, looked at Jiang Ruoying's beautiful smiling face, and thought silently in his heart. One day, sooner or later, he will take Jiang Ruoying away from there. The two people looked at each other silently, and in this joyful moment, they couldn't help themselves. They faced each other, getting closer and closer. The fragrance on Jiang Ruoying's body turned into small hooks, which made Su Mu's heart beat faster. So excited, at the critical moment, Jiang Jiao came down from upstairs with a smile. Jiang Ruoying's ears turned red, and she pressed her face against Su Mu's chest. Obviously embarrassed, Jiang Jiao looked at Su Mu hugging Jiang Ruoying and cooling her face with the back of his hand, and couldn't help rolling her eyes in her heart. Ever since Jiang Ruoying moved in, the two of them have been getting closer and closer. It's just about to break through that layer of window paper. Ahem, Sister Jiang Jiao, we're going to have a big dinner tonight to celebrate our success. You decide the table. Sumu quickly changed the subject. Jiang Tian also walked in from the door with a smile on his face. He rarely spoke more. Jiang Jiao really likes to show off. She likes to go to high-end restaurants and eat seafood and steak, which are not very filling. In my opinion, why don't we go to a food stall or a pub and experience the local life? Jiang Tian is a very down-to-earth, rich second generation. Jiang Jiao's face turned cold. She stomped down the stairs and pinched his arm. What are you talking about? I want to go to a high-end restaurant. Brother Xiaomu, are you going? Not only do we want to go, but we also want to dress up beautifully with Xiao Yu Ruoying. Jiang Jiao snorted. With beautiful ladies like us supporting you too, wouldn't you be overwhelmed with joy? Sumu couldn't help but laugh and quickly agreed. Sister Jiang Jiao, whatever you say is right. I'll listen to you. I'll listen to you. Jiang Tian, learn from little brother Xiaomu. You deserve to have no girlfriend. Jiang Jiao pinched Jiang Tian again. Jiang Tian was backstabbed by his good brother. Hearing Jiang Jiao's words, he couldn't help but turn his head and coughed. Every time he was cheated by a woman, Jiang Jiao was gloating over it and told him not to look for another woman. Now let's talk about the fact that he doesn't have a girlfriend. Sumu booked a high-end restaurant in advance. Let's go eat together in the evening. Afterwards, Sumu discussed with Jiang Tian about putting the GPT plugin software on the mall and promoting it comprehensively. Now that they have received some investment, they can rent a studio outside and hire some employees to maintain the software. At the same time, an operations department can be established to promote the company's products. Currently, this is the core business of their company, and it can be expanded if necessary. The two people have almost finished their discussion. After that, Jiang Tian and Jiang Jiao were mainly responsible for the company's affairs. It was impossible for them to only focus on this one product. Sumu will start school soon, and he will focus on studying and developing new products. After all, he has an amazingly sharp vision and can always see things that are ahead of the times. Sometimes an advanced idea can become a new trend. Night fell. Sumu felt inexplicably nervous when he went out. He pressed his chest and looked up at the sky. There's only a half moon today, and the shadows of the trees are swaying, giving the impression of a dark and windy night. Before I could think more, Jiang Tian came over with 3 beautiful beauties. Jiang Jiao dressed up elegantly, looking sexy and bright. Jiang Ring was much simpler, wearing a white dress with a thin windproof blouse on the outside, her hair loose and a pearl headband, looking pure and charming. Su Qiaoyu is wearing a cloth skirt, as usual, which is very literary. It can be said that no matter where these 3 beauties appear, they are absolutely eye-catching. Jiang Tian drove a large SUV out of the garage, which could easily seat 5 people. Sumu opened the car door with a smile and bowed. "Princess, please get in the car." Jiang Tian chuckled. This guy really knows how to pick up girls. "You, the prince, should get in the car quickly." Jiang Tian whistled. Sumu looked up at the sky speechlessly, then turned around and sat in the passenger seat. We soon arrived at the restaurant. This restaurant is a 5-star restaurant specially selected by Sumu, and it will definitely satisfy sister Jiang Jiao. What surprised Sumu was that he met an acquaintance in this restaurant. I saw Su Nanyang walking upstairs with a man who looked familiar. There was a private room upstairs. In order to make it more lively, they planned to dine in the lobby on the first floor. Sumu was sure that the people he saw in the villa area were Su Nanyang and her little lover. Sumu ordered meals for a few people. He went to the bathroom. As a result, I met the boy who was with Su Nanyang on the road. He put the mask on his face and covered it tightly. Sumu accidentally bumped into him, and Lumingza couldn't help but let out a cry of pain and actually fell down. Sumu was a little stunned. I didn't use much force, I just bumped into him accidentally, so why would it hurt so much? Could it be a scam? Lumingza's injuries have not yet healed completely, and Su Nanyang has been particularly irritable these days for some reason. He had a new injury on top of an old one, and the wound broke again before it healed. But for the sake of resources, he fought hard. He glared at Sumu, but was afraid of being discovered, so he turned around and left without saying anything. Sumu returned and found that Su Qiaoyu had been looking in one direction. "Sister, what's wrong?" Chapter 71, Is this a suicide or a murder? Su Qiaoyu hesitated a little. "My uncle and aunt are there." Sumu looked up and saw that it was true. My uncle Zhang Ming was dressed in formal attire, his face showing the shrewdness and temperament unique to a businessman. Opposite him was an old man in his 60s, with a friendly smile. It was initially estimated that he might have some political power. Zhang Yuning was dressed up and sat next to the old man very intimately, sometimes attentively pouring wine for him, and sometimes approaching to talk to him. That's so flattering. Seeing this scene, Sumu probably understood. It turns out that my uncle has been having this so-called aunt work in the company for this purpose. Sumu couldn't help but laugh. What a fancy play. Su Qiaoyu was also a little uncomfortable. "I don't like this aunt very much, but this is a bit embarrassing." Sumu saw that her sister was a little uncomfortable, so she whispered, "Sister, haven't I told you yet? Su Zhe is the child of my aunt and dad." "What?" Su Qiaoyu was stunned. She really didn't know. She had always felt that her aunt was a little too attentive to Su Zhe and was lukewarm towards her sisters. Especially when my aunt meets my mother, she sometimes makes some sarcastic remarks. Now I find that everything has a traceable path. Su Qiaoyu couldn't help but covered her mouth. "Does Mom know?" "Mom would go crazy if she knew." Over the years, Mom loved Suze the most. Sometimes, even her sisters were not treated as well as Suze. Su Xiaoyu really couldn't understand why Suze was treated so well at home. At that time, even his father, Suze's teachers, and the things he used were all top-notch. Sometimes Su Xiaoyu doesn't get anything she wants. The family took Sumu's younger brother back home. The situation did not change. Su Xiaoyu figured out a lot in an instant. I haven't told her yet. Sumu felt that if Zhang Yuding knew the truth, she would definitely make a big fuss. By then, he won't be able to start his own company outside. If the Zhang family also gets involved, he will definitely become a pawn being used. Suze will not necessarily be kicked out. Zhang Yuning is still useful to his uncle. At most, his uncle and the second uncle will make a fuss and give Su Tianxi a warning. The only compromise is to take me back, raise me well, and then inherit the family business. It's good to have money, but he can't enjoy it in that kind of family life. Sumu couldn't help but find it funny that Su Tianxi thought his white moonlight was Zhang Yuning. He probably doesn't know how many good brothers Zhang Yuning has out there. Sumu had an ups and downs experience during this meal. The taste was not very good, but the service was okay. After eating and drinking, the few people planned to drive home. It was about 10 kilometers away from home, and Su Xiaoyu was worried. She never expected that her father would cheat on her. Sumu could only comfort his sister. Sister, don't think too much. That's their business. It has nothing to do with us. We just need to live our own lives. Su Xiaoyu nodded and understood this logic. Jiang Ring also peeled an orange candy and stuffed it into Su Xiaoyu's mouth. Sister, eat candy. It's sweet. The atmosphere in the car became much more relaxed. At this moment, a dazzling light came straight over. Jiang Tian exclaimed. A huge truck came speeding and ran straight towards the car they were sitting in. Everyone screamed instantly. Jiang Tian turned the steering wheel wildly. They were on a bridge, and there was no way to avoid it. Sumu stared directly into the dazzling light and clearly saw the fearless expression on the truck driver's face. With a bang, the two vehicles collided violently. The white SUV was thrown to the side, and the truck rushed straight into the water. Murder-suicide. These words flashed through Sumu's mind, and then his vision went dark. Chapter 72, Who Wants His Life? Sumu fell into darkness. The previous experience of death was icy and biting cold. Not now, it hurts now, all my internal organs hurt. Even in a coma, he remained extremely calm. He remembered the truck driver's eyes, which were numb and ready for death, not panic. This was a premeditated murder. Who is it targeting? Is it directed at Brother Jiang or at myself? Sumu woke up again. He could smell the pungent smell of disinfectant. Beside them was the ticking sound of instruments. Sumu vaguely saw the young nurse in nurse uniform walking out. After a while, two shadows ran in. Sumu, you finally woke up? Brother, you're awake. It's Su Xiaoyu and Jiang Ruoying. The two people's voices were excited but not loud. They know that patients cannot tolerate loud stimulation. Sumu was lying on a hospital bed with a splitting headache, but as long as he could feel the pain, he should be fine. Is everything all right? Sumu's voice was a little dry and hoarse. Jiang Ruoying quickly brought a cup of warm water from the side, wet a cotton swab with it, and carefully moistened Sumu's lips. Sister Xiaoyu, Sister Jiang Jiao, and I are all fine. Brother Jiang was slightly injured. His left hand was broken and in a cast. Jiang Ruoying spoke up. The three girls were sitting in the back, so the impact was smaller, and they only suffered some cuts from the glass fragments. At that time, Brother Jiang turned the steering wheel quickly and did not hit the car directly. The person sitting in the passenger seat, Sumu, was hit the hardest. Sumu has been in a coma for a day, and she was so worried outside. That's good. Sumu looked straight at the ceiling and spoke softly. It's okay as long as they are okay. That person should be coming for him. Who wants to kill him? Are they the so-called parents? Is it because he is afraid that his position will be taken away and that Su Zhe, who is not yet fully recovered from the beating, is not afraid of it? Or Su Zhe's mother Zhang Yuning? Was it Su Nanyang who was tricked and then discovered it? Or was it Su Yingying who came to the house and was beaten? Their faces flashed through Su Mu's mind one by one. I couldn't help but laugh. It was absolutely terrible. It was truly terrible. The evil of human nature that he could imagine was not yet the limit. I have suffered this in my previous life. In his life, these people have done even worse things and never thought of letting him go. He guessed that everyone was closely related to him by blood, but each one of them could potentially cost him his life. Sumu narrowed his eyes. He wanted to find the murderer and cut him into pieces, making him unable to live or die. Anyone who wants to destroy his peaceful and beautiful life now deserves to die. Jiang Ring saw the expression on Sumu's face without any fear at all. She gradually approached and held his scarred hand. Sumu, your hands are so cold. Jiang Ruoying shed a tear, which fell on his wrist. Piping hot. Your hands are hot. Sumu tilted his head slightly and spoke softly. Then I'll warm you up. Jiang Ruoying held his hand with heartache, biting her lips and holding back her tears. Why let him go through all this suffering? Anyone who hurts him is a bad person and should not live in this world. Jiang Ruoying has already told the Jiang family the news that Jiang Tian had been in a car accident. Jiang Tian is the only child of the Jiang family, and they will definitely not watch him get hurt in vain. I'm sorry, Brother Jiang. I can only ask your family for help. Jiang Ruoying held back her tears. It would be embarrassing if she cried in front of Sumu. For Sumu, she could do everything. Su Qiaoyu also touched her brother's head distressfully. Does your head still hurt? I'll go find a doctor. Sumu held Jiang Ruoying's hand tightly and replied softly, Sister, I'm fine. Do you have a license plate of that car? He bumped into me on purpose. Chapter 73, Who is the murderer? Intentional. Su Qiaoyu felt a chill down her spine. I've called the police, but they haven't given any clues yet. Su Qiaoyu didn't dare to think about who wanted to kill them. Jiang Ruoying fell in a deep thought. If the car had hit her on purpose, it would have been premeditated murder. Only people with conflicts of interest would do such a thing. Sumu, whose way is he blocking? Jiang Ruoying held Sumu's hand even tighter. You should have a good rest first. We must investigate this matter later. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles. Jiang Ruoying knew that if this kind of murder for hire didn't work once, it would definitely happen a second time. Sumu nodded with difficulty. He was still in some pain, but luckily he hadn't suffered any fatal injuries. He would be fine after resting for a while. Sumu has been bettered in with injuries for this week. The other people also went for examinations, and their injuries were almost healed. Jiang Ring and Su Qiaoyu booked a room in a hotel next to the hospital and visited Sumu every day. Sumu was sitting on the hospital bed with a computer in front of him showing the information about the truck. They called the police a few days ago, and the police said that the truck and the people on board fell into the water and had died. The truck driver is suffering from cancer and got divorced 2 months ago. He has no parents and is now a bachelor. The driver's company was willing to compensate Sumu 50,000 yuan, but they could not afford the rest. This case ends here. Sumu heard the driver's news. He became more certain of one thing. This was a premeditated murder. No parents, terminal cancer, divorced. He really is the perfect person to kill. Jiang Tian and Jiang Jiao ordered food from a nearby restaurant and had it packed for them. Xiao Mu, our family checked the bank account of the driver's ex-wife and found a large amount of deposit was transferred into her account 3 months ago. The funds were transferred to 2 accounts, totaling 5 million yuan. The account was overseas, and the specific information could not be found in China. After Jiang Tian received the message from Sumu, he asked his family to check everyone around the driver. Sure enough, I guessed right. The driver hit me on purpose. The accident scared the Jiang family, and Jiang Tian's parents assigned more than 10 bodyguards to him. Even if he lacks the ability, he is still their biological son. If he really can't make it, the Jiang family can still support him. But we can't let this be revealed to outsiders without any explanation. Jiang Tian had no choice but to accept it. He put the porridge he bought on the table next to Sumu and told him the information he knew. Where is his ex-wife now? Sumu asked as he unpacked the box. His ex-wife and 2 children went abroad last week. It seems they were well prepared. Jiang Tian frowned. These people had actually been preparing for so long. He was a little worried about Sumu. They didn't succeed, so they won't do it again, right? Sumu put down the spoon after eating for a while. This kind of thing never happened in my previous life. Maybe I wasn't a threat in my previous life. This group of people really don't want him to have a better life. I probably won't do anything in the near future, but I can't say for sure what will happen in the future. I still want to find that person as soon as possible. Sumu tapped the table with his fingers. This trick didn't work, so it should be quiet for a while. There's only a thief who can steal for 1,000 days, but no one can guard against thieves for 1,000 days. Sumu doesn't want to live in fear every day. Sumu looked up at the people around him who cared about him. Blame me this time. I brought you into danger. Sumu was sure that the man was targeting him, and it was he who implicated the people in the car. Fortunately, they were all fine. Xiao Mu, you're being too polite. I've always considered you my own brother. Without you, I wouldn't be who I am today. Jiang Tan patted Sumu's shoulder, his tone a little emotional. Mr. Su mentioned our project to my dad during a chat. My dad said I did a pretty good job this time. Brother, what nonsense are you talking about? I don't blame you. I blame those who want to harm you. Su Qiaoyu also clenched her fists. Her intuition told her that the murderer was definitely related to the Su family. After Su Qiaoyu finished speaking, she walked out quietly. Su Qiaoyu felt that the murderer might be Su Yingying. After all, the last time Su Yingying appeared, she looked ferocious and threatened to beat Su Mu's brother to death. Maybe Su Yingying is the murderer who wants to kill her brother. Su Qiaoyu knew where Su Yingying was, and she wanted to find her to find out. Su Qiaoyu went downstairs, hesitated for a moment, and bought a fruit knife at the supermarket downstairs. Then put the fruit knife in a canvas bag close to your body. Su Yingying was too aggressive, and Su Qiaoyu didn't want to get hurt. After all, if she got hurt, her brother would be worried. If necessary, you can use a knife. Su Qiaoyu's face turned pale, and she took a few deep breaths. She took a taxi to the hospital where Su Yingying was. I went upstairs and went straight to the ward where Su Yingying was. Su Yingying has been in a very bad mood these days. She now needs help from others when taking a shower and going to the toilet. And this condition will last for several months. If the recovery is not good, you may not be able to stand up for half a year. Su Wanlio's surgery has been completed, but the doctor told her that there is still a risk of recurrence, and it is best to continue taking the previous medicine to prevent recurrence. Su Wanlu is now in Su Yingying's ward comforting her. Third sister, there are people to take care of you, so don't worry too much. It will be the same if you take a year off and then go back to school. Su Yingying pondit had pilo iritabi. Second sister, what you said sounds nice. I started school late anyway, so next year I'll be a freshman with Su Mu and Su Zhe. What a shame. Su Yingying was furious. I wonder how Brother Xiaoze is doing. His injury should be healing soon. Damn Su Mu. When I recover from my injuries, I will definitely not let him have an easy time. Su Yingying was extremely depressed. She looked at her legs and pursed her lips. Third sister, do you care about Su Zhe so much? I mean, maybe Su Zhe is not as good as you think. Su Wanlu spoke tactfully, feeling the same worry as her elder sister. What's wrong with you? You're all prejudiced against Brother Ozawa. I don't care what you think. Ozawa is my best brother anyway. Su Yingying repeated once again that if it weren't for her brother Xiaoze, she would have died in the lake that day. Su Wanlu couldn't help but say, but Su Mu is also our brother. Because of her illness, she began to get to know Su Mu and Su Zhe again. I gradually discovered that everyone's attitude toward Su Mu was so heartbreaking. She was also guilty, and she wanted to atone for her sins, but Su Mu was unwilling to give her this opportunity. I don't admit it. I don't admit that he is my biological brother. He doesn't deserve it. Su Jingjin shouted excitedly. The wound on her leg was caused by Su Mu. You don't admit it, so you have to find someone to kill him. Su Qiaoyu pushed the door open and walked in. When she heard this, her face was full of anger. Chapter 74, Stop Fighting. Su Yingying looked at Su Qiaoyu, who suddenly appeared, and became even more excited. Su Qiaoyu, you still have the nerve to appear before me? Even if I kill him, so what? He deserves to die. Anyway, he's your dog now, following you around every day. With a brother like him, you might as well let him die. Su Yingying spoke sarcastically. He was extremely jealous of Su Qiaoyu and thought she was a hypocrite. Su Qiaoyu must be the same as herself, caring so much about Su Mu just because she wants to have a servant who is easy to use. Su Qiaoyu's eyes turned red. It was indeed her. Su Qiaoyu took a step forward, stretched out her palm, and slapped her face directly. Su Yingying, you're going too far. You deserve to die. Seeing this, Su Wanlu hurried to separate them. Why did they start fighting over a disagreement? Who wants to kill Su Mu? Third sister, fourth sister, stop fighting. Calm down. Su Wanlu stood between the two of them, and seeing Su Qiaoyu's hand put into the bag, she quickly grabbed her wrist. Calm down, what happened? Su Qiaoyu was dragged away, and Su Yingying still wanted to go crazy, so Su Qiaoyu kicked her injured leg directly. Su Yingying screamed in pain, covering her legs and crying miserably. Su Wanlu quickly pulled the two people apart. Fourth sister, what happened to Brother Su Mu? Su Wanlu asked with some bitterness. She also wanted to go to her brother Su Mu to apologize and ask him to forgive her for what she had done in the past. But she didn't have the face to go. Sumu beat his third sister like that shows that he has no feelings for them at all. Maybe if I go looking for him, I will just bring shame upon myself. This was the first time Su Qiaoyu got so angry. Looking at the so-called sister in front of her, she couldn't help but sneered twice. What's wrong? You ask what's wrong with my brother. You still have a nerve to ask. At home, you all bullied him and protected that fake guy. Su Qiaoyu clenched her fists, her body trembling a little, and said angrily, now that brother Su Mu has left you and doesn't want to be tortured by you, you want to kill him, right? Su Yingying, you hired someone to hit him with a car. Do you still have a conscience? Are you still a human being? Su Yingying was crying in pain while holding her legs. When she heard this, she looked up in surprise. I didn't do it at all. It wasn't me. If not you, then who else? Su Qiaoyu snorted. You're waiting for an opportunity to take revenge. You said before that you would kill your brother. A vicious person like you is capable of anything. I really didn't. Su Yingying pounded the bed in anger. If I want to kill him, I will do it myself. When Su Wanlu heard this, she was extremely shocked. Find someone to drive a car to hit Sumu? Su Wanlu instantly thought of her elder sister's cold eyes. Sumu every day, but she just talks and can't take any action for the time being. She definitely won't be able to find anyone, but it's not certain about her elder sister. The eldest sister has connections, means, and is ruthless. She seems to be very afraid of Sumu. Could it be the eldest sister? Su Wanliu's lips trembled slightly. No matter who it was, how could they do such a thing? Killing their own brother will bring punishment from God. Su Wanlu is really hard to imagine. Su Qiaoyu looked at Su Yingying suspiciously. Is it really not you? Su Yingying snorted. Do I need to find someone to kill him? I could just go by myself. And what's the point of killing him? It would be better for him to be my servant. Su Jingjin soweda malicious as might. Rather than letting Su Mu die quickly, she wanted to torture Su Mu slowly to make her brother Xiaoza happy. Su Qiaoyu took a deep breath. It was so obvious that Su Yingying was bad, it couldn't be her. Who else could it be? Su Qiaoyu couldn't imagine it. Chapter 75 Crazy Su Yingying. Su Qiaoyu felt a little panicked. Su Wanlu also fell into a panic. Su Mu is their biological brother, and she has not yet made compensation or obtained his forgiveness. Fourth sister, can you tell me about this in detail? Maybe I can guess who wants to kill brother Sumu. Su Wanlu looked at Su Yaoyu pleadingly. Su Qiaoyu was a little hesitant. I know Sumu doesn't want to return to the Su family, but after all, we are siblings by blood. I have neglected him too much before, and I feel guilty about it. Fourth sister, just tell me, maybe I can find the murderer and help my brother. Su Wanlu covered her face as she spoke. Now she could only rely on such opportunities to talk to her younger brother Sumu. She still had a glimmer of hope in her heart. Maybe one day in the future, brother Sumu will be willing to forgive her and treat her illness regardless of the past. Su Qiaoyu lowered her eyes, thinking of what her brother had said to her before, that he must not reveal his injury to anyone. He was hit by a car. Coincidentally, the driver was also dying. He had cancer and no parents. Someone hired someone to kill Su Mu's brother. Although we don't know who the murderer is, he is definitely related to the Su family. When Su Wanlu heard that the truck driver had cancer and was an orphan, her face turned pale. This method is definitely not something an ordinary person can come up with. Su Wanlu was a little suspicious of Su Zhe at first, but now she is not sure. After Su Qiaoyu finished speaking, she didn't want to stay here anymore. Su Wanlu, if you have any news, please call me, and then tie up this mad dog Su Yingying and don't let her bully her brother again. Who are you calling a mad dog? Su Qiaoyu, I think you're the bitch. Su Yingying jiled madly. Su Wanlu was helpless. Third sister, please stop talking and don't bother my brother anymore. After all, he was so good to us before, and we are the ones who hurt his feelings. Su Yingying was silent for a moment, then snorted coldly. He did it voluntarily. He deserves it. Why do you favor Su Zhe so much? Is it because he saved you? But brother Su Mu has done a lot for you. Su Wanlu couldn't help but feel angry and more regretful. What's the point of him doing so much? We are from two different worlds. Our family is rich and powerful, and my younger brother Ozawa has received an aristocratic education since he was a child. Sumu, he is not worthy of standing beside us. Su Yingying's tone was full of arrogance and contempt. Su Wanlu had no way to change her idea. When she heard her say this, she felt anxious and angry. How could they be so nice to a bastard? Do you know that Su Zhe is not an adopted son at all? He is the child of my father and my aunt. He is an illegitimate child. He is the product of his father's betrayal of this marriage. You are so confused. Su Wanlu really didn't know what to do, so she blurted out the truth. Perhaps only by letting the third sister know the truth can her ideas be changed. Su Wanlu really didn't want to see her third sister protecting the child of a mistress like that. And I heard my father say with his own mouth that he wanted us three sisters to be stepping stones for Su Zhe, and that all the family property would be inherited by Su Zhe in the future. Dad is going to abandon us and this family for him. Wake up. Su Wanlu became more and more excited as she spoke. She stood up, pressed Su Yingying's shoulders, her eyes full of disappointment. The third sister is in too deep. She must be woken up soon. Su Yingying opened her eyes wide. Looking at her second sister with a look of disappointment, she suddenly smiled. Second sister, stop talking, stop talking. Actually, I already knew about this. I've known for a long time that Xiaoza is my father's child. I heard my father say when I passed by the study one time, but so what? This is not Xiaoza's fault. Xiaoza is innocent and he was unaware of it. Chapter 76. Investigating the Murderer. Su Wanlu took 2 steps back unconsciously. Looking at Su Yingying, who didn't care, she felt a chill in her heart. You are absolutely crazy. Su Wanliu's head was about to explode. She never thought that Su Yingying had known about this matter for a long time and had concealed it until now. Su Yingying is crazy. You've been hiding this from us until now. You've gone too far. Su Wanliu screamed. Second sister, why do you say that? I only found out about this not long ago. If I tell you about this, Xiaoza will definitely be sad. Su Yingying frowned, somewhat disliking the way her second sister looked at her. It was like she had done something wrong. Su Zhe is the only one in your head. Do you know what the consequences of this matter are? Su Wanlu felt really powerless. She took a deep breath and didn't know what to say. Su Jingjin looked indifferent. Everything is fine at home now, no different from before. Why should I say it out loud and make everyone unhappy? Su Wanlu was simply unable to refute and left the ward, patting her chest. She can't stay here any longer. She'll be so angry that she'll die. Her younger sister is simply a fool, an irredeemable fool. Now she can only rely on her elder sister. Otherwise, their end will definitely be miserable. If Sumu was willing to come back, because Sumu is their biological brother. Sumu was lying in the hospital, and Jiang Tian invited the best doctor to treat him. After more than a week of treatment, Sumu's injury has almost healed. But Sumo still has not been discharged from the hospital. Not only did he not get discharged from the hospital, he also planned to stay there permanently. Jiang Ruing accompanied Sumu. These days, she brought her study materials to the hospital and did exercises beside him in the afternoon. She turned her head to look at Sumu from time to time. The sight of Sumu lying unconscious on the hospital bed was really frightening. Who do you think wants to kill you? Jiang Ruoying counted on her fingers and asked him in a low voice. It's really uncomfortable to have this kind of enemy in the dark. Sumu looked at Jiang Ruing's somewhat uneasy eyes and couldn't help pinching her face, then smiled lightly. Don't worry so much. It's just those few people. Just check them one by one. Sumu thought for a moment and said, I think the most likely suspect is Su Tianxi, or Su Zhe's mother Zhang Yuning, or maybe Su Nanyang. Currently, only 3 of them have the ability to hire someone to kill someone. First, you have to gain the trust of the truck driver, have financial resources, and transfer money through an unknown account. Only people with certain abilities in their field can do this. This is the conclusion Sumu came to. But no matter who they are, the 3 of them definitely have intentions of harming him. Sumu will never waste his life, nor will he let his life be taken away by others in vain. Sumu understood atrot. Only when you are stronger can you protect yourself and those around you. He must become stronger as quickly as possible before he can feel ease. Jiang Ruoying nodded and rubbed her red face. You're right. This is not something an ordinary person can do. Sumu's family background is complicated, and these 3 people are indeed the most suspicious. Now, they don't know anything about me. They don't know how badly I'm injured or whether I'm still alive. Sumu smiled, and on the day he woke up, he told his sister and brother Jiang and the others that they must keep his injury a secret, because the real murderer would definitely want to know about him. It's been almost a week now. It depends on who can keep calm. I guess the murderer must be extremely anxious now and wants to find out about him. Now we just wait for the fish to bite. There was a flash of heartache in Jiang Ruoying's eyes. Sumu was just a teenager, but he was murdered by his family. What a distressing thing this is. At this time, the phone on Sumu's desk lit up, and it was an unfamiliar number. Sumu, someone called you. Jiang Ruoying picked up the phone and spoke. Chapter 77, The Murderer has been identified. Sumu smiled and said, Ruoying, you answer the call and turn on the hands-free mode. Suzei's voice came from the other end. Brother, I'm worried about you. You haven't contacted your family for so long. Are you doing well outside? Sumu raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that the first person to call was Suzei. Jiang Ruoying understood that Sumu wanted to hide his injury, so she tried to test Suzei. Suzei, it's me. Sumu's phone is with me. What do you want to say? I'll tell him for you. There was silence over there for a moment. When Suzei heard Jiang Ruoying's voice, a surge of jealous anger surged in his heart. Why is Sumu's cell phone with Jiang Ruoying? They're still in touch. I'm so much better than Sumu, but Jiang Ruoying actually chose Sumu over me. She is so blind. Sooner or later, he will get Jiang Ruoying and the Jiang family's property. He not only wants the Su family, he also wants the Jiang family. Suzei then remembered his other purpose and asked with anger, Why is Sumu's phone with you? Did something happen to him? As soon as these words were spoken, Sumu and Jiang Ruoying looked at each other. Suzei definitely knew that Sumu was murdered, and he came to find out the news. How do you know he's in trouble? Jiang Ruoying asked back. I'm just guessing, Jiang Ruoying. I'm telling you the truth, Sumu won't live long. He is not a good person. He often causes trouble outside and will be beaten to death sooner or later. Is he seriously injured this time? Is he dying? There was a hint of gloating in Suzei's words, and he didn't forget to step on Sumu. Sumu in front of Jiang Ruoying and tested her at the same time. Yes, he was seriously injured and is still in critical condition. I paid over 1 million yuan for his medical expenses. Could you please pay the bill? You are a family, you won't deny it, right? Jiang Ring understood the look in Sumu's eyes, and Sumu made a weak expression as if he was lying on the bed. This was to make me exaggerate the severity of his injury. By the way, I'll cheat Suzei out of some money. It cost him a lot of money to hire someone to beat Su Ying last time, so this is a good chance to make up for it. The wool still comes from the sheep. When Suzei heard that Sumu was seriously injured, he couldn't help laughing. Then he covered his mouth, afraid of laughing out loud. Then he heard that the medical expenses would be 1 million, and he was stunned. But he couldn't show his weakness in front of the goddess he wanted to pursue. Otherwise, wouldn't it seem that he is heartless and has no money? He still has 100,000 yuan in pocket money for this month, but it is far from 1 million yuan. From childhood to adulthood, he had no awareness of saving money. His sisters spoiled him and gave him money, but he spent it all. Anyway, the money is all spent, and I will have more next time. He was not like Sumu, that idiot who saved money to buy gifts for his sisters, but ended up not getting a penny and was beaten and scolded. Suzei was very proud. Then he stopped laughing because he really didn't have that much money on him. Jiang Ruoying asked again, Suzei, you won't default on your debt, right? You say every day how rich you are, but I think it's all fake. I also heard that you are the adopted son of the Su family. I guess you don't have much money to spend, right? Jiang Ruoying smiled gently, but her tone was extremely destructive. If you don't have money, I won't make it difficult for you. I'll just ask your mother for it. No, how could I not even have 1 million? Jiang Ruoying, let me tell you, I'm not just the adopted son of the Su family. I have a lot of power in the family, and I have plenty of money. I'll transfer the money to you tomorrow. Suzei spoke firmly. He could ask Zhang Yuning for money, but he didn't dare ask Su Tianxi. If Su Tianxi knew that he used the medical expenses to treat Su Mu's injuries, he would definitely scold him. Then please transfer it to me sooner. I'm hanging up first. Jiang Ruoying hung up and looked at the phone with a thoughtful look. Sumu, Suzei also wants to harm you. Jiang Ruoying spoke. I should know who wants to kill me. It's Su Tianxi and Zhang Yuning. They're the only ones who dare to tell Suzei about this. Sumu slowly sat up, leaned on the bed, looked at the clear sky outside, but his heart was filled with darkness. Should have thought of it earlier. Su Tianxi had said before that he wanted to kill himself. A father is willing to kill one son for another. This doesn't seem like something that could happen in the real world, but it still happened. Sumu thought about this. He found it really ironic. Su Tianxi and Zhang Yuning are simply too bold. Jiang Ruoying walked forward and saw that Su Mu's face was calm, but his eyes were like a pool of stagnant water. She held his hand distressfully. You still have me, your sister, your grandparents, and brother Jiang. We are always with you. Your so-called home is not home. It is hell. Don't think about it. They don't deserve it. Don't waste any more emotions on them. Jiang Ring seemed to sense the hidden pain in Sumu's heart and comforted him softly. Thank you, Ruoying. I don't feel bad. I just feel angry. Sumu withdrew his gaze and held Jiang Ruoying's hand. Perhaps only when they lose the same thing will they wake up. They will understand that I am not someone to be trifled with. Sumu lowered his head and spoke. What are you going to do? Jiang Ruoying asked. No matter what Sumu wanted to do, she would help. Treat others as they would have you treat them as you would have them treat you. Sumu raised the corner of his mouth. They were killing him for Su Zhe and paving the way for Su Zhe. Then I will kill Su Zhe myself. Don't they love Su Zhe the most? Then let them lose Su Zhe. But he didn't plan to tell anyone about this. He doesn't want others to worry about him. He would not let his hands get stained with even a trace of blood, because it's not worth sacrificing yourself for such a scum. He also wanted to build a big house for his grandparents, give his sister a good life, and let Jiang Ring freely choose her own life. But you can think of other ways to make Su Zhe die. Su Zhe has more than one enemy. When the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Sumu wanted to be the fisherman. Are we about to start school? Sumu asked Jiang Ruoying, thinking quickly in his mind. Yes, school starts in 3 days. Jiang Ruoying is a little reluctant to leave her current life. After school starts, her father will be returning home soon, and then she will not be able to live outside. But fortunately, they can meet at school. During these 3 days, Sumu contacted some people who sent emails on the internet and sent the indecent videos of Jiang Qingya at the banquet to Jiang Qingya again in an anonymous form. Of course, it is in the name of Su Zhe. A threatening letter was also attached. The letter read, Jiang Qingya, you'd better be smart. I will never like a bitch like you. You still dream of becoming my girlfriend? You're just dreaming. My rich friends have seen all these videos of yours. They all call you a slut behind your back. You'll never marry into a wealthy family in this life. This letter was like a kick to Jiang Qingya's heart. Chapter 78, She is Obsessed. Jiang Qingya's parents are the driver and nanny of the Jiang family. They have been doing this for more than 30 years and have some savings. Jiang Qingya was a daughter born in old age, and they doted on her immensely. They even raised it as their eldest daughter, Jiang Ruoying. She was never allowed to do anything since she was a child, and all her salary was used to buy her various brand-name jewelry. Jiang Qingya is quite beautiful and has always wanted to marry into a wealthy family and become a real wealthy lady and wife since she was a child. If anyone dares to break her dream of marrying into a wealthy family, she will go crazy. Sumu knew Jiang Qingya very well, so he specially sent her this letter, believing that Jiang Qingya would not let him down. After Su Zhe hung up the phone, the first thing he did was to ask his elder sister for help. His elder sister was so rich that she should be able to give him 1 million directly. Sister, I'm Xiaoza. I recently saw a car that I really like. Sister, can you give me 1 million? Su Zhe spoke in a flattering tone, his voice very sweet. In the past, when he asked for money like this, his elder sister would give it to him without saying a word. When Su Nanyang heard Su Zhe's voice, she immediately clenched her phone. Ever since she knew that her father wanted to give all his property to Su Zhe, it felt like a thorn was buried in Su Nanyang's heart. The thorn penetrated deeper and deeper, and the wound began to fester and fester. It hurts every time I think of those words. Su Nanyang's feelings for Su Zhe became weaker and weaker, and now she only had the friendship for Su Zhe as they grew up together. As for the love between siblings, there really isn't much left. When Su Zhe called her and asked for money, her first reaction was vigilance and annoyance. This is all her money. Why should she give it to an illegitimate child? Xiaoze, I'm a little short on money lately. It's just a car. I'll buy it for you when you grow up. For the first time ever, Sun Anyang rejected him. Su Zhe stared at the phone in disbelief. My elder sister actually used such an excuse to evade him? After that, he could only call Zhang Yuning. Mom, I heard that Su Mu is seriously injured and his life or death is still unknown. He is probably half dead. Zhang Yuning was working in the office and went out after receiving the call. Hearing this, she couldn't stop laughing. That's good. It would be better if you died, so that no one would compete with you for the family property. I clearly told the truck driver at the time that he must hit Su Mu hard and kill him. It's a pity that he didn't die on the spot. Zhang Yuning spoke with some regret. Mom, can you give me 1 million? The girl I'm pursuing was in a car with Su Mu, and she paid 1 million for his medical expenses. Now she's asking me for it. Su Zhe said with gritted teeth. What? I still have to pay for Sumu's medical expenses. Zhang Yuning was a little unhappy when she heard this. It was she and Su Qianxi who hired someone to hit Sumu, and now she had to pay for Sumu's medical expenses. Then she thought again, that girl is not a good person. Maybe she will find someone from the Su family, and it will be bad if the matter gets out of hand. Forget it, I'll transfer the money to you, and you should quickly chase her. This kind of woman has no ability, so when you inherit her family's property, just kick her out. Zhang Yuning found it hard to swallow this. Mom, I understand. Ambition flashed in Su Zhe's eyes. His body has recovered a little from the beating, and he should be able to go to school. When he gets to school, he will launch a fierce attack on Jiang Ruoying. He didn't believe that he couldn't take down Jiang Ruoying. And on the other side, Su Wanlu came out of Su Yingying's ward looking a little dazed. She never thought that her third sister actually knew Su Zhe's true identity and was so kind to him. The key point is that the third sister kept it a secret from all of them. This is really heartbreaking. She thought of Sumu's car accident again and cried even harder, covering her face. She went upstairs to look for her mother and found Zhang Yuting holding cut fruit in her left hand and chicken soup in her right hand. Mom, where are you going with all these things? Xiao Zhe will be discharged from the hospital soon, so I'm going to give him a good meal today. These are premium fruits imported from abroad, which I specially asked my aunt to wash and cut, and I've also cooked chicken soup for 3 hours. It's good for replenishing both blood and energy. Zhang Yuting spoke cheerfully. Finally, something good happened at home these days. The injuries of several children made her extremely worried. Ozawa is finally okay. Su Wanlu saw her mother taking care of Su Zhe so attentively, and she felt a sense of frustration in her heart. Sumu at all. Zhang Yuting was stunned for a moment, then curled her lips. Why bring him up for no reason? Didn't he already want this family? Who cares if he lives or dies out there? After saying that, she picked up her things and walked forward. Mom, did you know that Brother Sumu was in a car accident? Su Wanliu's voice was tearful. Ever since she discovered that she owed her brother Sumu, she felt more and more uncomfortable. Now that she found that other people had the same attitude as she did before, she felt even more heartbroken. A quel accident? Zhang Yuting paused for a moment, her brows furrowed. Why didn't you contact us about the car accident? It must have been fake, trying to gain sympathy. He beat Xiaozi like that, and I haven't bothered him yet. Zhang Yuting felt that it would be better for Su Moon not to come back, as he would only cause trouble. Su Wanlu was really anxious. She stepped forward and grabbed the fruit. Mom, don't be so nice to Su Zhe all the time. Don't take care of him like this anymore. You haven't been this nice to us sisters. Su Wanlu really couldn't imagine how devastated her mother would be if she knew that Su Zhe was an illegitimate child. What's more, Su Zhe was born to my aunt and my father. This would be a fatal blow to any woman. If the matter were to be exposed, my mother and aunt would probably never have any contact with each other again. They will become lifelong enemies. Su Wanlu really didn't want her mother to make the same mistake again. But my eldest sister's instructions were right next to my ears, and I had to keep it a secret from my mother. Are you crazy, little girl? You're not usually like this. You're always so nice to Xiaozi, and now you're jealous of him. Zhang Yuting was puzzled. Why do the children in this family become more and more undisciplined as they grow older? The second daughter has always been sensible and used to love her younger brother, Oz, very much. Why has she been competing with Oz again and again recently? She must have been led astray by Su Mu. Just like her fourth daughter, the little girl runs outside every day and doesn't even go home. Su Mu is indeed a disaster star. Nothing good happens when he returns home. Zhang Yuting cursed in her heart and walked into Su Zhe's ward with chicken soup. Her dear son will be discharged from the hospital tomorrow, so he needs to take good care of himself. Su Wanlu looked at her stubborn mother and angrily threw the fruit onto the corridor next to her. The nurse on duty saw her and quickly stopped her. Don't litter in the hospital. Clean it up yourself. Su Wanlu stamped her feet, picked up the broken fruits, and threw them into the trash can. Chapter 79, Huang Mao's True Heart is My Sister. Su Mu was discharged from the hospital. He met an unexpected person at the payment counter. Chi Fei, with his yellow hair and a depressed face, pleaded with a doctor beside him. Doctor, can you prescribe cheaper medicine? Please be flexible and let my sister stay in the hospital for a while longer. I will pay the hospital bill next month. Please, doctor. Chi Fei, who usually has a sullen face, now has snot and tears running down his face, and he kneels down in front of the doctor. The doctor quickly helped him up and said, Hey, young man, don't be like this. Your sister's illness is too expensive. Your sister has acute leukemia, and the treatment cycle is very long. Your sister's illness keeps recurring. It's very serious and extremely difficult to cure. The treatment cycle is very long and very expensive. Chi Fei had a look of despair on his face, covering his face and crying. His yellow hair was disheveled. Sumu stepped forward and patted his shoulder, snatched the hospitalization form from his hand, and handed it to the cashier. How much is the treatment fee? Start here and then renew the hospitalization fee for another month. Sumu blankly, then burst into tears. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Sumu. Brother, thank you. Thank you. Then he thought about what happened before and slapped himself hard again. Brother, I'm sorry. It was all my fault before. I shouldn't have gone to look for someone. After all these operations, everyone in the hall looked over here. Sumu was helpless and quickly pulled him up. Okay, if you don't feel ashamed, I do. Let's go over there and talk. Sumu obediently, with a confused look on his face. He never thought that when Sumu saw his embarrassing situation, he not only did not laugh at him, but also paid for his medical expenses. Before, he had asked someone to teach Sumu a lesson, but he was taught the lesson back every time. He thought the two were enemies. This time, his sister's leukemia relapsed, and he asked everyone for help, but he couldn't borrow much money. Instead, it was Sumu who helped him. The two reached the fire escape. Chi Fei lowered his head with a sincere look on his face. Brother Mu, hit me. I won't say a word even if you beat me to death. Please leave me a breath. I still have to take care of my sister. You deserve to be beaten. I'm not helping you. I'm helping your sister. If your sister knew you were helping others fight to earn medical expenses, she would probably have stopped wanting to see you. Sumu leaned against the wall and smiled, then sighed in his heart. Seeing such family affection, he couldn't help but help. His so-called family members probably won't kneel down for him. But fortunately, he has a sister who protects him like his life. Huang Mao is a pretty good brother. Your family wasn't poor before, was it? How did it become like this? Sumu felt that those who could go to aristocratic schools should have some assets in their families. It's impossible that Chi Fei is the same as me. My parents fled abroad with their money. Before they left, they paid for my 3 years of tuition and left behind a house. Later, that house was auctioned off because of unpaid debts. Chi Fei turned his face away and kicked the wall as he spoke, his voice thick with tears. They have no conscience. My sister is still so young and she's sick, so I can only fight to make money. I can't do anything. Why can't I do anything? Chi Fei kicked the wall angrily. Sumu couldn't help but sigh. I originally thought he was just a sycophant of my third sister, but I didn't expect him to be so inspiring. I'm not helping you for nothing. If I have to fight you in the future, will you help me? Also, my friend's company is short of a night shift security guard. You can go there to work after school. Sumu reached out and patted Chi Fei, thinking that after returning to school, there would probably be a lot of trouble, so it would be better to have a bodyguard. I'll listen to you from now on, Brother Mu. I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Chi Fei quickly spoke up, asking who could help him help his sister because his life belonged to this person. School started in the blink of an eye. Sumu's empty seat with pride, guessing that Sumu must have turned into a cold corpse now. He turned and smiled at Jiang Ruoying. Jiang Ruoying, I'm inviting you to dinner. Don't refuse me. I know you're saying one thing and thinking another. Suze even had a special hairstyle today, which made her look more refined than usual. Jiang Ruoying frowned in annoyance and said coldly, I have an appointment. Is this your excuse to reject my idea? Who can you have a date with? Suze spoke confidently, and he dared to say that he was the undisputed male god in the school. Jiang Ruoying is usually very arrogant, and most boys don't dare to invite her. Come on, audience gentlemen, please give me some electricity. Chapter 80, your previous moves are no longer useful. Suze didn't believe that anyone else could get a date with Jiang Ruoying. A strong woman is afraid of being clingy, and since I am so charming, I don't believe that Jiang Ruoying won't be moved. It's none of your business who I'm dating. Get out of here. You're just poisoning my eyes just by standing in front of me. Jiang Ruoying turned her face away, not wanting to look at Suze at all. If she continued to look at him, she would probably want to slap him in the face. It was he who took over everything that originally belonged to Sumu. I don't believe it. Who is that man? I don't believe he is better than me. Suze felt that his male dignity was insulted. How could the woman he liked ignore him? He tidied his hair, showing his proud profile, lowered his head, and spoke softly. Jiang Ruoying, stop playing hard to get. I know you're trying to keep me in suspense. Sumu came from behind and heard what he said. He showed a disgusted expression, grabbed his shoulders, and threw him backwards. Harassing classmates? Suze, you learned this shamelessness from your dad, didn't you? Suze was thrown far away and looked up at Sumu in shock. Sumu did. Why is Sumu standing in front of him now? And it seems that I have become healthier than before. Sumu became taller and stronger thanks to a healthy diet, self-disciplined exercise, and the love of his sister. Sumu is now growing vigorously like a sapling. He practices boxing and martial arts, and when he clenches his fists, you can see the muscles flexing. Suze's small body is no match for him. Why are you here? Suze said in shock. Sumu walked forward and raised his eyebrows slightly. If I'm not here, where else can I be? Or rather, where do you want me to be? Sumu's soul-searching question made Suze shut his mouth guiltily. Next time I see you harassing classmate Ruoying, I will break your hand. Oh, and let me tell you, Ruoying and I have a date. Sumu looked down at Suze as if he were a clown. Jiang Ruoying smiled shyly, moved closer to Sumu, tilted her head to reveal half of her face, and looked at Suze, then looked annoyed. The contrast between their attitudes before and after is very obvious. Suze felt waves of hatred in his heart. Suze gritted his teeth. How come Sumu wasn't killed? Jiang Ruoying is actually dating Sumu. Damn it, Jiang Ruoying obviously belongs to him. At this moment, he saw Chi Fei walking in from the door, and his eyes lit up as if he had found a savior. Chi Fei, come and help me quickly. Sumu hitme. Third sister asked you to protect me. Suze shouted loudly and pointed at Sumu. Last time Chi Fei said that Sumu didn't do anything, but now that Sumu has done something, he has no reason not to do it again, right? The classmates around are gathered here. They didn't expect that Sumu was so different from before. Now he looked quite handsome. Ever since Suze falsely accused Sumu of plagiarism, the class's impression of Suze as a noble young man has been shattered. Now hearing him say this, the students' faces showed an indescribable expression. You can't beat them yourself, but you still ask for help. It's so embarrassing. When Chi Fei heard the voice, he stopped and walked over humming a song. Suze's face lit up with joy, and he quickly stood up. Sumu, wait for me. Chi Fei, slap him in the face and stop him from pretending. Suze said viciously, break Sumu's face and see how he can seduce Jiang Ruoying. Suze was giving orders, feeling extremely proud. No matter how powerful Sumu was, could he beat a gangster who often got involved in group fights? He had seen Chi Fei's fighting skills. His beatings were extremely painful, and in serious cases, he could even make someone vomit blood. Sumu, just wait. Suze had a look of deep anticipation for a good show. Sumu smiled at him. Suze thought Sumu must be stupid. He was about to be beaten, but he could still laugh. What a fool. As Chi Fei got closer, Suze's expression became more and more excited. Beat him hard. Sumu, you can still laugh. Just wait to be beaten. Chi Fei moved his arms and fists and walked over. He grabbed Suze's shoulders while he was still talking and punched him in the stomach. Suze opened his eyes wide in disbelief, and the pain in his stomach made him cry instantly. What is this idiot Chi Fei doing? He squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. Chi Fei, you hit the wrong person. I told you to hit him. Chi Fei grinned, turned around, and raised his chin to Sumu to seek credit, then grabbed Suze's hair and kneed him again. I'm going to hit you. Chi Fei cursed and loosened his grip. Suze immediately hugged her stomach tightly, contracting in pain, and looked at Chi Fei in shock as he stood next to Sumu. Chi Fei raised his middle finger at him. What level are you? How dare you hit my brother Mu? Even 10 of you wouldn't be enough for my brother Mu to beat you. Mu to beat up a small shrimp like you. I can take care of you with just one finger. Chi Fei raised his fist at Suze. If you dare to cause trouble for my brother Mu again, I will beat you so hard that your mother won't even recognize you. After saying that, he smiled at Sumu, looking like a good brother. Suze still couldn't believe the reality. Why would Chi Fei hit him? It's obvious that Chi Fei is the third sister's bootlicker, so he should help himself. Suze stared at them intently. Just wait. If you hit me, you will be punished by the school. Oh, I'm so scared. What I'm least afraid of is being punished. I've been in hundreds of fights since I started school. Hey, what I'm least afraid of is you complaining. Chi Fei spread his hands, not afraid of anyone. It was common for him to go to the principal's office. The teachers also turned a blind eye as long as it didn't get too serious. Moreover, he had a certain skill when beating people. It looked painful, but there were no visible injuries. Sumu also squatted down and patted his face. Suze, if you are a man, fight me one-on-one. What's the point of asking for help? Want to make an appointment? Sumu's tone was full of threats. The students nearby also started to make noises. Exactly. Why don't you have a one-on-one fight, Suze? You accused him of cheating last time. Why do you need to call someone to fight? Yeah, don't be such a coward. Let's have a fight. There were cheers and laughter. Suze was so angry that he couldn't speak. Of course he would not agree. Sumu is in this state now. Beating him is like a game. But it would be embarrassing to refuse in front of so many people. So he simply closed his eyes and fainted. The others exclaimed, "What's going on? Did something go wrong?" Chifei was also a little surprised. His hits hurt, but he was measured. You shouldn't knock anyone unconscious, right? Sumu gave him the reassuring look. He had witnessed Su Zhe's acting skills in the principal's office last time. You're still using the same trick now. It's okay. I've learned some medical skills, and I know a folk remedy that can wake a fainted person up immediately. Sumu picked up the cup from the classmate's desk next to him, walked to the water dispenser, and got a cup of hot water. Chapter 81 pourrit. Sumu stood beside Su Zhe and poured a cup of hot water on his lower body with an expressionless face. Ah. Su Zhe immediately covered his hands in pain and rolled wildly on the ground. Sumu put the cup of water aside and said, "Look, it's cured now. Sumu, just wait. You will die sooner or later. You will die sooner or later." Suze screamed in pain and cursed. "You abandoned child has been abandoned by the whole family. You dare to do this to me. Just wait. The whole family will not let you go." Suze glared at Sumu, then stood up and limped out of the classroom. Sumu looked at this coward, who ran away after saying harsh words, and snorted. "Then I'll wait for them to come." Chifei stepped forward and said, "Brother Mu, if that guy bothers you again, I will beat him to death." He had long been annoyed with this guy who cried every day. People say every day that he is Su Yingying's bootlicker. He is not licking people, he is licking money. If it weren't for his sister, he wouldn't want to protect this weakling. Now, Su Mu is willing to provide him with a job and help him solve his urgent problems. Who doesn't fight? For Mu Gu is much better than being a dog for Su Yingying. Besides, Brother Mu is a real man. He can fight, he can carry things, and he has a kind heart. Chifei now has a big filter for Sumu. Anyone who dares to disrespect Mu Gu will be beaten to a pulp. Sumu patted his shoulder and said, "Good brother, you are so righteous. I'll send you the company address later. I've already made arrangements with them. You can just work as a security guard at night. If you're tired, you can even take a nap." Sumu has already told Brother Jiang about it, and Brother Jiang is very welcome. After Su Zhe limped out, he immediately called Su Wanlu to complain. The eldest sister is busy with company matters, and the third sister is still sick. Now only my second sister can help me. Su Wanlu saw the call from Su Zhe and answered it with some hesitation. What's wrong? She now felt extremely uncomfortable seeing anything related to Su Zhe. Occasionally I would think of the past, and my heart would soften a little. But when she thought of his identity and the annoyed and cold face of her brother Su Mu, she would cover her head in pain again. She really shouldn't be so soft-hearted. Su Mu's brother had been in a car accident, and it was someone else who caused it. The first people who flashed through her mind at that time were Su Zhe and Zhang Yuning. If anyone really wanted to kill Su Mu on purpose, it would only be the two of them. When Su Zhe heard the voice of his second sister, he burst into tears immediately. "Second sister, I'm so scared. Brother Sumu hired someone to beat me up at school. I can't even get into the classroom." Su Zhe howled, and after a while, he gave in. "Maybe I did something wrong and made my brother angry, so I should bear with a little. Second sister, you don't have classes today, right? Can you pick me up from school in the evening? I'm afraid that Sumu brother will bring people to block me." After Su Zhe finished speaking, he waited for a reply. Sumu sees his second sister coming to pick him up from school. He will definitely be extremely jealous. After all, what Sumu wants most is the love of these sisters. Then he would snatch all the love away and not give him any. He also indirectly told his second sister that Sumu was unlearning in school, hanging out with those hooligans every day and not doing any serious work. If the second sister gets angry, she will definitely tell other people in the family, and then Sumu will be scolded again. Suze was very proud of himself. He thought he was really smart. After hearing these words, Su Wanlu was silent for a moment. If it were in the past, she would definitely agree to Su Zhe without saying a word, and then go to school to scold Su Mu. But now, she didn't have that idea at all. "Su Zhe, Come back by yourself after school. Sumu. Brother Sumu is not that kind of person. He won't hit you for no reason. Su Wanlu hung up the phone after saying this. She covered her mouth, heartbroken. This sentence came out so easily. Why hadn't she thought of it before? Now, when I think back to every scene in the past, it was Su Zhe who complained. According to Su Zhe, Sumu had done countless wrong things. They also believed in Su Zhe unconditionally and used cold violence against Sumu, beating and scolding him. Sometimes it can even be called abuse. Su Wanlu still remembers that at the beginning, Sumu always refuted and talked back. Sumu's face was very stubborn. He clenched his fists and said to her, "I won't admit to it even if I die. No matter how you hit me, I won't admit it. I'm upright and I stand tall. As a man, if I haven't done it, then I haven't done it." Sumu had just been brought here from the countryside. He was reserved and his body was shaking as he spoke these words. But he is so brave and his eyes are surprisingly bright. The more Su Wanlu saw him like this, the angrier she became. At that time, she felt that Su Mu was disobedient and dared to lie. She mocked Su Mu and slapped him in the face. "You dare to talk back after doing something like this? You should know your own identity and don't bully Brother Xiaoza as soon as you get here." Then those bright eyes immediately dimmed and became ashen. Su Wanlu often dreamed of those eyes. "Every time I dream about her, I feel scared and panic." She lost the brother who was kind to her, the brother who had a pure heart. Su Wanlu gritted her teeth and trembled, and finally sent a message to Su Mu. "I'm sorry, brother. I'm sorry I was wrong. I shouldn't have treated you like that before. I shouldn't have trusted Su Zhe and not you. I've seen everything now. Please, brother, let me see you again. Let me explain everything to you." Su Wanlu edited a long paragraph and made up her mind to send it. The result is still a big red exclamation mark. Sumu did not remove her from the blacklist. The scars of the past were already deep-rooted, and it was not possible for her to just apologize and pretend nothing had happened. Suze didn't expect to be rejected. He held the phone tightly. Why didn't everything go as he wished? Suze was extremely angry, and then told Zhang Yuning that Su Mu was safe and sound. His mother must have a way, definitely a way to kill Su Mu. Suze took a day off and went back to rest. The next day, Su Mu now, after all, Chi Fei is watching him covetously. Whenever he saw Su Mu, he would remember the pain of scalding the eggs that day. Sooner or later, he will take revenge. Su Mu is attending class seriously in the classroom. Other students also gave him the titles of King of Papers and God of Study. After all, their grades are so good, yet they are still studying. Shouldn't they be allowed to survive? After all, they're an aristocratic school. Everyone does it secretly. No one does it so openly. It makes them feel so pressured. Fortunately, they still have 2 physical education classes a week. I heard that all physical education classes in other schools have been suspended. Today they have a volleyball class. Wearing summer school uniform. The young and beautiful female students, wearing short-sleeved shirts and shorts, raise the volleyball high with laughter. Jiang Ruoying is undoubtedly very dazzling among them. She has a high ponytail and a bright smile, looking pure and sunny. Su Mu and she fought back and forth, and they talked and laughed. Suze's eyes turned red with jealousy, and he grabbed Lu Yiming and went on the court. "I'll play with you." Su Mu showed a disappointed expression. "Fight with me? I'm afraid I'll beat you to death." Suze raised his chin. "Are you saying this because you're afraid of losing to me? This is my strong point. Are you afraid?" Outside the school playground, a dark figure wrapped tightly in a baseball cap was wandering around, trying to find an opportunity to sneak into the school. Chapter 82. Stabbed the fake young master's kidney. Sumu heard him say this. He held the volleyball in his hand and slammed it hard to the ground. A deep pit appeared on the ground. Suze immediately took a few steps back, with a hint of fear in his eyes. He was only thinking about showing off and almost forgot that Sumu is no longer the same person he used to be. Sumu now. After all, he saw it clearly when Sumu beat Suze in the alley last time. Suze was a little scared and stepped back. He looked at Sumu and Jiang Ruoying standing together and got angry. "I won't fight with a barbarian like you. Jiang Ruoying, why don't we fight together?" Sumu hits people without thinking. If you hang out with such a violent person, he will beat you up sooner or later. There was another sentence he didn't say. After he was beaten yesterday, he immediately called Zhang Yuning to complain. Zhang Yuning comforted him that Su Mu would not live long, and since she failed to kill Su Mu the first time, she would kill him the second time. As long as Sumu died, it didn't matter even if Su Zhe's identity as an illegitimate child was exposed. After all, Su Tianxi only has this one son, and most of his future property will fall into Su Zhe's hands. Since they failed to kill Sumu, they kept an eye on him all the time and tried to create accidents. You can push him down from a tall building. You can find some desperado to kill him. You can poison him. It is also very easy to make a person disappear without anyone noticing. What's more, no one in the Su family cares about Sumu. Thinking of this, Su Zhe felt that he was superior to Sumu. Sumu will die sooner or later, so he doesn't bother with Sumu. Su Zhe, it seems you haven't learned how to shut up yet. Sumu sneered and looked at Su Zhe as if he were a clown. Son, Sumu's gaze failed BNP. Jiang Qingyao was wearing a black shirt and black pants, a mask, and a baseball cap. She stood behind the teaching building with a very gloomy look, staring at Su Zhe on the playground with a sinister look. Sumu recognized her, but did not say anything, just raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Jiang Qingyao, I finally waited for you. Ever since the last video and pictures were leaked, Jiang Qingyao applied for leave of absence from school. Everyone just discussed it briefly and put the matter behind them. Sumu, the other protagonist in this incident, didn't say anything, and they didn't want to gossip in front of the person involved. After Jiang Qingyao returned home from school, she wanted to contact her wealthy friends, but all of them turned their backs on her. Girls feel that hanging out with him lowers their self-worth. Not to mention the boys. At that banquet, they were all pointed at by their families and reminded not to get entangled with such girls, otherwise their reputation would definitely be ruined. Jiang Qingyao was devastated and went to look for Su Zhe, but she couldn't see him at all. The Su family's bodyguards threw her out of the door again and refused to let her in. Su Zhe clearly said that he wanted her to be his girlfriend and would marry her in the future. Fraud. Suzy is a liar. Sumu that night and contacted Liu Yiming as soon as she returned. Liu Yiming refused to release the video until Jiang Qingyao gave him 1,000 yuan, and only then did Liu Yiming admit that he was the one who released the video. And it was Su Zhe who asked him to let him out. Su Zhe also said that as long as Jiang Qingyao's reputation was ruined, he would never bother or harass him again. And he simply looked down upon a woman whose reputation was ruined. He wouldn't like someone like Jiang Qingyao, who had been seen naked by others. It would be best for Jiang Qingyao to drop out of school on her own and leave. Jiang Qingyao is not worthy of being with him at all. These were Su Zhe's original words. He really thought so. He also thought Jiang Qingyao was a fool. It's no longer of any use now, so it's best to kick it away. Jiang Qingyao suddenly went crazy. At that time, she still retained a bit of rationality. She also thought that Sumu liked her and might be able to clarify things for her. Anyway, a boy's reputation is not as important as a girl's reputation. That's what she thought. But Sumu ignored her, and his parents have now been kicked out by the Jiang family. It's all Jiang Ruoying's fault. It must be Jiang Ruoying who kicked her parents out. She never thought that it was because she was discovered stealing Jiang Ruoying's jewelry by the nanny at home. Annie told Jiang Ruoying's father. Jiang Ruoying's father fired her parents directly. Jiang Qingyao lost her source of income and could no longer live the same luxurious life as before. Now, even her dream of marrying into a wealthy family was shattered. And all this was because of Su Zhe. Su Zhe lied to her. At this moment, she has fallen into madness. Sumu watched Jiang Qingyao approaching, then turned around and took Jiang Ruoying's hand. The sun is too strong. Let's go rest for a while in the shade of the tree over there. Jiang Ruoying was a little confused as to why Sumu said that, and was thinking about teaching Su Zhe a lesson when they played volleyball later. Jiang Ruoying turned around and saw Jiang Qingyao walking towards them stealthily. She immediately understood Sumu's thoughts. Looking at the two holding hands, she smiled sweetly and followed Sumu to the shade of the tree. Sumu's hands are so big. Jiang Ruoying had some wild thoughts. The relationship between the two of them was becoming more and more ambiguous, but no one had broken the last layer of window paper. Maybe it's because both of them have concerns. Let's cherish the time we have together. Jiang Qingyao ran out from the darkness, with a hint of madness and hatred in her eyes. Why did Su Zhe destroy her? Su Zhe doesn't keep his word. If Su Zhe doesn't let her have an easy life, then she won't let Su Zhe go either. Jiang Qingyao rushed directly in front of Su Zhe, and Su Zhe almost didn't recognize Jiang Qingyao. After all, Jiang Qingyao was dressed sexy and hot before, but now she is wrapped tightly and looks crazy. Suze, I'm going to kill you. Jiang Qingya was heartbroken. She grabbed a knife in her hand and stabbed it into his stomach. Suze was startled and his whole body stiffened. He felt a pain in his stomach and blood spurted out. The red color flew directly onto Jiang Qingya's face. Jiang Qingya looked crazy, stabbing with a white knife and taking a red knife. Everyone around was stunned, and Lu Yiming was so frightened that he hid somewhere unknown. In the end, Suze pushed Jiang Qingya away. Jiang Qingya looked at the blood on her hands and smiled stupidly. Suze, if I can't live well, you can't live either. Ha 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 ha. People around her thought she had gone crazy. Some people quickly called the police, and some rushed to find teachers and security guards. Jiang Qingya fell to the ground. Suze, go to hell. Suze cried out of fear, and large amounts of blood gushed out. Sumu watched this scene quietly from a distance. Everyone around him was in a panic, but he was the only one who was calm as a wave, with a deep gaze. Zhang Yuning wanted to kill him, then let her son go to hell to explore the way first. People from the security department and the medical room arrived quickly, and they quickly stopped Suze's bleeding. Sumu looked at the blood on the ground and felt the pain in his arm nerves. That was the arm where blood was drawn. The needle was so thick and it hurt so much when it pierced the skin. Chapter 83. The Confrontation Between Two Sisters. I still remember that at that time Suze was diagnosed with a blood disease and needed blood transfusions at any time. At that time, he was taken to the hospital by Su Tianxi, who said it was voluntary blood donation and directly drew 400 milliliters from him. He was a little dizzy at the time and didn't pay much attention to it. As a result, Su Tianxi said it was not enough and asked for another bag. Then I was stopped by the doctor, who said that so much blood could not be drawn. Later, Su Tianxi took Sumu home and found a private doctor to draw blood at home. Sumu was unwilling, so he was beaten by Su Tianxi, and Zhang Yuding was crying there. He said that as an older brother, he should take care of his younger brother. As an older brother, how could he watch his younger brother get sick and not help him? When he is of no use, he is a slave servant. When he is useful, he is Su Ze's brother. It's ridiculous. Sumu could never forget the pain of having his blood drained from his body, the pain and despair of losing too much blood and being in a state of hypothermia. What made him even more numb was the family he had always longed for wanted to drain his blood for another person. His mother knelt on the ground, begging him to draw more blood. His father had someone hold him down and force his blood to be drawn. The flesh and blood that his grandparents had raised with so much effort was torn apart by these fang jackals and then given to Suze, who had always bullied him. I really hate it. Bags of blood were drawn from his body and then injected into Suze's body. His life gradually weakened, while Suze's life gradually became richer. The father and mother he longed for showed an ecstatic expression. Sumu thought of that scene. He clenched his jaw tightly, and a huge rage rose in his heart. That so-called home should be destroyed. Now looking at the blood flowing from Suze, a smile appeared on Sumu's lips. This was retribution. They drew his blood back then, and now Suze has to endure the same pain. If they want to kill him, then let them taste the excruciating pain first. Soon, Jiang Qingyao was also taken away by the police. Suze was also sent to the hospital. When Zhang Yuding received the call, she was completely stunned. What? Say it again. They said Ozawa was stabbed by someone. How is that possible? There came a positive answer. Zhang Yuding's eyes went dark, and she went to find Su Tianxi in panic. Husband, it's over. Our son was stabbed and is now in the hospital. The doctor said he lost too much blood and his condition is not good. Su Tianxi was driving with Zhang Yuning sitting next to him. The two had just had a big battle and were taking a break at halftime. Hearing this, Su Tianxi couldn't hold the cigarette in his hand steadily. Which hospital? Zhang Yuning's face was also full of anxiety. They soon arrived at the hospital entrance. Suze was sent to the operating room, and the doctor told him that the incision was very deep and the patient was bleeding too much, and his life was in danger. Zhang Yuning stumbled over in high heels, looking anxious and with messy hair. Seeing Zhang Yuning standing outside the operating room door, she rushed over and slapped her in the face. How do you look after children? The doctor said she would no longer be able to have children, and she only had this one son. When she heard the news that Suze was injured, she was more anxious than anyone else. Zhang Yuding was stunned and looked at Zhang Yuning in disbelief with her face covered. This bitch dares to hit her? Why did she hit her? What does it have to do with her if Xiaoze is injured? Zhang Yuding also slapped back with her backhand. Su Tianxi grabbed her wrist and said, "All right, can you please stop making trouble?" Chapter 84, I understood his feelings. Zhang Yuding's wrist was held tightly, and she couldn't move at all. She turned around and looked at Su Tianxi in disbelief. "Husband, why did you stop me? You just watched me get beaten by her." Su Tianxi let go of his hand and touched his nose guiltily, then angrily scolded Zhang Yuding. "I asked you to look after the child, but you couldn't even do it. Isn't it because of you that Xiaoze got hurt?" Zhang Yuding immediately became discouraged, put down her hands, covered her face, and burst into tears. She didn't know this would happen. How could Xiaoze be stabbed? What is going on? Su Tianxi asked the school teacher, standing next to him. The teacher was also very embarrassed when he saw this scene. Hearing this, he quickly spoke up. It was done today during physical education class by a classmate who had a grudge against him. The teacher couldn't understand it either. The two people seemed to have a good relationship. So why did they become like this just because of a disagreement? They all knew that Jiang Xingya had dropped out of school, but they didn't think it was Su Zhe's fault. Jiang Xingya has been arrested by the police. Don't worry, we will definitely give you an explanation, the teacher quickly assured. After hearing this, the three people's anger did not dissipate. Zhang Yuning walked back and forth anxiously in the corridor, and the sound of her high heels was very annoying. She complained as she walked, "Sister, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but can you take good care of Xiaoze? Xiaoze has been hospitalized several times in the past few days. Also, can you take good care of Sumu? Some time ago, Xiaoze was beaten by him and was hospitalized, but yesterday he bullied Xiaoze again at school. Sumu must have done this many times. As parents, can you be more careful?" Zhang Yuning started to complain, obviously blaming Zhang Yuding very much. Zhang Yuding was also feeling bad. She had originally thought that she would wait for Sumu to come home and then teach him a lesson. As a result, school has started now, but there is still no sign of Sumu. Not only that, he also bullied Ozawa in school. Although she was angry at Sumu for being ignorant, she couldn't stand what Zhang Yuning said. "Xiaoze is my son. What does it have to do with you? You little bastard, get away and don't show up in front of me." Zhang Yuding doesn't indulge her. Zhang Yuning's face changed, and he looked directly at Su Tianxi with a face full of grievance. Su Tianxi was really overwhelmed. Su Nanyang also hurried over with her second sister, mainly because her mother called her and told them to come over. Hearing that her aunt Zhang Yuning was also there, she hurried over with her sister. During this period, she thrived in the Su family's company and quickly gained the trust of the board of directors. At the same time, she was also spending money secretly to buy scattered shares of the Su family. At present, individual investors have bought nearly 5% of the shares. As long as she is given another year or two, she will definitely become the leader of the Su family company. By then, even if Su Zhe's identity was exposed, it would not threaten her position. "If you just hold on a little longer, you can tell your mother." Su Nanyang thought so, but she didn't expect the scene to be worse than she imagined. When Zhang Yuning was accused of being kept by a mistress, her expression changed immediately. She hated people using her identity to make trouble. This is a shame on her. "Sister, just because I call you sister, don't think you are superior to me. You're not as good as me in some aspects." Zhang Yuning spoke harshly. She turned her head and shed a few more tears, her expression pitiful. "It's not my fault that I was born. Sister, why do you treat me like this? Brother-in-law." Su Nanyang was immediately furious when she saw this scene as soon as she arrived. Zhang Yuning is quite good at pretending. He pretends to be so weak in front of his father, but in fact he does all kinds of bad things behind his father's back. Su Wanlu frowned and stepped forward to speak. "Why are you pretending? Your identity is not presentable to begin with." Su Tianxi quickly spoke up to defend Zhang Yuning. "What are you talking about, rude thing? She's your aunt. Show some respect." Su Wanlu closed her mouth in frustration. Zhang Yuning wiped her tears and faced the three sisters with a crying voice. "It's all my fault. My appearance has polluted your eyes." Su Tianxi criticized them even more harshly. "You've read so much that you've become a dog? You're being so unfilial to your aunt." Zhang Yuning turned around with a considerate look on his face and pulled Su Tianxi. "Brother-in-law, the children are still young. Just keep them under control. Don't talk about them like that." So Nanyan felt disgusted. If she hadn't had to consider her image in the hospital in front of so many people, she would have slapped him. But she felt that Zhang Yuning's figure was so familiar. She was a little dazed. It turned out that she had seen such a scene at home a long time ago. What Suze said, did, and even his expression were exactly the same as Zhang Yuning's. I seem to have seen such scenes in every corner of my home. It was always Sumu who did something wrong. Then Suze jumped out and pretended to be pitiful, saying that he didn't blame Sumu and that it was all his fault. Then these sisters would become even angrier and scold Sumu even more harshly. Sumu would always stubbornly argue, "I did nothing wrong. This was never my fault. I won't apologize." He is a rebellious person. Sumu like this, Sananyang felt extremely disgusted and thought he was difficult to discipline. Thinking about it now, it was the roar of a wronged person and the persistence of not wanting to compromise even when being falsely accused. Sananya now feels the same way. That feeling of being falsely accused. Sumu feels every time. Nausea, powerlessness, anger, grievance. Su Wanlu also realized it. She turned to look at her elder sister, her lips trembling. "Sister, we used to treat our own brother like this. Turns out, Suze did it on purpose every time. They are so blind." Su Nanyang also rarely refuted. At this time in the past, she would definitely say that Su Mu was pretending. Su Nanyang remembered the pen she had lost. Suze said it was stolen by Su Mu. She didn't seek verification, nor did she even let Su Mu say a few more words to defend himself. She beat Su Mu directly, thinking that he was a thief. Then they locked him in the cellar and starved him for 2 days. Su Nanyang was a little afraid to find out the truth. Her younger brother, who had been full of admiration for her, crawled out of the cellar that day and refused to look at her again. And those flowers. Her company was attacked by competitors at the time, and she felt very depressed for a while. During that period, she was in a bad temper and always got angry at Sumu when she got home. At that time, she had not yet developed such a relationship with the young star Lu Mingze. She has to maintain the image of a decisive and strong woman outside and be a sensible elder sister at home who can guide her younger siblings in their growth. She had nowhere to vent her stress. He often beat and scolded Sumu. Sumu always endured it silently and then comforted her that everything would be fine. She still remembered Su Mu's appearance as a teenager, and when she smiled, her eyes sparkled. "Sister, you are the most powerful person I have ever met. You can overcome all the obstacles in this world. If you can run one company successfully, you can run many companies successfully. You will definitely succeed. Even if you can't run a successful company, you are still my elder sister. No matter who you are still my elder sister. Big sister, I sincerely wish you all the best. If there is a God, I would pray that he would share half of my good fortune with my elder sister, so that her company can turn the crisis into safety. May her be happy forever." Chapter 85, She Lost the Most Precious Thing in the World. Su Nanyang still remembers these words clearly. At that time, she also heard Su Mu talking about the past in the orphanage. "Everyone at the orphanage is so nice, and I have my grandparents who tell me to be content with what I have. I have a father, a mother, and sisters now, and I am very happy because the books say that family love is beautiful, and the love of family is the greatest thing in the world. I come here, and I can have the greatest thing." Su Mu's words are still ringing in my ears. Su Nanyang didn't take it seriously at the time, but it sounds really ironic now. Su Nanyang returned to work the next day. From then on, she received a bouquet of flowers every morning. The person who sent the flowers knew that she valued quality, so he specially bought her favorite flowers. The blessings on those cards can be seen to be carefully handwritten. If you think about it carefully, the handwriting is exactly the same as Su Mu's. Su Nanyang was a little unsteady on her feet. She originally thought that she had no emotions, but now I suddenly felt a surge of regret in my heart. In the same situation as Su Mu, she could understand Su Mu's feelings better. She couldn't imagine what kind of mentality Su Mu had when facing them, her sisters. At that time, they were definitely as confused about right and wrong as Su Tianxi and as hateful as Zhang Yuning. Su Nanyang leaned against the wall and took a heavy breath. She had lost a young man whose heart and eyes were filled with her. She lost a good brother who always believed in her and encouraged her. And she threw all of this away with her own hands. For the sake of an illegitimate child, they abandoned their beloved brother. Su Nanyang felt a chill all over her body and felt a little more disgusted with Su Tianxi and Zhang Yuning opposite her. Su Nanyang pressed her temples tightly and stared at Zhang Yuning opposite her. "This is our family's business. You are not welcome here." Zhang Yuding also quickly came to her eldest daughter and asked her to make the decision for her. Su Tianxi hates others challenging his authority, especially his children. Su Nanya, how can you talk like that? He shouted angrily. Zhang Yuding hooked the hair next to her charming face and said, "Brother-in-law, don't be angry. I won't argue with the child." Su Nanyang was so angry that she felt depressed and uncomfortable. I thought of Sumu again, and all kinds of feelings came to my mind. At this time, the doctor hurried out of the operating room and asked, "Who among you is the patient's family member?" Zhang Yuding quickly squeezed over, and Su Nanyang couldn't hold her back. Su Tianxi and Zhang Yuding also squeezed over. Only Su Nanyang and Su Wanlu stood a little further away. The two people had different expressions, but they were thinking the same thing. As for Su Zhe, they no longer care about him. The doctor glanced at them, frowned when he thought of the patient's blood loss. The patient is in urgent need of O-type Rh-negative blood. This blood type is very rare. Our hospital blood bank doesn't have enough blood. We need someone to donate blood. Hearing about this rare blood type, Zhang Yuding quickly turned her gaze to Su Tianxi. "I have type A blood." Su Tianxi felt very troubled and a little irritated. "I am type B blood, and none of my 3 daughters have type O blood." Zhang Yuding bit his lip, staring at the people looking back and forth, very anxious. "I have type B blood." The doctor listened to their words and raised his head in disbelief. "You have so many relatives, and not one has the same blood type as him." Su Tianxi suddenly had an idea. There was a person whose blood type was the same as Xiao's. He almost forgot about it. He almost forgot the purpose of bringing Sumu back. There's someone whose blood type matches. Sumu. Sumu has this blood type. Chapter 86. The mother knows the true identity of the illegitimate child. Zhang Yuning's face lit up with joy. "Great! Xiaoza is saved. Hurry and get him to the hospital." Su Zhe was injured suddenly and is now receiving treatment in a hospital next to the school. Sumu obliged smoothly. Zhang Yuding also breathed a sigh of relief. But then she remembered Sumu's stubborn and indifferent look when he left home, and she couldn't help but feel a little worried. What if Sumu doesn't want to? Sumu doesn't like Xiaoza and might even watch him die without helping him. Her son is the most cold-blooded. "If he won't even call me mom, how can you expect him to do anything else?" Su Tianxi sneered. "That's not up to him." Su Wanlu listened to the conversation between the 3 of them, her body shaking. "No, we are already very sorry to Sumu. Dad, Mom, please listen to my advice. Sumu hates us very much, and there is no way he would give Su Zhe a blood transfusion. Doesn't he love you sisters the most? If you go to him and cry and make a scene, he'll give in." Su Tianxi sneered at Sumu. Su Wanlu thought that Sumu was unwilling to give her cancer prescription, let alone give Su Zhe a blood transfusion. "I'm not going." Su Wanlu refused. Su Nanyang also shook her head. "I won't go either. It will be better to get blood from another hospital. Other hospitals take at least 4 hours to prepare blood, which is not enough time. The patient must receive a blood transfusion within 3 hours. Otherwise, his life may be in danger." The doctor heard their noise and raised his voice so that they could all hear. "We tried our best, but the wound was very deep, about 7 or 8 centimeters, and it was caused by stabbing it in and moving upwards. It can be sutured, but the blood loss is too much, so I asked people from other hospitals to transfer blood as soon as possible. There's no guarantee he'll arrive within the allotted time. If you know someone with this blood type, get him here as soon as possible." After the doctor finished speaking, he turned and went into the operating room. When Zhang Yuding heard that her life was in danger, she felt like the sky was falling. Her legs went weak, and she almost fell to the ground. "No, I must save my son." Zhang Yuding stood up, her expression becoming stronger. Zhang Yuding was also very anxious. "Then we can only find Sumu first. We must get him to come over." Su Tianxi made a phone call and shouted, "Go to the school now and bring that rebellious son over. You have to beat him even if you don't want to." Zhang Yuding hurriedly trotted after him. The 2 of them were very fast and soon reached the door. Zhang Yuding also hurried over. If Sumu didn't want to, at worst, she would kneel down for him. Sumu can't possibly deny her as his mother, right? Su Wanlu saw her mother running around for Su Zhe, the illegitimate son, and even had to look for Sumu. She was really a little broken. She couldn't keep it a secret any longer, or she would die. She would die of guilt. "Sister, I can't hide this for you anymore. Mama's already like that. If this continues, everything will be over." Su Wanlu was so angry that her stomach hurt. She pressed it with her hands and pleaded to Su Nanyang in a low voice. Sister, tell Mom the truth. If you don't tell Mom now, Mom will definitely hate us in the future. And Brother Sumu, we've already let him down enough. If we keep hiding this, Brother Sumu won't come home. If we tell Mom, maybe we can get him back. After Su Wanlu finished speaking, she made up her mind, turned around, and caught up with Zhang Yuding. Su Nanya did not stop. Let's take it one step at a time. This matter really can't be kept secret any longer. Fortunately, she has acquired some shares, which is considered some gain. Su Wanlu grabbed Zhang Yuding and said, Mom, I want to tell you something. Zhang Yuding was so anxious that she slapped her hand away. What's the matter? Xiao's matter is the most urgent thing now. I have to go find Sumu and ask him to give his brother a blood transfusion. Mom, Su Zhe is the son of Dad and Annie. Don't go looking for Brother Sumu. Wake up. Su Wanlu grabbed Zhang Yuding, her voice hurried but clear. These words were like a thunderclap in the clear sky, shocking Zhang Yuding so much that she couldn't recover. Here I come. Here comes the 5th update. The keyboard is smoking from typing. Balls. Small gifts are coming. Chapter 87. Raising a son for the mistress. She suspected that there was something wrong with her ears, because Su Zhe was clearly the child adopted from the orphanage by her husband and her. How did it become my husband and Zhang Yuning's child? Su Wanlu looked at her stunned mother and couldn't help sobbing. Mom, can you please stop running around for Su Zhe? He's a bastard. Zhang Yuding's face was pale. For a moment, there was no other sound in the hospital corridor except Su Wanliu's sobbing. It was so quiet that it was terrifying. Zhang Yuding took a half step back and shook her head desperately. I don't believe it. Are you lying to me? How is that possible? Xiaoza, this is obviously my child. I raised him to this age, so I am his mother. Zhang Yuding simply couldn't believe how Su Tianxi and Zhang Yuning could be together. Zhang Yuning is her half-sister. No matter what, she didn't believe that her husband would get together with Zhang Yuning. Su Wanlu stared at her mother's disbelief and couldn't help but cover her face. If she hadn't gotten the paternity test report, she wouldn't have believed that her beloved brother Ozawa was actually the product of their father's infidelity. And they actually put so much effort into such an illegitimate child. They even turned their backs on their own brothers because of this. Wanlu, are you lying to Mom? You're lying to me, right? Zhang Yuding screamed, suddenly pushed Su Wanlu away, looked at the door of the treatment room, and rushed over. Ozawa. I don't believe it. Ozawa. The nurse next to her hurriedly stopped her, and Su Nanyang and Su Wanlu also quickly grabbed Zhang Yuding and pulled her to the chair next to her. It's true. There's an appraisal report, Mom. Calm down. Sumu had sent her before on her mobile phone. The voices of Su Tianxi and Zhang Yuning rang out clearly in the space. Zhang Yuding was heartbroken and felt as if her brain was being pricked by needles. She wished she could faint. If you faint, you won't have to endure this unacceptable truth. Mom, Dad said he would leave all his property to Su Zhe, and he would kill our younger brother Sumu. Su Wanliu's voice was trembling as she suddenly thought of the last time her 4th sister told her that Sumu had been in a car accident. This strange car accident could be planned by Dad? Su Wanlu felt cold all over and her pupils dilated. No. She didn't dare think about it anymore. Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. No matter what, Sumu is still his father's son. Dad shouldn't be so cruel. Zhang Yuding didn't come back to her senses for a long time. Her face was numb and her eyes showed a bit of madness. She has been devoting herself to this family for so many years and treats Su Zhe as her own son. I wish I could give all the good things to Su Zhe. When she first took Su Zhe back, all her guilt towards Su Mu and her joy at getting her child back were transformed into pampering towards Su Zhe. How grateful she was to God at that time for giving her such a lovely child. She lost Su Mu, but she gained another more well-behaved child. She thought it was God's mercy to her. Zhang Yuding thought of the time when she just brought Sumu back home. Su Zhe was so upset that he couldn't eat. Afraid of being abandoned, he locked himself in the room and refused to come out. At that time, in order to pay attention to Su Zhe's mood, she ignored Sumu and let the servants arrange everything for Sumu. She stayed by Ozawa's side the whole time, comforting him that she would not abandon her own son even if he came back. She told Su Zhe at that time that he would always be a child of the Su family. It's so funny to think about it now. Su Zhe is indeed a child of the Su family. It's just the child her husband had out of wedlock. Zhang Yuding burst into tears and pounded the wall with her fists, wishing she could bang her head against it and die. She actually raised someone else's son as her own for more than 10 years. It had to be that bitch. It had to be that bitch Zhang Yuning. And Su Tianxi. When Su Tianxi married her, he vowed to treat her well for the rest of his life. Zhang Yuning's heart felt like it was pierced by several big holes, and she was in excruciating pain. No wonder Su Zhe was injured, and that bitch Zhang Yuning was so worried. No wonder when Su Zhe needed a blood transfusion, they couldn't wait to find Sumu to draw blood. No wonder Zhang Yuning, who has always been indifferent to their family affairs, is so attentive. Suze. Suzy is her offspring. Zhang Yuning sat there with a sorrowful look on her face and suddenly asked, "Does Suze know about this?" For a moment, neither sister spoke. Su Nanya pursed her lips and said, "Mom, we don't know either. Suze may be innocent, but he may also know about this. Should I tell my uncle about this?" "Mom, the Su family's property cannot be left to an illegitimate child." Su Nanya sat next to Zhang Yuting and patted her hands. "If these properties are given to an illegitimate child, we will have nothing in the future." Zhang Yuting just remained silent. Sumu's face and then Su Zhe's face flashed through her mind. For so many years, she has been raising a child for her mistress. She wants to strangle Zhang Yuning to death. Su Wanlu also spoke beside her, her voice bitter. "Mom, Sumu is your biological son and our biological brother. Let your brother come back. We are all sorry for him. We really are sorry for him." Su Wanlu still has a huge desire in her heart, hoping that her brother can return to the family. Then they became a loving family. She is willing to make amends if her brother is willing. Her stomach cancer is at risk of recurring at any time, and now only her brother Sumu can save her. But she no longer forced it. If her brother is willing, she will treat him. If he is not willing, she will not treat him. She made so many mistakes. Zhang Yuting had been crying silently, and her well-maintained face instantly looked a little more haggard. "Sumo, I'm afraid he doesn't recognize us. And why doesn't he recognize me?" Zhang Yuting simply couldn't let it go. It was only natural for a son to respect his parents. She hadn't done anything excessive, so why didn't Sumu recognize her? She still didn't know the reason. But after hearing what her eldest daughter said, she didn't say anything for a long time. Go to the children's uncle to make the decision? But this matter was so embarrassing that she was too embarrassed to talk about it. "We must not let Zhang Yuning have an easy time. I'll talk to your uncle and ask him to kick Zhang Yuning out of the company and kick him out of the Su family." Zhang Yuting spoke angrily. Her brothers would definitely stand on her side and kick Zhang Yuning out directly when the time comes. Then are we just going to let them draw brother Su Mu's blood? Su Wanlu turned her head and looked at the flickering light above the treatment room, feeling a surge of panic in her heart. Zhang Yuting didn't know what to do. Did Suze know who his parents were? She had raised him for so many years and had already developed feelings for him. Now she was asked to watch someone die without helping. She couldn't do it. Sumu isher biological son. Su Wanlu saw the look on Zhang Yuting's face, and a chill ran down her neck. "Mom, you wouldn't want to use your own son's blood to save a bastard, would you?" Chapter 88, The Father-Son Relationship Vanishes. Zhang Yuting didn't say anything, and after a while she slowly spoke. "I just thought Ozawa might not know." Zhang Yuting didn't know what she was thinking and couldn't continue talking. She hated but couldn't let go of the feelings she once gave. How come Suze is Zhang Yuning's child? And Sumu is her only biological son, but she missed the opportunity to educate him. "Mom!" Su Wanlu screamed and cried loudly, feeling so uncomfortable that she almost died. It turned out that none of them took Sumu seriously. Otherwise, how could their mother say such things? Otherwise, why would Mom hesitate? Sumu did in the past was really not worth it. Su Wanlu shook her head. "We can't make mistakes like this anymore. We really can't make mistakes like this anymore." Su Nanyang didn't say anything, slowly stood up and lit a lady's cigarette. Just as she lit the cigarette, she saw a no-smoking sign next to it, so she put it out with her backhand. "Mom, our family cannot recognize Su Zhe as an illegitimate child." Su Nanyang thought a lot and finally felt that Su Zhe could not stay in the Su family. Sumu is better not to come back. This is the best ending. It is enough for the Su family to have Su Nanyang as the sole pillar of support. No need for others to share the cake. Zhang Yuting just closed her eyes tiredly. Tears kept flowing. Her eyes were swollen like walnuts, and her heart was filled with blood. She almost vomited blood. She didn't know what to do either. She could only ask her brothers for help. and she wanted to ask Su Tianxi why he treated her like this. She raised someone else's child for more than 10 years. She doesn't even care this much about her own children. Can't all her hard work over the past decade be wasted? Su Tianxi and Zhang Yuning have been having an affair under his nose for so many years. She's such a complete idiot. If possible, she really wanted to strangle Zhang Yuning to death. Suze, it would be better if Suze didn't know all this. If he knew, Zhang Yuning stopped imagining. She couldn't imagine. Impossible. Ozawa is not that kind of person. Ozawa definitely doesn't know. Mom, we owe brother Sumu. We can't let dad and aunt draw his blood. Su Wanlu didn't know what her elder sister and mother were hesitating about. This sentence woke Zhang Yuning up. If Zhang Yuning drew Su Mu's blood, it would be like stepping on her face. Let's go to school. We can't let that bitch Zhang Yuning succeed. Zhang Yuning grabbed Su Nanyang with trembling hands. The three of them also rushed towards the school. And on the other side, Su Tianxi and Zhang Yuning had already arrived at the school gate. Behind Su Tianxi were 3 or 4 strong men and a family doctor. This is a preparation to prevent Su Mu from not cooperating. No matter what, we must save Ozawa today. Zhang Yuning's eyes were filled with tears. Brother-in-law, you must save Xiaoza. He's our only son. Brother-in-law, you know that I have always been in poor health. I am weak and can no longer give birth. I only have this one child. Even if I die, my son must live. Zhang Yuning hugged Su Tianxi's arm and cried tears and snot. Su Tianxi quickly patted her shoulder to comfort her. Sister Ning, don't worry. I'll protect you and our child. Xiaoza will definitely be fine. Zhang Yuning felt very relieved. She just said this to test whether Su Tianxi would be soft-hearted towards Sumu. Last time, she asked Su Tianxi to work with her to design a car accident to kill Sumu. But who knows if he will regret it now. After all, the two people are related by blood. After the test, just now, Zhang Yuning smiled proudly in his heart. The only son in Su Tianxi's heart is Su Zhe. Only Su Zhe can inherit the Su family's property. When such a serious incident occurred in Su Mu's class, the physical education class was suspended and everyone was asked to go back to the classroom to study on their own. The head teacher should deal with this matter all day today. The students had a rare break, and their faces were full of gossip as they discussed the stabbing of Su Zhe just now. Sumu was playing with a pen spinner in one hand and turning the pages of a book with the other, reading it casually. You're already familiar with these knowledge points, so review them a few more times to deepen your impression. He looked so relaxed, as if he didn't care about Su Zhe at all. Sumu, did you know she would do this? Jiang Ruoying spoke softly from the side. She was pulled aside by Su Mu at that time, and it seemed as if Su Mu had expected it. Su Mu was a little worried that the two of them would be accidentally injured, so he pulled Jiang Ruoying aside. I've seen Jiang Qingya sneaking around there for a long time, but I didn't expect her to take action. Su Mu gave a faint smile, looking as if he knew nothing about it. He also didn't want Jiang Ruoying to know the dark side of his heart. This was indeed his design. Half of his heart is warm and the other half is cold. When faced with people who are worth his efforts, he will protect them. When dealing with enemies, we must be as ruthless as the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. He originally just wanted to sever ties with the Su family and live in peace. But those people in the Su family just wanted to kill him. Then don't blame him for being ruthless. Jiang Ruoying was also a little scared. I'm glad you're okay. Su Zhe deserves it. She prayed silently in her heart, praying that Su Zhe would not be able to recover for a while. It seems a bit bad to think this way, but who made him bully Su Mu? Sister Xiaoyu said there's a comic book signing event on Saturday and asked us to go help out. Come pick me up then. Jiang Ruoying remembered another thing. Sister Xiaoyu's comics have been published, and there will be a book signing event on Saturday. There are no staff members needed, but there are 2 comic protagonists missing. Sister Xiaoyu asked them to make a guest appearance. Okay. Sumu also remembered this matter. The 2 people did not mention Su Zhe's injury at all. After all, he was an unimportant person. Sumu thought that the knife had stabbed him deep enough, and if he didn't die, it would at least cost him half his life. I wonder what expressions the Su family members would have at this moment. Sumu, come out. Su Tianxi finally found the class where Su Mu was and shouted angrily at the door, calling out to Su Mu. The sound attracted everyone's attention. The classmates looked outside and saw 4 or 5 people blocking the door. The monitor wearing glasses was smarter and slipped out through the back door to find the teacher. These people don't look like good people. Sumu frowned and looked outside. Why was Su Tianxi here? Then he saw a familiar face among the group of people outside. In an instant, Sumu clenched his fists and his eyes became deep. It was the family doctor who drew his blood. Haha, does Su Tianxi want me to be Su Zhe's blood bag like before? Sumu sat in his seat without moving, looking coldly at Su Tianxi, who was standing at the door with an anxious look on his face. Zhang Yuning was standing behind Su Tianxi, and his face was also full of anxiety. It seems that it is really for Su Zhe. Sumu fiddled with his phone, turned on the camera, and handed it to Jiang Ruoying. Ruoying, no matter what happens, record all. Su Tianxi still wanted to draw his blood like before. Absolutely impossible. He doesn't want a family like this. Su Tianxi couldn't wait any longer. Ignoring the gazes of so many students, he walked straight into the classroom and reached out to grab Sumu's arm to pull him out. Sumu stood up suddenly, pushed the desk forward, and kicked it. Chapter 89, I've already broken my bones. Su Tianxi was caught off guard and was kicked in the stomach. He took a few steps back and held onto the table because he had not exercised for many years. Then he felt angry. As a father, he was kicked by his son. It's so fucking embarrassing. He stared at Sumu in anger. You rebellious son, how dare you hit me? You are such a rebel. He is the absolute authority in the family, and no one has ever dared to treat him like this. Sumu has been submissive ever since he was brought back. Su Tianxi looked down on his son. He brought Sumu back because Su Zhe discovered a hidden blood disease during a physical examination and would most likely need a large amount of blood in the future. Only then did Su Tianxi think of a reason to bring Sumu back. At home, he also allowed Su Zhe to frame Sumu and bully Sumu. In his opinion, Su Zhe inherited his temper and personality. Sumu's son, who is obviously a waste, doesn't seem like his own son at all. Only children born to the woman you love most have good genes. As for Sumu, he is not worthy of inheriting the family business and property. It is Sumu's blessing that he can now give blood to Xiaoza. He didn't expect that his son, who had always been submissive, would dare to resist him in front of so many people. He took a few deep breaths and calmed down. Sumu cannot be taken away in front of so many people. Otherwise, if something happens to Sumu in the future, public opinion will definitely put pressure on him. He forced a few smiles. Sumu, I'm your father. How can a father and son hold grudges overnight? I want to talk to you. Come out. Sumu stood there, crossed his arms, and smiled. Let's talk about it here if you have anything to say. Also, we're just strangers. Don't claim any relatives. Sumu was not polite at all. He knew this old fox and was usually very good at disguise. If Su Zhe had not been in urgent need of blood and had not forced Su Tianxi into a corner, Su Tianxi would probably have been thinking of kidnapping him home without anyone noticing and then drawing his blood. Looking at so many people around, Su Tianxi whispered, Sumu, I'm your father. You have to listen to me. Come out quickly. His voice was already filled with anger. Sumu stood still. The way he looked at Su Tianxi was like looking at a clown. Su Tianxi gave a look to the people behind him, and they also came into the classroom, apparently wanting to forcefully pull Sumu out. Chi Fei also quickly stood up and stood in front of Sumu. I also called a few people. What do you want to do? You want to beat up students in school? Sumu spoke calmly. Several people paused and turned back to wait for Su Tianxi's instructions. Zhang Yuning couldn't wait any longer and ran into the classroom from the door, crying with tears in her eyes and red and swollen eyes. Sumu, I'm kneeling down for you. Please save your brother. Your brother was just injured and is bleeding heavily in the hospital. He needs you to donate a little blood to him. You wouldn't be so cruel as to watch him die without helping him, would you? He's your brother after all. Zhang Yuning was sobbing, but his voice was very clear. Every word he said accused Sumu of disregarding family ties and human ethics. While she was crying, she was paying attention to Sumu's expression. She was putting pressure on Sumu. If Sumu doesn't agree, Sumu's image in school will be ruined. Not only that, this matter can also be spread, letting everyone know that Sumu is a cold-blooded and selfish person. Sumu to inherit the property in the future. The most urgent task now is to let Sumu give Xiaoza a blood transfusion. Zhang Yuning is very good at using this method. Sumu stared at the crying Zhang Yuning and had to say that the mother and son were really of the same blood. He is an absolute master at using this method. The other students around were all scared. It turned out that they came here for Sumu's blood. They always saw Su Zhe bullying Sumu. Moreover, Su Zhe often ordered Sumu around and before that, they didn't even know that they were brothers. Suze said that Sumu was his study companion. At that time, they thought Sumu was a servant child, who knew that Suyin was also a child of the Su family. Suddenly, no one in the class spoke. Zhang Yuning saw that no one supported her. Her eyes darkened, and she pulled Su Tianxi and started crying. Sumu, although your brother did something wrong, he is still young after all. You have the same blood, and you are a family. So how can you be so cold-blooded and cruel? The injury is inflicted on the son, but the pain is felt by the father. Do you really want your father to kneel down for you? Zhang Yuning covered her face and cried. Several classmates who came from happy families showed expressions of pity on their faces. Some even whispered, "After all, we are a family. Is Sumu really not willing to save us at all? How can this be family? This is simply an enemy. Sumu is indeed a bit cold-blooded. I really can't imagine being in the same class with such a cold-blooded person." There was some whispering around. Jiang Ring said to the person over there angrily and coldly, "Shut up. Don't comment on things you don't know about. If you want to be a good person, then go to the hospital and donate blood now." This was the first time that Jiang Ruoying was so strict with her classmates, even angry. They immediately shut up. Since they were young, their families have taught them to protect themselves and not to donate blood. Moreover, I felt very embarrassed when I was confronted by the goddess of school. Sumu didn't take those words to heart. He just looked at Zhang Yuning sarcastically. Then kneeled down. I'm in a good mood, and maybe I can even reward him. The two men's expressions froze instantly. They had never expected Sumu to say such a thing. Why don't you kneel down? I'm ready. Sumu smiled lazily and sat casually on the desk, facing the two of them. He looked as if he was really ready to accept the two men's kneeling worship. You actually want me to kneel? You disobedient son. What a disobedient son. Su Tianxi really couldn't stand it anymore. He was provoked by his useless son again and again. He now wished he could strangle Sumu to death. Don't call me that anymore, rebellious son. I don't dare to be your son. If I become your son, I will die. You gave birth to me, but didn't raise me, so I don't owe you anything. I have even repaid you for giving me life. Do you remember my hand that day? You broke the bones there with your own hands. My blood and flesh have been returned to you. You are not worthy of being a father or even a man. Sumu stared at the strange man in front of him and spoke word by word. Is a man who wants to kill him worthy of being a father? Sumu never imagined that the bottom line of evil was so low, and the family affection and fatherly love he longed for was so pathetic. In the past, Lineza took out his bones to repay his father, so he will break his bones to repay his relatives. Is there any father in this world who doesn't love his son? Sumu didn't know, but he knew that his father only loved another son. Sumu said made Su Tianxi take a few steps back, holding his chest, his hands trembling. As a son, it's only natural for you to listen to me. I gave birth to you, so you have to obey me. Now follow me to save your brother. Su Tianxi slammed the table. Zhang Yuning, who was standing next to him, felt his knees go weak, and he knelt down. Time was running out, and his son must not be in any danger. She knelt down and forced Sumu, and she didn't believe that Sumu could still hold on. Sumu, I'm begging you. I'm begging you on behalf of your parents. Please save your brother. Zhang Yuning knelt there and cried. Chapter 90, I kneel down to you. Everyone was stunned and turned to observe Sumu's expression. Make an elder kneel to him? This is too fucking brave and too fucking against the moral principles and ethics. Sumu didn't expect that she would actually kneel down. It is said that a shameless person is invincible. Zhang Yuning is so shameless. Sumu grabbed Zhang Yuning and said, You are so bold towards Suze? Is he your son? Sumu knew the truth, but still asked deliberately, just to see the guilty expressions of the two people. Sure enough, Zhang Yuning stopped crying and looked at Sumu in panic. Sumu threw her aside, as if there was something dirty on his hands. His tone was cold and decisive. Kneeling is useless. Whether he is dead or alive has nothing to do with me. Zhang Yuning tried every possible means, but was unable to shake Sumu. I suddenly realized that Sumu would not change his mind. Su Tianxi was also very angry. He quickly helped Zhang Yuning up, his face full of heartache. Sumu, you have to go even if you don't want to. Su Tianxi finally stopped pretending. He finally saw clearly that Sumu didn't care about blood ties at all. Now only tough measures can make Sumu compromise. He waved his hand and told the few people he had brought with him, Bring him out quickly. They came up and attacked without saying anything. Su Tianxi, Think carefully about where this place is. If you use force, you will be ruined. Sumu looked at the people surrounding him and spoke to Su Tianxi, who was angry. Su Tianxi sneered twice. Sumo, do you think I am afraid? You, a greenhorn, still want to threaten me? My connections and methods are beyond your reach. Su Tianxi felt like he was listening to a joke. Sumu is his son. No matter how outrageous his actions are, he can always make excuses for them. Sumu, a powerless young man, wants to resist? He was just teaching his son a lesson, and others could only say a few words if they didn't like it. Sumu directly grabbed the hand of one of them and twisted it with his backhand, and the man let out a wail. Chi Fei also joined the fight with a few thugs and started pushing and shoving these people. The students all ran out in fear. At this time, Zhang Yuding, Su Nanyang, and Su Wanlu also hurried out of the classroom. Seeing the scene inside, Su Wanlu covered her mouth in disbelief. What is Dad doing? Zhang Yuding looked over and immediately saw Zhang Yuding curled up in Zhang Tianxi's arms, looking weak. Zhang Yuding was furious and rushed in, grabbed Zhang Yuding's hair, and slapped her hard in the face. She had no place to vent the hatred in her heart, and she yelled, Zhang Yuding, you bitch, I'll beat you to death. Zhang Yuding had completely lost her composure and had thrown all her previous manners out the window. Her heart was filled with anger at being insulted, and she wanted to kill Zhang Yuding in front of her. Zhang Yuding cried out, and before he could react, he was slapped several more times, and even the prosthesis in his nose was almost bent. She hurriedly hid behind Su Tianxi. Help, brother-in-law, help! Su Tianxi pushed Zhang Yuding and said, What are you doing, you bitch? You're embarrassing yourself. Zhang Yuding's hair, which she had tied up so carefully, was now in a mess. She looked at Su Tianxi with great heartache, tears streaming down her face. Finally, Su Nanya came over and pulled her mother over. She looked at the chaos in the classroom and frowned. Stop it right now. Sumu was not injured in the melee. They were just trying to arrest people, not to fight. Sumu deeput. This kid has some skills. If they really fight, it's hard to say who will win or lose. Zhang Yuding was still crying. Sumu looked at the expressions on these people's faces and immediately understood. It seems that they have already told Zhang Yuding that Su Zhe is an illegitimate child. Otherwise, how could Zhang Yuding, who always treated Su Zhe as a pain in the ass, be willing to leave the hospital? Even if he leaves the hospital, he will probably kneel down and force himself to donate blood to Su Zhe like in his previous life. Now she didn't do that. Instead, she rushed up and hit Zhang Yuding. He must have known the truth. Su Mu decided to go to the corridor to resolve these matters. Su Tianxi stared at his wife in dissatisfaction. Zhang Yuding, what are you crazy about? Why did you hit your sister? I don't acknowledge her as my sister. She's the mistress's child. Zhang Yuding roared. Zhang Yuding cried even more sadly, and Su Tianxi quickly patted her back to comfort her. Zhang Yuding, that's enough. You should be here for Xiaozi too, right? Su Mu is very uncooperative now. If this continues, Xiaozi's life will be in danger. Can you distinguish the priorities? Stop bothering your sister and convince Su Mu first. Zhang Yuding's heart sank. Su Tianxi said this so lightly. The child she and he had was not worth mentioning in his mouth. He was extremely worried about Zhang Yuding and his child. This obvious preference almost suffocated her. Zhang Yuding wanted to question Su Tianxi immediately. Why did he do that? Why did he cheat? Why did he get involved with Zhang Yuding? She hates it so much. It also seemed that he had a bit more hatred towards Su Zhe. When she was in the hospital, she still felt that Su Zhe was somewhat innocent. Now when she saw Zhang Yuning's face, she suddenly remembered that Su Zhe's eyebrows and eyes were a bit like Zhang Yuning. She was about to collapse. She slapped herself and cried breathlessly. Sumu was frightened by Zhang Yuding. She hit him so hard. Su Nanyang quickly grabbed her wrist and said, Mom, calm down. Before she came, she told her mother not to quarrel with her husband, and it would be better to discuss family matters behind closed doors. Zhang Yuding also agreed. As a result, she couldn't control herself when she saw this couple. After hearing what her eldest daughter said, she calmed down a little. Su Tianxi, you want to use your own son's blood to save that son who is not related to you by blood? Impossible. Zhang Yuding said this with red eyes. At this moment, she completely understood. No matter how innocent Su Zhe is, he is still Zhang Yuning's child. Su Mu is still her child. She couldn't possibly use her own child's blood to save Zhang Yuning's child. On the contrary, the more painful Zhang Yuning was, the happier she was. Hearing this, Su Tianxi was surprised. Nonsense. Suze is our child too. He's still lying in the operating room. You're making him feel heartbroken. Su Tianxi felt that Zhang Yuding was really crazy. Zhang Yuding has raised Su Zhe as her own son for many years. Su Wanlu slowly walked to Su Mu's side. Brother, don't worry. We won't use your blood to save him. Su Nanya frowned and looked at her father. Su Zhe is just an adopted child and has no blood relationship with us. Su Mu is our biological brother. We can't do this. Compared with Su Zhe, Su Mu is their brother from the same mother, and Su Mu is also easier to control than Su Zhe. She turned to look at Su Mu. Su Mu, don't worry. We won't let Dad do that. Su Mu felt that everything in front of him was very interesting, both interesting and ironic. I have never seen them so attentive in my previous life. Then I should thank you too? Su Mu looked at their enlightened expressions, and his heart did not soften at all. He doesn't want this so-called belated family affection. No, this is what should be done. Su Anliu hurriedly spoke to Sumu. Chapter 91, It is impossible to forgive you. Su Anliu was said. Sumu, you're our only biological brother. I hope you can come home and live with us. I will definitely make it up to you. Sumu heard these words. He felt as sick as if he had eaten a fly. Shut up now. Did you just find out today that I'm your biological brother? You only thought of me after you got sick, and that's why you keep posting to me. You know what you are thinking. Don't tell me to go back. It will make me want to beat you up. Sumu didn't appreciate it. It wasn't the first day these people knew that he was their biological brother. There were countless opportunities in between. They could have regretted, could have chosen not to cover up for Suze, and could not have trusted Suze. However, they made the wrong choice every time. No one in this world will stand still and wait for anyone else. Sumu would not show any mercy just because they spoke up for him, because they're the same people as Su Tianxi. Sumu will not forgive anyone. Su Wanliu's face became paler and paler. Su Tianxi, get out of the school now and don't disturb us from studying. Sumu raised his middle finger at Su Tianxi. You. Su Tianxi rushed up and wanted to hit him. This unfilial son is really going against the will of heaven. Sumu grabbed his wrist without hesitation and pushed hard, and Su Tianxi was pushed half out. The tailbone of his spine hit the ground hard, and he let out a scream. Zhang Yuning hurried to help him and looked at the time anxiously. More than an hour has passed. What about my son's life? At this time, the teacher and the security team downstairs hurried over, accompanied by several plainclothes policemen. When a conflict occurred here, the teacher did not dare to step forward and could only call for help. Now we have finally arrived. The class teacher, Wang Daji, is still in the hospital, and a math teacher, who usually suffers from social anxiety, is now in charge of the class. Sumu and his class. Sumu, hurry up. Tell me what's going on. Who are these people? Behind the math teacher was a security guard holding an explosion-proof fork and 2 or 3 plainclothes police officers. Su Tianxi's face looked ugly. He stood up holding his waist. He was so embarrassed that he brought shame to his grandmother. Hello, I'm Sumu's father. I had something to ask him today, but I accidentally made a scene. It's not a big deal. It's just our family affair. Su Tianxi forced a few smiles. Is that so? The plainclothes policeman came over and asked Sumu. Sumu showed a look of panic. That's not true. He brought people to beat me up and threatened to draw my blood dry. Please protect me. Sumu's words made Su Tianxi's face change drastically. You don't tell a single word of truth. Comrades, his brother is sick and needs his blood to save his life. I only want to keep his brother alive. Su Tianxi defended himself. Then why did you bring so many people here? And I have video evidence proving that these people were the first to beat up students in school. Sumu spoke with great force. Jiang Ruoying also ran out, took out her cell phone, and handed it to the plainclothes policeman. Jiang Ruoying's filming was very skillful. There wasn't a single scene of Su Mu taking action. Instead, it was all about those people looking ferocious and ready to catch people. Several policemen looked at it and showed disapproval to Su Tianxi. First, you come with us to the police station to find out the situation. If you create disturbances in school, you'll be detained for a few days at the very least. Do you know who I am? It's only natural for me to take care of my son, and my little son is still waiting for help. Su Tianxi showed a ferocious look. Sumu moved closer to the policeman, frowning with a painful expression. If you had broken my arm before, I would have disowned you as my father. Now you bring people to school to beat me up. I won't go with you. Sumu's acting is very realistic now, and at first glance he looks like a miserable victim. Everyone who had just seen him fight 5 people alone fell silent. Only Jiang Ruoying's distressed voice rang out. Yeah, it's really shameless for all of you to beat him up. Now that's good. There's also a personal ID. No matter what, you have to make a record. Zhang Yuning's hand was shaking. He gritted his teeth and looked at Su Tianxi. 2 more hours? The doctor said 4 hours, and 2 have already passed. Ozawa needs blood. Sumu showed her a gloating smile, then shook his head and said a few words to her silently. This is retribution. Only Zhang Yuning can see these lip movements. Zhang Yuning's scalp tingled. How did Sumu know? Sumu say it was a retribution. Ozawa's injury related to Sumu. What retribution? Sumu knew that he had hired someone to kill him. At that moment, Zhang Yuning's brain was about to explode. Sumu regardless of the occasion. Sumu gave her another provocative smile, and his eyes seemed to be saying that Su Zhe deserved to die. With a snap, Zhang Yuning felt like a string in his forehead had broken. She couldn't wait any longer. Xiaoza needed life-saving blood. Sumu, come with me. Hurry up. She rushed forward and tried to pull Sumu away. As a result, he was quickly stopped. The police have noticed their bad behavior and severely reprimanded them. No matter whether it is a family matter or something else, they must take a statement. Zhang Yuning burst into tears. Xiao Zhe's life is a human life. She has to find a way and can't care less. Zhang Yuning hid behind and sent the address of the hospital to someone, asking him to go there for a blood transfusion as soon as possible. Su Tianxi also glared at Su Mu. You cold-blooded and selfish person. You must watch your brother die with your own eyes. Yes, I just want to watch him die with my own eyes. Su Mu's lips curled up slightly, and his eyes were dark. Su Tianxi didn't dare to look him in the eyes. He didn't know how the coward before became like this. This kind of desperate look, just like a madman. Su Mu didn't care. They deserved this revenge. If Su Tianxi and Zhang Yuning hire someone to hit him, he will use their beloved son as a target. Doesn't he care about his precious son the most? Then let you experience the pain of your precious son dying in front of you. Su Tianxi turned around and smiled politely at the policeman. Everyone, I was also anxious today, and I know I was wrong. I promised that I really wanted to save someone today and didn't mean to cause trouble at school. Please be flexible and wait until we have saved someone, and I will pay the fine if it is due. Su Tianxi was very tactful and showed that he was not short of money, and then gave his business card to these police officers. As a famous entrepreneur, some people have heard of his reputation. The policeman frowned and looked a little embarrassed. After all, it was a matter of human life. Their eyes lingered on Su Mu and Su Tianxi. Su Mu sighed and looked at Su Tianxi helplessly. It is indeed a matter of life and death. Let's put it this way, police comrades, I will go with you. I feel very at ease with your protection. Just let them go and deal with them later. Chapter 92, Whose personal freedom do you want to restrict? Su Mu was very understanding. Comrade police, since they want to save people, let them go. I don't want to save people, so I'll go with you. Su Mu's face was full of righteousness. Su Tianxi was so angry that he couldn't breathe properly. He pointed at Su Mu. You bastard, if you don't go, how can we save people? Su Mu sneered. What? Are you still planning to restrict my personal freedom and forcibly draw blood? Speaking of this, the darkness in Su Mu's eyes became even darker. It was really like this in his previous life. These people used threats and inducements and used all kinds of methods just for his flesh and blood, and they wanted to drain him dry. Now that I am unhappy, they're getting anxious. Su Tianxi choked up. He really thought so. But he certainly couldn't say in front of these policemen. He could only grit his teeth in hatred. Without Su Mu, it would be useless for them to go to the hospital. Yes, Dad, we can't do such illegal things, and Su Zhe has no blood relationship with us, so there's no need to be so anxious. Su Nanyang spoke leisurely from the side, completely disappointed with Su Tianxi. She looked at Su Mu with a complicated expression in her eyes. Su Mu had changed so much that she hardly recognized him. Su Tianxi looked at his eldest daughter, whom he had always been proud of, and his fingers twitched with anger. Su Nanya, that's your beloved brother. Didn't you love him the most before? And Yuding, that's the son I found for you. When you lost Sumu, you cried every day, but it was Xiaoza who cured your heart disease. You don't care about his life or death now. This sentence silenced everyone. They didn't say anything. Sumu was too lazy to deal with them anymore. It was enough that Su Zhe got his comeuppance. It's really refreshing to see old man Su Tianxi get so anxious that he loses his composure. Please leave here. This is school where we study. Could you please stop disturbing your classmates? Time is very tight in the third year of high school. Sumu accused them from a moral high ground. Then he turned to look at the police officers and said, "Comrade police, I will go with you." The math teacher was still distracted and couldn't help but ask, "Student Sumu, aren't you going to stay and study?" "I have already completed all the courses by myself. Thank you, teacher. My personal safety is more important than studying." Sumu sighed, looking helpless, but in fact he was just putting a pen in his pocket. Su Wanlu also quickly spoke up, "I'll go too." She hasn't seen her brother Sumu for a long time. To see Sumu's brother are too few, and she must seize this opportunity to persuade her brother to come home. Now that Su Zhe's identity has been exposed, it would be best to get him out. Gone. Brother Sumu should be back soon, right? Su Nanyang and Zhang Yuding were naturally with Su Wanlu. They didn't want to go to the hospital to face Su Zhe, and they also wanted to discuss what to do next. "Then you should settle the patient and come to the police station to make statement. You are also a family, and family members should love each other. If you have something to say, just talk it out, don't be so extreme." The police officer gave them a lecture and then let Su Tianxi and Zhang Yuning go. They are too lazy to care about such trivial family matters, but if it involves physical violence, they will educate the children. Sumu heard the words, "love each other." He almost laughed out loud. If these people knew what the situation was like in their family and could still say the 4 words, "love each other," they would be the modern masters of yin and yang. Su Tianxi wanted to say something else, but Zhang Yuning stopped him. She took a deep breath and forced out a few smiles. "That's great. Xiaozi can be saved." The hospital found someone with a matching blood type. Sumu didn't expect that Su Zhe was so lucky that he could even match such a rare blood type. He looked at Zhang Yuning deeply. "Readers, are you sending me love electricity?" I said no. Don't stop. Chapter 93 Su Tianxi was also played and applauded. Was this person with a matching blood type really just found, or had Zhang Yuning prepared him for a long time? Su Tianxi and Zhang Yuning should have known for a long time that Su Zhe had a blood disease. There can be no way to deal with it. Zhang Yuning, you should have known that Su Zhe needed a blood transfusion a long time ago, right? Did you arrange for someone with a matching blood type? Sumu stopped and turned to question Zhang Yuning. Zhang Yuning's heart skipped a beat. How did Sumu know? She bribed the doctors in the hospital, and once Sumu was on the operating table for blood draw, he could never get off the table again. Kill him directly in the operating room. It's all over. She didn't even tell Su Tianxi about this. She didn't trust Su Tianxi. After all, Sumu and Su Tianxi were related by blood. Unexpectedly, no matter what tricks were used, Sumu refused to budge. For the sake of her son's life, she couldn't delay any longer. She could only use the person with a matching blood type who had been arranged in advance. Of course, she couldn't admit it now, and she immediately shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about? How could I possibly do that? Ozawa is lucky to have met such a person. Your words and deeds do not sound like a good thing for Ozawa. You are so vicious." Zhang Yuning cried and put the blame on Sumu too. Sumu looked at the people in the corridor and the classmates who were peeking into the room and asked calmly, "Why is it impossible? After all, you are Su Zhe's biological mother. For your son, what can't you do?" This sentence was like a bomb thrown into the water, instantly causing thousands of splashes. Everyone looked at Su Tianxi and Zhang Yuning in shock. Zhang Yuding's face turned pale and blue, not to mention Su Nanyang, who was holding her cell phone tightly in her hand. Sumu actually told this matter in front of everyone. Su Nanyang didn't want everyone to know about this. It was true that Su Zhe was an illegitimate child, but he also had Su Tianxi's blood in his body. If Su Tianxi insisted on leaving his property to Su Zhe, it would only be morally flawed, but not legally wrong. Su Nanyang's plan was to not alert the enemy and join forces with her uncle to swallow up the Su family. If it is revealed now, Su Tianxi will definitely be alert, and it will be difficult for him to take action then. Sumu could also guess what they were thinking and didn't want to expose them so quickly. After all, what happens to the Su family has nothing to do with him. But now Su Zhe's life is saved. It would be better to make the water more muddy. No one should think it's easy. The people around them never expected that such an explosive thing would happen. Does this mean that Su Zhe was adopted on the surface, but was actually an illegitimate child? And the child was born from an affair with his sister-in-law? The people around looked at Su Tianxi and Zhang Yuning with strange eyes. Su Tianxi felt like he was pricked by a needle. You're talking nonsense. Sumu, ore spreading rumors. In order not to save Xiao's life, you actually told such an outrageous lie. Although Su Tianxi was panicked, he remained calm. It was impossible for anyone else to know about this. He has kept it a secret for so many years. Sumu smiled again. His eyes lingered on Zhang Yuding's face, and he retorted, how is this a rumor? Su Nanyang and Su Wanlu should have done a paternity test for you. Why not let them take out the results and let us see? Sumu finished speaking. He urged the police officers who were already stunned. Let's go. I have to go back to class after taking the statement. I don't want to waste time here. When the work is done, he will leave, hiding his achievements and fame. Sumu followed several policemen leisurely. He didn't care at all how shocked and angry Su Tianxi behind him was. He looked at his wife and daughter, clenched his fists, and his eyes were as fierce as a wolf. You all know, Zhang Yuding looked at the person beside her. Su Tianxi's usual gentleness had all disappeared, and now there was only ferocity and murderous intent in his eyes. She took 2 steps back in shock and cried, yes, I know everything. You're not human. I will not let my brother let you go. Hearing Zhang Yuding mention his uncles, his expression softened a bit. Let's talk about this later. I won't embarrass myself here with you. With that, he hurried away. Su Tianxi and Zhang Yuning went to the hospital. In the car, Su Tianxi looked at Zhang Yuning with suspicion. Sumu just said that you had already prepared someone to donate blood to your son. Is that true or false? Zhang Yuning panicked, then wiped away her tears, her face looking pitiful. She quickly hugged Su Tianxi's arm, and the big landmine rubbed against his arm. How could they possibly arrange something like this in advance? Xiaoza is my biological son. How could I possibly delay his treatment? You don't believe me, but you believe that bastard. Whoa. Zhang Yuning twisted his body and cried with tears and snot. Su Tianxi was helpless. I'm just asking, I don't doubt you. He was more worried about something else. Zhang Yuning already knew. What if my uncle knows about us? Su Tianxi spoke gloomily. Brother-in-law, don't worry. My eldest brother and I are in the same boat. He won't be in any trouble. He's just afraid of my second and third brothers. Zhang Yuning was also a little flustered. She didn't expect that the affair would be exposed so quickly. The two arrived at the hospital quickly. The doctor came out of the operating room with a look of regret in his eyes. I have something to tell you. The patient is not in danger of life for the time being. However, due to untimely blood transfusion, complications arose and the blood disease in the recessive gene broke out. I'm afraid I'll need a blood transfusion every month to stay alive. It's hard to find someone with this rare blood type, but it will be better if you have money. Upon hearing the news, Zhang Yuning felt like he was struck by lightning. She was clever enough to try to harm Sumu, but ended up delaying his treatment and harming her own son. Doctor, is there no other way? Can more blood transfusions cure it this time? Zhang Yuning was a little incoherent. Family members of the patient, please calm down. We don't want to see this happen, but this is not something we could decide. It would be best if you could find people with the relevant blood type and convince them to store more blood. The doctor was a little helpless. Su Tianxi was also a little depressed. Everything that happened today was beyond his control. All this is because of Sumu, the unfilial son. Now Ozawa's condition is getting more serious, and he will have to go to the hospital every few days. Can a child like this have the energy to manage such a huge Su family business? If the eldest, second, and third brothers are willing to help him, then it should be possible. After all, the woman he loves most is Zhang Yuning, and Zhang Yuning will never be able to have children in order to give birth to a child for him. He was moved and hugged Zhang Yuning next to him. No matter how difficult the disease is to treat, we will treat it. Chapter 94, Do you want to join forces? Zhang Yuning threw herself into his arms, moved, then stood up and wiped away her tears. Kinsey, you are so kind. I will go see the person who gave Xiaoza a blood transfusion. After saying that, she went to the ward next to the treatment room. A middle-aged man in his 40s was sitting there having his blood drawn. When he saw Zhang Yuning coming, his eyes lit up. Yuning, is our child okay? Zhang Yuning looked sad. He's not in danger of death right now, but he'll need blood transfusions if he gets sick in the future. I'll be relying on you, my father, from now on. Lu Changyun promised readily. Don't worry, our child will not suffer in any way. When will our family be together again? Zhang Yuning frowned impatiently, then sighed. Old Lu, don't worry. Su Tianxi can provide medical expenses for our children, and they can also inherit his property later. When Xiaoza inherits the family property, our family can be reunited. Zhang Yuning sat down and patted his hands to comfort him. When Su Zhe was born, Zhang Yuning didn't know who the father of the child was. She has never dared to do a paternity test. It is now certain that Su Zhe is Su Tianxi's son. As for Lu Changyun, she is the secretary of the eldest brother Zhang Ming. In order to return to the Zhang family, she seduced this man. Who knows, I will never be able to get rid of it again. This man has something on her. She happened to be pregnant at the time, so she lied and said the child was his. She also hooked up with Su Tianxi over there and said that the child was Su Tianxi's. Now is the perfect time. One can provide blood for Su Zhe, and the other is rich and can give the family property to them and their mother. They just can't know each other's identities. After finishing the record, Sumu looked at the mother and daughter who had not left. Just pretend you don't see them and walk forward. Su Nanyang quickly called him. Sumo, now that the situation has become like this, let's talk. Is there anything we can talk about? Sumu asked back. Sumo, I know we treated you badly before, but we now know we were wrong. As long as you return to the Su family, you will have a share of the family property. We're the closest relatives. You must be having a hard time out there, right? Come back to the Su family. We will all treat you well. I know you're starting a business out there, but how much money can you make? You might even lose all the money you've saved. Su Nanyang said this. She felt that even if Su Mu didn't like them, he would not go against money. And what she said was the truth. Su Mu didn't have much money on him, so how could he survive outside? Even if he attended the summit last time, is there any guarantee that the business he is starting will be successful? Su Nanyang has started a business before and has also come into contact with some entrepreneurs. Basically, the early stages are very difficult. No connections, no power, and even no money. In the end, I could only save money and sleep in the office. Sumu should be the same. Maybe he'll be cheated by others. When the company becomes bigger and stronger, others will kick him out. Sumu is still too young and doesn't understand how sinister human hearts are. Sumu should go home and work with her to take over the Su family's property, and then give Sumu some dividends so that he can have no worries about food and clothing. Su Nanyang has already thought about it. Now that this great opportunity is before him, it depends on whether he cherishes it or not. Sumu looked at the arrogance in the elder sister's eyes and felt very disgusted. She really hasn't changed at all. Everything is based on one's own interests. Sumu first came to the Su family. He felt that the eldest sister was decisive and a strong woman. He understood her hard work and felt that it was not easy for her to run a company, manage employees, or do anything else. He silently cared for his elder sister, giving her gifts and flowers. When she is in trouble, he would also long to grow up and help his elder sister solve her problems. As a result, Su Nanyang didn't even pay attention to him and thought he was just a clown. Even if Su Zhe took away all his credit, Su Nanyang didn't want to delve into it. It took a long time before Su Mu understood. How could the always shrewd elder sister not see through Su Zhe's disguise and the abnormality in these things? But she just didn't care. She didn't care what would happen to Su Mu, because Su Mu at that time was inferior to Su Zhe. She's closer to Su Zhe. Su Mu heard that his elder sister made a lot of money in the stock market. He wanted to talk to her, so he bought a lot of books on stock trading. In addition, I also communicate with some stock investors on the forum. After learning some knowledge, Su Mu went to find his elder sister with some trepidation, wanting to talk to her. In the end, all I got was indifference. No matter what he did, it didn't matter because he meant very little to her. How could such a person wake up in an instant? If Su Zhe's identity had not been revealed, I'm afraid Su Nanyang will still be as arrogant as before. Su Nanya, I'm doing well outside. You don't need to worry about me. You should worry about yourself. And you, even if Su Zhe is an illegitimate child, he is related to Su Tianxi by blood. Maybe you will be the ones to be kicked out. Su Mu was very calm when he said this. But for some reason, the three people on the opposite side heard a hint of gloating from it. Su Mu spoke sarcastically again. If Su Zhe's identity had not been exposed, would you come to me? You come to me when you need me, and kick me away when you don't need me. Is this what you call family? I can't afford to have a family like yours. Su Nanyang was poked, and her face looked very ugly. This was what she cared about most. That's not the case, Brother Sumu. Su Wanlu spoke with difficulty, her words bitter. Su Mu has become so unfamiliar now. The little brother who used to follow her around and call her sister is gone. Sumu, I'm your mother. Don't you even listen to me? Zhang Yuding's hair was disheveled, and she had not yet recovered from the blow she had just received. But she also understood that she couldn't let Sumu fend for himself outside. Now Sumu is her only hope. She would not let Su Tianxi give the family property to that bitch. You are the same as Su Tianxi. He is not worthy of being a father, and you are not worthy of being a mother. This situation is all your own fault. You weren't there when I needed you, so there's no need for you to be there now. Sumu spoke indifferently, without even looking at these people, and took a taxi back to school. Su Wanlu held Zhang Yuding's arm with a look of despair on her face. Mom, what should we do now? Zhang Yuding didn't know either. She looked at Su Mu's back as he left without mercy, and bitter tears flowed down her face. Looking back over the past decade or so, she really didn't give the child any care at all. Before he went missing, he was the treasure of the Su family and her most beloved son. But after recognizing him, in order to take into account the feelings of Su Zhe, her illegitimate son, she turned a blind eye to him. Is this God's punishment for her? Su Nanya looked at her sister and mother, and slowly took out her cell phone. I'll call my uncle. Chapter 95, Experiencing the Same Pain. Things are irreversible. Su Tianxi already knows everything. Now, they can only seek help from their uncle and ask him to leave the property belonging to their mother and sisters. The phone rang for a long time, but no one answered. Su Nanyang didn't give up and hit him again. This time it worked. Hello, I'm Xiaoli, Mr. Zhang's administrative secretary. Mr. Zhang is busy right now, so just tell me if you have anything to say. Su Nanyang heard the unfamiliar voice coming from the other side and unconsciously tightened her grip on the phone. Why didn't my uncle answer the phone? This is obviously my uncle's personal phone. Em Sunana. I have something urgent to discuss with my uncle. Secretary Li, could you help me make an appointment? Su Nanyang was still speaking calmly at this moment. I'm sorry, Miss Su, but Mr. Zhang has been very busy lately. He has to go on a business trip abroad and doesn't have any free time at the moment. How about I make an appointment for you after Mr. Zhang returns? A very apologetic voice came from the other end, which was actually an excuse. Su Nanyang just felt her heart go cold. Why didn't my uncle answer the phone? Zhang Yuding couldn't stand it anymore. She snatched the phone away, her voice filled with tears and anger. I want to see my eldest brother. Give him the phone. I want him to answer the phone. If he doesn't answer, I'll call my second and third brothers. Zhang Yuding has been the most favored child in the family since she was a child. Among the 4 children in the family, she is the only girl. Her brother has always spoiled her, giving her whatever she wants, the stars or the moon. The only time he didn't support her was when she was going to marry Su Tianxi. But later they compromised for her. The eldest brother is good at business and manages most of the family businesses. My second brother used to be a soldier. After coming back and managing the company for a while, he felt uncomfortable and simply retained the shares without participating in the management. Now I keep in close contact with my old comrades, and we go camping and drink tea together from time to time. The third brother does manage some businesses, but they are all service industries and can be considered branches of the Zhang family's enterprises. It can be said that in the Zhang family, the eldest brother is the most convincing. When something happened, the first person Zhang Yuding thought of was her elder brother. Secretary Li was in a very difficult situation. About 10 seconds later, Zhang Ming picked up the phone. A solemn and dignified voice came from the other side. Yuding, you are not a child anymore. Can you please stop messing around? Brother, you said I was fooling around? Do you know what that bitch Zhang Yuding did? She slept with my husband and gave birth to a huge, illegitimate child. They tricked me into raising a son for them. I want to kill them. Brother, you must help me. We absolutely cannot let that bitch get the Su family's property. I want to make that couple leave the house empty-handed. Zhang Yuding couldn't stop crying and felt more and more upset the more she spoke. The thought of 2 people having an affair under her nose for more than 10 years made her feel as sick as if she had eaten a fly. There was silence for a while, and then Zhang Ming said slowly, Yuding, you need to change your temper. Stop calling her a bitch. She is still your sister. I asked them to promise that they would never do anything to hurt you again. Please be kind and forgive your sister this time. She cried and told me that she knew she was wrong and that she was possessed by the devil at that time. Finally, if you have a child, can you still abort it? It's also a life. Zhang Yuding felt like there was a huge hole in her heart. Why did you speak up for that bitch? My eldest brother was clearly the one who loved me the most before. It's obvious that her family and everything she had was destroyed by that illegitimate daughter. So why is the eldest brother still partial to her? Zhang Yuding fell heartbroken and wanted to cry herself to death. Zhang Ming on the other side heard her crying so painfully and pressed his eyebrows in some confusion. He didn't want to see such a situation, but he cannot give up Zhang Yuding either. Zhang Yuding is a very useful chess piece who can help him win over many people in the political and business circles. If I don't help Zhang Yuding, I'm afraid that she will be in trouble, and some things are shameful. I can only let his sister down. Yuding, don't worry, Big Brother will definitely help you teach Su Tianxi a lesson. There is no such thing as a happy family nowadays. Just turn a blind eye and get along. That's enough. Zhang Ming is still trying to persuade her. Zhang Yuding was about to collapse. Big Brother actually sided with that illegitimate daughter and told her to just bear with it. She has never suffered such injustice in all her life. Brother, she's just an illegitimate daughter. You're biased. You used to love me the most, but now you don't love me anymore. Zhang Yuding burst into tears. She never expected that her dearest brother could say such words. This was the first time she felt the feeling of being ignored. I can't make sense to you. Just turn a blind eye to this matter and let it go. If you continue to make trouble, it will be a mess. The most I can do is help you get a few more shares, but Su Tianxi will never treat you unfairly. Zhang Ming was also a little angry and hung up after he finished speaking. Zhang Yuding closed her eyes and almost fainted. She lost her balance and fell to the ground, hitting her head. Her heart felt painful and uncomfortable, as if it was being gnawed by thousands of ants. The two sisters did not expect this result and had hoped that their uncle could help. It seems that my uncle doesn't want to get involved in this mess. Su Wanlu looked at her mother, who was heartbroken to death, clenched her fists slightly, and thought of her brother, Sumu's resolute back as he left. Mom, this is what we deserve. Brother Sumu ran away from home because of your partiality, and now you are suffering because of your uncle's partiality. This is retribution for us. Su Wanlu covered her face with her hands and cried, while slowly smiling. She has been reading the Bible recently and has gradually become fascinated with theology. God said that people are born to atone for their sins. They should be atonement for their past sins now. The retribution of cause and effect is inevitable. Zhang Yuding had never thought about this aspect. When her second daughter said that, her whole body trembled suddenly. She now personally felt the pain that Sumu had endured. It turned out that he felt so wronged, unwilling, and sad. It turns out that seeing your closest family member lean towards another person is so painful. Zhang Yuding didn't know what to do. Should she divorce Su Tianxi now, or just continue to live in confusion like this? For the past few decades, others have made decisions for her. Su Nanyang already understood that her uncle would no longer help her, so now she could only pretend to accept Su Zhe, the illegitimate son, and then take the opportunity to seize the Su family shares. She has now made it into the upper echelons. Give her some more time to plan. Su Mu returned to school and deeply understood that only absolute power can be the capital for arrogance. Now the only way to deal a complete blow to the Su family is to continuously increase one's own value. Maybe it's not just the Su family. Zhang Yuning's methods are very cunning, and I wonder what methods he will use next. After finishing his studies on campus, Su Mu went directly to the company. Their GPT received a very good response after it went online. In the early stages, they adopted viral brainwashing marketing. They carried out extensive publicity through TV commercials, opening screen animations of major mobile phone apps, and artificial intelligence development academies in collaboration with major universities. Their slogan was, "Processes information faster than the human brain." As a result, a competition was held in which people with different educational levels worked together with GPT to handle business. Finally, it was concluded that GPT was extremely efficient in handling business. This is a useful tool. Once it was launched on the market, the paid download rate reached 10% of the national population within a week. Chapter 96. So what if I'm a sixth one? Since it is the initial version, the annual fee is about 59 yuan. The emergence of this software fills the gap in domestic high-intelligence products. Their first project can conservatively generate a profit of 7 billion yuan. Sumu didn't expect the effect to be so good. He went straight to the meeting room when he arrived at the company. Jiang Tian's face was full of excitement. Sumu, we are considered an instant hit. Now many people in the industry have offered us olive branches, hoping that we can jointly develop new products with them. This was his first successful business venture, and you can imagine how happy he was. And the number of paying users is still increasing. Maybe our first project can generate nearly 10 billion in profit. Some investors contacted us and wanted to invest additional money in our project. We can select some excellent investors to dilute their shares and then use the funds to capture more markets. Maybe we can expand overseas as countries across the ocean are also interested in our technology. Jiang Tian became more and more excited as he spoke and couldn't help but walk around the conference room. Perhaps soon, you will be able to surpass the glory of the Jiang family. From then on, he was no longer anyone's son, nor was he anyone's son. He was himself. Entrepreneur Jiang Tian. Sumu looked at Brother Jiang's flushed face, but he was not so optimistic in his heart. First of all, their product is only the first generation. It still has many flaws and only has the most basic data processing functions. The success this time is simply because it is fresh, interesting, and has certain practical functions. This is what makes this software popular among young people. But Sumu knew that China was not short of talented people, and there were geniuses everywhere. It wouldn't be long before imitators of this software would be on the market, and the imitators may be better and more useful than their software. The key is that there is no way to apply for a patent for this software. GPT is essentially a model for data generation and training, and there is no intellectual property protection. Brother Jiang, calm down. We are just at the forefront of the market and have filled a gap in the market. We can consider cooperating with those people, but we will only select cutting-edge companies, and then we can invest in other projects. Sumo spoke calmly. For now, instead of wasting time and effort on projects, it would be better to pick companies that will take off in the future, invest in them, join them, and become their shareholder. The rising passion for success that had built up in Jiang Tian's heart due to his entrepreneurial success gradually cooled down. He took a deep breath and reminded himself to stay calm. Don't be tempted by some small profits in front of you. Sumo, you're right. Currently, many companies have extended olive branches to us. I took a look and found that some of them were willing to give shares, while some directly made an offer. The companies that gave more were Tianzi Technology, Jitai Technology, Kata Sufei, and Kingsoft. Two of these companies caught Sumu's interest. One is Ketasufei Company. At present, this company is very large in scale. Later, it occupied the largest market value in the country in terms of artificial intelligence plus products. Another one is Tianzi Technology Company. This name is very interesting. If I remember correctly, after Suze graduates from high school, he will officially take over the company and become the CEO of the company. Sumu remembered that at that time. Suze went to college, and the whole family was celebrating for him. Su Tianzi was even more happy to give this well-run company to Suze so that he could use it to practice. For a while, Suze became very popular. He has been given all kinds of titles, such as academic master, genius, young entrepreneur, entrepreneurial star, and the most successful young school idol. It can be said that he has more nicknames than the famous host, writer, painter, BB owner, and wandering singer Bing. At that time, Suze ran up to him and boasted proudly, saying that Tianzi Technology Company was the best gift his father had given him. Sumu has nothing. Sumu thought it was a bit ridiculous. I originally wanted to wait until I had the capital to contact the Su family's rival company. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. But unexpectedly, the Su family subsidiary came to the door first. In that case, let's start with him. Just consider it a surprise gift for Suze. After all, it has been so long since I gave a gift to this so-called brother. Brother Jiang, let's focus on contacting Tianzi Technology Company and Kata Sufei Company. While our products are still selling well, negotiate terms with them. Sumu lowered his head and wrote down the names of the two companies on the writing board in front of him. Jiang Tian nodded. Okay, when we discuss the price, I'll ask my sister, a negotiation genius, to come on board. She'll definitely not let us suffer any loss. It all depends on how they want to cooperate. I remember we made a few defective products before and were able to sell them to them at a high price. And when their leader comes, I will talk to them in person. Sumu circled the name of the company with a red pen. Jiang Tian felt Sumu's malice towards the company, but it didn't matter. He believed that his brother knew his limits. As for the Kata Sufei Company, if we discuss cooperation, it would be best to get their shares. We can take as much as they are willing to make concessions. Leave it to Sister Jiang Jiao. Sumu also circled this company with a blue pen. The company's market value soared a year later, so it was definitely worthwhile to hold shares. Finished talking about work. Jiang Tian couldn't help but sigh. and looked at Sumu with some worry. Are you okay today? I saw the video on your school forum. Your family members are worse than beasts. Sumu was stunned for a moment. What video? Jiang Tian took out his phone, opened the video he saw in the afternoon, and patted Sumu's shoulder. It was posted anonymously on your school forum. It turns out that Su Zhe is your illegitimate child. I was wondering why your family treated him so differently. The key point is that he is so close to an adopted son. Now I understand that Su Zhe is an illegitimate child. Your mother is also blind. Jiang Tian felt a little emotional. Fortunately, he was the only son in his family. Otherwise, he would never be able to defeat these people. Sumu was at a loss for words. The comments below this video were all cursing Su Tianxi and Zhang Yuning. They said that they actually openly threatened students in school, and the student was their own son, which was worse than beasts. Even what Su Zhe did to Jiang Xingyao were exposed. Su Zhe used to be the school's idol. He had good grades and was rich, looking like a noble young master. But in fact, Su Zeke has flirted with many girls and took advantage of them. Not only that, he also paid thugs to beat up boys who were more handsome than him. Moreover, Su Zhe had said before that he was the young master of the Su family, and Su Mu was just a study companion. It's simply the opposite of Tian Gang. Su Mu is the legitimate young master of the Su family, and Su Zhe is actually an illegitimate child. This shocking reversal is simply jaw-dropping. There were a lot of comments. So what if Su Mu is the real young master? I think this biased father will probably still let this illegitimate child be the young master. I think so too. After all, we are related by blood. Su Mu is in trouble. Maybe Su Mu wants to take this opportunity to return to the Su family. After all, the Su family is so rich. I heard that Sumu is from the countryside. He must be snobbish. Maybe he is jealous of Su Zhe. Sumu directly posted using his own authenticated forum account. Thank you for your attention. I have severed ties with the Su family. Everything about the Su family has nothing to do with me. Please don't bring me up when discussing this. He checked the IP account of the person who spoke last and found the person's identity information. He specifically tagged the student who spoke last. Zhang Ziki, classmate of class 2, grade 3. The rural people didn't eat your rice. You're full of shit. Have you read so much that you've become a dog? Chapter 97, Will There Be a Divorce? For a moment, everyone's speech stopped. Then he started speaking wildly again. No. Can Sumu check the real name authentication status? Oh my god, is it Zhang Ziki, the quiet one in our class? I originally thought he was an honest guy, but I didn't expect his true colors to be revealed online. That's right, they're still playing with discrimination. Zhang Ziki was even more shocked and angry. He didn't expect that his real name status would be revealed. He surfs the internet and says whatever he wants to say. He is Jiang Ruoying's secret admirer and has recently observed that Jiang Ruoying and Su Mu are very close. He was jealous and angry. Seeing that everyone in the forum was discussing this matter, he made slanderous remarks without thinking. Unexpectedly, Su Mu directly said his real name. Who surfs the internet using their real name? He is really socially dead. Not only that, but his friends around him also look at him strangely. He didn't dare to say a word and logged off in shame. Sumu didn't know what Su Zhe's current situation was, but even if Su Zhe returned to school later, he would have to face rumors. Su Zhe's father and mother really brought him a lot of attention. Sumu was quite curious about what Zhang Yuting would choose. Would she endure the nausea and continue to live with Su Tianxi, or would she share some money and leave? Sumu felt that Zhang Yuting would most likely choose to endure and move on. After all, people like her who can't tell right from wrong have no principles at all. She knew that this was also the greatest torture for her. The marriage and family that she was proud of were not happy at all, but a mess. In her circle of rich wives, Zhang Yuting must have become a complete joke. Su familia villa. Zhang Yuting and her two sisters have returned to the villa. It was the first time they felt that this huge villa was so cold and empty. Zhang Yuting sat on the sofa in a daze. Her elder brother actually stood on the side of that bitch and had no intention of helping her. She just couldn't understand it. She was the apple of the Zhang family's eye and had been spoiled since she was a child. I never thought that there would be a day when I would lose to my illegitimate daughter. Zhang Yuting started to cry as she thought about it and wiped her tears with a handkerchief beside her. That bitch Zhang Yuting, I won't let her go. How dare she, an illegitimate daughter, steal my husband? Who gave her the guts? Su Wanlu felt that the air in the whole house was suffocating. She had a gastric cancer removal surgery, and the doctor told her to rest well. But since the operation, she hasn't had a single day of rest. Every day is spent in a rush. My mood swings are huge, and sometimes I even feel so uncomfortable that I can't eat. She now has a stomachache, a headache, and feels like her whole body is about to explode. If Sumu's younger brother were still alive, this family would definitely not become like this. She wouldn't be in so much pain because her brother Sumu would care about her and love her. But now, the family is in disarray. No one will ever love her like this again. Everyone in the family is thinking about themselves, and the family is on the verge of falling apart. If Brother Sumu were here, he would definitely be able to comfort everyone. Su Wanlu felt a sharp pain in her heart. The guilt and sadness like a tide overwhelmed her, along with her longing. She really missed her brother Sumu. If kneeling could get his forgiveness, Su Wanlu was willing to kneel. Hearing her mother complaining, she couldn't help but speak. "Mom, stop talking. Don't you think your current situation is very similar to that of Brother Sumu? When he came to this family, he was bullied by the illegitimate child, and we all pretended not to see it. We even helped the evildoer." Su Wanlu bit her lips and looked up at the huge living room of the villa, as if she could see the shadow of her younger brother, Su Mu, standing in the kitchen with a faint smile. When she was feeling bad, he would come over and smile shyly. "Second sister, are you feeling unwell again? Eat something later and then go upstairs to rest. Nothing is more important than your health." Sumu's younger brother, Su Wanlu, was in so much pain that she couldn't breathe, and there was also a staircase leading to the second floor. Su Wanlu recalled how Sumu always rushed out in the mornings, and sometimes even pushed Su Zhe down maliciously. But now I think about it, Brother Sumu is so nice to everyone in the family. Why would he deliberately push Su Zhe down? Or when everyone is here? Sumu is not stupid. How could he harm others openly? Every time Su Wanlu recalled it, she felt that her heart was blind and her eyes were blind. They all turned a blind eye to such an obvious thing. Zhang Yuding's face darkened as she also thought of Su Zhe's identity. She has been raising her mistress's son for more than 10 years. Her hands were tightly clasping the sofa cushions beneath her, and a huge sense of humiliation overwhelmed her. "Mom, Sumo is our only biological brother. Can we please let him come back? That's how we become a family. I don't want to see Suzy again." Su Wanlu couldn't help but speak. Every time she saw Su Zhe, she would think of what she had done. Her only wish now is to be able to live with her younger brother Sumo. In front of his younger brother Sumo. "He doesn't want to come back. What can I do? Besides, I can't control him now. He's grown up and doesn't care about his mother's life or death at all." Zhang Yuding muttered to herself, feeling somewhat resentful towards Sumu. If Sumu was an excellent and sensible person, she would not have been so blind as to favor an illegitimate child. Su Nanya looked at her mother and sister and felt a headache. "Mom, do you want a divorce? Now that everyone knows about Dad's infidelity, there's no point in continuing to live like this." Su Nanyang thought that now that there was evidence of Su Tianxi's infidelity, her mother could file for divorce and get more property. Then she continued to stay in the Su family company. When Zhang Yuding heard the word divorce, her head ached and she cried out in surprise. "I won't divorce. If anyone wants to leave, it should be that bitch. I'm a mistress of this house." Su Nanyang couldn't help feeling a tightness in her chest. She felt that life was really unbearable. "Mom, calm down. Dad is clearly partial to that mistress and his illegitimate child. Can you tolerate your partner dating the mistress every day?" And Dad said that he would leave most of the Su family's property to Su Zhe in the future. Are you really willing to do that? Su Nanyang really didn't understand what her mother was thinking. Zhang Yuding didn't say anything, but her eyes showed a bit of cruelty. Su Zhe might not even recognize Zhang Yuding as his mother. Su Zhe always says that I am his dearest mother. Zhang Yuding, that bitch, stole my husband, so I'll steal her son. Su Zhe has no idea who his biological mother is, and he is usually caring and filial. Su Zhe only recognizes herself as a mother. This will definitely hit that bitch Zhang Yuding hard. Su Nanyang now has no idea what her mother is thinking. She could only say, "It's up to you to decide. But no matter what, you must know that Su Zhe is just an illegitimate child, and you cannot leave any of your property to him." Zhang Yuding nodded. "Of course I know." She imagined Su Zhe calling her mother and Zhang Yuding crying with heartache. Chapter 98, you have been blocked. If you don't plan to divorce, Dad probably won't divorce either. After all, divorce won't do him any good. If there are problems in the marriage, the stock price will fluctuate. Dad probably won't divorce. You should think carefully about how to get along with him. Su Nanyang just felt tired. Now, there's no normal person in this family except myself. She actually missed Sumu a little. Sumu was at least normal and communicable. If the two of them worked together, they might be able to bring down Su Tianxi and Su Zhe. It's a pity that Sumu doesn't want to. He missed a golden opportunity. After all, he was starting a business outside and could only make a few million at best. How can you earn more? By working with yourself. When the time comes, I will give him a portion of the Su family's shares, which will be at least several hundred million, enough for him to have food and clothing without worries. Now he has to fight alone outside and not come to me for help later. Sunanya sighed. As long as he doesn't go looking for Zhang Yuning, I won't cause him any trouble. Zhang Yuning looked sad. They were a young couple with deep love, but it had come to this point. She never expected this to be the outcome. I'm going to the hospital to see Su Zhe now. They should all be in the hospital. Zhang Yuting stood up with a cold smile on her face. She will no longer be a rich housewife. She wants to take revenge on Su Tianxi and Zhang Yuning. She also agreed in her heart that Su Mu was her only son, and as long as Su Mu was willing to come back, she would treat him well. At the same time, she will also be nice to Su Zhe. She wants Zhang Yuning to see how her son calls someone else mom. She also wanted to tell Su Zhe that Zhang Yuning was Su Tianxi's cheating partner and make Su Zhe hate Zhang Yuning. She wants to turn them against each other. Mom, you want to go to the hospital? You want to see that illegitimate child? Are you crazy? Su Wanliu spoke in these billets. Even after such a thing happened, her mother was still able to go to the hospital to see the illegitimate child. If this wasn't her mother, she would have complained that these were all ninja turtles. And green-haired turtles at that. Don't worry about it. If I'm not doing well, I won't let them do well either. Zhang Yuting stood up with a bit of madness in her eyes. For so many years, she always thought she was living a happy life. Now that this bubble of happiness has burst, she realizes that she is living in a stinking ditch. The husband whom I once thought I loved had already had a child with someone else. The son whom he dotes on is actually the child of a mistress. She lost her own child, and after taking her biological son back, she felt sorry for Su Zhe and ignored him. She is not a qualified mother and doesn't know how to be a qualified mother. Sumu got lost. She was blamed by everyone. At that time, she wished Sumu had never been born. Over the years, she had always vaguely believed that she was so sad because of Sumu. She used to be the focus of everyone's attention and was pampered and loved by everyone. Even after giving birth to a child, others praised her for looking like a young girl. She has always been the princess of the family. Now that Sumu is missing, she's being blamed by everyone, has been lukewarm towards Sumu. Even if she brought him back, Zhang Yuting couldn't help but think of the sad things that happened in the past. She felt wronged, and as soon as she saw Sumu, she remembered what happened in the past. Seeing her mother's absent-minded look, Su Nanyang didn't bother to care about her anymore. She has a lot of work to do. Recently, a technology company suddenly rose to prominence. They produced a product, and after a round of launch, the market value of this product soared. The leader behind this company is definitely a seasoned businessman who must have worked on hundreds of projects before he was able to take off. Recently, the upper-level project of Su's enterprise wanted to contact this company, hoping to use their products and technologies to empower Su's products. These people gave her this task. She always felt that the name of this technological product sounded familiar, but she had too many trivial things to do recently and couldn't remember it. On the one hand, Su Nanyang was buying scattered shares of the Su family, and on the other hand, her own company was still running. She thought that if everything went to waste, there would still be another way. She was secretly embezzling Su family resources to pave the way for her own company. She has been very busy recently and is currently contacting the person in charge of that technology company. The technology company is called Tianmu, a familiar name. I haven't been able to contact the person in charge of their company yet. I guess it's because the product is so popular and many people have contacted him. Su Nanyang was still wondering if she could get their private contact information. I'm going to work first. Mom, calm down and have a good talk with Dad. If it really doesn't work out, I support your divorce. Su Nanyang left after saying this. She's been in a bad mood recently. She sent a message to the young star Lu Mingze. See you at the usual place at 2 p.m. Just then, her secretary sent her the contact information of the person in charge of Tianmu Company. She put away, planning to call after relaxing. She drove to the villa area, where confidentiality was better. Lu Mingze was already waiting for her in the room. With this wealthy sponsor by his side, he did have a few more films to shoot. And because he has the youthful looks that little girls like, he has recently received a lot of advertisements. But he has bigger ambitions. He wants to enter the film industry. He wanted this Sunanya to invest in a movie for him. Before Su Nanyang came, he had taken a shower, brushed his teeth, and even used a hairdryer to style his hair. He faced the mirror, smiled, and forced out his best smile. Then he waited there, covered in wounds. When Su Nanyang opened the door, she saw Lu Mingze like this. Su Nanyang was smoking a thin lady's cigarette and pinched Lu Mingze's face in the smoke. This was the only one she could be sure of controlling. Lu Mingze gently massaged her shoulders. Sister Nanya, I've recently taken a fancy to a movie adapted from a comic book. That comic has hundreds of thousands of fans, and it's definitely going to be a hit. Sister Nanya, I also want to repay you. If you invest in this movie, you will definitely make money. Lu Mingze spoke attentively. Su Nanya smiled and blew a puff of smoke on his face. Want to make a movie? Fine, you can do whatever you want, as long as you don't betray me. Lu Mingze immediately swore to the heavens. Sister Nanya, I will never betray you, or I will be struck to death by lightning. Su Nanyang smiled and kissed him. Then he took out his cell phone and called the person in charge of Tiamu Company. But why does this number seem familiar? Su Nanyang dialed the number, but the customer service voice came from the other end, saying that she had been blocked by this number. Su Nanyang began to feel doubtful. Mingze, give me your phone. I want to make a call. Thank you for the gifts from the audience. Chapter 99 Sunanja becomes a clown. Sumu looked at the unfamiliar phone number and clicked the answer button. There are many companies wanting to cooperate with him recently, and his and Brother John's phones are almost blown up. Hello, which company are you from? What kind of business do you want to cooperate with? Sumu spoke. He turned on the computer and started recording. There is a table on the computer which contains the quotations of various companies as well as their main businesses and strengths. The form is very detailed. We will select those who can cooperate with us and then communicate further. Sumu never talks nonsense when answering the phone. When Su Nanyang heard the familiar voice from the other side, she felt as if she was frozen. If I heard correctly, the person who answered the phone was Sumu. Tiamu. Is there a wood character in it? This company and Sumu? Su Nanyang didn't dare to guess. She paused for a moment and said, Sumu, it's me. Sumu, who are you? Su Nanyang was a little angry. Now Sumu couldn't even recognize his own voice. Su Nanya couldn't help but raise her voice. Sumu, I am your elder sister. No, I'm not up to your standards. What can I do for you? Sumu smiled a bit coldly. Let the person in charge of your company answer the phone. I want to discuss cooperation with them. Felt uncomfortable listening to Sumu's sarcasm. Sumu was just an employee of the company now, and his words were too harsh. I am discussing cooperation with the person in charge of your company on behalf of the Su family. Su Nanyang added that the Su family's business was of some weight. Su Nanya, I'm the person in charge. Sumu was calm, without arrogance or sarcasm, just stating a fact. When Su Nanyang heard this, she opened her eyes wide in disbelief and almost blurted out, impossible. Sumu be the head of this emerging technology company? He was just the stupid little brother whom he had once despised. Even if you start a business, it is impossible to become so popular. Sumu, there's no need for you to lie to me. Su Nanyang thought that Sumu was just showing off. You are still as arrogant as ever, Su Nanyang. I can only say that the Su family has been kicked out of the cooperation list. Sumu said nonchalantly. What? Impossible. Do you know how important the Su family is in the industry? Su Tianxi and I have invested in many companies, and they have all grown rapidly thanks to our investments. We have connections and resources. Sumu, you'd better think it over. I'll say it again. Let your real person in charge answer the phone. Su Nanyang didn't believe that anyone would be indifferent to the Su family's cooperation. Moreover, for this cooperation, their senior management has reached a consensus and is willing to offer a sky-high price of $10 billion to discuss the cooperation. Tiamu's products are pioneering products, and companies with a keen sense of smell have already begun to take action. Sumu heard Su Nanyang's firm voice. He hung up the phone directly. No matter what she says, Sumu has better partners. If it weren't for the olive branch thrown by KUSD Su Fei, Sumu might have hesitated whether to make a big profit from the Su family. There's no need now. The Su family shouldn't get involved. Don't get involved with Su Nanyang either. Su Nanyang looked at the hung-up phone and stood up angrily. Sumu be the head of that company? Which company would let a greenhorn be the person in charge? That's crazy. Sumu said over and over again. Grit your teeth. The Su family must get this cooperation and cannot fall behind others. Otherwise, those old guys on the board of directors will cause trouble again. Su Nanyang lit a cigarette irritably and started to call Sumu, but the call was busy. Sumu was talking to someone on the phone. Su Nanyang was anxious, thinking that people from other companies might want to cooperate with him. Sumu company is very popular. Su Nanyang didn't know how things had come to this point. If Sumu was still as close to me and dependent on me as before, the cooperation would have been secured long ago. Lu Mingze looked at the irritated Su Nanya and stood up to massage her shoulders. Sister Nanya, are you having any troubles at work? Su Nanyang never talked about these things with Lu Mingze on weekdays, but too many things had happened recently, making her physically and mentally exhausted. She couldn't help but say it out loud. This is my younger brother. I ignored him in the beginning, but now he has grown up and started his own business with some success. The company wants to cooperate with him, but he ignores me. Su Nanyang couldn't help but sigh. Lu Mingze comforted him. Family members don't hold grudges overnight. Maybe after a while, he'll figure it out. Is it really my fault? He spent more than 10 years outside on his own before being brought back. I initially neglected him because I was the adopted son in my family. But he is not short of things in his daily life. He has money to spend, goes to a private school, and he will inherit a family fortune in the future. I don't understand what he's thinking. Why doesn't he just go home? Su Nanyang rubbed her forehead, tied up her loose hair, looked outside the villa, and fell into memories. Sister Nanya, maybe that's not what he wants. Just like in our entertainment industry, some people are after money, some are just interested, some are for their art, and some want to become famous overnight. Maybe what you give him is not what he wants. Lu Mingze spoke. Su Nanya glanced at him and asked, what does he want? Maybe it's family ties. After all, I heard you say he wandered around for a long time before being brought back. Usually in TV dramas, people like this are even more lacking in love. Lu Mingze smiled. Sumu, anything at all. It seems like the same thing happens to everyone else in the family. Su Nanyang didn't expect that Sumu could really stand on his own now. One day, she actually went to ask Sumu for cooperation. This is so shameful. Su Nanyang pushed Lu Mingze away and planned to go to Tianmu Company. Sumu was the only one in control of the company. Sumu sent invitations to 2 companies and first selected Tianzi Company and Keita Sufei Company. Sumu plans to provide the first version of the model to Custasuf in exchange for their equity in the GPT second version project. As for the outdated version of the first edition, it was sold to Tianzi Company at a sky-high price. The cooperation with Ketasuf is going very smoothly. After negotiation, they can obtain 40% of the shares of this project. Sumu was also very satisfied. The person in charge of Tianzi Company is Lu Changyun, a man who looks honest. He didn't know Sumu, so Sumu took him to the meeting room. Lu Changyun was a little nervous. He had basically never discussed cooperation before. He was given the task at a critical moment and came here after listening to Zhang Yuning's words. Zhang Yuning said that all future profits of the company will belong to their son Xiaoze. Zhang Yuning said he would negotiate this cooperation at any cost. Su Tianzi was very optimistic about the company's products and told her that after the cooperation was reached, she could just sit back and collect money. In the future, they will be able to save a large fortune for their son Su Zhe. Lu Changyun showed Su Mu a flattering and ingratiating smile. Hello, you are the person in charge, right? It is true that heroes emerge from young people. Su Mu smiled politely and shook hands with him. Hello, Mr. Lu. Chapter 100. Your stepfather and I are brothers. Let's not talk about anything else. I've been a bit busy lately. There are so many companies that have approached us about cooperation. I wonder how much you are willing to pay for the right to use this software technology. Sumu poured him some tea and sat down next to Lu Changyun naturally, holding a contract in his hand. Sumu turned and spoke to him. The implication is that there are many companies looking to collaborate right now. So if you want to be the first to do so, you need to show some sincerity. Lu Changyun coughed slightly. He looked at the young man opposite him and thought to himself that he should not be underestimated. He didn't know the person in charge's name yet, but he could tell from his demeanor that he was extraordinary. Then I'll be frank. This is the maximum amount our company can offer. Lu Changyun stretched out 5 fingers. Sumu raised an eyebrow. 500 million? Lu Changyun nodded. He had never seen so much money in his life, but most of it came from Su Tianzi. Zhang Yuning contributed 1/5 of it. For the sake of their son, They must obtain the right to use this product. By then, they could develop other products based on this product, and their profits will definitely increase several times. That's too low, Mr. Liu. I think you're not sincere enough. A company of your size would at least give 800 million. I'm still considering it. Mr. Liu and I hit it off right away. If our bids are the same, I'll give you priority. Sumu smiled, picked up his teacup, and clinked it with his, Mr. Liu, I've also read the business plan you gave me, and it's more in line with our expectations. But if you can only offer 500 million, then we are not destined to be together, and we can only work together next time. Liu Changyin's forehead was sweating with nervousness. The key point was that he had no decision-making power. He had to call Zhang Yuning to ask. Okay, I'm going to the bathroom first. Wait a moment. Sumu nodded to show his understanding. Liu Changyin wiped the sweat from his forehead, stood up, went to the bathroom outside, and called Zhang Yuning. How is it? Have they agreed to cooperate? Zhang Yuning's voice couldn't wait. Su Tianxi said that this product is several years ahead of other products, and that as long as they can cooperate, they can make money. She must fight for this property for her son. Liu Changyin's tone was a little anxious. Yuning, there are really many people who want to cooperate with this company. I just saw several people queuing at the door. The person in charge of the company said that it would cost at least 800 million yuan to acquire it, and other companies have offered this price. But this guy and I got along pretty well, and he said if we could also come up with 800 million, he would be willing to work with us first. Liu Changyin didn't expect that he would win the favor of this person in charge. After all, when he just opened the door, he saw so many people waiting to meet him, but the person in charge chose him. Thinking of this, he felt quite happy. It's not that I'm inferior to Su Tianxi. Su Tianxi is just lucky and has so much money to start business. If I had that money in my early years, I might have started a successful business earlier. Liu Changyin couldn't help but fantasize about it, and his impression of Sumu became even better. This guy in charge really has good vision. Zhang Yuning fell silent after hearing this. Now, out of the 500 million yuan, Su Tianxi would pay 400 million, and she would pay 100 million. She only has 300 million yuan in savings, and she also has to consider her future. Only Su Tianxi can pay this money. Lao Lu, wait a minute. I'll call you back later. Tell the person in charge of that company that we'll definitely raise the money and that they must keep this cooperation opportunity for us. Zhang Yuning hung up the phone in the hospital bathroom. Then she straightened her clothes, put on some makeup, and deliberately made herself look weak and haggard. She walked out and saw Su Tianxi lowering her head and hugging his arms. Tianxi, our Xiaoza, is so pitiful. He has never had the love and care of his biological mother since he was a child. Now, because of illness, he suffers so much every day. When I see Xiaoza like this, I feel sad. I really want my family to be reunited soon. Su Tianji hugit hersilenti. He had just received news from his brother-in-law. His brother-in-law told him not to go too far and to figure out how he got to where he is today. If he really wanted a divorce, the Zhang family would not let go of his company easily. Also, be more low-key in the future and don't let Zhang Yuning complain again. Su Tianxi will not give up the company he has worked hard for decades to develop for Zhang Yuning. Yuning, wait for me a little longer. One day, our family of 3 will live happily together. Su Tianxi kissed her forehead, his heart filled with guilt towards this woman. Zhang Yuning has been with him for more than 10 years in obscurity, and he owes this woman. Zhang Yuning rubbed his tearful eyes and said, I know that my elder brother will not let you and my sister divorce. I just want my son to live a good life. Tianxi, I went to negotiate with someone about the collaboration you mentioned last time, and they asked for 800 million. I don't have the money. I'm so useless. I can't help my son Wu. Zhang Yuning lay in his arms and cried sadly. Su Tianxi was at a loss. I'll help you with the money. Xiaoza is our son anyway. I will let Xiaoza take over the company after he finishes his studies. If we find 2 more people to assist him, our son will be a rising star in the business world. Su Tianxi's tone was full of pride. Su Zhe is his most proud son. You're so nice. Zhang Yuning hugged him. Soon, Su Tianxi transferred the money to Tianzi Company's account. Su Mu waited leisurely in the conference room, rubbing the edge of the cup with his fingers. Such a piece of fat. Su Tianxi will definitely eat it. When Liu Changyin entered the meeting room again, he looked relaxed and smiled happily at Sumu. Brother, 800 million is 800 million. Then we have a deal. Sign the contract immediately. No regrets allowed. I, old Liu, acknowledge you as my brother. Liu Changyin looked very happy. Sumu also smiled and patted Lu Changyun on the shoulder. Then I will call you brother, and I wish us a happy cooperation. Lu Changyun was also very satisfied, his face flushed with excitement. That was 800 million. These 800 million will be transferred out of his hands, and it will be as if he owns them. By the way, I don't know what your name is, little brother. Lu Changyun looked like a good brother. My last name is Jiang. You could just call me Brother Jiang. Sumo smiled innocently. Brother Jiang, we have a great connection. Let's just call each other brothers. There will be many areas for us to cooperate in the future. Lu Changyun looked at the contract handed over by Sumu and began to read it from the first page. After reading it, I felt there was no problem and signed it without saying anything. Sumu nodded. Brother Lu, I wish us both great fortune. I've already signed a contract in duplicate. Take one copy back with you. I'll have a technician come to your company and teach you this software. Lu Changyun nodded repeatedly, unable to hide the excitement on his face. Chapter 101, Knowing the Truth Will Make You Become a Demon. Sumu smiled and sent Lu Changyun out of the company. When he reached the door, he met Su Nanyang, who had driven over. Su Nanyang felt a pang in her heart when she saw Sumu seeing someone off. Could it be that someone got there first? Su Nanya drove down and came in front of the two of them in a few steps. She forced a smile. Have you guys reached an agreement? Sumu stared at her without saying anything, but turned around and spoke to Lu Changyun. Brother Lu, this Miss Su also wants to cooperate with us and has offered 1 billion yuan. But don't worry, our company is reputable. We have already signed a contract, and we will not regret it. Lu Changyun breathed a sigh of relief, looked at Su Nanyang with hostility, and chose to ignore her. It turned out to be a competitor. Fortunately, the person in charge of this company and I hit it off right away. Sumu smiled and saw Lu Changyun off. He turned around and found Su Nanyang still standing there. So he ignored her and walked forward. Sumu, let's talk about your work and your future plans. Sumu with complicated eyes. She was a little uncomfortable seeing him dealing with others in such a skillful and mature manner. I'm your elder sister, Sumu. There's no need for things to be so awkward between us. I want to meet the real head of your company. Su Nanyang spoke again. So what even if we have a partner? She can snatch this list away. She has a lot of patience and perseverance, and she has used this method to negotiate many deals before. After all, a beautiful woman who shows money and sincerity day after day can impress many decision-makers of a company. Sumu didn't buy her trick. Get away and don't stand at the door of our company. Sumu didn't want to listen to what she said at all, and pointed at the door and told her to get out. If you don't get out of here, I'll have security kick you out. Sumu looked at Su Nanyang, who was standing there motionless, and directly pressed the call button next to him. Their company rents a building of about 200 square meters. The space is spacious, and the rent is not cheap. There is a supporting anti-harassment service. Just press the button, and the building security will drive away the troublemakers. Seeing that he really took action, Su Nanya's face turned pale and blue. I won't give up. Your person in charge will definitely cooperate with me in the future. Don't make things ugly. Su Nanyang said this and went to the front to press the elevator. It would be so embarrassing if I was really kicked out. We still have to find other ways to find the person in charge of the company. Sumu must have deliberately not wanted to tell me. On the other side, Lu Changyun happily drove to the hospital to visit Zhang Yuning and his son. Yuning must be very happy that he got this cooperation. Lu Changyun called Zhang Yuning. Yuning is so great. If the cooperation is successful, we will definitely be able to make several times more money with this software, and then give it all to our son. Zhang Yuning was also very happy. Brother Lu, that's good. My son is awake now. I'll go see him. After treatment in the hospital, Su Zhe has woken up. He lay weakly on the hospital bed. He didn't expect Jiang Qingya to suddenly appear in the school and stab him in the kidney. This damn woman should have spread rumors more vigorously and forced her to leave this place. Zhang Yuning opened the door of the ward and stood at the door looking at Su Zhe with great concern, tears in his eyes. Her son was really miserable. They are mother and son, but they cannot recognize each other openly. Zhang Yuning took 2 steps forward and sat beside Su Zhe's bed. Son, Mom has good news for you. The company your dad opened for you has reached a partnership with a very popular technology company. By the time you graduate, your company's projects will have earned at least tens of billions. By then, you'll be a business genius. Su Zhe finally felt relieved when he heard the news. That's great. With this company, he will be able to become a leader among his peers. Sumulharshli. A loser like him, with no money and no love, will be stepped on by me. Su Zhe's eyes showed a little more pride. Zhang Yuning was still talking. His tone was full of regret. It's a pity that your father can't divorce yet. If your father divorces and marries me, our family of 3 will be reunited. Son, you have suffered a lot. It's a pity that Sumu is still alive. Otherwise, all the property of the Su family would belong to you. Zhang Yuning looked at Su Zhe with a smile in his eyes. Mom, our family of 3 will be reunited one day sooner or later. Dad doesn't like Sumu, so I can take over the family business after I graduate from college. Su Zhe is full of ambition. Then he thought about how Jiang Qingye dared to stab him with a knife, and he couldn't help but get angry. Mom, what happened to the woman who stabbed me? As soon as he finished speaking, before Zhang Yuning could answer, he heard the sound of porcelain breaking coming from the door. The mother and son turned around at the same time and saw Zhang Yuning standing blankly at the door. Zhang Yuning couldn't believe her ears, and she made up her mind to take Zhang Yuning's son away. She packed some fresh chicken soup and ginseng soup to replenish blood and qi from a high-end restaurant, thinking of giving them to Su Zhe. As soon as I got to the door, I heard Su Zhe calling Zhang Yuning's mother. Zhang Yuning's hand on the door frame loosened, and the earthenware pot containing chicken soup fell to the ground. Snap! Snap! Porcelain was shattering, and the air was filled with the aroma of chicken soup, mixed with the pungent smell of disinfectant from the hospital, which was a bit nauseating. Zhang Yuning's teeth were chattering. Su Zhe had known about this for a long time. He was so skilled at calling Zhang Yuning mom. This means he already knew his identity. Su Zhe was lying to her. I don't know how long I've been lying. For so many years, she had been taking care of Su Zhe and loving Su Zhe like a fool. It turned out that Su Zhe had already known that he was an illegitimate child and had already found his biological mother. Zhang Yuning stared at Su Zhe with red eyes, and her eyes gradually became crazy. Su Zhe shrank back into bed in fear, forcing a smile. Mom, why are you here? My aunt is here to see me too. Su Zhe thought that Zhang Yuning probably didn't hear it. He still wants to gloss over the situation. Zhang Yuning rushed to the bedside like crazy and slapped Zhang Yuning. You bitch! After she finished speaking, she turned around and stared at Su Zhe, then rushed forward and strangled him. Su Zhe, you lied to me. You already knew that Zhang Yuning was your mother, right? Zhang Yuning yelled loudly. Su Zhe was frightened and trembled and hurriedly crawled to the other side. Su Zhe was still playing dumb. I don't know anything. Mom, calm down. Zhang Yuning could no longer hear any sound in her ears, and her mind was full of the thought that Su Zhe had deceived her. Her efforts over the past decade or so seemed like a huge joke. She wanted to strangle Zhang Yuning and Su Zhe to death. Su Zhe had just finished the operation and was too weak to move. Zhang Yuning grabbed his neck and pressed hard. She was already mad. I'll strangle you to death. I'll strangle you to death. Chapter 102, she wants to find her own son. Su Zhe's call of mom to Zhang Yuning became the last straw that broke the camel's back. At that moment, she became completely dazed. She found out that her husband had an affair with her sister and had an illegitimate child. She was angry and powerless, thinking about how good she had been to Su Zhe in the past, and how Su Zhe especially liked her as a mother. At that time, she can use this to stimulate Zhang Yuning, and she will be able to defeat Zhang Yuning. But unexpectedly, Su Zhe already knew his identity. Then, he must have been enjoying his kindness all these years. Zhang Yuning felt like a clown, being played around by them. At that moment, hatred filled her heart. She hates it so much. Hate everything. She wanted to kill Zhang Yuning. She wanted to kill Su Zhe. She wanted to kill everyone who laughed at her. There was a crazy smile on her face, and she pinched Su Zhe tightly. I'll kill you. You've lied to me about everything. If you die, Zhang Yuning will be in pain. Ha ha ha. Zhang Yuning let out a shrill laugh. Her eyeballs bulged out slightly, and her entire eye sockets were covered with red bloodshot. Su Zhe was extremely scared. He was strangled and couldn't breathe. He grabbed the bed sheets with his hands, and his teeth were chattering. He also had pain in his stomach, head, and neck. Why is he always the one who gets hurt? Why did Zhang Yuning come here at this time? Zhang Yuning reacted and hurriedly pried Zhang Yuning's arm away. You bitch, let go of my son. It's a pity that Zhang Yuning couldn't hear her screams at all now. She was completely immersed in her own crazy world. She had only one thought at the moment. That means killing him. Zhang Yuning was extremely anxious. He turned around and saw the vase on the bedside table. He rushed over, picked up the vase, and smashed it on Zhang Yuning's head with a bang. Zhang Yuning felt a headache and her hands loosened. Suze started coughing madly and turned around to hide under the bed. He was so scared. Crazy, all crazy. Zhang Yuding felt a terrible pain in her head. She reached out and touched it. It was all red with blood. Zhang Yuding felt dizzy and turned around to see Zhang Yuning, who looked frightened. Zhang Yuning was in a panic and was also frightened by Zhang Yuding's madness. If you have something to say, talk it over nicely. Don't use violence. Do you want to kill Xiaoza? You've raised him for so many years. Can you bear it? Zhang Yuning shouted loudly and stepped back unconsciously. Zhang Yuding laughed crazily, covering her tearful eyes. Ha 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 ha! You asked me if I can bear it? I'm going to kill you all. You lied to me. You all lied to me. Zhang Yuning bit her lips, and Zhang Yuding seemed to be crazy. Suze hid under the bed and trembled. When Su Tianxi arrived at the door of the ward, he saw Zhang Yuding's face covered in blood, Zhang Yuning hiding in the corner, and their son Suze hiding under the bed. His heart sank, and he walked into the ward. What's going on? Zhang Yuning whimpered and threw herself into his arms. Tianxi, I'm so scared. My sister is crazy. She wants to strangle Xiaoza and hit me too. Zhang Yuning cried in a hypocritical manner. With Su Tianxi, he was no longer afraid of Zhang Yuding. Anyway, Zhang Yuding is a woman. How can a woman beat a man? When Su Tianxi heard this, he was furious. What are you doing here? You crazy woman. Don't think I don't know you want to see Big Brother. Why don't you reflect on your own problems? You're always looking for trouble with Yuning. I think you're just jealous of Yuning. And Xiaoza. Xiaoza is my son. Haven't you treated him as your son a long time ago? You actually attacked Xiaoza. Do you want to kill your son? You vicious woman. Zhang Yuding turned around in a daze, her heart feeling cold and a little scared. Su Tianxi's face looked very unfamiliar. He already knew that he was not my son. He already knew that he was Su Yuning's son. You guys teamed up to deceive me. At that moment, Zhang Yuding's mind had never worked so fast. She felt like her heart was being stabbed with needles as she watched Su Tianxi and Zhang Yuning hugging each other. Then he watched Zhang Yuning complain to Su Tianxi, and Su Tianxi blamed her without any explanation. Is this what it feels like to be criticized by thousands of people? Is this what it feels like to be on the opposite side of everyone? Is this what it feels like to be misunderstood by others? Zhang Yuding felt an excruciating pain at the back of her head, and her heart felt like it had a huge hole in it. Suze was still hiding under the bed and trembling. He, the fake son, once enjoyed everything that the real son had. Zhang Yuding was almost crying blood. What stupid thing had she done? Her real son suffered such pain and torture every day in the past years. And I only felt this pain today. Sumu suffers this pain every moment. Sumu is her only blood-related son. He was the only son she had carried for 10 months and who was born from her womb. Zhang Yuding had never felt so painful before. I'm a vicious woman? Then what are you? You're an adulterous couple. You deceive me so badly. I hate you so much. Zhang Yuding's steps were trembling as she slowly walked in front of Su Tianxi, her eyes full of hatred. Zhang Yuding seemed to have found her backbone and said sarcastically, You were deceived because you are stupid. Since you want to be Xiaoza's mother, then I will let you be it. I have no objection. But you shouldn't hit Xiaoza, and you shouldn't hit me. Since your biological son can never return to the Su family, you might as well continue to be Xiaoza's mother. Aren't you enjoying it? Zhang Yuning was also a little angry. She was Xiaoza's biological mother. She was so jealous when she saw Zhang Yuding and Xiaoza being so affectionate. Zhang Yuding's lips were pale, and she didn't say anything, because what she said was the truth. She had neglected her own son for so long for the sake of a fake son. She also drove away her only son. She gave her a hateful look, then left the ward in a daze. Her mind was in a mess, with only 2 words in her mind. Sumu. Sumu is her biological son. She only has this one biological son. When this son was first brought home, he wanted to be close to her every day. She pushed him away again and again, asking him not to come near her. She felt that this son only brought her pain. But now, she's in so much pain that she wants to die. She suddenly wanted to go back to the day when Sumu just returned home. If she had treated her own son well, the current situation would definitely not have happened. My own son will definitely be on my side. Her own son will also protect her and will stand in front of Su Tianxi and Zhang Yuning to protect her as a mother. Who else in this world would care about her? Her own son would definitely care about her. Zhang Yuning cried as she walked. She no longer had the pride and beauty of a noble lady, only endless pain. The nurses around her saw her face and head covered in blood and couldn't help but reach out and hold her. Which ward are you from? Let the doctor treat you. Zhang Yuding was so stunned that she couldn't hear anything and just kept walking forward. She wanted to find Sumu, wanted to find her own son. Chapter 103, No One Wants Belated Family Love. Zhang Yuding kept thinking about what Suze had just said in her mind. Her tears flowed like a river bursting its dam and could not be stopped. When Sumu first returned home, he was quiet, but he did a lot of things. At that time, Sumu actually helped the nanny clean the room, shy and silent. Sumu said, I always feel embarrassed when I see others working, so I want to help. Sumu is not used to being served by others, and Zhang Yuding looks down on Sumu's pettiness. I feel that Suze has the style of a rich young master who just asks for help and has food to eat. She praised Suze in front of Sumu more than once, and sometimes she even deliberately looked at Sumu's lost and sad expression. This is the only way to alleviate the pain of being blamed. Zhang Yuding felt a little resentful towards Sumu. If it weren't for this child, would she have been blamed by so many people? Sometimes she would think, if only Sumu had never been born. It is obvious that there were happy memories between the two of them a long time ago. Sumu was a quiet child when he was very young, and he didn't make a fuss after he was born. He often lay in the stroller alone and played with the toys hanging on it. He looked smart and clever. Zhang Yuding liked her son very much at that time and often took him out to show him off. But for some reason, Su Tianxi didn't like this child very much. He seldom goes home to see his children. Su Tianxi said that he couldn't bear to see Zhang Yuding suffer so much, and now that they had a son, they would not have more children in the future. Then he gave Zhang Yuding a card and asked her to go shopping, buy clothes, do her hair, and attend the party. Zhang Yuding took her child to the mall and left the child with a nanny. Zhang Yuding left her child with the nanny and went shopping with her best friend. When I came back, the child was gone. The nanny said she took the child out and let him walk for a while, but when she went to the toilet, the child ran away. Zhang Yuding was devastated and quickly contacted her family to look for her child, but they couldn't find her. At that time, she was criticized by thousands of people, and everyone said that she had lost her child, especially Su Tianxi. He comforted her during the day and beat and scolded her at night, saying that she was useless and couldn't even take care of a child. She began to feel guilty and anxious, and later she started to blame Sumu, blaming Sumu for all the pain. When she was about to collapse, Su Tianxi took her to an orphanage and adopted a child who looked very similar to Sumu. That child is Suze. For so many years, she raised Suze as her own son, but it turned out that Suze deceived her. Suze had known for a long time that his biological mother was Zhang Yuding. Suze didn't have a trace of sincerity in his heart, and still called Zhang Yuding mom. Sumu only knows how to call herself mother. Zhang Yuding's shoulders kept shaking, and she couldn't stop crying. Sumu first returned home. She called her mother every day and would help her take the heavy shopping bags when she came back for shopping. I will also comfort her when she complains. Sumu is not talkative, but he does a lot of things. Unlike Suze, who always talks a lot, but never actually takes any action. Zhang Yuding thought of this and wanted to kill herself. If she treated her own son well, treated Sumu well, Sumu will definitely support her now. Now she's being bullied by the three of them. Zhang Yuding left the hospital in a state of anxiety. She took out her cell phone several times, but ultimately did not press Sumu's call button. She doesn't have the face. When Suze was in trouble, she actually wanted Sumu to donate blood to Suze. Zhang Yuding reached out and slapped herself hard, then squatted down and cried loudly, ignoring the surprised looks of passersby. Su Wanlu saw her mother go out and say she was going to look for Suze, so she felt uneasy and followed her. Not long after, I saw my mother walking out of the hospital in a daze. Su Wanlu almost didn't recognize her mother. Zhang Yuding is now in a mess, with blood all over her head and face, and her eyes are swollen like walnuts. She kept muttering to herself, "They lied to me. I want to find my son. Where's my son?" The passersby around her stayed away from her, thinking she was a lunatic. Su Wanlu quickly helped her up. Seeing her mother like this, she was also very sad. "Mom, why is your head broken? Let's go to the hospital first. Sumu doesn't want to see us. Let's think of a way. After all, we are related by blood. He certainly won't be so heartless." Su Wanlu comforted her mother and also comforted herself. Besides, fourth sister has a good relationship with brother Sumu. "I'll take you to the hospital first. I'll call fourth sister to see if there's a chance to see my brother." Su Wanlu felt somewhat fortunate that she could still contact her fourth sister. The family is now in a mess. No one knows what the eldest sister is doing, and she has not responded. My third sister is in the hospital now and can only travel by wheelchair. She has been arguing with the nurses these days and has already driven 3 of them away in anger. Soon no one was willing to serve her. Su Wanlu asked for a long vacation from school, planning to take good care of her mother first, and then find a chance to find her brother Sumu. Su Wanlu sent her mother for treatment. After bandaging the wound, the doctor gave her mother a sedative. The doctor said that my mother's mental state is very unstable and she may engage in self-harm or become mentally confused. It is best for her to rest for a while. Su Wanlu didn't know what had happened. She hesitated for a moment and called her fourth sister. Fourth sister, are you living with brother Sumu now? Su Qiaoyu was a little surprised when she saw the call from Su Wanlu. She had been busy with comic publishing and adaptation these days. My brother knew that she was busy, so he didn't bother her much these 2 days. Su Wanlu's call came first. As Su Qiaoyu arrived at the villa complex, a drizzle began to fall. She replied, while covering her head with a book. What's wrong? Su Qiaoyu didn't know why Su Wanlu asked this. Don't they care about Su Mu's younger brother at all? Now I found out. Su Wanlu hesitated for a moment and said, Fourth sister, can you let your brother come to see Mom? Mom is sick, she and Dad have had a falling out, and she wants to see her brother. Su Qiaoyu was surprised when she heard this. Her mother's attitude towards her younger brother was obvious to everyone, showing dislike and indifference. They used to ignore their younger brother, but now they all want him to come back and see them. This is abnormal. I can't promise you this. You'd better talk to your brother yourself. I can't make the decision for him. Su Qiaoyu thought that she hadn't seen her brother for nearly a week. She had been attending a book signing event in another city these days. There will be a local book signing next week. Su Qiaoyu also wanted to let her brother and Jiang Ruoying play the protagonists of the comics to support her. Su Wanlu heard Su Qiaoyu's answer and smiled bitterly. My brother has blocked us. Now I can only find you, fourth sister. Please help me. Chapter 104. The little white face who wants to live off her. Su Wanlu had no choice. The last time her third sister came to her house, her legs were broken. Su Mu rashly now, for fear that Su Mu would misunderstand them. Su Wanlu didn't wait for her fourth sister's answer and couldn't help but get anxious. Fourth sister, Su Zhe, is Zhang Yuning's son. Mom has collapsed. For so many years, she has been raising a son for that woman. Please have pity on Mom and let your brother come back to see us. Only my younger brother Sumu is my biological son. My mental state is not good now, and the back of my head was injured. Su Wanlu didn't know what method she could use to get her brother Sumu to come back and see them. Last time, Su Qiaoyu only heard from her brother that her father had cheated on her, but she didn't expect that Su Zhe was actually Zhang Yuning's child. Su Qiaoyu bit her lip, didn't answer, and hung up the phone. This matter should not be decided by yourself. It should be decided by my brother himself. My younger brother once said that he no longer had any relationship with that family. In that case, there's no need to bother him with these annoying things. Previously, the family members' favoritism towards Su Zhe had reached the point where they could no longer distinguish right from wrong. Now that Su Zhe's true identity has been revealed, they all come forward to confess. Every time they brought up the past, it hurt their brother again. Su Qiaoyu shook off all these messy thoughts. I'm going to see my brother soon, so I should be happy. Su Qiaoyu pursed her lips and smiled. Her dimples were so sweet that they were intoxicating. A black umbrella suddenly appeared above her head, blocking the falling rain. Su Qiaoyu widened her eyes in surprise and turned around to see a handsome man. It's raining. Let me take you there. Lu Mingze smiled faintly and covered the girl in front of him with a black umbrella. His eyes moved slightly when he saw the comic book in her arms. Su Qiaoyu quickly thanked him. Thank you so much. I live right in front. Su Qiaoyu pointed in the direction of her residence, feeling a little embarrassed, and clenched the comic book between her fingers. Lu Mingze's voice became softer. Okay, I'll take you there. The people who live here are either rich or noble, and the girl in front of him looks innocent and easy to control. And the comic book in her hand was the original work of the movie he wanted Su Nanyang to invest in. This is a good opportunity to get close. Do you like to read Summer Love too? I'm a fan of this book. Lu Mingze started looking for topics to talk about. He didn't want to be tied to one person all the time. Su Qiaoyu looked back at him. This man was a fan of this comic. She handed the book to him directly. I'll give it to you. It's signed by the author. If you want to take a photo with the author, I can arrange that. Su Qiaoyu squinted her eyes and smiled, inexplicably feeling that this person looked familiar. However, Su Qiaoyu's memory is not very good, and she can't remember clearly people she has met once or twice. Lu Mingze was even happier when he heard this. He could get in touch with the author of the comics and take photos with him anytime and anywhere. This girl is definitely not simple. He took the comic book with some attentiveness, his voice full of surprise. Thank you so much. It's an autograph. What a precious gift. I feel a little embarrassed to accept it. So I'll treat you to a meal next time, and don't refuse it. Before Su Qiaoyu could say no, she had already reached the door of the villa. Sumu just opened the door, holding an umbrella in his hand, and wanted to pick up his sister. I saw my sister and a man walking towards me. The man looked very familiar. Sumois ausvlished. Isn't this the man who dated Su Nanyang before? Now he is smiling so brightly at his sister, like a peacock spreading its tail, and he definitely has bad intentions. Sumu happened to hear his last words. His eyes turned cold. He raised his umbrella and strode up to the two of them. He glanced up and down at Lu Mingze. He was wearing a white shirt and black trousers. He was quite handsome, but his eyes were flickering. At first glance, he's a gigolo. Now he's set his sights on his own sister. Sumu pulled his sister over with a forced smile. Then he stood in front of his sister, with a bad look on his face towards Lu Mingze. No need to eat. You can leave now. Lu Mingze looked at the two people in shock for a moment. Was she caught by her boyfriend? But these two people look a bit alike. They should be siblings or brother and sister. Lu Mingze breathed a sigh of relief, took out the book, and shook it at Su Qiaoyu. Thank you for the book. Anyway, since we live here, there will definitely be a chance for us to meet again. There's no need to rush. Sumu pulled his sister into the villa and couldn't stand the thought of Lu Mingze's pretentious look just now. My sister is too naive and easily deceived. It's best not to let that dead man get close to my sister. Sister, do you know that person just now? Sumu put the umbrella on the special umbrella stand and changed in his slippers. Then he went to the water dispenser, poured a cup of hot water, and handed it to his sister. Su Qiaoyu shook her head. This is the first time we met today, and I don't know this person. I just called my second sister, and she wanted you to go see Mom. She said Mom is in the hospital, but I refused. Just follow your own ideas and ignore them. Su Qiaoyu took the cup and took a sip. It was warm and comfortable. Hospitalized? That's God's will. Sumu didn't expect Zhang Yuding to be hospitalized so soon. He must have been very angry. Yes, now everyone in the Su family knows the relationship between Su Tianxi and Zhang Yuding. It would be strange if Zhang Yuding wasn't angry to death. I don't want to see her. Will my sister think I'm cold-blooded? Sumu went to the room inside and got a towel to wipe his sister's hair. Su Qiaoyu was a little surprised. How could that be? Brother, you're not a cold-blooded person. You are kind and patient, and you cherish the people around you. In my heart, your brother is the best person. Speaking of cold-blooded, I think they are the ones. Su Qiaoyu paused for a moment and sighed. Maybe they want to meet you because they need something from you. Last time, my second sister came to me because she was not feeling well and wanted you to take care of her. I don't know why this time, but if we talk about cold-bloodedness, their previous actions were even more cold-blooded. Su Qiaoyu knew those families too well. Sumu felt relieved when he heard his sister say this. He doesn't care about what others think. He only cares about what his loved ones think. With his sister saying this, he no longer had any concerns. Thinking of the man just now, Sumu frowned in disgust. Sister, stay away from that man. I've seen him with other women before. He is a bad character. He hooked up with Su Nanyang and now wants to get close to my sister. He definitely has bad intentions. Su Qiaoyu finished drinking a glass of warm water, stood up with satisfaction, and patted her brother's shoulder. I know. I'm going to take a hot bath. You and Ruoying, don't forget to come to my book signing event the day after tomorrow to support me. I'm finally done with this period of work. I'll update for everyone tomorrow. Please give me a small gift. Chapter 105 Sister Wants to See Sweet Love. Sumu naturally agreed directly. How could he not help his sister? He also went upstairs to take a hot shower, then go to the study to find Jiang Tian. Brother Jiang, last time I cooperated with Tian's company under your name, and our company's technical staff has already gone to teach them how to use the software. How is the cooperation with Kus Sufei going? Jiang Tian's mentality is now very different. This is his first successful entrepreneurial venture. Seeing Sumu stand up directly, he walked over and pulled him to sit on the chair. The cooperation went very smoothly. They formed a team of the company's most talented technical personnel to research this project, and now 2.0 has taken shape. It is estimated that it will be available in 2 months at the latest, and by then the first generation will be obsolete. So mochakalt. Then I'll have the technical staff slow down a bit. Let them learn for a month at best. Then let them enjoy the sweetness for half a month. Then I'll let them experience the cliff-like decline and darkness. Jiang Tian swallowed his saliva. This Sumu was just as unsportsmanlike as Jiang Jiao. He silently mourned for the investors behind Tian's company. Whoever this kid wants to play with, he will definitely play with them to death. We now have enough funds and can expand our office space. Before, I didn't have enough funds, so I rented a 200 square meter office space. Now I can rent the entire floor, add some after-sale services, and set up a new business department. Sumu invested $1 billion in TikTok, and when he died, it was a rising star. Jiang Tian naturally had no objection. The two of them discussed for a long time before going back to rest. Saturday morning, Sumu is going to his sister's autograph session with Jiang Ruoying today to support her. Su Qiaoyu knocked on the door softly. "Brother, are you awake? Get up quickly. Get up quickly." My sister's voice is very gentle, but it is also like a devilish sound that pierces my ears. If you don't agree, she will keep calling me. Sumu suddenly opened his eyes, picked up his phone, and saw that it was only 6 in the morning. Sumu got up like a ghost and forced a smile. "Sister, I'm awake." "Great. Ruoying is waiting for you downstairs. Today you two are the protagonists of my comic. I've asked a makeup artist to dress you up." Su Qiaoyu showed an excited smile. The two of them were both handsome and beautiful, which was really exciting. Sumu heard that Jiang Ruoying had arrived a long time ago. He immediately disappeared from his sleepiness. "Sister, wait a minute, I'll change my clothes." Sumu quickly finished washing up and went downstairs. The space downstairs was quite large. Sumu saw Jiang Ruoying at a glance, and his heart skipped a beat. Jiang Ruoying is usually very pretty, and today she is particularly eye-catching. The protagonists of the comic Summer Romance are originally a pair of boys and girls. The male protagonist is a bad boy with a soft heart, and the female protagonist is a girl who appears to be a good girl, but is actually twisted and world-weary. Sumu and Jiang Ruoying match perfectly. Su Qiaoyu was so happy. When these two people put on school uniforms, they look like the protagonists of comics who walked out of the comics. Su Qiaoyu slowly appeared from the side, took Sumu's hand, then took Jiang Ruoying's hand, and held their hands together. "You two are a couple today, so you should be closer than usual. Don't let others see any flaws." Su Qiaoyu covered her mouth and laughed. Well, actually she had her own selfish motives. Sometimes when the two of them were together, Sumu would stare at Jiang Ruoying from time to time, and Jiang Ruoying did the same. It's obvious that these two people are interested in each other, and they are still being ambiguous. They should break the ice as soon as possible. Su Qiaoyu wants to see a sweet love story. Chapter 106. Su Yingying was furious in a wheelchair. In an instant, Jiang Ruoying's face and ears turned red. She looked up at Sumu, then lowered her head again embarrassedly. "Thank you so much for your help, sister." Sumu's hands are big and warm. I want to keep holding it. Although Jiang Ruoying was shy, she clenched her fingers a little tighter. Sumu naturally held her hand. The success of the last project gave him confidence. He is willing to fight against everything with Jiang Ruoying. Jiang Ruoying felt Sumu's initiative. Her eyes lit up, and she smiled brilliantly. "Sumu, after the book signing, let's go out and play. There's an amusement park nearby." "I've never been to an amusement park." When Jiang Ruoying said the last sentence, her tone was slightly depressed. She has been surrounded by various tutoring classes and courses since she was a child. Her mother wouldn't take her out for fun, and neither would her father. Occasionally, when she saw other classmates going to the amusement park to play, she felt a little envious. "Okay, I'll go with you." Sumu smiled, but felt a little sad in his heart because he had never been to an amusement park. The only time he went to the amusement park was when Su Yingying asked him to go. That incident made him very resistant to amusement parks. But now I'm going with the girl I like, and I hope that the happy memories can cover up those disgusting memories. Seeing that the two of them had already started to plan where to go, Su Qiaoyu couldn't help but smile. "Let's go, let's finish this quickly." Jiang Ruoying then remembered that her sister was beside her and turned her head away a little embarrassedly. "Sister Qiaoyu, do you want to go with us?" "I won't be a third wheel. Lily should come and help. Then Lily and I can go shopping." Seeing how sticky the two people were, Su Qiaoyu went there herself, probably just to be a background board. The three of them arrived at the book signing event laughing and joking, but were all startled by the crowd blocking the outside. Sister, you're too popular, aren't you? There's so many people here. Sumu looked at the huge crowd and felt proud of his sister. Of course, this comic is going to be made into a movie soon. I'm not just a sister. Su Qiaoyu raised her chin proudly. Her beautiful and youthful face was very attractive. Only when you are financially independent can you have a say. If I don't draw comics and don't make money, how can I say no to the Su family? By then, I might not even be able to support myself. So how can I take care of my younger brother and live happily outside? Su Qiaoyu knew it very well. The economic base determines the superstructure. Only when you have money can you live the life you want. Only when you are financially independent can you say no to those people. Oh, sister, you are so awesome. Su Lily spoke in a rhythmic manner, giggled, and came over to put her arms around Su Qiaoyu's neck. Su Qiaoyu patted her hands. Su Lily, you are so sarcastic. What do you want to do? Be careful, or I won't let you in. Su Lily pinched her face and said teasingly, if you don't let me in, I'll expose all your ugly deeds, huh? Su Qiaoyu was not as tall as Su Lily. She struggled to get out from under her hands and stood next to her brother, panting. The commotion here has attracted quite a few people to attend the book signing event. After all, these 4 people are very conspicuous. Sumu now has a very stylish figure and looks quite handsome. In order to fit the comics, he cut his hair into a buzz cut, which makes him look fierce and handsome. Jiang Ruoying was wearing a Japanese school uniform, with her hair tied into a bun at the back and secured with a pearl hairpin. Her innocent face had a decadent beauty, a pair of dark eyes that were mysterious and charming, a straight nose, and lips that looked like peaches. She has a mysterious aura and looks well-behaved and innocent, but also has a dark side that leads to corruption, making people unable to help but explore her other side. These 2 people are exactly the male and female protagonists of Summer Love. There are 2 beautiful women next to them. Su Qiaoyu put on some delicate makeup today. Her face was soft and delicate, and her dimples were sweet and charming when she smiled. Su Qiaoyu is a sweet girl. Su Lili Zet Bun Li. Today she wore a black camisole top and a knee-length leather skirt, and her figure was curvy and hot. Add to that a bag from a certain Neil brand, a belt from a certain aristocratic family, and dazzling emerald necklaces and earrings. It's just like there are 4 big words written on her face. I'm very rich. When these 4 people stood there, many people were secretly looking at them. The staff nearby quickly blocked those people. Teacher Su, please go this way. This is the back door. The 4 people also noticed it and hurriedly followed the staff's instructions and entered through the back door. When he came in, Sumu vaguely heard a familiar voice complaining, which seemed to be Su Yingying's voice. Why are there so many people here today? It's so rare for people to come out and relax. It's so annoying. I sent a message to Xiaoza, but no one replied. I don't know what my mother and my 2 elder sisters are doing. They also seem to have disappeared. I sent them messages to ask about Xiaoza's situation, but no one responded to me. Su Yingying patted the armrest of the wheelchair with an angry look in her eyes. She looked at the crowd, running in one direction, and raised her head. I only saw a few familiar figures walking through the artificial passage, and I couldn't see anything else. The girl pushing the wheelchair behind her didn't say anything, but carefully adjusted the direction for her. Sister Yingying, today is a comic book signing event for the famous comic book Summer Love. I heard the author's wife will be revealing her true appearance today. I'm also a fan of this comic. Let's go check it out together. Su Yingying didn't want to go, but her leg injury calmed her temper a little. Now she can only go out and relax if someone pushes her. The Qifeng behind her is her sister whom she met in the hospital. She has a heart disease, but her condition has stabilized after treatment. Her brother is her bootlicker Qi Fei, and she is bored in the hospital, so she usually just chats with her sister. Who knew that when talking about Qi Fei, Qifeng became particularly excited and pestered her every day, asking her to talk about her brother. What's there to say about this? Qi Fei was so annoyed by having to follow her around like a bootlicker every day. Every time I ask Qi Fei to do something, I have to pay him. He is not a qualified bootlicker at all. Su Yingying had no choice but to casually talk about school matters. This is good. Qifeng can push herself out to play. You can look if you want, but don't crowd me. There are so many people here, and you can't lose me. Su Yingying pouted, somewhat reluctantly, but still agreed. The main reason is that the backs of those people just now look too familiar. Su Yingying wanted to see who it was? Okay, Sister Yingying, I will definitely be careful. I don't know what my brother has been doing recently. He hasn't come to the hospital to see me for a long time. Chi Fong felt a little disappointed. Last time, her brother raised a large sum of money to perform her surgery. After that, my brother said he had to pay off a debt and hasn't come to the hospital for a long time. But fortunately, we usually contact her by phone and let her rest well in the hospital. Otherwise, she would have gone to find her brother. Chi Fong pushed Su Ying to buy a ticket and enter the venue. People around them looked at them with sympathy as a little girl brought a disabled person with her and made way for them. Chi Fong thought it was pretty good. Su Ying was about to explode with anger. She hated other people's sympathetic looks the most. Wow, so beautiful. The author of my favorite comics is so beautiful. Chi Fong exclaimed. I won't pretend anymore. The author's ideal type is a sweet girl like Sister Xiaoyu. Chapter 107, Su Ying's Great Break. Chi Fong looked at Su Xiaoyu's cute and beautiful appearance, and there was a bit more longing in her eyes. So beautiful and so healthy. She also wants to be like this sister. This sister loves to read every comic book, and these comics gave her strength and support when she was sick. Chi Fong's eyes fell on Sumu and Jiang Ruoying again, and she couldn't help but cover her mouth. Oh my god, are these comic book characters appearing in the real world? They are the hero and heroine in my mind. Chi Fong pressed her heart to calm it down and looked at Sumu's profile with some fascination. This was exactly the same as the male protagonist she had imagined. Su Ying curled her lips when she heard Chi Fong's exaggerated voice. How beautiful can you be? Can you be as beautiful as yourself? Su Ying looked up at the center of the crowd and then immediately froze. Su Xiaoyu sat behind the table at the book signing event, showing a sincere smile, signing autographs for every fan and taking photos with them. Su Mu and Jiang Ruoying stood aside, secretly holding hands, hiding their holding hands behind their backs. Both of them played their roles with serious expressions on their faces and took photos with these fans. The three of them live in harmony like a family. Su Ying held the wheelchair's hand and couldn't help but tighten it again and again. When she saw Jiang Ruoying, she remembered the day when Jiang Ruoying was standing on the steps and someone broke her legs. Damn it, now Su Mu and Jiang Ruoying are so intimate. Not only that, it seems that Su Mu and fourth sister have a very good relationship. After his leg was injured, Su Mu not only did not go to the hospital to see her, he didn't even call her. Su Mu had always listened to me before. Su Ying couldn't help but think of the past, when Su Mu was eager to integrate into this family. No matter what he's asked to do, he is willing to do it. Su Mu is now like a completely different person, as if he has gone crazy. Not only did they lose respect for their sisters, he beat and scolded them. Su Ying was so angry that she wanted to vomit when she thought of the 2 slaps she received. Sumu hit himself? Sumu living so happily with them. Chi Fong behind Su Ying said, "Push it to the front, I want to talk to them." Chi Fong looked embarrassed. "Sister Ying, it's too crowded here. I'm afraid I can't squeeze in. I'd really like to go to the front, but there are really too many people." Chi Fong's eyes were always glued to Sumu, and she was a little dazed. After hearing what Su Ying said, he didn't know how to squeeze through. "Oh, you're such a loser. If only your brother were here, he would definitely be able to help me squeeze in." Su Ying julet herips. It's strange to say, Chi Fei hasn't come to see me for a long time, and I don't know what he is doing. Sumu held Jiang Ruoying's hand and watched his sister anxiously signing autographs for people, then taking photos with them and smiling sweetly. You can see that my sister is in pain and happy at the same time. The fire's on, but it's also really busy. Sumu was planning in his mind what to do at the amusement park in the afternoon. He had never taken a girl to an amusement park before, and before leaving, he asked Brother Jiang if he had ever been there. It turned out that Brother Jiang, the otaku, had never been there either, and the only experience they had was from movies and anime. In the end, everyone agreed that riding the Ferris wheel was the most romantic. Then try some mild and less exciting activities, such as the big pendulum roller coaster, which is best not to go. Less girls put on delicate makeup and ruin their makeup by playing with these. Sumu was thinking as he took photos with the people he was taking photos with. He was quite tall, and he could easily see the crowd below by just looking up. There was a slightly empty space among the crowd below, and it seemed like there was a disabled person there, who looked like he was in a wheelchair. Sumu looked closely and found that it was Su Ying. You could see a petite girl with a pale complexion pushing Su Ying and trying hard to squeeze in. Su Ying's face looked ugly, and she was saying something from time to time, which was probably not nice. Sumu was speechless. He could meet the Su family in such an occasion. He didn't check the almanac before going out today. Chapter 108 Su Ying, being beaten is your fate. Sumu retracted his gaze, hoping that Su Ying would not cause trouble in such an occasion. Otherwise, he wouldn't let her go. This is her sister's first autograph session. If Su Ying dares to mess it up, she'll just have to wait and see. Qifeng tried hard to push Su Ying forward, and the people around her also made way. After all, she looked quite pitiful sitting in a wheelchair, and like them, she was a fan of this comic, so they gave way to her. Su Ying finally squeezed to the front, looked up, and saw Su Qiaoyu, feeling a little uncomfortable. Su Qiaoyu, I didn't expect so many people to read your comics. No wonder you couldn't take Sumu home. Su Qiaoyu was stunned for a moment. Her sweet smile disappeared immediately, and she frowned. Why are you here? Su Ying snorted. What? You don't welcome me. Sumu stood directly in front of his sister and spoke in a low voice. Sister, go ahead and do your work. Leave this to me so she won't disturb you. Su Qiaoyu nodded, not wanting to waste time on Su Ying. A lot of effort went into this autograph session, and Su Ying couldn't ruin it. Su Ying saw Su Mu standing in front of Su Qiaoyu again. I felt suffocated. Su Mu had taken care of himself in this way not long ago. In the past, if gangsters and hooligans whistled at her on the street, Su Mu would always stand in front of her to protect her. Now, Su Mu glared at him. Su Ying's face turned very bad, and her voice became sharper. Sumu, what do you mean? Are you afraid that I will hurt her? I've been ruined by that bitch next to you. You don't care about me, but you care about Su Qiaoyu, and you're being affectionate with that bitch next to you. Do you still see me as your sister? Su Ying was still used to the old Su Mu and spoke bluntly. His gaze stayed on Jiang Ruoying, and the hatred in his eyes could not be concealed. She remembered that day Jiang Ruoying casually ordered those thugs to break her legs. Not only that, she was thrown outside and humiliated. She later tried to get someone to cause trouble, but security at the villa was tightened. It was said that a thief had come in to steal things and disturb the people living there. The thief was none other than Su Ying. When Su Ying heard about this, she was furious. Unfortunately, she was in the hospital for treatment at that time and had no way to seek revenge. Now seeing Jiang Ruoying, her eyes were burning with fire. Sumu heard her calling him a bitch. His face suddenly turned ugly. He turned around and pulled Jiang Ruoying over. Ruoying, don't be afraid. I will help you teach her a lesson. Jiang Ruoying raised the corners of her mouth and smiled. Her expression was as sweet as honey. She hugged Sumu's strong waist and tilted her head to look at Su Ying. With Brother Sumu protecting me, I'm not afraid of this crazy woman. Su Ying was almost mad at Jiang Ruoying's attitude. It was clearly her leg that was broken, but Jiang Ruoying was pretending. Su Ying greeted her feet. Sumo, you don't help your sister, but you help an outsider. Jiang Ruoying, you had someone beat me up last time, and I won't let you off easy. Aren't you guys having a book signing? I'm going to expose you right now. I'm going to humiliate you. After Su Ying finished speaking, she looked at the curious eyes of the people behind her and burst into tears. Before Su Ying opened her mouth, Jiang Ruoying came to her side, smiled slightly, and covered her mouth with her hand. Jiang Ruoying whispered in her ear, Su Ying, it's useless. It's just a waste of time for you to say it. Don't forget that you were kicked out for stealing. Others may not misunderstand us then, but you will be in trouble. You're a thief, and you're accusing others? Do you think your reputation will be good? After finishing speaking, Jiang Ruoying smiled at her, looking at Su Ying's surprised and hateful eyes with some innocence. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm telling the truth. Don't disturb Sister Qiaoyu's book signing event, or I'll break your hand too. Su Ying was stunned. She didn't expect Jiang Ruoying to dare to threaten her in public. The fans behind him kept taking pictures, screaming, and holding their faces. Oh my God, this is so true to the character. The heroine in the movie is just like that, badass yet sweet. That male lead is pretty good too. The way he just said those harsh words is very similar to the comics. Is that girl in the wheelchair a hired actor? They seem to know each other. I am stunned. The two of them are so realistic and well-matched. They're so good at finding roles. Su Ying didn't expect that she was crying, and the people behind her were still shipping the couple. Sumu couldn't help laughing when he heard these words. He reached out to take the wheelchair and was very friendly to Qifeng, the little sister. We know her, just let go. I'll take her backstage to rest, and you can have fun outside. Chi Fong looked at Su Mu's handsome face. Her heart couldn't help but beat fast, and she let go of her hand in a daze. Seeing her obsessed look, Jiang Ruoying couldn't help but take a step forward and block her gaze. Su Yingying watched Su Mu take the wheelchair and suddenly became a little panicked. Su Yingying slapped Su Mu's hand and yelled at Chi Fong behind her, I don't want it, I don't want it. Let me go quickly, I don't want to go to the back. Chi Fong was stunned and hesitant. Jiang Ring stood in front of her and said with a smile, Su Yingying is his third sister, so don't worry. Go over there and drink some water, there's staff to take you around. Jiang Ruoying pointed in another direction and asked Chi Fong to go over. Chi Fong hummed softly. She felt a little embarrassed in front of Jiang Ruoying. I feel that they are a perfect match, and my feelings for that boy are not worth mentioning. Chi Fong shook her head, forgot her momentary delusion, and went to the side to take care of the surroundings. Su Mu pushed Su Yingying to the lounge at the back, with a smile on his face, and greeted the fans around him. After arriving at the lounge, the smile on his face disappeared immediately, and then he put Su Yingying aside. Su Yingying, I don't know what your purpose is. Just stay here and don't cause any trouble. Su Mu's face was indifferent. Su Yingying snorted and wanted to reach out to hit Su Mu. Don't think you are so great now. Were you instigated by that bitch? It's because of that bitch that you don't want to be nice to me. Su Mu, you weren't like this before. Su Mu couldn't stand it anymore when he heard her calling her a bitch. He turned around and slapped her in the face. The loud slap echoed throughout the small space. Su Mu was really angry. Why are you so dirty? Who are you calling a bitch? I think you are the bitch. Su Yingying widened her eyes in disbelief. Su Mu hit her again. She roared, Sumu, you are really possessed. Look at who I am. I'm your third sister. Have you forgotten how good you were to me before? When it comes to this, Su Mu feels extremely disgusted. I was really blind before. How many times did you call me a bitch? 4 or 5 times. I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of Jiang Ruoying. Su Mu slapped her with his big hand. Jiang Ruoying quickly stepped forward to stop him. Su Mu, does your hand hurt? Don't do such embarrassing things. It will be bad if others find out. I'll take care of her. You go to the front and help Sister Xiaoyu. Those fans really want to take pictures with you. Jiang Ruoying said in a sweet voice, pushing Su Mu out. Su Mu looked serious and said, I'm afraid she will bully you. Oh no, go out and help. Jiang Ruoying smiled sweetly, pushed him out, and closed the door of the lounge. Su Yingying's face was burning with pain, and she felt even more depressed. Seeing Jiang Ruoying pretending, she spoke sarcastically. Sumu will see your true face sooner or later. Hearing this, Jiang Ruoying turned around and stared at Su Yingying with a look of surprise. Su Yingying, what are you talking about? Didn't you get beaten enough just now? I don't want Su Mu to hit you, because hitting you is too low class. If people find out, they will talk about it. I don't want Su Mu to be criticized by others, but I didn't say I won't beat you. Jiang Ruoying covered her mouth and smiled, then slapped Su Yingying in the face. I will continue to update tomorrow. Please urge me to update and give me a small gift. Chapter 109, the book signing event ends. Su Yingying's face was hit and tilted to one side. Then, her eyes were filled with anger. Jiang Ruoying, are you crazy? You were pretending before. I will definitely expose your true colors in front of Sumu. You are a lunatic, a green tea, and a bitch. Felt nauseous when she thought of Jiang Ruoying pretending to be well-behaved and cute in front of Sumu. Jiang Ruoying is obviously a green tea. He actually beat her when no one was around. And last time, Su Yingying looked at her legs and felt a little scared. She didn't want to stay in a hospital all the time. Jiang Ruoying's pupils were as bright as a cat's eyes and sparkled like gems. Hearing her threat, Jiang Ruoying's face darkened. Looking at Su Yingying's ungrateful look, she snorted and laughed. You're quite good at judging people. How come you didn't realize Su Zhe was also pretending? He pretends much better than me. When Su Yingying heard her mention Xiaoza, she clenched her fists. How can you be compared with Xiaoza? I will definitely expose you to Su Mu. Jiang Ruoying put her white and tender hands on her neck, her eyes cold. Then you are seeking death. She was indeed pretending, because her nature was cold and wary. She knew from a young age that living in the Jiang family, she had to pretend to be well-educated, gentle, and generous in front of her father, and to pretend to be excellent, sensible, and obedient in front of her mother. Only in this way can you live a better life in the Jiang family. Jiang Ruoying still remembers that when she was a child, her mouth was full of chocolate. She ran out to meet a guest without wiping it off in time. My father didn't say anything at the time, but after the guests left, he coldly scolded her for being ignorant of etiquette and embarrassing him. She was then immediately punished to kneel in the family ancestral hall, and the servants were ordered to wash her mouth with lemon and pineapple water. She is allergic to pineapples. Everyone knows. She was only 6 or 7 years old, and no one comforted her no matter how much she cried. In the end, her whole face was swollen and covered with rashes, and she felt painful and numb. That face made her afraid to look in the mirror for a whole month. From that time on, she hid her true nature and would never make the slightest mistake again. She knew that if she unleashed her true nature, she would only be punished. Another time, when Jiang Ruoying was 9 years old, she had already become the top student in her grade and won numerous awards. Her mother was especially gentle to her, and she seemed to be the happiest child in the world. She was greedy for her mother's tenderness and failed the test tentatively. As a result, that night, her mother cut her wrists in front of her, and the red blood dyed her entire pupils red. That night, the smell of blood was accompanied by heart-wrenching pain. She's really stupid. Some mistakes are enough to be made once. But she still had a little hope in her heart. Maybe someone was sincere to her. From then on, Jiang Ruoying never believed in other people's sincerity again. Perhaps only a disguised mask can bring eternal love. Even when facing Sumu, she only wanted to show her beautiful side. Sumu will like her beautiful and wonderful side. It is best to hide all these unbearable natures and the viciousness of wanting to make life difficult for those who bully Sumu. She is very scared. What if Sumu knew all this and discovered that Jiang Ruoying was not the beautiful and weak Jiang Ruoying in his mind? Will he abandon me without hesitation like my parents did? What Su Yingying said had touched her reverse scale. Jiang Ruoying tentatively pinched her neck, and her beautiful and innocent face showed a trace of pain. Su Yingying, you forced me to do this. If you dare to tell Sumu, I will not let Su Zhe go, nor will I let you go. You don't want your dear brother Xiaozi to have both legs broken like you, right? Looking at Su Yingying's frightened expression, Jiang Ruoying slowly let go of her hand. Su Yingying was frightened by her threat, and her face turned pale. She could tell that Jiang Ruoying was serious. Su Yingying no longer dared to be stubborn. She couldn't let anyone hurt her brother Xiaozi. Her life was saved by her brother Ozawa, so she must protect him. Me, I won't tell Sumu, and you're not allowed to touch Xiaozi. Su Yingying lowered her head, but her eyes were still a little vicious. She just lowered her head for a moment. Once her leg healed, she would make Su Mu and Jiang Ruoying pay the price. Jiang Ring looked at Su Yingying, glanced around the room, and her fair and tender little hands directly picked up a rag for wiping the table next to her. He rolled up the rag and stuffed it into Su Yingying's mouth. Then he tied Su Yingying's hands to the wheelchair. Su Yingying widened her eyes and cursed Jiang Ruoying in her heart. I've never seen anyone as stupid as you. You asked to be beaten. Just stay here and pray that someone finds you. Otherwise, you'll stay here forever. Jiang Ruoying planned to wash her hands to get rid of the bad luck. Today is a perfect day, and Su Yingying cannot ruin it. Jiang Ruoying turned around and left, closing the door of the lounge. The book signing event outside is almost over. The staff gathered them together for a group photo for publicity purposes. The film and television rights to this comic have been sold, and the film will start shooting soon. There will be another wave of heat by then. Take a few more photos at this time. Sumu saw Jiang Ruoying coming out of the lounge and quickly stepped forward to grab her wrist. Are you okay? She didn't bully you, did she? Su Yingying looked ferocious and looked like she would bully others. I'm Fina. She's in a wheelchair. I had a good talk with her and asked her not to disturb Sister Qiaoyu's book signing event. Jiang Ruoying smiled shyly and pulled Su Mu to stand next to Sister Qiaoyu. She expressed her understanding and said she would just take a break and leave, and we wouldn't mention this spoiler anymore. The photographer is about to take a picture. Look at the camera. Jiang Ring turned her face slightly and leaned her head on Su Mu's shoulder. Su Mu put his arm around her shoulders and turned to look at the girl on his shoulder tenderly. Su Qiaoyu was smiling so hard that her dimples appeared on her face, and she made a scissors gesture. With a click, a heartwarming photo is captured. Su Qiaoyu and Su Lily had to stay for a while to pack up their things and then discuss the script with the screenwriter. Go ahead and have fun. Su Qiaoyu had known for a long time that the two wanted to go on a date, so she chuckled and sent them out. Su Mu planned to take Jiang Ruoying to dinner first, and then to the amusement park. Before leaving, Su Mu also received a message from the technician. This technician works as an external aide in Tian's company. Boss Su, I've slowed down the process. I'll probably teach them all by the end of this month, and their company's software will be online at the beginning of next month. How's that for the time frame? You have managed your schedule very well. I will double your travel allowance. Sumu replied. Brother Jiang said that the research at Kus Sufei is progressing very quickly, and the second version will be officially released next month. Wow, what a coincidence. We bumped into each other. After replying the message, Sumu took Jiang Ruoying's hand and said, let's go play. Chapter 1, 10 pink bubbles floating in the sky. Okay, Jiang Ruoying cherishes such time very much. Both of them were a little confused when they arrived at the amusement park. None of them had any memory of playing at the amusement park. Fortunately, Sumu made a strategy guide the day before. When going on a date with a girl, it is best to give her a few choices so that you can appear to be caring. Going bumper cars or rafting. These two activities are on the same route. Sumu was holding the amusement park map he had just received. Jiang Ruing lowered her head and leaned closer, her fair and soft face resting on his arm, and hummed. Here, I want to play bumper cars. Good. Sumu smiled, without moving his arm, and let her face rest on his arm as he walked for a while. Finally, the two of them burst into laughter, and Jiang Ring hugged his waist and said, You are quite strong. You are like a kitten, too light. Sumu took her to queue up. There are quite a lot of people here today, Saturday. Behind them is a group of little kids who look like they are in elementary school. When they came on stage, they just happened to be driving bumper cars with these little brats. This group of little brats saw that there was an older brother and a beautiful sister with them. One of the children immediately made a shy expression. We'll hit them later. This big brother must want to protect that beautiful sister. Let's embarrass him, Sumu and Jiang Ruoying started the car. They found several children circling around them. After circling for a while, they bumped into them. Sumu exclaimed in his heart, Shit, these kids have no moral principles. At this moment, the man's competitive spirit was aroused. Ruoying, sit down. After Sumu finished speaking, he accelerated and turned around and bumped into the child next to him. The child was not willing to be outdone, so he gathered a few other children to join in the collision. Oh my God, 4 cars hit one of their cars. Almost overturned the car. Sumu began to fight back hard, and the car was bumped up and down. Jiang Ruoying laughed beside her, a bright smile on her pretty face, and her eyes curved like crescent moons. Jiang Ruoying turned her head and whispered in his ear, It's so fun. Sumu's ears were numb, and he had only one thought in his mind. Jiang Ruoying looked so beautiful when she smiled. Sumu did not bother with those kids anymore. He tilted his head and smiled. Thank you for making Ruoying happy, little ones. The smug faces of these children suddenly fell. Why do they feel like they have become part of the play between these two people? The two played in the amusement park until the evening and finally held hands at the top of the Ferris wheel. Sumu turned around and smiled at Jiang Ruoying, feeling extremely relaxed. I'm really happy today. At this moment, he finally covered up those painful memories with the good memories in the amusement park. He is no longer the taciturn boy who wears a doll costume and is bullied by others. Only now did he know what it felt like to have a happy trip. Jiang Ring reached out to cover his eyes, then stood on tiptoe and said softly, I heard that if lovers kiss at the top of the Ferris wheel, they will be happy forever. Sumu's heart was beating like thunder, and his lips unconsciously pursed slightly. The soft fingertips, with a sweet fragrance, were right next to his lips. The two people were a little too close. The air around seemed to become a little hot. Jiang Ruoying's voice seemed to be right beside his ear, somewhat close yet somewhat far away. Do you believe this? Sumu's voice was a little hoarse, and his throat was inexplicably dry. I believe. Jiang Ruoying seemed to be smiling, but also seemed not to be smiling. The sweet peach scent from her body was approaching. Chapter 111, Can you understand something? Sumu couldn't help but ask, What's wrong? Something soft touched his face gently, as if groping for a kiss. Touch and leave. Jiang Ruoying took down the hand that was covering his eyes. The lights outside were bright, and Sumu's heart was beating like thunder. Just as he was about to speak, Jiang Ruoying turned back and covered his mouth. Can you please forget what just happened? The Ferris wheel has already passed its peak. Jiang Ruoying spoke in a relaxed tone, then turned around, held the railing, and looked at the brightly lit city. Sumu looked at her seriously and said, I can't forget it. I will always keep it in my heart. Jiang Ruoying's cheeks flushed. She coughed slightly and said nothing. You didn't kiss her on the mouth, just on the face. Why are you talking so ambiguously? Their date ended perfectly, and Sumu took a taxi to send Jiang Roying home. Sumu opened the car door for her like a gentleman and said, "Be careful. See you at school." Jiang Roying ticked the small pendant on her hand, which was a teddy bear doll that Sumu bought for her at the amusement park. "I know. Be careful when you go back." Jiang Ruoying smiled and ran back home, looking back every few steps. Su Yingying, who was forgotten in the restroom, kept cursing in her heart. First, he scolded Jiang Ruoying for daring to treat him like this. He also scolded Su Mu for being blind and not coming to see him for such a long time, calling him a real fool. In the end, he even scolded Chi Fong for leaving her there without even coming to look for her. She had been hungry for a long time and was almost exhausted. Chi Fong returned to the hospital and found that Su Yingying had not come back yet. She became a little anxious and went to the book signing event to find her. She looked at Su Yingying in surprise as she was locked in the restroom. He quickly stepped forward and took the rag out of her mouth, then carefully untied the rope on her hands. Su Yingying finally breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Pooh, pooh, pooh. Next time I see them, I will definitely not let them go." "Sister Yingying, do you know them? Why did they do this to you?" Chi Fong has shoulder-length black hair with bangs, and she looked a little puzzled when she said this. "Jiang Ruoying locked me up here. She has been pretending in front of Sumu. What a vicious woman. And my little brother is the same. He has grown too independent and doesn't even acknowledge me as his sister." Su Yingying was very angry when she spoke about it. She looked at Chi Fong with displeasure. "Why are you here so late? Take me back to the hospital quickly. I don't know what's going on these past few days. No one from my family has come to see me. I'm so mad. I need to call my mom." Su Yingying was so angry that she wanted to complain. Su Qiaoyu has become quite capable, actually selling comics secretly outside. No one at home knew she was drawing comics. It's because Su Qiaoyu makes money that the two of them can survive outside, right? Otherwise, Su Mu would have returned to the Su family and worked like a slave long ago. Chi Fong was a little afraid of her. "Okay, I'll push you back now." Then, Chi Fong remembered the tall boy who looked like he walked out a cartoon. It turns out his name is Sumu. What nice name. He is Sister Yingying's younger brother, and that girl named Jiang Ruoying should be his girlfriend. His girlfriend is such a bad person, so I must remind him and tell him to be careful. A handsome brother like him needs a kind, beautiful, and sweet girlfriend. For example, myself. Chi Fong thought about it and shook his head. "Oh, why did he think of this? Let's push Sister Yingying back to the hospital first." Su Yingying called Zhang Yuding as soon as she returned to the hospital, but took a long time before someone answered. "Mom, do you know how much Sumu has gone too far? I really can't stand it anymore. He actually locked me in the lounge for the whole day. My leg is still injured. Mom, can you take care of Sumu? If you can't, just ask Dad to take him home. He's out all day, and it's not right." Su Yingying Dotalot. Finally, Su Wanlio's voice came from the other side, very tired. "Third sister, can you please stop making trouble? Mom already knows that Su Zhe is an illegitimate child, and she is so angry that she is hospitalized. Can you understand something?" Chapter 112, Bring the Mistress to Apologize. Su Yingying's words were stuck in her throat. Su Wanlu was already very tired. She was sick and had to take care of her mother. Her eldest sister had returned to the Su family's company to run new business. Su Wanlu doesn't know what's going on in her elder sister's heart. "Even though things have come to this point, my eldest sister is still able to return to my father's company and work normally. Doesn't this chill my mother's heart? My mother was given an injection of sedative and lay in bed, crying nonstop." He either cursed Su Tianxi and Zhang Yuning or muttered sorry to his younger brother Su Mu. It was not until now that Su Wanlu realized that the previously perfect Su family was like a layer of window paper that could be broken by a poke. Su Wanlu called her father, but no one answered the phone. As for calling Zhang Yuning, Su Wanlu doesn't need to disgust herself. Thinking that her third sister already knew Su Zhe's identity, Su Wanlio's tone was filled with resentment. "Su Yingying, you already knew Su Zhe's identity a long time ago. Why didn't you tell us? Why don't you treat your brother Sumu better? You've been hiding this matter from us, and now the whole family is suffering because of it. Are you satisfied?" Su Yingying was very angry when she heard her second sister say this. "What do you mean? Is this what I want to see? Besides, Brother Ozawa doesn't know his own identity, so he is innocent, okay? Now you're putting all this on me? It's not my fault." Su Yingying was also very angry. It's not like Brother Ozawa wanted to be an illegitimate child. Su Wanlu didn't expect that Su Yingying's brain had become so bad. Su Zhe's mother is Zhang Yuning. She's our aunt, wake up. Mom is so angry now that she can't even get up. Dad is still with that mistress and the illegitimate child. You're still speaking for that illegitimate child. I think you are really an ungrateful person. Su Wanliu's chest was heaving with anger, and she didn't want to pay any attention to Su Yingying at all. Su Yingying was speechless now, and just threw her phone down in frustration. It's so annoying. Su Wanlu just hung up the phone. Su Tianxi called again. Looking at the familiar phone number, Su Wanlu hesitated for a moment, but still answered it. Wanlu, which hospital is your mother in? I want to go see her. Su Tianxi's voice was still so high and mighty, and if you listened carefully, there was a hint of smile in it. After all, he has introduced a big project to the company founded by his son Su Zhe. It is estimated that the cost will double in less than half a year. 800 million became 1.6 billion. Just around the corner. Now he has to listen to his brother-in-law and maintain harmony in the family. When Tianza Company becomes a unicorn in the internet industry, even my elder and second uncles will have to look at Xiaoza with admiration. At that time, between a useless nephew and a genius nephew, anyone would know how to choose. They will always be partial. Su Tianxi snorted in his heart. His brother-in-law asked him to be more restrained, and it was all for his own benefit. He really didn't have much liquid capital on hand. After all, most of it was invested in Tianza Company. Now, by coaxing Zhang Yuding, I can also get close to my brother-in-law. When there are any projects, I can ask my brother-in-law to use his connections to help me. Su Wanlu didn't say anything. When she heard Su Tianxi's voice, she remembered that he wanted to force Su Mu's brother to draw blood at school. Then he protected Zhang Yuning without saying a word and treated his mother coldly. Mom is in a very bad state right now. It's best not to meet her. Su Wanlu didn't know what to say and just squeezed out this sentence dryly. Su Tianxi left. Su Wanlu, give me the address of the hospital. You and your mother can rest assured that I will not abandon this family. Your mother will always be my wife, and I will go with your uncle. When Su Wanlu heard that her uncle was also coming, she had no choice but to tell Su Tianxi the address. When Zhang Yuding heard that her elder brother and Su Tianxi had come to the hospital, she reluctantly sat up and ate a few bites of food. Su Tianxi, Zhang Ming, and Zhang Yuning are all here. Su Tianxi also brought a bouquet of flowers. When he saw Zhang Yuding, he immediately gave the flowers to her with a guilty look on his face. Yuding, I was really wrong at the beginning. Please forgive me, and I will definitely live a good life with you in the future. Look, you've given birth to so many children for me, and you've worked so hard over the years. Su Tianxi has the ability to speak one thing to one person and another thing to another. Zhang Yuding did not take the flowers, but just looked at her elder brother Zhang Ming, tears streaming down her face. Brother, I'm having a hard time. Su Tianxi, that heartless guy, said he would treat me well, but now he's having an affair with that little bitch. Even the children are that big now. Zhang Ming felt distressed when he saw his sister, whom he had loved since childhood. But there is no way. Zhang Yuning still has value, and the bosses of other companies all praise her. Moreover, she has some things that cannot be disclosed, such as the videos she shot with those politicians and chairmen, which cannot be spread out. Zhang Ming coughed a few times and looked at Su Tianxi and Zhang Yuning disapprovingly. You two are going too far. Su Tianxi, quickly bring Yuding's biological son back. Give the shares to those who deserve them, and share the money to those who deserve it. And you better behave yourself and treat Yuding well from now on. Otherwise, I won't forgive you. After hearing this, Su Tianxi and Zhang Yuning's faces looked unhappy. They didn't want to bring Sumo back to divide the family property. But since Zhang Ming said this, it meant that he had given them a way out. If they didn't, things would really get ugly. Brother-in-law, you don't know. Sumu is a rebellious and naughty child. He is difficult to discipline. He has not been home since then. He won't come back even if I look for him. Su Tianxi sighed as he spoke. Zhang Yuding sneered when she heard this. Whether he comes back or not, you have to divide the shares. If he doesn't come back, you give it to me, and you are not allowed to see Zhang Yuning again. I will definitely bring Sumu home. He is my only biological son. Zhang Yuding stared at the adulterous couple in front of her, feeling furious. Even if it means angering them to death, I must bring Sumu back. Sumu is his only biological son. She can't let her son be worse than Zhang Yuning's son. Su Tianxi hasn't spoken yet. Zhang Yuning came forward, crying, and half knelt in front of Zhang Yuding's bed. Sister, you can do whatever you want, but you must leave a way for my sister and Xiaoza to survive. I definitely won't destroy your family. I just hope you can find some money between your fingers for us to live on. I still want to keep Xiaoza in the Su family. After all, he is also the son of the Su family. He can't always be wandering outside, right? Otherwise, people will say that my brother-in-law is letting the bloodline wander outside, which will ruin his reputation. I will definitely not let Xiaoza and Sumu fight over the family property. Zhang Yuning's tears started flowing down as soon as she blinked, which made me feel sorry for her. Zhang Yuning was furious and slapped her in the face. Who are you threatening? You're just a mistress, and you dare to make demands. Zhang Yuning screamed, threw himself to the side, and cried even harder. Zhang Yuning stared at her in disbelief. She didn't even use any strength. Zhang Yuning hugged Zhang Ming's calf and cried, "Brother, I know I made my sister angry, but my face is also very precious. My sister is so strong. She must want to beat me to death. Since my sister wants me to die, I will just hit my head against the wall and die." Su Qianxi quickly helped her up with concern. Zhang Ming also frowned. What's the matter with death? Don't say such unlucky words. Yuting, hitting someone is too much. It's another hard-working day. Audience gentlemen are sending electricity. Small gifts are coming. Love you guys. Chapter 113. Not ashamed of being old. Zhang Yuning looked weak, tears streaming down her face. I did do something wrong, and my sister was right to hit me. If beating me can make my sister calm down, then let her beat me hard. Sister, I really didn't mean it. It's just that sometimes I can't help myself. Zhang Yuning cried and wiped her tears. Zhang Yuning has never seen such a shameless person. Zhang Yuning, this bitch, is pretending here. Her husband and her brother both sided with the mistress. Zhang Yuning clenched her fists, her face flushed with anger. I didn't hit you hard at all. Who are you pretending for? All right, that's enough. We're already old, and fighting with each other is shameful. Zhang Ming stood between the two of them and sighed. The tone wasn't too harsh, but it was obvious that he was telling Zhang Yuting to stop. Zhang Yuting couldn't believe her ears. Her eldest brother had always loved her the most since she was a child and would never speak to her in such a tone. Brother, what do you mean by speaking for that illegitimate daughter? I am your biological sister. Ever since this happened, you've been asking me to tolerate her. You are biased. Zhang Yuting couldn't help but speak loudly. Seeing her elder brother subconsciously protecting Zhang Yuning, her blood vessels were about to explode with anger. Zhang Ming was also a little impatient. Yuting, you are too sensitive. Tianxi and your sister have apologized to you. Let's forgive him when we can. I'll be watching over him from now on, and Tianxi won't do anything so outrageous again. Su Tianxi also nodded quickly. Yes, Yuting, I promise I will never make the same mistake again. Just do as you say. I will find a way to get Sumu back. I will not contact Yuning anymore. Su Tianxi spoke to comfort her. Then he turned around and looked at Zhang Yuning. Both of them knew that it was just talk. Zhang Yuting turned her head away, tears streaming down her face. She didn't know why things turned out like this. But she was not determined to divorce, and she was unwilling to give up this position to Zhang Yuning and her illegitimate son. She also has her own biological son, and her biological son will definitely be 100 times better than this pair of mistress and her son. She must bring Sumu back to the Su family to make herself proud. Zhang Yuning looked generous. Yes, sister, I will never take the initiative to contact my brother-in-law again. You have had everything since childhood, and I have nothing. I just saw that my brother-in-law is so good, and I couldn't help but be moved. Don't blame your brother-in-law. Blame me. As soon as these words came out, Su Tianxi's eyes were filled with heartache. Zhang Yuning was so angry that she vomited blood. She looked at Zhang Yuning hatefully and said, "Shut up." Zhang Yuning immediately shut up in grievance. The two men clearly felt sorry for Zhang Yuning, but they didn't say anything. The main purpose is to express my stance so that Zhang Yuting won't get angry and divorce me. Su Wanlu saw the expressions of several people clearly and felt a chill in her heart. She inexplicably remembered that there was someone in the Su family who looked especially like Zhang Yuning. Even the words and actions are similar. That's Su Zhe. During the years when Su Mu's younger brother was taken back to the Su family, he always made mistakes and often bullied Su Zhe. But every time I bullied Su Zhe, my family would find out. Su Zhe either said he wanted to leave the house or kept crying and saying it was his fault. He also kept telling Su Mu not to bully him or hit him, otherwise he would leave the house. Suze was particularly good at acting pitiful in front of them. He would say from time to time that he felt sad, and then lock himself in the house and not go out. Every time, the sisters and mother felt so distressed that they surrounded Suze every day. Then he didn't look very happy towards Sumu. I feel that Sumu is worthy of being brought from the countryside. He has no manners and often bullies others. Now seeing Zhang Yuning's methods, Su Wanlu felt as if a bolt of lightning had split her head open. A revelation. Suze was just pretending before. He pretended to be bullied by Sumu in order to frame him. At that time, they and their mother were just like their father and uncle, accusing Sumu without knowing right from wrong. Su Wanlu lost her balance and fell onto the bed. It was ridiculous, really ridiculous. How stupid and ignorant they were before. Suze is indeed the same as his mother. Su Wanlu felt dizzy and recalled every incident from the past. They didn't know how many times they had misunderstood Sumu. Su Wanlu still remembered that at the beginning, Sumu had tried to defend himself, but no one in the family listened to him. Instead, they thought he was lying, so they beat and scolded him, and sometimes even said that he didn't look like a child of the Su family at all, and was worse than the homeless people outside. Thinking of those things, the guilt in Su Wanlio's heart surged towards her like a tide. Sumu before and was particularly good at using cold violence against Sumu. Sometimes he would deliberately let his suitors beat Sumu just to vent his anger on Suze. Su Wanlio's heart ached, and she wished she could slap her former self to death. She is so stupid. She was so cruel to her own brother. Seeing that Zhang Yuding didn't say anything, Zhang Ming knew that she would not divorce. I sat and comforted her for a while, then I had something else to do at the company, so I left first. When he left, he took Zhang Yuding with him. If Zhang Yuding continues to stay here to provoke her, who knows what Zhang Yuding might do? Su Tianxi was standing there feeling a little awkward. He coughed twice and sighed. Yuding, we have been married for so many years, and you know me well. I was just acting on impulse. Later, Yuning became pregnant, and I had no choice but to raise the child. You see, you and Xiaoza get along pretty well, and he really recognizes you as his mother. Otherwise, why would you let Xiaoza live in the Su family? These words really pierced Zhang Yuding's heart. Every word she said reminded her that she couldn't recognize people. Raising an illegitimate child as your own son is such a joke. What's more important is that Suze already knew who his biological mother was, but he was still pretending to call her mom. Disgusting, so disgusting. Zhang Yuding's face was icy cold. No. How can an illegitimate child like him enter the Su family? It would be understandable if Suze didn't know his identity. But Suze already knew about it. This is a great shame and humiliation. Su Tianxi frowned. Everyone knows that Xiaoza is the Su family's child. If we don't let him come back, who knows how others will spread the news? That's your business. I don't care. I want to take Sumu back. He is our son. After Zhang Yuding finished speaking, she closed her eyes and lay there without saying a word, obviously not wanting to say anything more. Su Tianxi's tone was not good either. If you can take that idiot back, then do it. Suze is the son who inherited his excellent genes. When Tianzi Company becomes a rising star in the industry, let Zhang Yuding regret it. Instead of wanting such an excellent son, he wants a fool. After saying this, Su Tianxi left angrily. Su Wanlio's tone was a little worried. Mom, Brother Sumu probably won't come back, right? Zhang Yuding didn't believe it. Sumu is my son. He will definitely come back. He's just angry now. Find a chance to apologize to him, and he will calm down. Chapter 114 Suze, we are here to see you. Zhang Yuding still felt that Sumu would not be so heartless and ungrateful. Sumu first returned home. He was very attentive to them. It hasn't been long since that happened, and his personality can't change so easily. Sumu must be angry about what happened before. Now that they have kicked Suze out, Sumu should not be angry anymore. But what she didn't know was that if Sumu hadn't changed his temperament drastically, he would have been tortured to death in front of the Su family's doorstep. Mom, what are you going to do? Su Wanlu had looked for Sumu several times, but it was useless every time. She knew Sumu's address, but didn't dare to visit him easily. They wanted to find their fourth sister, who had a softer personality, to act as a lobbyist, but the fourth sister stood firmly on Sumu's side and didn't care about their life or death at all. Zhang Yuding touched the back of her head. It still hurt a little after 2 stitches. Sooner or later, she will make Zhang Yuding, the mistress, pay for her blood debt with blood. When I recover from my injury, I will go to the school to find him. If that doesn't work, I will go to where he lives to find him. Su Wanlu could only hope that her mother's method would work. Su Yingying has been in a bad mood since she returned from the book signing event. She glared at Su Mu when she thought of how Su Mu always protected Su Qiaoyu. She felt very uncomfortable. Later she thought, why should she consider Su Mu? Something big happened at home. Mom found out that Xiao's younger brother was not her biological son, and she was so angry that she was admitted to the hospital. I don't know whether Brother Ozawa will be kicked out. The second sister also said that Xiaoza knew that his biological mother was Zhang Yuning. Su Yingying didn't believe it. How could Ozawa know about this? Ozawa treats them as his own sisters and his mother as his own mother. Ozawa is also innocent. Really, how can my second sister say that? Ozawa saved his life. Besides, Xiaoza is so kind and smart, unlike Sumu who only knows how to beat her. Su Yingying called Su Zhe, and it took a long time before the call was connected. Xiaoze, are you okay? I heard that mom knows you're a bastard. Don't be afraid. Third sister is on your side. Su Yingying's voice rarely became softer. Su Zhe over there was almost scared to death. He thought he was a rat crossing the street, and everyone was shouting at him. Zhang Yuding really scared him last time. Zhang Yuding actually wanted to strangle him to death. The last time that happened, his wound opened up again and had to be stitched again, which was so painful that it almost killed him. Su Zhe thought that no one in his family was willing to care about him. I didn't expect that my third sister is still as nice as ever. Dad said that Tianzi Company has launched a very profitable project, which will increase several times in a few months. By then, he will be a rising star entrepreneur with a net worth of over 10 billion. At that time, he will only acknowledge the third sister as his own sister. As for the others, let them cry. Thank you, third sister. I knew you were good to me. I was stabbed at school, and it hurts so much. At the time, Sumo was right next to me, and I felt like he pushed me. Or maybe I was mistaken. Suzy habitually throws dirty Volker ol Sumo. Third sister, you already know my identity. I'm so sad. I don't want this to happen. I really think you are all my biological sisters, and Mom is also my biological mother, but Mom can't accept it now, and I even want to strangle me to death. As Suze spoke, his voice became extremely low and filled with tears. Su Yingying didn't expect that so many things would happen while she was away. Poor little brother Ozawa. He was bullied like that. It turns out that you still have to be there for yourself. Brother Xiaoza, don't be sad. I will take care of you when I get better. Mom is probably just upset for a while, and she will be fine afterward. In my heart, you are still the same little brother Xiaoza. Su Jingjin spoke hastily. You saved my life before, brother Xiaoza. I believe you are definitely not that kind of person. In order to save me, you were soaked all over and even fainted on the shore. If it weren't for you, I would have died long ago. You definitely didn't know your identity before, so I can't blame you. If anyone should be blamed, blame that bitch Zhang Yuning for seducing my dad. Su Yingying said the last sentence with a bit of cruelty in her tone. If it weren't for Zhang Yuning, Xiaozo would not have suffered so much. This home will not become like this. When Su Zhe heard Su Yingying talk about saving people, he touched his nose feeling a little guilty. In fact, he didn't go to save Su Yingying that day. He just passed by the reservoir and was pushed in by some blind gangster. When they woke up later, both of them appeared on the shore. Su Yingying hugged him and cried, thanking him for saving her. Su Zhe accepted the life-saving favor without thinking twice. From then on, his bad-tempered third sister treated him with care and tenderness. He tasted the sweetness, and it was impossible for him to say that he didn't save her. Now hearing Su Yingying scolding Zhang Yuning, Su Zhe felt very uncomfortable. Third sister, that was a long time ago. Let's not talk about this anymore. I still want to go home. Third sister, please help me persuade Mom. I still want to be your brother and Mom's son. Su Zhe thought that he couldn't let Sumu go back to the Su family. Su Yingying quickly agreed. Don't worry, third sister will find a way for you. Su Yingying felt sorry for Su Zhe, so she called her aunt at home and asked her to transfer her to the same hospital where Su Zhe was staying. When I arrived at the hospital where Su Zhe was staying, I could go to Xiaoza's ward every day to chat with him. Su Zhe's hospital is very close to the school. The incident of Su Zhe being stabbed by someone had a great impact on the school. The main reason is that they're an aristocratic school and fights generally do not happen in school. What's more, someone is almost dead and the impact is terrible. Finally, the head teacher decided to let the classmates go to comfort Su Zhe and take 2 photos of him to show that the school cares about the students. Take out some money from the class fund to buy a bouquet of flowers, some fruits, or something. This matter was left to Jiang Ruoying and the squad leader. Jiang Ruoying is the student union president, so she must show up. 1 or 2 class leaders should also be sent. Just find a few more classmates, and it will be about the same. When Jiang Ruoying heard the head teacher talk about this, she was a little surprised. Their parents have caused trouble at school. Do we still need to go to the hospital to visit him? Teacher, this incident was originally a retaliation against Su Zhe because he leaked the girl's privacy. Isn't it a bit too grand to visit him? Jiang Ruoying felt that Su Zhe brought this upon himself. Missing, the school is worried about the negative impact, so they're just going through the motions and taking a couple of photos. The teacher was also helpless as this was a decision made by the school's top management. Jiang Ruoying nodded, "I'll see to it." Jiang Ring returned to the classroom and said to her classmates, "Is there any classmate willing to go to the hospital with me to visit Su Zhe?" The class suddenly became silent, and the last farce was still fresh in people's minds. Su Zhe is an illegitimate child, and his father and his mistress have come to the class to make a scene. None of them wanted to go, and if they did go, they wouldn't know what to say, which would be very awkward. After a while, Sumu slowly raised his hand and smiled gently. "I'll go. I'm willing to cooperate with classmate Zhang's work." As he said this, he winked at her. Jiang Ruoying smiled slightly. Why did she feel that Sumu had become a little flirtatious? Finally, it was decided that the two of them would go to the hospital to visit Su Zhe. As for whether Su Zhe wants to see them or not, they don't care. Chapter 115, Visiting a Patient with Chrysanthemum. Sumu and Jiang Ruoying went to visit Su Zhe as representatives of the class. Sumu went to buy fresh flowers and a basket of fruit. The hospital is very close to the school, and it takes less than 10 minutes to get there. When he arrived outside the ward, Sumu knocked on the door. Su Zhe was discussing company matters with Zhang Yuning. After his identity was exposed, Zhang Yuning often came to see Su Zhe. After all, Su Zhe is her son. For the past 10 years, she could only care about Su Zhe secretly. Now that she can take care of her son openly, she is so happy. "I'll leave the company to your Uncle Chun. Take good care of yourself. Once you recover, I'll find someone to write an interview script for you. After you accept the interview, you will become a young entrepreneur, and everyone will look up to you." Zhang Yuning had a good plan. "If your uncles see your potential, they will treat us better. By then, it will be easier for you to become the heir of the Su family. Mom wouldn't have to suffer anymore." Zhang Yuning couldn't help but tear up when talking about this. She was just waiting for her son to become successful. Once he became successful, she would make Zhang Yuning live a life worse than death. They can trample all of Zhang Yuning's children under their feet. Su Zhe nodded quickly. "Mom, don't worry, I will definitely succeed." The two heard a knock on the door. Zhang Yuning got up and opened the door and saw Su Mu and Jiang Ruoying standing at the door. Su Mu held flowers in one hand and a fruit basket in the other. Su Mu saw that it was Zhang Yuning who opened the door. There was no expression of surprise on his face. Su Mu directly raised the fruit basket and said, "Move aside. We are here to express our condolences to Su Zhe on behalf of the school." Jiang Ruoying took out her cell phone and took 2 photos of Su Zhe in the ward. "I specifically included the fruit basket in the photo, but not the flowers." Zhang Yuning looked at Su Mu with unconcealable hatred in his eyes. "What are you doing here? Are you trying to kill my son?" Su Mu sneered and threw the fruit basket in his hand into the ward, and apples and bananas fell to the ground with a crackling sound. "This is a token of appreciation from classmates and teachers. Please keep it, Su Zhe," Su Mu said as he stepped into the ward and placed the flowers in his hand next to Su Zhe's face. "And this bouquet of flowers is for you. I wish you a speedy recovery." Zhang Yining was even more furious when she saw the flowers in his hand. "Sumu, what do you mean? You gave Xiaoza chrysanthemums. Are you cursing him to death?" Sumu's hand were a large cluster of lush, white chrysanthemums. They're so fresh that you can tell at first glance that they are chrysanthemums picked this morning. Sumu picked up a white chrysanthemum, approached Zhang Yuning, put the flower in her hair, and clicked his tongue twice. "That's a bit too much. I just think this flower suits Su Zhe better, so I bought the freshest one specially. And when it comes to harming others, I am ashamed of myself." When he said the last sentence, Sumu lowered his voice, and his gloomy eyes met Zhang Yuning's eyes. Zhang Yuning's heart skipped a beat, and he felt that Sumu knew something. She felt a little guilty and didn't dare to look at Sumu. "What do you mean?" "I had a car accident some time ago, and then I had a dream. In the dream, I dreamed that you wanted to kill me. Sumu walked around her and said in a low voice, I also dreamed that you gave a large sum of money to the truck driver's wife, and you asked him to hit me to death. Zhang Yuning's face turned pale. This matter was done perfectly. How could it be leaked? Dreams are just dreams. You're overthinking it. Sumu, I'm your aunt. You should respect your elders, or your father won't let you off easily. Zhang Yuning's expression turned cold. He tore off the white chrysanthemum on his head, held it in his hand, and crushed it into pieces. Chrysanthemums are worn by the dead. Sumu actually insulted them like this. Her heart pounded, then immediately calmed down. Sumu has no evidence for that matter. So what even if he knew? I can only say some threatening words in front of her. Sooner or later, she will kill Sumu to pave the way for her son. Sumu took a step back, revealed a faint smile, and spread his hands indifferently. Don't worry, there's a sequel to that dream. Later I dreamed that someone wanted to kill me with a knife, and Suze stood in front of me and blocked the knife for me. I am so grateful to him. If it weren't for him, I would have been the one stabbed with the knife. Sumu came to the side of the ward, picked up a white chrysanthemum, and placed it on Suze's abdominal wound. I wish you a speedy recovery. Be more careful next time. You won't always be lucky enough to survive a madman who stabs you with a knife. Suze felt a chill on his back. For some reason, he was very scared. It's totally abnormal for Sumu to behave like this. The chrysanthemum placed on his abdomen was like a knife, hanging on his belly, giving the illusion that it would stab him at any time. Suze was trembling all over. Zhang Yuning could hear something else in his words. What exactly did Sumu mean by these words? What a messed up dream. It also said that his son should be careful whether he can survive. Wasn't this an accident? It must have been an accident that the madman Jiang Qingya stabbed someone with a knife. What do you mean? Could it be that Xiao's injury has something to do with you? Zhang Yuning tightened his lips, feeling that Sumu was not as stupid as Xiao said. Sumu was surprised. What are you talking about? I just had a dream. Don't take it seriously. Sumu clapped his hands and said, Okay, now that the visit to the classmates is over, I won't disturb you anymore. Sumu, who had been stepped on by him before and now became so arrogant. Not only did she threaten him with words, she even dared to insult him with chrysanthemums. Sumu is simply lawless. Sumu, stop right there. How dare you, a stray dog, threaten and insult me like this? Did you say bad things about me to my elder sister and the others? That's why they stopped coming to the hospital to see me. You're so vicious. Just wait. I am the only heir of the Su family. So what if you are Zhang Yuning's biological son? In the end, you will still have nothing. Su Zhe threw the chrysanthemums on the bed to the ground frantically, speaking as he did so, his eyes full of jealousy and pride. He was jealous of Su Mu's legitimate status as a young master, and felt proud that even if Su Mu had the legitimate status, he was still not as good as himself. Sumu looked at him with pity. As a bastard, stop saying such disgusting things. Wait until you can get out of your hospital bed before you start shouting. Su Zhe pounded the bed in anger, then saw Jiang Ring standing at the door. His eyes lit up, and his voice softened suddenly. Ruoying, you came to see me too? He has been sending messages to Jiang Ruoying during this period, but Jiang Ruoying has never replied. He was so angry that when he saw Jiang Ruoying this time, he immediately showed an aggrieved expression. Ruoying, Sumu is really going too far. I'm a patient, and he actually brought Jihua to see me. This is simply bullying. Chapter 116, Is It Wrong to Threaten You? This is Su Zhe's specialty. This method had been used many times in the Su family before to make Sumu suffer. It should be successful this time, too. Jiang Ruoying glanced at him calmly and said, Sumu and I chose this flower together. Don't you like it? Su Zhe looked at the two people in disbelief with his mouth open. When did Jiang Ruoying become like this? Zhang Yuning couldn't stand it anymore and snorted coldly. You are not welcome here. I didn't expect the quality of the students in your school to be like this. I will complain to the teacher about you. Just wait. Welcome, I bought flowers and fruits to visit my classmates, but you guys took my kindness for granted. By the way, I have already reported you to the police station for hiring a killer. As a mistress, you want to kill your wife's child. This motive is quite strong. Sumu smiled and said that he had actually reported Zhang Yuning for murder a long time ago, but unfortunately, there was no follow-up or result. After all, Zhang Yuning and Su Tianxi did a thorough job of cleaning up the mess, and the truck driver was already dead, so there was no evidence at all. But saying it now was enough to scare her, because she feels guilty. As expected, Zhang Yuning's face turned pale. What nonsense are you talking about? She was a little panicked. She carefully recalled every step she took, fearing that there would be any mistakes. Sumu definitely has no evidence. The truck driver is dead. His wife and son have gone to a free country, and we can't even contact them. They all transfer money to them through a special person using the money laundering model. Suze was more panicked than Zhang Yuning because he only knew about this matter but was not involved in every aspect of it. So he didn't know that Zhang Yuning and Su Tianxi acted very cleanly. He thought the two people really left some evidence. You know whether it's nonsense or not. Zhang Yuning, before you kill me, please take care of your son's life first. Sumu curled the corners of his mouth and looked at the panicked expressions of the two people, and his mood became better. They must also experience this feeling of fear. Sumu, you threaten me? What qualifications do you have to threaten me? You are a defeated general who was stepped on by my son. Zhang Yuning was very panicked at the moment and kept recalling the details of the past in his mind. The more he recalled, the more panicked he became. She was afraid that she might have done something wrong and leave evidence. Hearing Sumu's threats again, he began to suspect whether Sumu was behind every injury his son suffered. Sumu just ignored her as if she was talking nonsense. Then he spoke to Jiang Ruoying. Okay, we've already visited the patient. It's time to get back to studying. In a ward filled with fruits and chrysanthemums, Suze looked at Zhang Yuning anxiously with a look of fear in his eyes. Mom, you didn't leave any evidence behind when you did that, did you? Suze was so scared. Now, no one except the third sister paid any attention to Zhang Yuning and the other sisters. Now only his mother and father care about him, but he can't go back to the Su family. He is now branded as a bastard. Everyone knew he was an illegitimate child. If Zhang Yuning is arrested again, he will have no one to rely on. Zhang Yuning was also upset at the moment. She felt that what she had done was perfect. It stands to reason that it is impossible to leave loopholes. Someone know about this? And the injuries on Suze's body, could they really be related to Sumu? Impossible. Sumu is probably pretending to be crazy. How could a fool like him think of so many things? He has no resources and no connections, so he has no ability to harm Ozawa. Chapter 117, Do You Dare to Take a Gamble? Zhang Yuning comforted himself that Sumu was just an ordinary person, and he was probably looking for a sense of existence because he was so angry. Sumu had no ability to harm Xiaoza. Zhang Yuning was still a little uneasy thinking about this. Turning around and seeing Suze's terrified face, he comforted him. He probably didn't leave any handle. Sumu is trying to scare us. Don't take him to heart. That's what they said, but the two of them were not at peace. Sumu went to the hospital specifically to tell the mother and son that if they didn't want others to know, they had better not do it themselves. They hired someone to kill someone, so he had to be on his guard all the time. Then they can't have an easy life either. He will make them live in fear all day long. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month passed, and Suze was almost recovered. He then had to go to the hospital for a checkup every few months. If an attack occurs, blood transfusion is required. Sumu saw the high-spirited Suze at school. When Suze saw Sumu, he immediately came up to make his presence felt. Sumu said last time scared him, and he often dreamed that Jiang Qingyao wanted to kill him. She also said that Sumu asked her to come, and she would not stop until she killed him. Suze often woke up in a cold sweat, and every time he woke up he would curse Sumu. Sumu, don't think you are so great. In today's society, without money, you are nothing. Even if you are the real young master of the Su family, you are still a pauper. Although I am an illegitimate child, I am much better than you. Do you know how much money I'm going to make? At least 1 billion. Have you ever seen so much money? Sumu, if I change this money into coins, I can smash you to death. Suze returned to his former noble appearance, wearing a famous watch worth hundreds of thousands of dollars on his wrist. He always speaks in a condescending tone and basically looks down on others. Following behind him were a few younger brothers who had just been bribed with money. They surrounded Sumu at the bathroom sink and looked at him with ill intentions. Suze did not admit that he was scared by Sumu. He came here specifically to regain his confidence. Sumu raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this, knowing that he was talking about Tianza Company acquiring the product, and taunted him back. 1 billion? I don't believe it. Are you bragging? Sumu lazily took off his outer coat, revealing a white short-sleeved shirt underneath. His muscles were very full after long-term exercise. Just clench your fists slightly, and you can see the power bursting out of your arms. Sumu's figure doesn't show when he's dressed, but when he takes off his clothes, he can beat two people with one punch. The other brothers looked at each other and took 2 steps back. They all have weak bodies and rely on their numbers. Sumu's body are obviously the result of real training. Sumu raised his chin towards a group of younger brothers and said, "Do you believe he can make 1 billion?" The younger brothers looked at each other and shook their heads silently in their hearts. Don't believe it. These little brothers didn't say anything, but the expressions on their faces betrayed them. Suzivas Vudius, Sumu, I think your cognition is too low. You have never seen 1 billion in your life. And you too, a bunch of ignorant people. Sumu, do you dare take a gamble? If I make 1 billion, you will kneel down and leave Jiang Ruoying and don't be attentive to her. Don't you think you are worthy? Su Zhe spoke arrogantly, with a little brother recording a video next to him. Sumu knew that Su Zhe came prepared. Okay, let's make a bet. If you don't make 1 billion, you can slap yourself 10 times and yell, "Dad Sumu, I was wrong. I'm a loser." Then slap Su Ying 3 more times. How about that? Sumu crossed his arms and spoke, looking at Su Zhe as if he was garbage. Su Zhe didn't know why Sumu asked him to beat Su Ying, but it doesn't matter. He will definitely make 1 billion anyway. Both my parents said that this project can make at least 1.8 billion yuan. After all, that app made billions the first time it went online. Now that app is becoming more and more popular, and many people like it. If they add more features to the app, they will definitely reap another wave of profits. Su Zhe agreed without thinking. Sumu, I've recorded a video. I'll post it online and promote it. By then, the whole country will be watching us. Don't regret it if you lose. Su Zhe was in a good mood, and Sumu was bound to lose. This move was taught to him by Zhang Yuning. The purpose is to prevent Sumu from returning to the Su family and completely cut off his retreat. It also let everyone know that Sumu, the real young master of the Su family, could not compare to him, the illegitimate son. By then, his image as a business genius will appear in front of everyone, and those wealthy nobles will not have any grudges against his identity. After all, at the top, everyone cares about ability and interests. Once you have the ability to earn 1 billion, you will naturally gain a foothold in the upper class. It can be said that this was the battle that made him famous. It's still a sure-win outcome. As long as this video has enough influence and popularity, it will allow others to see how outstanding Su Zhe is, and how stupid Sumu is. As long as we win, we can directly crush Sumu in terms of public opinion. Even if Su Tianxi lets Su Zhe inherit the estate in the future, no one will object. Sumu looked at his stupid look and knew what he was thinking. I guess this trick was also taught to him by Zhang Yuning. I have to say that Zhang Yuning has some tricks up his sleeve. No wonder he could stay in the Zhang family for so long and defeat Zhang Yuning so easily. Zhang Yuning still understands human nature. Sumu stood up, turned his face towards the camera, tilted his head, and spoke to Su Zhe. I won't regret it, and I hope you won't regret it either. Su Zhe was very proud. Of course I won't regret it. Then let's wait and see. Su Zhe felt that he would win 100%. After all, no one knows what project he is working on. By then, this idiot Sumu will be ridiculed by the whole network. Not only that, even his uncles will abandon Sumu. Sumu will become a laughingstock in the entire upper class. Even Zhang Yuning felt embarrassed to take him back. Sumu will just keep wandering outside. Sumu would definitely watch him with jealousy as he enjoyed money, power, beautiful women, and luxury cars. Thinking of that scene, Su Zhe laughed heartily. Sumu looked at him as if he were a lunatic. The video was posted on Weibo and major social media sites that night. Basically, every website has been bought for promotion. Sumu and Su Zhe quickly became hot searches. Everyone, whether familiar with them or not, knew their stakes. Some people thought it was just a joke. However, their acquaintances came out to comment, and the entire online world became lively. Various online news reports have eye-catching headlines. Boasting of making billions, ignorant children calling each other grandpa. A battle between the young masters of wealthy families? Who is the fool? Unveiling the secrets of a wealthy family. 2 sons of a well-known wealthy businessman compete for love. What kind of beauty has such charm? Thank you all for the flowery bobo milk teas, likes, and emails. Someone gave me 40 flowers, which moved me to tears. I slid down on my knees to thank everyone. I also thank everyone for their comments. I recognize a lot of people. Thank you for your support. Chapter 118, Unwilling to Give Up. This matter is becoming more and more serious on the internet. Su Xiaoyu was very worried after seeing the video. Su Zhe in the video is very arrogant and domineering and is surrounded by some younger brothers. But his younger brother is alone. Su Zhe is really going too far. As Sumu and Su Zhe's identities were revealed layer by layer. Many people believe that Sumu is the Su family's lost child who had been missing for more than 10 years. He had just been taken back by the Su family not long ago, so he probably didn't have much experience. Su Zhe was raised in the Su family since he was a child, and he must have enjoyed top-level resources. Netizens' comments are polarized. Some are just there to watch the fun. Some people support Su Zhe and think that what he said is right. In today's society, everything is about money. Money is everything. Without money, no one will pay attention to you. Without money, there is no status. If Su Zhe can really make so much money, who wouldn't hold him in the palm of their hand? As for Sumu on the opposite side, he is just a stupid guy. It is useless to take off his clothes to show off his muscles. Some people think that Su Zhe is too arrogant and that he treats 10 billion as a piece of cake. In the end, he will definitely lose everything. On the other hand, Sumu is the truly magnanimous one and doesn't take Su Zhe seriously at all. Su Xiaoyu looked at these comments and didn't sleep the whole night. Anyway, they were all reports praising Su Zhe. If anyone praises Sumu, give a thumbs up. Those who praise Su Zhe are all blind. Su Zhe's smug look is simply disgusting. Su Xiaoyu was still worried, and when Sumu came back, she tapped on the side. Brother, the bet between you and Su Zhe has caused quite a stir. Is there anything I can do to help? Su Xiaoyu was worried and anxious. Thinking of what Su Zhe had done in the past, she wanted to stab him to death with a pen. Next time I will draw Su Zhe into the comics and make him an ugly, despicable, and dark villain, and let the readers curse him to death. Humph, who made him bully his younger brother? Su Xiaoyu thought secretly. Sumu knew that this matter was getting bigger and bigger, and he definitely couldn't hide it from his sister. Sister, don't worry. I know in my heart that Su Zhe will not win. Sumu comforted his sister. Sumu on the internet. Other people in the Su family also knew about this. The first thing Su Wanlu did after seeing the news was to tell Zhang Yuding about it. Zhang Yuding had just been discharged from the hospital and had returned to the Su family. In the hall of the villa, Zhang Yuding watched the two people in the video making a bet. Her eyes became a little gloomy as she listened to Su Zhe boasting that he could earn 1 billion. Zhang Yuding clenched her phone tightly. Someone must be helping him. I know Su Zhe's strengths and weaknesses very well. At most, he is a little clever, and if he can successfully enter the Su family's business, he can make some money. Let him make 1 billion on his own. That's absolutely impossible. Zhang Yuding has been tossing and turning these days and can't sleep. She's almost suffering from a nervous breakdown. As soon as I closed my eyes, I saw Zhang Yuding's smug smile. Besides that, I also dreamed of my son who was getting farther and farther away from me. Sumu's face became a little blurry. Every time she woke up from her dream crying. Now when I see the video of the two people making a bet, I immediately think that someone must be helping Su Zhe. It must be Su Tianxi and Zhang Yuding. Su Wanlu said, Mom, what should we do? Are we just going to watch Su Mu become a laughingstock? Zhang Yuding didn't know what to do. She had no connections and no resources. The most she could do was call her brother for help. But now the eldest brother favors Zhang Yuding and may not help. Su Nanyang also saw the news, and she instantly understood that all this was a conspiracy by Zhang Yuding. Zhang Yuding really put a lot of effort into kicking Sumu out. He actually wanted to use this method to get Su Zhe back to the Su family. It's really bold. Su Nanya returned to the Su family and saw her mother and sister. Seeing that they both looked anxious, she began to persuade them. You'd better not get involved in this matter. No matter who wins or loses, it has no impact on us. No matter who loses, it is good for both of them. Su Nanyang was only curious about one thing. How did Su Zhe make 10 billion in such a short time? Su Zhe has not yet entered the Su family's company unless someone gives him 10 billion for no apparent reason. Su Wanlu stood up. Even though such big changes had happened in the family these days, her elder sister had been going to work as usual, as if she had never been affected. She couldn't understand why her elder sister was so calm and why she seemed so cold-blooded. Sister, do you really not care about our brother? Over the years, we have always wronged Brother Sumu. Many times, it was Su Zhe who deliberately framed Brother Sumu. Now, you're saying things like it's none of our business. Are you still our big sister? Su Wanlu asked what she had always wanted to say. Things happened. My mother was hospitalized. My brother left home. There's so many things, but my eldest sister doesn't ask about any of them and doesn't care about any of them. She still works at her father's company every day. When faced with these things, she just says a few words of concern and does nothing else. Su Wanlu almost didn't recognize this elder sister. But what she didn't know was that she had never really known Su Nanyang. Su Nanyang glanced at Su Wanlu in surprise. Why are you asking these questions? These are worthless. I'm doing this for our own good. If I go to work, sooner or later we will be kicked out of the company by my father and Zhang Yuning, and then we will not have any shares at all. So what do we eat and drink? For over 20 years, I've always thought I was the heir to the family, and now you tell me I'm just paving the way for others. Can I accept this? I ask you, can I accept this? Su Nanyang's voice cracked at the end, and the depression and unwillingness in her heart had reached the extreme. This is not fair. She gave up so much just to join the family business and prove her ability. Now she was about to succeed, but someone told her that it was all fake. How could she be willing? Su Wanlu stared at the somewhat collapsed Su Nanyang's sister. She didn't know what to say. She knew that joining the company had always been her eldest sister's dream, and that she longed to become the head of the family. But the relationship between Su Zhe and Zhang Yuning was exposed, and it turned out that Su Zhe also has his father's blood flowing in his body. It all becomes confusing. Su Wanlu didn't know that her elder sister's inner demons had become so deep. Su Nanya took a deep breath and said, no matter who wins or loses this bet, it's a good thing for me. Anyway, sooner or later one of them will be eliminated. As for the other one, I will find a way. After saying that, she went upstairs in her high heels. Su Wanlu almost didn't recognize her elder sister anymore. Zhang Yuting also leaned on the sofa and listened to the whole thing, tears silently flowing from the corners of her eyes. How did her children become like this? Chapter 119. Sumu is always one step ahead. Sumu didn't feel that this bet caused him any trouble. After school, he went to the company. After the company expanded, it occupied one floor. There is a special chairman's office reserved for Sumu. Jiang Tian waited in the office for a long time and also saw the video of the bet. Not only did he see it, but his parents saw it too. This video has been widely circulated. His parents had a very good impression of Sumu and always wanted to invite him to dinner. It was all thanks to Jiang Tian who stopped him. He was afraid that his parents would be too enthusiastic and scare Sumu. He opened his mouth and wanted to give Sumu a house and a car to thank him. How scary. He also said that it was thanks to Sumu that he was led onto the right path. Otherwise, he might have lost everything in a certain business venture. His parents also asked him to make more friends like Sumu. That's a joke. Is it so easy to make a friend like Sumu? Jiang Tian planned to wait until Sumu graduated before letting Sumu meet his parents. When the time comes, let Sumu develop a few projects and my parents can invest in them naturally. From now on, the benefits will not be lost to outsiders. When brothers work together, they can accomplish anything. Jiang Tian thought with a chuckle. Sumu pushed open the office door, still wearing his school uniform which he had not had time to change into. Brother Jiang, you're looking for me. Sumu pulled a chair and sat down to rest, looking at the facilities in this office. This was his first time coming to the office since it was built. The floor is very high and has panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows. Behind it is the river view, which is magnificent. This place is quite spacious, and there are 2 money trees at the entrance, symbolizing the coming of wealth. Xiaomu, I'm looking for you because of the bet you made with Su Zhe. That guy definitely did it on purpose. Not many people know about it. Some people treat it as a joke, while others are waiting to see the result. Jiang Tian is not a person who can keep secrets, so he speaks directly to the point. He heard from his parents that everyone in their circle was discussing this matter, saying that the Su family's way of training their son was quite special. It's really early to choose the heir when he is still young. I don't know if he has any hidden illness. It's just that both of these sons seem a little arrogant. 1 billion? It's no big deal for them now. But for a kid who's just starting a business, that's simply a fantasy. Are you sure you can win? I don't want to embarrass you. If it doesn't work out, I'll have my dad spend the money to buy out his company. His relationship with his family has improved a little in the past few days, and his father is willing to open a credit card for him. If all else fails, I will max out my credit card to support my good brothers. Sumu felt touched when he heard Brother Jiang say this. Then he shook his head and said, Brother Jiang, don't worry. If I were going to lose, I wouldn't agree to him. Has the technician we sent to Tianza Company returned? Sumu waved. He's back. According to his information, Tianza Company will update our previous app in about 10 days, develop some new features, and harvest old and new users. I guess this wave will make them a lot of money. Sumu nodded. USDS products should be faster than theirs, right? Yes, it will be launched a day earlier than them. We have already started promoting it and have found some popular celebrities and major bloggers. It is effective. Jiang Tian is quite familiar with these businesses. Sumu felt relieved. I've written a promotional plan. Please show it to the product promotion department over there. If it's okay, we can continue the promotion according to this. Sumu never fights a battle without preparation, so this publicity plan has been written long ago. It directly uses the 2.0 version of GPT as a gimmick and directly covers all the functions of the previous version. Anyone who is interested in this software will subconsciously download the latest one. Okay, they're pretty easy to talk to. I'll just deliver a package to the head of their publicity department. It's not a big deal. Jiang Tian took a look at the publicity plan and knew what Sumu wanted to do. Sure enough, Sumu's strength remains the same as before. The new product is faster and more powerful. I guess not many people will buy the product released by Tianza Company later. Sumu watched the new publicity spreading like viral marketing. I slowly closed the computer, and now all I have to do is wait. Waiting for Su Zhe's defeat. Su Zhe is now the actual controlling shareholder of Tianza Company. He doesn't go to the company normally because he has Uncle Lu and professional managers to help him manage it. He just needs to wait for the money to come in, then give interviews and enjoy the highlights. A few days later, the two met at school. When Su Zhe saw Sumu, he couldn't help showing his arrogance and mocking him. Sumu, you should be ready to apologize, right? Stay away from Jiang Ruoying these few days. Sumu held the 3-year high school x 5-year simulation in his hand and glanced at him lightly. If I hear the word Jiang Ruoying from you again, I'll knock your teeth out. Sumu didn't even use any emphasis, but Chi Fei stood up behind him and stared at him fiercely. He seemed to be considering where to start. Su Zhe's lips trembled, and he stepped back. Chi Fei inexplicably became Sumu's stag. It was the kind where Sumu would just give someone a look, and he would hit them in the face. Su Zhe didn't want to be beaten again, as he had just recovered. Anyway, let Sumu be arrogant now. He won't be able to be arrogant for 2 more days. Inside Tianza Company, Zhang Yuning had just helped Zhang Ming appease a partner and acquired a large piece of land in Nanshan. Zhang Ming was happy and transferred 2 million yuan to her so that she could go shopping. Zhang Yuning was not in the mood to shop because the professional agent she hired from the company called her and told her that there might be a problem with the launch of the new product. Zhang Yuning came to the company immediately. There must be no problems with this product. She asked Su Zhe and Sumu to make a bet. She couldn't wait any longer, otherwise she didn't know how long she would have to wait. Zhang Ming still supports Zhang Yuting in his heart, and Su Qianxi can only ask her to endure it. But she is 50 years old. How long can she endure this? If you keep enduring, you will be buried in the ground. She wants to pave the way for her son. She wants to be the legitimate Mrs. Su, instead of being called a mistress by Zhang Yuting all the time. The last time I was drinking with a big shot, he said that the future trend might be in these media networks. Zhang Yuning went back and thought hard, and finally came up with this idea. As long as the 2 children can compete publicly online, Su Tianxi and the Zhang family will see that Su Zhe is more worthy of training. They, mother and son, deserve all this more. Zhang Yuning came to the office, looking anxious. What on earth happened? The professional manager sighed. Our competitor is a behemoth, and now they're advertising products that are more advanced than ours. Chapter 120. Heroes have always emerged from youth. The professional manager paused for a moment, or perhaps it couldn't be said that it was a competing company, because companies like them cannot compete with companies like Keta Sufei, which may not even know they exist. It's just a fact. Keta Sufei has already started promoting products of the same type as theirs. Zhang Yuning's face turned grim. What should I do? I paid you to do it, so you have to come up with a solution. No matter what, we must earn 1 billion within half a month of the product launch. Now the bet between the two has attracted a lot of attention on the internet. The attention of those people is not the most important thing. The most important thing is the attention of future partners and some business tycoons. If Su Zhe fails, it will be even more difficult for him to inherit the property in the future. Not only that, Su Zhe's reputation will also plummet. Most importantly, it's so embarrassing. The professional manager looked embarrassed, and finally could only nod reluctantly. I'll try my best. It's not about trying, it's about having to do it. Zhang Yuning slammed the table and said, Hurry up and find a solution. The professional manager hesitated for a moment and whispered, there is indeed a solution, though it might come at a cost. That's to have Keita launch the product a little later. Just a week later, and we can succeed. But they may not be willing to do so. The professional manager spoke. Everyone wants to get ahead of the curve. I don't mind paying any price, as long as I succeed this time. Zhang Yuning wants to succeed, no matter how difficult it is. Then I'll give you a business card. You can contact this person. She's an insider at Cust. Maybe there's a way to help you. Zhang Yuning took the business card and immediately dialed the number. Jiang Jiao looked at the incoming call and shook the phone at Sumu. You gave that manager my phone number. You have to give me 1/3 of the money you get. It's my actor's fee. Sumu smiled and said, Sister Jiang Jiao, I'll give you half. At the beginning, I asked the technician to pretend to know someone from Keita Sufei and then left a business card for their manager. I didn't expect that someone would actually call me now. It seems they're anxious. It's good to be anxious. The more anxious you are, the more likely you are to make mistakes. Jiang Jiao answered the phone, and Zhang Yuning's voice came from the other end. Hello, what's your name? I'd like to talk to you about some work. You could just call me Director Jia. What can I do for you? Jiang Jiao raised her brows, and the aura of a strong woman came over her. Zhang Yuning said, Look, Director Jia, I need your help with something. Maybe we can meet and talk. Let's just chat here. I'm in a hurry. In the following time, Zhang Yuning kept trying to persuade and lure Jia, because Manager Jia also needed money to work for others. She was willing to give Director Jia 3 million yuan to delay the launch of the second version of GPT by a few days. As long as Director Jia was willing to cooperate, the money would only increase. Jiang Jiao hung up the phone for the first time. I talked to her 2 or 3 more times before she agreed. Zhang Yuning was not stupid either. He transferred 2 million first, and there was still 1 million left, which he would give after the task was completed. The bank account Jiang Jiao gave her was an overseas account. Zhang Yuning also expressed her understanding that doing such a thing must not leave any handle. She transferred the money as promised, and finally felt relieved. This Miss Jia sounds like a very experienced and strong woman. The identity should be correct. After all, background checks show that the project manager of Keita Sufei is indeed surnamed Jia. Zhang Yuning thought the dust had settled, so he relaxed and comforted Suze. Suze never worried about it. Even his father said that it was only a matter of time before this project made money. In the first 3 days after the product was launched, Zhang Yuning discovered that the publicity for Keita Sufei did not decrease, but increased instead. The much publicized launch date has not changed. She was cheated. She called Manager Jia, but the phone number had been canceled. When I checked the transfer records again, I found that all the transfers were directed overseas, and I couldn't find out who the username was. The money transfer was very smooth. How come I can't find out who it is now? Zhang Yuning also bought Manager Jia's phone number from a headhunter, but when he called, he found out that the Manager Jia was not the same person as before. Manager Jia has never heard of who she is. Zhang Yuning then offered to give her some money to let her postpone the product launch. Manager Jia simply called him a psycho and hung up. Zhang Yuning stood there blankly holding his cell phone, his heart bleeding. She was easily deceived. She can't let Ozawa lose. We have to find a way. It's all the fault of that damn Manager Jia. If he hadn't trusted her too much, she would have had time to think of other solutions. But it's almost too late now. Sumu stays in the office except after school these days, and keeps an eye on the latest developments of product launches every day. Finally, the product is launched. Cust GPT 2.0 version is officially launched. In just 3 hours, the number of downloads reached 32.18 million. This number continues to soar. It's true. Smarter replies can handle more complex problems, and the anthropomorphic thinking mode has gained more people's favor. Now, whether in school or in the company, GPT has become a new concept. Discussing GPT means that you're keeping up with the trend and are exposed to some cutting-edge technology. As this concept spread, more and more people downloaded it. This time, the product exploded. The director of this project at Keita also held a celebration banquet and sincerely invited Sumu and Jiang Tian to attend. They also have investment in this project. Sumu and Jiang Tian readily agreed. This represents another glorious achievement for them. This is very beneficial for the next development of their company. When attending the celebration banquet, Manager Jia took a photo with them and posted it on his circle of friends. Caption: Today I had the honor of celebrating the success of this project with 2 young and promising people. Looking forward to seeing you at the top. Many people are watching Cust's recent rapid development projects. As soon as this product was launched, it attracted the attention of many industry leaders. This product became a hit as soon as it was launched. I can't say how much attention it attracted, but it definitely made a lot of money. Many people are eager to squeeze into this circle. Now, when I see your circle of friends, I immediately understand that they are celebrating the success of the project. These two are definitely in their element. There's a young man among them who looks very familiar. I've seen him frequently in the media recently. It seems that he is one of the young men who made the bet. It seems to be called Sumu. I heard two people made a bet that if one of them made $1 billion, the other would kowtow and apologize or slap someone in the face or something. Young people are just very hot-tempered and tend to hit others for no reason. When they deal with their opponents, they either send people to water down their money trees or hire electricians to cut off the power to their buildings. Only young people are calling for war and killing. However, if this young man really participates in the dividends of this project, earning $10 billion should be just a drop in the bucket, etc. The one who said he could make $1 billion, it seems, wasn't this Sumu, but another guy named Suze. Chapter 121, Revenge begins. Have I never heard of any projects done by this guy, named Suze? Is he also a potential young hero? No matter what Suze does, Sumu made a fortune this time. Manager Jia has many people in the industry as his friends. Some people also knew Su Tianxi and recognized that Sumu was Su Tianxi's son. And there was a terrible scene at the birthday party before. Some partners called Su Tianxi to test the waters. Boss Su, it's true that like father, like son. I heard that your son made a lot of money from investment projects recently. How come he didn't think of his brother when he saw a way to make money? We all worked hard together to get to where we are today. Didn't we promise to stay together when we become rich and powerful? Su Tianxi didn't know what was going on and thought that the products given to Xiao's company were being targeted by someone. He quickly laughed. What are you talking about? If I find a way to make a fortune, I will definitely think of you. It's just that children don't know any better and just play around. Besides, I don't care about them. How much money they can make is all up to their luck. But my son is really smart and has been clever since he was young. If he can really succeed, I can enjoy a happy old age. Ha. After all, there are successors. Su Tianxi was still a little proud. As expected, Xiaoza did not disappoint him. Now the reputation of the young business genius has been established. It turned out to be the right decision to open a company for him. I invested $200 or $300 million last time. It won't be long before I get my money back. Yes, your Sumu is really promising. Unlike my son, who only knows how to drive a sports car and pick up girls every day, he doesn't know when he will be cheated by a woman. The older brother over there sighed. Oh, you're praising him too much. He's not that good. Your son studying abroad is not bad either. He might give you a mixed-race grandson. Su Tianxi started to flatter each other, but suddenly his expression froze. What's wrong? Sumu, not Suze. Wait, brother, what was the name of my amazing son you just mentioned? Isn't his name Suze? Su Tianxi couldn't help but raise his voice. Suze? You heard wrong. It's your son Sumu. I saw that Keita quickly held a celebration banquet. There are really not many people who can make that female devil Jiahong say compliments. She even took a photo with your son. Your son is really handsome. Collaborating with Cuss Speedfly is quite a feat. Did your son really do it on his own? Without your help? The voice over there was filled with envy and jealousy. How come his son is already working on projects independently at such a young age? His son just hangs around all day. Su Tianxi was suddenly speechless. He never thought it was Sumu. How is that possible? He was still waiting for Sumu to starve to death outside and come back to beg him. How come after not seeing each other for a few days, Sumu has become a project partner of Custisifly? This is impossible. Brother, where did you get this news? Send it to me. Su Tianxi spoke. Jiahong's circle of friends was soon sent over there. Sumu stood next to Jiahong, holding a wine glass in his hand, wearing a casual suit, with an indifferent look on his face, not at all attentive. How come his son became so mature and calm? Su Tianxi still didn't want to believe it. Sumu probably just went to the party and happened to take a photo. How could he have such ability? Su Tianxi thought subconsciously, feeling uneasy, and called the person in charge of Tianza Company to ask him to check it out. But no one at Tianza Company answered his call because the company was in chaos. Their launch time was one day later than Cuss Speed Flight. In order to save losses, they launched online early. I originally thought I could make some money. As a result, at this critical juncture, their products suddenly attracted a large number of haters. Every single post is a rant about how difficult their product is to use. Even their product software has only negative reviews. Fake, slow. Some have already infringed on the copyrights of other websites. This is the same version as the last one, and it works the same, but the price has gone up. It's obviously garbage. It's so hard to use. It's so stuck I can't even get in. I have to see ads when I write something. It's garbage. I'm not saying this. Does anyone really use this software? It's all outdated garbage. It's better to use Mofei's new version, which is awesome. To be honest, I'm very disappointed with this product. It's not innovative at all. I think this is the most difficult product I've ever used. It's not as good as the old version of GPT, nor as good as the new version GPT 2.0. It's just a complete waste. This kind of remarks are everywhere, and the people in their company can't delete them all. Of course, some of the black fans were hired by Sumu with a small amount of money. In order to prevent Su Zhe from making a comeback, this little detail is still necessary. Well, I got it. Sumu browsed the reviews of their software, and a smile appeared on his face. Some of the black fans are hired, but more of them are the real thoughts of users. The people who produce this product know better than anyone how many loopholes and shortcomings it has. This is no coincidence. Sumu is the person who produces it. It can be said that every shortcoming mentioned by the black fans is spot on. Anyone who uses this software product and has read negative reviews will unconsciously recall the difficulty of using this product when using it. Over time, it will be engraved in your heart and imprinted in your mind. This is what is called the heart seal. After having the heart mark, these users will only feel that the product is getting worse and worse, and will also remind people around them not to use it because they can list a lot of disadvantages and not a single advantage. As expected, Tianzi Company's latest product completely collapsed. Almost everyone in their company is busy maintaining their image, either deleting negative reviews or talking to those who posted negative reviews and asking them to delete them. This makes consumers have a worse impression of them. It's not good enough, and you don't allow people to say it. It's not sincere. Make $1 billion? Oh, let him dream his own dreams. Sumu watched quietly as the company went from madness to corruption. Su Zhe was indeed very confident when he made the boast. Sumu couldn't help but smile. He was in a good mood. He leaned back in his boss chair and admired the beautiful scenery outside. He held a cigarette between his fingers, but did not light it. He tasted cigarettes when he was in pain. Some people said that cigarettes could relieve pain, but he felt that the smell of cigarettes was very pungent and strong and had no effect on relieving pain. Instead, it made people numb. He liked the light tobacco flavor of the cigarette, but didn't want the smoke to pass through his lungs. The body is the capital of revolution, and it is not easy to quit smoking. Tianzi's products are even said by others to be poor imitations. Tianzi Company's professional manager resigned directly due to excessive pressure. He left the whole mess behind. Su Zhe looked at the page with constant negative reviews, his eyes red, and he slammed the table hard. These blind people. Chapter 1:22 Who is your friend? There are so many negative reviews that I can't delete them all. The rating of the product software has become 2 stars and is about to become 1 star. The more Su Zhe looked at it, the more frustrated he became. Their product was so perfect. Why were all these people giving it bad reviews? Su Zhe couldn't help but feel annoyed. He absolutely couldn't lose. Otherwise, where would he put his face? Uncle Lu, please think of a solution quickly. You signed this project. You should have a solution. Su Zhe turned to Lu Chongyun and spoke in a bad tone. He had originally hoped to make money from this project. Now, with so many people giving bad reviews, I don't know how much I can earn. Lu Chongyun looked embarrassed. It was Yuning who asked him to cooperate with that company. He doesn't understand these products. Seeing his son getting angry, Lu Chongyun quickly said, "Don't worry, there must be a way. These people must not know what they are talking about." Although he said this, he was not sure in his heart. Things were beyond his comprehension. Lu Chongyun couldn't help but take out his cell phone and call the person in charge of Tianmu Company, Sumu, who had signed a contract with him that day. "Brother, didn't you say last time that this thing could make money? But as soon as this product was launched, it got a lot of negative reviews. Now our products are about to be downgraded to 1 star. You have to help us find a solution." Sumu listened to Lu Chongyun's words with a surprised tone. "Brother, this product you released doesn't make any money? That's impossible. Everyone who has worked with us says it's good. Look for your own problem. There must be something wrong with you." Sumu spoke easily. Lu Chongyun's face turned grim. "Who else are you cooperating with? Who can make money? It's the GPT 2.0 that Gust has just launched. You see, they're making money already. I heard the download count is about to break 100 million. If you're not successful, look for your own problems instead of always blaming others. You should reflect on whether you are aligned with the granularity of the industry. After saying that, Sumu hung up the phone. Lu Changyun, with a confused look on his face, recalled what Sumu had just said in his mind. Suze walked out of the house, looked at Lu Changyun, and said loudly, "How is it? Uncle Lu, is there any solution?" They also collaborated with other companies, and the collaboration was successful. Told Suze what Sumu had just said, and Zhang Yuning was also standing next to him. After hearing this, Suze almost burst into curses. Zhang Yuning felt like he was struck by lightning. He was stunned for a long time and couldn't come back to his senses. Got fooled. At this moment, these three words were the only ones left in her mind. Tianmu Company never intended to sell the best products to them. By Tianmu Company were outdated versions. They took the new version to cooperate with other companies. They were cheated. Zhang Yuning looked at the bewildered Lu Changyun and slapped him in the face. How can you be so stupid? You can even do this wrong. Do you know how much this means to our son? It's over, it's all over. Our son will be laughed at by everyone. He will become a joke in the upper class. Zhang Yuning saw his fantasy shattered and blamed Lu Changyun without any explanation. It's all Lu Changyun's fault. He didn't read the contract carefully when signing it. And now he's been tricked by others and his son has been implicated. Suze was startled and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Then he gritted his teeth and, "Mom, I don't care. I have to make 1 billion. Apologizing to someone like Sumu is simply a shame to me." Suze spoke up. Compared to this, he was more afraid of being kicked out of the position of heir. He understood that the reason his uncle could protect Zhang Yuning now was because she was still useful. Only when you truly become the heir and have real power can you sit at the table. Originally, this move was a clever one. As long as he could defeat Sumu and embarrass Sumu in front of everyone, he could also demonstrate his ability to earn billions. Now it's all a bubble. He can't make 1 billion. Seeing that all these people gave negative reviews, he even suspected that someone had specifically hired black fans to discredit him. Lu Changyun didn't dare to say a word even after being beaten. He had been an honest man all his life. It was hard for him to find such a beautiful woman willing to be with him. And this woman gave birth to a child for him. It's only right that he should be a little tired and suffer a little. Now seeing his son so anxious, he forgot the pain on his face and said, "Why don't we go find them at that company? It's all because of them that this happened. Let's make them pay compensation." Zhang Yuning didn't say anything, but later thought, why not go and discuss with that company to see if there is any way to make their product sell better? There will definitely be no compensation. No one will be responsible for a contract written in black and white. This product originally belongs to Tianmu Company. Maybe they have a way to optimize it. Go find them now. Zhang Yuning made the decision directly. Suze also followed. The three of them soon arrived downstairs of Tianmu Company. Looking at this magnificent building, Suze's eyebrows kept twitching for some reason, and he always had an ominous premonition. Sumu was quietly enjoying his victory in the office until the front desk staff called to say that 3 people wanted to see him. The 3 people were Suze, Lu Changyun, and Zhang Yuning, said to be his partner. Sumu nodded directly and asked the front desk staff to take them to the conference room. In the company, Suze looked around and was secretly shocked. A company that has just been established for less than half a year is so well organized. The company occupies an entire floor, and the staff are neatly divided, each with a separate room, with the customer service staff in a hall in the middle. They are well-trained, have sweet voices, and can type quickly. Inside is the chairman's office, and there are front desk staff to provide guidance. Suze always felt that he was dazzled. He seemed to have seen a familiar figure in the tea room just now. Why does he look a bit like Chi Fei? I guess I saw it wrong. 3 people pushed open the door of the chairman's office. They were greeted by the back of a man. The man was wearing a casual suit, had a shaved head, and had a broad back. It was obvious that he had a good fitness habit. The man held the cigarette in one hand and gently tucked it behind his ear. Seeing this figure from behind, Lu Changyun smiled somewhat flatteringly. "Little brother, there's a problem with the product we worked on last time. Your company has to help us solve it. We are in the same boat. If you have technicians who can help us solve this problem, how should the profits be divided? We can discuss it." Zhang Yuning also cleared his throat and said in a tone of voice, "Yes, Mr. Jiang, we could discuss anything. The main thing is to make this product profitable. Maybe we can cooperate again in the future." Do you know Zhang Ming? He's the chairman of Zhang Enterprises. He's my eldest brother. If we're happy to work together, I can introduce you to him later. We're all friends, so we should help each other. Chapter 123. The person I hit wasn't a human. Although the company tricked them, they still had to let the company help them optimize their products. This is the only way to satisfy those customers. After all, this product was developed by this company, so they definitely know more about it. Zhang Yuning doesn't believe that there is anyone who wouldn't be tempted. Big Brother's reputation is well known in the industry. These newly established small companies are eager to find ways to connect with the Big Brother. Now that the opportunity is in front of him, Zhang Yuning doesn't believe that the young boss will not be tempted. Zhang Yuning looked at the figure from behind and saw that he didn't move at all. Obviously, he didn't want to pay any attention to them. She couldn't help but feel a little angry. You should have thought about it. We can cooperate with you because we think you are more technical. I still have some connections in the industry, and sometimes it's better to have one more friend than one more enemy. This sentence contains an implicit threat. They saw the back figure move slightly, chuckled, and a clear voice sounded. I want to thank you for buying our company's products. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to sell them. Sumu smiled and turned back, looking at the surprised faces of Su Zhe and Zhang Yuning with satisfaction. Su Zhe, Zhang Yuning, this is a gift I gave you. Do you like it? A lot of people were vying for this product back then, but I opened a special channel for you. You should thank me very much. Zhang Yuning opened his mouth in surprise. The person sitting on the boss's chair was actually Sumu. How is this possible? Sumu was obviously a waste, Su Tianxi had told her. Sumu has very poor grades in school and doesn't have any hobbies. He just likes to follow around his older sisters and has no future at all. Not to mention doing business. He has never even read Das Kapital. He either plays games or sleeps every day. He is a complete waste. Sumu was just a title and was not worthy of being Su Tianxi's son. But how could such a useless person like Sumu sit in the office of Tiamu Company? And he spoke to them in such a sarcastic tone. Sumu is no longer like the loser he used to be. Zhang Yuning had seen Sumu before. He was thin and gloomy and looked like someone who was bullied. Ozawa also said that he could bully Sumu at home. Except for the last time Sumu ran away from home, Sumu has never done anything out of line. Zhang Yuning looked at Sumu, feeling a surge of fear and disbelief in his heart. This person's thoughts are so deep. Sumu actually opened a company secretly outside, and it became so big. Sumu must want to take back his position as heir. Sumu definitely can accommodate Xiaoza. Sumu is so scary. There was murderous intent in Zhang Yuning's eyes. It was a pity that he failed to kill him last time. Sumu sensed this murderous intent and couldn't help but sneer. Are you satisfied with our products? Sumu stood up with a smile, walked over, and patted Lu Changyun on the shoulder. Brother, you have a keen eye and picked our product, that's right. You also saw how many people wanted to cooperate with us at that time. I chose you, and you should be grateful. If you are not able to achieve results now, is your own problem. Look, others have achieved it. You're the only one who can't do this. Look for your own problems. This sentence is tantamount to killing someone and destroying their heart. They were indeed the ones who requested this product. Sumu continued, the contract has been signed, and the money will not be refunded. They bought this product at a high price. A full 800 million. The 800 million yuan was most of Zhang Yuning's savings, and some was invested by Su Tianxi. It is not easy to take out this money. After all, they do have funds, but they have little liquidity. It took a lot of effort to come up with these 800 million yuan. As a result, it turned out that Sumu was in charge of this company. All that money was given to Sumu. Zhang Yuning almost wanted to spit out blood. She suspected that she had seen it wrongly and could not believe that what Sumu said was true. Sumu, why are you here? Stop pretending. Did you come here to ask for help? Why are you pretending now? Su Zhe was hit even harder and glared at him angrily. Sumu held the cigarette in his hand again, picked up the lighter to light it, and casually flicked the ash on the back of Su Zhe's hand. Susetan cursed loudly. Sumu smiled and said, it hurts, right? This is not a dream. This is real. Su Zhe, thank you Mom and Dad for sending me 800 million. It made me experience what happiness is. What? Have you made 1 billion? Are you here to fulfill your bet with me now? Sumu looked down at them with sarcasm. Su Zhe was trembling all over. Impossible. Sumu, absolutely impossible. Is it impossible? Or do you want to kneel down and yell that you're wrong right now? No, we agreed that this has to happen in front of the whole school. Sumu said with a smile. Suze's face turned pale and blue, obviously thinking about being humiliated in public. He couldn't accept how a gifted child like him could admit that he was wrong in front of everyone. And it's such a humiliating punishment. Sumo, I really underestimated you. Does your father know that you did such a thing? Zhang Yuning calmed down a little and began to retort. Then don't worry about it, mistress. I heard that my uncle recently acquired a piece of land. You must have contributed a lot, right? Sumu smiled coldly, hinting at something. A trace of panic appeared on Zhang Yuning's face. Only her eldest brother knew what she had done. Others don't know. This kind of thing cannot be known by anyone. Otherwise, Su Tianxi will not forgive her. Even old Chin next to him didn't know about this. Who the hell are you calling a mistress? Suze couldn't bear to see Su Mu insulting his mother. He rushed forward and wanted to hit Su Mu. Su Mu grabbed his hair and punched him. Look carefully. Whose territory is this? Are you worthy of acting like a wild beast here? After saying that, Su Mu grabbed his hair and slammed him against the desk. Suze had no power to fight back and could only cry loudly. Zhang Yuning next to him screamed, "You're crazy." Lu Changyun hurried over to stop him and held Su Zhe tightly. Sumu didn't intend to do anything serious. He just wanted to scare them, but he used a lot of force to hit them just now. Sumu loosened his grip. Suzy slid down limply. His head was hit so hard that he felt dizzy and painful. There was no visible injury from the outside, but his brain was shaking. How dare you hit someone? Zhang Yuning screamed in anger. The person I hit wasn't a human. He started it first, so the most I could say was self-defense. You're causing trouble here. I will ask security to expel you and make sure you know where you stand. Sumu spoke in a cold voice and directly called the security guard to go upstairs and drive the troublemakers out. Chapter 124, Only Pit Your Own Family. Zhang Yuning stood up. She didn't expect that Sumu, who had let her control him at first, would become so ruthless and cruel. What happened in this short year? The boss behind such a big company is Sumu. This is unbelievable. Zhang Yuning supported Su Zhe distressfully, looked up, and said to Sumu, Sumu, be merciful when you can. If you don't leave any room for others, your life will not be easy. Zhang Yuning thought that no matter what, he was just a child whose hair had not yet grown out. He looked mighty, but he might actually be a paper tiger. Sumu couldn't help but feel happy. He clapped his hands slightly, and several security guards at the door rushed in. Chi Fei was at the front and frowned when he saw the three people. Brother Mu, are they here to cause trouble? Yes, throw them all out. Sumu spoke to them without showing any mercy. Zhang Yuning, who was wearing a skirt and high heels, with her hair meticulously combed, shouted angrily when she heard this. Who dares? Sumu, don't think that just because you tricked us once is a big deal. Sumu didn't bother to pay attention to her and just waved his hand. Chi Fei took a few security guards and pushed them out directly. This is a legitimate company. How dare you cause trouble here? Get out of here! Chi Fei shouted angrily, and the people around him gathered around and pushed Zhang Yuning, Su Zhe, and Lu Changyan out. There was a lot of pushing and shoving, and many people were watching. Zhang Yuning had never felt so embarrassed before. He covered his face with his arms and hurried to the elevator. Sumoto det. His head hurt, his brain hurt, and his face hurt. Sumu, why didn't he die outside? When he thought that even the products sold by their company were developed by Sumu Company, he almost fainted. He will never get his money back. Back at Tianza Company, Su Zhe collapsed and smashed everything on the table. When Su Zhe thought of Su Mu's arrogant face, he became extremely angry. Mom, what should I do? I really can't lose to Su Mu. Look at how arrogant he is. He doesn't take me seriously. If I let him win, he would definitely mock me every day. If that happens, I won't be able to go to school. Zhang Yuning didn't expect that Su Mu really started a company outside, and it was a not small company. She was more anxious than Su Zhe. Su Mu's success meant the failure of them and their son. I'll find a way. If that doesn't work, we'll just gather up 1 billion. No matter what, we can't lose this bet again. Zhang Yuning made up his mind that Su Zhe must win the bet. Otherwise, there's really no chance of winning. Zhang Yuning went to the lounge to call Su Tianxi. Brother-in-law, Xiao's product launch failed. Can you spare some money for our son? As long as subsequent modifications are made, the product can still make money. A few $100 million is enough. We can't let our son's hard work go to waste. Zhang Yuning concealed the fact that Su Mu was the boss of another company. Su Tianxi must not know about this. Sumu can't be better than Su Zhe. Su Tianxi felt a little embarrassed when he heard this. He had already invested a lot of money in Tianzi Company last time, and he only had a few hundred million in liquid funds. At the beginning, a large part of it was given to Tianzi Company. It's a bit difficult to get money now. It is possible to take out tens of millions, but it is a bit difficult to take out hundreds of millions. Su Tianxi, wait a minute, let me ask Nanya. I don't have much liquid funds on hand. I can only take out another 100 million at most. Su Tianxi hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Su Nanyang had started a business outside and should have saved a lot of money. None of that money was used. Su Nanyang should still have some money on her. Su Tianxi didn't hesitate and called Su Nanyang directly. Recently, Su Nanyang is not as high-spirited as before, but has become much more low-key. In the company, I also work with trepidation. It's just that she didn't get the project from Tiamu Company some time ago, which made her feel very frustrated. Sumu was unwilling to give her the product, so she went to look for other persons in charge of Tiamu Company, but couldn't find any of them. It was a long time later that I found out that they had already signed the project to another company. At that time, Su Nanyang felt that Sumu was ungrateful. How much money could a company make by signing the product to someone else? It would be better to let her take charge of this project. She will definitely make a lot of money. But none of that matters now. Su Nanyang registered a company called Changhong Company, which mainly sells the same medical equipment as the Su family. Even the previous company has not been left behind. The entertainment company is still open. In addition, there is a company that produces building materials, which is also the Su family's flagship industry. Su Nanyang has gradually guided the partners she has contacted to place orders with her own company. When she received Su Tianxi's call, she was a little flustered, but then she gradually calmed down. Dad, what's wrong? Su Tianxi got straight to the point. Nanya, you made a lot of money from running your company before, right? Dad recently saw a company project that I think has great prospects. Invest a few hundred million in this company, and I guarantee you'll make money. Su Nanyang was a little confused when she heard this, because Su Tianxi had never told her these things before. Why are you suddenly interested in a new company? Su Nanyang didn't want to take out the money in her hand and hesitated. What company? I don't have that much spare money. If you don't want to, forget it. Then just lend me 200 million. I'll pay you back when I make money. Su Tianxi said it as a matter of course. He believed that Tianzi Company would definitely make money. Su Nanyang politely refused. Dad, I really don't have that much money. I used to run a company outside, and I also made profits and losses. Moreover, a large amount of money is tied up in the stock market, so there's not much cash available. Su Tianxi couldn't believe it. How could his eldest daughter, who had always been obedient, become so hesitant now? How about this? I'll have the person in charge of Tianzi Company contact you, and you'll know after a chat. Su Tianxi felt that Su Nanyang would definitely be willing to pay after understanding the situation. What's more, Su Zhe is her younger brother. Su Nanyang does a good job in the company and should not be against Xiaoza. After all, she loved Ozawa very much before. Su Nanyang held the phone and pursed her lips. Tianzi Company? Isn't it the company that stole my project? Sumu originally cooperated with Tianzi Company and then kicked her out. Great. I didn't expect Su Tianxi to be related to this company. The product that the Su family failed to get was snatched away by this company. What's the background of this company? When Su Nanyang went to Tianyin, a website where you can check the company's shareholding and operating conditions, to check, she saw that the actual controlling shareholder of the company was Su Zhe. Su Nanyang couldn't help but laugh out loud. Chapter 125, Do You Still Have a Nerd to Come Back? She knew that Su Tianxi was biased, but she didn't expect him to be biased to this extent. He opened a company for Su Zhe and asked him to use his hard-earned money to invest in Su Zhe. Su Nanyang felt nauseous when she thought about how much care and concern she had shown to Su Zhe in the past. She took care of an ungrateful person, and because of Su Zhe, he ignored Su Mu in every possible way. For the first time, Su Nanyang felt her heart bleeding. Su Mu's abilities gradually emerged, and she regretted not being nicer to him. If she could be nicer to Su Mu, she would be able to get more resources. She regretted it. Regret taking good care of your competitors. Su Zhe doesn't deserve it at all. Su Nanyang took out her work phone and looked at the list of Su family's partners with a fierce look in her eyes. Su Tianxi only has his son in his heart, so don't blame her for being cruel. Su Zhe was getting extremely anxious because the product showed no signs of recovery. Soon even the negative reviews will be gone. This is the most desperate situation. The presence of negative reviews means that people are still using it. If there are no negative reviews, then there really isn't even the last bit of a splash left. Their products were destroyed silently. Zhang Yuning has been trying to find a solution. In addition to looking for Su Tianxi, he also looked for his elder brother Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming thought she had just made some investment, so he gave her 20 million as a token of his gratitude and was no longer willing to pay any more money. Zhang Yuning didn't dare to look for other partners. She was afraid of damaging her relationship with others. With such a large investment, others would definitely think she was a scam. If by then there is no value in even maintaining these partners, Big Brother will definitely abandon her. Zhang Yuning doesn't want to end up losing more than he gains. The money they raised by all means was only 2 or 300 million. It's still very far from 1 billion. What's more, they had lost 800 million before. All the money went into Sumu's pocket. There's still 1 week left. If I can't raise this much money in 1 week, I'll really lose. Su Zhe slammed the table in the office and smashed everything on it. He couldn't believe that he would fail so easily. He should have always been stronger and more dazzling than Sumu. He is the real young master of the Su family. Sumu is just a clown. He wouldn't allow himself to apologize to the Joker. There must be a way, there must be a way. Su Zhe was extremely anxious. He even thought that maybe he could go find Zhang Yuting. Maybe Zhang Yuting would help him. After all, he once called her mom. Zhang Yuting also loves him very much. Su Zhe has already gone a little crazy, and there's also his elder sister. Maybe he can just go to his elder sister when he has no money. My eldest sister owns several companies, and each of them makes a lot of money. Su Zhe's face showed surprise. Yes, there is this way. Maybe they would help him. He hasn't been home for a long time, and his mother and sisters must miss him very much. By then, we will definitely be able to raise so much money for him. Zhang Yuning was a little scared when he saw a smile on Su Zhe's face. Is it too much pressure? It's driving my son crazy. Xiaozhe, are you okay? Don't scare your mother. Mom will definitely find a way to raise the money. Don't worry, you will definitely be the heir of the Su family. Don't be afraid. Sumu is so arrogant now. He will cry in the future. I will definitely clear the obstacles for you. Zhang Yuning's eyes flashed with ferocity. She would never be able to show herself in this life, and now she could only rely on her son to turn things around. As long as her son succeeds, it means she is successful. As long as his son becomes the heir of the Su family, as long as his son is praised by everyone, then she is a successful mother. Mom, I've come up with a good idea. I'll go back to my sisters, and they'll definitely help me. Su Zhe grabbed Zhang Yuning's arm excitedly. In the past, whenever she said something, those sisters would treat her words as an imperial decree and help him complete it. Even though he had framed Su Mu at the beginning, those sisters still blamed Su Mu one by one. Xiaozhe, I'm afraid it won't work. Our identities have been exposed, and they won't help you anymore. Zhang Yuning shook her head. She knew Zhang Yuting, and she believed that Zhang Yuting must hate Xiaozhe very much now. After all, Zhang Yuting almost killed Xiaozhe last time, and Zhang Yuning was worried about Xiaozhe going back. Su Zhe was a little unhappy. Impossible. You don't even know how much they loved me back then. Now I need help, and they will definitely help me. Su Zhe was unwilling to believe that his former mother and sisters would speak ill of him. After all, those sisters had done a lot for him. Now the third sister sometimes sends him messages and buys some delicious food and sends it to him at school. Su Zhe felt that those sisters still had feelings for him. Even Zhang Yuting is like this. Su Zhe is very confident. Zhang Yuning felt that this was not a good idea. Sumu again. I was kicked out of Sumu's company, which was a great humiliation, and many people saw it at that time. It's so embarrassing. This was a good opportunity for him to complain to his sisters, saying that Sumu had bullied him again. After Su Zhe thought it over, he felt better. These users have no vision and do not understand the benefits of this product. Fortunately, he has his sister and mother who can raise money for him. After getting the money, he first asked Sumu to apologize in front of everyone, recorded a video, and posted it online to make Sumu lose face. Su Zhe felt extremely happy when he thought of that scene. He could step on Sumu's head again. After he made up his mind, he returned to the Su family villa despite Zhang Yuning's objection. At this time, only Zhang Yuting and Su Wanlu were in the Su family villa. Su Wanlu often takes leave because of stomach problems, and the school has become accustomed to it. Zhang Yuting is feeling much better now. She is making cookies in the kitchen. She wants to make a box of cookies to apologize to Sumu. After all, Sumu had always wanted to eat the cookies she made. When she brought him back, Zhang Yuding was making cookies in the kitchen, and she only gave the cookies to Su Zhe. At that time, she saw Sumu's longing eyes, but she simply ignored him. Thinking of that scene now, Zhang Yuding feels heartbroken. She would make 2 large boxes of cookies for him to enjoy. As soon as Su Zhe entered the door, he smelled a familiar fragrance and smiled. His mother must have known that he was coming back, so she made his favorite cookies for him. Su Wanlu has been studying the Bible these days, hanging a picture of Jesus on the wall and kneeling to pray every day. She begged Sumu to forgive them. Also pray for Sumu, wishing him good luck and no illness or worries. Su Wanlu was seeking psychological comfort for herself. She hadn't eaten well these past few days and looked much thinner. She was wearing a white dress and looked haggard. She held the railing on the 2nd floor with her thin hands and saw a man walking in. For a moment, she thought it was Sumu. Looking closely, it turned out to be Su Zhe. Su Wanliu's face changed, and she was furious. Su Zhe, you still have a nerve to come back. Dear readers, please give me some love. Love you. Chapter 126. Mom and Sister's Attitude Changes. Su Zhe was startled, looked up and saw that it was Su Wanlu, patted his chest. Second sister, I'm back. I missed you so much that I came back. Will you not welcome me? Su Zhe looked sad, but felt very proud in his heart. My second sister is the softest-hearted one and will definitely feel sorry for me soon. When Su Wanlu saw his expression, she frowned and went downstairs in a hurry. Su Zhe looks exactly like Zhang Yuning. Su Wanlu recalled the day in the ward when Zhang Yuning pretended to make her uncle and father feel sorry for her. That expression is exactly the same as Su Zhe's current one. It's simply disgusting. Su Zhe thought Su Wanlu was coming downstairs to greet him, and he couldn't help but smile. Second sister, I know you are good to me. Get out. Get out of the Su family. Go to your mother. Go find your real mother. Su Wanlu saw the nanny sweeping the floor next to her, so she grabbed the broom and hit Su Zhe in the face. Su Zhe covered his face and screamed. Second sister, what's wrong with you? Look carefully. It's me, not Sumu. I'm your beloved brother Xiaoza. Su Wanlu was so angry that her heart ached. What he said reminded Su Wanlu of all the evil things she had done to Sumu. I couldn't help but feel extremely uncomfortable. I hit you. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, how could I have treated my own brother like that? It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Su Wanlu had no way to vent her discomfort, so she grabbed Su Zhe and covered his face with a broom. Su Zhe quickly dodged. Second sister, stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. Don't call me sister. It's disgusting. Su Wanlu felt nauseous. Su Zhe felt that Su Wanlu was crazy. It had only been a short time since they last met. So how could Su Wanlu become like this from being a good sister? Su Zhe hurriedly hid in the kitchen, shouting, Mom, please come out and take care of my second sister. She bullied me. Zhang Yuding had just taken out the cookies to cool down when she was startled when she heard Su Zhe's voice. She was wearing thick oven gloves, and when she turned around and saw Su Zhe, her body couldn't help but tremble. She instantly thought of the loving look on Su Zhe's face when he called Zhang Yuning Mom in the ward. For so many years, Su Zhe has always known that Zhang Yuning is his mother, but he has always pretended not to know. She has wasted more than 10 years of her life, which is shameful. Zhang Yuding's face suddenly became indifferent. I'm not your mother. Your mother is Zhang Yuning. Su Zhe, how dare you come here? When Su Zhe heard what Zhang Yuding said, he finally panicked. Mom, please listen to my explanation. I just found out about it at that time. I don't know what I said. My mind was still a little unclear at that time. And Mom, you hit me back then. I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. Thinking of that beating, Su Zhe's body still ached slightly. But what he is best at is the trick of inflicting pain on oneself. Zhang Yuding was soft-hearted and thought that after hearing what she said, she would probably not pursue the matter any further. Su Zhe looked pitiful and wanted to help Zhang Yuding get the biscuits. Mom, these are the cookies you made for me, right? You know I love them the most. You're so nice. Su Zhe approached shamelessly. Hearing this, Zhang Yuding exploded. All these cookies were baked for Sumu. At the beginning, it was because Su Zhe loved to eat it that I gave all the cookies to Su Zhe. Sumu didn't get any share and could only stand in the distance and watch with envy. Zhang Yuding threw the gloves directly on his face and slapped him. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, would my own son have disowned me? You bastard, get out of here. These are the cookies I baked for Xiaomu. You have no right to touch them. Zhang Yuding thought of her past bias and couldn't help but cover her face and cry. Then she wiped away her tears and looked at Su Zhe with gritted teeth. If it weren't for Su Zhe, would I have been so partial? Zhang Yuding never realized that she had been putting the blame on others. Only in this way could she feel a little relieved. Yes, just blame all the mistakes on others. If she had blamed Sumu for getting lost, she would have been able to find spiritual liberation and not have to bear such a heavy responsibility. Now, as long as I put the blame on Su Zhe, then being biased is not my fault. It's all Su Zhe's fault for confusing me. Zhang Yuding thought so, and looked at Su Zhe with even more hatred. Su Zhe couldn't believe that Zhang Yuding would treat him like this. The face in front of him became extremely unfamiliar. Su Zhe covered his face and ran out of the kitchen, then saw his second sister, Su Wanlu, already in front of the sofa in the living room, staring at him with disgust. At this moment, Su Zhe felt dizzy. Before, my second sister always looked at Su Mu with this kind of look. Why are you looking at me like this now? I didn't do anything. Second sister, I really just missed you and wanted to come and see you. Su Zi Luxat. Su Wanlu felt sick when she saw his hypocritical look, because his face had long been identical to Zhang Yuning's pitiful face. Superb acting skills. Su Zhe, if you have any purpose, just tell me directly. Don't look so disgusting. If it weren't for you, Brother Su Mu's relationship with us wouldn't have deteriorated to this extent. Get out of the Su family now and never come back. And your mother, it's best not to let that bitch appear in front of us. Su Zhe couldn't believe that his loving mother and sister had become like this. Thinking of the bet with Su Mu, Su Zhe looked depressed. Second sister, can you lend me some money? Although Zhang Yuning is my biological mother, I can't choose my own mother. I don't want this to happen either. In my heart, you're my family. I've been blackmailed recently and need a large sum of money. Otherwise, those people will beat me to death. Second sister, please lend me some money. Su Zhe lied without thinking and made himself sound very pitiful. For the sake of money, he had no choice but to put his mother in a difficult position. Su Wanlu looked at him half-believingly and half-doubtingly. Would Su Zhe really break up with Zhang Yuning? Last time I saw them being affectionate in the ward. Seeing the doubt in Su Wanliu's eyes, Su Zhe struck while the iron was hot. Second sister, it's true, and those people are particularly fierce. Zhang Yuning doesn't care about me. I only have you guys. The more Su Zhe spoke, the more miserable he became. Su Wanlu didn't say anything, and Su Yingying pushed the wheelchair out of the room on the side. When her leg injury was almost healed, she went home to recuperate, and a special rehabilitation therapist took care of her at home. Su Yingying's eyes were filled with tears. Brother Xiaoza, why are you so miserable? I didn't expect that bitch Zhang Yuning would treat you like this. Brother Xiaoza, you should go back to the Su family. I treat you as my own brother. Su Yingying was originally eavesdropping, and now she finally couldn't bear it anymore. Brother Ozawa has been suffering outside. How much money do you need? I'll give it to you. Su Yingying also rolled her eyes at Su Wanlu. The second sister was too cold to her brother Xiaoza. Didn't Xiaoza do anything wrong? The ones who are wrong are Zhang Yuning and his father. When Su Zhe saw the third sister, it was like seeing a life-saving straw. He hurried over and said with his head down, Third sister, I need several hundred million. Chapter 1, 27 Third sister lends you money. Su Yingying suspected that she had heard wrong. Looking at Xiaoza's hesitant expression, she couldn't help but repeat it. How much? Su Zhe said, Third sister, I need hundreds of millions. Before Su Yingying could speak, Su Wanlu couldn't help but speak. Su Zhe, do you a loan shark? You're asking for so much money. Even if I sell you off, you're not worth that much. Su Yingying looked embarrassed. Brother Xiaoza, I can't take out so much money. You know, my pocket money is about the same as yours. I only have a few 100,000 on me now. When Su Zhe heard this, he felt dizzy. What could he do with this money? It's not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. All this money added together is less than half of $1 billion. What do you need so much money for? Second sister, can't you help Brother Xiaoza? He once called you sister. Su Yingying was concerned about Su Zhe at first, and then became very dissatisfied with her second sister. Su Wanlu felt that Su Yingying was really bewitched. I should have been like this back then. At the beginning, he put Su Zhe first in everything and left his own brother aside and turned a blind eye. How stupid. Seeing his family's attitude, Su Zhe couldn't help but grit his teeth. Made a bet with Brother Sumu that if I didn't make 1 billion, I would yell at him and slap myself. The worst thing Brother Sumu did was ask me to hit my third sister. Second sister, third sister, I came to you because I really had no other choice. Please help me. Suze told his sisters about the bet. He didn't believe that his sisters would side with Sumu. He also felt that his sisters would not let him be humiliated. What's more, this matter is related to my third sister. Speaking of the bet, it has become a hot topic now. Su Wanlu rarely pays attention to the internet and has been at home taking care of her mother recently, so she hasn't heard much about this bet. Su Ying had heard about it, but didn't take it seriously. What could Sumu achieve? And both of them are so young, they were just joking. Now I hear Suze say that they are serious. Su Ying almost couldn't hold the handle of the wheelchair. Suze and Sumu were actually making a bet. The key is to use her as a bet. Sumu really had bad intentions and was trying to bully Xiaoza in any way possible. Not only that, he also joined forces with Jiang Ruoying to bully him. Sumu has really changed. He must have learned bad things from those people outside. Su Qiaoyu and Jiang Ruoying are the culprits. When Su Wanlu heard the content of the bet, her eyes were surprised for a moment, and then her lips trembled slightly. Does Sumu really hate Suze so much? This bet almost made both parties lose face. Zhang Yuding heard the bet from the side, and her eyes flashed with surprise. You actually made such a bet. What are you and Zhang Yuding planning? Now you're asking for money. Do you want to bully Su Mu and embarrass him in front of everyone? Su Mu loses face. He loses face himself. Eshu shi is Jiang Yuning Shun. Su Mu is his own son. I definitely can't let my son embarrass himself. Suze, get out. Get out of the Su family. Since you recognize your biological mother, then go back to your biological mother. Zhang Yuding spoke in a cold voice, without any politeness, looking at Suze as if he were a stranger. She even wondered if Su Mu was there and saw that she had vented her anger for him. Would he accept her better? Suze looked at Su Ying, third sister. Su Ying gritted her teeth and confronted Zhang Yuding. Mom, didn't you love Xiaoza the most in the past? Besides, Xiaoza already knows he's wrong. Can you please stop treating his brother like this? Do you want to watch that ungrateful Sumo beat me? Su Ying is still as self-centered as before. Zhang Yuding gritted her teeth. Su Ying, what are you talking about? Eshu is Jiang Yuning Shun. He is an illegitimate child. If I treat him well, where will I put my face? And you, don't mess with Su Mu if you have nothing to do. He is your brother. Do you know that? Su Ying sneered. How come I didn't know that you loved Su Mu so much? Why didn't you say before that he was my biological brother? I don't care. You can't do this to Brother Ozawa. Zhang Yuding was so angry that she almost vomited blood. All her children are ruined. Su Ying saw that her mother and second sister didn't like Suze, so she moved her wheelchair to Suze's side and said, Brother Xiaoza, don't worry. I will help you raise money. No matter what, we can't lose to Su Mu. Su Ying thought that at worst she could borrow money from her elder sister, or else she could borrow money from those bootlickers. Anyway, those people are all from wealthy families and have a lot of money on them. Brother Ozawa's money is just given to Sumu to see, and he will definitely return it later. Sumu observed Tianza Company's latest product and knew that this product was beyond redemption. Suze and the others were completely ruined. Not to mention 10 billion, they can't even get back the money they spent on buying the products. Now all we have to do is wait quietly for a week, which is the day when the bet expires, and let Suze apologize publicly in front of everyone. Sumu is looking forward to that day. Sumu returned to school and found that Suze had not come back to school for several days. And there were some rumors circulating in the school. Some people said that they didn't know whether the Su family was going to go bankrupt, as Su Ying, a senior who had already graduated, actually asked their junior in the third year of high school to borrow money. The amount borrowed is not a small amount. It is millions. Some of the younger students who admired Su Ying directly took out the pocket money they had saved for many years, and some are willing to use their credit cards to lend it to Su Ying. In the classroom, Jiang Ruoying looked at Su Mu with some worry. Su Mu had been missing these days, and no one knew what he was busy with. Thinking about the bet a few days ago, Jiang Ruoying was worried that Su Mu could not bear the pressure. Jiang Ruoying came to Su Mu's side, knocked on the table, and whispered in his ear, Su Mu, go to the playground after class. Sumu naturally agreed. After class, the two of them strolled in the playground, feeling the cool breeze. Sumu hadn't felt so relaxed for a long time. He looked up and saw a flock of wild geese flying by. The leading goose was not the largest, but it was always guiding the direction of the flock. There's also a female goose circling next to the leader goose. They have found their next destination and are about to fly to their new home. Jiang Ruoying didn't walk fast. She was not as tall as Su Mu, so she could only follow behind Sumu. She was wearing a beige cloth dress today, her black hair fluttering in the wind, her curved almond-shaped eyes sparkling, and her pure and fair face with a hint of blush. Sumu slowed down and matched Jiang Ruoying's pace. The two walked side by side, their shoulders touching their arms, and an inexplicable feeling arose in their hearts. Jiang Ruoying walked slowly beside her. Sumu was no longer as thin as he was when they first met. His shoulders had become thick and reliable. He became calm and determined, making people feel safe. Jiang Ruoying witnessed his growth step by step. She accompanied a teenager to become more and more mature. She couldn't help but jog a few steps, then turned around, smiled brightly, and stretched out her white and soft hand. Chapter 128: The Best Way to Show Affection. Sumu was stunned for a moment and raised his hand helplessly, and Jiang Ring directly grabbed his hand. Hold hands tightly. Goal achieved. Jiang Ruoying smiled sweetly and held his hand tightly. Sumu felt a surge of inexplicable fire in his heart, a little nervous, yet a little sweet. Sumu, have you had any trouble recently? I saw the bet between you and Su Zhe. This card contains all my money. You can use it. There was a bank card in the pocket of Jiang Ruoying's cotton skirt. She took out the card with a worried look on her face. You have to know that I'm always on your side. If you have any difficulties, you must tell me and don't carry them on your own. When Jiang Ruoying falls in love with someone, she will give everything for him. When a moth in the dark encounters the first flame in its life, the only thing it thinks about is getting closer, not death. It is more important to have bright love than pain and death. Jiang Ruoying knew that he was someone she could rely on. She herself had suffered family trauma and didn't want Sumu to suffer the same trauma again. The family couldn't give Sumu the support, but she did. When she began to feel sorry for Sumu, she knew she was finished. Because feeling sorry for a man is the beginning of a woman falling into the swamp of love. Sumu lit. No wonder Jiang Ruoying had a worried look on her face these days. It turned out that she was worried that she would lose to Su Zhe. Sumu pinched the card and put it back in her pocket, patting it. I wouldn't use your pocket money. Are you really not afraid that I'll cheat you? Miss, keep this and don't lose it. I understand your feelings, but don't worry, I won't lose to someone like Su Zhe. Sumu held her hand tightly and silently kept this thought in his heart. Since coming into this world, no one has been so kind to him except his grandparents and sister. Trust him so much, support him so much. Sumu pinched her face and smiled gently. Don't worry, Su Zhe definitely can't make so much money. I'm the one who sells their company's products to them. He's like a grasshopper in autumn, which can only jump for a few days. Jiang Ruoying snorted when she heard this and breathed a sigh of relief. She had been worried that Sumu would lose these past few days. I didn't expect Sumu to play such a big game. Okay, you're the best. Jiang Ruoying pouted, feeling that her worries were in vain. The two began to laugh and joke around lightly. I saw several young couples dating on the horizontal and parallel bars at school. It is relatively hidden there, and there are some bushes covering it, so it is generally not discovered. Sumu and Jiang Ruoying passed by there. Both of them felt a little embarrassed. There was a young couple. The girl hit the boy's arm and asked him to pick her up. As a result, the boy tried his best to pick up the girl, but was defeated in less than a second. The girl immediately started cursing. I just wanted a romantic princess hug. Why are you so useless? You lied to me. And you even lied to me that you were training your arm strength. Humph, I'm ignoring you. The boy looked embarrassed, but luckily the dark shadow of the tree covered his face, preventing him from being so embarrassed. He quickly chased after her. Baby, don't be angry, I was wrong. Isn't it okay if I'm wrong? I'll go back and continue training. I'll go eat some protein powder. What do you mean you're wrong? Okay, you're wrong. The girl stood there, stomped her feet, and hit the boy hard. Sumu and Jiang Ruoying watched the whole process from the side. Sumu thoughtfully and pinched his arm. Do you consider your weight to be heavy? Sumu probably can't hold it up. But princess hug. Well, I really want to experience it. Jiang Ruoying was thinking about how to start. The young couple over there have reconciled and are flirting with each other. Sumu saw Jiang Ruoying staring at that place and smiled slightly. He already knew what Jiang Ruoying wanted to do. Sumu tapped her shoulder and said, Do you want a princess hug? Come on up. Sumu opened his strong arms. He believed that after so much training, he could already hold Jiang Ruoying. And it's that easy. Jiang Ruoying was still hesitating, but it was obvious from her face that she was moved. Sumu picked her up directly, put one hand under her knees and the other hand around her shoulders and neck. Sumu easily held Jiang Ruoying in his arms, holding her like a princess. Jiang Ruoying let out a small scream, feeling that this was truly a magical experience. There was a feeling of weightlessness, and then I leaned on Sumu's strong and warm chest. I felt very safe and could hear his heartbeat, one sound after another, faster and faster, just like my own heartbeat. It was as if the two heartbeats merged together. Sumu whispered in her ear, "You are very light. Eat more." Jiang Ruoying couldn't help but buried her head in his chest and laughed a few times, then punched his chest with her hand. "You're so annoying. Put me down." Sumu weighed it in his hand and said, "Okay." The interaction between the two was seen by the young couple next to them. The girl, who had finally calmed down, gritted her teeth and punched the boy again. "Look at him. Then look at you. Have you ever fulfilled any of the promises you made to me? Can't even hold me like a princess. So annoying." The girl hit his arm hard. The boy looked like he had lost all hope in life. This guy was showing off his affection. Could he please just get away? Why do you have to act like this in front of your girlfriend? Who are you showing this to? Jiang Ruoying felt embarrassed listening to the young couple quarreling and quickly poked his arm. "Go, go." The sound is small, like a cat's meow. Sumu's whole body went limp, and he quickly hugged her and moved away from the young couple. He put Jiang Ruoying down only when they were not far away. Jiang Ruoying's face was already blushing, and she was too embarrassed to look at people. She was now walking faster than Sumu, always walking in front without stopping. Sumu walked slowly behind, and for some reason he wanted to laugh. He felt so happy that he couldn't stop. A week has passed in the blink of an eye. The time for the two people's bet has come. Suze was almost going crazy outside. The money raised for him was not enough. Only tens of millions were raised. Zhang Yuning was also trying to find a solution, but in the end, he was at his wit's end. He even mortgaged his house and borrowed some money, but it was still not enough for 1 billion yuan. They have only raised 400 million yuan so far. It's far from enough. Suze came up with a stupid idea. Otherwise, he wouldn't go to school. If he didn't go to school, he wouldn't have to face it. If he didn't face it, he wouldn't be embarrassed. Anyway, it was just talk at the time, and maybe everyone has forgotten it now. Sumu still be so shameless as to come to me? Suze is now unwilling to move out of the Su family and goes back to live there every day. Now he hides in his room and is unwilling to go out. Chapter 129, Sumu returns home to confront. Suze also didn't want to live with Zhang Yuning. As long as he stayed in the Su family, he would still be the legitimate heir. Zhang Yuning's identity is not legitimate. There will definitely be rumors if you live outside. Suze thought it would be better to stay in the Su family. Su Wanlu simply ignored him and didn't mind him. She still had to go back to school and needed to have regular health checks the rest of the time. The stomach cancer that could recur at any time is like a time bomb, casting a shadow over her heart. When she thought of this, she regretted it. Now, when Su Wanlu sees Suze at home, she feels extremely disgusted. I don't even want to eat with him. Suze didn't go to school or go out and stayed at home every day. Su Tianxi also hired a tutor for him to teach him knowledge at home. This is a clear preference. Seeing Su Tianxi's actions, Zhang Yuning felt angry. Su Tianxi is indeed better to Zhang Yuning's son. Zhang Yuning directly asked the servant to deliver the meal to Su Zhe's room and not let him come down to eat with them. This is already good for him. Su Yingying was very angry when she didn't see her brother Xiaoza at the table. She pushed the table in anger. "Mom, you just treat me differently. You've never treated my brother Xiaoza like this before. How did you become like this? Brother Xiaoza did nothing wrong. You are being so unfair to him. He must be feeling very bad that he can't eat with us. He feels that we are excluding him and treating him badly." Su Yingying couldn't stand their behavior. Brother Ozawa can only eat in the house every day, and he must feel that no one in the family likes him. Su Wanlu looked at the huge dining table with a pale face and muttered to herself, "Sumu bithor. He hasn't eaten at the table for a long time. Sumu eat with us before, and only let him eat leftovers. Didn't brother Sumu feel uncomfortable?" Su Wanlu felt a little heartbroken when she said this. These things are tacitly agreed upon between them. They saw it but didn't say anything. They just acquiesced to Su Yingying's actions. Su Yingying sneered. "Are you pretending here now? Didn't you say anything at the beginning?" "Yes, I just don't like him." "What kind of brother is that? He's just a country bumpkin with little knowledge. Anyway, I only recognize Brother Ozawa as my younger brother." Zhang Yuning saw her naughty appearance and slapped her chest in anger. Why am I mean to him? Because he's the mistress's child. Su Ying, I'd rather give birth to a piece of barbecued pork than you. It really pissed me off. Su Jingjin is norte stubbornly. Su Nanyang was sitting on the other side. Seeing her family quarreling, she rubbed her brows in annoyance. Su Tianxi opened a company outside for Su Zhe and also snatched the project for Su Zhe. The project was originally intended to be signed by Su's company. The upper-level board of directors originally gave this task to her, but she failed to complete it and was criticized. In the end, it was actually intercepted by his own family. Ugh, that's great. Su Nanyang also completely gave up after knowing this matter. It was also from then on that I began to transfer my customers and resources. Transferred the Su family's customers and resources to his own company. It has not been discovered yet. When the time is right, she will leave the Su family completely and run her own business. As for Sumu, it was just a small fight. What big future could he have? In the end, he still had to rely on his sister. I used to look down on Sumu, but now Sumu is really capable. Sumu admired her so much before because she was the elder sister who started a company. When the time comes, she can just arrange for Sumu to work in the company. Sumu is quite capable and can help when the time comes. This can be considered as compensation for the past. Su Nanyang had a good idea. She can't fight alone, otherwise she will be criticized by these people in the business community. After all, if a daughter betrays her father and steals his business, it will be bad for her reputation if it spreads in the business world. It would be even better if we could get a Sumu, who made Su Zhe an illegitimate child. Su Nanya took a sip of coffee, put the coffee cup on the table, and looked at Su Ying, who had no brains, feeling a little annoyed. Su Ying, stop talking. You're not a child anymore. Why are you still not clear-headed? Stay away from Su Zhe from now on. Su Ying was very dissatisfied. Sister, aren't you just jealous that Xiaoza can inherit the company? You act so noble every day. Isn't it all for the money? Besides, we are all Xiaoza's sisters. Xiaoza will treat us well if he inherits the company. Can you please not be so hostile to him? Su Jingjin is Nortith. The eldest sister was just jealous that her younger brother Xiaoza could inherit the company. Brother Ozawa is capable and can certainly inherit the company. When Su Nanyang heard Su Ying's words, she felt a surge of anger in her heart. She also knew that her father would leave the company to Su Zhe, but she was still so nice to Su Zhe. What a fool. It is best to keep power and money in your own hands. Once they are controlled by others, you can only rely on others' charity. Su Nanya drank the coffee in one breath and looked at her coldly. Don't regret it later if you say something like this now. After breakfast, everyone in the Su family left in a bad mood. The nanny had just cleared away the dishes when she heard a knock on the door. Sumu stood at the door, followed by 6 or 7 photographers, each of whom turned on the video recording mode. In addition, there are a few good friends brought by Chi Fei. Chi Fei is now a security guard and is familiar with them. Some of the security guards come from professional security companies with great prices and strong combat capabilities. Some of them claim to be security guards, but they're actually high-level bodyguards. Chi Fei waved to 7 or 8 security guards and followed behind. In addition, Su Qiaoyu was also with him. Su Qiaoyu looked at the somewhat unfamiliar building in front of her. She had lived here for more than 10 years, but now she had left completely. Su Qiaoyu also couldn't understand why her mother and sister had unprincipledly favored Su Zhe. So biased that you can't tell right from wrong. It was not until Su Zhe's identity was exposed that they contacted him one by one and said they regretted it. But belated affection is cheaper than grass, and my brother and I don't care about it anymore. Sumu walked forward and knocked on the door again. His expression was indifferent, which was a far cry from when he first arrived at the Su family. Even the nanny who opened the door almost didn't recognize him. Seeing this scene, the nanny couldn't help swallowing her saliva. She looked at Su Mu's familiar outline and was a little hesitant to recognize him. Is it Master Sumo? The nanny turned around and saw Su Qiaoyu and breathed a sigh of relief. And fourth, miss, you're back. Suyao Yunadith. They did come back, but not to live here. It's to find Su Zhe to fulfill the bet. Chapter 130. Belated love is cheaper than grass. I choose not to forgive. Sumu has no intention of letting Su Zhe go. You were so arrogant when you made the bet, but now it's time to pay back your debt. The nanny looked at the familiar young master and young lady, feeling doubtful, but she did not close the door and turn around to go in. Madam, Master Sumu and the fourth miss are back. The nanny's voice immediately woke up several people in the hall, especially Zhang Yuding. She stood up from the sofa with a happy look on her face. She was right. Sumu was just sulking. There was no way family members would hold grudges overnight. Sumu is now back, now that he's calmed down. No matter what, I am his mother. There's no way he wouldn't go home. Zhang Yuding smiled and went to the kitchen to get some well-packaged cookies. Sumu has figured out. He will train him well and make him 100 or 10,000 times stronger than Su Zhe. This way, Su Mu would be able to trample Zhang Yuning and her son under his feet. Su Wanlu also stood up, feeling a little helpless. It was great that her younger brother Su Mu was finally willing to go home. Su Mu will definitely be willing to forgive them. Sure enough, praying every day is useful. She will never use cold violence against Su Mu again, nor will she ignore him. Also, at school, I will never let those suitors misunderstand and bully my younger brother Su Mu. Su Wanlu felt that she was extremely wrong before. As long as brother Su Mu is willing to come back, she will definitely treat him well. Su Yingying curled her lips beside her, looking sarcastic. I was wondering how Su Mu could possibly leave the Su family? How much money could Su Qiaoyu have on her? It was definitely not enough for him to spend lavishly, and in the end, she still had to roll back in disgrace. Su Wanliu shouted coldly, Su Jingjin, shut up. What if Su Mu's younger brother hears it and leaves in anger? Su Mu led a group of people into the living room. Zhang Yuding paused as she came out of the kitchen. The surprise in her eyes turned into confusion. Sumu, it's enough for you to come back. Why did you bring so many people with you? Zhang Yuding wiped her tears and talked about her difficulties and sadness. Sumu, Mom was so wrong before. You're my only son. Ish not worthy. You always wanted to eat cookies baked by your mother, but she was too busy at that time and had no time to bake for you. Now she has baked a big bag of cookies for you. There are many flavors. Mom will make whatever you want. Son, stay here. Zhang Yuding was affectionate but had a shallow intention. She held the bag of biscuits in her hand and handed it to Sumu. Sumu looked at this scene and felt only irony, and his heart was extremely cold. What is this doing? When he needed love and care the most, these people beat and scolded him, treating him as an enemy. Now that he doesn't need love and care, all of them come to him and act hypocritically. It's disgusting and nauseating. Every time he came here, Sumu would recall the pain of dying at the door, and the suffocating and depressing times here. At that time, he didn't feel like he was at home. He felt like he was living under someone else's roof. He was like a slave being played around by these people. Sumu had seen the expression on Zhang Yuding's face before. He had seen Zhang Yuding speak so softly to Su Zhe before. Zhang Yuding had never treated him like this before. Zhang Yuding always looked at him with a condescending look and a hint of resentment. Sometimes it is sarcastic and mocking. Her eyes always showed that Su Mu was not welcome to this home. Su Mu had never thought that his mother would be so unwelcoming to him. When he was a child, he heard his grandparents say that every child has a mother and every mother loves her child. When Xiaomu grows up, he will find his mother. At that time, Mom will give Xiaomu lots and lots of maternal love and make Xiaomu happy. Sumu was only in the first grade at that time, and he kept all these words in his heart. At that time, the teacher in school also taught a song. Every time Sumu heard this song, he felt pain and discomfort in his heart. There's only one good mother in the world. Children with mothers are like treasures. Little Sumu listened to this song, holding his face, and fantasized that he would have a mother in the future and that he would be his mother's treasure. But after arriving at the Su family, everything fell apart. It's all fake. It's all fucking fake. In this world, there are mothers who don't love their children. There are mothers who hate their children. Very desperate. That was his mother. Sumu went through many mental struggles before he came out of it. He accepted the facts, but would never forgive these people again. If I forgive them, it would be a betrayal of my previous life. Looking at the eagerness on Zhang Yuding's face and the bag of cookies, Sumu chose to take a step back. Ms. Zhang, I'm not here to see you. I'm here to make your son Su Zhe fulfill his bet and promise. Please don't call me son. You and I have no relationship at all. We have severed all ties long ago. Sumu said pierced Zhang Yuding's heart. No, you are still my son. My blood flows in your body, and you were born from my belly. You are my biological son, Sumu, and I am your mother. Zhang Yuding covered her heart with her hands, which was filled with excruciating pain. The cookies in her hand fell to the ground, and her tears fell. Sumu was calm. Several months ago, in the same place, his hand was hit by an ashtray and bled. Zhang Yuding shed tears while he shed blood. You chose Suze, so you are Suze's mother, not mine. In my eyes, you are nothing. Sumu also remembered that day when Zhang Yuding chose Suze without hesitation. Sumu will never forget. If Zhang Yuding hadn't discovered that Suze was Zhang Yuding's son, would she still beg him to come back like she is now? Sumu looked at Zhang Yuding, who was crying secretly, and his heart was filled with indifference. Zhang Yuding shook her head. That's not the case, that's not the case. I didn't choose Suze. You are my biological son. Mom was wrong. Mom was really wrong. Mom shouldn't treat you like this. Mom shouldn't be so nice to Suze. If I could find you earlier, you could come back earlier. Zhang Yuding was already crying uncontrollably. She really regretted it in her heart. She also remembered that she chose Suze that night. Let the injured Sumu be taken away by the nurses. And her mother didn't even care at all. The more Zhang Yuding thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt. She reached out to grab Sumu's arm and asked, "What do you want me to do to forgive you? Sumu, my son." Sumu dodged sideways and stepped directly over the cookies. The paper bag was twisted, and the cookies inside were crushed into pieces like a pile of garbage. Just like Zhang Yuding's apology is not worth mentioning. I'm here to take care of business today. Where's Suze? Sumu spoke loudly, ignoring Zhang Yuding. Chapter 131, I'm playing tricks on you. Zhang Yuding seemed to be unable to hear his words and shed tears silently. Sumu, please forgive your mother. I will treat you well in the future. As she said that, she wanted to reach out and pull Sumu's sleeve. Sumu threw it away without hesitation, pushed it hard, and looked disgusted. Get out. Don't touch me. You're not qualified to be my mother. Zhang Yuding was like hearing a bolt from the blue. She was pushed against the wall, her face full of daze. Zhang Yuding covered her face, crying uncontrollably. Why am I not qualified to be your mother? I gave birth to you. You are my son. Sumu didn't bother to pay attention to her and directly questioned Su Wanlu next to him. Call Suze out. He's your good brother. If you don't call him out, then you will take the punishment for him. Sumu spoke bluntly to Su Wanlu. He remembered that these sisters were willing to do anything for Suze. Su Wanlu wanted to open her mouth to refute that she didn't want Suze to be her younger brother at all. But she couldn't open her mouth. She had done so many wrong things. As for the bet, Suze did something wrong. I support you. This was the first time that Su Wanlu said she stood on Sumu's side. Every time before, she had been considering Suze. She had never concealed her bias at the beginning, and now she just wanted Sumu to forgive her. Sumu, call her sister again. Su Wanlu's words ridiculous. I don't care which side you stand on. I don't care about your attitude at all now. Your support is of no use to me. Sumu spoke coldly and asked the person with the camera behind him to go to the second floor to find Suze. Su Wanlu clenched her fingers in an instant and couldn't help but take 2 steps forward. Brother Sumu, can't you talk to us nicely? My mother and I both knew we were wrong. We don't like Suze at all. We just want you to come back. Su Wanlu couldn't understand why her younger brother Sumu was unwilling to pay any attention to her. Both he and his mother have confessed their mistakes. So why can't he be a little softer in his attitude? They really just wanted to be nice to their brother. You're the one who doesn't know what's good for you. You keep coming up to me and making me feel disgusted. I don't care who you like. You wanted to come back? Dream on. Have you forgotten the good things you have done? Su Wanlu, you forgot, but I haven't. I will never forgive you. I feel sick just looking at you now. Sumu opened his eyelids lightly, frowned, and looked at Su Wanlu with great annoyance. Then he turned around and went upstairs. He knew that he would meet the annoying Su family when he came back, but he came today mainly to catch Suze, not to bother with them. It makes people feel physically uncomfortable to hear hypocritical words of regret. Su Wanlu looked at Sumu's back as he went upstairs, unable to recover from her shock. Mom, what should we do? Will brother Sumu never forgive us? Su Wanlu turned around to help Zhang Yuding. Zhang Yuding was also very uncomfortable and looked at Su Wanlu with a somewhat straight gaze. Wanlu, why did you treat him like that in the first place? I still remember that Sumu was very nice to you at that time. You always ignored him. He cooked for you every day, and you never stopped him. You know he doesn't have time to eat every day, but you deliberately asked him to go to school to bring you lunch. There were several times when he brought you food, and I saw him with injuries on his body. Did you have someone beat him up? No wonder he hates you so much. No wonder he doesn't want to forgive us. It's all your fault. Zhang Yuding's words became more and more extreme, and her tone became more and more complaining. What Sumu had just said was blaming Su Wanlu for being so mean to him in the past. Su Wanlu didn't expect her mother to say that. She bit her lips so hard that they almost bled. Mom, please stop talking. We are all wrong. Now that my brother has finally come back, can you please let him stay? Su Wanlu couldn't help it, so she let go of her mother's hand and looked at the second floor with a sad face. If I hadn't done that at the beginning, there would have been room for recovery. Su Wanlu felt that what she did at that time was really too much. Just because Suze didn't like Sumu, she deliberately let the suitor bully Sumu. Sumu was beaten many times, and no one cared about him. Su Yingying was watching from the first floor. When she saw Sumu, she immediately showed a sarcastic expression. Sumu, you still have a nerve to come back. What are you doing back? This family doesn't welcome you at all. Zhang Yuding heard it and hurried out. Su Yingying, what nonsense are you talking about? If Sumu is angry and leaves, you don't have to come back. Su Yingying's face turned green. Mom, you were so confused. They quarreled, but Sumu didn't care. Sumu came directly to the outside of Suze's room and knocked on the door slowly. Suze, I know you are in there, don't hide. Suze was frightened when he heard the sound in the room. He didn't expect that Sumu really found the Su family. Suze stood up suddenly and paced around the room anxiously. He wanted to find a way to escape, so he walked around the room and came to the window. Looking at the height of the second floor, he didn't dare to jump down. In the end, I could only pretend to be dead in the room. Su Qiaoyu got Suze's key from the villa's housekeeper. There were spare keys to all the doors in the house. Su Qiaoyu came to the door and inserted the key directly into the keyhole. I found a key, just go in directly. The door was opened, and Suze immediately shrank into the corner and shouted, What are you doing? Why did you enter my room? The photographers around have turned on their cameras and started recording. Sumu entered the room surrounded by the crowd, and Chi Fei and his men blocked the door tightly. Listening to the sound upstairs, Su Yingying was anxious. Sumu, what are you doing? You're not allowed to bully Brother Xiaoza. Sumu, I will not let you go. She turned around and looked at her mother and second sister angrily. Are you just going to watch Xiaoza get bullied? Su Wanlu didn't say anything. She couldn't stop her brother Sumu now, nor did she want to stop him. Sumu walked forward and stood in front of Suze. Okay, now it's time for you to fulfill your promise. We agreed on this when we made the bet. The great young master of the Su family wouldn't go back on his word, would he? Suze was so angry that his eyes turned red. Sumu, you are my brother. Do you really want to force me like this? If it weren't for you, I would have made $1 billion a long time ago. It's because of your tricks that I can't make $1 billion. I won't apologize. Don't try to be my relative. I can't afford a brother like you who bites people all the time. Sumu sneered, grabbed his collar, and pushed him to the ground. You have to apologize even if you don't want to. You have to fulfill your promise when you accepted the bet. Suze was still struggling, but Sumu kicked him on the knee and pressed hard on his shoulders, forcing him to kneel on the ground. What's wrong with me playing tricks? I'm playing tricks on you, idiot. Sumu curled up the corner of his mouth into a smile and exerted more force with his hands. He could almost hear the creaking sound of Suze's bones. Eshyusha screamed in pain. Chip der stotinu trideset dva calling Sumu dead. Sumu, let me go. Suze's knees hurt and he knelt on the ground, feeling extremely humiliated. Sumu slapped him hard in the face with a loud slap. He slapped his face to the side. Suze, you were so arrogant in the classroom, but now it's time for you to fulfill your promise. My patience is limited. Sumu grabbed his hair and pressed his face to the camera. Apologize. If you don't, I will beat you to death right now. Sumu's body was no longer as thin as before, and he pulled Suze over with one hand without any effort. Suze was pinned there, unable to move. Thinking of the time when Sumu beat him up in the alley and left him with a bloody head, he couldn't help but shudder. He knew that Sumu was no longer as cowardly as before, but rather terrifying to death. If I say I'll beat him without holding back. Suze still didn't give up. Sumu, aren't you afraid that your father will teach you a lesson? You will regret treating me like this. Sumu slapped him again impatiently. What are you talking about? Apologize now. So many people are waiting for you. Why are you dawdling? Are you looking for death? When Suze looked up, he saw Chi Fei and his group staring at him covetously. He became even more scared. He endured it. He will definitely repay the insult he suffered today double. Suze looked up at Sumu, then lowered his head in fear and knelt on the ground, feeling extremely regretful. If I had known this, I wouldn't have mentioned such an insulting bet. I originally wanted to see Sumu embarrassed, but I didn't expect that I would be embarrassed now. Looking at him, Sumu knew what he was thinking. I took on this bet just to trick him. I give up. I was wrong. Susie spoke softly. Sumu kicked him from the side, knocking him to the ground. He dug his ears and said, "The voice is too soft. I can't hear it. Besides, that's not what I said at the beginning. Do you want me to repeat it to you?" Suze fell to the ground, got up again, gritted his teeth, and closed his eyes. "Dad Sumo, I was wrong. I am the son of a mistress. Dad Sumo, I was wrong. I am the son of a mistress. Dad Sumo, I was wrong. I am the son of a mistress." Suze shouted loudly 3 times, almost vomiting blood in anger. He wanted to find Zhang Yuning, and several sisters to save him. It's a pity that he is the only one in the room now. He had no choice. He had to do it. It was Sumu who forced him to do so. It was definitely not because he was spineless. Suzy höjt Sumo Ivan more. Suze stretched out his hand and slapped himself again, 10 times in total. He felt so nauseous that he wanted to get up and strangle Sumu to death. Sumu certainly knew what he was thinking, and he enjoyed Suze's hateful look. Suze's eyes used to always look contemptuous or innocent, pretending to be a really good person. Where this look of hatred now makes people happier. Sumu asked the people carrying cameras, "Did you capture everything just now?" They all nodded. "Boss, we got it all." "Okay, I'll edit his apology video later and post it all over the internet." Sumu will not let him go easily, nor will he let Zhang Yuning and Su Tianxi go easily. There's a saying that goes, "You're asking for trouble." Now, Sumu sent this sentence to Su Zhe and Zhang Yuning. Since they want to embarrass him, let them first experience the feeling of shooting themselves in the foot. "No, Sumu, you can't do this. You can't send this video out." Suze stood up and was extremely angry. "If you send this out, how can I live like this? I'm the young master of the Su family now. If you send this out, others will know that I am the child of a mistress." Suze didn't want this to happen. He wants to inherit the Su family as the legitimate young master of the Su family. Sumo smiled. "I'm just telling the truth. Why are you so anxious? The whole network witnessed our bet. Now, of course, I have to give everyone an explanation. If you don't agree, you can challenge me in a one-on-one fight." Sumu punched the shoe rack next to him, and with a snap, the transparent acrylic plate was smashed through by the punch. Suze subconsciously took a step back, his teeth chattering. He was wondering who else could help him teach Sumu a lesson. Now only his third sister loves him, or he can rely on Zhang Yuning and Su Tianxi. Suze rushed out of the room, stumbling downstairs while crying. "Third sister, please save me. Sumu hitme." Sumu saw him like this before. He would feel powerless and angry, but now he just finds it ridiculous. Suze now is no longer the same as before. Now Sumu doesn't care whether he will be framed. "Since you said I would hit you, then I will beat you to death." Sumu also went downstairs. Several people downstairs were paying attention to the movement upstairs, especially Su Yingying, who immediately got angry when she saw Suze stumbling down. What is that psychopath Sumu doing back? Bullying Xiaoze again. I knew he only knows how to bully people. I didn't teach him a lesson before. I will definitely teach him a lesson later. Su Yingying obviously didn't understand the situation, but she started to feel angry when she saw Xiaoze being hurt. I thought to myself that when my leg heals, I will definitely find someone to beat Sumu up and put an end to his arrogance. Suze hid behind Su Yingying with a bright red slap mark on his face, feeling very aggrieved. "Third sister, you just beat me up many times." Brother Sumo didn't care about the identity of my family at all. I never knew Brother Sumo was such a cold-blooded person. Suze continued to exaggerate. Sumu, who was walking down the stairs, his eyes were full of pride. Sumu is now very good at using tricks, but what Sumu cares about most is the love of these sisters. Suze knows best how to make Sumu uncomfortable. Sumu didn't even look at Su Yingying. He just grabbed Suze's arm and punched him in the stomach. "If you hit here, no matter how painful it is, there will be no wound." Then he kicked Suze again, almost killing him. Su Yingying screamed, "Sumu, don't hit him, you're crazy. Don't do it." He said I hit him, so of course I'm going to fight him to the end. Sumu smiled cruelly, picked up Suze, and kicked him again. Su Yingying was so anxious that she was about to cry, and she turned her wheelchair around and rushed over. "Don't hit Brother Xiaoze. He is my savior. He was the one who pulled me out of the water. If you want to hit him, hit me first." "Sumu, you ungrateful bastard. I will beat you to death sooner or later." Sumu harshly. She turned to protect Suze between the two of them. Sumu slapped her in the face without hesitation. "Then I'll do as you wish." Then came another backhand slap. Su Ying was stunned. The others were also shocked. None of them had thought that Sumu would attack the sisters. The previous time, they thought Sumu had suffered a great injustice, so he took action. But that's not the case today. Sumu just wants to beat them. Su Ying's pupils dilated and she clenched her teeth. Sumu, you hit me again. At this moment, she understood completely. The ideas she had always held were shattered. Sumu really didn't consider her a sister anymore. Not only that, Sumu will also be cruel to her. Chi Fei, who had just come down from the second floor, was standing at the stairs. When he heard what Su Ying said, he was slightly stunned. Su Ying said that Su Zhe saved her. Was it that time at the reservoir? Chapter 133, he doesn't look like a good person. That happened a long time ago. Chi Fei was a little suspicious whether it was about that incident. He walked down and stood next to Sumu. Brother Mu, just tell me what you need me to do, and I'll do it if I can. Chi Fei has now dyed his yellow hair white, and with his ferocious face, he looks even less like a good person. Su Ying looked at this former dog licker and was so angry that she almost vomited blood. Chi Fei, you betrayed me. Didn't you like me before? Didn't you always put me first? You said you were willing to do anything for me, and you would do whatever I asked you to do. Why are you standing on Su Mu's side and bullying me now? Su Ying asked why everyone around her changed since Su Mu left home. All these people have become disobedient, difficult to discipline, and unrecognizable. Su Ying, you are too confident. I only try to please you for money. Otherwise, do you think I can tolerate your temper? Now that my brother Mu is willing to give me money, who would still serve you? A young lady? You are such a vicious person. You deserve retribution. Chi Fei was not polite in his words and stayed with Su Ying during that time, allowing her to be beaten and scolded. If things don't go her way, this young lady will act unreasonably, and he's been exhausted both physically and mentally. Now that he can earn money elsewhere to buy medicine for his sister, he doesn't want to suffer that. Su Ying was so angry that she couldn't speak. Sumu couldn't help but curl his lips when he saw Su Zhe hiding behind Su Ying so spinelessly. It was really embarrassing. Sumu pulled him out and said, Su Zhe, you promised to slap Su Ying in the face as part of the bet. I just remembered it. Go ahead. When Su Ying heard this, she looked up in disbelief. What does that have to do with me? Why did you hit me in your bet? Sumu smiled. Then you have to ask your good brother why he agreed. Su Zhe's eyes flickered as he came to Su Ying's side, looking aggrieved. Third sister, I didn't think about this. He forced me to do this. Third sister, I'll just hit you twice. Please don't blame me. Susis spoke shamelessly. Sumu was happy because he knew that Su Zhe was extremely selfish by nature. Now in the entire Su family, Su Ying is the only one who is truly kind to him, but he still dares to do anything to her. He is so shameless. Su Ying's face froze. She didn't expect Xiaoza to say such a thing. She thought Xiaoza would defend her in front of Sumu. Su Ying's face was gloomy. She was only wearing a white dress today, with her black hair scattered on both sides. Because she had not left the house for a long time, her skin had become very pale. Because of what Su Zhe said, her eyes became even darker and deeper. She stared at Su Zhe blankly, biting her lips, and suddenly tears flowed down. Su Ying felt very aggrieved. She was so good to Xiaoza, so why couldn't Xiaoza say a word for her? He actually wanted to beat her up for some bullshit bet. It's too much, it's really too much. Su Ying bit her lips until they bled, tears streaming down her face. Finally, she gritted her teeth. And, Sumu, it's all your fault. You proposed the bet, so why did you include me? Why did you hit me? Because you and your dear brother Xiaoza are in the same group. Don't you share the same fate? It's okay for you to take a few hits for him, right? Do you like him that much? Otherwise, this is also fine. Su Zhe, you let me slap you a few times, and then I will let Su Ying go. Sumu stood in front of the two of them and gave them another choice. Chi Fei was clicking his tongue in his heart, thinking that Brother Mu was really bad. He was trying to sow discord. Indeed, the relationship between the two is so good that if Su Zhe is willing to sacrifice himself, Su Ying will probably be moved to death. Su Zhe didn't say anything. He didn't want to be beaten, and he didn't want to be beaten by Sumu. Sumu slapped him with all his strength. He would definitely get a concussion. Sumu is not a human. His strength is too great, and he is afraid. Besides, he only hit Su Ying twice, and since he didn't have much strength, there wouldn't be any injuries. Su Zhe was silent for a long time. Su Ying had originally expected Su Zhe to take the beating for her, but now she has been waiting for a long time, but still hasn't received any reply from him. Sumu kicked him impatiently and said, "Make a decision quickly." Sumu liked to see them in trouble. Aren't Su Yingying and Su Zhe close siblings? Then let's see if they really have a deep sibling relationship. Su Zhe said weakly, "Third sister, it doesn't hurt when I hit people. It really doesn't hurt. Please, third sister, I don't want to be beaten. He will beat me to death." Su Wanlu couldn't stand it any longer. "Su Zhe, are you still a man? Third sister is so nice to you, and you actually want to hit him?" At this moment, Su Wanlu truly saw Su Zhe's true face. He is a shameless villain and a selfish villain. Their efforts over the years were not worth a few slaps. How come it's only now that I can see that Su Zhe is irresponsible and extremely selfish? Why didn't I see Su Zhe's true face at the beginning? Su Mu sneered a few times. "Su Yingying, you heard it. It's not me who wants to hit you. It's your good brother who wants to hit you with his own hands." Su Yingying's tears flowed down drop by drop, as she squeezed out a few words from between her teeth. "Brother Xiaoza, you rescued me from the reservoir and gave me a life, so I can do anything for you. Since you want to hit me, go ahead. I won't hate you. You only hurt Sumu. If Sumu hadn't forced you, you wouldn't have done this, right?" Su Yingying began to paralyze herself. Her life was saved by her brother Xiaoza, so what if she was hit by him twice? If it weren't for her brother Ozawa, she would have died long ago. Now brother Ozawa made this choice because of Su Mu's coercion. When Su Zhe heard her third sister making excuses for herself, he immediately climbed down the ladder. "Third sister, this is it. If it weren't for Su Mu, I wouldn't be like this. If he hits me, he will definitely beat me to death. Third sister, I will definitely avenge you in the future. If he hadn't forced me, I would never have hit my third sister. I swear to God." Su Zhe even raised 2 fingers and swore hypocritically. "Stop talking nonsense and get started." Sumu por Suzy vit considerable pors. Su Zhe looked at him fearfully, then came to Su Yingying's side, looking embarrassed. "Third sister, I'm sorry. He forced me to do this. I was very gentle and definitely wouldn't let you get hurt." After finishing speaking, Su Zhe stretched out his hand without hesitation and slapped Su Yingying in the face. A loud slap echoed in the hall. Su Wanlu felt chilled and her teeth chattered. Su Zhe, who had been held in their hands before, now beat them without hesitation. Is this still the same Su Zhe from before? It turned out that everything he had done before was just a disguise. Just a little threat from Su Mu revealed his true colors. Chapter 134, The Real Savior. Su Wanlu didn't even see Su Zhe's hesitation and struggle. He just agreed without hesitation and made a lot of excuses. Su Wanlu looked back at Su Mu again, feeling even more uncomfortable. Su Mu must have done it on purpose, saying and doing this on purpose. It was just to let them see how hypocritical Su Zhe was. Su Mu really knows how to play with people's hearts. Su Mu is really different from before. Su Mu would never have done such a thing before, and the current Su Mu is also very unfamiliar. Su Wanlu felt that the world had turned upside down. She was so confused and in so much pain. Su Yingying was also in great pain. Her natural bad nature made her unable to help but blame Su Zixing. Several times she couldn't help but want to reach out and slap him back. But thinking of the life-saving grace, she endured it. Su Zhe slapped 3 times, each time with more force than the last. Because later on, Su Mu was standing in front of him, staring at him with dangerous eyes. Su Zhe was scared and thought Su Mu was dissatisfied, so he increased his strength. Su Yingying's face was swollen. She covered her face and cried bitterly. She had no place to vent her anger and wanted to smash everything in the house. And as for these people in front of her, these people who saw her humiliating appearance, she wanted to poke out all their eyes and then stab them to death. Su Yingying pounded the wheelchair hard, then pushed it back into the house, and then the sound of her bursting into tears could be heard. Su Wanlu was a little helpless. Faced with such a situation, she didn't know what to do. Zhang Yuding opened her mouth at this moment, but didn't know what to say. In the end, she could only point at Su Zhe and say, "Get out of here. Get out of the Su family and never come back. If you come back every time, I will kick you out." It's a pity that they were deceived by such selfish people for so long. Su Qiaoyu stood aside and looked at her brother with some worry. Too many things had just happened. Su Qiaoyu didn't expect that Su Zhe, this ungrateful man, would actually dare to take action. Su Yingying is the best person to him, and she almost gives him everything he wants. Su Qiaoyu had heard from the servants at home that Su Yingying helped Su Zhe with all the big and small things at school. Suze never has to worry about anything. Whatever he wants to eat or drink, it's just a matter of words. What gift you want? That's even easier. Su Yingying will buy it for him with her own pocket money. That would simply spoil him to the heavens. As a result, just for a few slaps, he hit his beloved third sister without hesitation. It's also ironic. I just don't know if my younger brother Sumu has been affected. The atmosphere at home is so chaotic and suffocating. Just when Sumu suggested hitting someone, Su Qiaoyu keenly noticed the gazes of other people in the villa. Those eyes seemed to say that Sumu would really do something to his family. This look is strange. I hope my brother doesn't mind. Su Qiaoyu didn't know how many injuries her brother Sumu had suffered, but after returning, Su Qiaoyu contacted the servants and old friends at home and heard some of his deeds. The Su family is notorious for their partiality. If they hadn't made a fuss at school last time, many people wouldn't know that Su Mu's younger brother is also the young master of the Su family. This is outrageous. Su Qiaoyu stood silently beside her brother, silently holding his wrist and supporting him. Sumu didn't care about the strange looks, but his sister stood firmly by his side, which made him feel warm in his heart. Sumu patted his sister's arm to comfort her. Sumu watched this farce with a smile on his face. Now that the business is done, I should leave. Suze, if you want to bet with me, you're welcome to come. Suze was so angry that he couldn't speak. He just stared at everyone opposite him with red eyes. You all bully me. Just wait. Don't bully the poor young man. He lost the bet because he didn't make 1 billion, but with his father's support, he will definitely surpass Su Mu in the future. Suze thought that the current insult was only temporary, and one day he would trample Su Mu under his feet and avenge today's revenge. Su Mu was too lazy to pay attention to his stupid remarks. Don't bully the young man because he is poor. Haha, don't bully the poor in middle age. Don't bully the poor in old age. The dead are the greatest. This is probably Su Zhe's future script. In the near future, that old man Su Tianxi might not be able to protect himself. Want to leave the family property to Su Zhe? That's impossible. Su Mu came with a group of people in a mighty manner and left in a mighty manner, leaving behind only a mess. Chi Fei followed and stood next to Su Mu, his voice a little low. Brother Mu, I want to tell you something, a big thing. Chi Fei looked mysterious. What's the matter? Su Mu turned around and asked. Brother Mu, I want to go see my sister today. Come with me. I'll talk to you on the way. Chi Fei now also knows that Mu Ge is a man of character, and he is resourceful and intelligent. Following such a boss, his future is limitless. Sumoneded face. Then, he turned around and said to the photographers, you all go back first. When the video is edited, send me a copy. I'll see if it needs any revisions, and then I'll pay you the balance. After everything was arranged, Su Mu hailed a taxi, opened the door, and let his sister get in. Su Qiaoyu didn't have any plans today, so she could go to the hospital with them. Then he and Chi Fei sat in the back row. What's the matter? Why is it so mysterious? Su Mu couldn't help but smile. Brother Mu, I heard Su Yingying say today that it was Su Zhe who saved him at the reservoir. Actually, that's not the case. Su Selith. Su Zhe can't swim at all. He's a landlubber. I was at the reservoir that day too, and I saved them. Chi Fei lowered his voice to ensure that only 2 people heard it. He was cursing in his heart that Kid Su Zhe had snatched away his credit. Hearing this, Su Mu became interested and slowly sat up straight. Su Mu heard Su Yingying say more than once that Su Zhe saved her life. What Su Zhe saved her life, so she was willing to die for Su Zhe. She is willing to do anything for Su Zhe. Anyway, his remarks are all extreme, and he acts crazy in his daily life. To be precise, in Su Yingying's world, only she and Su Zhe are worthy of being human beings, and everyone else must be her dogs. The reason why she treated Su Zhe so differently was all because Su Zhe saved her in the water, which made her develop a fledgling mentality and become dependent on and fond of Su Zhe. So she tied herself and Su Zhe together and then attacked everyone if she knew that there was someone else who saved her. I wonder how she will treat Su Zhe. It's really exciting. Brother Mu, this is what happened. Someone confessed his love to Su Yingying that day, and Su Yingying rejected him. Then the man pushed Su Yingying down. I was on the bridge and saw it clearly, so I just wanted to save people quickly. As a result, Su Zhe was not far away that day. He rushed out before me, but instead of saving people, he wanted to catch the person who pushed them, but was pushed into the water by the person instead. When I arrived, the man had already run away. Su Zhe and Su Yingying are both in the water. Chi Fei paused for a moment, scratching his head a bit embarrassedly. I was a bit stupid at that time. I jumped without thinking. Asked for a small gift. Click to urge the update. Love you. Chapter 135. The mantis catches the cicada, waiting for the oriole to follow behind. Chi Fei paused for a moment, then spoke. I jumped in to save people. I originally only wanted to save Su Yingying, but Su Zhe kept clinging to me and wouldn't let go. I had no choice but to throw him ashore first. Later, I also rescued Su Yingying. I saw that they were both unconscious, so I thought about finding someone to help quickly, so I went to call for help from a distance. When they came back, both of them were gone. I thought they should have woken up and gone home. I didn't talk about this matter later. It wasn't a big deal in the first place. I just heard what Su Zhe said. Su Yingying must have thought that Su Zhe saved her. Su Zhe acquiesced to this matter and did not tell the truth. I was wondering why Su Yingying seemed to be possessed and obeyed Su Zhe in everything. Chi Fei cursed inwardly. Su Zhe is such a scoundrel. Next time I see him, I'm going to beat him up so hard he can't even walk. Sumu tapped the handrail beside him with his fingers. The person Su Yingying always thought was her savior was fake. Su Zhe did not save her at all, but was pushed down and almost drowned. If I tell the truth now, Su Yingying will definitely not believe it. Not only will they not believe it, they will also turn the tables and say that they deliberately framed Su Zhe and had bad intentions. Sumu knew exactly what Su Yingying was thinking. But now that I already know about this, I can't let Su Yingying off easily. Su Yingying has humiliated Su Zhe in every way over the years, and this revenge must be avenged. Did you leave any evidence when you rescued her? Sumu spoke. Chi Fei was really stumped. The reservoir was behind the school. It was a vast area with few people and no cameras. Normally no one goes there. Evidence? Yes. I remembered that I had a pierced ear on my ear bone. I wore an earring that day, and it got caught on Su Yingying's necklace, a very thin one. There was a 4-leaf clover-shaped gem on the necklace. I didn't return it to her, but gave it to my sister. I wanted to sell it for some money. I saved her, so charging her some interest isn't too much. Chi Fei scratched his head and chuckled. Later, I took it to the hospital, and my sister saw it. She liked it, so I gave it to her. Sumu heard this. His eyes lit up, and he smiled. That's great. I'll transfer 100,000 yuan to you to buy this necklace. Chi Fei was startled. No, Brother Mu, if you want, I'll give it to you. There's no need for us to be so formal. Chi Fei was still a little embarrassed. This necklace originally belonged to Su Yingying. When he just said this, he felt a little nervous. I was afraid that I would have a bad image in Mu Ji's heart. Su Mu patted his shoulder and said, If you need money, take it. We are all good brothers. Su Mu felt that Chi Fei was a very loyal person, but a little naive. After knowing each other for a long time, we could become good brothers. Chi Fei was touched. Thank you, Brother Mu. If there's anything I can help you with in the future, just let me know. I will never forget Mu Ji's kindness. Chi Fei's eyes were a little moist. Ever since his parents fled abroad due to debt, it has been very difficult for him to raise his sister alone. Young people don't shed tears easily, but they do when they are sad. Until he met Su Mu, he put aside their past grudges and was willing to help him. Chi Fei thought to himself that his life could belong to Su Mu. Whoever gives him a hand will be remembered by him for the rest of his life. It just so happens that I went to see my sister. I asked her where the necklace is. Brother Mu, what do you want this necklace for? You're not going to return it to Su Yingying, are you? Chi Fei was a little confused. I also had some thoughts in my mind. Maybe Brother Mu wanted to show the necklace to Su Yingying and then expose the true face of Su Zhe, the hypocrite. Su Mu's eyes were somewhat unfathomable. Chi Fei, just forget that you saved Su Yingying. Can you keep this matter to yourself? Chi Fei felt that there was something sinister in Su Mu's words. He didn't know why Su Mu said that, but he just listened to what Mu Ge said. I can do it. I will definitely keep this matter to myself and not tell anyone. Mu, why don't you tell Su Yingying about this? Expose Su Zhe and see how he can still pretend. Seeing that he looked like he was about to die, I wanted to punch him to death. Su Mu smiled, looked ahead, and spoke in a relaxed tone. Because from now on, I'm the one who saved Su Yingying. Su Mu said this. Chi Fei stopped talking. He blinked, making sure he had not heard wrong. Then he raised his thumbs high, with an expression of admiration on his face. Brother, you are really my brother. You are still the best. He understood. Brother Mu is really one step ahead. Sumu looked at the green landscape, trees, flying past outside the window with a distant gaze. Su Yingying's scolding was right in his ears. She didn't allow him to sit at the table to eat and made him eat leftovers. He was not allowed to touch anything related to Su Zhe at home. He would be beaten if he even accidentally took a look. Also, at school, Su Yingying openly scolded Sumu, saying that he was just a follower and servant of Su Zhe, and told Sumu not to talk back to Su Zhe. Su Yingying would also use violence against him anytime and anywhere. Either she hits him in the face or kicks him in the stomach. In serious cases, she will use anything in the house to hit his head at any time and anywhere. Sumu didn't know how many times he had been beaten. Sumu used to be very cautious, fearing that he would not be able to integrate into this family. That's because he still has a desire for family affection in his heart. He has never had a family, so he doesn't know how a normal family gets along. Su Yingying coaxed him, saying that all this was normal and that if he wanted to gain the love of his mother and sisters, he had to endure the pain. Su Yingying is also particularly good at giving someone a good reward after a good turn. Often after bullying Sumu, he would be nicer to him, sometimes giving him a small gift, sometimes giving him food. Then she says how good your sister is to you, and if you don't listen to her, it's your fault. In this way, Sumu fell into a vortex of self-doubt in order to desire a little family affection. Only until death do we fully wake up. This is all fake. All this is because Su Yingying's evil has no bottom line. Just because Su Zhe saved her, she can bully another person regardless of the consequences. And he was not a stranger, but his own brother. Su Yingying can do this. She really has no bottom line. Sumu thought, since Su Yingying valued this so-called life-saving grace so much, then let him see how important this favor is. If he became her savior, would Su Yingying cry and beg for mercy at his feet? Will Su Yingying become enemies with Su Zhe for her own sake? Can this so-called life-saving grace really make her give up all her bottom lines? Sumu showed a playful look, and his eyes became darker. Su Yingying, your retribution is coming. Chapter 136, There are always villains trying to harm me. The car soon stopped in front of the hospital. Sumu opened the car door, and Su Qiaoyu and Qi Fei also got out of the car. The three of them went to the hospital together, and first went to where Qi Fei's sister was hospitalized. Qi Fei's sister's attending physician came over and explained his sister's current condition. Qi Fei listened carefully, not missing a single detail. The condition is relatively stable now, but we still need to pay attention to the patient's mood and try not to let it fluctuate too much. Let's stabilize a little bit. If we find a suitable one later, we can consider surgery. I don't recommend it now. My health is too poor, and I need to rest for a while. Su Qiaoyu was holding a bouquet of flowers and a basket of fruit, which she bought downstairs in the hospital. After all, it's not nice to come to see a patient empty-handed. Sumu didn't have any thoughts. He came here mainly to accompany Qi Fei today, and they happened to be discussing some things. The group quickly arrived at the door of the ward, and the attending doctor stopped talking and said, "Okay, you guys go in. I'll go get busy first. By the way, Mr. Qi, if you need surgery later, you should prepare more money." Qi Fei quickly thanked him. Thank you, doctor, I understand." Several people pushed the door open and went in. Sumu saw the little girl lying on the hospital bed. He was stunned for a moment. The little girl looked a little familiar. Su Qiaoyu smiled and walked forward to place the flowers on the table next to her, and then put the fruit on it as well. Qi Fang was a little nervous and sat up. She relaxed a little when she saw her brother. Then he turned to look at Su Qiaoyu and Sumu. Sumu was also stunned when he saw the little girl's expression. "This is recognized." Su Qiaoyu also exclaimed, "Isn't this the little girl who was at my press conference the other day? I remember her." The little girl was pushing a wheelchair at the time. Sumu nodded, thinking to himself, what a shameful thing Su Yingying is. What kind of immoral things has she done? She was still not at peace even after being hospitalized and asked a little girl with heart disease to push her wheelchair. She can really do it. What a coincidence, we meet again. Sumu greeted him. Qi Fang lowered her head shyly, her eyes flickering, not daring to look directly at Sumu. When she saw Sumu that day, she kept thinking in her heart that she felt a little inferior because there was a beautiful sister beside Sumu. I didn't expect to see him here again. Qi Fang's face was red, which was a little abnormal. She lowered her head and didn't say a word. Qi Fei was startled. His sister was usually quite lively and would be quiet occasionally, but she would never be silent like she was now. "Are you okay, sister? Why is your face so red? Do you have a fever? I'll go call a doctor." Chi Fei ran back and forth hurriedly, reached out to touch Chi Fong's forehead, and was anxious to call a doctor. Chi Fong grabbed his clothes and shook her head desperately. Brother, I'm fine. If you really call a doctor, it will be embarrassing. Chi Fei breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did he realize that the atmosphere between the three of them was a little strange. Have you met before? Sumu nodded with a puzzled look. I met her once before my sister's comic book signing event. As for how they met, Sumu didn't want to say. You can't just say that you saw Su Ying at a book signing, and then your sister, who has a heart disease, pushed her around in the crowd. Chi Fong also nodded. Yes, brother, we have met before. Brother, are these big brothers and big sisters your friends? Chi Fong was very thin. She wore a plaid hospital gown and had short hair that reached her chin, the same student-style hairstyle as her younger sister. Her face was pale, and her chin was pointed and thin. His voice sounded a little weak, and his big eyes showed that he was very curious about the two people. Yes, these are my brother's friends. This is Brother Sumu, and this one is Sister Xiaoyu. Chi Fei touched her head with a smile. Chi Fong repeated, Sister Xiaoyu Sumu, Brother Sumu. When Chi Fong said the last few words, her voice became smaller and smaller. Su Xiaoyu smiled and said, I didn't have time to bring you a gift today. I'll bring you a gift next time. Sumu was obviously more concerned about something else, and signaled Chi Fei with his eyes. Chi Fei understood. Fong Fong, where is the necklace that brother gave you before? I found that necklace a while ago, and now I have found the owner, and I want to return it to him. I'll buy you a new one later. Chi Fong suddenly came back to her senses and said, Oh, the necklace was in my school bag. I had kept it there. It turned out my brother found it, and he had even lied to me that he bought it for me. Chi Fong pouted, looking a little unhappy. Brother will buy you two later. Chi Fei promised. Then brother, you're not allowed to lie. Liars are like puppies. Chi Fong finally smiled. Sumu laughed watching from the side. He was still a child after all. Chi Fei went to his school bag and successfully found necklace. He handed the necklace to Sumu. Brother Mu, this is it. Sumu put the necklace away, feeling somewhat relieved that Chi Fong did not wear the necklace that day. Otherwise, Su Ying would have discovered it. A few people chatted here for a while before parting. The video of Su Zhe's apology topped the hot search list again within just a few hours. After all, everyone wants to have a taste of the rich family's gossip. What's more, it is the follow-up to the last gamble of the century. After all, everyone wants to know who wins. The video of Su Zhe kneeling on the ground, slapping himself and shouting, Dad, I was wrong, was made into an emoticon package and began to spread wildly. It can be said that Su Zhe became famous throughout the country overnight. Many people now jokingly say that wealthy families are good at giving birth, and each one is better than the other. Moreover, the wealthy families are very chaotic, and illegitimate children can occupy the position of the real young master, and they can occupy it for more than 10 years. I heard that he even made this real young master work as his servant in school. He's so arrogant. Now it seems that this illegitimate child doesn't have much skills. He said he could make 1 billion, but in the end he was slapped in the face. The ridicule flooded in like the sea, and Su Zhe dared not go out anymore. After being driven out by Zhang Yuning, he went to find Zhang Yuning. Zhang Yuning has 2 small villas outside and doesn't dare to live with Su Zhe. Because of his job, Zhang Yuning often has to meet with some bigwigs in the business and political circles and have in-depth exchanges when necessary. During in-depth communication, Su Zhe was obviously not suitable to be around. Zhang Yuning let Su Zhe live in one of the small villas, and he lived in the other one. Su Zhe doesn't want to go out at all now. He just reads the messages sent by those people on the internet every day. He wishes he could get into the internet and beat them up. Mom, what should I do? I'm done. I'm really done. So many people are mocking me. Sumu did all this on purpose. He wants to destroy me. Dear readers, please love to generate electricity. Please love to generate electricity. Please. Chapter 137, Playing with Her. Su Zhe didn't expect that their plan would fail, nor did he expect that his ugly appearance would be posted on the internet by Sumu. Su Zhe felt very resentful towards his mother Zhang Yuning. If Zhang Yuning hadn't said that this method would definitely succeed, he wouldn't have taken the risk. And now, I have to bear all the bitter fruits by myself. He didn't dare go to school or appear in public. Zhang Yuning was also helpless at this time. This was not her original intention. What was originally a foolproof thing actually failed because of Sumu. Now, she has no other choice. Her son must go to school and must not stay at home all the time. They must not lose to Sumu. Son, listen to me. This is all Sumu's fault. Those classmates won't do anything to you. You have to believe in yourself, and you will definitely make comeback. Don't you still have a lot of money? Just say you earned it. Your classmates will definitely admire you. Just give them some benefits, and they won't laugh at you. Zhang Yuning handles this kind of thing with ease. Su Tianxi had no time to reply to him now, because these videos went viral on the internet. Some media outlets said that the Su family's heir had not been determined, and there are many illegitimate children secretly waiting to take the throne. No one knew where this rumor came from. Through those videos, they also believed that the managers of Su's company were not able to handle family affairs well. Now the share price of Su Enterprise has begun to decline gradually because shareholders lack confidence in the future heirs. Moreover, the stock price began to plummet after the video was released. The company's top management held an emergency meeting, and of course, Su Tianxi was present. Su Tianxi must give an account and explanation to the shareholders. Su Tianxi has been busy with this matter and has no time to care about Su Zhe. Zhang Yuning went to see Su Tianxi in the evening. Zhang Yuning dressed up carefully before meeting him. Her long black hair was curled into French waves, and she wore a thin yellow knitted long skirt. Combined with her curvy figure, she looked very charming. She also deliberately put on a very pure makeup, looking like she was in her 30s. As soon as Su Tianxi saw her, he remembered his youth. Su Tianxi actually knew that Zhang Yuning was behind this matter. When he saw Zhang Yuning, his expression was not as good as before. Yuning, you did something wrong. I helped Su Zhe start a company, but I didn't let him bet with Sumu. Now it's embarrassing, extremely embarrassing. The company is also affected. That Sumu kid is no ordinary guy. Su Tianxi had a gloomy face and a bad attitude. Zhang Yuning walked forward with a sweet smile, took out a Huangala cigarette from the coffee table, handed it to his mouth, and then picked up a lighter to light it for him. Tianxi, I was wrong. I just didn't want Xiaoza to be overshadowed by him. Xiaoza is our only son. I just wanted to help Xiaoza. Zhang Yuning hugged his shoulders while speaking. Dadi Lei rubbed his arm, his tone tender. I understand now. I won't let Xiaoza provoke him again. Please forgive me this time. Zhang Yuning took the cigarette from his mouth, took a deep breath, and then blew it gently on his face with a look of lust in his eyes. In the smoke, the two kissed passionately. Su Tianxi seemed to have found his former passion. Alas, forgive her. After all, she is the one who understands you best. As long as public opinion can be controlled, the company will not suffer much damage. However, Sumu, this hungry wolf, grew too fast, so fast that it was shocking and frightening. He was not sure whether Sumu considered him as an opponent. If Sumu targets the Su family, target him, then he would have to find a way to strangle the future Wolf King to death before he grew up. Sumu took out the necklace in the room. It was a thin necklace with a 4-leaf, clover-shaped gem in the middle. If Su Yingying were to suspect Su Zhe, she couldn't tell her clearly that she had the wrong person. After all, Su Yingying definitely didn't believe it. Instead, she felt that someone wanted to harm her. Sumu returned to school. He found Zhang Ruoying and told her his plan. The two looked at each other and understood what each other was going to do. Sunday, in front of the hospital. This is an independent private hospital with high fees, high-end facilities, and excellent service. Zhang Ruoying was wearing a light blue dress, which made her skin look even whiter. She wore a thin necklace around her neck, and the 4-leaf, clover-shaped gem sparkled in the sun. Today she was mainly transferring her mother from another hospital to this one. An assistant is already with my mother upstairs to handle the transfer to another hospital. Zhang Ruoying was waiting in the lobby on the first floor. Soon, Su Yingying, who was sitting in a wheelchair, was pushed out by the nurse. She looked unhappy. Last time, after her younger brother Ozawa had a falling out with her family, she suffered unprecedented cold violence at home. My mother and second sister seemed like different people, crying all day long because of that loser Sumu. My mother was even worse. She blamed herself for Sumu's reluctance to come back and kept nagging in her ears. All of them are complaints and grumblings. Su Yingying's head was about to explode when she heard this. After so many days, there is finally a happy event. Her legs recovered well, and she was finally able to walk again. Su Yingying was in a good mood today. She fiddled with her braided twin ponytails and glanced casually around the hall. Then I saw a familiar figure. Su Yingying's hair immediately stood on end and her pupils constricted. It was the girl who had her legs broken. Why is Zhang Ruoying here? Su Yingying's heart burned with the flame of revenge. She turned to the nurse and said, Push her over there and hit her hard. The nurse was a little puzzled. Miss Su, what? I'd better take you to change the dressing. Su Ying slapped the armrest next to her in anger. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Push me over. Hit her hard. It would be best if you broke her legs, too. The nurse was stunned and thought she was joking, but now it seemed she was serious. The nurse was also speechless. He met another lunatic at work today. Su Ying's caregiver didn't move and said loudly, I'll give you money. Push it over to me. Before the nurse could move, Jiang Ruoying had already walked over with a mischievous smile. What a coincidence. Su Ying, you are also in this hospital? Jiang Ruoying stared at her legs with a dangerous look in her eyes. Su Ying shrank back in fear. Then she straightened her chest again, furious. You can't just do anything here. There's so many people here. I don't believe you dare to do anything. Jiang Ruoying lifted her hair and sneered. Look how scared you are. I just came over to see you making things difficult for the nurse. Su Ying stared at her chest with a very suspicious look. Where did you get the necklace on your chest? Chapter 138, Drowning in the Swimming Pool. Su Ying once lost a necklace. She remembered that necklace looked exactly the same as the one on Jiang Ruoying's neck. She had that necklace custom made, and there was only one necklace that was that color. This necklace clearly fell into the reservoir when I fell into the water. How could it appear on Jiang Ruoying's neck? Su Ying stared intently without blinking, trying to see what was different, but the result was that there was no difference. Jiang Ruoying stretched out her hand to cover the necklace, raised the corner of her mouth. What's it to you? This is a gift from Sumu to me. It's best not to stare at other people's things and be careful with your own eyes. Jiang Ruoying snorted. Su Ying was furious. She was sure that the necklace was hers, and it was definitely not given to her by Sumu. But the necklace had clearly fallen into the reservoir. It was her favorite necklace, and she wore it for several months. When she woke up that time, she asked Suze, but Suze looked confused and had no idea what necklace was. Su Ying felt that the necklace must have fallen into the water and could never be found again. Su Ying wanted to take a closer look, but Jiang Ruoying had already turned around and went upstairs. Su Ying sat alone in the hall, recalling carefully in her mind. She doesn't believe that there is anyone in this world who shares the same aesthetic taste as her. What's more, the necklace was given to her by Sumu. Sumu stole her necklace. This was the first thought that came to her mind. But then she thought it was impossible. That morning she wore the necklace around her neck, and it disappeared when it fell into the reservoir. There's no way Sumu stole it. Su Ying sat there for a long time. Her brain was about to explode, but she couldn't figure out what was going on. Unless Sumu also went to the reservoir and fished out her necklace from the water. But how is this possible? Su Ying was very confused. There were many little people fighting in her mind. She wanted to scratch her arms with her nails. What is going on? Su Ying chose to contact Suze, but she couldn't get through after making several calls. Su Ying went upstairs to see the doctor and followed the doctor's advice to undergo rehabilitation. Then she went to see Suze early the next morning. She knocked at the door. Suze opened the door after a long time, and when he saw that it was Su Ying, he immediately felt aggrieved. Didn't you drive me away? Why are you still looking for me? Third sister, Mom is so cruel. Second sister doesn't love me either. Are you still my relatives? Suze has been in a particularly bad temper these days, and he noticed it immediately when he saw Su Ying coming. Su Ying had just endured it before, but now she had a lot of questions to ask. After hearing this, her face looked unhappy. Did Suze think she was living well at home? Because she protected Suze, her mother and second sister were also cold to her. Where had she ever suffered such injustice before? If it weren't for her broken leg, she wouldn't have stayed at home. Brother Xiaoza, I recognize you. Please don't get angry at me. I have something to ask you. Let me in first. Su Ying pushed open his door and glanced at Suze, already feeling a little impatient. Suze's heart skipped a beat. Why did his third sister become like this? Third sister, what do you want to ask me? Suze closed the door, and his voice unconsciously became quieter. Su Ying's face was serious. Brother Suze, let me ask you, when you saved me, did you pick up a necklace? Suze fell silent for a moment, his eyes evasive and his body trembling slightly. He didn't know why Su Ying suddenly asked about this. Necklace. He had never seen such a necklace before. He fainted in the water at that time, and no one knew who dragged him ashore. Then when he opened his eyes, he saw his third sister crying beside him, asking if he had saved her. At that time, Sumu had already come to the Su family, and Su Zhe's sense of crisis was growing deeper day by day. He wanted his sisters to stand on his side. When Su Zhe was still confused, he accepted it without hesitation. Third sister, I saved you. I'm glad you're okay. Su Zhe guiltily accepted the life-saving favor, and his status in the eyes of his third sister rose rapidly. Over time, Su Zhe felt that he was the one who saved Su Yingying. Maybe it was really me who saved her, but I just forgot. Su Zhe brainwashed himself. Now, when Su Yingying asked about related matters, he hesitated like a frightened bird. Why aren't you talking? Did you find the necklace? Su Yingying felt a little depressed when she thought of the necklace on Jiang Ruoying's neck. She didn't know how the necklace got around her neck. Su Zhe hesitated. Third sister, I didn't see any necklace. You didn't have anything on your neck that day. Su Zhe lowered his head and didn't dare to look up. There was some doubt in Su Yingying's eyes. Did Su Zhe really not see her necklace that day? I was wearing a necklace around my neck that day. Didn't you see it? Su Yingying frowned and spoke. I saw it. I forgot. Third sister did have a necklace around her neck. I remembered it wrong. Su Zhe quickly corrected himself. Su Yingying's suspicion grew deeper and deeper. Sometimes she said she saw him, and sometimes she said she didn't. So did she see him or not? Su Yingying hates being lied to the most. Su Zhe's attitude made her very unhappy. Su Yingying didn't say anything, but had a cold face. Su Zhe looked at Su Yingying several times, gritted his teeth. Third sister, what exactly do you mean by asking me this? Do you doubt that I didn't save you? When I saw someone pushing you down, I quickly jumped in to save you. I used all my strength to pull you ashore, and I almost died at that time. As Su Zhe spoke, his face turned sad, as if Su Yingying had done something wrong to him. Third sister, are you doubting me now? There's no one else there except me. Su Zhe spoke loudly. Su Yingying was unsure, and didn't want to make Xiaozi sad for the time being, so she could only bow her head and apologize. I misunderstood you. However, the seeds of doubt were planted in Su Yingying's heart. She no longer believed Su Zhe's words so firmly. She wanted to find out what was going on with the necklace. And she only talked about the necklace, not about saving her life. Why is Su Zhe so nervous? He wouldn't lie, would he? Su Yingying was upset and looked at Su Zhe deeply. You didn't lie to me? Su Zhe's defense was broken. Third sister, I definitely didn't lie to you. In fact, he was extremely panicked. Did someone tell Su Yingying something? At this moment, Su Yingying received an email in her mailbox. Su Yingying opened the email impatiently and found that it contained a video. The scene of the video is in a swimming pool, where the deepest pool is 1.8 meters. Su Zhe was wearing swimming trunks and a swimming cap. He was afraid to go into the water at the shore and was finally pushed in by someone. Su Zhe actually drowned in a swimming pool that was 1.8 meters deep. In the end, it was the swimming coach who dragged him to the shore. Chapter 139. Okay, you dare to lie to me. It was very obvious that Su Zhe was hesitant and didn't dare to go into the water. He doesn't look like someone who can swim. Su Yingying also recognized this swimming pool. It was the school's swimming pool. The coach is the school's swimming teacher, and they should be taking swimming lessons. This video was captured from the surveillance camera, and you can clearly see the date after she was rescued. When Su Yingying saw this, she felt a huge sense of absurdity in her heart. Can a person who can't swim save another person in a reservoir? Can a person who can drown in a swimming pool breathe freely in water 8 or 9 meters deep? This is really ridiculous. Su Yingying didn't know who sent her this video, but she knew one thing. Su Zhe couldn't swim. Su Yingying's fingers were trembling, and she immediately looked up at Su Zhe opposite her. Su Zhe still looked innocent, not knowing what had happened. Third sister, what's wrong with you? Su Zhe saw Su Yingying staring at him, and her eyes were quite scary. Did you really save me that day? When Su Yingying asked this question, her expression was terribly gloomy. Her pale face was a little pale, her black eyes were staring at Su Zhe, and her lips were a little red. Su Yingying couldn't believe it. If Su Zhe hadn't saved her, why was she so nice to Su Zhe? Su Yingying has always been a very self-centered person and never bows to anyone. But in front of Su Zhe, she restrained her temper and persuaded herself every time she wanted to lose her temper. Su Zhe saved her life. She wanted to be nice to him. But if this is false, Su Yingying began to have a headache, and her eyes became more terrifying. Su Zhe didn't dare to look at her face at all. Third sister, you still doubt me. I might as well have died in the reservoir that day. Besides me, Who else can save you? Suze was very flustered and immediately started to act pitiful. Suze cried as before. Third sister, you're the only one who treats me well. Why are you so suspicious of me? Are you listening to other people's instigation? Was it Sumu? Did he say something? Suze seemed to be under stress. In fact, he was right this time. Ever since Sumu found out that Su Yingying was not rescued by Suze, I started looking for evidence that could expose him. Chi Fei said Suze couldn't swim at all. How could a person who can't swim save Su Yingying in the water? Sumu directly looked for the surveillance video of the school's swimming class, specifically the time of the swimming class before and after Su Yingying fell into the water. Finally, he really found it. Suze had been staying on the shore during swimming class. This time he was pushed into the water because someone in the class couldn't stand his pretentiousness and deliberately pushed him in. It turned out that he really couldn't swim. The teacher was scared to death that day and had a hard time dragging him to the shore after he drowned. Sumu also watched some videos after that. Since then, Suze has never gone into the water for swimming lessons again. After finding the evidence, Sumu directly sent the video to Su Yingying's email. I believe Su Yingying will be very surprised after receiving the video. After all, her good brother is about to reveal his true face. Su Yingying tightly grasped the phone. The scenes in the video kept replaying in her mind, and Suze's grievances and questioning were in her ears. Suze, you can't swim, right? Su Yingying did not answer his question, but raised her head and spoke coldly. Suze's teeth chattered. He lowered his head and didn't dare to look at her, and said in a low voice, Third sister, of course I can swim. I was the one who saved you back then. Suze was still being stubborn. He absolutely could not admit it. Look at this, Suze. How could a person who can swim drown in a swimming pool? And he was rescued by others. Su Yingying sneered, opened the video on her phone, and pushed it in front of him. Take a good look, is this you? Su Yingying's voice became lower and lower, and it sounded sinister. If Suze lied to her, she would definitely make him pay the price. Suze didn't take it seriously at first, but after seeing the video, he watched it carefully. After watching the video, his face turned extremely pale. How did this video get into Su Yingying's hands? He couldn't swim, and this time he was pushed in and almost drowned in the swimming pool. From then on, he never dared to go into the water again. I was also pushed into the reservoir that day. Otherwise, he would not have saved Su Yingying. He stubbornly said, That's not me. It's fake. Someone must be trying to harm me. Suze was still unwilling to admit it. Su Yingying understood everything by looking at his panicked expression. Su Yingying smashed her phone to the ground fiercely, unable to conceal her anger. Fake, all of it is fake. Suze can't swim. So this so-called savior was also fake, and she was deceived for so long. In the past few years, she has always considered Suze in everything she does. She loves Suze the most among these sisters. Whenever Suze was bullied at school, she would always ask others for help. Suze said that Sumu hated him and framed him because he didn't like him. Sumu severely, making Sumu understand that the person he should not offend the most in this family is Suze. Su Yingying even gave her own pocket money to Su Zerhua. Su Yingying has a bad temper at home, but everyone in the family gives in to her. She had been in a car accident when she was a child, and her biggest fear since she was a child was death. The word death can hardly be heard. The people at home loved her even more because of this incident. During the period before and after the car accident, everyone in the family listened to her. This has cultivated Su Yingying's extremely spoiled character. So that time in the reservoir, Su Yingying really thought she was dying again. That dark, dizzying, suffocating, disgusting feeling. Until someone pulled her ashore. At that moment, she swore in her heart that no matter who her savior was, he would definitely repay her well. Even if it takes everything I have. It was not until Su Yingying discovered that her savior was Suze that she made a decision in her heart. Regardless of right or wrong, from then on, she was only good to him. Even though Suze is the son of a mistress. Even though Suze always takes advantage of her. Even if she had to become enemies with her entire family, Su Yingying would still stand firmly on Suze's side. But today, she discovered that the person who saved her was not Suze, but someone else. She couldn't accept it, nor was she willing to accept it. Why not Suze? Why someone else? What would her previous efforts mean? Why did Suze lie to her? Anyone who lied to her should die. Su Yingying's eyes became increasingly darker, with a hint of hatred in them. Her cell phone had been smashed into pieces, scattered next to the wheelchair. Suze swallowed subconsciously. Third sister. Su Ying laughed crazily. You lied to me? Suze, okay. Suze, you actually dare to lie to me. Chapter 140, anyone who cheated on her should die. As Su Ying spoke, she actually stood up from the wheelchair and rushed towards Suze step by step. She had a manicure, and her pink nails were long and pointed, and she grabbed Suze. Suze, I'll kill you. Suze was so scared that he turned and ran away. Third sister. It was really me who saved you. He was still struggling, but when he turned around to run, he was tripped and fell headfirst to the ground. Turning around, he saw Su Ying pinching his neck with both hands. Suze, you lied to me. You've been playing tricks on me, right? Who saved me? Tell me. Suze was choked and almost suffocated. Let go, let go. He reached out and pushed Su Ying, but at this moment, there was only one thing in Su Ying's mind, which was to make life difficult for the person who had deceived her. How dare he play tricks on her? He must be tired of living. Suze can't swim at all. This liar actually deceived her for so long. Su Ying's chest was heaving violently, and her eyes were a little straight. She couldn't accept being deceived for so long. Suze resisted violently, stretched out his hand, and pushed Su Ying hard, and pushed Su Ying over with one force. Suze was extremely scared. He had been afraid of Su Ying for a long time. Su Ying is a very extreme person. Suze was scared to death. He opened the door and pushed Su Ying out with force. Then just locked the door. Suze leaned against the door and gasped for breath. It's crazy. Su Ying is really crazy. Su Ying regained her composure only after being pushed out. Then I found her wheelchair still in the house. She also smashed her cell phone into pieces. Su Ying gritted her teeth and got up, slowly moved to the outside of Suze's door, and began to knock hard. Suze, open the door for me. Open the door for me. Su Ying kept calling for more than an hour, but there was no movement in the room. Suze had been listening the whole time, but he didn't dare to open the door, so he pretended not to hear. Only a fool would open the door. He won't open the door. Su Ying knocked outside until she was exhausted and finally accepted the reality. At the same time, she is now completely certain that the person who saved her that day was definitely not Suze. It's ridiculous, really ridiculous. She will make Suze pay the price. He actually dared to play tricks on himself. He's finished. Su Ying had no choice but to move step by step to the elevator entrance, then take the elevator down to find someone for help. But her legs can't support her walking for a long time, and the doctor also said that even rehabilitation has to be done slowly. She can now only walk for 2 or 3 minutes at most. By the time she reached the elevator entrance, she was already exhausted and could only crawl into the elevator in a panic. Then he collapsed in the elevator, cursing Suze over and over again. Su Ying thought back to the past and felt more and more upset. She had been so nice to Suze, but Suze had been lying to her from the beginning. She sat in the elevator, tears streaming down her face. She cried louder and louder, gritting her teeth as she cried. She wanted to take a knife and stab Suze to death. Su Ying was crying miserably. At this moment, the elevator stopped, and 2 people came in from outside. Su Ying looked over with tearful eyes and saw 2 very familiar people. They are Zhang Yuning and Su Tianxi. It's my aunt and dad. Zhang Yuning held Su Tianxi's arm, and the 2 of them were very close. Zhang Yuning also leaned on his shoulder delicately. No rainbow without storm. Even though our son failed once, he will surely get back on his feet soon. We went to comfort him and believe that our Xiaozo would soon come out of the shadows. After Zhang Yuning's comfort, Su Tianxi was not so angry anymore. He nodded after hearing this. You're right, train Xiaozo well. Before they finished speaking, they all saw Su Ying in the elevator. Su Ying also looked up at them, with a fierce look in her eyes. Why are you here? Dad, why are you here? Su Tianxi immediately let go of his hand, feeling guilty. After all, he had promised Zhang Yuning and his brother-in-law that he would never do anything secretive with Zhang Yuning again. As a result, I was caught today. Su Tianxi coughed and said, I came to see your brother and happened to meet you. But you, why are you lying here? Do you still look like a lady from a noble family? If this gets out, our Su family will be disgraced. Su Tianxi frowned and looked at her lying there with a look of displeasure on his face. Su Ying was very angry. Suze pushed me out, and you still come see him? Dad, who is your child after all? After saying that, Su Ying rolled her eyes at Zhang Yuning. She also hated this aunt. Zhang Yuning glanced at Su Yingying with disgust. Then his expression changed again, and he smiled and said, I've heard that Yingying has a bad temper, and now it seems to be true. Why are you looking for our Xiaoza? I heard that you guys kicked him out, and you're still looking for trouble. No wonder Xiaoza is angry. Zhang Yuning's few words made people think that Su Yingying was causing trouble. Su Yingying suddenly became angry and slowly stood up while holding onto the wall of the elevator. What are you talking about? You bitch. Who's causing trouble for him? That liar, he's so disgusting. Su Zhe is a liar. A complete liar. Su Yingying screamed and felt very uncomfortable. Zhang Yuning was really good at confusing right and wrong. Su Yingying reached out to hit Zhang Yuning, but she lost her balance and almost fell down. Su Tianxi was also startled and quickly supported Su Yingying with a very cold expression. Su Yingying, what nonsense are you talking about? This is your aunt. Please show some respect. I'm going to call your mother right now and ask her to take you back home. I want to ask her how she raised her daughter to become like this. Su Tianxi was very unhappy. His son and daughter should have come from decent, elegant, and perfect upper-class families. Instead of yelling and swearing like a shrew like now, Su Yingying stopped talking, her fists clenched tightly, and she didn't feel any pain even when her nails dug into her flesh. Su Tianxi called Zhang Yuning and asked her to take Su Yingying back. Then he glanced at Zhang Yuning apologetically and said, Go see Xiaoza first. I'll go back with him later. Zhang Yuning glanced at the two unwillingly, then smiled and nodded. Okay, brother-in-law, you go back first. Yingying is still young. When you go back, you must let your sister take good care of her. Otherwise, if she makes mistakes in the future, others will think that the Su family is not strict in discipline. Su Tianxi felt even more satisfied with Zhang Yuning. If Zhang Yuning were to take care of the child, he would definitely not treat the child like this. Su Yingying said nothing, and her hatred grew stronger. Zhang Yuning came over quickly, and when she saw Su Tianxi and Su Yingying next to him, her brows relaxed a little. It seems that Su Tianxi still cares about his daughter. Thank you all for the flowers. Thank you so much. I was moved to tears. Chapter 141, Su Yingying regretted discovering the truth. When the two met, Su Tianxi spoke with some dissatisfaction. Look at how you raise your child. After just a while, she's already swearing and disrespecting her elders. Take her home right away and discipline her properly. Su Tianxi was in a bad mood. Su Yingying was not the type to accept things passively, so she didn't speak in a good mood. Then why did you come to see Su Zhe? Aren't you not with Zhang Yuning? What do you mean by coming with her? Su Yingying sneered and spoke, not intending to save his face. Today she learned the terrible truth, and she was already feeling uncomfortable and was pushed out by Su Zhe. Zhang Yuning's face changed. With Zhang Yuning? Didn't Su Tianxi promise that he would never get involved with Zhang Yuning again? I originally thought he was concerned about the children, but I didn't expect him to get together with Zhang Yuning again. Zhang Yuning approached, pulled Su Yingying over, and said with some resentment, Su Tianxi, didn't you promise me? Do you want a divorce? Su Tianxi didn't expect that Su Yingying would dare to say anything outside now. Yuning, don't be angry. We really just met by chance. Don't worry, I will never do anything to let you down. Su Tianxi kept asking for care and almost swore to the sky. After he finished speaking, he glared at Su Yingying. None of his children is easy to deal with. Only the eldest daughter is of some use. The others are either difficult to discipline or, like Sumu, are about to become enemies. Thinking of this, Su Tianxi became more and more dissatisfied with her. Zhang Yuning felt uncomfortable. She pulled Su Yingying into the car and asked the driver to drive, ignoring Su Tianxi. She has been very cold to Su Yingying these days. Last time, Su Yingying protected Su Zhe without knowing right from wrong, which made Sumu angry. She was almost mad to death. My son finally came home, and this happened. If Sumu had been willing to stay in the Su family at that time, perhaps the relationship would have eased. Thinking of this, she sighed heavily. Yingying, can you do something in the future? You already know whose child Su Zhe is. Why are you still so nice to him? You're stabbing me in the heart. And Sumo is your biological brother? Can you please not treat him like this? Zhang Yuning was very helpless. Su Yingying had been in a car accident and had been lying in bed unconscious for several days. At that time, she felt more pity for her daughter and always believed what she said and never spoke harshly to her. As a result, I have developed this kind of personality now. Zhang Yuding was also very troubled. The whole family was about to fall apart, and Su Yingying was still making things worse. Su Yingying was stunned, not knowing whether she heard what she said clearly. Su Yingying was still thinking about what had just happened. When she fell into the water that day, her vision became blurry and the feeling of being on the verge of death came back to her. She prayed in her heart that if anyone saved her, she would be good to him in the future. Just when she was about to faint, a dark shadow floated over and pulled her back from the brink of death. She gave all her kindness, but she didn't expect it to be a joke in the end. Suze Dijibit had feelings. The more Su Yingying thought about it, the angrier she became. She had been so nice to Su Zhe in the past because Su Zhe had saved her. Now, this life-saving grace is fake. Su Yingying thought of the past, and her face looked extremely ugly. She used to have a filter for Su Zhe. She thought that Su Zhe was willing to ask her for help because he was dependent on her. When Su Zhe shows weakness, it means others are bullying him. Su Zhe likes to spend money. That's what a nobleman should do. Now that I think about it, Su Zhe is just a bastard who shirks responsibility and likes to eat, drink, and have fun. If it wasn't Su Zhe who saved me, then who was it that saved me? Su Yingying subconsciously didn't want to think about this problem. The necklace is on Jiang Ruoying's neck. That necklace was given to Jiang Ruoying by Sumu. If that necklace is really my necklace. Su Yingying felt a sharp pain in her heart and collapsed in the back seat of the car with a dull look in her eyes. In this case, there's only one possibility. That is, Sumu saved himself at the reservoir and took his necklace. Su Yingying didn't dare to face this answer. No, absolutely not. Maybe there really are two identical necklaces in this world. And it was a custom-made necklace, exactly the same. Su Yingying brainwashed herself like this. She looked dazed and began to mutter to herself in the back seat of the car, shaking her head and covering her ears with her hands. I don't believe it. It's absolutely impossible. It's absolutely impossible. Sumu would never do such a thing. This is fake. It must be fake. Su Yingying's voice became louder and louder. Her words became more and more rapid, and she shook her head desperately. The driver in front was almost scared to death. Madam, are we going to the hospital now? Zhang Yuding was also startled. Looking at Su Yingying's crazy movements and face, she unconsciously dodged to the side. Then he quickly held her shoulders and said, "Calm down." Su Yingying didn't listen at all, tears streaming down her face, and she spoke faster and faster. I don't believe it. It's impossible that he was the one who saved me. I can't be wrong. I can't be wrong. That necklace is definitely not my necklace. As Su Yingying was speaking, she covered her face and broke down crying. Her head hurt, her heart hurt, her legs hurt, her whole body hurt. She cried so sadly that her teeth were clenched so hard that they were almost broken. Even though she denied it, her mind was already uncontrollably recalling everything she had done to Sumu. If it was really Sumu who saved her, then what did she have done before? She didn't treat him as a human being and bullied him desperately. She once insulted him severely for Su Zhe and almost starved him to death. Yell at him, scold him, and beat him for the smallest thing. The more Su Yingying thought about it, the more scared she became. She couldn't even imagine Sumu's face. How could she possibly admit her mistake, she thought? How could she possibly be wrong? She said that whoever saved her would be treated well by him unconditionally and without responsibility. She thought about everything she had done and also thought about Sumu's hateful eyes. That look made him want to kill her. It was obvious that a long time ago, Sumu always shone warm sunshine on her, looked at her gently, treated her well, and tolerated her unconditionally. But now, Sumu will never show that soft look again. Sumu would only show that soft look to Su Qiaoyu. She understood what that uncomfortable feeling was like before. It was jealousy. She was jealous to the point of madness. Why should we look at the fourth sister? Fourth sister is just a lousy painter. What's so good about her? Sumu can only be good to himself. It would be best if he could only look at himself. I am his best sister. Su Yingying could hardly breathe. As she thought about it, her head started to hurt more and more, and she wanted to bang her head against the window. Chapter 142, This company is ruined. Zhang Yuding was almost scared to death. Su Yingying kept talking to herself and didn't listen to what others said. Wake up! Zhang Yuding couldn't help but slapped her face hard with her hand. Su Yingying then looked at her mother with tears in her eyes and threw herself into her arms, crying nonstop. What should I do? What should I do? Su Yingying was obviously crying. Zhang Yuding didn't know what was wrong with her. so she could only ask the driver to drive home first. On the other side, after Sumu sent the video to Su Yingying, he went to the company. Their collaborative project with Sufei has been completed. This time, within 3 days of going online, it had already been downloaded more than 200 million times, far exceeding the first version. The project was successfully completed, and Sumu made a lot of money from his investment in this project. Their company became an instant hit in the industry. Before, one could say that they were lucky, but now everyone has to admit their strength. Some people have begun to inquire about the identity of the founder of Tiemu Company. Sumu's net profit this time was about 1 billion yuan. He plans to look at other companies' projects and pick some promising investments. At the same time, he has discussed with Brother Jiang about finding some technical personnel to develop a video platform in the next step. Some of the current social platforms basically only have picture functions, and even if they have video functions, they're not perfect enough. Sumu remembered that before he died, various video platforms emerged like mushrooms after a rain. Sumu has also used those video platforms. In addition to sharing his daily life, he can also comment on other people's works. There are also some social attributes in it. That was the time when big data was developing rapidly. If they had taken the initiative to create a video platform and cultivate users' awareness of its use. Once big data algorithm technology matures, they can upgrade the video platform and use algorithms to make users dependent on it. Sumu had not learned how to apply big data algorithms in his previous life. He plans to study a related major in college. That is a very magical thing. If you can accurately master the computing power algorithms of big data, you'll have unlimited business opportunities in the future. Sumu went back to the company specifically to have a meeting with Brother Jiang and talked about this matter. In addition to Brother Jiang, their company also recruited a group of technical personnel. These people were interviewed one by Brother Jiang. I heard that they all have high academic qualifications and strong technical skills, and they all have high expectations. If they didn't have to throw money at it, they wouldn't be willing to stay in this small company. Brother Jiang was very happy to see Sumu, and he also watched Su Zhe's apology video. It feels so good. That guy Su Zhe deserves a beating. It's time to teach him a lesson. Xiaomu, come here. Aren't we going to start a new business? I've just hired a few technical backbones. Come over and take a look. Jiang Tian hooked his shoulder and pointed to the door of the conference room. They all graduated from top schools and are of high level. They can definitely meet your requirements. Tell me about your plan. I've tried several times and couldn't make it work. The algorithm is difficult to implement. I'm not sure if they can succeed. Jiang Tian now has dark circles under his eyes due to staying up all night, but he is very excited and doesn't feel tired at all. He has finally made it through and succeeded. He had started a business so many times before, and each time ended in failure. Only this time could it be called an unprecedented success. My parents were laughing so hard that their eyes were blinded. I keep praising him for his ability. Now, I don't even think about practicing the trumpet anymore. I just wait for him to gain some experience outside, and then come home to inherit the family business. Although inheriting the family business is quite tiring. Fortunately, he has Jiang Jiao to help him. With Jiang Jiao's help, it's not that difficult. The most important thing is that he has finally proved his ability, and he is no longer the only loser in the family. Sumu smiled and said, Brother Jiang, you should take care of your health. Our company is gradually getting back on track. You should try to delegate the work to others and don't overwork yourself. I understand. Fortunately, you care about me. Unlike Jiang Jiao, how long has it been since she last came to see me? I heard that she's been seeing a male college student a lot lately. Doesn't she even consider whether that college student is innocent or not? I think those men have bad intentions. They say they like my sister, but they are actually after her money. A bunch of freeloaders. Speaking of this, Jiang Tian gritted his teeth. Before, Jiang Jiao felt sorry for him and would come to see him from time to time and ask the restaurant to send him food. Sometimes I worry that he is under too much pressure, so I take him out of play. As a result, Jiang Jiao didn't come to see him for a single day this week. She also posted a circle of friends about herself going out to dinner with a male college student. Is that male college student serious? He looks like a gigolo. Sumu looked at Brother Jiang in surprise. Has Brother Jiang finally gotten it? Before I could ask, the door to the conference room was opened. A man who looked about 30 years old looked at Sumu with a somewhat arrogant look on his face and nodded casually at the two people. Boss, who do you think is the other partner of the company? Gam Tian pointed at Sumu. This is your real boss. He's the one who came up with the main ideas for the product. You two are on the same page, so you must have a lot of common topics. Jiang Tian really believed this. Sumu had a lot of wonderful ideas in his mind, and he was always one step ahead of others. Each of these newly hired technical backbones has strong technical skills and strong thinking ability. They will definitely create different sparks when they are together. The man smiled, his eyes brightening. My name is Zhou Wei, and I'm a graduate student in computer science from the University of Science and Technology of China. Boss, which school are you from? He had heard a long time ago that the boss of this company was extraordinary. He was probably either more educated than him or a technical expert. Now that she looks so young, it can only be that she has a higher level of education than him. Sumu smiled, pushed the door open, and walked in. Let's talk about the problems that need to be solved for the next project. Zhou Wei was a little dissatisfied. This boss was quite arrogant. He looks so young and didn't graduate from a prestigious university. He must be a rich second generation whose family has too much money to spend. Alas, I joined the wrong company. I originally thought that what Boss Jiang said was quite reliable, but I didn't expect that the real boss of the company was actually a young man. His desire to achieve great things died, and his expression became somewhat listless. I originally thought that since this company created a product like GPT, it must have talented people. But now I heard that their company cooperated with Custisuf to produce the second generation of products. Maybe the first generation of products was just an accident, a blind cat catching a dead mouse. He should stay for one more day and leave tomorrow. Otherwise, staying here would just be a waste of his youth. Sumu appeared. Several people in a conference room thought so. They were all technical personnel recruited by Jiang Tian. They had all recently graduated and had high academic qualifications. As a result, after several days in the company, they were not assigned any work. They felt that this company was just a makeshift team and would never amount to anything, and that its second-generation products were also produced by relying on the shoulders of large companies. They have all agreed to resign collectively tomorrow. Now that they saw that the company boss was actually a greenhorn, they were even more disappointed. Chapter 143, I Won't Leave. Sumu saw the looks in everyone's eyes. He knew that they were not convinced. He walked straight into the conference room and wrote 5 big words on the whiteboard. Big data, algorithms. This is what I want you to do next. And it's also what our company most wants to accomplish in the future. Sumu spoke. Several people looked at each other and sat down. As soon as these 5 words come out, you know that this person is no layman. Zhou Wei said, what exactly are we going to do? We all know about big data algorithms, which are also used in many databases now. The GPT product developed by the company last time also falls into this category. Do you want to expand on what you've already done? Zhou Wei was not optimistic about it. He thought this was not an easy thing to do and required constant algorithm training. Sumu shook his head and said, what we are doing is not an extension of the previous product, but a brand new algorithm. I hope you can build something that applies algorithms to video software features. At this point, several people became interested, and their previous contempt completely disappeared. This thing is not simple. Zhou Wei stood up and asked, what are you going to do? It's not what I'm going to do. It's what you're going to do. All I have to do is make the demand, and you're going to make it happen. I hope that this algorithm can remember the likes and dislikes of each user. We need to make an algorithm software that can identify user preferences. We will always recommend what they like to watch, and what they don't like to watch will never appear in front of them. Sumu wrote the words, user preferences, on the whiteboard. Zhou Wei swallowed his saliva. This idea only had a prototype before, and some people had proposed this idea, but most of them were in the embryonic stage. Sumu actually wanted to realize this idea. This is a very difficult project. If they can really make this product, they will be the first to try it. Zhou Wei couldn't help but say, do you know how difficult this is? I know. So isn't this an invitation for you? Sumu said was a matter of course. Zhou Wei opened his mouth, but was speechless. It made sense, but he was speechless. We have already tried a small prototype, and we hope you can work with us to make this product. There is a special laboratory on another floor. You can go there with Brother Jiang. Sumu's main purpose today was to recognize people and then assign tasks. These people looked at each other again and saw the determination to stay in each other's eyes. There are very few companies in China that develop this algorithm. This company is already working on small models, so it must be quite capable. They must stay. Sumu's few words completely changed their attitude. Now, many people in the industry want to work on big data algorithms. They have suitable laboratories and can get paid every day. The resources here are no worse than those of other companies. They decided to go back and forget about their resignation. Sumu discussed with them for a while before leaving. Su Nanyang has been in contact with him recently, saying that she has something to tell him about making money. Sumu has never been fond of Su Nanyang. He thinks Su Nanyang is a very selfish person who always acts in her own interests. To cooperate with such a person is to think that you're not dying fast enough. Because the benefits are big enough, she can betray you without hesitation. Sumu also found out some interesting things recently, that there is a new company under Su Nanyang's name. That company's business is similar to that of the Su Group. Su Nanyang definitely wants to leverage some resources to do it herself. If you want to defeat the Su family, you can start with her. Sumu didn't know why Su Nanyang was so persistent in looking for him, but this is a good opportunity. The Su family on the other side. After Su Yingying returned to the room, she locked herself in the room and locked the door. Her house is very big and decorated in a very girly way. There's pink and white lace everywhere, and there's a special corner for playing games. He set up a computer and gaming chair exactly like Suze's. They're all the best configurations and the best brands. She also has a shoe wall, which is filled with her own small leather boots and high heels. She once doted on Suze so much that she arranged everything exactly like Suze. Even the accessories in the house are similar. Every time Su Yingying looked at something, she felt sick. There are quite a few things in Suze's room, all of which she picked personally. She now felt that everything that had happened before was like a dream, a completely wrong dream. Sumu. Is Sumu the one who saved her? Su Yingying couldn't believe it. She lay on her bed sobbing, looking at the familiar things in the room, and became more and more angry. She slowly moved to these things and smashed them one by one. Computer, keyboard, mouse, speakers, all sorts of stuff. All of them are the same style as Suze. They are all the same as that liar. That liar had deceived her feelings for so long. Damn it, damn it. Su Yingying smashed all these things to pieces and swept those that could not be smashed onto the ground. Whenever she saw these things, she would remember that she had been deceived. And there was that shoe wall which she specially had someone build exactly the same, and she even posted it on her moments to show off. Su Yingying wanted to push down the wall directly. She took out all the shoes inside and threw them all over the floor. Finally, she collapsed to the ground, panting, her eyes filled with anger and numbness. Su Yingying turned around to pick up her phone, but suddenly remembered that it had been broken. She got up and took out a new cell phone from the drawer. She subconsciously logged into her game account. Start searching for that account and search for it many times. Sumu's account. Sumu blocked her last time. She has visited his page countless times. I just want to see if he is playing games with other people behind my back. The result was that every time she was furious. Sumu left him, there were still people willing to play with him. Every time Sumu brings several people to play together, and the team is full. Su Yingying left Sumu and is now scolded by others every day in the game. She can only spend money to find someone to play with her. But those who play with me are all stupid as hell. Every time she got angry and cursed at people, they would just get angry and quit the game. Those people were not like Sumu, who would comfort her, teach her gaming skills, or endure silently when she cursed. Then continue to perform at a high level next time. None of those people could compare to him. Su Yingying often thinks of Sumu. Every time she thinks of Sumu, she wants to open the page and see what Sumu is doing. At that time, she had thought that if Sumu came over to apologize, she would reluctantly let him take her to play. Chapter 144, Begging for My Brother's Forgiveness. As a result, Sumu never paid any attention to her after so many times. Sumu was getting more and more outrageous, and in real life, he was disrespectful to her in various ways. Sumu seemed to have become a different person overnight. Su Yingying never thought about it deeply. She just felt that he was ungrateful. Su Yingying looked at the game interface, tears gradually blurring her eyes. Why can't Sumu become the same as before? Treat her well as before. Su Yingying looked at the account and clicked on the friend request again. Then she waited there. She wanted to add Sumu as a friend and then ask him if he was the one who saved her at the reservoir that day. Su Yingying had to make him say it himself. If he said no, then it was no. If he said yes, then Su Yingying didn't want to think about it for the time being. Everything will be decided after he says it. Su Yingying kept staring at the game screen. She didn't know whether Sumu would log in. After waiting for more than an hour, Su Yingying's eyes were sore, but the result was still the same as before. She waited for nothing. Sumu was unwilling to give her even this simple response. Su Yingying sat there in a daze, inexplicably thinking of the past. That time she tricked Sumu into going to the amusement park, and then she completely forgot about it. Sometimes I even forget on purpose. No matter how you play tricks on him, he won't resist. For the first time, Sumu also sent her countless messages. Thousands and hundreds of. She got annoyed and blocked him directly. Then release him after a few days. Sumu has always been so stupid. He believes whatever others say. Every time Su Yingying thought of his stupidity, she would laugh out loud and couldn't stop. She would also feel extremely proud in her heart, because no matter what she did, she would always have a little follower brother. No matter how bad others say she is, Sumu will definitely stay with her and will not leave. So when Sumu rebelled against her for the first time, she was panicked and scared and couldn't wait to get angry, wishing that Sumu could go back to the way he used to be. She just waited for a moment and felt so uncomfortable. Sumu. It is no exaggeration to say that he had waited hundreds of hours like this. Su Yingying suddenly felt even more upset. Su Yingying began to frantically look for Sumu's contact information. I found that I didn't have his contact information in my phone. Su Yingying began to look for everyone in her family and asked for their contact information. Then no one in the family paid any attention to him, because they all knew that Su Yingying had never liked Sumu. Now that they are asking for his contact information, they must have found a new way to torture him. They really didn't want Su Yingying to do anything stupid again. Su Yingying was so angry that she almost died. She wanted to know the answer now. Su Yingying stood up from the room and looked at herself in the mirror, tearful and haggard. There was a little more pain in her eyes, and she began to change her clothes and put on makeup in front of the mirror. She remembered that when Sumu first met her, he said she was beautiful and that she was very happy to have such a sister. She wanted to become beautiful again and go find Sumu. Su Yingying cried while putting on makeup and began to put on layers of skirts. The white ones were too bright, the black ones were too dark. Su Yingying changed many sets before she was finally satisfied. She changed into the clothes she wore when they first met. Maybe Sumu will be able to recall the past when he sees this dress. Su Yingying knew where Sumu lived. She moved to the door, hailed a taxi, and went straight to the community where Sumu lived. Even though her leg was broken last time, she was not afraid. Chapter 145, Face to Face. She wants to know the truth. The truth is more important than anything else. Su Yingying got into the taxi with a pale face, looking at the scenery passing by quickly outside the window, feeling uneasy. Was it Sumu who saved him? If he really saved me, why didn't he say it earlier? Why didn't he defend himself? Could he just watch Su Zhe deceive him by pretending to be his lifesaver? Su Yingying knenchet had fingers. The car soon arrived at the residential area where Sumu lived, which was an upscale residential area. At that time, she thought that Sumu had nowhere to live and would return home in disgrace after a few days. She got the address and arrived at the community, only to find out that Sumu lived so well and luxuriously. At that time, she thought that Sumu must have received such treatment because he had tried to please the heir of the Jiang family. Sumu is essentially a person who curries favor with the powerful. At that time, Su Yingying looked down on Sumu and thought that Sumu's behavior outside was very shameful. But now, Su Yingying doesn't want to care about these at all. Su Yingying just hoped that she would not see Jiang Ruoying in the villa in the community over there. Jiang Ring pretended to be so sensible and well-behaved in front of Sumu, but she ended up getting hit by someone. She is such a vicious woman. Su Yingying cursed inwardly as the car stopped at the gate of the villa complex. Su Yingying tidied her clothes, stood at the door, and waited for a while. Soon she saw a young boy wearing a mask and a baseball cap walking towards her. Su Yingying followed the boy as a matter of course. The last time she got in, she used someone else's card. Anyway, the villas here are a bit expensive, but her family can afford them, so she just went in to look for someone. This security guard is really a nuisance. Lu Mingze quickly took a look at the girl following behind him. The necklace around her neck is a big brand. The bag she is carrying is worth about 50,000 yuan, and the bracelet is not cheap either, at least 10,000 yuan. She's a rich girl. Lu Mingze stretched out his hand and coughed slightly, then unconsciously moved closer to Su Yingying. The two of them were very close. Do you want to go into the villa? Lu Mingze started to chat. Su Nanyang has been ignoring him recently, and he is looking for a way out for himself. For some reason, Su Nanyang seems to be very busy recently, and the resources she promised to give herself are getting fewer and fewer. Lu Mingze was very dissatisfied. He had suffered so much, so he should have gained something. Su Yingying glanced at the boy in front of her and felt that he was twice as handsome as her. so she didn't turn her face away. She nodded and said, "I came to find someone." She was stopped at the door. The security guard looked familiar. He was the one who was on duty when her leg was broken that day. The security guard had seen her lying at the door in a very miserable state. At that time, I called the owner to confirm, and the owner said that the little girl was a thief who sneaked in to steal things. The security guard's eyes are the ruler. He said that as long as they were within his sight, he would never let any thief sneak into the villa area. "Girl, stop right there. What are you doing? Where's your card?" The security guard called out loudly to Su Ying, who was behind him. Lu Mingze quickly spoke up. "This is my friend. I own this place. Why are you stopping my friend?" He felt that he was very handsome and would definitely be able to attract Su Ying's attention. The security guard looked him up and down with a meaningful look in his eyes. He remembered that this young man often entered the community with another woman before. Now with this girl again. The security guard curled his lips and said, "That won't work either. She has a criminal record and can't enter. The security system here is very strict. Last time someone sneaked in, it almost caused a big accident." Su Ying's face turned pale and blue. She had never been so embarrassed before. Lu Mingze was also very embarrassed. He tried to chat up a rich girl, but was stopped by a security guard. He felt very embarrassed. At the same time, he stared at Su Ying with suspicion. Is this person really a rich girl? Why did the security guard say she had a criminal record? Sumu had just returned from school when he saw two familiar people arguing with a security guard at the gate of the community. He knew both of them. One is the eldest sister's lover, and the other is the very familiar Su Ying. Seeing Su Ying appear here, Sumu knew that Su Ying had taken bait. Maybe she has discovered that the person who saved her that day was not Suze at all. Sumu took a few steps forward and heard something. "I'm a homeowner. Can't I bring my friend into the complex? Regardless of whether she has offended you or not, if you don't let her in, I'll file a complaint against you." Lu Mingze was wearing a baseball cap and a mask, and his tone of voice was quite firm. Su Ying was also furious. "Why don't you let me in? I'm just a gatekeeper." Su Mu was watching them arguing and couldn't help but interrupt. "What are you arguing about? What's it to you?" Su Ying retorted directly, and when she saw Su Mu, the curse words were stuck in her throat. "Sumu, why are you here?" Su Ying's voice suddenly dropped an octave, and her tone of voice sounded a little guilty. "She came here today to find out the truth, not to quarrel. This is where I live. Where else would I be if I weren't here?" Sumu's tone was very cold. Su Ying then realized that she had asked a stupid question. "Sumu, I'm here to see you. I have something very important to tell you. This guy won't let me in." Su Ying pointed at the security guard and pouted, her pretty face no longer showing the malicious and sarcastic look it used to have. Instead, it has a sense of complaint. Su Ying felt that her attitude was very good. This was the first time she was so kind to Sumu. Sumu completely ignored her, his tone as cold as ever. "If you have anything to say, just say it here." Su Ying suddenly felt a sense of grievance. In the past, as long as she showed weakness, Su Mu was willing to do anything. But now, Su Muley doesn't want to pay attention to her. "This is really something very important. I want to talk to you alone. If you don't go into the community, we can go outside." Su Ying's voice even contained a hint of begging. She wants to know the truth and who saved her that day. Sumu knew what she wanted to ask, but he just took her for fun. "Don't you only have Su Zhe as your brother? Why are you looking for me now?" Sumu lowered his eyes, his tone disgusted. Su Ying was speechless. She couldn't tell Su Mu that she and Su Zhe had broken up. Wouldn't that be slapping herself in the face? Su Ying couldn't help but take 2 steps forward, her face full of balloons, and reached out to pull Su Mu's clothes. "I just want the truth. Can't you give it to me? I just want to ask you one question. Was it you who saved me at the reservoir?" Su Ying's eyes were filled with tears. Su Mu slapped her hand away without hesitation. Chapter 146, Are You Satisfied with the Truth Tailor for You? Her voice was so loud that everyone present was stunned, especially Lu Mingze. He thought the two of them had some emotional entanglement and looked very embarrassed. After all, if you try to steal someone else's girlfriend in front of them, you'll easily get beaten. Seeing the looks from Lu Mingze and the security guard, Su Ying became angry again. "It's really embarrassing." Su Ying burst into tears and stared at Sumu. She had already been so embarrassed because of him, and she didn't believe that he would remain indifferent. Sumu was really indifferent, with a sarcastic look in his eyes. "How could I be worthy of saving you? Of course it was Su Zhe who saved you. He couldn't swim, but he jumped into the water, then desperately dragged you unconscious to the shore and swam ashore himself, unconscious for you. He almost died in the end. I'm deeply moved by how much Su Zhe has sacrificed for you. Su Yingying, how could you have the heart to doubt your dearest brother? Sumu smiled and spoke word by word. Su Yingying's face turned pale as she listened. Sumu said these words, and before she confronted Su Zhe, she really thought so. Sumu raised his eyebrows slightly. You don't really doubt your dear brother, do you? Su Yingying was choked and speechless, and she didn't know how to start. Her eyes were blurred with tears, as if others had wronged her. Sumu, do you really have to force me? Sumu quickly waved his hands. No, no, no. How is that possible? How can I force you? You're the third daughter of the Su family. You have always been the one bullying others, not others bullying you. Don't put the blame on me. Sumu spoke normal words, but they sounded sarcastic to Su Yingying. Su Yingying clenched her fists, her long nails dug into her palms, and a few drops of blood flowed out of her palms. Everything that had happened in the past, like a boomerang, pierced her heart. Su Yingying's eyes were a little red. Sumu, do you have to punish me by hiding the truth? I just want the truth. Su Yingying shook her head and stared straight at Sumu. There was a hint of paranoia in the deepest part of her eyes. Once she sets her mind on something, she will pursue it to the end. Did you take the necklace you gave to Jiang Ruoying from my neck? Where did you get that necklace? Tell me everything. Su Yingying was very excited. Her eyes became more and more frightening. She stared at Sumu just for an answer. Sumu's expression also became more serious, and there was a hint of loneliness and pain in his eyes. Of course, all this is fake. The damage Su Yingying caused him is irreversible. Then he would let Su Yingying also taste the hurt she had suffered in the past. Sumu's expression was somewhat blank, as if he was lost in memories. Su Yingying, do you really have to know the truth? The truth may be unbearable for you. Sumu's words were no longer sharp, and there was a hint of pity in his eyes when he looked at Su Yingying. Lu Mingze and the security guard next to him had already shrunk into the corner, but were still silently watching the development of the situation. Su Yingying felt a little scared, but still said, tell me everything. It was indeed me who saved you that day, Su Yingying. You were so blind and blind. Do you know how cold the water was? Sumu looked into the distance, and seeing Su Yingying's painful expression, he actually felt a little happy in his heart. I passed by the reservoir that day and found you had been pushed in by someone. I was extremely worried. You know, I cared about you so much at that time. I wanted to fly directly to you and rescue you. As I was running towards the reservoir, I found that Su Zhe had also been pushed in. Sumu paused here and sneered, I should have let you drown in that water. Su Yingying's heart trembled. She didn't expect Sumu to hate her so much. But I was so naive at the time that I just jumped in the water and pulled you out. Then I saw Su Zhe and rescued him. Seeing that you were unconscious, I went to find someone to help. I finally found the person, and when I brought him back, you two had disappeared. Sumu recounted the entire situation. I just replaced Qi Fei at that time with myself. All of this was Su Yingying's own fault. Su Yingying also remembered that day. She woke up first and turned around to see Su Zhe lying on the ground beside her. She thought she was dead and was extremely scared. When he saw Su Zhe, he rushed over as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw, believing that it must be Su Zhe who saved him. Su Zhe also admitted this when he woke up. Su Yingying never doubted it. In Su Zhe's mouth, he risked his life to save himself. But in Sumu's mouth, Sumu saved both himself and Su Zhe. Suzy can't swim at all. Suzy is lying. Sumu said is true. Su Yingying knew that Sumu would never lie to his sisters. Then why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you tell me the truth? Why did you let me know all this now? Why don't you expose Su Zhe? Su Yingying started crying, her heart aching, and she wished she could faint on the spot. Sumu said earlier? If he had told me earlier, I wouldn't have treated him like this. Oh, is it useful for me to say that? Isn't he the only one in your eyes? Su Yingying, I will never forget everything you have done. I regret saving you. I wish you were dead. Sumu slowly raised the corners of his lips. Su Yingying took a step back in disbelief, her palms still dripping with blood and her heart feeling suffocated. Sumu was right. If Sumu had told him the truth at the beginning, he would not have believed it. At that time, I only had Su Zhe in my eyes, and I wanted to give Su Zhe all the good things in the world. Sumu without any bottom line for Su Zhe. Sumu said he hated himself. Sumu was the one who saved her. She had been mistaking the wrong person. This is such a huge joke. Su Yingying's lips trembled, and a lot of images flashed through her mind in an instant. She now wanted to kill Su Zhe to vent her anger. If Su Zhe hadn't lied, how could he have recognized the wrong person? Su Yingying couldn't support her legs and fell to her knees. In front of her was Sumu. Su Yingying looked up with tears in her eyes, and tears rolled down her cheeks. Su Yingying wanted to see if Sumu felt as sorry for her as before, but all I saw in his eyes was boundless indifference and hatred. That necklace, why was it given to Jiang Ruoying? Su Yingying lowered her head quickly, not daring to look again. Sumu said in a relaxed tone, "Of course I can deal with things without an owner. I didn't save you that day, so this necklace is not yours." Sumu told the truth and then denied it. He didn't care at all about this so-called life-saving favor. Su Yingying staggered forward a few steps. No, it was you who saved me. Chapter 147, Third Sister Begs You. The truth she wanted appeared before her eyes. It was exactly what she thought. She knew that everyone could lie, except Sumu. Because Sumu is very sincere to every sister, he always just foolishly obeys all orders. Sumu never thought about whether his sister would lie to him. He always remembered every word her said in his heart. What Su Yingying didn't know was that the once sincere boy had been killed by them. Sumu had long been disdainful of them, and could even be said to hate them. To such girls, to such sisters, Sumu would never again reveal his true heart to them. They don't deserve it. Su Yingying's voice was hoarse, and she reached out to grab the hem of his clothes. It was Sumu who saved her. It was Sumu who saved her. Sumu has admitted it, but he is still unwilling to forgive himself, unwilling to get close to himself, and say such words to hurt himself. Su Yingying couldn't wait to get close to Sumu. Sumu reached out and knocked Su Yingying's hand over, looking down at her. Su Yingying, you look so ugly now. I don't want to admit that I saved you at all. Saving someone like you is an insult to me. You'd better get out of here now and never appear in front of me again. Su Yingying was knocked to the ground. She looked up at him in embarrassment, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Su Yingying had never been so embarrassed. Sumu had always been her savior, and she had recognized the wrong person. Her mind was blank now, and she just wanted to stay by Sumu's side to explain. It's all Su Zhe's fault. He made me misunderstand you. When I woke up, Su Zhe said that he saved me and that he lied to me and stole your credit. I didn't know this would happen. Su Yingying looked up pitifully and began to explain that it was not her fault in the first place. If Su Zhe hadn't concealed everything, she wouldn't have recognized the wrong person. After explaining everything clearly, would Sumu be nicer to me? After all, I'm also a victim. It's all Su Zhe's fault for being so shameless that he actually took all the credit for Sumu's work. If it weren't for Su Zhe, their relationship wouldn't be so bad. How shameless of you. Now you're putting all the blame on Su Zhe. Aren't you right? Su Yingying, I will always remember everything you did to me, and I will never forgive you. Sumu's cold words pierced Su Yingying's heart like ice. Su Yingying could only squeeze out one word from her throat, no. Sumu didn't even look at her again and swiped his card to enter the community. Su Yingying stumbled and was about to rush in. You can't leave. Sumu, you have to forgive me. I am your third sister. You once said that you would always treat me well. Su Yingying shouted loudly that Sumu could not be allowed to leave because the two of them had not finished their conversation yet. Sumu once saved her, and she will definitely be nice to Sumu in the future. Sumu whatever he wanted, and if he wanted money, she would give him all the money she had. If Sumu wants to bully Su Zhe, then go and bully Su Zhe yourself. As long as Sumu is willing to pay attention to me, willing to listen to me, and willing to treat me as well as before. Sumu didn't reply. Su Yingying, get out. Sumu entered the community and walked further and further away. The security guard quickly stopped Su Yingying, who wanted to rush in, with a look of gloating on his face. Miss, not everyone can enter our villa area. You can't go in. Su Yingying turned her head and stared at Lu Mingzi. She held onto the railing beside her. She was not as glamorous as when they first met. There was a bit of paranoia and terror in her eyes. Her hair was disheveled. Her eyes were tearful. Her makeup was smudged, and her whole face looked like melted chocolate. Lu Mingzi didn't even dare to look up at Su Yingying, as he always felt that he would be stared at if he looked at her. Lu Mingzi lowered his head and walked into the community. Su Yingying grabbed his arm and ordered loudly, "Take me in." Lu Mingzi was startled and quickly shook off her hand. He wanted to make friends with a beautiful, rich woman, not a lunatic. Moreover, my identity is special, and I cannot be bothered by such people. It was obvious that the girl had a deep relationship with that man, and he didn't want to get involved in this mess. If she was found out, he would be in trouble. He has also recently attended some chambers of commerce and dinner parties and met several strong women like Su Nanyang. He first coaxed these strong women and forgot about this beautiful, rich, and pretty girl. Su Yingying was thrown away and watched Sumu's back disappear. She punched the fence next to her angrily. She is a favored child of heaven, and everyone pampers and loves her. But today, she suffered a series of blows. She couldn't accept it and cried at the door for a long time before slowly taking a taxi home. When I arrived at the Su family's villa, I saw my second sister sitting on the sofa downstairs. Su Yingying could no longer hide the grievance in her heart and burst into tears. Su Wanlu was shocked. She had stayed in school for several days recently and then went to the hospital for a follow-up checkup. The cancer cells in her body have become metastatic and are at risk of spreading. If she had wanted to apologize to Sumu and ask for forgiveness before. Now, she also wants to ease the relationship with Sumu and hopes that Sumu will be willing to prescribe medicine for her for the sake of being a family. She is so young. She doesn't want to die yet. The teacher said that she was the most talented student and that she would take the postgraduate entrance exams and become a doctoral student in the future. We can't just die here. But now no one can impress Sumu. Sumu ignores everyone, including his mother. Su Wanlu didn't know what to do. Su Wanlu couldn't help being surprised when she saw Su Yingying crying loudly. Su Yingying rarely cries, and it is usually she who makes others cry. She is a lawless witch. Su Yingying threw herself on the sofa, crying, "Su Zhe, I will definitely make you look good. Sumu, why don't you want to listen to me? I am your third sister. Didn't you love me the most before? Why did you become like this now?" Su Yingying pounded the sofa while questioning. Su Wanlu was almost scared to death. The third sister has always loved Su Zhe the most and hated Sumu the most. Why does she act like a madman today? What's wrong? Su Wanlu was very puzzled. As she listened to Su Yingying's curses becoming more and more obscene and crazy, she couldn't help but feel scared. Su Yingying heard her second sister's voice and sat up. "Second sister, do you know that Su Zhe lied to me and lied to all of us? He is a complete hypocrite. I must kill him." Su Yingying's eyes were ferocious, and when she mentioned the word kill, the corners of her mouth curled up. Su Wanlu was startled. "Calm down. Of course I know he lied to us. He is the child of a mistress. But you were still defending him just 2 days ago. Why did you change your mind now?" Chapter 148, Su Yingying begins to turn evil. "Because he cheated me, he is not my savior at all. I was deceived by him for several years. Sumu is my savior. It was Sumu who risked his life to save me. He is my younger brother." Su Yingying covered her face and couldn't help crying. Her eyes were red from rubbing. When Su Wanlu heard this, her heart skipped a beat. Su Wanlu had heard this story countless times from her third sister. The third sister almost died once, so she cherishes her life the most. Su Yingying always praised Su Zhe for risking his own life to save her. She said that she owed Su Zhe a life, and she would definitely treat Su Zhe well. As for other people, she didn't care at all. "Third sister, this is not a trivial matter. Are you sure it was Su Mu who saved you?" Su Wanlu knew how deep Su Yingying's obsession was, and couldn't help but ask again and again. Su Yingying nodded. "I'm sure he is the one who saved me. I went to see him today, and he admitted it. And he also has my necklace, which I dropped in the reservoir, and he picked up." Su Yingying choked up as she spoke. I thought he would forgive me. After all, he always loved me the most." Su Wanlu doubted the word favorite, because Sumu obviously loved every sister. Sumu first entered the Su family. He was particularly kind to every sister. So the word most beloved cannot be used to describe Su Yingying. However, Su Wanlu did not refute. She just shook her head. "It's useless, third sister. You have done too many wrong things. It's useless for you to repent now. Sumu will not forgive you, nor will he forgive any of us. And you hurt him the most. If it weren't for you, he wouldn't hate us so much." Su Wanlu spoke word by word without pausing. "I still remember that you were the first one to hit him, and you said that you don't have to treat him as a brother or a human being at home. Just treat Su Mu as a servant and order him around as you please, because in your eyes, he is not worthy of being a member of the Su family." Su Wanlu thought of everything Su Yingying had done and couldn't help but lower her head. When she said these words, she felt a little happy. At least she's not the worst one. They had targeted Sumu, and Su Ying was the one who went the most extreme. Sumu should be the one who hates Su Ying the most. Su Ying couldn't help shaking her head after hearing this. That's not the case. Second sister, Sumu will never hate me. He will never hate me. He was just waiting for me to bow my head, waiting for me to beg him. I knew he resented me in his heart, but he certainly didn't hate me. He was so good to me before. Second sister, you know. He would buy my favorite food for me in the early morning and would beat and scold me when I was angry. If he was not the best to me, how could he endure all this? Su Ying couldn't help but retort loudly and smiled sweetly when she recalled the past. That is the real Sumu. As long as you sincerely repent and treat Sumu well, Sumu will become as good as before. I will definitely compensate him well. Su Ying made up her mind that Sumu would be her only younger brother from now on, and she is Sumu's best sister. There is no one better than her. No one. Su Ying believed this firmly and showed a silly smile, which matched with her red and swollen eyes, making her look a little crazy. Second sister, do you know? Brother Sumu never doubted me at all. No matter what I did to him, he listened to me. He is my best brother. I won't give him to anyone. He saved my life, and I'm willing to give my life for his. I did something wrong before, and I will never do it again. I will definitely treat him well. Su Ying excitedly pulled Su Wanliu's wrist and couldn't help but start to fantasize. I will give my best to my younger brother in the future. No one in this family can bully him. If you guys want to bully him in the future, I will definitely make you pay. And big sister, you can't bully him or look down on him. I want to protect him. The more Su Ying thought about it, the happier she became, and her eyes sparkled. Su Wanlu felt a little scared and couldn't help but brush her hand away. Third sister, calm down. Brother Sumu has severed ties with us. He doesn't want to acknowledge us. It's useless for you to think about this. We can't pretend what we did didn't happen. When Su Wanlu said this, her heart ached. Su Ying, however, acted as if she couldn't hear anything. She hummed happily and limped up the stairs. Su Ying obviously couldn't listen to any other words. She only believed in the fantasies in her mind. Suze used to be the person who bullied Sumu the most, and it was all because of him. He is a liar. He is a hypocrite. It was he who seduced me and made me bully my dear brother Sumu. So, Suze is the most annoying person. Su Ying thought so in her heart, returned to the cleaned room, and wrote the two words Suze heavily on the sticky note. Then he drew a big cross with a red pen. There was nothing left in the room. My aunt had taken everything out and thrown it away. Su Ying planned to throw away all the transparent shoe cabinets in the house and change all the decorations and colors on the wall. She needs to think carefully about what her brother Sumu likes, then transform the room into the way Sumu's brother likes. Su Ying selectively forgot about the morning incident and began to decorate the room enthusiastically. Su Wanlu was very worried on the first floor. She felt that her third sister was a little abnormal. Early the next morning, Sumu met Suze, who came to school at the school. Suze was no longer as high profile as before. When Suze saw Sumu, he did not come up to mock him. He just pretended not to know him and hurriedly lowered his head. He looked much calmer than before. Sumu found it quite strange and thought Suze had always been a fool. Now I'm pretending to be low-key. When Suze just entered the classroom, all the classmates immediately saluted him. Suze began to feel hatred towards Sumu. It was all Sumu's fault. As expected, the video was known to everyone. There's something wrong with these people's eyes. Suze came to school after being persuaded by his mother Zhang Yuning. Zhang Yuning said that no one in the class would take it seriously, and no one would take it seriously after a long time. As long as he comes back to school, he can try his luck in the exam and get into a good school. When others see that he has real ability, they naturally won't laugh at him. Suze listened to her and endured the humiliation to go to school. Now, under the gaze of the whole class, I feel a little bit broken. Sumu turned his head and glanced at Suze and just chuckled lightly. Suze lowered his head gloomily, thinking that Sumu must be laughing at him. When he turns over, he will make Sumu feel the pain of being pointed at by thousands of people. Suzy, didn't you say before that he was your little follower? Chapter 149, Killing Two Birds with One Stone. Some classmates who wanted to watch the fun didn't mind asking Suze directly. Suze used to be quite pretentious in school. At that time, they still thought that Suze was really stylish, and that was why he was different from others in every way. It was not until I learned about the bet between the two and saw that video that I realized Su Zhe had been occupying the position. He is an illegitimate child, but he bullies other people's real sons every day. Su Zhe's face flushed red. These people were really ungrateful. When he made a comeback, these people would kneel down in front of him and call him daddy. Su Zhe ignored them. He believed what his mother said, and that sooner or later he would prove himself. Sumu just glanced at him casually and didn't care. Tianzi Company's business should no longer be able to continue. I wonder what new project Su Tianzi will find for his good son. Sumu has asked people to closely monitor the developments of Tianzi Company. No matter what project Su Tianzi gives to Tianzi Company, he will prevent the project from progressing. Su family. Su Yingying locked herself in the house. She hadn't gone out for 2 or 3 days. She turned on the computer screen and began to recall everything about her and Sumu. She wanted to record all of this. Everything between her and her brother was good, and she couldn't let that disappear. She also registered an account on the internet and posted on the forum every day. It starts from the first time 2 people meet. Recalled how good Sumu was to her. She couldn't help but smile sweetly. Whenever she recalled how she had treated Sumu badly, she couldn't help crying, then slapped herself, and finally even wanted to hurt herself with a knife. It seems that only this way can make her feel better. But in the end, she couldn't cut with a knife in her hand because she was afraid. But when she thought about what she had done to her brother Sumu, she couldn't help but feel disgusted with herself. The pent-up emotions in her heart have been getting worse over the past few days. Sumu is still the person who saved her life. But she recognized the wrong person and kept bullying him. Su Yingying's eyes have been swollen like walnuts from crying these days. She posted everything about the 2 of them on the thread, which attracted tens of thousands of views. Su Yingying didn't care at all. She recalled the past in a self-torturing manner. Even though she felt sad, she was unwilling to forget these memories. Not only that, she was also imagining the future of the 2 of them. Sumu, who had been so good to her, now ignored her. She wanted the relationship between the 2 of them to remain the same as before, while she herself would become even more different. I will treat him better and regard my younger brother Sumu as the only person I will protect in the world. She will also satisfy all of brother Sumu's requests. Sumu's younger brother hates. He will deal with him. By then, she would only have a younger brother, and she hoped that Sumu would also have only her as a sister. It is best for 2 people to depend on each other and be inseparable. This is the best ending. Su Yingying couldn't help but smile sweetly, with longing and desire in her eyes. Then I looked at my room and became more and more dissatisfied. Sumu's younger brother forgave him. The 2 of them could no longer live in the Su family. Sumu doesn't like his mother, his elder and second sisters, and he dislikes his father even more. At that time, my brother Sumu and I will go to live in other cities. By then, no one would recognize them, and no one would know what they had done. It would be enough if brother Sumu could forgive him. Sumu's younger brother's name stroke by stroke next to it. Sumu, Sumu, Sumu. A full page. It's not enough, it's not enough. I want to see my brother and treat him like before. Su Nanyang stood at Su Yingying's door and knocked. She knocked several times, but no one responded from inside. Su Nanyang was a little impatient, but she was in a good mood. Her new company's business is pretty good, and for some reason, many of the Su family's big customers have come to her company to place orders. There were several clients with whom she only had brief contact and did not have any in-depth conversations. Su Nanyang thought that it was because her company's prices were cheaper and its products were better, so they were tempted. If Su Nanyang was more careful, he would have discovered that these customers not only cooperated with his company, but also worked closely with a company called Tianmu. Sumu and Keita became an instant hit. Tianmu Company's reputation became even more famous. Now many joint venture partners come here, hoping to get a piece of the pie. Sumu carefully screened the clients who had cooperated with the Su family before. After reaching a cooperation, he cleverly recommended Su Nanyang's company to them. These people all knew that the 2 were siblings, and they didn't doubt it too much. They thought that the Su family was training their daughter and son's business abilities. What's more, the price offered by Su Nanyanga was more favorable, so they chose to cooperate with Su Nanyanga's company without hesitation. All of this was manipulated by Su Mu behind the scenes. As for the purpose, of course, I wanted to see when Su Tianzi would discover that the company was almost emptied out by Su Nanyang. Su Mu just added fuel to the fire. Not only did he want Su Tianzi to vomit blood, he also wanted to acquire Su Nanyang's company. Once, Su Nanyang said that people like Sumu would never be able to work in the Su family's company in this life. Su Nanyang once said disdainfully, Sumu, you are a waste. The Su family doesn't keep waste people. You're not as good as anyone in the family. You just eat for free at home, and you have no use for anything except spending. What's the point of giving you money? You just squander it. You don't know how to do anything else. You don't understand anything. I think it will be a hopeless case in the future, so you'd better not come back. Coming to this family will only cause trouble to others. Su Nanyang's sarcasm was so obvious, and her contempt was so obvious. Sumu could only lower his head and could not refute. He just came from the countryside, and everything here is unfamiliar. Even if Su Nanyang said so, he didn't know how to refute her. But now, Sumu is no longer the Sumu it used to be. Then let's see who has no talent for business. Sumu is looking forward to that day. Of course, Su Nanyang knew nothing now. She received a call from Su Yingying's school this morning. Su Yingying's counselor asked Su Yingying to report to school early. Su Yingying has been on leave from school since the beginning of the semester, and it has been almost half a year now. Su Nanyang was a little impatient because she was asked to take care of all the household affairs. My mother cries every day now and calls my uncle to cry from time to time. Every time I was choked by my uncle and couldn't speak. The people at home are now only making things worse. Su Yingying opened the door. You can't stay at home anymore. So Nandian spoke bluntly. At the same time, he was thinking about how to get Sumu to come back and help him. Now that more and more companies are opening, she's a little overwhelmed. Sumu is willing to come back and help. Sumu is my father's son, so it is natural for him to get resources from his Su family. In the end, the matter of taking resources was discovered. They're both their father's sons and daughters, so no matter what, they will not be blamed too much. Chapter 150. Su Yingying follows her brother. After a long time, Su Yingying slowly opened the door. Seeing that it was Su Nanyang, she called out, "Big sister." Su Nanyang glanced at Su Yingying and was a little frightened. I haven't seen her for just a few days, and Su Yingying has lost so much weight that she's almost unrecognizable. His pointed chin and round eyes make him look more delicate than before, though a little creepy. Su Nanyang said, "Your teacher called me and you must go to school. Otherwise the school will expel you. Your leg is healed now. I will arrange for a driver to take you to school later." Su Yingying, you can't stay at home every day. Su Nanyang frowned, not liking the way Su Yingying looked now. Su Yingying nodded listlessly. I see, big sister. Is brother Su Mu going to take the exam? Su Yingying then realized that the weather was getting hotter and it was almost another important time of the year. Su Yingying, you're not allowed to cause trouble. Go to him or disrupt Su Mu's exam. Su Nandian stared at Su Yingying guerreri. She knew that Su Yingying had never liked Su Mu and even hated him a little. Su Yingying's broken legs are related to Su Mu. Now that Su Yingying mentioned this matter, she might have some bad ideas to deal with him again. Maybe Su Yingying wanted to sabotage Su Mu's exam. That's absolutely not possible. If they really ruined his exam, Su Mu would fight them to the death. Su Nanyang has gradually accepted the fact that Su Mu also has certain abilities. Su Nanyang doesn't want to lose a powerful ally because of this incident. Su Yingying's face turned pale. She was filled with shame and anger, her chest heaving up and down with anger. Sister, what do you mean? Do you think I would treat my brother badly? I would never treat my brother badly. Why do you say that to me? Don't act like you're being nice to Brother Sumo. I do care about him. Then you can take this opportunity to meet him, be nice to Brother Sumo, and ask for his forgiveness. Why did the elder sister say that? Why did the elder sister think that she would hurt Su Mu? Su Yingying hated to hear such words. Su Nanyang was really surprised. Su Yingying looked like she was not mentally normal. Can people really change so quickly? A few days ago, he wanted to kill Su Mu, but now he is very protective of Su Mu when he mentions him. Su Nanyang was still very vigilant when she thought of Su Yingying's previous criminal record. Su Yingying is sometimes really nice to Su Mu, but that's all fake. Thinking of what happened at that time, Su Nanyang felt a little chill in her heart. There must be something perverted in the third sister's mind. Otherwise, why would she repeatedly play with Su Mu? When she is good to him, she is completely good to him, and when she is bad to him, she is also completely bad to him. The various means are simply hard to guard against. Anyway, I'm telling you, you'd better not mess with Sumu. Sumu will soon cooperate with me. Sananya still warns her. Su Yingying immediately stared at Su Nanyang with a fierce look. Sister, even if it's you, you can't take away Brother Sumu. Brother Sumu will live with me in the future. Su Ying gritted her teeth, slammed the door shut, and then threw herself on the bed and cried. Sunanyang piresit hereyebros iritabi. In the evening, Sumu and Jiang Ruoying went to a nearby restaurant to eat, chatting and laughing. Suze followed secretly. Sumu and Jiang Ruoying were too close. Suze found out that Jiang Ruoying's mother seemed to have a mental illness. Some time ago, Zhang Yuning saw Jiang Ruoying's mother in the hospital. After Suze knew about this, he was so happy. It was simply God's help. No wonder Jiang Ruoying has always been so close to Sumu. It seems that her unhappy family life has found a sense of existence in Sumu. He has seen many girls like this. As long as you give her more care and love, you can make her fall in love with you. By then, Jiang Ruoying will be at his mercy. Sumu took Jiang Ruoying to a Cantonese restaurant today. The restaurant is buffet style, and you can eat a variety of Cantonese snacks. Jiang Ruoying was already very familiar with Sumu, and the two of them were whispering together. Sumu, I can't go with you after school recently. My mother is in the hospital again. I have to go and accompany her after school. Jiang Ruoying frowned, her tone a little depressed. Sumu patted her shoulder and said, Don't worry, Andy will be well soon. If you have any problem, just come to me. Sumu is more mature and stable than his peers, making people want to rely on him. Jiang Ruoying pursed her lips, hummed, and moved closer to Sumu. I've also been learning how to invest recently. I've read a lot of textbooks and taken a lot of courses. It doesn't seem that difficult. Jiang Ruoying didn't want to talk about her family, nor did she want Sumu's pity. Jiang Ruoying talked about another thing, her eyes shining. Sumu is so powerful. I can't fall behind. I must follow his footsteps closely and move forward together. Moreover, Jiang Ruoying had some selfish thoughts. She didn't want other women to appear around Sumu. Maybe love is selfish. Every time Sumu was approached by other women, Jiang Ruoying couldn't help but have some dark thoughts. But she tried her best to restrain herself. She was also afraid of being left too far behind by Sumu, so she could only look up at him from a distance. She would go crazy if that happened. The two chatted while finding a place to sit down. Sumu took the plate and went to get it. Some of the food here was limited, so Sumu went to line up first. Seeing Jiang Ruoying alone, Suze immediately ran over impatiently. In order to find this opportunity, he also specially bought a buffet ticket. When Jiang Ruoying saw Suze, she immediately frowned in disgust. This seat is taken. You can't sit here. Jiang Ruoying's voice was cold and not polite at all. Suze pulled a chair and sat down, smiling what he thought was a charming smile. Jiang Ruoying, I know your secret. Don't worry, I will treat you well. Jiang Ruoying couldn't help but speak. Don't you understand what I'm saying? I told you to leave. This seat is taken. If you want to go crazy, don't go crazy here. Get away. It's embarrassing. Jiang Ruoying spoke sarcastically. Es Stund. Wasn't Jiang Ruoying cold and gentle every day? Why are you talking so harshly now? Jiang Ruoying, you really don't need to be so stubborn. I know you live in pain every day. I am willing to be your support. As long as you agree to be my girlfriend, I will always treat you well. Don't worry, I will definitely treat you better than your parents. Suze said this with deep affection. Jiang Ruoying, you don't have to be so strong anymore, because your strength is coming. Suze was almost moved to tears by himself. Jiang Ruoying patted her chest. Fortunately, she hadn't eaten yet, otherwise she would have vomited. Neuropathy. Jiang Ruoying couldn't help but curse, then stood up and changed the table. Seeing Suze here is really disgusting. In a corner of the restaurant, Su Ying stared at the back of her brother, Sumu holding the cutlery, watching him moving around to get the food. Su Ying stood up and followed with a plate, asking for a small gift, asking for a wave of love. Thank you all readers. Chapter 151, the fight started. Su Ying slowly approached Sumu's brother and saw Sumu's brother picking up food at the food counter. Sumu brought a few small cakes, 2 baskets of shrimp dumplings, a plate of rice noodle rolls, chicken feet, and some other things. The food in Sumu's hand was obviously enough for 2 people. Su Ying couldn't help but think of the time when her younger brother Sumu would peel shrimps and pick fish bones for her every time she went out to eat. Sumu is so nice to me. Su Ying couldn't help but think back to the past, but she had forgotten that it was all forced by her. Now my younger brother has actually started to be nice to others. Su Ying was very sad. Sumu picked out the food, took the plate to his table, and saw a very unappetizing person. Su stood opposite Jiang Ruoying with a very distorted expression on his face because Jiang Ruoying had just kicked him in a vital part. He didn't expect that Jiang Ruoying would do such an uncivilized thing in public. Jiang Ruoying, do you think you're so great? With a personality like yours, who else besides me can stand you? Su covered his key parts with a distorted face. At this moment, he hated Jiang Ruoying to death. You don't have to think about this. Su, just know your own position. Sumu put the plate on the table and looked at Su with narrowed eyes. I know her personality well, and I just like her personality. Sumu turned his head and Jiang Ruoying smiled shyly. Su looked at Sumu's blatant declaration of sovereignty, and his teeth were about to break. Sumu, you don't understand Jiang Ruoying as well as I do. I know the pain in Jiang Ruoying's heart, but you don't. Sooner or later, Jiang Ruoying will fall in love with me, and you will become a loser. Su was confident because he knew Jiang Ruoying's secret. Jiang Ring was stunned to see him say these words shamelessly. Don't daydream there. It's not even dark yet. It's really disgusting to say such things. I will never fall in love with you, so just forget it. If you appear in front of me next time, you will bear the consequences at your own risk. After hearing this, Jiang Ruoying couldn't hold back any longer and spoke directly, looking at Su with a very dangerous look. It's disgusting that Su said such things. It's ruining her reputation. If necessary, some special measures can be taken to make Su shut up immediately. Su Ying was holding a plate in the back, and the food on the plate was similar to the food on Sumu's plate. Su Ying also wanted to try what Sumu ordered. Then Su Ying saw several people arguing. Sumu tried his best to protect Jiang Ruoying and stood in front of her as a protector. Su Ying curled her lips and looked Jiang Ruoying up and down. How could such a violent and hypocritical girl have the qualifications to stand next to Sumu's brother? Jiang Ruoying is not worthy of brother Sumu at all. When Su saw Su Ying behind him, his eyes lit up. He knew that his third sister would not give up on him easily. Everything that happened last time was just a misunderstanding. Su felt that his third sister had forgiven him. After all, it was his third sister who had caused trouble for him first last time. It was just that the reservoir incident was hidden from the third sister, but the sister-brother relationship between them lasted for several years. Su didn't believe that his third sister would change her mind so easily. Su believed that his third sister was still the one who loved him. After all, everyone could see how good his third sister was to him. Su was very confident. He felt that his position in his third sister's heart must be particularly important. Sumu for her own sake before, and no matter how Sumu defended himself, it was useless. Even if his identity as an illegitimate child was exposed, his third sister would still stand on his side. It's been 2 or 3 days now, and my third sister's temper must have subsided. Su couldn't help but smiled broadly at Su Ying, took a few steps forward with a somewhat twisted pace, and showed a pitiful expression. Third sister, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have treated you like that last time. I know I was wrong. I was just too scared at the time. I was afraid that third sister would no longer recognize me as her brother. Now, only third sister treats me so well, and I also think third sister is my best sister. Third sister, please forgive me. Can we still be like before? Su said these words without thinking, and put his arm on Su Ying's shoulder very intimately. Su felt that it was a foregone conclusion that Su Ying would forgive him. The moment Su Ying's hand touched her shoulder, her whole face turned cold. Sumu opposite head in aponik. Dam Suse. If it weren't for Su she wouldn't have misunderstood her younger brother Sumu. Sumu just looked at the two of them with disgust, then sat down in his seat, took out the food from the plate, and handed it to Jiang Ruoying. Try it. I saw online that their shrimp dumplings are especially delicious, as are their rice noodle rolls. Let's try them both. Don't pay attention to those disgusting people. Jiang Ruoying also nodded and sat down to taste the food. The two smiled at each other, and they had such a tacit understanding. Su Ying was so angry that she slapped Su in the face. Then she kicked his leg hard with her leather-shoed feet. What are you doing following me, you piece of shit? Who allowed you to touch me? This is so disgusting, you dirty thing. Get out of here. Stay away from me and stop calling me sister. Do you think you deserve to be called sister? Su Ying sneered and directly covered Su head with the entire plate, while her little leather shoes were still kicking his knees hard. Su was completely stunned, covering his burning face with one hand and cleaning the food residue on his head with the other. The sound of the plate falling to the ground was so loud that it attracted the attention of almost everyone in the restaurant. Suze felt very ashamed. He felt very embarrassed amidst so many people whispering. Su Ying still felt unsatisfied, so she patted his back hard with her hands and kicked him from time to time. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, Brother Sumu wouldn't blame me at all. Why don't you just die? You weren't the one who saved me in the first place. I don't owe you anything. I owe it to my brother Sumu. This is all your fault. You lied to me. Su Ying vented her anger to her heart's content with malice in her eyes. She kicked Su Zhe again and again, feeling unprecedented joy in her heart. It's all the fault of the culprit in front of me. If the culprit in front of me had not deceived me, would I be hated by my younger brother Sumu? I will definitely not be hated. I am so beautiful and smart, and I have so many suitors around me. When my younger brother Sumu first came home, he also liked me as his sister. If it weren't for Su Zhe, none of this would have happened. When Su Ying thought of this, her eyes became even darker, and she directly picked up the plate on the table next to her. Under the surprised gaze of the guests next to him, the dinner plate hit Su Zhe's head heavily. Chapter 152, How to Compensate. Su Zhe was hit so hard that he felt dizzy and dazed. The people around were also shocked, especially the guests at the table next to them, who saw their carefully selected food smashed all over the floor. I originally wanted to argue, but when I saw Su Ying's terrible and evil expression, I couldn't help but sit down. Is this girl crazy? Never mind. They don't bother with the mentally ill. The lobby manager and the waiter nearby quickly ran over to separate them. Guest, what happened? Please clean up quickly and apologize to the guest next to you. The lobby manager quickly gave instructions to the waiter, then looked at the disheveled Su Zhe and the angry Su Ying in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. What's going on today? Why are you arguing here? Su Ying was very proud after the fight. She kicked Su Zhe again and then looked at her brother Sumu with some credit. Yaving, my brother Sumu. Sumu shouldn't be so angry with himself anymore, right? Sumu also saw the farce over there, but he just sneered and ignored it. One of them is a madman and the other is a fool. It's really embarrassing enough to tell others about the scene where you make a scene in such an occasion. Su Ying cried to Sumu and spoke excitedly. I've vented your anger. Are you happy? Can you please stop being mad at me? I will definitely treat you well in the future. Let's forget about what happened before, okay? Everyone makes mistakes. I just made a small mistake. Can you forgive me? Su Ying felt that she had never been so humble before, and this was the only time she did this. Those suitors and bootlickers around me will be extremely happy as long as I soften a little. Sumu should be the same. I have already admitted my mistake, and it also helped him vent his anger by beating Su Zhe. Sumu probably won't hold on to the past anymore. Sumu just thought she was ridiculous. Su Ying thought that this would calm her down, but she forgot that she had treated herself the same way before. What's more, she would even eat the leftovers herself. At that time, I was very strong-willed and would rather starve to death than eat. He was so skinny and almost malnourished at the Su family's house. Now, seeing Su Ying's behavior, Sumu just thought it was ridiculous, extremely ridiculous. What's the point of making up for this late mistake? He is no longer the little boy who just entered the Su family, and Su Ying is no longer the sister he admires and the relative he longs for. Su Ying, you did this just to make yourself feel better. Don't say it's for me. I'm different from Su Zhe. No matter what you do, I will never forgive you. All of this is the bitter fruit you deserve to bear. It would be best if you could continue to suffer. Only then would I be happy. Sumu curled up the corners of his mouth, looked directly at Su Ying, and his words sounded like the whisper of a devil. The more Su Ying listened, the paler her face became. She couldn't believe it. Brother Sumu, why are you unwilling to forgive me? I know I did a lot of wrong things before, but I didn't do it voluntarily. Suzi Lai Tome. You know I'm like this. I am willing to repent now. Why are you unwilling to forgive me? I never bow to anyone, but this is the first time I bow to you. Why do you have such an attitude? Su Ying didn't understand at all. According to her thinking, as long as she admits her mistakes and is willing to repent, she can be forgiven. And a long, long time ago, Su Mu loved his sister so much. Su Zhe is just like that. Back then, I bullied Su Mu because of Su Zhe, didn't treat him well, and always gave in to Su Zhe and everything. Su Zhe was extremely happy and said that she was the best sister in the world, better than every other sister. Su Ying enjoyed these words very much at that time. I want to be the one and only one. Now that I have treated my younger brother Sumu like this, He should forgive me quickly and say that I am his best sister. Su Ying shook her head desperately. That's not the case, Brother Sumu. You are lying to me, right? Whatever you are dissatisfied with me, I will change it. Okay. Su Ying was humble. Sumu just shook his head and said, This is your nature. You can't change it. Su Ying, I know you too well. You don't have to put the blame on others. Even if Su Zhe saved you, I'm still your brother. How did you treat me in the past? You don't think I'll forgive you just because you say a few words now. What does the suffering I've endured mean? Su Ying, we're no longer brother and sister, and you don't have to beg for my forgiveness. The pain and regret you feel every moment in your heart will not make me forgive you. Sumu's words were very resolute. He would never forget everything he had suffered before. The so-called sisters of the Su family are nothing but a group of wolves in human skin. They will never understand how suffocating and painful their bullying and indifference were to a teenager, especially a teenager who longs for family affection. These people didn't show up when he needed them, and now that he didn't need them, they cried and begged for forgiveness one by one. Unfortunately, no one in this world will stand still and wait for them. Su Ying sat on the ground somewhat dejectedly, her eyes red from crying, tears dripping down again. The little skirt she was wearing was stained, but she didn't care. She turned around and looked at Su Zhe, who was in a mess, and the anger in her heart rose again. If it weren't for Su Zhe, Brother Sumu wouldn't have said such sad words. Su Ying believed that Su Zhe had bewitched her. Otherwise, how could she do such a cruel thing? Su Zhe looked at Su Ying and took 2 steps back in fear. He always knew that Su Ying was a lunatic. But Su Ying used to be a madman who treated herself well. Su Ying is now a madman who attacks indiscriminately. She is very scary. The waiter and manager next to them saw that something was wrong and quickly stopped Su Ying. Miss, let's talk it out. If you're really angry, we can call the police to negotiate. There are so many people in a restaurant, we can't fight. I'm so unlucky today. Su Ying stared at Su Seglumidi. Su Zhe wiped his face, looked at Su Mu unwillingly, then turned to look at Su Ying. Third sister, isn't it good to have a brother like me? Su Mu has already said that he will not forgive you. Why are you still begging him? Third sister, you are such a proud person. You shouldn't beg for forgiveness in such a humble way. Su Zhe also wanted to pull Su Ying back to his side. Su Ying didn't listen to what he said at all. She turned her head and looked at the indifferent Su Mu again. She couldn't help but covered her face and ran out crying. Sooner or later, she will make her brother forgive her. Su Zhe wanted to chase him out, but the manager stopped him and said, Sir, how do you think we can compensate you for today's loss? Chapter 153, a negotiation begins. Compensation? Why should I pay? It wasn't me who dropped it. Su Zhe's face turned dark. Su Ying ran away, and he was left to clean up the mess. The manager thought about it and decided not to bother with such an uncivilized customer. If he continued to argue with him, it would only affect the customer's meal. After Su Zhe finished speaking, he left the restaurant as if nothing had happened. After the 2 people left, Su Mu and Jiang Ruoying could finally eat in peace. Jiang Ruoying thought about what Su Zhe had just said. Su Zhe must have known something. After dinner, Su Mu wanted to send Jiang Ruoying home, but Jiang Ruoying waved her hand and refused. It's okay. Your company is very busy recently. You don't have to send me off. I will go home. You should go take care of the company's affairs first. Besides, the exam will be coming soon, so let's all work hard. Jiang Ruoying smiled gently. Her fair and tender face sparkled with a soft light, and the curve of her mouth was very cute and touching. Sumu couldn't help but pinched her soft face, feeling a little sweet in his heart. Got it. Be careful on your way back. Sumu didn't force it, as he did have one more thing to ask. Su Nanyang's actions are getting more and more aggressive, and she is almost poaching all the Su family's clients. The Su family's performance in the past 2 months should not be very good. Maybe Su Tianxi can know the truth. I'm really looking forward to Su Tianxi's expression when he finds out that his proud daughter has actually been quietly draining away the company's resources. After the 2 people separated, Jiang Ruoying did not call the driver, but walked into a small alley, took out her cell phone, and made a call. Help me block someone, just 2 hours, and I'll give you 100,000. Not long after, Su Zhe, who had originally planned to go home, was put on a hood and tied up in an abandoned warehouse. Es Strubeltart. It was pitch black in front of the hood, and he was tied to a chair. He was extremely scared. He started yelling, "Who's there? Don't hurt me. My family has plenty of money." While shouting, Suze was wondering who kidnapped him. Was it because Sumu was jealous of him? Or that crazy woman Su Ying? Or maybe my dad's partner tied me up to threaten him. Many thoughts flashed through Suze's mind, and he cursed while thinking. Sumu, you are so insidious. Do you only dare to use this method to deal with me? I look down on you. You bully me, you will die. Suze yelled and screamed, certain that Sumu had captured him and bullied him. However, he heard the sound of small leather shoes tapping on the concrete floor. Suze shuddered. Su Ying, is that you? Third sister, please don't hit me. I know I was wrong. I really want to save you that day, and I really fainted because I couldn't swim. You will always be my third sister. Please don't hit me. Suze was still trying hard to explain. The sound of small leather shoes tapping on the concrete floor stopped in front of him. Jiang Ruoying took off his hood with a cold look in her eyes. How do you know about my family? Suze looked up and saw that it was Jiang Ruoying, and he breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be Jiang Ruoying. Jiang Ruoying was a lady from a wealthy family and had received an aristocratic education. So even if she was kidnapped, it wouldn't be a big deal. Jiang Ruoying even tied me up here on purpose. Does she have something important to say to me? Suze lowered his head slightly to reveal his perfect profile. Jiang Ruoying, because I have been paying attention to you. I'll do anything to know everything about you. You should stay away from hypocrites like Sumu. You will only be happy if you come to me. Jiang Ruoying frowned when she heard this and slapped him in the face. Shut up. How dare you compete with Sumu? Are you worthy? Jiang Ruoying frowned in annoyance. He kicked the stool impatiently and said, Let me ask you, how did you know about my family affairs? Did you follow me or hire someone to investigate me? Suze's face turned away after being hit, and he became angry when he heard this. Jiang Ring, it's useless for you to defend Sumu. All the property of the Su family belongs to me. For you and Sumu to be together. Only children of nobles like us are suitable to be together. Jiang Ruoying, can't you see my goodness? Sumu is not worthy of you. Only I am worthy of you. Jiang Ruoying listened to him for a long time, but he didn't get to the point at all. She rolled her eyes in her heart. Forget it. You don't need to tell me anything. You just need to keep your mouth shut after you know about it, and don't spread the news about my family outside. Today I'm just giving you a lesson. I hope you can control your mouth. Jiang Ruoying's eyes were cold, and she looked at Suze as if he were a piece of trash. Eshushava shucked. Jiang Ruoying was not that kind of person at all. Jiang Ruoying is gentle and well-behaved in front of Sumu, and sometimes she even blushes when talking. Jiang Ruoying looks a little scary now. Jiang Ruoying looked at his shocked expression and just found it funny, so she clapped her hands casually. Four strong men appeared behind him. They were from a bodyguard company and were employed by Miss Jiang Ruoying. Give him a minor injury. The more painful, the better. Jiang Ruoying waved her hand casually. She is not a delicate lady, nor is she a flower in a greenhouse who knows nothing. Since she was a child, her mother has always required her to be excellent. Her father asked her to be better than others. Jiang Ruoying has been strict with herself since she was a child and has also learned to protect herself. I also learned how to use money to drive others. Jiang Ruoying only needs to pretend in front of the person she truly likes. Because of love, so panic. She wants to appear perfect in front of her lover. Sumu to know about the methods behind this. Hearing Su Ze's screams behind her, Jiang Ruoying slightly raised the corners of her mouth, looking gentle and sweet. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, revealing her beautiful and perfect profile. When I walked out of the warehouse again, I looked at the sunset glowing like fire on the horizon. Well, the fiery clouds in the sky looked like the shape of a heart. Jiang Ruoying took a picture with her phone and sent it to Sumu. This is a little heart for you. A cute emoticon pack is also included. Sumu was on his way to the company to organize evidence, and he smiled knowingly when he saw the emoticon package. Very beautiful, just like you. Jiang Ruoying raised the corners of her mouth shyly. Sumu arrived at the company quickly and made an appointment to meet with Su Nanyang. Su Nanyang was very happy and surprised when she received the invitation to meet. She looked for him so many times, but Sumu avoided her every time. Now I'd like to see her. I heard that Sumu is also starting his own company. Maybe he wants to exchange resources. Su Nanyang has been very successful recently. Her newly opened company has been performing very well and has been able to close many deals every day. The companies I started before also performed well. Sun Anyang is a bit condescending towards Sumo. Sumu probably only holds a very small position in the company, and even as a partner, he probably doesn't have much shares. Sumu left the Su family. He didn't have much money on him. Su Nanyang now wants to discuss cooperation with Sumu because she has poached many of the Su family's clients. When the truth comes out, she can let Sumu share the burden. Su Nanyang quickly arrived at Tiemu Company. She originally thought that Tiemu Company was just a small company, but when she got off the elevator, she was shocked. The elevator door opens and turns left, revealing a large transparent glass wall with a very advanced cutting-edge design. Various AI indicator charts are pasted on the glass, as well as some Azure optical wires. Tiemu Company on the left side of the gate, and a card swipe machine on the right side. Su Nanyang looked around and found that the entire floor was occupied by Tiemu Company. Sumu's company is so big now. Through the gaps in the glass, you could see at least 100 employees working inside. Su Nanyang was shocked. At this time, the front desk clerk stood up to greet her. The pretty young receptionist opened the door and said with a smile, "Miss Su, right? Mr. Su has already told us. Please take a seat. I'll go and let Mr. Su know." After saying that, the receptionist poured her a glass of warm water. Su Nanyang sat on the sofa in the living room, observing the company through the door, frowning slightly. How can Sumu continue to run a company like this? It seems that Sumu's partner is stronger, so Sumu SA in this company must not be strong. It will be easier to win over Sumu at that time. Thinking of this, Su Nanyang relaxed a little, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up. "Miss Su, this way please." The receptionist came back quickly and gave her directions. The further Su Nanyang walked in, the more frightened she became. The functional divisions in this company were very clear, and it didn't seem like the company was started by a new boss. When they arrived at the meeting room, the receptionist knocked on the door gently and let Su Nanyang in. Su Nanyang walked in with a bag in her hand and wearing high heels, looking a little arrogant. Sumu was the only one in the entire conference room. Sumu was dressed very casually, sitting in the boss chair, typing on the computer. Sunanya pulled out a chair and sat down, looked Sumu up and down, then smiled. "Brother, long time no see. It seems you're doing well in this company." Sumu put the computer aside and looked up at Su Nanyang. "You better not call me brother. It sounds disgusting. You keep looking for me. What's the matter? My time is limited. I only have 10 minutes to give you." Sumu looked cold and ignored her attempts to get close to him. Sunanyan Chakith. Her company has been doing very well in the past 2 months and has already made tens of millions. Sumu will regret it if he continues with this attitude. "Since you don't recognize the relationship between sister and brother, then I will call you Sumu. I am here to discuss cooperation with you today. It is also an invitation for you to join my company." Sumu was getting an advantage by joining her company. "Your company? You only have an entertainment company and some financial company you opened before. Do you still have the energy to do those after joining the Su family's company? The company you want me to join isn't the same entertainment company I used to work for, is it? I'm not interested in either entertainment or finance. You've got the wrong person." Sumu rejected her without hesitation. Su Nanyang squeezed her bag tightly and sighed. "Sumu, you said before that you really wanted to intern in my company. At the time, I thought you were incompetent, so I rejected you. But now you have demonstrated your abilities, and my company is willing to accept you. If you're willing to come and help me, I will definitely offer you a better salary than your current company. After all, I am your sister. Everything I do is for your own good. After you join my company, you may become a partner, and you will have some shares in the company. Isn't this better than being someone else's foil in this company?" Su Nanyang appealed to his emotions and reasoned with him, and she was very sure that the conditions she offered were better. Sumuja sneered. He originally thought that Su Nanyang's company was very good, and he even admired this elder sister. Now it seems that Sananya is just a sophisticated egoist. Everything she did was for her own benefit. It's ridiculous to talk about family affection with such a person. I'm not interested, and I think your companies are useless. I don't like them. Sumu was also very rude in his words. Su Nanyang's face changed, and she became a little angry. Those companies were the result of her hard work. Sumu actually looks down on him. Is he worthy of it? "Sunanya, what exactly do you want to say? No need to make empty promises or beat around the bush. Let me be frank. I despise all of your crappy companies. If you are not sincere, there is no room for negotiation between us." Sumu curled his lips and laughed at her. Su Nanyang now wanted him to beg her. That was really wishful thinking. That kind of thing is absolutely impossible. Sumu just wanted to force Su Nanyang to say that he had opened a new company and that its business was very similar to that of the Su family. He wanted Su Nanyang to tell the story in person. Only by letting Su Nanyang tell this matter in person can Su Tianxi more intuitively understand what it feels like to be betrayed by his daughter. Sumu looked at the recording device that was already turned on in the computer and curled up the corners of his mouth slightly. He stared at Su Nanya and then said, "If it were your previous companies, you wouldn't have to sit here. Don't you see how successful my company is? Are you looking down on me by offering me a job at one of those lousy companies?" Sumu began to provoke her with words. Su Nanyang was the person who could not tolerate others questioning her the most. Sure enough, after listening to what Sumu said, the smile on Su Nanya's lips faded, and her eyes became sharp and condescending. "Sumu, you're still too young. The business world is like a battlefield. I'm just giving you a good opportunity. Let me tell you now that I have opened another company. In less than a year, it has made tens of millions in profit. I would like to invite you to join this company and work with me. I believe you can make more money by following me. Why not?" Sumu was unmoved. "What company? I don't believe you can make that much money unless you are in the latest emerging industry." Su Nanyang smiled confidently. "I'm in the medical equipment sales business. I've already placed orders worth tens of millions. If you come, you'll be my partner. I'll give you shares directly." After saying this, Su Nanyang waited to see Su Mu's surprised look. Sumu looked up at her. His expression slightly changed. "The same business as the Su family's enterprise?" "Su Nanyang, you are not stealing the Su family's customers, are you?" Chapter 154. Su Mu is playing a big game. Su Nanyang's eyes flickered. She had never expected that Su Mu would think of this directly. Su Mu is not as simple as he seems. He is so young and can think so much. I underestimated him before. Su Nanyang is very tight-lipped, and business people cannot talk nonsense outside. If you say it, people will use it against you. "Sumu, you misunderstood me. I brought these customers here on my own. They have nothing to do with the Su family's business." Su Nanyang picked up the disposable water cup in front of her, took a sip of tea, and spoke in a lukewarm tone. Sumu also smiled and said, "I think I'm overthinking it, but you know, big sister, I hate Su Tianxi and Suze very much. I hate the Su family's company even more. If you're the only client who comes to you, it would be very boring." Su Mu was implicitly telling Su Nanyang that he would be very disappointed if your client had nothing to do with the Su family. If your client is related to the Su family, then maybe the two of you can reach a cooperation. Smart people understand things immediately. Su Mu with satisfaction. He was indeed too young and acted impulsively. A young boy like Sumo can easily be blinded by hatred. It seems that Su Mu really hates Suze. That's a coincidence. Seeing Su Mu's attitude, Su Nanya didn't hide it and spoke directly. "Su Mu, I'll tell you the truth. In this new company I opened, almost all of the clients were snatched from the Su family. How is it? Are you satisfied? Basically, all of them are big customers of the Su family's enterprises. The turnover of the Su family's enterprises reached more than 100 million yuan in the past few months, but now is only 100 or 200 million. I believe that in the near future, I will be able to pocket 1 or 200 million. Sumu, choose to cooperate with me. You won't suffer any loss. I only came to you because you're my brother. Consider it my compensation to you. I misjudged you before. You are indeed a little better than Suze." Su Nanyang gave him appropriate encouragement, first giving him a stick and then a sweet date, which is almost a must-have tactic for a boss. Sumu didn't care about her compliments at all. This woman, Su Nanyang, says one thing to one person and another thing to another. Sumu touched his chin and thought for a moment, then asked again, "You mean that all the clients of your current company are from the Su family?" Su Nanyang nodded somewhat proudly. "That's right, Director Wang of the affiliated hospital of Peking University and Tsinghua University, Director Zhang of the first hospital, Director Jiang of the third hospital, and some other clients. I dug them out from the Su family. Sumu, what do you think? Join my company. I won't treat you unfairly." Sumu finally waited for this sentence, saved the recording file, and looked at Su Nanyang, who was smiling wildly across from him. Sumu knocked the table with his hand and smiled playfully. "What conditions are you going to offer?" "As long as you join my company, I can give you 10% of the company's shares. Similarly, you have to license the core technology of your current company to my company. It's like investing your technology. How about it?" Sananya is a true businessman and never discusses business that will lose money. At the same time, you're also a member of our company's management team. You can manage our company's operations department. Su Nanyang felt that the conditions she proposed were particularly good. Give him shares and let him manage other people. Sumu shouldn't be able to refuse at his age. Timu Company is not a small workshop. As a company of such a large scale, Sumu should not have much say in this company. Sumu must be eager to have a say. Su Nanyang was analyzing secretly in her heart. Sumu looked thoughtful, with some hesitation and struggle on his face. It's a bit difficult to license core technology to your company. I don't have that much power, but the most I can do is to fight for it for you. The first version of GPT's technology can be licensed to you, but the second version cannot because part of the copyright belongs to another company. Sumu made a special explanation, which seemed particularly sincere and acted as if he really wanted to join Su Nanyang's company, but was in a dilemma. If Jiang Tian was present, he would definitely complain in his heart about how well Sumu was pretending. He pretends to have no rights at all, but in fact, all the copyrights of the company belong to Sumu, the actual controlling shareholder. If you want to authorize other companies, it's just a matter of Sumu's words. There was no way anyone else in the company could oppose him. Sumu's face was full of embarrassment, and he sighed, appearing particularly weak. Su Nanyang raised her chin slightly. She was right. Sumu did not have much power in this company. He should be just a shareholder with a small stake. I can only get a small amount of dividends every year and cannot participate in the company's major decisions. Give him money, shares, and decision-making power. Sumu isn't tempted. The first version of the license is fine. You're my younger brother after all, so it's okay if I lower my requirements. We'll be working in the same company from now on, so as your older sister, I have to take care of you. Su Nanyang smiled a few times and began to play the emotional card, with her lips painted with bright red lipstick raised upwards. Sumu gained a deeper understanding of Su Nanyang's duplicity. Thank you so much, my dear sister. Sumu also put on a smile, with a cold look in his eyes. Life is like a play. It all depends on acting skills. So let's see who will have the last laugh. Su Nanyang showed a genuine smile. Then let's find another time to sign the share transfer agreement and the authorization letter. Su Nanyang wanted to confirm it as soon as possible to avoid any further complications. As long as it is confirmed, even if the truth is revealed, Dad will not pursue it too much for Sumu's sake. Even if we pursue the matter, public opinion will be on our side. Who makes this society a place with a strong prey on the weak? Whoever is stronger is right. Sumu looked at the ambition in her eyes and stood up. You don't have to wait long. It can be today. Su Nanyang was even happier when she heard this. Sumu really couldn't resist the temptation and was so eager to sign the contract. That's perfect. Su Nanyang also wants to confirm it as soon as possible. Soon, the two found a printer in the office and started printing the contract. Su Nanyang's share, transfer documents, and contracts had been prepared long ago. Sumu's technical authorization letter has been prepared long ago. After all, the first version of GPT has been licensed to many companies. The patent royalties alone amounted to tens of millions. One more Su Nanyang is nothing. Both of them signed quickly. Seeing that they were finally on the same boat, Su Nanyang's smile became more sincere. Sumo, my good brother, the two of us will definitely make the company bigger and stronger. Chapter 155, they can only do it secretly. Sumu gave a fake smile, of course. Su Nanyang put away the two documents and was in a good mood. Then you can come to the company for internship when you have free time. When the time comes, I will find someone to teach you. Su Nanyang said that when the time comes, just find someone to take Sumu with him, and the real power of the company must be in her own hands. Sumu is a young boy who knows nothing. If his colleagues ostracize Sumu at that time, he will probably leave the company in disgrace. It would be nice to get some money every year. Su Nanyang put the documents away while thinking this. Okay. Sumu also said perfunctorily. Both of them had finished their work, and both seemed a little perfunctory. Su Nanyang also smiled and said, Then I will go to work and not disturb you anymore. Okay. Sumu responded casually. The two people maintained superficial peace. As soon as Su Nanyang left the office, her smiling face became dull. This matter was finally resolved, and I no longer had to worry about being discovered by the Su family company. She wants to make her company bigger and stronger and become the one with power. There are quite a lot of family members who hold back. Now only Sumu has some effect. As for the uncles, Su Nanyang plans to ask them for help later. Anyway, it was with the help of my uncle that my father was able to build such a big company. After Su Nanyang left, Jiang Tian quietly opened the door of the conference room and slipped in. Seeing Sumu fiddling with the computer in front of him, he couldn't help but gossip. Sumu, that's Su Nanyang, right? Why did she come to see you? Sumu was checking the audio he had just recorded. Su Nanyang's voice was very clear, almost as if it was right next to his ear. This computer has a good radio. Hearing Brother Tian's words, Sumu looked up and smiled. He came to me for cooperation. Su Nanyang recently opened a new medical biology company, mainly selling hospital equipment. Most of his company's customers were poached from Su Tianxi's company. Jiang Tian's eyes widened. He had heard his parents talk about this kind of thing before, but this was the first time he had experienced it so close up. Su Nanyang is really bold. She's still the sales manager of Su's company and hasn't resigned yet she dares to do such a thing openly? Didn't Su Tianxi notice? Sumo sneered. Su Nanyang is very bold. Su Tianxi has been enjoying himself with his lover recently. How could he have the time to pay attention to the company's affairs? Su Tianxi mainly wanted to help Su Zhe's other company and create a genius image for his eldest son. He had no time to pay attention to the company's business. Su Tianxi has lived a very good life these years. No matter what problems he has, the people in his company can solve them for him. But times have changed, and he really believes his eldest daughter is loyal. So you really want to go to Su Nanyang's company? Jiang Tian didn't quite understand what Su Mu wanted to do. You're wrong. I don't want to work in Su Nanyang's company. I want to acquire her company. In a month at most, their company's shares will plummet. Brother Jiang, it will be up to you to negotiate. It's best to buy it at a low price. Su Nanyang will agree then. Sumu just thought that Su Nanyang was a little stupid. Su Nanyang thought that recruiting herself would give her an extra shield and someone to take the blame. Sumu wanted to let her see what it meant to let a wolf into the house. Sumu is actually not very interested in making medical equipment, but after all, it is the Su family's industry. Defeat the Su family in the areas where the Su family excels. Interesting, isn't it? Jiang Tian didn't doubt anything when he heard Su Mu's very confident words. After so many times, he had become accustomed to Su Mu's predictions. Okay, I'll prepare well then. I'll go find Jiang Jiao to brush up on my negotiation knowledge. If that doesn't work, let Jiang Jiao go with me. Speaking of this, Jiang Tian's eyes were a little dim. He hadn't seen Jiang Jiao for a long time. Jiang Jiao used to like to stick to me the most, but now she's outside every day. I wonder what she's doing. They hadn't seen each other for so many days, but Jiang Jiao didn't even send him a message. As a younger brother, he was still a little worried. I'm at ease leaving it to you. Where's brother Jiang and sister Jiang Jiao? Sumu hadn't seen Jiang Jiao for a long time and couldn't help feeling a little confused. Don't mention it. Jiang Jiao is having a great time out there with her little sisters, watching celebrities and stuff like that. Her little sister has set up some kind of artist company, signing up handsome men and beautiful women every day. There are two people tinkering with it now. Jiang Tian rolled his eyes, feeling an indescribable feeling in his heart. Jiang Jiao plays outside every day and doesn't care about herself at all. Brother Jiang, why don't you go look for sister Jiang Jiao? Maybe Jiang Jiao is waiting for you to go find her. You can't always let girls take the initiative. Sumu was so worried about the two of them that he had no time to spare every day. Oh, I see. I'll go see her today. Jiang Tian scratched his head. No matter what, he had to go find Jiang Jiao at night to see what she was doing. Sumu turned around and continued listening to the audio and felt that there was absolutely no problem with the audio. What Su Nanyang said clearly showed that she was trying to poach Su's customers. And now a lot of customers have been poached. You can find it out with just a little search. Su Nanyang, you were the one who delivered this evidence to your hands. Then don't blame him. Sumu simply cut out his own voice and saved a copy of the evidence. Su Nanyang has not yet poached all the clients. She will send this recording to Su Tianxi after she has poached all the clients. It was a big surprise for Su Tianxi. Sumu finished packing. He prepared to return to his residence. He was too tired today and needed a rest. On the other side, Su Tianxi and Zhang Yuning met in the underground garage. Zhang Yuning wore a halter dress, revealing her perfect figure. She has been taking whitening injections for a long time, and her skin is dazzlingly white. She also often flies to Thailand for breast augmentation and liposuction surgery, so her skin is tight and looks like a girl in her 20s. As soon as Zhang Yuning got in the car, he snorted with a look of grievance on his face. How long are we going to have to live like this? Always sneaking around like rats hiding from the light. In the past, dates were held in restaurants and hotels, but now they can only be held in underground garages. Tianxi, when can I stand beside you with dignity? When can our son have a legitimate identity? Zhang Yuning shed tears and threw herself on Su Tianxi, crying like a pear blossom in the rain. Su Tianxi suddenly felt distressed. Just bear with it a little longer. We'll be together soon. These past few days, the Zhang family brothers have been investigating too closely, and I'm afraid that they'll get you into trouble. Dear readers, the inner screen of my phone was broken yesterday, and I had it repaired, so the update is a bit late. I have been out recently, and can only type using my phone connected to a Bluetooth keyboard. I started writing after the phone was repaired. I will update for you this afternoon and ask for a small gift. Chapter 156, Discovering that my daughter backstabbed me. Then when will it be? Big brother and the others won't blame you too much. Our child has grown up so much, he must be given a proper identity. Otherwise, when people mention Ozawa in the future, they will say that he is an illegitimate child. Tianxi, can you bear to see our child being called a bastard all the time? Zhang Yuning cried and threw herself into his arms. Su Tianxi showed hesitation on his face and reached out to touch Zhang Yuning's head. Yuning, it's almost time. Once Xiao Zhe comes to the company for internship, I'll slowly let him inherit the family business. Once I get all the shares, I'll divorce her. Then I will give you a grand wedding to make up for your regrets. Not yet. Su Nanya is still helping out in the company. My eldest daughter is quite capable. When she manages the company well, I will let Xiaozi reap the fruits directly. Su Tianxi has already thought it through. He will endure for 3 more years at most. Su Zhe will graduate this year, and he will let Su Zhe familiarize himself with the company's business immediately after graduation. At the same time, he began to find ways to get back the shares and property that had been given to Zhang Yuning and her daughters. What about these daughters and Sumu? Will you give them the money? Zhang Yuning pouted. Su Tianxi was helpless. Oh, my little ancestor, you know that you are the only one in my heart, and my money belongs to our children. Only then did Zhang Yuning smile with satisfaction. Su Tianxi returned to the company satisfied. Since Su Nanyang joined the company's business has been in good order and nothing has gone wrong. This time, Su Tianxi came back to see how the recent performance was. He called several supervisors to his side to report. These supervisors all lowered their heads, looked at each other, coughed several times, and then entered the office. I don't know what's going on, but the performance in the last few months has been getting worse every month. This month's performance has already set a record low for the company. It just so happened that the boss came to listen to the report this month. They didn't know what to say. Su Tianxi sat on the chair and saw that these people had strange expressions on their faces, but no one sat down. He was puzzled. Why don't you sit down? Sit down and have a meeting. After Su Tianxi spoke, these people sat down one after another. Tell me about the recent performance of your departments. Su Tianxi looked through the revenue report, and his face grew paler the more he looked. He even suspected that his eyes were seeing things. What the hell was this? In just 4 months, the company's net profit plummeted a complete dive. Wait until the heads of these departments have finished speaking. Su Tianxi's face could be described as charcoal black. He threw the report on the table with a bang. What are you doing for a living? The profits have been plummeting in the past few months, with no monthly increase. Are your brains on your butts? I pay you a salary, and this is how you work. Give me an explanation. Su Tianxi was very angry. After a while, a supervisor spoke weakly. We've lost a lot of customers, and we don't know what went wrong. They're very tight-lipped. We've investigated many times, but we still don't know the reason. Yes. A long-time customer who had been buying from me for 3 years no longer places orders with me. He's gone to another company that was established not long ago and sells the same products as us. Su Tianxi slammed his fist on the table, his face ashen. Why are you telling us this now? Do you know how much of a ripple this has on our company? Hurry up and check everything. Find out who owns that company. Su Tianxi was furious. He thought that anyone who dared to compete with the Su family for business was really courting death. At the beginning, many of my clients were introduced by my brother-in-law. In this industry, everyone has to be polite to him. Even if there are some ignorant people, they will come to say hello first and let me, the big brother, know about it. Great, I quietly poached all of their company's clients. You want to see who this person was? These supervisors were all very smart, and they immediately promised to quickly dig out the background of this company and then find a way to win the customers back. Some managers said, it's mainly because that company's prices are lower than ours, and their products are very similar to ours. I've heard from customers that the effects are the same. There's basically no difference. Check them all. Su Tianxi gave the order. After these people left, Su Tianxi frowned, sat on the chair, and asked someone to call Su Nanyang. Su Nanyang is now in charge of the entire sales department, including the connection with customers. I originally thought that Su Nanyang could bring profits to the company. Now it seems really bad. Su Tianxi had not yet vented the suppressed anger in his heart. I plan to wait for Su Nanyang to come over and give her a good scolding. Who knew that the HR department told him that Su Nanyang was on vacation today, and for 3 consecutive days. Su Tianxi was even more furious. The company's profits are like this, and she still dares to take a vacation. Su Tianxi wanted to call Su Nanyang, but when he looked down, he saw an email in his mobile phone mailbox. Su Tianxi looked at the unfamiliar sender, hesitated for a moment, and clicked play. A familiar voice came from inside. Sananya is talking. After Su Tianxi finished listening to the entire audio, his fingers were already crackling, and he swept the notebook and pen in front of him to the ground. Su Tianxi's chest heaved up and down, and his eyes were red with anger. Su Nanyang is such an ungrateful person. Su Tianxi listened to it again in disbelief. The voice in the audio was extremely clear. It was Su Nanyang's voice. Su Nanyang also said that she had secretly attracted many of the Su family's customers and that her own company was thriving. He also said that he believed that it would not be long before he could take over all of the Su family's resources. Su Tianxi was so angry that he almost vomited. He clicked on the audio and wanted to listen to it again, but found that the audio had been destroyed. It turns out that this audio can only be listened to twice. Su Tianxi opened the email and pressed play without giving up. In the end, no sound was heard. However, he had already memorized what Su Nanyang said. He took a few deep breaths, calmed himself down, and asked Su Nanyang's assistant to come into the conference room for an interview. I learned from Su Nanyang's assistant that Su Nanyang has spent much less time in the company in the past 3 months than before. I come for a maximum of 20 days a month. Even after I come, I spend most of my time organizing materials. Even meetings are reduced to once a month. We spend less and less time talking about products and customers, and most of the time is spent collecting customer needs. After hearing this, Su Tianxi sneered a few times. Su Nanyang, you are so good. Chapter 157, all of this was forced. He didn't know how much meat his daughter had taken away from the company like a jackal. He now wished he could strangle Su Nanyang to death, immediately remove Su Nanya from all her positions, and forbid her from entering the company again. Su Tianxi sent a message directly to the HR manager. We can't let Su Nanyang, a traitor, stay in the company. The anger of being betrayed by his daughter burned in his heart. He must make Sananya pay the price. Su Nanyang and Sumu finished talking. They felt very happy and relaxed. Before long, her company will expand, and perhaps one day it will surpass the Su family's business. Su Nanyang stood on the second floor of the villa, shaking the red wine glass, looking at the distant scenery outside the floor-to-ceiling window, and took a sip of wine leisurely. She wants to control all the resources in the family and make use of everything she can. Lu Mingze smiled flatteringly behind her. Sister-ya, you haven't looked for me for a long time. Su Nanyang turned around slowly and poured the red wine in the glass directly onto his face. She slapped him in the face, her eyes stern. Lu Mingze, I told you to mind your own business. Do you really think I don't know anything? Su Nanyang sneered twice, took a step forward with her long legs and high heels, and directly pressed Lu Mingze's shoulders, forcing him to kneel on the ground. Then he kicked in the chest. Lu Mingze hurriedly hugged her feet, his face terrified. Sister-ya, I don't know what you were talking about. During the time I was away, you were so happy that you didn't want to leave. At the last party, the daughter of the Lu family told me that she had just met a little star, and the sisters all liked her very much. I asked her the name of the little star. What? Is there a celebrity with the same name as you in the entertainment industry? Su Nanyang spoke in a mocking tone and pushed hard with her feet. The pointed heels of her high heels made Lu Mingze's chest hurt unbearably. Lu Mingze's face turned pale, and he looked enlightened. He knew that he had made a big mistake. He just wanted to give himself a way out. In the past few months, he had come into contact with many girls from upper-class society. He also got in touch with the daughter of the Jiang family. He originally wanted to pursue the daughter of the Jiang family, and if he succeeded, he would break up with Su Nanyang. Unexpectedly, before the plan was launched, it was discovered by Su Nanyang. No one can escape my control, including you. Su Nanyang bent down and slapped him again. She placed the cup on the table beside her and said, Lu Mingze, it seems that you don't want those resources at all. You want to climb up the social ladder, but don't you consider whether others will like you? In the entertainment industry, besides me, who else can look up to you? You don't cherish me, yet you dare to betray me? Su Nanyang was very angry and felt that her authority was challenged. What was even more difficult for her to accept was that this little bastard Lu Mingze actually dared to flirt with so many people behind his back. Lu Mingze's face was extremely pale. He knelt on the ground, hugging Su Nanyang's calf. Sister, I was wrong. I will listen to you in the future. I will never go out and mess around with those people again. I won't dare to do it again. Please don't revoke all my resources. Su Nanyang sneered. It's too late. From today on, you'll never get any resources in the entertainment industry again. Not only that, after that, you can expect negative news to spread all over the place, and no company will dare to sign you. No TV series or movie will dare to let you participate. You will disappear from the entertainment industry from now on. I mean what I say. Su Nanyang hates betrayal the most. No matter who that person is, she will make that person pay the price. Lu Mingze's face was pale. Hearing these words was like a bolt from the blue. He just wanted to find a way out for himself. What's wrong with that? These people are so high and mighty. They only play with other people's feelings and bodies. He just wants to have a better life in the entertainment industry and become a better person. Su Nanyang has not contacted him for so many days and has not provided him with any resources. He just wants to find a way out. Now, Su Nanyang wants to ban him. Why is this unfair? Fortunately, he left some things behind. Su Nanyang, you can't do this. I have things in my hands that you don't want to see. If you really do this, I will spread all these things. Let everyone know that you are a CEO, but in private you are a slut. Lu Mingze was determined not to disappear from the entertainment industry. His career is here. Everything he has is here. He cannot be scolded by others. He said threatening words to Sunanya. Sunanya looked down at him, her eyes becoming more and more dangerous. Are you threatening me? Take out what you want so I can see it. You're really outrageous. Su Nanyang hates people who threaten her the most, and she doesn't think that a little star who has always been under her control can have any great abilities. Lu Mingze gritted his teeth and looked at her fiercely. Wait, if you really ban me, you won't have an easy time either. Then give it a try. A fool like you should have been kicked out of the entertainment industry a long time ago. Su Nanyang turned around and slapped him again. Su Nanyang looked at him coldly, then left the villa with her bag and high heels. It's bad luck to stay here. Let's see if there are any newcomers in the entertainment industry. After Su Nanyang left, Lu Mingze got up from the ground, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and saw Su Nanyang start the car and leave the place without any reluctance. Lu Mingze gritted his teeth, his eyes showing a chilling darkness. Su Nanyang forced him to do all this. Su Nanyang drove home, feeling a little upset. Lu Mingze actually dared to betray her. After betraying her, he still dared to threaten her. It was really outrageous. Su Nanyang was extremely annoyed and drove all the way home. When I got home, I found the atmosphere at home depressing and scary. All the servants huddled in the corner, not daring to make a sound. Zhang Yuding was sitting at the dining table. Next to her were Su Wanlu and Su Yingying. They all looked at the angry Su Tianxi with some fear. Su Tianxi returned home to look for Su Nanyang, but didn't see anyone, and he immediately became furious. He looked at the three women in the room, his eyes becoming increasingly cold. Where's Su Nanyang? Call her out. This ungrateful, treacherous woman. I've been raising her for nothing all these years. Zhang Yuding didn't know what was going on. Seeing Su Tianxi's relentless cursing, she couldn't help but speak. If you have anything to say, just say it nicely. How did Nanya provoke you? Isn't she working well in your company? The word company really touched Su Tianxi's reverse scale. He stood up immediately. How dare you say that? Look at what a good daughter you've raised. She started her own company outside and is taking all the resources from our family company out there. I really want to strangle her to death. As soon as Su Nanyang arrived in the living room, she heard the last few words. Seeing the furious Su Tianxi, Su Nanyang subconsciously took half a step back. Su Tianxi also saw Su Nanyang and paused, his eyes fierce. Su Nanyang, you are finally back. Chapter 158, The Truth Comes Out. Su Nanyang paused and stared at Su Tianxi. What's wrong with me coming back? Dad, what's the matter? Su Nanyang put the bag in her hand on the cabinet next to her and walked towards the dining table. Su Tianxi was furious. He walked up to Su Nanyang in 2 steps, raised his hand high, and slapped her on the left cheek. Su Tianxi did not hold back any strength and used his power directly. Su Nanyang lost her balance and fell to the ground. Zhang Yuding screamed and rushed over. What are you doing? If you have something to say, just talk it out. Why are you hitting her? She's your own daughter. Zhang Yuding quickly reached out to help Su Nanyang. Su Nanyang covered her face and crawled up, looking at Su Tianxi with hatred in her eyes. Su Tianxi clenched his fists. I don't have such a daughter. I don't have such a daughter who betrays her parents. You should ask Su Nanyang what she did. You came to work in my company, but you disappeared every few days. I thought you were out doing business, but it turns out you stole all the company's resources. Do you know how difficult it was for me to start this company? I had no money and no resources at the beginning, but I built it up step by step. Instead of helping Dad manage the company, you secretly moved the company's things out. You are really rebelling against the heavens. Su Tianxi became angrier and angrier as he spoke, and he wanted to slap her again. Su Nanyang stood up with the help of the sofa next to her, and she spat, feeling the taste of rust in her mouth. Su Nanyang sneered. You want me to manage your company and then give all the shares of your company to that illegitimate child, right? I call you Dad, but you can't be unfair. I'm the one with management talent. I'm obviously better than anyone else. Why don't you hand the company over to me and give it to that illegitimate child instead? Su Nanyang asked a question that she had always wanted to ask. Obviously, I'm the most powerful. But Dad favors an illegitimate child. Why? Why is everything in this world not as she wishes? When Zhang Yuding heard this, she really thought that Su Nanyang had secretly moved the company's resources and was about to say something to her. Now, when he heard the word illegitimate child, his face became extremely ugly. Su Tianxi, is this what Nanya said? Zhang Yuding also questioned. Su Tianxi's face flashed with a guilty look, and then he said it with confidence. How my company shares are divided is a matter for the future. I'm not even dead yet, and you're already thinking about my property? Why did I give birth to a rebellious daughter like you? Su Tianxi did not admit it directly, but instead turned the tables. Su Nanya leaned on the sofa, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised, not caring that her face was red and swollen from being beaten. Dad, don't be angry. Although I got some resources from your company, most of them are for your son and daughter. Don't be so angry. Sumu and I are working together on new business, and Sumu also has a share in this company. Sumu is also a shareholder. We are together. Anyway, your property will be left to Sumu and us. We're just training our business ability in advance, Dad. You should be proud to have such a daughter and son. Su Nanyang lifted her hair and smiled again. These words were like a knife stabbing into Su Tianxi's heart. Su Tianxi was furious. Sumu was also involved in this. That's right, we opened the company together. Your family will be inherited by us sooner or later anyway. What difference does it make if it's sooner or later? If others knew about this, they would say you raised your daughter well and brought up a business genius. Su Nanyang stood up and smiled at Su Tianxi again, but there was a hint of sarcasm in this smile. Su Tianxi was so angry that he covered his chest and wanted to hit her again, but Su Nanyang did not give him the chance and stepped back. When Zhang Yuding heard Su Nanyang's words, a happy look appeared on her face. That's great. It seems Su Mu can still accept them. Su Mu is willing to start a company with his elder sister, which shows that Su Mu's attitude is gradually softening. Sooner or later, they will be able to touch Su Mu's heart and become important people in Su Mu's heart. Zhang Yuding had a happy look on her face, and the two sisters next to her also understood and looked at Su Nanyang with some surprise. Su Wanlu was happy because it meant that her brother might come home. Su Yingying was filled with hatred and jealousy. Why could her elder sister make Su Mu change his mind? Why should brother Sumu cooperate with elder sister? The first person that brother Su Mu should forgive should be me. Su Yingying looked at Su Nanyang with a bit of jealousy and unkindness in her eyes. She was very angry and turned around and ran upstairs. Su Nanya, you are so kind. Have you and Su Mu been plotting against my property? I knew you were heartless and devoid of humanity. Where in the world can you find children like you? You guys are really driving me crazy. I'm telling you, I won't leave any of my wealth to you. Just wait and see. Su Nanya, from now on, you are fired. Don't ever think about returning to the Su family's company. The Su family's business has nothing to do with you. Su Tianxi was so angry that he almost fainted. It turned out that his good daughter had already started planning this matter. And Su Mu, I originally thought he really didn't care about his property and would rather move out on his own and was a harmless waste and trash. Unexpectedly, someone was waiting for him here. Sumu actually colluded with Sun Anyang to plot against his property. Yuning was right. These people were after his money and his company. Only Yuning is sincere, and only the son born to him, and Yuning is his real son. As for these children, he doesn't care about any of them. Sun Anyang, don't think you can fly solo just because you've grown wings. Your two crappy companies won't last long. As long as I'm around, I'll definitely bankrupt you one day. Just wait and see. Su Tianxi made a harsh statement that he would not allow his daughter to steal resources from his company and still live a smooth life. Where would he put his dignity and face? He would definitely bankrupt Su Nanyang's company and make her beg for mercy on her knees. And Sumu shouldn't have an easy time either. They actually teamed up to deceive him. He doesn't want a son like this at all. He wants to let these two ignorant brats know who is the truly powerful one. Su Nanyang also clenched her fists, and her face became more solemn. She didn't expect that Su Tianxi knew about this so early. I originally thought that I could keep it a secret for a while longer, at least until the company could poach all of the Su family's major clients. But it was discovered tonight. Too fast. When Su Tianxi learned the truth, he did not let them go. Su Nanyang lowered her head and gritted her teeth. Fortunately, she had won over Su Mu in advance. Otherwise, she would be fighting alone. Even if Su Tianxi held a press conference, he could still say that all this was done by Su Mu, to use Su Mu's reputation to dig out Su Tianxi's resources. Chapter 159, Who Can Seize the Initiative? Su Nanyang breathed a sigh of relief when she thought of this. After all, there was still hope. The company must not go bankrupt. Su Tianxi was so angry when he saw her like that he almost vomited blood. I can't stay in this family anymore. Yuding, can you teach the children well? Look at the moral character of these children you taught. He has no respect for my father at all, and even tries to steal my company's resources. I will go to my brother-in-law in a few days to have things clear. If it doesn't work out, we'll get a divorce. Su Tianxi was filled with passion and thought of what Zhang Yuning said in the garage. She has really been wronged over the years. Now that Su Nanyang has made such a big mistake, she is the victim. I can't blame myself for these uncles. It was clearly Zhang Yuning. She failed to discipline her children well, which led to this incident. When Zhang Yuting heard about the divorce, she pursed her lips and turned pale. Su Tianxi, forget it. You divorce me. Do you want to marry that bitch Zhang Yuting? I tell you, it's impossible. There is no way Zhang Yuting would let Su Tianxi have an easy time. It is also impossible to watch that bitch Zhang Yuning's child inherit Su Tianxi's property. Su Tianxi's face turned cold. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just pissed off by these ungrateful people. Anyway, I'll go talk to my brother-in-law and explain things clearly. You better take care of your daughter and your son. After Su Tianxi finished speaking, he slammed the door and left. He was no longer able to lead this family. Looking at the door that was slammed shut, Zhang Yuting covered her face and burst into tears. Su Tianxi, if you dare to divorce me, I will not let you have an easy life. She doesn't love Su Tianxi. She just doesn't want to accept it. I've been with him for so many years and given birth to 5 children for him. But in the end, this is the result. She was unwilling to accept it. Even if they don't divorce, everyone will be miserable, and she won't let Su Tianxi go free. Su Tianxi doesn't deserve freedom at all. He can forget about being with Zhang Yuning. Su Nanyang sighed deeply, sat on the sofa, and began to think of a solution. Zhang Yuting cried for a while, wiped her tears with the tissue beside her, looked at her eldest daughter with a very solemn expression, and couldn't help asking, "Are you really working with Sumu? And are you pulling resources from your father's company into your own company?" Zhang Yuting knew that her eldest daughter had been arrogant since childhood and was smarter than normal people. But she didn't expect her eldest daughter to do such a bold thing. Su Nanya nodded, her face still burning with pain, and she felt a little irritated. Yes, I cooperated with Sumu and also poached some clients from my father's company. But I have no choice. If I don't do this, Dad's company will sooner or later be given to that bitch and her child. I just wanted to protect our family's wealth. Su Nanyang lowered her eyes and patted her mother's arm. Zhang Yuting sighed. I know you're doing this for the good of the family, but it's totally unreasonable for you to do this. Your father will destroy you. Can you talk to Sumo and ask if he can come back for dinner? Zhang Yuting said this tentatively. She missed her son. This home is a mess now. If Sumu were here, it would definitely get better. So Nanjian Luktimbedist. I'm afraid that won't work. We're just cooperating at the moment. Sumu still hasn't forgiven us. nor has he ever called me big sister. In fact, Su Nanyang knew very well that Sumu might not forgive them. After these few contacts, Su Nanyang knew that Sumu was a very stubborn person. However, even the most stubborn person has weaknesses. That is the desire for power and money. It was precisely because of this that Su Nanyang persuaded Sumu to cooperate with her. Mom, don't think about these things for now. The most important thing is to help Sumu's and my company get through this difficult time. Dad won't let this go. Su Nanyang didn't know what Su Tianxi would do. Su Nanyang had no intention of chatting with her mother. She got up and went upstairs. She walked around the room several times before calling Sumu. Sumu had expected that Su Nanyang called so late. She must have had a confrontation with Su Tianxi. Sumu, what's wrong? Is there something wrong? Sunane estone darkant. Sumu, something terrible has happened. Dad has found out that we've been poaching clients from the Su family's company. He wants to bankrupt our company. What do you think? I don't have any ideas. Poaching customers from the Su family's company is what you want. Even if the company goes bankrupt, I won't lose anything. After all, I only invested in technology licensing, not actual assets. Sumu spoke in a relaxed tone, not taking it seriously. Su Nanyang was anxious. Sumu, you can't be so indifferent. Although you acquired the shares through technology licensing, it is also a property. As long as you keep our company, you'll be able to get a lot of dividends later. I have a solution now, as long as you cooperate. After thinking about it, Su Nanyasi felt that Su Tianxi would at most attack them through public opinion and then spread bad words about them within the business community. At most, we can reduce the profit of the product to win back the previous customers. However, it is very difficult to bring back customers after they leave. Moreover, our company already has stable quality control and perfect after-sales service. It would be extremely difficult for Su Tianxi to bring the customers back. Sumu lay leisurely, his brows slightly raised. Tell me, what can you do? You just need to expose the abuse and bullying you suffer to the media. Then thank me for taking you into the business. And then say that Dad has now realized his mistakes and is willing to use the company's resources to help you start a business. You'll be very touched. You should thank Dad again for the resources he gave us, so that he will be unable to argue and refute it anymore. Su Nanyang has run an entertainment company and is very adept at manipulating public opinion. She came up with this solution in just over 10 minutes. Sumu had to admire Su Nanyang's ability and imagination. He was indeed someone who could move resources from his own father without blushing or beating his heart. It's just amazing. Aren't you afraid of Su Tianxi's reputation when you do this kind of thing? Sumu continued to ask. It doesn't matter whether he refutes it or not. What matters is that netizens believe it. What matters is that our partners believe in us. As long as you have resources and money, nothing else matters. Su Nanyang showed an expression of determination to win. Then let's do as you say. Sumu looked indifferent, but he had already started thinking of another plan in his mind. Su Nanya was very excited when she got Sumu's affirmative answer. Just wait, our company will never go bankrupt. The next day, Su Tianxi returned to the company and started holding a meeting. Chapter 160, I have some negative information about Su Nanya. Su Tianxi sat in the main seat, looking at the group of supervisors with their heads bowed, and he was furious. After all this time, haven't you noticed that all your clients have been poached by others? Why do I support you? I pay you so much every month, and this is how you do things. Su Tianxi felt sick when he thought about how his eldest daughter had played a trick on him. Vent directly to the people below. The other supervisors didn't dare to look up. Only the sales manager spoke quietly. Boss Su, we really didn't know that Director Su had moved resources outside. Last time, Director Su held a meeting and asked us to find a way to retain customers. We really didn't expect that. Several other managers also nodded in their hearts. Who could have thought that their own daughter would transfer the resources of their own company outside? Isn't this just a slap in the face? Su Nanyang is originally the daughter of Boss Su, so no one would suspect Su Nanyang. It turned out that it was Su Nanyang who really moved the company's resources. Even if they found out, they wouldn't dare to say it. I thought it was the company's new business. I didn't expect that it was my own family that betrayed my own family. Now, they can only bear the wrath from above. No matter what means you use, you must regain the lost customers. Also, you should all know which company Su Nanyang belongs to. From now on, I will compete with them and bring all of his company's clients over to me. Only success is allowed, failure is not. Su Tianxi slammed the table heavily, feeling uncomfortable when he thought of Su Nanyang's arrogant look. Su Nanyang actually wants to climb up by using the company's resources. What a wishful thinking. After the meeting, Su Tianxi went to play golf with his former partners. Among them are some purchasing personnel from the hospital and some managers from other departments. Su Tianxi talked to them vaguely about his daughter, and then said that his daughter was young and wanted to leave him and go out on her own. Su Tianxi also said that young people nowadays do not know their place and think they can make a name for themselves outside by leaving the protection of their family. But these young people don't know that it is not so easy to break into the society outside without the protection of her family, who would give her face outside. I also hope that all partners can teach my daughter Yang and let her understand that the world is not so easy to navigate and the world is not so beautiful. It would be best if he could return to his own company, work diligently, and gradually get promoted. These cunning people understood what was going on as soon as they heard it. Some people are still confused. After all, Su Nanyang represents the Su family, but when the contract was signed, it was not the Su family's company, but another company. They thought it was a new company opened by the Su family to avoid taxes. Unexpectedly, the eldest daughter of the Su family became rebellious and wanted to challenge her own father. I ended up messing up, and now my dad has found out. Naturally, they were playing Tai Chi, neither saying yes nor no, but their attitude was leaning towards Su Tianxi. After all, we have been partners for a long time, so we should give each other some face. Su Tianxi worked it out and was very satisfied. Sumu must suffer a big setback, so that they know that it is impossible to succeed on their own. If you go against him, you will die. At this point, the two companies began a fierce competition. Some media also reported that the daughter was trying to steal business from her father. It is said that Su Nanyang is a new business rookie, directly opposing her father's company. In an instant, it attracted the attention of many people. Someone noticed that this was the Su family that the two young masters had bet on last time. As a result, not long after that incident, the daughter now had to steal company resources to start her own business. The big melon from Howman is really delicious. At this time, Sun Yang held a press conference and said that the ribbon-cutting ceremony for the new company would be held in 2 days. He also said that this new company was started with his younger brother and was a compensation to his younger brother. Because my younger brother just came home and he looks so miserable and pitiful. He is obviously his biological son, but in the eyes of his parents, he is not as good as an illegitimate child. As the eldest sister, she couldn't stand it and decided to seek justice for her brother. With this statement, Su Nanyang's online personality became bright, and many people praised her as a good elder sister. Su Nanyang looked at the comments online and curled her lips. This was the ending she wanted. She wants to attack the Su family from many aspects and make everyone support her. Sumu is really a good card. However, somewhere she didn't know. Lu Mingzi came to the villa where Su Mu and the Jiang siblings lived. Jiang Tian opened the door and saw Lu Mingzi's face and immediately frowned in disgust. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Jiang Tian had seen this pretty boy before in a post on his sister's WeChat moments. Some time ago, my sister loved going out and having fun. People always invited her out to eat, play billiards, bowling, and so on. Jiang Tian was busy with work and was going to look for his sister, but ended up being delayed for a long time. Finally found my sister at the bowling alley. At that time, Jiang Jiao was dressed sexy and hot, holding the ball in her hand, and hit a home run easily. Then, leaning on the table next to him, the pretty boy Lu Mingzi poured a cocktail for his sister with a very attentive look on his face. He also said something flattering. Sister Jiang Jiao was laughing so happily at that time. When Jiang Tian thought of this, he felt so angry that his teeth itched. This pretty boy looks quite weak. I really don't know what Sister Jiang Jiao sees in him. Later, Jiang Tian took Sister Jiang Jiao away and asked a few questions. Sister Jiang Jiao said that she was brought by a friend and they just came together to play. She didn't like young people like that. She liked those with brains. Jiang Tian finally calmed down. These past few days, Sister Jiang Jiao had been quite peaceful, staying at home and occasionally running into his room to tease him. Jiang Tian refused verbally, but he felt very happy in his heart. Now seeing Lu Mingzi, the pretty boy, naturally he didn't have a good face. Lu Mingzi poked his head in, holding a USB drive in his hand, his eyes somewhat gloomy. "I'm looking for Jiang Jiao. Does Jiang Jiao live here?" Jiang Tian's face turned black. "If you don't live here, get out of here." After saying that, he wanted to close the door. Just at this moment, Jiang Jiao, who was wearing a loose t-shirt and shorts, came over from the kitchen lazily with a strawberry in her mouth. When she saw Lu Mingze at the door, she was surprised. Jiang Jiao took a bite of the strawberry, stuffed the rest into Jiang Tian's mouth, and then put her arm around Jiang Tian's shoulder. What's going on? When Lu Mingze saw Jiang Jiao, it was like he saw a life-saving straw. Sister Jiang Jiao, I need your help with something, a big one. Please. Jiang Tian frowned impatiently. You call me Sister Jiang Jiao too? Call me Sister Jiang. Unable to grasp the relationship between the two and afraid of being beaten, Lu Mingze called out, Sister Jiang, I really need to talk to you about something. Chapter 161, The Eve of the Storm. Jiang Jiao no longer had any impression of this person. After all, he was just a little star brought by a friend. During those days, Jiang worked overtime every day and didn't spend time with me. He was also in a bad mood. Jiang Jiao was a little angry, so she went to play with her friends. Unexpectedly, a friend brought this little star to introduce to her. Jiang Jiao didn't have any feelings for him and thought it was just another friend. I didn't expect that he would come to my door now. Jiang Jiao observed Jiang Tian's expression, and the corners of her lips curled up slightly. Jiang Tian pretended not to want her to get close to him every day, but now it seems that he is jealous. Jiang Jiao snorted, hugged Jiang Tian's neck tightly, and called to Lu Mingze, Come in, tell me what's going on. Lu Mingze nodded quickly. Jiang Tian was still mumbling in the back. I really don't know how you knew this place, Jiang Jiao. Did you give your place to someone else? Don't give your address to other people. I don't want to see strangers. Jiang Tian pinched Jiang Jiao's arm. Jiang Jiao said helplessly, I know. It's not the address I gave you. I don't know where he found it. He probably came here for something important. Let's see what he wants to say. I have nothing to do with him. Don't worry, I'm not that easy to fall in love with others. Jiang Tian's ears felt a little hot. He didn't know what Jiang Jiao meant by this. Seeing Sumu lazily coming down from upstairs, he quickly waved. Sumu, come with me. Someone just came over and said they have something to tell my sister. I don't know what it is, and I'm worried about my sister. Sumu nodded and went down to the reception room next door with Jiang Tian. Lu Mingze was shocked when he saw Sumu. He knew Sumu, but he didn't know Sumu before. But he saw the betting video on the internet and learned that Sumu was a child of the Su family. Sumu is Sun Anyang's younger brother. Lu Mingze lowered his head, feeling guilty, his hands full of sweat. Here was evidence that could ruin Su Nanyang's reputation. It turned out that Su Nanyang's younger brother was also here. Su Nanyang's younger brother was sitting opposite him. How could he speak? What's the matter? Tell me now. Don't keep me in suspense. Jiang Tian was a little impatient. Yes, tell me quickly. What do you want from me? If you don't have anything, don't come here to disturb me. This is where I live. If you have anything to do, you can go find my friend. He should be more familiar with you. Jiang Jiao also spoke. She didn't want Jiang Tian to misunderstand. Lu Mingze's palms were sweaty. After hesitating for a long time, he looked up and asked, Can I just tell you guys and not him? Lu Mingze pointed at Sumu. Sumu stood up consciously and walked out. Sumu also knew this person. He had seen him walking with Su Nanyang before, and on several occasions he seemed to want to seduce his fourth sister. Now, it's related to Brother Jiang and Sister Jiang. Sumu was not in a hurry. He just drank tea and waited outside. Anyway, Brother Jiang would tell him everything when the time came. After Sumu left, he took out the USB drive in his hand and handed it to Jiang Jiao. Sister Jiang Jiao, I just want you to do me a favor. I want you to help spread the information here. Lu Mingze gritted his teeth and spoke, looking at Jiang Tian beside him, then took out his cell phone and typed a message to Jiang Jiao. As long as Sister Jiang Jiao can spread this information, I'm willing to accompany you for a year without asking for any other resources. Lu Mingze also invested a lot of money. He knew that he was powerless and his influence was not influential. If he spread this thing, it might not spread far and would be blocked. But it's different for people in the industry. Rich people like this have some resources behind them. Lu Mingze had previously gone out with Jiang Jiao and those rich girls all flattered Jiang Jiao, which meant that Jiang Jiao had the highest status among this group of people. Lu Mingze thought that with his handsome appearance, he should be able to get Jiang Jiao to do him a favor. He has been in the entertainment industry for a long time and has benefited a lot from his good looks. As long as he has good looks, countless girls are willing to throw themselves at him. Those wealthy bosses are also willing to spend money to support them. Lu Mingze thought that Jiang Jiao was so beautiful and sexy, and probably liked to have fun, and he could satisfy all her needs. Jiang Jiao should agree to this. When Jiang Jiao saw the text message sent on her mobile phone, she couldn't help but frown. How could this person be so confident? Jiang Jiao was speechless. She took the USB drive with her fingers and said, "What's this?" "As for the one you mentioned, I'm not interested." Lu Mingze gritted his teeth and said, "Here is Su Nanyang's black material." Jiang Jiao was surprised. "Su Nanyan? It's related to the Su family. She's just a small-time celebrity, and she's also related to the Su family." Jiang Jiao and Jiang Tian looked at each other, and Jiang Jiao accepted the USB drive. "Okay, I'll think about it. You go back first. I want to see the things here." Lu Mingze stood up and looked at Jiang Jiao unwillingly, but Jiang Jiao didn't even look at him and sent him away directly. Jiang Tian felt that the little star had bad intentions and was not in a good mood. Lu Mingze could only leave in a hurry. Jiang Jiao played with the USB drive in her hand. "I never thought this little celebrity had something on Su Nanya," Jiang Tian said sourly. "Yeah, you better be careful, lest he has something to hold against you. I think the little star is very vicious, so it's best to stay away from him." I know. Let me see what's in this USB drive," Jiang Jiao said and inserted the USB drive into the computer, and the scene that appeared on the screen was the scene in the villa. Jiang Tian took a look and immediately turned his head away. "Oh my God, such a big deal." Jiang Jiao's face flushed, and she turned off the computer immediately. "I'm really impressed. Su Nanyang is a real person who doesn't show her true self. She's having so much fun outside. This little star is not a good person either. She actually filmed this." Jiang Jiao pulled out the USB drive and said, "No, we have to tell Sumu about this. Su Nanyang has been using Sumu's identity to hype things up recently. Are we going to tell Sumu? Should we send out this video?" The jealousy I felt just now has been thrown out of the window. Jiang Tian was certain that Jiang Jiao would not be interested in this guy at all. Even if we don't send it, he will definitely send it. He asked us just for an extra insurance. Let Sumu handle this matter. After all, this is his family's business. Jiang Jiao stood up and spoke, swinging a USB drive in her hand, and opened the door directly. "Sumu, the little star just sent me some negative information about Su Nanyang. I'm telling you, this is some really bad information. Do you think about releasing it? If it's released, her reputation will be ruined immediately." Jiang Jiao clicked her tongue and shook her head, then placed the USB drive on the table in the hall. "Disgraced? Then release it on the day of her press conference. She wants to act pathetic, so let's make her truly pathetic." Chapter 162, The Unspeakable Video, was exposed. Sumu glanced at the USB drive on the table. Su Nanyang is the best at taking advantage of others, and this time she will experience the feeling of being taken advantage of by others. If you want to blame someone, blame her for not doing her job seriously and letting people around her find fault with her. And she was unlucky that someone like Lu Mingze caught her. In the past few days, Su Tianxi has been targeting Su Nanyang's company. The performance that Su Nanyang had worked so hard to build up also showed a downward trend. Su Nanyang was extremely angry in the office. The resources that she had obtained with great difficulty were now showing signs of flowing back. Not only that, Su Tianxi also hired a lot of online water armies to slander Su Nanyang online, saying that Su Nanyang deliberately moved the family's resources outside and had bad intentions. However, this method will hurt the enemy by 1,000 and hurt yourself by 800. Now many shareholders and consumers know that the daughter and father of the Su family's company are competing with each other, which shows that there is instability within the company. Both companies' stock prices have fallen significantly. Su Nanyang could hardly wait any longer and only breathed a sigh of relief on the day of the press conference. This press conference must be used to reverse the current situation and let everyone understand what kind of person Su Tianxi is. Sumu is Su Tianxi's son. It is completely understandable that he started his own business because he was treated coldly and hated his father and wanted to take revenge on him. As long as Su Mu can cooperate well, Su Nanyang can guarantee that the company's future development will definitely be very good. On the contrary, Su Tianxi's company will suffer some fluctuations. The morning of the press conference. In addition to Su Nanyang, other members of the Su family were also present. They mainly wanted to see Su Mu again, wanted to talk to Su Mu, and also to show their attitude, to show that they were on Su Mu's side. Su Wanlio's face was full of uneasiness. "Do you think Su Mu would want to see us? We haven't seen each other for such a long time. I really miss my brother." Su Ying didn't say anything beside him, her eyes filled with deep paranoia. Now her phone screensaver and the posters in the house have been changed to Sumu's portrait. Su Ying even found some photos of Sumu and hung them at home. Su Ying has nightmares every night, dreaming about the night she fell into the water, and every time the dream ends with no one coming to save her, and she experiences death in her dreams. She would wake up in a start every day, and every time she woke up, she would think of Sumu. If it weren't for Sumu, she would definitely still be suffering like that. Su Ying couldn't wait to see her brother, so she dressed up carefully in the morning and even prepared a gift for the meeting. Su Ying remembered that when they first met, Su Mu gave gifts to each of her sisters. Sent a paintbrush to Su Qiaoyu, who loves painting. Su Ying had no recollection of the gifts given to other people. Su Qiaoyu had fallen out with Su Zhe because of this pen. Su Mu would give herself handmade hairpins and a beautiful castle made of wood. Su Ying took a look at it and thought it was very cheap, so she threw the hairpin on the ground and crushed it with her feet. At that time, Su Ying said that Su Mu was just a country bumpkin and he really didn't have anything good to give her. Giving her such things was a sign of disrespect for her. Su Ying didn't even bother to look at the wooden castle. She just held it in her hand, played with it for a few times, and then threw it down from the building. It broke into pieces and was thrown away as garbage by the servants. Thinking of this, Su Ying's face turned pale. She had specially assembled a castle today. The fragments of this castle were particularly complicated, and it took her more than a week to complete it. She originally wanted to find the same castle that Su Mu had built, but she couldn't find any. Only then did Su Ying understand that the castle that Su Mu sent her was carved out of wood bit by herself. It is a unique gift in the world. Only one copy. Su Ying looked at the box containing the castle in her hand, her eyes showing a bit more depression and pain. Many media organizations and financial media have come to the press conference, and the press conference will be broadcast live to give people a real experience. Su Nanyang first gave some introductions at the beginning, emphasizing the miserable life experience of Su Mu's younger brother. He then said that the reason he started this company was to prove himself, and because he couldn't stand his father's partiality. Su Nanya paused for a moment, with a trace of pain and strength on her face. In short, I founded this company for my younger brother. I feel angry and painful for the injustice and abuse he has suffered, and I want to compensate him. I also want to make sure Dad understands that my brother and I are capable of inheriting the family business and don't need someone of unknown origin to do the same for us. Su Nanyang spoke with great dignity. My brother will be here soon. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Su Nanyang saw the familiar car and smiled. She had a feeling that today would be a great success. A black Bentley slowly stopped at the door of the press conference. A tall young man in a suit got out of the car. You can't say he is a boy. He is more mature and steady than a boy. You can't say he is a man. He is more youthful and sincere than middle-aged men who have been struggling in the society. Sumu specially wore a tailor-made suit today, and his temperament was completely different from before. He has broad shoulders and a sincere gaze, and his short buzz cut has grown a little longer, making him look more handsome and unruly. His every move and gesture exudes an aura that cannot be ignored. It felt like he was in complete control of his life and didn't need anyone to tell him what to do. When Su Nanyang saw Su Mu, she stood up and made a welcoming gesture. Then he said, "Now, please enjoy a short documentary about the process of building our company from scratch. After the short film, you are welcome to ask my brother any questions." After saying that, Su Nanyang came down from the front seat to greet Su Mu. "Why are you so late? I told you long ago yesterday to come earlier today. It's not nice to be late." Su Nanyang was still a little dissatisfied. She had been talking here for a long time, but the protagonist had just arrived. Su Mu smiled lightly. "Sorry, I was dealing with something just now, and I'm late." As soon as he finished speaking, the press conference, which had been a bit noisy, suddenly fell silent. Su Nanya was puzzled. "What's wrong?" Su Mu glanced at the screen. His pupils shrank slightly, and his tone was extremely surprised. "Sister, what is that?" When Su Nanyang turned around, she almost fainted from anger. What was supposed to be a company promotional documentary was now a video of the interior of a villa. Su Nanyang's face appeared extremely clearly in the video. She was holding a red wine glass, sitting at the table, looking relaxed and comfortable. After a while, a man appeared. Su Nanya screamed. Chapter 163. Su Nanya, you are finished. Turn it off quickly." Su Nanyang's mind went blank. She never expected that such a video would be played in public. The media remained silent for a moment, and then began to press the shutter buttons frantically. This matter will definitely become a hot topic. Su Nanyang was so angry that her face turned black. She turned around and rushed into the operating room at the back and started asking people to remove this thing. The previous video is still playing. In addition to the previous video, there's also a video of Su Nanya beating someone. A very explosive picture was played. At the same time, these videos are also circulating on the internet. After Su Nanyang arrived at the operating table, she immediately asked these people to delete all the videos they had just watched. The staff didn't dare to look at her expression. Su Nanyang kicked the chair next to her. Her face turned extremely cold. The first person she thought of was Lu Mingze. He was definitely taking revenge on himself. Only Lu Mingze would record these videos. It turns out he really had a trick up his sleeve. Lu Mingze, you were so brave. Su Nanyang was so angry that she was almost speechless. The staff member next to him trembled. Boss, will today's press conference continue? Su Nanyang glared at the staff and said, Go and tell them not to spread a single word about what happened today. Otherwise, they will have to wait for the court summons. Then evacuate them all. And remember to check their cameras and phones. Today's video must not be circulated. Su Nanyang spoke firmly, saying that these things could not be leaked out no matter what. The staff nodded with a bitter look on his face. These media people are all well-known figures. How could they possibly listen to their arrangements? Sure enough, their attempt to collect other people's cameras and mobile phones for inspection soon aroused public outrage. Sumu stood in the corner, looking at the chaotic scene, as if it had nothing to do with him. He had thought of the current scene a long time ago. Su Nanyang acted quite quickly, but it was a pity that Lu Mingze should have already posted it on the internet. Su Nanyang's reputation is no longer safe, and the company's stock price is definitely going to fall. It would be strange if the stock price didn't fall when the company's boss was involved in such a big scandal. Soon, the staff outside could no longer control these media organizations. After all, some of them had stronger backgrounds than this company. This conference turned into a mess. Su Wanlu was pale in the background. She had also seen the videos just now. Isn't it the end of Big Sister? How could this happen? Su Wanlu didn't dare to imagine what would happen next. Su Yingying frowned beside her. Sister is too careless. How can she be interested in a man like that? Now that things have turned out like this, I don't know how to talk to my brother. Su Yingying jumped off the chair while mumbling, looking at the mess outside, her eyes darting everywhere. It wasn't until he saw Su Mu standing in the corner that his eyes lit up. Su Yingying carried the castle she had finally put together and went to Su Mu's side with some anticipation. Brother, I've been waiting for you for a long time, and I finally got you. Su Mu heard Su Yingying's voice. He felt disgusted reflexively and frowned. What are you doing here? You are not welcome here. I came to find you, brother. I recognized the wrong person before. Please give me a chance and let me make it up to you. I just want to be good to you now. Su Yingying blinked, tears falling from her eyes filled with sorrow. Just because I made a mistake once, you will never forgive me? This is unfair to me. Everyone in this world makes mistakes. I just made a mistake once, give me a chance. Su Yingying's heart was about to break into pieces. She didn't want to experience the pain of waking up from a nightmare every time again. Su Yingying wants her brother to love her as he did before. Sumu watched as the staff and the media people nearby started arguing and even fighting. There were several such scenes. Sumu couldn't help but laugh. You came here to say this. You just saw the video of my elder sister, right? Now you don't think about how to help my elder sister solve the problem, but you think about how to please me and let me forgive you. Don't you think you're very cold-blooded? Sumu felt that this family really looked the same. At such a moment, Su Yingying was still pretending to be pitiful. Su Yingying's lips trembled, and she couldn't help wiping away her tears when she saw Su Mu's mocking look. I just think that you, my brother, are more important than my big sister, and my big sister will handle this matter. She doesn't need me. But brother, I need your forgiveness now. I spent a week putting this together, brother. It's for you. Su Yingying picked up the assembled castle with both hands and wanted to hand it to Su Mu. Su Mu took a look at the handmade castle, and his eyes darkened. Su Yingying lowered her head and said, I smashed the castle you gave me, and now I'm giving you a new one. It's over. Su Yingying, I don't want this castle, and I don't want it. Sumu didn't hesitate at all. He picked up the castle with one hand and smashed it hard on the ground next to him. The castle that Su Yingying had spent a week putting together with great difficulty smashed heavily onto the tiles next to it, scattering all over the floor with a crackling sound. Su Yingying stared at the fragments blankly, feeling extremely painful in her heart. This was something she had spent a long time and a lot of effort to piece together. Just like that, it all shattered into pieces. The tears in Su Yingying's eyes could no longer be held back and flowed down. Su Yingying, take your broken castle and get away from me. Never show up in front of me again. Sumu felt nothing in his heart. He had indeed given Su Yingying a castle, and he had specially learned how to carve it from a craftsman. He had even cut his hands several times at that time. When Su Yingying threw the wooden castle downstairs without hesitation, Sumu was angry and painful. The things he had spent so much effort on were not worth mentioning in the eyes of his own sister. Now Sumu understood what that feeling was. He really looked down on Su Yingying and even the things she gave him. Su Yingying cried and squatted down to pick up the castle fragments. Brother, I spent a long time to put this together. Why did you smash it? Woo-woo. I really worked hard for a long time. Su Yingying felt uncomfortable and unwilling. I fought harder than you did, and you destroyed it without hesitation. I just did what you did before. Why are you so upset? Su Mu snorted coldly and turned away without hesitation. On the other side, Su Nanyang was looking at the overwhelming videos on the internet, all of which were the clips that had just been played at the press conference. Su Nanyang's fingers were trembling, and she wanted to throw the phone away. Later, she restrained herself. She turned around and saw Su Mu walking in. Her eyes were red and bloodshot. Sumu, we're done. Su Mu smiled lightly. Su Nanyang, it's not us who are finished. It's you who are finished. Dear readers, I want a small gift. Can you give me some love? I love you guys. Chapter 164. Acquisition begins. Su Nanya was stunned. Her tone changed a little. What do you mean? Su Mu's face was particularly disturbing. And what was even more disturbing was what he said. Sumu want to abandon me and get rid of this company? Impossible. Sumu has already signed a contract, so he's a part of this company. We are all in this together. If I don't have a good life, neither will you. If the company collapses, none of US will benefit. Su Nanyang couldn't stand the smile on Su Mu's face and couldn't help but speak. Su Mu stared at Su Nanyang with some pity. Isn't it the money that you want most? And the power and desire to control other people? Su Nanyang, you are too confident. It's true that I signed a contract, but you don't seem to understand what I meant. What I mean is, this company will no longer belong to you, so cherish your last few days. Su Mu said was meaningful, but Su Nanyang didn't understand what it meant. If the company collapses, neither of them will be able to escape. Su Nanyang guessed that Lu Mingze must have posted the video online, and after some time, it was discovered by Su Tianxi. Su Tianxi began to spread the news widely in order to destroy his own company. Sumu, stop talking nonsense. The most important thing now is to think about how to bring down Su Tianxi. I absolutely cannot let my hard work be ruined like this. Su Nanyang clenched her fists and turned around in place, looking very anxious. If possible, she would have rushed out and explained the matter clearly. But she knew she couldn't show up now. As soon as she appears, countless media and reporters will flock to her and ask her to answer questions. Want to bring down Su Tianxi? What are you going to do? Sumu smiled as he looked at Su Nanyang's anxious expression and spoke slowly. The arrogant Su Nanyang never thought that one day she would be worried about such a thing. After all, she has always been the one who plans and looks down on everyone. Su Nanyang disdains the so-called family affection. But at this time, all she could think of was relying on these relatives. I'm going to ask Mom to go find my uncle and suppress this matter. This matter is beyond my ability to handle. And you, Sumu, you have to prove for me that all of this is fake. Isn't your company proficient in AI technology? Just tell them that the woman in this video is not me, but someone disguised her as me through AI face swapping. Su Nanyang's eyes lit up, and she quickly thought of a solution that would satisfy both parties. Sumu's company is already quite famous in the industry. As long as their company is willing to issue an appraisal report stating that the video is fake and that someone else's face was replaced with their own through some technological techniques. That would explain everything. You can also throw this dirty water on Su Tianxi. My mother and I will go to my uncle and explain this matter clearly. We'll have him put pressure on those people in the media circle. Then your company can issue a professional report and shut those people up. Su Nanyang stopped. A glimmer of hope appeared in her eyes. She clapped her hands hard. and stepped forward to hold Sumu's shoulders. Sumu stepped back and smiled softly. I'm sorry, Miss Su. Our company doesn't do such fraudulent things. Moreover, if we issue an authoritative report and others find it to be false, our company's reputation will be ruined. Do you think you are that important? Is it so important that my company is serving you? Sumu said. Sunanya's face changed. She first looked at Sumu gloomily, then smiled. Brother Sumu, don't worry. No one will delve into this kind of report. Besides, there shouldn't be any other technology company in the country that can compare to your company, right? As long as you issue a report, they won't dare to say anything. Just tell me this time, brother. Didn't you admire me the most before? I will always keep you by my side and let you learn from me how to start a company and how to run a company. How about that? Su Nanyang smiled slightly, and her voice became much gentler. As long as we can get through this crisis, none of this will matter. I didn't expect that Sumu was still a little cautious. I originally thought that as long as I spoke, Sumu would agree without hesitation. Unexpectedly, Sumu has become more capable. But it doesn't matter. Sumu used to admire me the most, and now we are running a company together. Sumu will not sit idly by. Su Nanyang felt a little more relaxed, and even felt that she was very smart. Now everything could be solved. Su Nanya, impossible, I won't help you. As for admiration, that's even more ridiculous. What do you think is worthy of my admiration? Is it your coquettish manner, or your cold-blooded emotions, or your inability to even manage yourself? Sumu asked 3 questions in a row, his eyes cold and without any emotion. Sunanya, I've been waiting for the day when you will be ruined for a long time. How do you feel about being betrayed by your own people? Sunanyang, I have experienced this feeling countless times in the Su family. My company will not help you issue this report, let alone help you. You deserve all of this. You brought this upon yourself. Sunanya, this is retribution. Sumu felt extremely happy when he said this. Su Nanyang's face turned pale, and she stepped back repeatedly, her fingers clenched tightly, wishing she could slap Sumu in the face. But what made Su Nanyang even more uncomfortable was what Sumu said. This means that Sumu will not help her. Then there is no solution to this video. Sumu, you have to help me. Don't forget we are now in the same company, and we are running a company together. You can hate me, but don't forget that if the company collapses, you won't get any benefits. Su Nanyang spoke angrily, and at this moment, a wave of regret rose in her heart. If I had been nicer to Sumu, would everything be different now? She would never forget the innocent look of admiration on Sumu's face when he first came home. That was the purest love a brother has for his sister. It is also the most sincere admiration of a younger brother for an older sister. But she lost all of these. So Nanya, you are wrong. The only loser in this game is you, not me. After leaving these words, Sumu turned and left. Let the bullets fly for a while. These people will soon know who the final winner is. The stock price of the company opened by Sun and Yang began to fall rapidly. The company's operator was involved in such a big scandal that the entire company was in a panic, and even some old customers began to switch to other companies. Just as the stock price was falling rapidly, an account began to buy shares in large quantities. Su Nanyang was so busy that she didn't pay any attention to this matter. Chapter 165, Dog Bites Dog, A Mouthful of Fur. Sumu was unwilling to help, so she had to go to find her uncle with her mother. Zhang Yuding didn't know about this matter at first. After hearing about it, she almost fainted. She had never been so humiliated in her entire life. Su Nanyang had no intention of cleaning herself up now, as she couldn't leave the house anyway. Her hair was disheveled and a little messy. Her face looked haggard, and her body reeked strongly of alcohol. She was wearing casual clothes and looked listless. When Zhang Yuding saw Su Nanyang like this, she felt angry and distressed. This is her eldest daughter, whom she has always been proud of, and now she is known to everyone because of such a scandal. Zhang Yuding has been afraid to go out and socialize recently because it is too embarrassing. Zhang Yuding punched Su Nanyang on the shoulder. Why are you so confused? How can our family go out and see people after doing something like this? Sunanya, how could you do such a shameful thing? Su Nanyang stood on the steps without saying a word, letting Zhang Yuding hit her. Finally, he grasped Zhang Yuding's wrist and whispered, Mom, please take me to see my uncle. I don't want this to happen, but can I be blamed for all this? I was running the company well, but someone is messing with me. Someone is deliberately ruining my reputation. Mom, it must have been Dad. Dad did this on purpose to bankrupt our company, just to make my life miserable. Su Nanyang roared angrily, her eyes red, and she punched the railing next to her hard. This was the first time she felt so angry and powerless. Zhang Yuding was startled and spoke weakly. How is it possible? How could your father hurt you? You are his daughter. He would never do this to you. Did you offend that little star? Is someone trying to bully you? Zhang Yuding still didn't believe that Su Tianxi would do such a thing. That's enough. I have to go see my uncle. I can't go on like this. If I continue like this, I'm done for. I'll never be able to turn over a new leaf. Su Nanyang ran upstairs and started changing clothes. Zhang Yuding stood there for a long time, shivering all over. If it really is Su Tianxi, what should she do? In the end, the two of them got in the car and went to Zhang Ming's residence. Zhang Ming lives in a low-key and luxurious villa. Su Nanyang specifically asked the driver to take a detour to avoid being discovered by the media and reporters. Those people still haven't given up and squat at her doorstep every day, trying to take a picture of her. Su Nanyang and Zhang Yuding hurriedly got out of the car, knocked on the door, and entered the villa. They didn't notice that on the other side of the lawn, Su Tianxi's company's car was also parked quietly there. Study on the second floor. Zhang Ming frowned and looked at Su Tianxi in front of him. What are you doing here? Yuding said you had something to talk to me about. What else is it? Brother-in-law. Do you know what Su Nanya did? I suspect she was instigated by my wife. She opened a company to compete with me and poach clients from my company. Don't you think this is nonsense? As Su Tianxi spoke, he couldn't help showing anger on his face. There's really no other way. She's almost poached all the company's clients, so I have no choice but to ask her to leave. The company she opened outside does the same business as mine. My family members got together to fight, and others laughed at me. I am such a failure as a father. Su Tianxi smiled bitterly, a helpless look on his face. He came here today to file a complaint first, so that he wouldn't kick Su Nanyang out and Zhang Yuding would come to her brother-in-law to cry. It would be better for him to come first, so that he can seize the initiative. Zhang Ming raised his head, sat in the boss chair, and propped his chin on his fingers. Are you saying that Nanya opened another company to compete with you for business? Zhang Ming was also a little surprised. He knew that his sister's eldest daughter had been very competitive since she was a child and had a great talent for business. But no one would have thought that she would poach clients from her father's company and start her own business. To put it bluntly, this is a bit unfilial. Su Tianxi nodded helplessly. That's right. I really have no choice. This kid is so bold. I'll definitely talk to her when I have time. How are you and Yuding doing? You're not messing around anymore, are you? If you dare to let my sister down, I will never forgive you. Zhang Ming coughed. Last time, it was because Zhang Yuning was there, and for the sake of his own interests, he had to protect Zhang Yuning once. But now, even though Su Tianxi promised not to mess around anymore, he still has to give him a warning. Su Tianxi glanced around, feeling a little guilty, but he still said, Don't worry, it was really just an accident, and I haven't done anything to let Yuding down now. I just want to teach my children well now, hoping that they will become successful in the future. But I didn't expect that even though I'm so good to these children, Nanya would do something like this to hurt my heart. Su Tianxi covered his heart with his hands, his face full of hurt. Zhang Ming didn't know what to do, so he could only comfort him. Don't worry, I will talk to her later and ask her to return all these customers to you. The two of them were chatting heart to heart here. So Nanya starts knocking on the door. Zhang Ming looked up. Who? Gumin. Su Nanyang and Zhang Yuding pushed the door open and were shocked to see Su Tianxi. When Su Tianxi saw Su Nanyang, he glared at her and became furious. He took a few quick steps forward and slapped her in the face. What are you doing here, you rebellious girl? Are you trying to be the first to complain? Su Nanya was also angry and pushed him away with a look of hatred in her eyes. I call you dad, and you actually do something to destroy my innocence. Where in the world can there be a father like you? I think you want to give all your property to that illegitimate son, Su Zhe. Su Nanyang also fought back without showing any weakness. Zhang Yuding stood nearby, at a loss. Stop arguing, talk it over. When Su Tianxi heard this, he became even more furious. How dare you say that? You rebellious girl. You poached people from my company and made me the laughingstock of everyone in the industry. I've never been insulted so much before. I'm a joke in the business world now. And you, as a daughter, did such an unfilial and disobedient act. I wish I had strangled you to death when I gave birth to you. Su Nanyang trembled all over. You spread my obscene video and let everyone see my disgraced appearance. Do you still think you are a father? You are my enemy. The two of them argued back and forth very fiercely. Their faces were filled with hatred, as if they wanted to tear the other person to pieces. If Sumu was there, he would definitely not be able to help but move a small stool to the side and clap and cheer. What a great show. Evil people will be bitten by evil dogs. Zhang Ming listened to them talking back and forth, his face full of annoyance. Then he slammed the table and said, "All right, all of you, shut up." Chapter 166 Face to Face 2. Suddenly, both of them shut their mouths, but looked at each other unconvinced. Especially Su Nanyang. The way she looked at Su Tianxi was as if she was looking at an enemy. Su Tianxi was also not polite. He looked at Su Nanyang angrily, and he wanted to slap her in the face. What the hell is going on? How did your family matter become such a big deal? You're just making a fool of yourself. Zhang Ming's eyes were cold, and there was deep disappointment in them. He never expected that the quarrel between father and daughter would reach this point, involving not only personal grudges but also official matters. This is extremely unqualified. Uncle, you have to help me. My dad is a complete jerk. He's spreading my obscene videos online, trying to ruin my reputation. What father in this world would treat his daughter like this? I really hate it. Uncle, you must save me. I can't even leave the house now. I have to listen to people talking about me every day. It's driving me crazy. No matter how strong Su Nanyang was, she couldn't help crying. She hadn't had a good time these days. Su Nanyang originally wanted Su Mu to come and save her, but Su Mu ignored her. Now the only one who can help her is her uncle. Zhang Ming's face turned extremely ugly when he heard this. If this was true, then what Su Tianxi did was not something that one person could do. Su Tianxi, did you really do this? Zhang Ming looked at him scrutinizingly. He was already very unhappy about Su Tianxi's infidelity, but he covered up the matter because he thought Zhang Yuning was still useful. If he attacks his own daughter again, he really can't be allowed to stay. If a man can't even hurt his own daughter, don't expect him to accomplish anything great. Zhang Ming knew what was going on, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Su Tianxi became more serious. When Su Tianxi heard this, he waved his hands quickly. Don't throw all the dirty water on me. I wouldn't do such a thing. It's all because of your mother's failure to teach you well. She made you show your face outside every day and do such shameful things. Do I look good? I have to wear a mask when I go out these days, for fear that others will ask me. You have completely disgraced me, and you still have the nerve to say that. Su Tianxi was furious. When this matter of Su Nanyang was exposed, it was not only embarrassing for Su Nanyang, but also for him as her father. Su Nanya looked at him suspiciously. Is it really not you? I'm the one who's embarrassed when you do this. Su Tianxi couldn't help but speak angrily. Su Nanyang lowered her head slightly. Could it really be that little star Lumingza? Did he have such great abilities? This matter has now spread to the point where everyone knows about it. She was very worried that she would not have a chance to turn things around. Zhang Ming also called his secretary to check the matter. After knowing the ins and outs of the matter, his face suddenly became very ugly. This is not a matter of one person. It is a family matter. Scandals like Sananya's have brought shame to the entire family. Su Nanyang, it seems that we have spoiled you too much. You can do such shameless things. Do you know that the whole family is embarrassed because of you? Zhang Ming was so disappointed with his son that he couldn't help but scold him. Then he called his secretary and asked him to deal with the matter quickly, remove the videos that could be removed, and suppress all the hot searches for the remarks. If someone speaks harshly, we report them collectively. Anyway, we can't let this matter ferment any further. If it continues to ferment, it will be bad for everyone. Su Nanyang was scolded so badly that she couldn't even raise her head. Su Tianxi snorted coldly and began to mock Su Nanyang. Su Nanya, you are an ungrateful person. You are a traitor. You took customers away from my company. Have you ever thought about this day? I think your company is going to go bankrupt. The stock price has fallen very badly. I heard that many people in your company have started to change jobs and look for new employers. You're going to be broke. Su Nanya's face turned pale. Don't worry about it. Your property is originally ours. What's wrong with me taking some advance? Su Nanyang was still angry that Su Tianxi wanted to leave all his property to Su Zhe. Su Tianxi's hands were shaking with anger. I'm telling you, Su Nanyang, as long as I'm alive, you can't even think of getting anything from the Su group. Oh, what about Sumu? You don't plan to give him the child? He is your biological son with your mother. Su Nanyang gritted her teeth and asked this question in front of her uncle. Su Tianxi paused, then changed his tone. It depends on his performance. If he performs well, I will naturally give him a share of the shares. Su Nanyang sneered and stopped talking to him. She just turned her head and looked at Zhang Ming. Uncle, thank you so much. My brother Sumu and I started a company together, but I didn't expect to be tricked. I will never make such a mistake again. Su Nanyang knew that if her uncle took action, the matter would be suppressed sooner or later. She can no longer show up in public during this period and can only handle work behind the scenes. Zhang Ming sighed. No one is worry-free. The two people were talking, and he heard the word Sumu. He had only heard of this nephew. After all, his sister didn't like this son. They only gave each other some New Year's money during the holidays, and Sumu had just been brought back home, so he didn't have any deep feelings for them. The name still sounds a bit strange to me now. You and your brother are starting a company together? How can he do that when he's so young? You should focus on your studies right now. Business matters can be discussed later after you gain experience. Zhang Ming couldn't help but remind him. Sumu has a talent for business. Uncle, don't worry. He is a good student and will not delay his studies. Su Nanyang felt a sense of crisis and began to win over Sumu, deciding to start with her uncle. When Su Tianxi heard this, he looked at her with disdain. Any good grades are probably cheated. Business talent? Sumu hadn't climbed up the big tree of the Jiang family. What kind of company could he have started on his own? Su Tianxi didn't like this son because he didn't look like him at all. The main thing is that Sumu is Zhang Yuding's child. Su Tianxi doesn't like Zhang Yuding, nor does he like the child she gave birth to. Only the children born to Yuding are his children. However, after the confrontation, Su Tianxi's expression eased a lot. He was sure that Su Nanyang had fallen heavily this time. I guess there is no chance to compete with him again. Those lost customers should return soon. Su Tianxi originally wanted to talk about divorce, but now seeing Zhang Yuding and Su Nanyang here, he didn't dare to speak. If they speak, they will definitely go crazy. He pretended to care for her for a few words and then went back. Sitting in the car, he called his subordinates at the company. Something happened to Su Nanyang's company. How is it? Have most of our customers returned? The newly appointed supervisor on the other end of the phone was trembling with fear. Boss Su, I asked our employees to contact those customers, but they said they're still ordering product from their previous company and won't consider ours. What? Su Tianxi was angry. Chapter 167, that company belongs to me. He thought the supervisor was joking. Su Nanyang's company had collapsed, and her reputation was so bad. Yet people were still willing to order product from her? Were these people crazy? Is it because you didn't work hard enough, or did you offend a client? Give me an explanation. Su Nanyang has become like this, and you can't even win a client back. You are a bunch of useless people. Su Tianxi cursed angrily, his brows furrowed. He never expected this to be the outcome. The supervisor over there was also very nervous. Boss Su, we have already visited the client's home and given all the gifts, but in the end they returned all the gifts. They also said that the other company could provide something more high-tech and intelligent, and that they wanted to keep up with the trend, saying that our products were outdated, and that our gifts were worthless. We asked for more information and found that their company's products were bundled with AI testing. They said they were collaborating with hospitals using AI and using hospital data for testing. We didn't understand. The main reason is that there is really no way to compete with them. The newly appointed supervisor was almost in despair. He had only been in office for a few days when his boss gave him such a heavy task. The point is, they're not competing on the same level as each other's companies. Other companies have already reached another level, but they are still using the same old sales methods. Maybe some products can be sold, but this batch is not easy to sell. Those who want to try new things, they don't have them. Even if the price drops, people don't necessarily buy it. Su Tianxi heard the AI that gave him a headache again and couldn't help but slam the car window hard, scaring the driver in front. He really underestimated Su Nanyang. She actually has a backup plan. Her company must go bankrupt. Su Tianxi asked his assistant to check Su Nanyang's company. Su Tianxi was furious when he received the report. Su Nanyang must have planned this in advance. The company founded by Su Nanyang has already been listed. Of course, it was not listed under the original company name, but was renamed. Su Nanyang opened 3 companies several years ago. One of the companies applied for a transaction category similar to that of the Su family, but has been doing other businesses. Until this year, Su Nanyang opened another shell company, whose business was extremely similar to the Su family's. Su Nanyang used the newly opened company to do sales business and the original company to do production. The Su family's companies are all integrated with supply and marketing. Sometimes when there are too many orders, we will look for outsourcing companies to make the products. On several occasions, the production was done by the company that Su Nanyang had founded a long time ago. So, Su Nanyang not only stole his customers, but also stole his production chain. Su Nanyang imitated the Su family's production chain, built a factory, and this company has already gone public. Su Tianxi wanted to turn around and strangle Su Nanyang to death. How long ago had she been plotting against his property? Su Nanyang is such an ungrateful person. She should have been strangled to death when she was born. Su Nanya has such a bad reputation now. Her company's stock price has probably hit rock bottom. Go buy her company for me now. I want her to have nothing. Buy her company at any cost. Su Tianxi was so angry that his eyes turned red. If he was slapped on the back any harder, he would probably spit out blood from anger. After hearing about this, the assistant immediately went to work on it, but then encountered a huge obstacle. The company's stock price has indeed hit rock bottom, but there are not many shares available for purchase on the market now. The number of scattered shares on the market is decreasing rapidly, and it is obvious that someone is already buying them. The assistant quickly reported the matter to Su Tianxi. Su Tianxi was so angry that his eyes were dizzy. Why did someone always have to stop him? Why is nothing going as planned? Tianxi's teeth were chattering as he was furious. Find out which company is acquiring their shares. Investigate thoroughly. I want to cooperate with that company to acquire Sunanya's listed company. Sunanya, just wait for me. The assistant called. Boss Su, it's Tianmu Company that's acquiring shares in this company, and there are basically no scattered shares left on the market. They may be looking to buy the company outright. Tianmu Company? Why does this name sound so familiar? Who is the person in charge of their company? Su Tianxi felt that this name was very familiar, but for a moment he was so angry that he couldn't remember where this sense of familiarity came from. Mr. Su, the actual controlling shareholders of this company are Sumu, Jiang Tian, and Jiang Jiao. Here are their phone numbers. Do you want me to send them to you? The assistant found out the actual shareholders of the company and their corresponding phone numbers. When Su Tianxi heard this familiar name, his eyes went dark. Sumu, it's him again. What on earth does he want to do? In the end, was it the Jiang family who wanted to acquire it? Or was it Sumu who acquired it to save Su Nanyang? It seems that this good son of his is not as simple as he seems. He wanted to have a good talk with him. Send me Sumu's phone number and clear my schedule for tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Su Tianxi spoke coldly and then immediately called Sumu, but the call rang 3 times and was hung up. Su Tianxi was furious and called again, but the call was hung up after 3 rings. Su Tianxi didn't want to fight anymore, but when he thought of the outrageous things Su Nanyang had done, he fought again. This time the call finally went through, and the young man's lazy voice came from the other end. Who is this? Not buying insurance, not taking out loans. Su Tianxi coughed and said, It's me. I'm your father. My father died a long time ago. I know you are a fraud. Sumu's tone was still so lazy, but Su Tianxi couldn't help but clench his fists. Sumu, don't play dumb. I want to talk to you about Su Nanya. I know you're working with Su Nanyang now, but Su Nanyang's reputation has become so bad. Do you think there is any possibility of making a comeback? Sumu, I was very strict with you before, but this was my way of being a father and being strict with my son. I'm so strict with you because I want you to succeed. Can you understand Dad's good intentions? Su Tianxi began to persuade impatiently. I don't understand. Tell me the point. If you don't, get out. Sumu was decisive and never played dirty with him. If they met in person, Sumu would even give him a middle finger. Su Tianxi's face turned pale. Sumu, no matter what, I am your father, and when I die, you will have a share of my property. Let's meet and talk about you and your elder sister's company. Su Tianxi revealed his true purpose. Sumu chuckled and said, There's no need to talk. By the way, let me tell you that it's no longer Su Nanyang's company. That company belongs to me now. Chapter 168, maybe there's something else going on. Hearing this, Su Tianxi found it extremely ridiculous. Sumu's company. Sumu was daydreaming. There is a company that is acquiring shares of Sunanya Company, but it is definitely led by the Jiang family. What abilities does Sumu have? Su Tianxi didn't believe it at all. Sumu, don't even think about it. Do you think the Jiang family will hand over the company to you? They're just using you. When you're no longer useful, they'll kick you out. The closest people to you in this world are your family, Sumu. You have to understand that the business world out there is not so easy to get into. Everyone wants to take a bite of your flesh, and the two children of the Jiang family are not so simple. They'll use you to take over your eldest sister's company, and before long, they'll kick you out. Su Tianxi wants to break Su Mu's fantasy and make Su Mu understand whose side he should stand on. Su Mu chuckled. Su Tianxi, do you think you're the only smart person in this world? There is nothing to say between us. Even if we meet again, we will still be enemies. After saying that, Su Mu hung up the phone without hesitation. Su Nanyang's company has been completely acquired by Tianmu Company. Those previous customers did not leave because they had already established deeper cooperative relationships with them. When the cake in the market is discovered, many people will rush to grab it. Smart people will always look for the next opportunity. Su Tianxi looked at the hung-up phone and bit his back teeth hard. Sumu was really lawless. Sumu finally breathed a sigh of relief after acquiring Su Nanyang's company. I'm finally done with all the busy work and can take a break. Sumu returned to the villa. He hesitated for a while and made a video call to his grandparents. He hasn't made a video call to his grandparents for a long time. His busy life almost made him forget the way he came. Fortunately, he has donated a lot of money and renovated the place where his grandparents live. We also hired a group of professional caregivers to take care of the elderly there. The video was quickly connected, and on the other side were the surprised faces of the grandparents. Behind them are white walls and bright lights, and the clean and tidy bedroom looks very comfortable. Sumu breathed a sigh of relief and finally smiled. Grandpa and Grandma, how are you doing lately? Grandpa Lee squeezed to the front and looked at Sumu's much-grown face with a look of satisfaction on his face. Not bad, not bad. Your complexion is rosy, your eyes are bright, and you feel much better than last time. Originally, Grandpa was worried that the Su family would abuse you. After all, when I saw you so weak last time, I felt really bad. Now that you've become much stronger, Grandpa is relieved. Grandpa Lee said this while stroking his beard and smiling. The other grandparents also nodded. Shamu had called back before and said that he was very thin and small and looked malnourished. This time, Shamu looked particularly strong and must be living a good life. Sumu was a little touched and scratched his head. Don't worry, Grandpa and Grandma. I'm having a great time here and I've made a lot of friends. When I become successful, I will come back to see you. Okay, Old Man Lee, please get out of my way and let me talk to Shamu. Shamu, do you know Xiaoxiao from our village? There is a pretty and lovely girl who is a sophomore in college this year. She is in Beijing. She will wait for you to come back and Grandma will introduce you two to each other. That girl asked me about you. Grandma Wang covered her mouth and smiled. The little girl came to ask about Xiaomu every day. Maybe they could find a happy marriage. Sumu's door was not closed tightly, and a slender figure was standing outside the door. Jiang Ruoying saw a particularly beautiful bag these 2 days and thought it was very suitable for Su Qiaoyu, so she bought it and gave it to Su Qiaoyu. By the way, I came to see Sumu. Recently, I can't see him anywhere else except at school. Jiang Ruoying thought she was just taking a look. Then he just casually walked to Sumu's door. Then I heard what Grandma said. Jiang Ruoying felt sad. Xiaoxiao? Is she Sumu's childhood sweetheart? Sumu couldn't help laughing. Grandma, please stop teasing me. Jiang Ring stood outside the door until Sumu finished his call before she wanted to leave quietly. Before she could move, Sumu opened the door and said naturally, Ruoying, you're here. Jiang Ruoying was still making random guesses, with a slightly lost expression on her face. When she heard these words, she couldn't help but look up and blinked. Sumu discovered himself. Seeing her dazed look, Sumu couldn't help but reach out and pinch her face, which was soft, tender, and bouncy. I saw you outside the door a long time ago. We're going out for dinner later. What do you want to eat? Sumu waved. He now got along very naturally with Jiang Ruoying, and the two of them were very compatible. Let's go eat ramen. It's just outside the community, quite close. Jiang Ruoying answered subconsciously. How did you handle the matter with Su Nanyang? Most of those videos have been taken down. I heard from my dad that this time, Su Nanyang is in trouble. The two of them went out side by side, and Jiang Ruoying asked softly on the way. Jiang Ruoying also knew what Su Mu had been doing recently, and she was a little worried. It's okay. Everything has been resolved. The exam is coming up soon. Are you nervous? Su Mu turned to look at Jiang Ruoying with a serious look. Jiang Ruoying looked at him as if her eyes were burned. She lowered her head and her ears turned red. I think there's no problem. I think there's no problem getting into the same school with you. Jiang Ruiying couldn't help but reach out and hug her hand on his Sumu's clothes, holding it lightly, feeling very safe. Okay, let's agree to apply to the same school. Sumu also smiled. When the two of them stood together, everyone around them couldn't help but stare at the two young people. It's great to be young. The two of them standing together are a perfect match. Oh, there's one more thing. Some time ago, our family fired Jiang Qingya's parents and hired a new driver and nanny. Last time I heard the nanny chatting with other servants, she used to work in the Su family. It was probably 15 or 16 years ago. I was wondering if she had anything to do with what happened before. When Jiang Ruoying spoke of the latter part, her tone was gentle and a little distressed. Everything about Su Mu from Su Qiaoyu. Su Mu disappeared when he was very young. The nanny said that the child was naughty and disappeared in the blink of an eye, and he was never found again. Later, the nanny was also fired. But Jiang Ruoying's intuition told her that it was not that simple, especially since Su Tianxi also had a lover and an illegitimate child. Su Mu is so small. How could he run around randomly? There might be other hidden secrets behind this matter. Maybe we should ask the nanny. Jiang Ruoying made the final decision. Chapter 169, What Fiancé? The two of them went to a ramen restaurant, ordered 2 bowls of noodles, and ate while chatting. The ramen restaurant is not big, with only 4 or 5 tables inside, and it is clean and tidy. The noodle chef was a plump Annie who looked very amiable with a smile on her face. 2 bowls of ramen were served quickly. The noodle soup is rich in color. The ramen is chewy and elastic, and is topped with large pieces of beef and fried eggs, which looks very tempting. Ruoying, I bought a few new exercise books. They're working pretty well. I'll get 2 for you later. Sumu wiped his mouth and remembered the exercises he bought a few days ago. He had done them at a pretty good level, so he gave them to Jiang Ruoying to help him improve. Jiang Ruoying said, "Oh," and poked the noodles in the bowl with her chopsticks. Sumu was really unromantic. Who would go out on a date and discuss a workbook? There's only half a month left. Don't let up. I hope to have you in the future. This is the most beautiful love words Sumu can say. Jiang Ruoying smiled sweetly. With these words, she no longer had any worries. Sumu was saying in advance that the two of them would have a future. Don't worry, don't underestimate me. Jiang Ruoying squinted her eyes and smiled. Then let's wait until we finish the exams and then look for the nanny. She's working in my house now. Dad originally wanted to fire her, but I kept her. We won't alert the enemy for now. Let her relax for a while. Jiang Ruoying's smile became more lively. Sumu also agreed with this proposal. At this time, 5 people came to the door and blocked it tightly. A thin man next to him said, "Second young master Liu, why did you want to eat porridge and side dishes today? This street-side ramen restaurant is not worthy of your wealth. I'll take you to the hotel next door for dinner." Another person also agreed. "Yes, second young master Liu, this kind of small shop doesn't look very good, and it might even be dirty inside. It's really unfair for someone of your status to eat here." The 4 or 5 people all responded, one after another. Sumu felt his teeth ache as he listened inside. Which young master was going on an incognito patrol? He was followed by so many lackeys. It was really scary. Behind these 4 or 5 people, a young man coughed slightly, pretending to be deep. "All of you, get out of the way. I'm here to look for someone today. Don't cause me any trouble." Young Master Liu pushed aside the people in front of him. He was holding a bouquet of red roses in his hand, wearing a well-fitting suit and trousers and black sunglasses. His hair was meticulously groomed, and there was a hint of impatience on his face, which was barely clean. The few younger brothers around him hurriedly dispersed. Liu Changsheng took off his sunglasses and walked into the ramen restaurant. At this time, the only customers in the ramen restaurant were Su Mu and Jiang Ruoying. Liu Changsheng didn't even look at Su Mu. He came directly to Jiang Ruoying, put the flowers in front of him, put one hand in his trouser pocket, and smiled. "This is the first time we meet, Miss Jiang. Let me introduce myself. I'm Liu Changsheng from the Liu Group, and I'm your future fiancé." Liu Changsheng saw Jiang Ruoying's face clearly. His eyes lit up, and he pushed the flowers forward. "My uncle should have mentioned me to you. We will get engaged after you graduate, and you will become my wife when you finish your studies." When Liu Changsheng said this, his tone was a little impatient. When Liu Changsheng first heard that the two families were going to get married, he was very impatient. He had been studying in Los Angeles and was usually a playboy. As long as you have money, you will have plenty of women around you. Unexpectedly, his parents actually asked him to get married with a little girl who hadn't even grown all her hair yet. Originally, He came here today to humiliate this little girl and let her cancel the engagement herself. But he didn't expect that now he saw that this little girl was pretty. It's not impossible to marry her home as a decoration. Lu Changsheng tilted his mouth and showed a charming smile. It's easy to control a little girl like this. Sumo Salzdarkant. He stared at Lu Changsheng and sneered. Fiancé? Why haven't I heard that she has a fiancé? Lu Changsheng first took a quick look at Sumu and saw that he was dressed casually and was clean from head to toe. He was not wearing a famous watch or expensive accessories. There was a hint of contempt on his face immediately. He was probably just a gigolo or a bootlicker who had a crush on Jiang Ruoying. This guy isn't a threat. It will be soon. I'm warning you. Stay away from her from now on. Lu Changsheng had a winner's smile on his face. Jiang Ruoying stood by, feeling nauseous and even a little dizzy. She never imagined that her father would be so impatient to use her marriage as a bargaining chip for another man. Jiang Ring gritted her teeth, picked up the bouquet of flowers, and threw it hard at Lu Changsheng's face in front of his joyful eyes. Get out. I don't know you, get out. This was the first time Jiang Ruoying got angry in front of Sumu. Get away from me. I have nothing to do with you. Go back and tell them that I have someone I like. Lu Changsheng was hit all over the head and face. When he heard this, his face turned pale and blue. Several of his younger brothers behind him witnessed his embarrassing moment. You hit me because of this pretty boy? You don't just like this pretty boy, do you? Sumu with a grim face. Yes. Get out of here. Don't show up in front of me. Jiang Ring's eyes were somewhat gloomy, and she felt panic and fear in her heart, as well as some uneasiness and anger. She was afraid that Sumu would misunderstand her. She was angry that her father was a jerk. Lu Changsheng never thought that he would be dominated by a pretty boy. Jiang Ruoying, you should be more sensible. He's just a poor boy. You think your love is so touching, but in fact, he can't even support you. Our two families are married. If you don't know what's good for you, I'll punish you severely after we get married. Lu Changsheng pointed at Jiang Ruoying and threatened her. Jiang Ruoying's body was shaking a little, but she was not afraid but angry. Su Mu grabbed his wrist, held his fingers, and bent them upwards, using all his strength, but there was only a click. Lu Changsheng's index finger, which was pointing at Jiang Ruoying, was broken. He let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. Sumu punched him in the abdomen and then kicked him hard out of the noodle shop. Several of his younger brothers rushed forward to check the situation. Second Master Lu, are you okay? Second Master Lu, how are you? Second Young Master. Several younger brothers formed a circle. Sumu hugged Jiang Ruoying next to him and patted her trembling body. Don't be afraid. I'm here. I will never let him touch you. Jiang Ruoying nodded with tears in her eyes. Jiang Ring stared at the second young Master Lu, who was lying on the ground at the door, with a hint of contemplation in her eyes. No one can destroy the relationship between her and Sumu. Sumu walked out and saw Lu Changsheng lying on the ground crying, with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Second young Master Lu, right? Keep your dirty hands away from now on. If you dare to touch her again, you'll be in trouble. After saying that, Sumu walked up and stepped on his fingers. Lu Changsheng screamed again. Chapter 170, I will protect you. Just wait for me. Just wait for me. Just wait for me. You pretty boy, I won't let you go. Sumu's feet moved away. Lu Changsheng hurriedly hugged his hands in his arms. His face was pale with pain, and he was afraid that Sumu would hit him again. He hurriedly got up and stood behind those lackeys. You dare to mess with my Lu family? You're done. I'll definitely get someone to kill you. Lu Changsheng shouted. Several younger brothers nearby also spoke up. Just wait. Our second young master, Lu, will never let you go. You should know the power of the Lu family. They are one of the most powerful companies in Beijing. If you mess with our second young master, Lu, you're done. Those people were arguing with each other, but no one dared to go forward and beat Sumu. Sumu's recent moves have already shown that he is a martial artist. If they come forward to cause trouble, they will be beaten up enough. Sumu hatefully turned around and said, Second young master Lu, let's go to the hospital first. Your finger seems to be broken. That's right, second young master, let's go to the hospital first. This kid can escape the monk, but not the temple. Let's not bother with him today and deal with him later. These people argued with each other, then helped Lu Changsheng into the car and ran away in shame. Sumu looked at the car that was leaving in a cloud of dust and began to think about the more well-known companies in Beijing. Lu family? Sumu only thought of one name, Lu Jinfeng, the female entrepreneur. Speaking of which, the company still has cooperation with the Lu family. The company that Su Nanyanga had just acquired had a cooperative client, the Liu family. They also signed a 5-year contract, which mainly involves them providing big data and intelligent technology, and the Liu family ensuring that some equipment is produced in their industrial chain. The Liu family's power is not as great as the Jiang families, but they have business dealings with each other. This is really strange. Sumu stood there thinking. Jiang Ruoying walked out of the ramen restaurant worriedly. Seeing Sumu's expression, she couldn't help crying and threw herself into his arms. Sumu, I'm sorry. I don't want a marriage. I don't want to marry anyone else. There's only one person in my heart. You know who that person is. Don't misunderstand me. As Jiang Ruoying spoke, she burst into tears. Her fair, soft, and tender face was covered with tears, and her eyes were like a lake with falling stars, shimmering with light. Sumu hugged her shoulders, stroked her hair, kissed her forehead, and said in a low voice, I know everything. Ruoying, I won't let you do anything you don't want to do. Jiang Ruoying's fingers were tightly grasping the clothes around his waist. Her heart was beating wildly. She looked up at Sumu and could see his jaw. The vibration of his chest gave her an unprecedented sense of security. This man is worth her life. Thinking of this, Jiang Ruoying put her arms around his neck and groped to kiss his lips. She was so clumsy that she even bumped into his teeth, causing a pain. Sumu was a little surprised and then took the initiative. He was strong and wanted to rub her into his body. The two separated, and Jiang Ruoying was almost out of breath. She covered her chest, her face flushed, and her voice was very, very low. I can't breathe. Sumu also pinched his earlobe, feeling a little embarrassed. Let me take you home. Yeah. Jiang Ruoying lowered her head and didn't dare to look at him. At the Su family. When Su Nanya heard the news that the company was acquired, her teeth were chattering. Who acquired the company? Chapter 171. Asking for my son's forgiveness again. The assistant's cold voice came from the other end. Tianmu Company. So Neningol most filled down. Sumu. That's Sumu's company. He bought my company. How is that possible? How could he be so capable? Su Nanya's voice was trembling, and the assistant's very confident voice came from the other side. This is the company. We all have to wait for the new boss to take office. I hope we won't be fired. Miss Su, this is the last time I will report to you. After saying that, the assistant hung up the phone. Because of the boss's scandal, the company was acquired by other companies, and the assistant was also resentful. Su Nanyang clenched her phone tightly and stood there for a long time, with everything that had happened before flashing before her eyes. Su Nanyang paced back and forth, Sumu's face flashing through her mind. Sumu hated me so much and the Su family so much in the past. How could he easily cooperate with me? Sunanya felt like she was falling into an icy cave. My fingers are trembling. It's fake. All of it is fake. All of this was a trap set by Sumu. From Sumu's agreement to cooperate with him, to his scandal being exposed, and then to Su Tianxi's clients being snatched away. Are all these things just coincidences? Su Nanyang's nails dug into her flesh. Her eyes became more and more terrifying, and when she recalled these things, it seemed as if they had formed a circle. Sumu set up a trap, and she complacently got into it. Su Nanyang could hardly breathe. She opened her mouth and took a few deep breaths. Sumu, you are amazing. Sumu. Su Nanyang loosened her fingers, then clasped the table next to her tightly. Sumu actually dared to lie to her like this, and deceived her so miserably. Sumu, you are really resourceful. I really underestimated him before. Su Nanyang never thought that she would be defeated by Sumu. Sumu from the very beginning, thinking that Sumu was just a hopeless person, a rural child who had never received any education. In her eyes, Sumu posed no threat at all. But unexpectedly, it was the inconspicuous Sumu who gave her the fatal blow. Su Nanyang bit her red lips so hard that she almost broke them and made them bleed. Sumu actually dared to play tricks on her like this. Sumu must pay the price. Su Nanyang didn't dare go out these days, so she disguised herself, wearing casual clothes that she would never wear normally, and a hat. When she was about to leave, Su Yingying called her, Sister, where are you going? Su Nanyang gave her a cold look and said, Where I go is none of your business. Sister, are you going to look for Brother Sumu? Take me with you. I know your company is in trouble, and you must be going to look for Brother Sumu. I want to go too. I want to meet him. There was a bit more madness in Su Yingying's eyes, but the corners of her mouth were slightly raised. She figured out these days. Sumu's younger brother was unwilling to forgive her because the two of them had spent too little time together. Sumu is always outside. How could he know how good she is? Only by keeping younger brother Sumu by her side can she let him know that she is a good sister. In this way, brother Sumu will be able to forgive her. Su Ying, carrying her school bag and smiling, stepped forward and hugged Su Nanya's arm and acted coquettishly. Sister, just take me there. You know, I don't hate my brother Sumu anymore. I want to ask for his forgiveness. Su Ying thought that since her younger brother Sumu was willing to cooperate with her elder sister, he must have softened his attitude towards her. Sumu's younger brother through your elder sister. When Su Nanyang heard this, she frowned in disgust, feeling as sick as if she had eaten a fly. If the company had not been acquired, she would not have discovered Sumu's true identity. Sumu has been pretending. I won't take you there. You have to go by yourself. Su Nanyang pushed Su Ying away angrily, turned around, put on a mask, and left. Su Ying sneered from behind and said in a sharp voice, Sister, if you don't take me with you, I will report your whereabouts to the media. Su Ying's words successfully stopped Su Nanyang. Su Nanyang looked at Su Ying in disbelief, unable to believe that these words actually came from her sister's mouth. She is not a sister. She is a poisonous snake. If you want to see him, then fine, come with me. Don't regret it later. Su Nanyang's eyes were a little ferocious. Sumu was not a good person at all. Su Ying could only wait to cry. When Su Ying heard this, she immediately laughed and quickly ran up to take Su Nanyang's arm. Sister, I knew you would take me there. Su Nanyang didn't say anything, just looked at Su Ying with disgust, and then got into the private car. Su Ying also sat on it. She hugged her school bag tightly, with a nervous look in her eyes. This time, maybe brother Sumu will forgive her completely. After all, feelings can be cultivated. Su Ying believed this. Sumu sent Jiang Ruoying away. He went straight to the company. Jiang Tian waited in the company for a long time. When he saw Sumu coming, he quickly stood up and patted his shoulder. You're right. We've already completed the acquisition of that company, and we're now the actual controlling shareholder. Jiang Tian had a smile on his face. They listened to Sumu and kept an eye on the stock trends of this company. When the time came, they would immediately buy it at the bottom. Sumu also breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Our first step has been completed. Now we have the technology, the production chain, and a department researching big data algorithms. Then we can rely on algorithms to sell the company's products. That day won't be too far away. Sumu has already thought of the future plan. This is just the beginning, not the end. Timu Company has grown from an unknown small company to a company with a market value of tens of billions. I believe that in the near future, it will become a more admired behemoth. Jiang Tian was greatly encouraged. He walked into the company and clapped his hands. Come on, several managers, come to the meeting. The company they acquired does not plan to replace too many personnel for the time being, but only wants to replace a few senior executives with their own people. This requires careful screening. They met for hours to decide on the candidate. Sumu finished his work and walked downstairs to the company. He found a familiar figure standing at the door, hesitant and indecisive. It was Zhang Yuding. She was holding a package in her hand and had an anxious expression on her face. It was obvious that she was looking for someone. Sumu simply pretended not to see it and wanted to walk out. Zhang Yuding hurried over, holding a lunchbox in her hand, her eyes somewhat enthusiastic. Sumu, Mom is here to bring you food. This sentence gave Sumu goosebumps all over his body and even made him feel a little nauseous. He didn't know why Zhang Yuding was acting so abnormally. What are you doing? I don't need it. Sumu raised his hand and slapped her hand away. Zhang Yuding looked disappointed. Xiaomu, I heard that high school seniors really need the care of their families. This is the ginseng soup I specially made to replenish your qi and blood. Chapter 172, even if I regret it, it's no use. Stay away from me. That's the best way to show my care. I don't need you. Sumu's eyes were full of coldness, and he spoke rudely, then turned and left. Zhang Yuding lowered her head, feeling a little sad. That confrontation in the office made her realize that Su Tianxi might really no longer have her in his heart. My husband is gone, and I can't lose my son either. Zhang Yuding has always wanted Sumu to go home, but she can't even see Sumu. Later, she saw some parents going to the school to deliver lunch to their students, and she had asked the nanny to deliver lunch to Suze before. Every time Suze finished his meal happily. What she didn't know was that Suze always gave it to his classmates to show off and how favored he was at home. Zhang Yuding also wanted to use this method to care for Sumu and make Sumu gradually change his mind. But when I got to school, I couldn't find Sumu anywhere. Zhang Yuding had no choice but to go to the company to find him. Moreover, Zhang Yuding complained to the security guard downstairs, saying that her son was not close to her at all. Sumu was annoyed when he saw her. It's too late for you to follow me hypocritically now. I have been a motherless child since I was a child, and I will never have a mother in the future. These decisive words made Zhang Yuding unable to stand steadily. Sumu doesn't recognize her as his mother. But it wasn't like this before. Su Nanyang and Su Yingying also arrived downstairs at the company. They couldn't get into that community, so they could only try their luck here. Then they saw Sumu and Zhang Yuding walking out one after another. The moment she saw Sumu, Su Nanyang almost stepped on the accelerator and crashed into him. Later, she managed to control herself. She opened the car door and walked to Sumu's side without hesitation. Looking at his calm expression, she hated him so much. She raised her hand and was about to slap him. Sumu grabbed her wrist directly and used such force that he almost crushed her bones. Sunanya, how are you? It seems that you have not been well these past few days. Your complexion has deteriorated a lot. Sumu curled his lips into a smile and pushed her back. Su Nanyang was pushed to the ground, her face full of humiliation. The boy whom she once looked down upon was now looking down at her from a high position. Sumu, you have no conscience. You actually lied to me. This was all a trap set by you, wasn't it? Did you agree to cooperate with me, just for the sake of my company? Sumu, answer me. Su Nanyang was very excited and no longer had her usual calmness and pride. At this moment, she was yelling like a shrew. The talent and gifts that she was most proud of were easily trampled under Sumu's feet. She doesn't accept it. You found out pretty quickly. I thought it would take you a while to find out, but I didn't expect you to find out so early. Sumu spoke lazily, fiddling with the watch on his wrist with his fingers, tapping the outer case, and snorting. Sunanya, a good dog doesn't block the road. Get out of the way. I'm in a hurry. Su Nanyang could not bear the humiliation and stood up with her fists clenched. Sumu, who gave you the courage to do this? Do you know that you are betraying your own people? You betrayed our Su family, and you will not die a good death. Sumu heard this, his eyes turned cold, and he slapped her without hesitation. Su Nanyang was hit and her head tilted to the side with a look of astonishment. Don't mention the Su family to me again. I have never been a member of the Su family. So how can I say I betrayed you? Su Nanyang, you should understand your own status. You think you are so high and mighty that you look down on everyone. In fact, you are the one who is looked down upon. The trap I set up is not a trap at all. If you are not so arrogant and underestimate the enemy, you will find out soon. You're the one who harmed yourself. Don't come here to cause trouble. Otherwise, I have plenty of ways to make you wish you were dead. Sunanya, you are not a good person, and neither am I. If you offend me, you will only end up dead. Sumu said the harsh words. His expression was indifferent, but the resolute hatred and icy sharpness in his eyes told everyone that what he said was true. Su Nanyang shuddered all over and stared at this very unfamiliar Sumu. She actually felt a chill and fear rising from the bottom of her heart. She had never experienced this feeling on anyone else. Zhang Yuding watched the scene with a pale face not far away. She didn't know who to help or what to say. She didn't even know what was happening. Sumu sighed with her school bag in her arms, acting very well, and smiled. Brother Sumu, I'm on your side. I also think that what my elder sister did was too much. Big sister, my brother is so amazing, and you only belittled him before. Why do you have to belittle him? Now that you see his strength, not only do you not praise him, but you also come here to make trouble. Big sister, could you please stop being so condescending and looking down on others like before? Su Yingying repeated what Sumu said, then turned around to get Sumu's approval. Sumu frowned in disgust. He was annoyed when he saw Su Yingying's face and said bluntly, "Get away from me too." Su Yingying's face turned pale, her fingers tightly gripping the bag of her school bag, anger flashing in her eyes, but she took it back forcefully. She forced a smile. "Brother, I want to treat you to a meal." Sumu spit out a sound. "You don't deserve it." Sumu was too lazy to look at these seriously ill people and drove away directly. Watching the car drive away, Su Yingying stomped her feet in frustration. Her plan failed again. Su Nanyang's lips were dry, and she turned and left. Zhang Yuding held the lunchbox and sighed. She had to get her son back no matter what. She plans to divorce Su Tianxi. She must get custody of her son. This is what her elder brother told her. The eldest brother said that Su Tianxi's ability was limited and the company was run like this from then on. And Su Tianxi's mind is no longer on her. If you can get a divorce sooner, then do it. When Zhang Yuding heard the news, she was in a daze for several days. After accepting it, she thought about winning her son's favor. As a result, it ended like this again. It was obvious that Su Zhe liked these things very much before. So why didn't Su Mu like them at all? Zhang Yuding couldn't find a reason and was very disappointed. Ying, let's go back. Maybe there's still a chance for Su Mu to forgive us. Zhang Yuding called the driver to pick her up. Su Ying angrily slammed the car seat twice with her school bag in her arms before sitting down angrily. Mom, how did you lose my brother? How could you be so careless? Su Ying was still angry and even began to think that if her younger brother Su Mu had not been lost, they would not be in this situation now. Speaking of this, Zhang Yuding finally felt a little guilty. She had always blamed Su Mu for being naughty, the nanny for being irresponsible, and the people around her for letting her take the child out alone. Chapter 173, Su Ying's thoughts are a little abnormal. At that time, she was full of guilt towards Su Tianxi, and even if Su Tianxi scolded her every day, she would not resist. I just recalled what happened that day over and over again in my mind, and then began to curse the nanny for not looking after the child, and curse Su Mu for being naughty and running around everywhere. If it weren't for these two people, she wouldn't be blamed by everyone, nor would she be hated by Su Tianxi. At that time, Su Tianxi ignored her every day and often did not go home for whole nights. Zhang Yuding felt resentful, but didn't dare to say anything. After all, she had just made a mistake and lost her child. She took out all her resentment on a nanny and Su Mu. Su Ying, are you blaming your mother too? It wasn't my fault at all. I just went shopping and tried on some clothes. I asked the nanny to keep a good eye on your brother. As a result, the nanny was not doing her job well and lost the child. She told me that your brother wanted to come down and walk, so she held the child on the ground and taught him to walk. But after turning a corner, Su Mu disappeared. Can you blame me for this? I searched the entire mall and even checked the surveillance cameras, but they didn't capture any trace of Su Mu at all. Zhang Yuding had a heart attack when she mentioned that incident. She clutched her chest and smoothed it over. Maybe I shouldn't have blamed your brother back then, but I still feel bad. It's been so long, and so many people are blaming me. What did I do wrong? Zhang Yuding's face looked ugly. Her eyes turned red, and tears dripped down. Su Mu just returned home. All the depression she had suffered over the years came flooding back to her heart. For this reason, she hated seeing Su Mu, her only son. Every time she saw Su Mu, she thought of the pain. In order to prevent the pain from eroding her, she chose to turn a blind eye to her son. And now, she regrets it. She made the wrong choice every time. She wanted to put things back on track and wanted her son back. But why is it so difficult? Why didn't Su Mu even want to look at her? Su Ying tightly grasped the two sides of her school bag. Zhang Yuding was crying beside her. She threw a piece of paper at her and said, Mom, wipe your tears. I want to ask where the nanny from back then is. Where did she go? She lost her brother, and you just let her go like that. Su Ying didn't ask this for no reason. She had no place to vent her inner anger, and she had begun to attack her family indiscriminately. If she doesn't get her brother's forgiveness, she will go crazy and she must find someone to vent her anger. I have to blame others for my brother's failure to forgive me. Otherwise, she would be miserable. My younger brother hates them because he didn't grow up with them. If he had grown up with them, then they will definitely love younger brother Su Mu as much as they love Su Zhe. The culprit is the nanny. If she hadn't lost her brother, all these painful things wouldn't have happened. If we can find that nanny and make her pay the price, maybe my brother will forgive her. The more Su Ying thought about it, the more she felt this was the truth. She couldn't help but feel a little resentful towards her father and mother. Why did you let her go so easily? If it weren't for her, would our family be like this now? Sumu won't hate me, nor will he treat me like a fly. Brother Sumu saved my life, but I have always treated him like that. I just want to make it up to Brother Sumu. Why is it so difficult? Su Ying lowered her head, her hair, which had not been cut short for a long time, hanging on her cheeks, and her slightly closed eyes were filled with pain and anger. The sound grew louder and louder, until the music in the car could not cover her roar. Zhang Yuding was shocked. She always knew that Su Ying was mentally unstable. She had consulted a family doctor before, and the family doctor said that Su Ying had mania and was still traumatized by the car accident. The family doctor asked everyone in the family to be more tolerant of her and try not to make her angry. If you make her angry, you must let her vent and then guide her slowly. Never cause a violent conflict. Since then, the family has been much more tolerant of Su Yingying, and Su Yingying treats Su Zhe very well, so the family is relatively stable. It was not until Su Mu returned home that Su Yingying's violent nature was aroused. She disliked Su Mu every day and always tried to bully him. In fact, the whole family knew about this, but for the sake of family stability, they chose to turn a blind eye. Su Mu was very unpopular at that time. Now seeing Su Yingying looking a little crazy, Zhang Yuding was extremely scared. She swallowed, reached out, and took Su Yingying's arm, and said in a softer voice, "Su Yingying, calm down. Mom will tell you everything that happened. The nanny is missing. Your father told me that." I was shocked when the child disappeared. I quickly went to find the nanny and asked her to look for the child. Then I went to the mall to find the staff. The staff called the police on me, and when they came back, the nanny gave a statement. Then the next day, your father told me that the nanny had disappeared. She must have left because she felt so guilty. Your father also said that even if the nanny didn't leave, he would fire her. He wouldn't keep such a careless nanny at home. I don't know where the nanny went. During that time, I was constantly being blamed by many people. I was in so much pain. How could I have the time to care about a nanny? As Zhang Yuding spoke, she burst into tears again and hugged Su Yingying's shoulders and cried. Why is fate so unfair to her? She lost her son and her husband, but she didn't do anything. After hearing this, Su Yingying became even more upset. So the nanny just left like that. None of you actually kept her contact information. Su Yingying turned her head in anger, pounded the seat hard, and threw the school bag that she had been holding carefully in her arms to the side. The zipper of the school bag was opened, and a bundle of ropes came out from the school bag. Zhang Yuding happened to see this and was horrified. Su Yingying, why are you carrying a rope in your school bag? Are you trying to? Zhang Yuding thought Su Yingying was in too much pain and wanted to commit suicide, so she quickly hugged her tightly. Su Yingying pushed her away, zipped up her school bag tightly, and turned her head to the side. Nothing, just pretending. Let's go back quickly. I am tired. Su Yingying hugged her school bag tightly again. There were a lot of drugs and sleeping pills in the backpack. In addition, there are also things like ropes and gloves. Su Yingying's eyes became increasingly darker. If her younger brother Su Mu could stay with her all the time and see how good she was to him, sooner or later he would soften his attitude. Sumu is unwilling to forgive her. So what if he can stay in one place and only see her? Chapter 174, Some Secrets Cannot Be Known to Others.